Grandpa, the richest man, spent a fortune of 1,000 billion to find me a beautiful CEO as my wife so that I could be a rich second generation for life. But looking at the mature big sister in front of me with her ample bosom, slim waist, and curvy hips, I blushed and coldly said, I don't love you, and you don't need to force yourself to please me. After we get married, we'll live our own lives. Besides giving you the identity of a young lady of the Lin family, I can't give you anything else. However, what I didn't expect was that just 3 days later, I wanted to slap myself 800 times for being so stubborn. Just now, my grandfather forced me to agree to a business marriage with the Jiang family by threatening to cut his wrist. When I found out who my bride was, I was stunned on the spot because it turned out to be the older sister of my good brother Jiang Che, who was actually 6 years older than me. Furious, I immediately prepared to go to the club to settle the score with Jiang Che. But just as I reached the door, my grandfather called me back. He said, you can play, but you must never play with women. Purity is the best gift a man can give to a woman. Hearing this, I stumbled and almost fell. Half an hour later, I drove to the entrance of the club. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw Jiang Che, who came over with a smile and even put his hand on my shoulder. I shrugged off his hand, snorted coldly, and walked straight into the club. Jiang Che was a bit confused and caught up to ask, what's wrong with you today? I didn't provoke you. I shot him a cold glance, thinking how could this guy still have the face to ask what was wrong. I treated him like a brother, but he wanted to be my brother-in-law. The key point is that he even teamed up with my grandfather to force me to marry his sister. For that alone, I couldn't let him off easily. Seeing this, Jiang Che was about to pull me aside to ask what had happened when a group of well-dressed social elites walked towards us and stopped beside us. Just as I was puzzled, I heard Jiang Che beside me call out with a smile, sister. I was taken aback and turned to look, only to see a beautiful woman giving him a faint nod. I scrutinized her. She was perfect in looks and figure, especially her impressive bust, which made my heart inexplicably race for a moment. At this time, Jiang Tang's sweet voice rang out again, go home early. As a brother complex, Jiang Che obediently nodded, but what he didn't expect was that Jiang Tang would shift her gaze to me the next second and say, you too, go home early. Upon hearing this, the boss beside her, who had come to discuss cooperation, couldn't help but laugh, with someone saying, Jiang, you can take care of your brother, but why do you have to take care of young Master Lin too? Jiang Tang looked at me, the corners of her lips curling slightly, her cool voice carrying a hint of laughter. This little brother will also be under my care from now on. Upon hearing this, my face turned even redder. Then we went into the private room to drink and sing until around 10 o'clock in the evening, when Jiang Che suddenly stood up from the sofa and said, I have to go. My sister wants me to come home early. After saying that, he looked at me again. You too, my sister wants you to go home early. I was instantly furious. She wasn't even my fiancée yet and she was already trying to control me. I am the young master of the Lin family, not some henpecked husband. Thinking of this, I crossed my legs and sat on the sofa, saying, I'm not going back. You can go back by yourself. Jiang Che nodded and turned to leave. I gritted my teeth and stopped him. Wait, you don't mean to report me to your sister, do you? Jiang Che looked at me in confusion and said, what would I report to my sister? Why are you so strange today? I cautiously looked at him. You really don't know what happened? What do I know? Jiang Che looked puzzled. Seeing his puzzled expression, I instantly felt much more at ease and said, I just misunderstood you. It's nothing. You should go home now. Jiang Che scratched his head, feeling confused as he walked out of the clubhouse. When he got home, he saw Jiang Tang sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Jiang Tang smiled at Jiang Che and said, you left so early by yourself. Don't your friends blame you? Jiang Che shook his head. They're all good brothers. How could they blame me? Jiang Tang nodded without saying anything, thinking to himself that it seems his little fiancé hasn't come home. TSK, really disobedient. On this side, I didn't go home until the next morning, but what surprised me was that my grandfather didn't scold me. He just smiled and told me to go back to my room to sleep. In the evening, my grandfather took me to a restaurant to discuss the marriage with the Jiang family. At the entrance of the restaurant, I immediately recognized Jiang Tang among the crowd of the Jiang family. Her black long dress was simply too alluring, perfectly outlining her figure. A flash of amazement crossed my mind, wondering if she was trying to use her beauty against me? Useless. With that thought, I quickly averted my gaze, exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang's father and mother, and then entered the restaurant. It wasn't until we walked to the private room and sat down that the oblivious Jiang Che finally realized that the brother-in-law his mother had been reluctant to mention was actually me. Thinking of this, he glared at me with indignation. You guy, how could you have your eyes on my sister? She's 6 years older than you. How could you even think of it? I treated you like a brother, and you really don't have the decency. Feeling his hostile gaze, I lowered my head to eat in embarrassment. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were very pleased. Originally, when old Master Lin proposed the marriage alliance, they were opposed. After all, they had heard that I was a reckless and unruly young master outside. However, Jiang Tang agreed to the marriage alliance very readily upon hearing about it. Plus, now that I looked so obedient, this meal happily finalized the wedding process. After that, the Jiang family prepared to go home. At this moment, the old man smiled meaningfully at me and said, "Xiao Fan, you take Tang Tang back." I glanced at Jiang Tang and found her looking at me with a faint smile. I blushed uncontrollably and finally nodded obediently. But just as everyone was showing their anti-smiles, Jiang Che suddenly shouted angrily, "I want to go back with Lin Fan too." He thought his sister didn't want to be alone with me. But unexpectedly, Jiang Tang gave him a faint glance and said, "You can go back with mom and dad, I can go back with Lin Fan." Jiang Che was a bit incredulous, but seeing his sister's cold gaze, he finally understood and went back with Jiang father and Jiang mother. Little did I know that this was exactly the first step in which Ginger Candy was preparing to train me. Soon, I brought Ginger Candy to my car, and just as I was about to start the engine, I heard her pleasant voice say, "Help me fasten my seatbelt." I was taken aback and said, "Isn't it more convenient for you to fasten it yourself?" Ginger Candy smiled lightly and said, "Helping my fiancée with her seatbelt is something a gentleman should do." Upon hearing this, I inexplicably leaned over. However, due to the relatively small space in the sports car and her ample bosom, my hand accidentally touched an inappropriate place. Although separated by outerwear and underwear, I still felt the ultimate softness. My movements stiffened, and I glanced at Jiang Tang with a bit of guilt, but she just looked at me silently. My face turned red, and then I pretended to be calm as I fastened her seatbelt. Seeing this, Jiang Tang's lips curled slightly. "Let's go." I glanced at her and then started the car. In the cool night breeze, I gradually realized that this little demon, Jiang Tang, had definitely been deliberately seducing me. I've seen plenty of such tactics, but when it comes to Jiang Tang, I just can't calm my heart. Thinking about how my earlier panic and nervousness were all seen by Jiang Tang, I wanted to regain my composure, so I cleared my throat and said coldly, "I don't want to marry you. I only agreed because my grandfather forced me to with his death." I thought Jiang Tang would be angry, but to my surprise, she nodded and said, "I know you don't want to marry me." I frowned, feeling that the other person's calmness was feigned, so I coldly said again, "Let me tell you first, I don't love you, and you don't need to please me. After we get married, we can do our own things. I can only give you the identity of a young lady from the Lin family. Nothing else." To my surprise, Jiang Tang still smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I often have to work overtime and travel for business, so I won't have time to manage you. You can play as you like. If it weren't for Grandpa Lin's kindness to me, giving me a lot of money in shares, I wouldn't even consider marrying a little brother like you," she said nonchalantly. After she finished speaking, I felt very unhappy, so I didn't say anything and coldly delivered the ginger candy to the Jiang family. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Jiang Che. After Jiang Tang went inside, he frowned at me and said, "You are not allowed to marry my sister, you are not worthy of her." I was instantly both angry and amused. "I, young master, am a perfect match for your sister, how am I not worthy of her?" Jiang Che frowned even tighter and disdainfully said, "Look at my sister. She is intelligent, elegant, and beautiful, now look at you." I glared at him irritably. "Do you think I want to get married so early?" Then, I told him about how my grandfather forced me to agree to the marriage by threatening to commit suicide. Seeing his silent demeanor, I tentatively said, "Why don't you try to persuade your sister? My grandfather can't possibly force her to marry me with a knife, right?" Jiang Che thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After Jiang Che walked into the room, he saw Jiang Tang sitting in front of the vanity doing her skincare. He asked, "Is our family's business in trouble?" Jiang Tang glanced at him and smiled lightly. "How could that be?" Jiang Che frowned, "Because Lin Fan shouldn't be your type. So our family must be in trouble and needs help from his family. Then Grandpa Lin would use this favor to demand that you marry Lin Fan." Jiang Tang smiled and shook her head. "How could I possibly marry someone I don't like? I willingly want to marry Lin Fan." Looking at her brother's incredulous expression, Jiang Tang said with a smile, "Lin Fan is the heir of the Lin family, 1.88 meters tall, handsome, just turned 20, strong and healthy, and has no bad habits. Do you know how sought after such conditions are in the matchmaking market?" Jiang Che was taken aback for a moment. "But sister, you don't like him?" Jiang Tang chuckled lightly. "Who said I don't like him? Which sister wouldn't like a younger brother who is obedient, sensible, young, handsome, and wealthy?" On the other side, as soon as I returned to the room, I received a message from Jiang Che threatening me, "If you dare to let my sister down in the future, I won't spare you." Seeing this message, I inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, marrying Jiang Tang is quite good. She is beautiful and sexy, and it's impressive to take her out. Most importantly, Jiang Tang said she would be too busy with work to bother me, so I can still be the carefree young Master Lin after marriage. Jiang Tang better keep her word, or I will make her pay. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Feng Ling and Jiang Tang met in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two families decided to get a license and then take their time planning the wedding. Feng Ling arrived first. The old man said that a man should be a gentleman and not let a woman wait for a man. So he let someone lift Feng Ling out of bed at 7 o'clock in the morning, casually ate 2 mouthfuls of breakfast, and let the driver send him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was only 8:30 when he arrived, and he waited for half an hour before Jiang Tang came. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. She was wearing a white shirt, and there was a black bow on the neckline of the white shirt, black wraparound skirt, light makeup, and a head of black hair softly draped over her shoulders. The first 2 times he had seen Jiang Tang, he had been a flaming red lips, sexy and seductive voluptuous look. Dressed like this today, it looks especially innocent and small. Looked about the same as him, not to mention his age. Been waiting long? Jiang Tang approached and asked with a light smile. Feng Ling, what does she mean by that? Did he think he wanted to marry her so badly that he came early and waited? I didn't want to come. It was Grandpa who had people escort me here, Feng Ling said with a slight tilt of his chin in an untamed manner. No matter what time it was, he, young Master Feng, could not lose face. Jiang Tang, I didn't ask how you got here. It doesn't matter how he got here. What matters is that he got here. She doesn't care about the process, just the ending. Feng Ling's face reddened. Frowning, he looked at Jiang Tang with displeasure. Jiang Tang smiled and said, all right, don't be angry. Let's go. Feng Ling, she told him not to get mad? Is this her way of coaxing him? His handsome face flushed slightly. Jiang Tang entered the Civil Affairs Bureau and Feng Ling followed. Then photos etc. By the time the two had gotten their license, it was 11 o'clock. Jiang Tang said to Feng Ling, I have something to go to the company, so I'll leave first. That said, I'm gone. There's not a single lingering thought. Feng Ling could only look at Jiang Tang's car exhaust, and soon, even the car exhaust could not be seen. Feng Ling gasped and laughed. Ha, it's really a hoity-toity marriage without any emotion. When Feng Ling returned home, Elder Feng saw him come back alone and asked, why did you come back alone? Where's Tang Tang? Something came up to go to the office. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng was very pleased. Look at others Tong Tong. A woman is so dedicated to love work. Then look at you. The look at him was disgusting. Feng Ling, you also report to the company tomorrow, Elder Feng said. Chapter 7, Elder Feng planned Feng Ling in a clear way. Feng Ling, marriage isn't enough? You have to go to work? What kind of human misery is this? I'm not going. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and asked, really not going? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. Really don't go. He knew how much he weighed, and he wasn't business material at all. He was happy with his life now, and if he did go to work and take over the company, he was afraid he'd screw it up in 3 or 2 tries. Living on the streets. As far as the Feng family's current property status is concerned, as long as he doesn't die to go to work and start a business or something, he won't be able to spend all his money in a few lifetimes. Elder Feng said, okay, it's okay not to go to the company, and if you don't go to the company, you can have a baby at home. Feng Ling, having a baby? Aha. Elder Feng nodded. Have a baby. I don't. Feng Ling tilted her chin in refusal. Refused to be a stud. Elder Feng glared at him. You don't go to work. You don't give birth to a child. So what are you going to do? You don't even look at you. You're wasted now. Don't hurry up and give birth to a small number for me to practice. What will you do for the rest of your life? Feng Ling, how am I wasted? He was a big guy in his 20s. A good socialist youth. Strong and vigorous. Full of inexhaustible bullish strength. How did he get wasted? All day long, you only know how to eat, drink and have fun, and you don't do anything serious at all. What is this if not a waste? Elder Feng said in a bad mood. If you want to have a trumpet to practice, you do it yourself. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng gave him a blank stare and said without any good humor, are you just dying for me my old bones to die twice on a woman so that you can inherit the family fortune? Feng Ling, I didn't. Elder Feng grunted. Feng Ling whispered, I really didn't think that. Elder Feng sighed. His tone softened, and said, Ah Ling, Grandpa is also doing this for your own good. Now Grandpa is still alive, but at Grandpa's age, how much longer can he live? You can still rely on Grandpa now, but what about when he's gone? Grandpa has already figured it out for you. Grandpa strives to live for another 20 or 30 years to educate your children well, so that you can seamlessly transition between relying on Grandpa for the first half of your life and relying on your children for the second half of your life. He had really worked his ass off for this grandson. Feng Ling, I have to say, Grandpa's plan sounds like it's going to work just fine. Are you sure I can rely on children for the rest of my life? Fengling issued a soulful question. Are you sure you can educate my children? It wasn't that he didn't trust his grandfather, but he had him as a foregone conclusion. He was afraid that his grandfather would educate another dude who would only eat, drink and play without doing anything. When the time comes, what's it going to be? Who does the dude's father depend on? Elder Feng looked at the failed product in front of him and coughed dryly. Isn't this the first time you don't have experience? You believe in Grandpa. Grandpa has learned the lesson of failure and won't fail again. Elder Feng assured Fengling. Fengling. So, he's a failure. He's so tired. He didn't want to say anything, he just wanted to go to his room and rest. Elder Feng also knew that he was pulled up at 7 in the morning. There was no rest. His body is the most important thing right now. A healthy body gives birth to a healthy child. To get a horse to work, you have to get it to eat, drink and sleep well. Go and rest. I'll call you for lunch in a while, and dinner will be with John's family, Elder Feng said with a smile. Fengling went upstairs. Fengling ate her lunch and went back to sleep, and was sleeping soundly when a movement woke her up. It was the Jiang family who moved some of Jiang Tang's things over, and Butler Zhao directed the servants to move Jiang Tang's things into the master bedroom. Seeing Fengling awake, Butler Zhao smiled and said, "Young master has woken up." Fengling nodded and asked, "What are you doing?" "Some of the young lady's clothes and daily necessities these Jiang family sent over," Butler Zhao said with a smile. This family has only had 2 widowed men, the old master and the young master, since 20 years ago. Now, at last, the family has a matriarch. He was so relieved. Fengling. He sat on the bed and watched the servants come in and out, putting Jiang Tang's clothes these into the check room. It took a long time to get it right, and Butler Zhao left with the servants. Fengling got out of bed and came to the check room. Seeing that the check room, which originally had half-empty spaces, was put full. On one side are his clothes, which come in many styles but are basically black, white and gray. But Jiang Tang's clothing style and color is more. Shirt, skirt, pants, suit, suspenders and so on. The color is red, orange, red, green, blue and purple. What color? Fengling watched for a while before Butler Zhao came and said that the old master had asked him to pack up and wash up, and that he was going to have dinner with Jiang's family. Fengling washed and changed his clothes, went downstairs, and went to the appointment with Elder Feng. When they arrived at the place, they met the rest of the Jiang family, Jiang's father, Jiang's mother and Jiang Bei, as well as Jiang's grandparents. When Jiang Bei looked at Fengling now, his nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. I really don't know what my sister likes about Fengling. What's he got to show for it other than a face that's still good to look at? Fengling. What is Jiang Bei upset about? He's still upset. He was married to Jiang Tong, and Jiang Bei's brother-in-law didn't even know to call out. Everyone sat down. The elders of both families exchanged pleasantries, and Jiang Tang arrived late just before dinner was about to begin. She still dressed the way she was when she got her license. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'm late. The company had a temporary matter and dealt with it. Delayed a little." Elder Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. Everything is focused on work." Jiang Tong sat down next to Fengling. Fengling's ears flushed slightly at the tips and looked away. She was wearing a wraparound skirt that slid up her thighs slightly from the motion of sitting down. A large portion of thigh was exposed, and if the skirt had slid up any further, you could have seen the base of the thigh. Not that he's an LSP. She was sitting right next to him, and with those pale thighs right under his eyes, it was hard for him not to look. She wasn't wearing stockings, and her thighs were glowing white against her short black skirt. And tender. Fengling withdrew his eyes, not daring to look again. It would be rude to look again. Look at again and you'll want to get on it. Jiang Tong glanced at him and gently hooked up the corner of her mouth, lifting one leg and teetering. The toe of one foot was facing towards Fengling. The tips of his heels inadvertently touched his calves. Fengling had a jolt and trembled, and the tickling sensation made his scalp instantly numb. The tips of his ears were red again. Is she seducing him? Chapter 8. Butler Zhao is so pompous. He looked at Jiang Tong in surprise. Jiang Tong asked with a light smile, "What's wrong?" Fengling couldn't help but self-doubt. Could it be that he misunderstood? Jiang Tong didn't do it on purpose and was just careless? But would she be so careless? Although he had only come into contact with Jiang Tong 2 or 3 times, in her, he saw what most of the famous young ladies in this circle looked like, dignified and generous. In and out. Every move shows their upbringing. Something like the tip of a shoe inadvertently touching a man's leg is not likely to happen to them. It's possible she did it on purpose, but Jiang Tong's look was too open and collected, making him suspicious again. "Nothing," Fengling said. Jiang Tong nodded, stopped talking and started eating. After dinner, they went their separate ways home. Jiang Tong followed Elder Feng and Fengling home. Fengling was cold and Elder Feng was smiling. The Jiang family elders also had relief and joy on their faces. Only Jiang Bei, looking at Fengling's face, was stinky. At the moment, Fengling was a yellow hair abducting a good girl in his eyes. How it looks. Ah Ling. Seeing that Jiang Tong was about to follow Fengling, Jiang Bei couldn't hold back any longer. Said, "Today is your big wedding day. Come on. I'll call up Bai Lang Yu and the others and give you a good celebration. Anyway, just don't want Fengling to come home." Even more so, he didn't want Fengling to cave in with his sister. Before Fengling and Elder Feng could speak, Tian Baizhou pinched his arm and smiled skinlessly. "What are you talking about, you dead kid? On his wedding night, he's actually going to take his brother-in-law for a night out and then leave his sister alone? He really is a stick in the mud. How did she give birth to such a mallet? Jiang Bei, go." Jiang Bei was forcibly taken away by Tian Baizhou. Jiang Bei looked at Fengling with unwillingness and immortality. Finally, he was dragged into the car by Tian Baizhou. Leaving, Elder Feng smiled and said to Jiang Tang, Tang, let's go home too." Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Good. The three returned to the Feng family. As soon as he entered the front door of the Feng family, he saw the butler wearing a tuxedo and white shirt with white gloves on his hands, leading the Feng family's servants, standing in 2 rows, and the straight path was covered with a red carpet. Elder Feng, Fengling, Jiang Tong. "Hello master, hello young master, hello young lady, welcome home master, welcome home young master, welcome home young lady." The butler led the servants in a neat, slight bend and nod, shouting slogans. Jiang Tong glanced at Elder Feng and Fengling in surprise. Is the Feng family usually so ritualistic? Elder Feng smiled and gave Butler Zhao an appreciative look. Lao Zhao did a good job. Reward. Fengling glanced at Jiang Tang and felt ashamed to death. Why was Butler Zhao so pompous? The previous Butler Zhao was obviously very low-key. It's so pompous the older you get. Jiang Tong smiled and said to Butler Zhao, "Thank you, young lady. I am the butler of the Feng family. Young lady can just call me Old Zhao." Butler Zhao said with a smile. Jiang Tong nodded. "Uncle Zhao. Young lady is the first woman young master brought home." Butler Zhao said with a smile. Butler Zhao couldn't tell you how relieved and happy he was in his heart. Finally he got a chance to say the classic butler line too. God knows how long he's been waiting for this day. Jiang Tong. Although she didn't read a lot of hegemony novels, she still knew about this kind of hot stunt in hegemony novels. Fengling. What the hell is this awful old man, Butler Zhao, babbling about? Isn't he ashamed to say such things and play such a stunt at his age? Young lady, please, Butler Zhao said. Jiang Tong nodded. The 3 men entered the house. Butler Zhao asked the servants to take Jiang Tang to Fengling's bedroom. Fengling was pulled by Elder Feng to talk. "Ah Ling, now, you and Tang Tang are married. I don't have too many demands on you. Just give me a great-grandson properly." Elder Feng said, "You don't want to play the form marriage in the same room with different beds thing with me. We don't interfere with each other after marriage and play our own game." Fengling. How did Grandpa know what he was thinking? Is Grandpa a worm in his stomach? As long as you give birth to a child, I don't care about anything else about you, Elder Feng said. Fengling was disgruntled. "Grandpa, you're treating me like I'm a stallion who only makes babies." Elder Feng gave him a look and said, "Whether to be a stallion for only a few minutes every night, or to go to work at the company as a cowhorse for more than 10 hours from 5 to 9, choose one for yourself." Fengling. Minutes? He's going to blow up. What's Grandpa talking about? That he only has a few minutes? How could he be a physically strong, bloody young man for only a few minutes? What? Master Feng raised his eyebrows. I overestimated you? Not a few minutes? Only a few seconds? Fengling clenched his teeth in anger. I'm at least starting at 30 minutes. You haven't tried it. How do you know? Elder Feng asked. He usually kept a close eye on this only grandson, Big Baby, who was always surrounded by his people. Therefore, he knew that the eldest grandson, who seemed to be debauched and unprofessional without any shortage of women, was still a child until now. Fengling wanted to retort but didn't know how, because, indeed, he had never tried. Whether you are a few minutes or a few seconds, anyway, must have a baby. Elder Feng said. Fine, I'll give birth. Fengling gritted her teeth, turned around and went upstairs. He was born. He carries 2 and 3 years. He has twins, triplets. Didn't Grandpa want to bring up children? Doesn't he like it? He'll give birth to 10 or 8, and he'll be a tired old man. Fengling returned to his room angrily, and as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Jiang Tang. She had just come out of the bathroom after a shower, wearing a red low-cut halter nightgown, revealing long white legs. Looking toward him, the hot water-dense, flushed eyes were particularly seductive. Fengling didn't expect to see such a view when he pushed open the door and froze in place for a moment. The temperature of his face slowly rose. What about this? Going in? But what happens when you go in? Jiang Tong saw that he had been standing still in the doorway and didn't say anything. Walked over to the dresser and sat down. Starting to take care of her skin. Fengling eventually entered the house. That's when I realized that the room had actually changed drastically. The bed sheets and duvet covers were changed to red. The walls were plastered with big red happy letters. The vase on the coffee table was filled with red roses. And even, the bed sheets were covered with rose petals. No need to think. It must have been done by Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao is really getting pompous now. You can't learn to be understated and introspective even at a certain age. Everything dressed up in the room, including Jiang Tang, made Fengling uncomfortable. Standing or sitting. Chapter 9, Using Innocence as a Dowry. Compared to him, it seemed as if Jiang Tang was the master of this house. She was seriously nursing her own skin, as if she didn't care about him at all and didn't put him in her eyes. Please, tonight is their wedding night. Why isn't she nervous at all? Don't they say women are nervous and scared the first time? Or is Jiang Tong not the first time? Having had experience with both men and women, that's why she is so calm and collected? Thinking of this, Fengling's heart was instantly unbalanced. On what grounds? Why is he still a yellow-bloomed man? But Jiang Tong is not a yellow-bloomed woman? It always feels like I'm losing out. Grandpa also asked him not to play with women and to take his innocence as a dowry. Why don't you ask Jiang Tong? Grandpa is just so double standard. Fengling sat on the sofa and sulked. Jiang Tong finished her skincare and saw Fengling sitting on the sofa, not showering or talking. Look at him. She wasn't a talkative person. But tonight was their wedding night. And if neither of them talked, what was going to happen back there? How do you make a baby? Aren't you going to take a bath? Jiang Tong asked. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang and frowned. What? Do you dislike me for being dirty? He didn't even mind it. If she dares to say she resents it, he'll lash out now. Does he really think he's a stallion with no feelings and no temper? Jiang Tong froze for a moment, not understanding why Fengling was suddenly angry. Shake your head. No. Fengling grunted. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and thought for a moment. Let's talk. Talk about what? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong got up and walked towards him. Fengling looked at her dumbfounded. She's really pretty. She walked toward him, her legs long and dazzlingly white. Fengling's body tensed. Jiang Tong walked over and sat down beside him, separated by a distance of one person. Fengling smelled her scent. It was still a fragrant and tantalizing smell. In this particular environment, it made one's blood boil and restless. Jiang Tong looked at him and said, talk about when you want to sleep. Ah? Fengling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Jiang Tong looked at his appearance and hooked her lips, her pretty face coming over. Fengling was startled and froze as he looked at her. Jiang Tong hooked up the corner of her lips and said with a light smile, let's sleep now, okay? Her voice was soft, and she spoke into his face, exhaling. Fengling had no way to think at all, and could only look at her blankly with a red face, as if he had given his soul a hook, and said, good. The smile at the corner of Jiang Tong's lips deepened as he moved over and kissed his lips. Fengling's pupils widened incredulously. Isn't sleeping? Why did you kiss him? Before he could react, Jiang Tang's entire body separated her legs and sat across his lap, hooking her hands around his neck and kissing him, getting deeper and deeper. Fengling was confused at first, but then, male instinct made him seize control, wrapping his arms around her and deepening the kiss. He was raw, but excited and enthusiastic. And for men some things don't need to be taught at all. Instinct allows them to know what they do. Jiang Tong woke up. The biological clock had woken her up on time, despite the fact that she'd been up almost most of last night. Just, don't want to move. I moved just now, and I'm not comfortable anywhere. She frowned a little and glanced at the still sleeping boy beside her. She hadn't really believed it before when the research had shown him to be a fledgling. After last night, she believed it. It's her first time too. Neither one is experienced. And last night, the process wasn't exactly smooth. Even, she was crying. Jiang Tong felt her body, touched her cell phone, and sent a message to the people at the beauty salon. She was going to go to the beauty salon in a while for a SPA, a soothing massage. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have recovered for days. The movement around him disturbed Fengling, who was still asleep, but held the person in his arms by instinct. The warm, soft touch made him freeze and open his eyes. Then he saw Jiang Tong's cold eyes. He froze for a moment, reacting out of his daze. Dropping his eyes, he looked at her, his hands still resting on her body. Embarrassed and shy, he reddened his face and withdrew his hand. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Tang and didn't know what to say. The last night was all that needed to be done, but he and Jiang Tong were still not very familiar with each other. Also, Last night he went overboard and made her cry. Thinking of this, Fengling's complexion changed. Looking at Jiang Tang, he subconsciously wanted to stick it on. What are you doing? Jiang Tong reached out his hand against his chest. Fengling looked at her much like he did at certain times last night. Tried to eat her. Fengling's face reddened in embarrassment, and subconsciously wanted to say I'm sorry, but the words stopped at the edge of his mouth. Who is he to say he's sorry? When has he ever said sorry to anyone? She was his wife, and it was only right that he should do such things to her. Last night, there was no shortage of that. Even more outrageous things have been done. Thinking of this, Fengling's body directly pressed up. His hand wrapped around her waist and brought it towards his arms, making the two of them stick even tighter. Chapter 10, Old Zhao. Get a knife. The sharpest one you can find. Jiang Tong froze for a moment looking at Fengling. From his physical reaction, she probably knew what he meant. She silently felt her body, mentally assessing whether she could still play along with him or not. Newlyweds, and newlyweds with no feelings like theirs. She wanted to play nice with him, didn't want to spoil his fun on something like this, but her final assessment was that she really wasn't physically able to. While I don't want to spoil his fun, I can't get myself killed to cheer him up. Wait for the evening, Jiang Tong said. I'm a little unwell. As for why it was uncomfortable, Fengling knew in his own heart. Oh. Fengling blushed and roughly guessed why she was uncomfortable and let go of her, then got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Jiang Tong breathed a sigh of relief. The whole person loosened up. Taking her cell phone, she flipped out the female software. Check your ovulation period. She wants to get pregnant as soon as possible. She is 27 years old, the prime age for childbearing, and that was her agreement with Master Feng. At first, Elder Feng took the initiative to approach her and negotiate with her to marry Fengling. Elder Feng made conditions that she couldn't refuse. All kinds of shares, property, gifts. And Elder Feng had only two requests for her. First, after the marriage to help support and urge Fengling to become a talented person, and later be able to take up the heavy responsibility of the Feng family. Second, give birth to the Feng family heir as soon as possible. The first point is negotiable, but the second point is not negotiable. She must give birth to the heir of the Feng family, male or female, as soon as possible. Ovulation is a few days away. Take a good rest in the next few days, wait for the ovulation period, and then have a good love affair with Fengling. Strive to get pregnant soon. Fengling took a cold shower in the bathroom and came out to see Jiang Tang already dressed. Jiang Tong also went to wash up, and after washing up, the two of them went downstairs for breakfast. Elder Feng was eating breakfast in the dining room, and Butler Zhao was waiting on the sidelines. The two froze for a moment when they saw Fengling and Jiang Tang appear. Two people who aren't too tired to get out of bed? Fengling was young and bloodthirsty, and when he met a great beauty like Jiang Tang, he didn't make a whole night of it? Elder Feng and Butler Zhao exchanged a look, and there was worry in each other's eyes. Fengling shouldn't be unable to do it, right? Fengling didn't even notice the eyes of the two old men and sat himself down, asking the maid to get him breakfast. He's starving. Jiang Tong greeted Elder Feng with a light smile and also found a seat. Elder Feng and Butler Zhao looked at Jiang Tang. Tong Tang, did you sleep well last night? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. It's quite good. Fengling inexplicably blushed. Feng Lao saw Jiang Tang's rosy cheeks and knew that she wasn't lying and was really sleeping quite well. Then Fengling must have slept pretty well too. Ha, they're down for good. But he's not good anymore. He knew that Jiang Tang could not be blamed for this. Jiang Tong was a measured businessman, and at the very beginning, he and Jiang Tong had made it clear what he wanted. Since Jiang Tong had agreed to get married, he was sure that he wouldn't fix something in the middle. It must be Fengling, dissatisfied with him forcing him to marry Jiang Tong, so he didn't touch Jiang Tong to show his protest. Elder Feng glared at Fengling. Fengling was puzzled by the glare and looked at Elder Feng in disbelief. What happened to Grandpa? Why are you staring at him so early in the morning? He listened to him, and the marriage was consummated, and the cave was entered. What's not to like about Grandpa? Grandpa is getting harder and harder to serve the older he gets now. I don't know what he's upset about. With a handsome and obedient grandson like him, he still doesn't know enough? After breakfast, Jiang Tang left to go to the beauty salon and then to work. Fengling wanted to go back to his room and take a nap. He actually didn't sleep well after last night's exertion. Stand still. Elder Feng called out to him. Fengling looked at him. What are you doing there? Elder Feng asked. Fengling said, go to your room and sleep. What's the point of sleeping? Get your ass to work at the company. Elder Feng didn't have the good sense to say. What? Fengling suspected that she had heard wrong and looked at him in surprise. Grandpa, you're asking me to work at the company? Aha. Fengling, Grandpa, didn't you say before that as long as I am at ease at home giving birth to my child, I don't have to go to work? Elder Feng said faintly. Then do you have peace of mind about having a child? why didn't I? Feng Ling said. It's up to you whether there is or not. How should I know? Elder Feng said. Feng Ling, would I still lie to you? Have you lied to me even less? Elder Feng gave him a disdainful look. Feng Ling, it's impossible to argue with that. Old Zhao, go get the knife. Elder Feng said to Butler Zhao. Yes. Butler Zhao turned around and was about to go to the kitchen. Feng Ling, what are you doing with the knife? Mr. Feng said. Of course, he slit his wrists to kill himself. What else could he do? Feng Ling, again? Didn't Grandpa learn the story of the wolf? Before, I was worried that if something happened to me, you'd be all alone in the world, living a hard life. But now, I'm not worried. You're married now. Tong Tong is an awesome and affectionate woman. If I really go, Tong Tong will take care of you and run fangs. I can go in peace now. Lao Zhao, come on, get the sharpest. Master Feng said. Butler Zhao, yes. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng and clenched his teeth in anger. I'll go be a cow or a horse. Isn't that enough? He's really losing out. Being a stallion at night and a cowboy by day. Sooner or later, I'll die of exhaustion. Success. Elder Feng nodded with a smile. It's true. When a man has a family, he thinks about establishing a business. In the past, when I wasn't married, I was dead set against going to work. But now that I'm married, I casually pushed and agreed to go to work. Feng Ling resigned herself to changing her clothes and followed Elder Feng to the company. The old man told him to start at the bottom. He was going to be allowed to do 2 or 3 years at the grassroots level, going to each department for a few months to familiarize himself with the grassroots operations. A manager who doesn't know the underlying business is easily confused by those below him. Chapter 11, You've only been gone a day and you're like this? When Elder Feng and Feng Ling got off work and had just arrived home, they were told by the housekeeper that Zhang Tang had gone on a business trip. Feng Ling, what she said was true. She was really busy with work and traveled a lot, leaving him a lot of time to eat and drink. Elder Feng frowned and glared at Feng Ling. Feng Ling was puzzled by the glare. Grandpa, what are you staring at me like that for? Why am I glaring at you like this? Don't you know in your own heart? Elder Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Feng Ling, I wouldn't have asked you if I had a count. Tell me honestly, did you behave badly last night? Elder Feng asked very directly. Feng Ling didn't react and asked in confusion. What, I'm not doing well? What else could it be? In bed. Of course, Elder Feng said. Feng Ling's face instantly turned red. Exasperated. Any man would be pissed off at being told he doesn't perform well in bed. Who said that? Feng Ling asked angrily and loudly. He was red in the face and thick in the neck. This look fell in the eyes of Elder Feng. That is, he was spoken to and became annoyed. Who needs to say that? Isn't it obvious? If you really behaved well, would Tong Tong go on a business trip? Elder Feng said. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. She went on a business trip because she was busy with work and needed to travel. What does it have to do with whether I performed well or not? How come Tong Tong doesn't travel early in the morning or late in the evening, but right after the wedding night? It's obvious that you're not behaving well and are avoiding you. Elder Feng said. If you're doing well, and you're giving Tong a happy soon-to-be fabulous, would Tong be willing to leave the newlywed you to go on a business trip? You've experienced the affairs of men and women now, so ask yourself, are you willing to leave Tong Tong behind to go on a business trip now? Feng Ling was stumped by the question. He really can't afford to give it up. He has no feelings for Zhang Tang, but he has to admit that he was very happy last night. A feeling never experienced before. Wonderful. He wanted to do that kind of thing with Zhang Tong even if he didn't love him. And Zhang Tong went on a business trip to avoid doing that kind of thing with him? What? Is she unhappy? Feng Ling. He felt that Zhang Tong was quite happy last night. But what if it was his inexperience that made him feel wrong? Zhang Tong cried last night. He thought she was crying with pleasure last night. But now, what if she is crying hard? Young Master Feng doubted himself. Elder Feng was satisfied to see Feng Ling doubtful and skeptical. He had to be suppressed. Otherwise, he really thought he was so powerful in the sky and the air. Feng Ling was called out to play by Bai Langyu and the others. When I arrived, I saw that Zhang Bei was also there. Zhang Bei frowned when he saw Feng Ling arrive. Ask, what brings you here? Feng Ling, they called me. Zhang Bei frowned and looked at Bai Langyu, Lu Jianli, Shi Qi Shang and the others with dissatisfaction. The three were glared at. What's wrong with them calling Feng Ling? Can't you scream? Don't they usually hang out together inseparably? You come out with me, Zhang Bei said. Feng Ling obediently followed Zhang Bei out. The three in the booth. Inexplicably, I feel as if I've been ostracized. But 2 people crowding out 3? It doesn't make sense. Zhang Bei led Feng Ling to the corner of the corridor and asked with a frown. Out fooling around on your second day of marriage? You leave my sister alone? Can you stand up to my sister? Feng Ling, your sister went on a business trip. Jiang Bei was choked for a moment and had a momentary moment of weakness, but instantly questioned with a straight face. You can come out and fool around when my sister is away on a business trip? Feng Ling frowned. How is this called ghosting? I'm just out to play. That's how we used to play. Before was before, now is now. Jiang Bei said. In the past, you were single and could play as much as you wanted as long as you didn't kill or set fire to anyone. But now you're married. A married man has to have the self-consciousness of a married man. Feng Ling, your sister said that I can play around even after I'm married. And, newlyweds, I was left behind. Come out and have a drink with friends to relieve the depression and bitterness in my heart. What? Can't I? Jiang Bei was stumped by the question. That does work. If it was him who was left behind by his new wife on the second day of their marriage, he would be more annoyed and depressed than Feng Ling, but it was the sister who left Feng Ling behind. He couldn't say it was his sister's fault, could he? My sister. She didn't do it on purpose either. Jiang Bei's mind raced, thinking about how to defend her sister, and finally gave him an idea. He frowned and asked Feng Ling, did you do something to upset my sister? Otherwise, his sister couldn't have done such a thing. My sister is the most dignified and generous of celebrity daughters, and she does everything with a measure of grace and does not offend easily. Not to mention your own husband. This question made Feng Ling feel a bit weak. What could I do to upset her? Feng Ling retorted with a bluff. Wasn't it just making her cry last night? She cried and begged him to stop. And he didn't? Jiang Bei felt that Feng Ling looked a bit weak and asked suspiciously. Really not? Really no. Feng Ling said firmly, if you don't believe me, go ask your sister. Even if Jiang Bei went to ask, Jiang Tang would definitely not say anything. Something like being bullied in bed and crying. How could Jiang Tong be ashamed to say that to his own brother? We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I'm the kind of man who would bully a woman? Feng Ling added. So far, Jiang Bei believed it. Feng Ling really wasn't a man who would bully women. Besides, his sister wasn't a softie who could be bullied easily. Have you guys finished yet? Seeing that they hadn't returned to the private room for so long, Bailang Yu came out to look for them. Finished, Feng Ling walked towards the private room when he finished speaking. Jiang Bei frowned a bit and followed. Feng Ling played until 11 and then went home. It's mostly just not fun. Jiang Bei kept turning his dead face on him. By 10:30 he was urging him to go home. What's he doing home? It's not like there's anyone waiting for him at home. But he went home anyway, took a shower and got into bed. Laid down on the bed, covered with a quilt as if it had a faint scent on it. Is it the scent of Jiang Tong's body? He sniffed the scent and drifted off to sleep. But, not much. Because, dreamed all night. The dream was all about Jiang Tang crying and begging him. The first thing I did when I woke up the next morning was take a shower. He shuffled and changed and went downstairs for dinner. Cold-faced. Master Feng saw him and asked, what's wrong? Not much. Feng Ling said indifferently, sat down at the table and ate. Not much. What's with the pea face? What's wrong? Tong Tong has only been gone for a day, and you're already dissatisfied with your desire? Elder Feng asked. Chapter 12, he's upset. You coax him. Grandpa. Feng Ling reddened. Why is Grandpa so spontaneous now? Say anything. Isn't he ashamed to be an old man? And how is it that one guesses right? Seeing Feng Ling just blushing but not retorting, Elder Feng was surprised. Really lustful? I didn't. Feng Ling gritted her teeth with a red face. Elder Feng smiled and said, since you miss Tang Tang, call Tang Tang and tell Tang Tang to come back earlier. Feng Ling's face turned even redder and said with a strained neck, I didn't think about her. It's just a luxury marriage without feelings. How could he possibly think about Jiang Tong? Good. Elder Feng nodded with a smile. Don't want to not want to. When Feng Ling saw his appearance, he was so angry that he didn't even eat his meal and got up to leave. Elder Feng shouted behind him, Ah Ling, call Tong Tong if you miss Tong Tong. Two people, no need to be embarrassed. Feng Ling, he didn't want her, didn't want to call her either, much less her phone number. Jiang Tong didn't return from his business trip until 7 days later, arriving home at 7 in the evening. When they arrived, Elder Feng and Feng Ling were having dinner. She dropped her bags off and made her way to the dining room for dinner. Seeing her suddenly return, Feng Ling froze for a moment. She traveled without warning and now she's back without warning. It's like home is a hotel. Elder Feng was happy to see Jiang Tang back and asked her about her business trip while eating. Jiang Tong then answered while eating. Feng Ling just sulked and ate. While Elder Feng and Jiang Tang were chatting energetically, Feng Ling finished eating, put down his chopsticks, got up and left without a word. Elder Feng smiled and said to Jiang Tang, you've been traveling for a week. Ah Ling is a bit unhappy, so coax him more. Jiang Tong, she's on a business trip. What's he upset about? Shouldn't we be happy? But she didn't say anything. Nodding, well, I know. Grandpa asked her to coax, so she coaxed. She was experienced in coaxing children. From a young age, he had coaxed the children of Jiangbei and the surrounding neighborhood into submission. She has no feelings for Fengling, a marriage of interest, but it's also important to treat the person you're coupling with care and attention, as you would a major client. The benefits that the Feng family can bring to her make Fengling the biggest client in her life. Jiang Tong returned to his room after eating. Fengling was sitting on the sofa playing a game. She didn't say anything and went to take a shower. Fengling had expected Jiang Tang to talk to him, but she went to take a shower without saying anything. Did she have nothing to say to him when she traveled for 7 days without a word? It's an unemotional mansion marriage, but that's just a little too unemotional, isn't it? It's chilling. Jiang Tong took a shower and came out wearing a pink tulle nightgown. Fengling raised his head when he heard the commotion and saw the scene. Jiang Tong asked him, "Going to sleep?" Fengling, what does she mean by that? Sleeping? What sleep? Is it just sleep? Or is it sleeping like on your wedding night? He was red-faced for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Not sleeping? Jiang Tong asked. Sleep, Fengling said with a red face. Why doesn't your own wife sleep? No sleep for nothing. He wants to sleep. He'd soiled several pairs of underwear the week she'd been traveling. In order not to be discovered by the maid, he didn't even dare to throw it in the laundry basket. He secretly threw it in the trash can and had to cover it up with paper towels. Don't misunderstand. Fengling blushed and said, I want to sleep with you. Not because I like you or I want to sleep with you. It's because Grandpa wants a big grandchild, and he wants me to hurry up and have a baby. So, you're just an emotionless childbearing tool. He knew that saying this might hurt Jiang Tang. Any normal person would be pissed off at being used as a childbearing tool. He blew a gasket when he realized he was being used as a childbearing tool by his grandfather. Jiang Tong, too, must be angry. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded gently. I know. I happen to be ovulating today. Because she had to catch her ovulation. She worked overtime the day she traveled to get her work done ahead of schedule. It's all about getting back in time to have sex with him when he's ovulating. Fengling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. You're not mad at me? She's a highly educated, self-reliant new woman of her time. A strong woman. A great heroine. And she's not even upset about being used as a childbearing tool? What? Jiang Tong asked Fengling. Fengling shook his head. No. Jiang Tong was really strange. She doesn't seem angry about anything. Knowing that she didn't love her. She wasn't angry at being forced by her grandfather to marry her on pain of death. Knowing that she's just a childbearing tool doesn't make her angry. Has she always been this stable? He just couldn't imagine what kind of people and things would make her angry. Go to sleep, Jiang Tong said. Take the lead on the bed. Fengling hesitated and followed suit. It was true that he didn't like Jiang Tong, but he also really wanted to sleep with Jiang Tong. Day and night thoughts. Not only did he think about it at night, but occasionally during the day he would get carried away thinking about the way she moved on her wedding night. The two lay on the bed. Fengling was a little nervous and a little embarrassed, not knowing how to start. It was Jiang Tong who took the initiative on the wedding night, and he went with his manly instincts behind him. But now, should he initiate? It wasn't that he didn't want to take the initiative. He was just, well, a little shy. And, well, how should he start? What to do first? Is it a hug first? Or do we kiss first? Jiang Tong laid on the bed and waited for a while without waiting for Fengling to move, guessing that Fengling might be a bit shy and embarrassed. She was actually shy and embarrassed, but she was older and more mentally mature than him, and there were some things that she would do, even if she was embarrassed and shy, for the end goal. It seems that I still have to take the initiative myself tonight. She lifted the thin quilt covering her body and rolled over, straddling him, her long hair sliding down her shoulders and falling over his chest as she looked down at him. Fengling was startled and looked at Jiang Tang. The body tensed up. What she's going to do? Jiang Tong had wanted to say something, but they weren't familiar with each other and didn't know what to say, so he just didn't say anything and lowered his head and kissed. Fengling froze for a moment. The next thing he knew, Jiang Tong was lying flat. Lay flat to match him. Let him do whatever he wants. With the lessons learned from the wedding night, Fengling didn't want to make Jiang Tang cry, but in the end, Jiang Tong still cried. Fengling was innocent, but in his heart there was a hidden proud pride. If anything, he couldn't tell if Jiang Tang was crying because of pain on her wedding night or because of something else. But tonight, he was divided. She wasn't crying because of the pain. She was crying because of a physical reaction. It was physiological tears. Tears that the emotion couldn't control. A woman's tears at this point are a man's stimulant. He pestered Jiang Tong to fool around several more times before letting her go. Chapter 13. I heard you threw your underwear in the trash. After working for a few days, Fengling also had a more punctual biological clock, and he woke up when Jiang Tang did. Waking up, the two looked at each other and without speaking, they each got up and went to wash up and go downstairs for breakfast. Elder Feng looked at Fengling, who had a refreshed and insatiable face, tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ha, man. The other day every morning he had a look of lustful resentment on his face, as if someone owed him tens of billions of dollars that he hadn't paid back. As soon as his wife returned last night, he couldn't hide the smugness and satisfaction in his expression now. I don't know who didn't want to join forces and refused to be a stud in the first place. The smack in the face came really fast. If he hadn't had to save face in front of his wife, he'd be laughing at him a few times high and low right now. After breakfast, the three went to work. Zhang Tong arrived at the office. She had been in charge of Zhang Group's overseas business in foreign countries before, and now she was transferred back to Zhang Group, but she didn't work at the headquarters either. Instead, they work for their entertainment agency. Zhang's group has many industries, food, clothing and so on, but the two main industries are entertainment and real estate. Real estate was very lucrative in the earlier years. Most of the big companies on the market, in the beginning, started with real estate. Real estate has fallen back hard in recent years, and Zhang's group has also suffered, but the roots are there and the impact is not great. As people's living conditions become better and better, and they pursue a higher level of various spiritual dimensions, the entertainment industry has developed very well in recent years. Zhang's group's entertainment agency had signed hundreds of artists. Of these several hundred artists, most of them were 18th-tier starlets, and only a few were first-tier traffic. The stars' ability to make money was amazing, and these hundreds of big and small star artist actors and actresses could earn billions a year for Zhang's group. Zhang Tong became the president of Zhang's entertainment group as soon as he returned to China. When they arrived at the company, Zhang Tong called the secretary into the office. Have the secretary notify the company's brokers in Seatown of a meeting. As for some accompanied by star artists in the field cannot come. The back of the microblogging to inform the content of the meeting. When the personnel arrived, Zhang Tang went to the meeting. The main point of the meeting was that the company let its artists go on air to bring the goods. Live streaming bandwagons is now a big trend. Countless internet celebrities have made a fortune from live streaming with their products. On the internet, the money a Netflix with a few million followers earns in a year can even surpass a first-tier traffic. The head anchor of the live bandwagon is even making tens of billions of dollars a year, and a top stream star only makes a few hundred million a year. There are some celebrities who have started live bandwagoning now, but these are the minority and most of the celebrity artists are yet to live bandwagoning. That's because most celebrity artists don't see live bandwagons. They think that they are actors and entertainers and should focus on acting, while live streaming with goods is something that netizens do. Saying exaggerated words in the live broadcast to sell their goods will damage their image grade. Actor-artist stars are not looking at Netflix. Self-consciousness is one step above Netflix, because many internet celebrities got their fire by rubbing it in by being weird and pretending to be ugly and so on. She didn't feel that there was any difference between a netizen and a star performer. She was capitalizing on the fact that for her, whether it was a netizen or a star performer was a profession. As capital, all she wants is to make money. She wants all her artists to come and carry the goods. Of course, it is not forced. Willing to live with goods the company can arrange. Not willing, the company is not forced. Needing to communicate your decision. Feng Ling and Elder Feng went to the company. In the car, Elder Feng asked Feng Ling, "Did Tong Tong coax you last night?" Feng Ling's face instantly turned red, glanced at Elder Feng, and said, "What is she doing coaxing me? I'm not a child." She didn't coax? Elder Feng was surprised. Feng Ling didn't say anything with a red face. Elder Feng, she clearly promised me to coax you. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng. You let her coax me? Aha. Elder Feng nodded. Feng Ling had a sudden uneasy premonition in his heart and stared at Elder Feng and asked, "Grandpa, what did you say?" How did what say?" "Straight up. Of course, that she's been traveling for a week and you missed her and were in a bad mood and asked her to coax you a little." Feng Ling. At this moment, the sky of the wildly dazzling young Master Feng collapsed. "Grandpa." Feng Ling's face reddened with anger. "How can you talk nonsense? When did I miss her? He's disgraced himself." Grandpa was really mad at him. "You don't think about her? Then what's with the pea-face you've been wearing every day this week? Like someone owes you tens of billions or something?" Elder Feng chuckled. Feng Ling's red face gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. "That's true that someone owes me money and hasn't paid it back. It's normal for someone in his position to owe him money. And what's with the underwear in the bathroom trash can?" Elder Feng asked again. Feng Ling froze and looked at Elder Feng in surprise. "How did Grandpa know? Did he go through the trash?" Elder Feng smiled proddingly. Feng Ling was so embarrassed that he wanted to get under the car. "Do you even know what privacy means? How can you go through my trash?" Feng Ling was furious. Elder Feng didn't take it seriously at all and said with a smile, "It's not like I went through it. It was old Zhao who told me." Feng Ling, so it was Butler Zhao who went through it? What's Butler Zhao doing now? It's amazing what you can do at your age to go through someone's trash can. It really is true that the older you get, the less sense you make of it. How could old Zhao do such a thing? Elder Feng smiled and said. It was the maid in charge of cleaning and taking out the garbage at home who told old Zhao. Feng Ling, I heard that you still want to cover it up with a tissue? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Feng Ling, at this moment, he closed himself up, did not want to talk. In the Feng family, 22 years of face is completely lost. It could be imagined that with these two loudmouths, Butler Zhao and Grandpa, leading the rumor, this matter had already spread within the Feng family, and in the future, he would be completely unable to raise his head as a human being in the Feng family. He didn't want to talk. What's wrong? Master Feng smiled and asked. Angry? Self-absorbed? What's wrong with that? It's perfectly normal for men. Feng Ling still didn't want to talk. Really don't want to. Sometimes, with such a grandfather and housekeeper, he really didn't want to live. He was so tired of living. Suddenly, Feng Ling remembered a very important thing and said to Elder Feng with a serious expression. Grandpa, you have to warn Butler Zhao and the servants in the house that this matter absolutely must not be let known to Jiang Tang. This was the last face of his young master Feng. What's in this? Elder Feng smiled and said. It's not like it's something unseemly. Tong Tong has been in society for so long. What kind of things haven't we seen before? Chapter 14, Why are you fooling around again? Grandpa. Feng Ling was furious and said through clenched teeth. If you tell her, I'll jump out of the car right now. With that, his hand gripped the door handle of the car, looking like he was about to open the door and jump off at any moment. Good. Elder Feng hurriedly pacified him. Don't tell Tang Tang. I will definitely instruct everyone that this matter cannot be told to Tang Tang no matter what. You promise? Feng Ling said. Master Feng said. I promise. If you tell Jiang Tang, then you won't be able to hold a great-grandson for the rest of your life. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng. So hard. Not being mean to him. Rather, he was ruthless to Feng Ling himself. If he couldn't hold a great-grandson for the rest of his life, wouldn't that mean Feng Ling would never have a child for the rest of his life? The ones who are tough on themselves are the ones who are really tough. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng. Be tough on yourself to be tougher on your enemies. Elder Feng nodded. I promise. This matter, if I tell Tong Tang, I won't be able to hold my great-grandson for the rest of my life. He doesn't say, but the rest of the family said it, but it's nothing to do with him. That way, he wouldn't be breaking his vow, and he could still hold his great-grandson. Feng Ling glanced at Elder Feng and didn't say anything, but his hand loosened the car door handle. Jiang Tong had a lunch date with the company's top stream of time seekers. Discuss with Timeless Seek about his live bandwagon. Timeless Search is 3 years ago because of a campus idol drama Fire. A hit. Among the top stream. These 3 years, for the company earned a lot of money. Gangtang wants Timeless Seek to come on the air and bring in the goods. Of course, such a status position as Tokavo Seek live bandwagon is to lower his own style, which is unfavorable to his subsequent development. Jiang Tong also does not require him to live carry goods all the time. It is hoped that he can occasionally live carry goods for the company's other artists live carry to attract traffic. There is also a more important point that the food processing plant under Jiang Group is ready to launch a new snack. Jiang Tang hopes that Timeless Seek will launch the snack through live banding. This was Jiang Tong's first time to see Toki Changshin, having only occasionally seen him on TV in the past. A cool, untamed brow and studded ears. Cool and handsome with dyed, flamboyant white hair. It's not easy to mess with. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Tang told his purpose while eating. Aha! Tokaho Hunt nodded, his eyebrows still cold and cool, and said, You discussed the specific details of the process with my agent. Jiang Tong froze for a moment. Tokaho Seek is not a good person to talk to. People are not bad, did not do anything to bully people and violate the law, but it's just a bad temper. Not good to talk, not good to communicate. When his temper is up, he doesn't give face to anyone. The company hasn't been around for a few years to clean up his mess in the background. Often says yes to program items like these because other people piss him off and say no. She had thought that it would take a lot of words to be rejected by Tokiomi today, but she didn't expect that he would agree so easily. It seems like, isn't as bad of a communicator as it's been rumored to be. It's good to communicate. Jiang Tong smiled and said, Good. Tokaji Hunter glanced at her, called the waiter, ordered 2 more dishes, and said, This is the signature dish here. Try it. Jiang Tong froze for a moment and looked at Timothy Seeker. He's a little strange. Is this his way of sucking up to her? But he didn't look like that. Tokaho Seeker didn't say anything, lowered his eyes, and dined. The tips of his ears slightly reddened, and Jiang Tong didn't notice. The two finished their meal and walked out of the booth. Tang Tang. Elder Feng called Jiang Tang and asked with a smile, You're also dining here? Jiang Tong looked at Elder Feng and nodded with a smile. Aha! Glanced at Fengling. Fengling was looking at Shi Changsun with cold eyes. Feeling her gaze, he gave her a cold look and averted his eyes with a grunt. Jiang Tong. I don't know what pissed him off again. It's true that a child's face can change at the drop of a hat. Elder Feng brought Fengling to socialize and meet his partners, while Jiang Tang also came to talk about official business with Timothy Seeker. After a few brief words, they parted ways. When he left, Timothy asked Jiang Tang, "You're familiar with Elder Feng?" She called Mr. Feng her grandfather? Although they were of an age where this title was fine, generally this kind of either called Feng Lao, Mr. Feng, or Grandpa Feng. It's too intimate to call Grandpa directly. He thought it was strange. Aha! Jiang Tong nodded and said with a smile, Fengling and I got married. She and Fengling got married and didn't intend to hide it from the outside world. Friends and family on both sides were aware of it. In 2 months, she and Fengling would have a grand wedding, and by then, the whole city, the whole country, and even the whole world would know about it. Shi Changxuan froze for a moment, looking at Jiang Tang in surprise and shock. It took a long time to look away. What? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Surprised? Shi Changxian finally came back to his senses and looked at her, his expression growing colder and colder as he asked, "Is Jiang in some kind of trouble?" Jiang Tong froze for a moment, not understanding why Shi Changxuan asked this, and looked at him. Why else would you marry a dude so much younger than you? Tokaji asked searchingly. Jiang Tong. It seemed that Fengling's dude was really famous, and even Timothy Seeker, who wasn't in this circle, knew about it. No. Jiang Tong smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, Jiang's is currently very good and stable." Then why did you marry him? I don't know if it was Jiang Tang's illusion, but she felt that Shi Changxuan's voice was even colder and harder. Moreover, there was undisguised malice towards Fengling in the words. She had thought that Tokaji-sun was worried that Jiang's situation was bad and that it would affect his career, and now it seems as if it isn't. Jiang Tong smiled and casually said, "Of course it's because I like it. It's only natural that wives like their husbands." No one can pick an excuse for this answer. Tokaho Seeker stopped talking with a cold face. For the rest of the trip, Tokiomi never said another word until they reached the office and parted ways. After work, Bai Langyu and a few of them asked Fengling to go play. Fengling arrived at the place. Everyone else arrived and found a seat. Just happened to be sitting next to Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei then tilted her head and whispered in his ear, "Why are you here? Didn't my sister come back from her business trip?" He's not at home with his sister. He's out fooling around again? Because his sister left her newlywed Fengling to go on a business trip, he came out to fool around. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, but their siblings were at a disadvantage. He did not dare to say anything. Chapter 15, Jiang Tang just likes me. Now that his sister is back, he can dare to talk. Fengling glanced at Zhang Bei with cold eyes and hummed without saying anything. It's better to come back than not to come back at all. As soon as I came back, I was with other unsavory men. It's distracting to watch. Might as well be out on business all the time. He's out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Bei frowned when he saw Fengling like this. What are you doing being gloomy? Want you to care? Fengling was holding a lot of anger in his heart, just as Zhang Bei was about to crash. So he vented at him. You're too much of a man? You live by the sea, don't you? Zhang Bei was about to dislike him back. Fengling added, moreover, didn't your teacher teach you to respect the old and love the young when you were in school? Is this how you treat your elders? Zhang Bei froze for a moment. Elder? Aha. Fengling nodded. I'm your brother-in-law. Am I not an elder? Zhang Bei choked and was about to retort when Lu Jinli left his mouth. What are you two getting together and muttering about? The others also looked at Zhang Bei and Fengling, surveying the two with a suspicious scrutinizing gaze. Both of them have been feeling out of sorts lately, coming together to mutter whenever they meet, as if they're hiding something from them. It always felt like the three of them were isolated by the two of them. Zhang Bei was about to speak when Fengling straightened his back and said, I'm educating him. Friends were amused to hear this. Laughing, they asked, how did you educate him? I taught him to respect his elders. Fengling said. Lu Jinli smiled and asked, then which elder did you teach him to respect? Are there any of their elders here? Aren't we all friends of equal rank? Me. Fengling said, I'm his elder. The others laughed and scolded. What kind of elder do you count him as? You take advantage of Zhang Bei? Be careful of Zhang Bei beating you up. I'm his brother-in-law. Fengling said. Everyone else laughed and didn't believe what he said at all, saying to Zhang Bei, Bei, he's taking advantage of you like this. Why don't you beat him up? Who doesn't know that Zhang Bei is a sister control? Opening and closing his mouth, how beautiful and capable my sister is. Fengling dared to take advantage of Zhang Bei's sister. He was dead. They were waiting for Zhang Bei to have a seizure, but they saw Zhang Bei sitting there motionless, although his face didn't look good. The smiles on the faces of Lu Jianli's few people slowly stiffened. Feng Ling slightly tilted his chin in triumph as he looked at the several people. If Jiang Bei dared to beat him up, he would go back and tell Jiang Tang. The younger generation beat up the elder generation. It's against the law. Silence, silence. No way? Lu Jianli looked at Jiang Bei and Feng Ling with disbelief. The two men looked complacent. One had a face of stifled anger, but dared not say anything. This can't be true, can it? Jiang Bei is also the wildly dazzling and cool young master of the Jiang family, and has never been a master of holding back his anger. The fact that he was like this now only meant one thing: what Feng Ling said was true. He really is Jiang Bei's brother-in-law. Jiang Bei has only one sister, Jiang Tang. How is this possible? Lu Jianli looked at Feng Ling. How could you be with sister Jiang Tang? A 22, a 27, 5 years difference in age, a motivated, career-driven woman. One is a rich kid who doesn't learn to eat and die. How can two people who don't get along with each other be together? Let me correct that. Feng Ling said. We're not together. We're married. Crowd froze, looking at Feng Ling, shocked, amazed. It took a while for him to come back to his senses. What the hell is going on here? Toki Sang asked. His Jiang Tong's sister, the fairy-like Jiang Tong's sister, got married just like that? And married her own fox friend? It's not. If his friends can do it, why can't he? He can do it too. Nothing's going on. Feng Ling said. It's just arranged by the elders of the family. Crowd. A business marriage? The crowd took a few dozen seconds to digest the news. And then, Shi Qishang and Lu Jianli exploded. Jiang Bei, if Feng Ling can then why can't I? Lu Jianli asked angrily. And me, I can too, Timothy said. They have a fairy sister filter for Jiang Tang. Although they hadn't thought about what to do with Jiang Tang before and felt that they were not worthy of Jiang Tang's sister. But now, when they thought carefully, Feng Ling could. So could they. If their foxy friends deserve it, then so do they. Sooner or later, the union is going to happen anyway. Sister Jiang Tong, mature and sensible, dignified and generous, and with whom they have grown up together. It would be better to be with Jiang Tong's sister rather than joining forces with unfamiliar and strange and unknown magnates in the future. Sister Jiang Tong has been taking care of them and treating them well since they were young, and when they really want to get married, Sister Jiang Tong will definitely take care of them and treat them as well as she did when they were young. Jiang Bei was innocent and helpless. I didn't know anything about it before, and if I had known about it, do you think they could have made it? Jiang Bei didn't have the heart to say. If he had known, he would have found a way to sabotage it. Definitely won't let Feng Ling this yellow hair scourge his sister. Toki-san and Ryu Jinli nodded their heads. Feng Ling really doesn't deserve Sister Jiang Tang. Feng Ling looked at a few people. Again, smug, kind of holding back the depression again, delighted that he married the woman they all wanted to marry. The stifling depression is, where is he that bad? It was fine for Jiang Bei to think that he was not worthy of Jiang Tong. Jiang Bei was originally a sister control, thinking that his sister was the best in the world and the most beautiful in the world. But what makes Shishang Lu Jianli and the others think he's not good enough for Jiang Tang? Feng Ling is a graceful and handsome young master Feng. Go out. But also countless young girls chasing the object of adoration. Is it that bad? They were like that, and the whole thing was making him lose his confidence. Where is Jiang Tong that good? She's just a little bit prettier than the other women. A little bit more capable. A little bit more fit. It's just that, and it's not a heavenly creature. The others couldn't see Feng Ling's smug look. What are you smug about? It's just not an emotional union, Lu Jianli said sourly. Such an unemotional union. And he wanted it. He hadn't thought about marrying and falling in love with a woman older than himself before. But that person, if it was Jiang Tong's sister, he can. He really can. Feng Ling let out a light laugh. What do you guys know? Do you guys really think that it's just a marriage of luxury families without feelings? Isn't it? Ryuga asked them. If it's really just a marriage between powerful families with no feelings but only interests, why doesn't she look for other powerful men to marry? Isn't there a man in the circle who has more money than my family and is her equal in age and ability? Jiang Tong's posture and ability like that. What kind of marriage partner do you want to find that you can't? Why did it have to be me? It's not because you like me. Chapter 16 Jiang Tang goes to pick up drunken Feng Ling. Feng Ling tilted his chin in triumph. Anyway, in his opinion, Jiang Tang just coveted his youth and beauty. Lu Jianli, Toki Qishang, the sky is falling. Sister Jiang Tong, in their minds, a perfect woman like a fairy, actually liked a yellow hair like Feng Ling? Really the sky is falling. Jiang Bei didn't say anything with a sullen face. Feng Ling had a point. If her sister really wanted to find a marriage partner, she could have her pick of any of Sea City's rich and powerful men. It's not that he's bragging. His sister is beautiful, capable, mature and stable, and since she was young, She's been the child of other people's families in her parents' mouths. It was also because her sister had been abroad all these years and hadn't returned much, or else the threshold of their house would have been trampled by the rich men who came to see city to beg for her hand in marriage. Such a sister, so many suitable candidates are not picked, but picked Fong Ling, who has a big age gap with her and not all the way. What's that if it's not a favorite? When did sister fall in love with Fong Ling? Over the years, my sister was basically abroad, busy with her business, and seldom returned to her home country, and when she did occasionally, she came and went in a hurry. Could it be that he saw Fong Ling unintentionally one time and fell in love with him at first sight? Jiang Bei glanced at Fong Ling. Fong Ling, this is the only face that he can really hold in front of his sister. Fong Ling's face was almost uniquely handsome in the circle. Next, Shi Qisheng and Lu Jianli turned their grief and anger into alcohol, desperately sealing Ling's wine, dunking from the dinner table to karaoke. Bai Lang, you couldn't even stop him from being on the sidelines. How can you stop the revenge of taking your wife? And Jiang Bei just watched coldly from the sidelines. Doesn't help with the dunking, but doesn't block it either. If his status didn't allow it, he would have started dunking Fong Ling himself. At 10 o'clock, Fong Ling was finally drunk. Lu Jianli said to Jiang Bei, Bei, have Sister Jiang Tang pick him up. Sister Jiang Tong didn't like them drinking, let alone Fong Ling being drunk. Look at Fong Ling now, paralyzed like a puddle of mud on the sofa. Where is the usual style of young Master Fong? Jiang Bei then called Jiang Tong. Let Jiang Tong pick up Fong Ling. Hang up the phone. Lu Jianli asked, will Sister Jiang Tang come? Jiang Bei said, will. If my sister promises to come, she's sure to come. Lu Jianli froze for a moment and said, I haven't seen Sister Jiang Tang for a long time. It's been almost a year since we last saw each other, right? Jiang Tong came, found the private room, pushed open the door, and saw Fong Ling collapsed on the sofa, and the other people were playing their own games, not caring about him at all. They can be such good brothers. The others froze for a moment when they saw Jiang Tong coming, and those who were singing and drinking stopped and looked at Jiang Tong. Lu Jianli and Shi Qisheng hadn't seen Jiang Tang for a long time. They felt that Sister Jiang Tang seemed more beautiful than before. It used to be a fairy, but now it was a big beautiful fairy. It really wasn't worthy of a yellow hair like Fong Ling. It was the first time Bai Langyue had seen Jiang Tang, having only heard about it from Jiang Bei's mouth before. Jiang Bei said his sister how beautiful and excellent, outstanding. He thought to himself, what kind of beauty he has not seen? Jiang Tang can be beautiful where to go. Unexpectedly, it really is this beautiful. And, the flavor of the like mature woman on the body is 1,000. Not around them, around the teenage and 20-year-old little girls can be compared. Shiro Yu's heart was beating a little fast. Sister Jiang Tong is really so beautiful. The whole person just stood quietly in the doorway like this, and when her eyes swept over them, she was flavorful and charming. Sis, Jiang Bei greeted. Sister Jiang Tang. Lu Jianli and Shi Qisheng followed suit in greeting. Sister, Bai Langyue hesitantly called after her. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. Aha! Entering the house, he came to Fong Ling and sat down next to him, looking at Jiang Bei and asking, you guys dunked him? There's no way Fong Ling is drunk alone and they're all fine. Heartbreak flashed across several faces. Just Jiang Bei said with a straight face, no, it's true that he didn't dunk the ceiling Ling wine. It's just that there's no stopping other people from dunking him. The others didn't say anything, especially Lu Jianli and Shi Qisheng. Their eyes flickered and they looked embarrassed, looking at the sky and the air, just not looking at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong understood and laughed lightly, without pursuing any further. He sat by Fong Ling's side and tenderly whispered softly, Fong Ling, I've come to pick you up. Let's go home. Fong Ling didn't move or speak, thoroughly drunk. Jiang Tong pressed the pager and called the staff, letting the KTV staff hold Fong Ling up, saying goodbye to Jiang Bei, Lu Jianli and the others, and then leaving. Sister Jiang Tang really likes Fong Ling. Lu Jianli frowned. Fong Ling drank like this, and not only did Sister Jiang Tang not get angry, she even came to pick him up in person. What's that if it's not a favorite? If it were any other woman, she'd just let the man drink himself to death out there. Die so you can inherit. Jiang Bei didn't say anything. Do you like it? That's what his sister told him. But, my sister was acting as if she wasn't. Although the sister personally came to pick up Fong Ling, and the tone was also very gentle. But, he did not see heartache in his sister's eyes. If her sister really loved Fong Ling, she would definitely be worried and heartbroken when she saw Fong Ling drinking like this. But my sister didn't. He had seen what his sister looked like when she truly loved someone many years ago. Therefore, it was easy to distinguish whether her sister loved Fong Ling or not. Sister doesn't love Fong Ling. Then sister and Fong Ling got married not because sister said she liked it, but for other reasons. Is their family's business really in some kind of trouble? That's why my sister sacrificed her happiness to marry a man she didn't love in order to get help from the Fong family. Are your sister and mom and dad hiding it from you? Jungbei was preoccupied. He can't seem to get by with this any longer. Jiang Tong took Feng Ling back home. Had the home security guards help Feng Ling back to his room? And had the maids cook sobering soup? Elder Feng looked angry and frowned at Feng Ling, who was paralyzed on the bed like a paralyzed slime. It's really a mess that can't be helped. After finding him such a beautiful and considerate wife, he doesn't know how to stay at home with her. Instead he goes out to fool around with a bunch of men and gets drunk. How did he get such an ungrateful grandson? What are you doing picking him up? Let him drink himself to death outside, Elder Feng said angrily. Jiang Tong smiled gently. Grandpa, Ling had a party with his friends. He was the groom, and his friends let him have a few more drinks. Jiang Bei asked her to pick up Feng Ling, so their circle of friends knew about her marriage to Feng Ling. The groomsmen get dumped. Normal. Elder Feng frowned. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I know Grandpa is worried about Ling's health. Grandpa, don't worry. When Ling wakes up tomorrow, I will tell Ling to drink less in the future, lest the family worry. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Tang. This wife he chose for Ling was really good, mature, gentle, understanding and considerate. Chapter 17, Who showered me? I hope Ling knows how to cherish and not to break her heart by fooling around. Aha! Elder Feng laughed. Feng Ling asked the male security guards in the house to help Feng Ling to the bathroom so that they could give Feng Ling a bath. After taking a bath and helping him to bed, looking at Feng Ling who hadn't woken up yet, she didn't insist on feeding him the sobering soup and let him sleep. She cleaned up and washed up and went to bed as well. It was fortunate that Feng Ling was drunk. Otherwise, her body might not be able to withstand it if he wanted it tonight. Tonight, get a good night's sleep. In the morning, Feng Ling woke up with a headache. Covering his aching head he looked at his surroundings, which were at home. His memory was stuck on last night when he was getting drunk by Lu Jianling and Shi Jisheng, and what happened after that was completely unknown. How did he get back? Did Zhangbei, Lu Jianli and the others send him back? No way. They won't be so kind. Lu Jianli, Shi Jisheng, they hated to dunk themselves last night, and although Zhang Bei did not dunk him, he has been coldly watching without stopping, and not stopping is condoning, so it definitely can't be them. Who's that? There's no way he could have walked back on his own, right? He reached out towards the bed for his cell phone, only to realize, as he reached out, that he was naked. No clothes. He froze for a moment, sniffing, surprised that he didn't smell like alcohol after all the drinks he'd had last night. That means that last night, he took a shower. There's no way he could have bathed himself when he was that drunk. So, who washed it for themselves? Is it Jiang Tang? Feng Ling twisted his head toward his side. Jiang Tong lay beside him. As soon as he looked over, Jiang Tang opened her eyes. Looking at Feng Ling, she smiled and said, Good morning. Feng Ling's face reddened when he thought that Jiang Tong might have been the one who gave him a bath last night. Morning. Jiang Tong asked with concern. Is there anything uncomfortable? Feng Ling didn't say anything. Jiang Tong asked again. Do you have a headache? This time, Feng Ling nodded. Jiang Tong smiled and said, The kitchen has sobering soup. I'll have them bring it up. Last night she guessed that Feng Ling might wake up with a headache this morning, so she had the kitchen prepare a sobering soup in the morning, so that Feng Ling can drink it as soon as he wakes up. Feng Ling nodded. It didn't matter if he drank the sobering up soup or not or whatever. What mattered was who the hell had given him a bath last night. Feng Ling wanted to ask, but couldn't. Asked if Jiang Tong had given him a bath last night. That seems a little too ambiguous. Feng Ling asked, How did I get back last night? Jiang Tong smiled and said, It was Abe who called me and I went to pick you up. Feng Ling froze for a moment, not realizing that it was actually Jiang Tang who picked himself up. Well, he's not drunk, is he? He hadn't been drunk before. At least, not to the point of unconsciousness, or at best, slightly intoxicated. I wonder if he's a good drunk. Did he go crazy? He couldn't imagine the image of himself crying and screaming at Jiang Tang in a drunken rage. He wanted to ask himself if he had been drunk. But what if Jiang Tong says he's gone crazy with alcohol? How is he going to face her then? Feng Ling chose to shut up and not ask anything. Feng Ling went to wash up and came out after washing up, and the maid brought up the sobering soup. Feng Ling drank it and went downstairs with Jiang Tang for breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Tang went back to her room to change and get ready for work. So Feng Ling pulled the housekeeper to the side to whisper, Uncle Zhao, last night, I didn't go crazy with alcohol, did I? Feng Ling asked apprehensively. Housekeeper Zhao looked at Feng Ling and said with a smile, No, the young master was very good when he was drunk. Feng Ling, good behavior? No one had used that word to describe him since he was 5 or 6 years old. Aha! Butler Zhao nodded with a smile. The young master that the young lady went to pick up came back, and the young master just leaned on the young lady, especially quiet and well-behaved, causing people to pity him. Stop! Fongling couldn't take it anymore and stopped Butler Zhao with a red face. Butler Zhao. Stop it. Pitying is the word to describe him as a big, bloody man? That clearly describes a dainty woman. Butler Zhao. Uncle Cho when you're happy. Joe Butler when you're not happy. The young master can change his face really fast. Butler Zhao. Can you speak realistically? Fongling looked at Butler Zhao with dissatisfaction. I'm a man with a height of 180 plus. When I'm drunk, Jiang Tang can hold me up, and he's leaning on Jiang Tong? Butler Zhao's addition was just too obvious. Why can't you hold it up? Butler Zhao smiled and said, you're the young lady's husband. Her whole world. The young lady fights with all her might to hold on. Fongling's face reddened and she glared at him. Butler Zhao was really talking so meaty now. What with words like he was Jiang Tang's whole world? Don't you be ridiculous. Where am I talking nonsense? What I'm saying is true. Young master, you don't even know how nervous the young lady was last night when she heard that you were drunk. Rushing out, picking you up, and then hoofing it to get the kitchen to cook you sobering soup. Wait a minute. Fongling interrupted Butler Zhao with a red face and hesitated for a moment to ask, who gave me a bath last night? Of course it's Les. Zhao Butler opened his mouth. Tell the truth. Fongling glared at him. Zhao Butler blinked. I'm telling the truth. It's the young lady. Fongling's face instantly burst into red. It's really Jiang Tong. Then wouldn't she have seen and touched him all over? He was about to say something when he heard Butler Zhao continue. The security guards at the house were called to wash it for you. Fongling. The dryness on his face instantly faded, frowning as he looked at Butler Zhao quite breathlessly. Can't he finish his sentences at once? Who taught him to break sentences like that? Mind-blowing. Fongling is gone. Butler Zhao. Did he say something wrong? Why does it feel as if the young master isn't very happy anymore? Knowing that it was the bodyguard of the house that gave him a bath last night, Fongling was normal when he faced Jiang Tang again. Jiang Tong said to Fongling, drink less alcohol in the future. It's not good for your health. Fongling looked at Jiang Tang, saying, do you know why I got drunk last night? Jiang Tong smiled and asked, why? It was Lu Jianli and Shi Jisheng who dunked me. Fongling said, and Jiang Bei was on the sidelines and didn't help me. And the reason why Lu Jianli and Shi Jisheng dunked him was because of her. So she was the one responsible for getting him drunk last night. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, why did they dunk you? Fongling looked at her. Did she really not know or was she pretending not to know? He didn't say anything. Jiang Tong saw his appearance and smiled. Well, they won't dunk you again in the future. Fongling looked at her suspiciously. Jiang Tong said, let's go. Go to work. Chapter 18, have you eaten yet? Fongling collapsed. He really did a lot of evil in his last life. So get up early and go to work in this life. Jiang Bei, Lu Jianli and the others must still be sleeping and dreaming. Why did Lu Jianli and Shi Qisheng pour Fongling's wine? Jiang Tong probably had a number in mind. It was probably Jiang Bei who was behind it. The fact that Fongling made a point of saying Jiang Bei is on the sidelines not helping him was enough. Jiang Tong called Jiang Bei to the company. Jiang Bei came to the company and asked, sister, what are you looking for me for? Don't like Fongling as a brother-in-law? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Jiang Bei, why don't I get you a new brother-in-law? Jiang Tong asked again. Jiang Bei asked, is that okay? Jiang Tong looked at him and smiled faintly, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. What do you think? Jiang Bei had a jolt and hurriedly said, no need. Fongling is quite good. Since you think he's good, learn from him. Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei asked, learn what? Learning to eat and drink like Fongling? Arrogant and domineering? You've been playing around for a while since you graduated. So start tomorrow and come to work at the company. Jiang Tong said. Sister. Jiang Bei looked at Jiang Tang in horror. It felt like the sky was falling. The company will be handed over to you sooner or later. Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei said in a serious manner. Sister, I think that it's okay for the company to be handed over to you. He doesn't have any great ambitions. He just wants to be a rich kid who lives his life waiting to die. He never felt that because he was the son. The company and the family fortune were nonetheless his own. It's okay for the family estate and company to be the sister's, as long as his sister gives him some pocket money every month. That's what you think. Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei, what? Don't want to learn from Fongling? Jiang Tong asked with a leathery smile. Jiang Bei, think. Don't dare not think about it. It was only then that Jiang Tong sincerely smiled and complimented. Ah, Bei is so good. Jiang Bei reddened. How could his sister praise him like this? He's not a kid anymore. Only praise children for being good. Still, the heart is happy. Jiang Bei was complimented and left the company happily. Send off Jiang Bei. Jiang Tong chatted with Lu Jianli Shi Lianqing's parents on WeChat again, asking the elders about their recent situation with concern. After asking about recent developments, he talked about Jiang Bei wanting to enter the company. The elders of the two families exclaimed that Jiang Bei finally understood. And then he thought of his own son. The three of them grew up wearing the same pants, sharing the same blessings and difficulties. There are classes. Together. Of course, Jiang Tang thought. When you're all at work, you don't have as much time and energy to dunk her husband. The elders of the two families immediately informed Lu Jianli and Shi Jisheng. The two resisted. Was two parents to block back? You're good, brother. Feng Ling and Jiang Bei are working. You are not good to wear a pants? Blessed to share the same difficulties. There are classes. Of course, to work together. Lu Jianli, Tim Chilson. The two men looked confused. Feng Ling is even. The only son of the Feng family will have to work sooner or later. But Jiang Bei, this dude is playing well. How can he be so unthinkable to go to work as well? The two asked Jiang Bei in the group. Lu Jianli, Jiang Bei, why can't you figure out how to go to work when you're in a good place? Sure, Qisheng, you wouldn't have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, wanting to compete with sister Jiang Tang for the family fortune. Would you? Lu Jianli, what? You actually have such a treacherous and self-seeking idea? You're a waste of brain. Can you compete with Jiang Tang's sister? Sure, Qisheng, anyway, we won't help you if you fight with sister Jiang Tang for the family fortune. Lu Jianli, yes, let's help sister Jiang Tang. Jiang Bei heard his cell phone ring and went into the group to take a look. Two black eyes. What kind of friends does he know? He didn't say anything and they pushed a whole bunch of buttons. When did he ever say he wanted to compete with his sister for property? How dare he have such treasonous and self-defeating thoughts? He'd like to live a few more years. Sure, Qisheng, Bei. Don't worry. If you get killed by sister Jiang Tang, we will collect your body. Lu Jianli, it's the only thing we can do for you after so many years as brothers. JB, I thank you then. Bai Langyu, listening to you guys talk like this. Jiang Tang seems to be scary. Lu Jianli, how could that be? Sister Jiang Tong is the most gentle, kind and beautiful woman in the world. Toki Qiseng, you're the one who's horrible. Your whole family is horrible. Bai Langyu, I'm worried about Feng Ling. Feng Ling, Bai Langyu, Ling, you must protect yourself. Feng Ling, would I be afraid of her? Would she dare to eat me? Lu Jianli, Tokyo Sang, Jiang Bei, Shiranui Moon. Feng Ling, what are you doing? He frowned. Why were they all sending symbols like that? People usually send such symbols when they don't know what to say. The group was silent and quiet for a while, but in the end, Lu Jianli couldn't help but speak first. Lu Jianli, so what? Did a Ling eat it? Feng Ling, what's for dinner? Breakfast? Or lunch? Tokyo Sang. Feng Ling, I ate breakfast, but I haven't eaten lunch yet. What? You want to ask me out for lunch? Let me tell you. I'm working now. I'm very busy. I want to ask me to have lunch in advance to make an appointment. Jiang Bei, Shiranui Moon. Feng Ling, what's wrong with you guys? Lu Jianli, are you saying it's hard to believe that sister Jiang Tang dares to eat you? What I'm asking is, did sister Jiang Tang eat you? Now. It was Feng Ling's turn to post. In the group. He sent it and went silent, blushing through and through. How do these people have so little sense of boundaries? What's with all the questions? Is it their place to ask about things between a husband and wife? Blancmange. What does this mean? Is it eaten or not eaten? Feng Ling, what's it to you? Your family lives by the sea. You care so much? Bai Langyu, yo, I just casually asked. And you're in a hurry. It seems, it's not eaten. Moreover, how do you know that my family has a villa by the sea? Bai Langyu had also seen Jiang Tang last night, and Jiang Tang was indeed a first-class flavorful big beauty. He watched it last night with his eyes wide open. If it wasn't for the fact that she was Feng Ling's wife, he was high and low on getting hitched to hook up with the contact information. Such a great beauty. Feng Ling would definitely show off if he ate it. It's a bad thing for men. Looking at Feng Ling, I guess nothing had happened yet. It's normal, couples who are unattached to their union always have to bond and familiarize themselves for a while before intimacy occurs. In this circle, he also heard that the two couples for the sake of the interests of the agreement to marry, living under one roof, in front of outsiders love and love, in private for several years are clean even kissed the mouth it. Feng Ling didn't retort. Jiang Bei frowned. Feng Ling and his sister got married but didn't have sex? It can't be the sister. Chapter 19 Jiang Bei creates a sense of crisis for Feng Ling. Sister had married Feng Ling voluntarily. It was impossible to keep Feng Ling from touching her. Then, is the problem with sealing? Feng Ling resented the business marriage. However, he is forced to marry by Grandpa Feng using strong-arm tactics, but he resists by not touching his sister. It is a great humiliation for a woman to have a great beauty like her sister and her own husband not touching her. Feng Ling, this asshole, actually dared to humiliate his sister like this. Jiang Bei wants to stand up for his sister, but he can't force Feng Ling to sleep with his sister. How humiliating that would be. Jiang Bei thought for a long time and had a plan. He sent a message to Jiang Tong and asked Jiang Tong to have dinner in the evening. He said that Jiang Tang had been back for so long, and their siblings hadn't had a proper meal yet. Jiang Tong agreed. In the evening, Jiang Tang got off work and went straight to the restaurant that Jiang Bei had booked. She had thought that she and Jiang Bei were the only two people, but she didn't realize that there were others. Knight Inc., the son of the Knight family, or her classmates, have been classmates from elementary school to high school. Relationship was pretty good. Jiang Tong walked over and sat down. Jiang Tong, long time no see. Li Yan greeted with a smile. Jiang Tong smiled and responded, well, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? Li Yan responded. When the food came up, the two of them talked as they ate it. The two had been classmates before, and now that they were both in the working world, they could talk about anything, whether it was from their student days or from the mall. The atmosphere was great as we ate and chatted. Jiang Bei watched Li Yan and Jiang Tang chatting happily, so he took his cell phone and took pictures. Hearing the sound of a picture being taken, Jiang Tang glanced at him. Jiang Bei smiled and said, I take selfies. Jiang Tong didn't say anything. Continue chatting with Knight Inc. Jiang Bei photographed Jiang Tang and Li Yan, and then photographed the dishes on the table and so on, and then picked and chose and sent 2 photos in the circle of friends, with, dinner with my sister. Although the accompanying text was eating with her sister, the photos were accompanied by Jiang Tang and Li Yan. Li Yan is handsome, from the temperament, mature, stable and introverted, and Jiang Tang sat together, handsome man and beautiful woman. In the photo, Jiang Tang was looking at Li Yan talking with a light smile, while Li Yan was looking at Jiang Tang with a gentle brow. For those who don't know better, looking at this photo, they think the two are a couple. It looked like a good match. Jiang Bei sent a friend circle, and then, only Fengling was visible. Fengling married his sister, yet he didn't touch her and humiliated her like this. He shall not return the favor for his sister? He wanted to let Fengling know that his sister was beautiful, excellent and outstanding, and that there were many young talents who pursued to like his sister. Who does he think he is? Fengling? Gotta create a sense of crisis for Fengling. Let Fengling know that his sister was not indispensable to him. Fengling came home from work. He was told by butler Zhao that Jiang Tang had a dinner party in the evening and wouldn't be back for dinner. Fengling, is she that busy? It's only been a few days since we got married, and we've been traveling and not coming home at night to socialize. Grandpa, the president of the group, wasn't even as busy as she was. Grandpa has a social engagement tonight, too. So, he's alone in the house today. Fengling sat on the sofa and played with his cell phone as he waited for dinner to start. Played the game for a while. The game lost. No fun. So I was bored to brush the circle of friends. Then, it swiped the circle of friends posted by Jiang Bei. He had been casually sitting paralyzed on the sofa when he instantly sat up, sitting straight and looking at Jiang Bei's circle of friends with wide eyes. Tapped the picture away. Looking at Jiang Tang and Li Yan. Li Yan he knew. There was a certain age gap between the two. Plus the two families had different industries, and usually there was not much chance to cross paths and deal with each other. But it's all in this circle. And even if you don't deal with it, you know this person by face. Jiang Tong and Li Yan. Two people know each other? Just by looking at the photos, one can see that the two seem to be on good terms and have a nice chat. Dinner with a younger man? Is this what Jiang Tong calls a social call? Fengling's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the photo, inexplicably feeling green on his head. He messaged Jiang Bei, "You're having dinner with your sister?" Jiang Bei hooked the corner of his mouth in triumph when he saw the message from Fengling. The fish is hooked. JN, aha. Fengling, and Li Yan? JN, aha. Fengling looked at the two ums that Jiang Bei replied with. The frown tightened. What's his oh? All he does is aha? Won't you say more? Jiang Bei didn't say anything. Fengling had no choice but to keep asking. Fengling, your sister and Li Yan know each other? Jiang Bei, I know. My sister and Li Yan were classmates from elementary school to high school. Fengling frowned. Classmates? Jiang Bei, my sister is happy to have met Li Yan by chance. Fengling. Jiang Bei, however, don't misunderstand. My sister and Li Yan are just classmates. Although when they went to school, there were rumors, but that's all in the past. Fengling, gossip? Jiang Bei, well, at that time the school was rumored to be a golden couple, a natural pair. Fengling. JB, it was years ago. It's all in the past. Fengling frowned, clicked on the photo again to see it. The two of them, handsome men and beautiful women, are both looking at each other in the photo, both with smiles on their faces. Watching the vibe is really good. It's also really well matched. Fengling didn't reply again. Not wanting to. Jiang Bei was pleased to see Fengling not replying. Fengling must be angry. Li Yan and Jiang Tang had a good chat, and after dinner, Li Yan asked other students to come out to play. Jiang Tong left the country after graduating from high school at the age of 17, and has been abroad all these years, with little contact with his classmates at home. And Li Yan has been going to school in the country to develop, and the relationship with the class at the beginning of the class are maintained well. The students came and were happy and curious to see Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong had always been the school's school beauty when she was in school. Then she went abroad after graduating from high school, and although she knew her general movements from some gossip, her classmates were still curious. Ask her about her career relationships over the years, etc. Jiang Tongdu smiled and replied, before that, he had been in charge of our family's business overseas, and now that he's back, he's currently in charge of the company's entertainment business. Also, I'm married, I'm licensed, and the wedding is in the works. All the students froze for a moment at the words. Surprised, they looked at Jiang Tang. You're married? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. The expressions of the students were a bit more subtle. Looking at Li Yan. When they were in school, Jiang Tang and Li Yan were the most outstanding man and woman in the school. With good looks, good family background, and good learning, they were the famous golden boys and girls in the school. There were all kinds of activities in the school, and they were the hosts. Even, for high school admissions that year, a picture of the two was used to make a poster for admissions. They have a good relationship too. All the teachers and students thought they would end up together, but they didn't expect to kill a man in the middle. Li Yan was listening to them, and when he heard Jiang Tang say that she was married, he froze for a moment and looked at her in surprise. Chapter 20, I'm not waiting for you. She, married? His hand squeezing the cup tightened. It's Chen, a student wanted to ask. Jiang Tong interrupted with a smile and said, my husband's surname is Feng. Feng Ling. The students were surprised, it's not Chen. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, saying, no. Feng Ling? A student was puzzled. This name seems a bit familiar. Jiang Tong's classmates included those from ordinary families, as well as the young masters of powerful families with outstanding families. Some people had heard of Feng Ling's name, but couldn't recall it for a while. Li Yan, however, thought of it at the first opportunity. Feng Ling, the young master of the Feng family, the young master of Wanfan Hotel. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Others. Wanfan Hotel is an internationally recognized chain of 5-star hotels. The industry is spread all over the world. I didn't expect Jiang Tong to marry the young master of Wanfan Hotel. However, come to think of it, although the Jiang family was not as good as the Feng family that owned the Wanfan Hotel, it wasn't that far off, and it was considered to be a door-to-door match. The students congratulated Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong accepts with a smile and invites her classmates to her wedding. The crowd stayed up until 11 o'clock late at night before they began to disperse. Jiang Tong had work tomorrow, and was among the group that initially broke up and left. Li Yan walked her to the door. She had been drinking and called her a chauffeur, who was on his way. Li Yan looked at Jiang Tang. Because of the wine, her pretty face was tinted with a layer of redness. Under the light in the night, it was particularly moving. Why did you suddenly marry Feng Ling? Li Yan eventually couldn't hold back and asked her. He had been in Sea City, and the Feng and Jiang families were both prestigious families in the circle, and their every move was highly scrutinized. He hadn't heard anything in his circle about the sons and daughters of the two families getting married and joining forces. It's too sudden. Caught him off guard. He also thought that Jiang Tong did not have a boyfriend. Jiang Tong smiled and said, because I like it. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, anyone who asked her would say because she liked it. Li Yan looked at her. Do you like it? He didn't say another word, and soon, the valet came, and after saying goodbye to him, Jiang Tang left. Jiang Tong arrived home at 12 o'clock. Returning to the room, he saw Feng Ling still sitting on the sofa playing games. Smiling, he asked, still up? Feng Ling looked at her and didn't say anything. Looking up and down, her hair wasn't messed up, her lipstick wasn't messed up, and there wasn't any mess on her neck. Waiting for me? Jiang Tong asked with a smile when she saw that he was just looking at himself but not speaking. Feng Ling's face instantly reddened in annoyance. Who's waiting for you? I was playing a game. Playing games while waiting for me? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling, I said I wasn't waiting for you. I'll try to come back earlier in the future. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I won't let you wait too late. Feng Ling was furious. Does this man not understand words? He all but said he wasn't waiting for her. Wasn't waiting for her. Wasn't waiting for her. Can she not get ahead of herself? This makes it seem like he's a bitter man whose wife is out playing and he's waiting at home. Feng Ling was about to argue and find face for himself when Jiang Tang went into the bathroom to wash up. Feng Ling, forget it. Waiting for her to come out of the wash to argue. He really wasn't waiting for her. Really just playing the game. Jiang Tong came out after washing and went straight to bed. She's tired. Last night, he was dragged by Feng Ling to fool around all night. and after working all day, he fought to chat and drink with his classmates in the evening. Really tired right now and just want to sleep. Fengling saw Jiang Tong get on the bed and followed, and was looking for a chance to argue, but saw Jiang Tong close her eyes. Fengling, what does she mean by that? She's exactly like what they show on TV. A man has a good time outside, comes home, sees the yellow face at home, gets annoyed, doesn't want to say a word, and goes straight to bed. She's out having fun with her old classmates, and when she comes home and sees him, she's annoyed and doesn't want to talk to him. Fengling was angry. She wanted to sleep and didn't want to bother with him. He wouldn't let her have her way. Fengling lifted the thin quilt and rolled over on top of her. The sudden weight on her body caused Jiang Tang to open her eyes and see the face hanging above her. The face was truly exquisite, with a perfect jawline and a prominent knot in his throat, especially in his position, with his handsome face hanging just above her, making her want to come up and bite the knot in his throat. I've heard that the knot in the throat is so sensitive to men that a bite is too much to bear, and I don't know if it's true. Wanted to try it, but just to think, she didn't dare. He was already young and in strong need, and if she initiated it, she wasn't going to sleep tonight. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. He didn't know what Jiang Tang was thinking, but he knew what he was thinking. He wanted to sleep with her, wanted her. He followed what was in his mind and lowered his head, just to kiss her. Jiang Tong reached out to cover his lips. Fengling looked at her. Jiang Tong said, "I'm tired today." Ha! Fengling laughed coldly in his heart. He wasn't tired when he played with other wild men outside. He wasn't tired when he played until 12. Tired as soon as you get back? Fengling didn't care about her refusal, took away her hand and stubbornly kissed her. Jiang Tong was forced to cooperate. This fit was forced to fit until 3 a.m. By this time, Fengling still wanted it, but Jiang Tong just couldn't do it anymore and passed out. Fengling went to kiss her without dying, but Jiang Tang didn't even respond in response except for the sound of shallow breathing. Fengling found it uninteresting, so he stopped messing with her and hugged her. Sleep. After tossing and turning like this, the anger in Fengling's heart subsided quite a bit. When he went to work the next day, Jiang Bei came to Jiang Tang's office early in the morning. He started working today as well. He's here to poke around. He looked at Jiang Tong. Although his sister had put on makeup, he could still see that she was more haggard than before. Did you not sleep well last night? Did Fengling see his friend circle and have a fight with her sister? Sister, why do you look as if you're haggard? Jiang Bei asked with concern. Jiang Tong said faintly, I didn't sleep well last night. How do you sleep well when you go to bed at 3 o'clock and get up at 7 a.m.? Combined with last night's exercise, she was now uncomfortable in her arms, legs and back, everywhere. Jiang Bei froze for a moment. Didn't sleep well? What does that mean? It's because I didn't sleep well after the fight with Fengling. Or did you not sleep well because of what you did? Jiang Bei looked at Jiang Tong. Her sister was wearing a slim professional outfit today. Her body was wrapped tightly. Only the neck is exposed on the outside. Jiang Bei then stared at Jiang Tong's neck, wanted to see if there were any hickeys or anything, but after looking carefully and again, how to look at the sister's neck is white and smooth, without any suspicious traces. Chapter 21, Young Master Feng has become a bitter husband. Jiang Bei frowned. So, Fengling still hasn't touched his sister? He's given Fengling a sense of crisis, and he's still sitting still? It wasn't that he thought Fengling was so good, how much he wanted Fengling to touch his sister. It was just that Fengling not touching his sister was humiliating to her, and he was afraid that she would feel bad in her heart. How many women are in self-doubt and denial just because their husbands don't love them and won't touch them? His sister was as good and brilliant as they come and shouldn't have to endure this. Fengling, really damned. He couldn't stand it for a moment. Jiang Bei turned around and left angrily. Ah Bei, what's wrong with you? Jiang Tong asked after him from behind, and he didn't care. In one breath, he rushed out of the company, drove his car, and rushed to the Feng Group headquarters. When he arrived at the lobby, he didn't know exactly which floor Fengling was working on, and then he just called Fengling. As soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Bei said angrily, Fengling, I'm in the lobby of the first floor of your company. You get your ass down here right now immediately. After saying that, Jiang Bei hung up the phone without waiting for Fengling to speak. Fengling looked at the hung-up phone and was confused. What's wrong with him? Fengling came to the first floor and saw Jiang Bei. He stood there with a cold frown on his face, looked particularly pissed off. Fengling walked up and asked, Ah Bei, what's wrong with you? Jiang Bei gritted his teeth and looked at Fengling. Without saying anything, he directly swung his fist up and slammed it hard on Fengling's face. He used force in that punch. Fengling was staggered by the smash and fell to the ground. The passing employees were shocked to see this scene. Who is this young man? How dare he beat up their crown prince at Fang's? Doesn't want to live? Fengling looked at Jiang Bei in confusion, then scolded. What's gotten into you? What's wrong with me? Jiang Bei angrily rushed up, squatted on the ground, tugged on Feng Ling's collar, and gritted her teeth. Feng Ling, I gave you face didn't I? Saying that, he tried to punch Feng Ling again, but he was caught by the security guards who rushed up. At first it was the security guard who didn't react. Jiang Bei looked at the normal handsome young man. Who knew that, at the drop of a hat, he would beat up their prince? It was their failure to react to the first beating, and it would be their dereliction of duty if the crown prince was beaten a second time in his own territory. A few security guards came over and grabbed Jiang Bei in 3 or 2 moves, pressing his arms and holding him down. You guys let go of me. Jiang Bei screamed angrily and struggled. Feng Ling was helped up from the ground and looked at Jiang Bei, who was being held down, and tipped his tongue against his teeth, smelled the faint odor of blood. He's bleeding from the punch. Feng Ling frowned, very angry. He Feng young master, since childhood, or the first time he was hit in the face. If it were anyone else, the other's face would have been slapped by now, but Jiang Bei was no one else. Jiang Bei was his good friend and his brother-in-law. Feng Ling endured, asked, what's gotten into you? What have I done to you? Feng Ling, you bastard. You know in your own heart what you did to my sister. Jiang Bei yelled angrily. Feng Ling, what did he do to Jiang Tong? He didn't do anything to Jiang Tong, just doing what couples do. Ha, but, last night Jiang Tang was really reluctant. He was very strong. Did Jiang Tang tell Jiang Bei about this? So Jiang Bei came to settle the score with himself? Feng Ling was a little crestfallen. It was indeed his fault. Cough. Feng Ling gave a dry cough sheepishly and said to the security guards, you guys let go of him. The security guards hesitantly released Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei stood up and just wanted to punch Feng Ling again, but he was pulled back by the security guards. You still want to make a move? Feng Ling frowned and asked, I know I'm wrong about this, but you've hit and you've hit. What else do you want? He didn't mean to do it last night. He was angry and didn't control himself for a while. What else do I want? Jiang Bei gritted his teeth in anger. I still want to kill you. His sister, the pride of heaven in his heart. No one could humiliate her. Feng Ling froze for a moment. Is he that guilty? He's just a little bit stronger. You guys let go of him. Feng Ling told the guards, let him beat me up. It seemed that it was necessary to take a few more beatings before Jiang Bei could take the heat off. The security guards looked at each other, and in the end, they let go of Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei looked at Feng Ling and gritted his teeth, really wanting to rush up and punch him, beat him to death. But looking at Feng Ling's look of frankly waiting to be beaten, he suddenly couldn't lay his hands on her. He glared at Feng Ling and gritted his teeth. You come with me. Turning on his heel, he strode angrily toward Feng's front door. Feng Ling obediently followed. He wasn't usually a good-tempered male, but he was the one who deserved it in this case. He can't be arrogant. Feng Ling followed Jiang Bei to an unoccupied corner outside. Jiang Bei frowned and glared at Feng Ling, saying, tell me, when are you going to divorce my sister? Ah? Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Bei in surprise. Divorce? Jiang Bei's frown tightened. No divorce? You want to consume my sister for the rest of your life? Feng Ling, why is he consuming Jiang Tong? You couldn't resist your grandfather yourself, so you took it out on my sister. Do you think this is what a man does? Jiang Bei said. Feng Ling was even more confused. I'm not taking it out on your sister. And what does this have to do with my grandfather? Feng Ling didn't understand. Jiang Bei frowned. How it has nothing to do with Grandpa Feng. It was Grandpa Feng who forced you to marry my sister. Feng Ling, I know that marrying my sister is not something you volunteered for, and you are now doing this to your sister to get back at Grandpa Feng. Jiang Bei was still talking, but he was interrupted by Feng Ling. What are you talking about? What does what I did have to do with my grandfather? I didn't take revenge on my grandfather. What happened last night was indeed my fault. Feng Ling said. Jiang Bei, last night? He's talking about last night? What happened between Feng Ling and his sister last night? But it's not my fault? Is it my fault alone? Isn't your sister at fault? Feng Ling said indignantly. Jiang Bei frowned. What's wrong with my sister? Is it right for your sister, as a married woman with a husband, to play with her male classmates until late at night? Feng Ling said. He waited for her at home like a deep-pocketed grunt. Jiang Bei, he calmed down. It was discovered that he and Feng Ling were not talking about the same thing at all. Chapter 22, Did he hit you? He was talking about the humiliation Feng Ling had given his sister. Instead, Feng Ling was talking about last night. Listening to Feng Ling's tone, there was an unpleasantness between her sister and Feng Ling last night. Was there a fight? My sister is also looking haggard today and says she didn't sleep well last night. Did you guys have a fight over Li Yan last night? Jiang Bei asked. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Bei in surprise. Is that what your sister told you? That they had a fight? Jiang Bei shook his head. My sister didn't say anything. Feng Ling, then why did you punch me? He thought it was about him forcing Jiang Tong last night. Jiang Bei guessed that Feng Ling and Jiang Tang had a bad time last night, but he thought it was normal for couples to argue occasionally. You divorce my sister, Jiang Bei said. He would rather his sister get a divorce than continue to be sealed and humiliated in her marriage. Feng Ling, is this something that you and I can decide? If it was up to me, I wouldn't have married your sister. I'm not a man who treats marriage like child's play, and now that I'm married, I'm not going to just get a divorce. Ha, Jiang Bei sneered, saying as if you are a man of how responsible you are. Feng Ling, I would have been. Jiang Bei almost laughed at his shamelessness. Feng Ling said, Bei, I don't understand what I did that you had to make me divorce your sister. He doesn't understand. It was clear that initially when he and Jiang Tang got married, although Jiang Bei didn't approve of it, she didn't oppose it so vehemently. Now, he was asking him to divorce Jiang Tong with a strong attitude. You know in your own heart what you've done. Jiang Bei was angry at the mention of this. He glared viciously at Feng Ling, wishing to lynch him. Feng Ling was startled and subconsciously took a step back, saying, What did I do? Jiang Bei glared at Feng Ling. He had to make it clear, didn't he? Since you are married to my sister, you should fulfill the responsibilities and duties expected of a husband. Do you think you have done that? If you really hate my sister so much, in the beginning, you should have gritted your teeth and insisted on not marrying, but you married and put it in the house as a decoration, without looking at it and not touching it. Do you know how much this hurts and humiliates my sister as a woman? Put yourself in his shoes. If he married a wife and his wife wouldn't let him touch her, he must think his wife loathes him and disgusts him. It's not just a matter of sadness. It's something that will hit his male ego. There can be doubt and denial of self in even the eyes. Is it possible that he's really ugly and bad and that's why his wife won't let him touch it? He didn't want his sister to fall into such self-doubt and denial. Don't look and don't touch? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Bei in surprise. Jiang Bei nodded. Well, in that case, divorce my sister. Don't delay my sister. Wait a minute. Feng Ling asked Jiang Bei. Who told you I don't look or touch? I told you I touch it every day. I touch it several times a night. Jiang Bei. Feng Ling. The two looked at each other, both a little embarrassed. Feng Ling, in particular, reddened. Seeing Feng Ling's red face, Jiang Bei inexplicably reddened as well. Really? Jiang Bei asked. What really? Feng Ling asked. Do you think I'm lying to you? Do you think I don't have the strength to touch a couple times a night? Did he look really weak? People around him doubt his strength? Then, why don't you say it in the group? Jiang Bei asked. It was because he didn't say anything in the group that he misunderstood. Do you expect me to go around bragging that I slept with your sister? Feng Ling said. Only classless men go around bragging about how many women they've slept with. Jiang Bei. That's not true. So, Feng Ling had an intimate relationship with his sister? Knowing this, Jiang Bei seems not very happy. The family's cabbage ended up in the hands of a pig. Then what happened between you and my sister last night? Jiang Bei asked. Feng Ling suddenly became too weak to look at Jiang Bei and looked right and left. Nothing. They had been brothers for many years, and there was something wrong with Feng Ling's appearance at first glance. Tell the truth. Jiang Bei's expression turned serious. Feng Ling hesitated and said, Just last night, slightly used a little strong. The last few words were spoken in a whisper. Jiang Bei didn't react at first. Using strength? What do you mean by using force? Only after a few seconds did she react, frowning and gritting her teeth as she glared at Feng Ling. You asshole. Swinging his fist, he tried to punch Feng Ling. Who knew that Feng Ling ran away in a huff? The voice came from the wind. You don't understand. This is a couple's love affair. Nowadays they all play like this. The domineering president forced love. Turtle. Jiang Bei clenched his teeth together and squeaked. One day, to let Feng Ling experience the mandatory beating of his domineering Jiang Shao, Jiang Bei returned to the company, went to Jiang Tang, and asked, Sister, do you want to learn fighting? That way, when Feng Ling tried to force his sister again, she could resist. Jiang Tong looked at him in puzzlement. What's wrong? Let her learn to fight for a good reason? Nothing. Jiang Bei said. You're so pretty, and society is so complicated now. I want you to learn some self-defense techniques so that you can protect yourself in case of danger. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I know. I'll go if I'm free. Jiang Bei looked at Jiang Tong and didn't speak or leave. Jiang Tong asked, Anything else? Sister, if Feng Ling bullies you and does something to wrong you, tell me and I'll go beat him up. Jiang Bei said. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, I know, but he's quite good to me. Jiang Bei frowned. Good? All of them forced my sister against her will. And you call that pretty good? Could it be, really, that you don't understand? Is it really a conjugal love affair? Is it really mandatory love for a bully? Jiang Bei left with a heart full of doubts. Jiang Tong felt that Jiang Bei was strange today. Elder Feng knew about Jiang Bei rushing to Feng's to beat up Fengling. He knew that Jiang Bei would do something like this. It must be because Fengling did something wrong. But Elder Feng was still angry. Fengling was his heart and soul, usually no matter how much he scolded. But he couldn't afford to move a single cold hair of his. It's not that he's coddling. Rather, Fengling was the only child of the Feng family. What if Fengling was beaten up in a good or bad accident? Jiang Bei is too impulsive. I heard that it all made Fengling bleed. Elder Feng talked about it during dinner. He asked Fengling, I heard that Jiang Bei came to the company to beat you up today? Fengling froze for a moment and glanced at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling in surprise and asked, he hit you? Chapter 23, Secrets Between Husband and Wife. Fengling didn't say anything. Looks like it. Jiang Tong asked, why did he beat you? She just felt that Jiang Bei was strange today. Fengling didn't say anything. How could he say the reason? Bei is not a child who doesn't know any better. Since he beat you up, it must be because you did something wrong. Elder Feng said. Fengling said, Grandpa, stay out of this. It's between me and Jiang Bei. He admitted to the whole getting beaten up thing. Not to mention anything else. Just based on what he did to Jiang Tang last night. He deserved a beating. Elder Feng frowned and said, since you did wrong, you have to go apologize to Jiang Bei and your in-laws. Jiang Tong glanced at Elder Feng and said, Grandpa, I'll find Bei and ask him. Elder Feng looked at her and said, Ling has been spoiled by me since he was a child. Surely he did something wrong and deserved to be punched and bled. Jiang Tong didn't expect it to be so serious and asked Fengling, bleeding? Fengling turned red, embarrassed and embarrassed. Why does Grandpa say everything? Even to say things like he's bleeding from a punch. What will Jiang Tong think of him? Would he be considered weak? Think he won't take a punch? Grandpa is really something too. Their young people's business can be solved by themselves. What's he getting involved in? Don't you mind him? He asked for it. Elder Feng said. Jiang Tong nodded and didn't say anything else. But in his heart, he knew that if Grandpa really didn't want to care about Fengling, he wouldn't have deliberately talked about it. Grandpa was pointing her out. She could understand Grandpa, too. Fengling is the only heir of the Feng family. If something happens to him, what will happen to Grandpa? What about the Feng family? Bei does things too impulsively. He actually dared to beat up Fengling and even made him bleed. It was also Bei. If it had been another person, Grandpa would have gone on a killing spree long ago. Grandpa brought it up in front of her because he wanted her to go and fix it, to teach Bei a lesson. After eating, Jiang Tang and Fengling returned to their room. Jiang Tong asked, why did Bei hit you? Fengling said, nothing. If you don't say, I'll ask Bei. Jiang Tong said. Fengling still didn't say anything. He just couldn't believe that Jiang Bei would say something so shameful. Anyway, he's not going to talk about it. Jiang Tong saw that Fengling really didn't say anything, so he called Jiang Bei. And when the call was connected, Jiang Tong asked directly, why did you hit Fengling? Jiang Bei froze for a moment and gritted his teeth. Fengling, this green tea, couldn't beat him, so he went to complain to his sister? Because he deserves a beating. Jiang Bei said. Jiang Tong frowned. What did he do to deserve a beating? Jiang Bei said. Ask him yourself. Jiang Tong asked. He won't say. Jiang Bei sneered. That's because he's in the wrong and doesn't have the face to say it. Jiang Tong's voice became a few points more serious. Bei, why did you hit Fengling? Jiang Bei knew that Jiang Tang was angry when he heard the voice. Said. I thought. He humiliated you. Jiang Tong was puzzled. From what did you see that he humiliated me? Jiang Bei was silent. There were some things he was too embarrassed to say, even to his own sister. Jiang Tong. He glanced at Fengling. These two. They're stumped. What's going on? Bei. Jiang Tong urged Jiang Bei with a cold voice. Now. Jiang Bei did not dare not say it. Whispered. Who let him force you last night? The real reason he's afraid to say is this. Even Jiang Tang, who was used to seeing the big world in a calm and collected manner, couldn't help but blush. She looked at Fengling. Fengling and Bei are so good? Even these things between them as a couple, you have to tell Bei? Fengling was surprised to see Jiang Tang's red face, and didn't hold back from staring at her all the time. Jiang Tong had always been calm, cool and collected, except in bed. At no other time had he ever seen her blush. It has always been easy to swim in front of him. 3 or 2 sentences or even a look or a gesture can make yourself blush like a rash. I don't know what Jiang Bei on the other side of the phone said that made Jiang Tang blush. Jiang Bei on the other side of the phone was still indignant and chattering. I'm doing all of this for you. If I don't give him a deep and painful lesson, if he dares to force you once, he'll dare to force you a second time. I don't understand how you can like a man like that. It's domestic abuse the way he is. And I'll beat him up if there's a next time. Jiang Tong walked to the balcony and closed the floor-to-ceiling windows. This way, Fengling couldn't hear her talking to Jiang Bei. Fengling. It's in his defense. They are husband and wife. Shouldn't they be the closest people in the world? Why does she have to be defensive when she's on the phone with Jiang Bei? Were the two siblings bad-mouthing him on the phone? Fengling especially wanted to eavesdrop, but couldn't pull that face. People made it clear that they wouldn't let him listen, but he still had to get up and listen. Doesn't he want to lose face? Jiang Tong said. No matter what, you shouldn't have done it. Fengling is the only seedling of the Feng family. You should know how important Fengling is to Grandpa and the Feng family. If you really beat the hell out of Fengling today, how will you and I explain to the Feng family? Jiang Bei actually regretted it a bit afterward. Certainly not regretting punching Fengling. Rather, he regretted that he shouldn't have punched Fengling in public. Should have lured Fengling to a secluded corner on a dark and windy night, then put on a sack and beat him up. That way, Fengling wouldn't even know who beat him up if he got punched. Then has he ever thought about how he's going to explain to me, to Mom and Dad, to the Jiang family, if he does something like that to you? Jiang Bei said. Jiang Tong was silent for a moment and said, he actually didn't force me. Jiang Bei. What did you say? You didn't resist? Jiang Tong. Resisted. She rubbed her brow. She shouldn't be discussing this with her own brother. Then if you resisted, he was forcing it. Jiang Bei said. If my sister had volunteered, she wouldn't have resisted. Jiang Tong, this is the love interest between husband and wife. Want to refuse to welcome. You understand? Jiang Bei. No. He didn't want to understand. His sister was actually playing lust with Fengling. For the matter of you hitting Fengling, Grandpa Feng is very angry. Come to the door some other day to apologize to Grandpa Feng. Jiang Tong said. What could Jiang Bei say? He didn't want to say anything. He's autistic. He's a clown. Jiang Tong finished her phone call with Jiang Bei and returned to her room. Fengling was sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone. When he saw her come in, he asked, what did Jiang Bei say? Jiang Tong looked at Fengling, pondered for a moment, and said, I know that you and Bei have a good relationship, but there are still some things you shouldn't say to Jiang Bei. Fengling didn't respond. What is it? Jiang Tong. Between husband and wife. Fengling reacted now, reddened, and said, I didn't. Chapter 24. Does it hurt? I'll blow you. Only classless men go around talking about intimate things between husband and wife and sharing them with their so-called best buddies. Jiang Tong, then why does Bei know that you forced yourself on me last night? Fengling's face turned even redder. This was an accident. You believe me? Fengling said eagerly. I really didn't take out what happened between us and talk about it. I'm not that kind of person. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded and smiled. I believe you. She came and sat down next to Fengling and looked carefully at the corner of Fengling's mouth and could see the wound. The corner of his mouth was a bit broken. She reached out and gently touched his wound, asking gently, does it hurt? Her voice was gentle, her eyes full of compassion. He looked at her in red-faced stupefaction. The heart is beating fast. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Tong's pretty face came over. Slightly pouting her red lips, she blew gently at his wound. Blow on it and it won't hurt anymore. Jiang Tong said gently. Fengling, is she teasing him? Help! She's so good at it. His heart was beating so fast. He was so shy and nervous he couldn't say a word. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling's red and handsome face and hooked up the corner of her mouth. Her lips came over and kissed him gently at the corner of his mouth. Then back away and ask him, does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Fengling stammered, his voice raspy. Seeing him like this, Jiang Tang smiled brightly, whispering to him, so good. When she finished, she gave him another kiss on the lips before getting up to take a shower. Only then did Fengling dare to take a big breath. Just now, he had been carefully holding his breath. He was so nervous and shy. Jiang Tong, really good will. There have been many women who have teased him, in various means ways, but Jiang Tang is the one who will do it the most. Other women tease him. He does not change his face. His heart does not jump. His heart is calm. Many times even want to laugh. Think their tactics are really tacky and cheap and childish. But when Jiang Tang teased him, he was nervous and shy and didn't know what to do. To this day, his heart was still thumping. Fengling covered his heart. Ancestor, don't jump. Any more dancing and you'll have a heart attack. Until Jiang Tang came out of the shower. Fengling was still a little shy and a little afraid to look directly at her. Jiang Tong saw him like this and found it interesting, smiling gently and teasing him. What? The corner of your mouth hurts again? Previously investigated the information obtained. Is an arrogant and domineering, capricious and presumptuous a look to the sky and the earth of the male child appearance. The contact came down to an unexpected innocence and shyness. So, arrogance and bossiness are his disguise? Fengling's ears reddened again. Even without touching it, I know the ears must be hot. And the face. He hated it in his heart. Hated himself for not being able to fight. What's so great about being red? What's there to be red about? What's there to be ashamed of? Piss him off. He looked at Jiang Tang. Against her beautiful eyes that seemed to be smiling, the heart was crossed. Walked over, came to her, slightly bent over, put his handsome face toward her, said, "It hurts again. Why don't you blow me again? Or kiss?" The words were pretty sharp, but his heart was beating fast, apprehensive and nervous. What he was thinking wasn't Jiang Tang just seeing that he was thin-skinned and shy and nervous, so she deliberately teased him? She can tease him, can't he tease her? As long as he wasn't nervous or shy, then she was the one who was nervous and shy. Jiang Tang froze for a moment as she looked at the handsome face that came over violently. She really didn't expect Fengling to do this. She thought that if she teased him like this, he would glare at her and then go to the shower to escape. I didn't realize. Had grown. Good. Jiang Tang nodded her head with a light smile, puckered her lips against the corner of the teenager's mouth and blew another kiss. Now, it doesn't hurt, does it? She looked at him with a smile. The blush spread from Fengling's handsome face to his neck. He looked at her with a red face, unable to speak. He wanted to say something to get back on his feet, but his brain went blank. It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. Jiang Tang smiled and said, "Tell me if it hurts again in a while and I'll blow you again." Fengling, blow him. He knew Jiang Tang was talking about blowing on the wound at the corner of his mouth, but he thought of the others uncontrollably. He looked at Jiang Tang with a red face, stupidly excited. Jiang Tang looked at his expression and reacted with the afterthought that what he said would lead to reverie. It's also rare to be a little embarrassed and shy. Really? Fengling asked in a raspy voice. Jiang Tang, wound hurts just blow you. Fengling. She was so smart, so knowledgeable about the human condition. She knew that's not what he was talking about. Can I blow even if it hurts elsewhere? Fengling asked. Men are not shy when it comes to such things. Jiang Tang didn't know how to answer for a moment. She was well-traveled in all other areas, but she's also a green hook egg when it comes to things like this. Without experience, you can't do it with calmness and ease. Fengling had the rare pleasure of seeing Jiang Tang unable to speak after being molested by him. No? He asked. Jiang Tang looked at Fengling and said indifferently, "Jiang Bei beat up. It's fine. Do you need me to call Ah Bei to beat you up now?" Jiang Bei is so ruthless. If he really let Jiang Bei beat him up, the rest of his life would be ruined. Do you need it? Jiang Tang asked with a light smile. Fengling turned red and gritted his teeth. No need. Into the bathroom. Jiang Tang smiled at his figure. Fengling was in the bathroom while taking a shower and wondering if Jiang Tang had dated many boyfriends before. Why else would she be so? It's really a set of tricks to tease a man, one after the other. Even a man like him, who had been flirted with by countless women using various means in 100 battles, couldn't resist, not to mention other men. Did she used to toy with a lot of men? The kind of play that's all about feelings and no physical play. He would have such a guess because Jiang Tang was using small means of caution to tease men especially. Teasing people's hearts is itchy. But, as soon as it comes time to play with her body, she won't. Women who only play with their feelings and not their bodies are the worst. If you're capable of playing with your feelings, you can play with your body too. In order to show his sincerity in apologizing, Jiang Bei came to Feng's house early the next morning, apologized to Master Feng. He thought Fengling deserved to be punched. He punched Fengling, and to Fengling, he had a clear conscience. But he did owe Grandpa Feng an apology. Grandpa Feng grew up loving Fengling as if he was the apple of his eye. And how heartbroken Grandpa Feng would have to be if he hit Fengling himself. Grandpa Feng, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive yesterday. I shouldn't have hit Fengling. Grandpa Feng, don't worry, I will never do anything like this again. Jiang Bei apologized sincerely. Chapter 25, the Feng family will be finished sooner or later. Teenagers don't have so many curves and don't care about saving face. They just apologize and say sorry when they do something wrong. The stance was put low. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Bei like this and was satisfied, nodding his head and saying, Bei, you and Ling have been friends for so many years. If there's anything that Ling did wrong, you can say it and let him change. If he doesn't change, you can come to Grandpa Feng, who will teach him a lesson. You'll hurt your feelings if you make a move on him. Aha. Jiang Bei nodded. Grandpa Feng, I know. Elder Feng nodded. Jiang Bei apologized, and he wouldn't hold on to it to make things difficult for a junior. So, what exactly did Ling do to make you so angry? Elder Feng asked curiously. Older people can be gossipy and curious. Jiang Bei, what should I tell Grandpa Feng? Beat him to it. Nothing, it's a misunderstanding. Jiang Bei said vaguely. Elder Feng. Fengling didn't say anything last night, and Jiang Bei didn't say anything today. The more they did, the more curious he became. How many years had Jiang Bei and Fengling been brothers? The relationship had always been good, and it was common to fight. but they had never moved. How can it be okay to do it this time? Something very serious must have happened. Only, Jiang Bei and Feng Ling were hiding it from him. Did Ling do something to hurt your sister? Elder Feng asked tentatively. Jiang Bei shook his head. No, Grandpa Feng, it's really nothing. It's really just a misunderstanding. Grandpa Feng, why aren't my sister and Feng Ling up yet? Jiang Bei changed the topic. Elder Feng smiled and said, maybe he was tired last night and is still sleeping. Jiang Bei, tired last night. That's something to think about more. Bei, do you like the little nephew? Or the little niece? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Jiang Bei, little nephew, little niece? Is it possible that my sister is pregnant? It can't be, can it? How long has it been since sister and Feng Ling got married? How can it be so fast? How could Feng Ling be so powerful? Feng Ling all these years, every night out drinking for fun, playing games all night the body may have been emptied out long ago, though outwardly looking spry. But it's likely that it's outside the box. Is my sister pregnant? Jiang Bei asked. Elder Feng smiled and shook his head. No, I just casually asked. Jiang Bei sighed in relief. Then it really started to think about whether I liked my little nephew or my little niece. He likes nieces. If his sister did have a child, he wanted her to have a daughter, like his sister's daughter. My sister must have been so cute when she was little. Unfortunately, he didn't see it, because by the time he was 5 or 6 years old and had a memory, his sister was already 11 or 12 years old. The girls were precocious, and at 11 or 12, his sister was already a young adult, calm and dignified, and already able to take good care of him. I like nieces, Jiang Bei said. If his sister really gave birth to a daughter, he would love his niece as if she were a little princess, and at that time, even if his niece wanted the stars in the sky, he would find a way to pick them for her. I like grandchildren, Elder Feng said. The times have predetermined some of his deep-rooted ideas. It can't be changed. Jiang Bei could also understand that older people were influenced by their times and the environment they grew up in, and would all prefer boys. But what if you have a great-grandson like Feng Ling? Jiang Bei asked. Elder Feng glanced at Jiang Bei. I used to think that Jiang Bei was quite pleasing and well-behaved. Why is talking so nasty now? It's really a case of which pot is which. The less you want him to say something, the more he says something. Impossible, Elder Feng said. Normally, sons are like their mothers. He had picked Jiang Tang, and putting other things aside, what he saw most was the excellent genes in Jiang Tang. Then you also said it's a general situation. There will also be accidental eventualities, Jiang Bei said. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, Grandpa Feng was not happy, but he was telling the truth. You'd better pray that the nephew your sister gave birth to doesn't look like Feng Ling, Elder Feng said. Jiang Bei, why? Because then in the future your sister will be as worried about the child as I am now, Elder Feng said. Jiang Bei, you've seen with your own eyes how angry Feng Ling has been with me all these years, Elder Feng said. Jiang Bei, he did see it with his own eyes. It was also because Grandpa Feng's life was hard. Otherwise, he would have been pissed off by Feng Ling. Jiang Bei said to Elder Feng, Grandpa Feng, don't worry, if my sister gives birth to a son, it definitely won't look like Feng Ling. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang came downstairs just in time to hear this sentence. Feng Ling, what? Jiang Tong will never have a son like him? He asks. If his wife's son doesn't look like him, who does? Like a wild man? Like Nighton? What are you babbling about early in the morning? Feng Ling asked with a frown. Jiang Bei is going overboard now. Beat him up yesterday. And today he came to his house early in the morning and cursed his wife for having a son that didn't look like him. He gave Jiang Bei face, didn't he? Jiang Bei and Elder Feng looked over. Jiang Bei saw Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong was wearing home clothes and no makeup, and although she had a fresh and plain beauty, the dark circles under her eyes were obvious. This one just doesn't look like it's been sleeping well. He disgruntledly accused Feng Ling with his eyes. It must be Feng Ling tossing her sister and not letting her sleep. He said yesterday that he would touch his sister every day and several times. This beast, am I wrong? Jiang Bei said. If you're a dude like you, the Feng family will be finished sooner or later. Elder Feng nodded his head in agreement. So, that's why he went to great lengths to find Jiang Tang with the intention of altering the genes of his offspring. Maybe 2 generations of the Feng family's genes really don't work. He was okay, but he had a love-brain son. And then the love-brain son had the dude grandson. If we don't find some outstanding genes to change it, the next generation of the Feng family will probably be in love with the brain and the dude. It's really going to play out. Feng Ling, he's going to be pissed off sooner or later. What the hell does Grandpa mean? He was the grandfather's own grandson. And when Jiang Bei talked about him like this, not only did the grandfather not help him, but he even agreed with Jiang Bei. This family now had Jiang Tang and Jiang Bei. He had no status at all. Ah, Bei. Jiang Tong said. You can't talk about your brother-in-law like that. Feng Ling glanced at Jiang Tang. He's wrong. As long as his wife is in this family, he has a place. Jiang Bei, brother-in-law. What a strange and embarrassing word. What are you doing in my house so early in the morning? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Bei said. I came to see my sister. Chapter 26, Feng Ling's Admirer. Feng Ling didn't say anything and thought that Jiang Tong had asked Jiang Bei to come and beat him up. Jiang Bei didn't finish eating, so he ate with the Feng family. After dinner, they go to work together. Jiang Tong and Feng Ling both drove their own cars. Jiang Bei, however, wanted to take Feng Ling's car. Feng Ling, you're not traveling with me. You take your sister's car. Feng and Jiang are in different directions. I'm going to ride in yours. What's the point of talking so much? Drive. Jiang Bei pushed Feng Ling into the car. Feng Ling. Jiang Tong drove off. Feng Ling had no choice but to start the car. Jiang Bei sat in the co-pilot and said, Can you exercise restraint in the future? Feng Ling froze for a moment, not responding. What am I abstaining from? My sister is already tired during the day for work things, and at night you have to be a little more moderate. Jiang Bei was a little embarrassed. He wants a face. I'm really sorry to say this. Feng Ling. He didn't say anything. He doesn't want to abstain. He had just tasted the beauty of man and woman. It was the time of his addiction. And Jiang Bei told him to abstain? Isn't this a hard time for him? I don't. Feng Ling refused outright. Jiang Bei. Why? Feng Ling, I don't want to. Don't want to abstain now. Just want to indulge. Jiang Bei. And he's really justified. I'm doing this for your own good. You're still young now. You shouldn't indulge. Jiang Bei said bitterly. If you don't abstain now and empty yourself, what will you do in the future? Life is still long in the future. Feng Ling, if there really is such a day. It's what I deserve. I indulged in enjoyment when I was young. I can't do it when I'm old. It's what I deserve. I recognize it. Jiang Bei frowned and glared at him. Why is this guy so greasy? When the time comes, my sister dislikes you for not being able to do it and goes out to find a male model. Don't cry, Jiang Bei said. Feng Ling. He pictured in his mind the image of Jiang Tong hugging another man and making love to him. No, can't take it. Don't worry. It won't come to that. Starting today. Fitness workout maintenance all done. Jiang Bei grunted, going by the fact that he was now so unrestrained several times a night. That day, he felt, would come soon enough. He's greasy and tough-talking now, so let him be. He waited for that day, for the day he would cry. When the time comes, he'll cry all he wants, and he'll never wipe his tears or hand him a tissue. Lu Jianli and the rest of them, now that they all knew that Feng Ling and Jiang Tang were married, clamored for Feng Ling to be released to treat them to dinner. Feng Ling asked Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong agreed. Feng Ling then arranged a time to invite his friends who usually played well to dinner. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang arrived first. As hosts, they were sure to be there first, getting off work early and rushing to the restaurant to wait for their guests. Feng Ling didn't invite many people, just Lu Jianli by Langyueshir Qi Shang and a few other friends who were still on good terms, all male. The ones who play well around him are all male. The people came one after another. Unknowingly seeing Jiang Tang were surprised, listening to Feng Ling introduction, more amazed. How did Feng Ling quietly get married? And married to such a great beauty? The last to come was Shiranui. And Shiranui didn't come alone. He brought someone with him, a beautiful young girl. Seeing the girl, a lot of people's expressions were very interested, looking at Feng Ling and Jiang Tang with a bit of a drama mentality. Jiang Tong was a very good judge of character. The moment this girl appeared, every one of Feng Ling's friends subconsciously glanced at her and Feng Ling. She didn't know this girl and had nothing to do with this girl, so the one who had something to do with her was Feng Ling. Feng Ling. The girl smiled brightly and came to Feng Ling, taking out a box and handing it to him, saying, "This is a gift I brought for you when I went out traveling." Feng Ling took the gift and said lightly, "Thank you, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong, this is my friend, John Xinu. What? John Xinu froze for a moment, her eyes widened, looking at Feng Ling and then Jiang Tang with disbelief. Feng Ling, what are you talking about? Her voice was vaguely trembling. Did she miss here? Feng Ling said his wife? She had only been out traveling for a month. How did Feng Ling have a wife? No way. If Feng Ling really got married, how could there not be any rumors in the circle? She doesn't believe it. Feng Ling was lying to her. But why would Feng Ling lie to her? This is my wife, Jiang Tang. Feng Ling said it again. Feng Ling. John Xinu instantly reddened her eyes, looking at him with aggression and sadness. What are you talking about? You obviously don't even have a girlfriend. Why do you suddenly have a wife? You didn't pay someone to act out on purpose just to turn me down, did you? No. Feng Ling said coldly, this is my wife, with a marriage license. She is Jiang Bei's sister. Exhibition Crescent usually played well with a group of them. Familiar with Jiang Bei as well. She looked at Jiang Tang, watching and crying. Jiang Tong and Jiang Bei do have similarities in terms of looks, so they're real. With Jiang Tong's family history, he would not come to accompany Fengling in this kind of boring drama. Otherwise, with a bad reputation, how can you find someone to marry in your circle in the future? Fengling. John Xin cried and looked at Fengling. She regretted it. She shouldn't be traveling. If she didn't go on the tour, she would be the first to know about Fengling and Jiang Tang's marriage and might have a chance to stop it. Fengling frowned and said, "Why are you crying? Today is a good day for me to treat you to dinner. If you're crying, please leave and don't affect the atmosphere." John Xin felt bad in her heart, but she didn't dare to cry and wiped her tears clean with her hands. Condescendingly, he found a seat. Jiang Tong, she's so in love? Fengling had said so, and she still wouldn't leave? When the people arrived, they sat down and began to eat. The crowd blessed Fengling and Jiang Tang and the atmosphere was great. Although Jean Xin was unhappy and had been aggrieved, she didn't do anything demonic. Just sitting there, looking at Fengling for a while and Jiang Tang for a while. When you're sad and upset you keep your head down and secretly wipe your tears. Jiang Tong, inexplicably heartbroken. Fengling saw Jiang Tang going to look at John Xin from time to time. Mind is a little irritated. Jiang Tong wouldn't mistake him for having something with John Xin, right? He didn't. He was clean, and had never dated a girlfriend or had a fling with any woman in all his life. After the meal, the crowd moved on to the clubhouse. When we arrived at the clubhouse, those who played games, those who sang, and those who drank had a great time. Jiang Tong sat on the sofa and watched Fengling singing. Chapter 27, Jiang Tang's price is $10 billion. He sings beautifully and is a class act. Jiang Tong quietly admired it. After Fengling sings, the next song is by Jean Xin. Zhan Xinyue took the microphone and suddenly turned off the music, looked at Jiang Tang and said, "Sister Jiang, I know you don't love Fengling." The moment she said this, everyone quieted down and looked at Zhan Xinyue. Zhan Xinyue said, "Sister Jiang, you don't love Fengling." "I do. I love it very much." "Sister Jiang, as long as you are willing to divorce Fengling, the conditions are whatever you want." She had just inquired in her circle. Jiang Tang had left the country after graduating from high school and had been abroad all these years, rarely returned to the country. And Fengling has been in the country. There is little contact between them. No contact, naturally no feelings. A sudden marriage is surely a luxury business union. Everything is a benefit. She also wanted to impress Jiang Tang with benefits. Let Jiang Tong divorce Fengling. John Xin. Fengling frowned and glared at her. "What are you babbling about? How could Jiang Tong not love him? Jiang Tong loved him to death." "Fengling, Jiang Tang doesn't love you and you don't love her. You won't be happy together." John Xin said seriously. "I'm saving you." Fengling gave her a blank stare. "You think you're the savior? And saving little master? Show Crescent. Forget it. I can't talk to Fengling." She loved him and couldn't say enough about him. She looked at Jiang Tang. "Any conditions?" Jiang Tong looked at John Xin and asked with a smile. "Fengling." He twisted his head and looked at Jiang Tang with disbelief. What does she mean? She's not really going to say yes, is she? Fengling grimaced and gritted his teeth. If she agrees to a divorce that makes him a worthless second wife, he'll kill her. 10 billion. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "I don't want stocks. I don't want antique jewelry. I want cash and real estate. Okay?" The person beside Fengling touched Fengling with his elbow and joked with a smile. "Yo, Feng Shao, quite valuable." Fengling glared over with an ungraceful glance. "Show Crescent." She blushed hard and fell silent. $10 billion in cash and real estate she didn't have. Couldn't give. If she had, she would have given it. "What? Nothing?" Jiang Tong asked with a smile. "Why do you need so much?" John Xin asked mournfully. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Don't you think it's worth it? In your mind, isn't Fengling worth $10 billion? John Xin felt that Fengling was insulted. How could Jiang Tong go so far? How could he use money to insult Fengling? She straightened up and said, "In my heart, Fengling is priceless." "Aha." Jiang Tong nodded with a smile. "Since it's a priceless treasure, then you should be willing to trade $10 billion for him, right?" "I'm willing." Zhan Xinyue nodded. She hesitated and said, "I don't have that much money." Although she was a second-generation rich girl, she wasn't just any second-generation rich girl who could come up with $10 billion. Looking around the world, there aren't many rich kids who can casually take out $10 billion in cash. "What about it?" Jiang Tong asked with a smile. "Show Crescent." "How does she know? Why don't I wait for you?" Jiang Tong smiled and said, "You work hard to make money, and when you've made enough money, come back to me. Show Crescent." "Want to cry?" $10 billion. How long would it take her to earn $10 billion? How many kilograms of her own she is clear? Is a mongrel rich second generation. There is no business mind. She doesn't make much money, but for Fongling's sake she was going to try. You said it. Jean Xin you said. You said wait for me. When I earn $10 billion for you, you will divorce Fongling. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded and smiled. I said, I'll wait for you. Zhang Xinyue looked around at the people in the booth and said, you are all witnesses. The others looked on in amusement and nodded with smiles. Good. We're all witnesses. Fongling, trying to give them all a kick in the ass. But, Zhang Xin you have to work hard. Someone laughed and joked. You have to hurry to earn 10 billion otherwise, you will only earn 10 billion after a few decades. At that time, Fongling is old and can't work. What's the use of you spending 10 billion to buy him? Fongling casually grabbed a fruit from the fruit plate and smashed it over. You're the one who's old. You're the one who can't. The boy smiled as he caught the fruit and took a bite, commenting, worthy of being held in the jade hands of a $10 billion young master. It's so sweet. This 10 billion young master's hand is worth over $1 billion anymore. Can it not be sweet? Someone snickered in agreement. Fongling. They're so cheap. Zhang Xin you said seriously. No matter how old or ugly Fongling becomes, I like him. Fongling sneered, talking as if he's the only one who's going to get old and ugly, and they're all going to live forever and stay young. Why don't? Bai Langyue smiled and said to Zhang Xinyue, you stop obsessing about Fongling and see if I can? Fongling wants 10 billion. I'll give you a discount. 5 billion. Show Crescent. Then in that case, I'm still okay with a discount. I'm 2.5 billion. Someone was up in arms. I'll discount it again. 12.5 billion. I can also discount it again and again. 600 million. I'll atmosphere a little. That's 0.2.5 billion. Erased zero for you. The crowd laughed and joked as you and I laughed. Show Crescent. They based their pleasure on her pain. Fongling. Ha! Look at their worthlessness. He really can not see. The crowd hung out until a little later in the night before breaking up, and Show Crescent left at 10. For one thing, he didn't want to see Fongling and Jiang Tang show their love. Secondly, he went home overnight to think of ways to make money. Fongling and Jiang Tang returned home. As soon as he arrived home, Fongling turned on Jiang Tang. You really want $10 billion to sell me to Zhang Xin? Fongling frowned. He was unhappy all night because of that. Jiang Tang smiled and asked, what? Think the price is low or high? Fongling's frowned and glared at her angrily. Little master is a person, not a cargo. Don't worry, Jiang Tong said. Zhang Xin you can't get $10 billion. Fongling's frown tightened. And what if she takes it out? What if Show Crescent really made $10 billion? Then since she took it out, I'll take it. Jiang Tong said with a smile. How dare you? Fongling glared angrily at Jiang Tang. Since she dares to take it out, then I am sure I dare to receive it. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fongling. You. He wanted to threaten her, but didn't know how. The big deal is that I'll share $5 billion with you at that time. Jiang Tong said. Fongling, I don't want it. He doesn't want this kind of money. It's only $5 billion. It's not like anyone doesn't have it. Why not? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. You don't like me in the first place, and when the time comes, after taking the money, you can still divorce me to get rid of me. The best of both worlds. Isn't that good? Chapter 28 Zhang Xin wants to be an internet celebrity. She remembers until now what Fongling said before the wedding. I don't love you. I can't give you anything except marriage. Fongling was stumped by the question. No good? Hearing her say that, it seems like it's good. But, Grandpa won't agree. Fongling said. Grandpa had used all means to force him to marry Jiang Tong. How could he agree to their divorce? Then when the time comes for you to give Grandpa $2.5 billion, Grandpa might agree. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fongling looked at the smirk on Jiang Tang's face and was furious. Smiley. That happy? Why don't you give Grandpa $2.5 billion? Fongling didn't have the heart to say. Jiang Tong pondered for a few seconds and said, let's do it this way. One of us will give Grandpa $12.5 billion, so that no one loses. Fongling, you. Pissed off, but unable to do anything about it. Typical looking at her and not being able to her. Really pissed off. Jiang Tong looked at Fongling's furious look and smiled to appease him. Alright, I'm just saying, I won't sell you out. Fongling looked at her in disbelief. The reason I said $10 billion, that's because I know that Zhang Xinyue can't take $10 billion. Otherwise, why didn't I say 100 million? A billion, because I knew that a billion, if she tried to think of something, she might still be able to get it. I'm only saying this to make Zhang Xin know what to do. Jiang Tong said. Hearing Jiang Tong say this, Fongling's face looked much better. Even if I really want to sell you, I won't sell you for $10 billion. You're the prince of Phone Clan. In the future, the entire Phone Clan group will be yours, worth $100 billion. Sell you for $10 billion? I won't do such a costly business. Jiang Tong said. She's a businesswoman and never makes a loss. Feng Ling. So you won't sell me because 10 billion is too much of a loss to sell. And if someone offers 100 billion, you'll sell? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded without hesitation. Sell. Feng Ling. However, don't think too much. Jiang Tong looked at him and said, it's estimated that in this lifetime, no one will spend $100 billion to buy you. Those who have the 100 billion won't spend 100 billion on you. Can't get $100 billion if I want to buy yours. Feng Ling gritted his teeth. Buying and selling people is against the law. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. I know. So, I'm not selling you out? Feng Ling. She's not selling him now simply because no one else is offering 100 billion. If someone offered $100 billion, she'd sell. This money-minded woman. This is the wife Grandpa chose for him. I wonder if Grandpa would regret it if he knew she was like this. Okay. Jiang Tong finally teased him enough. Smiled, pinched his face and said, go take a bath. Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang. She's getting over the top now. Before it was just a verbal molestation of him. Now, all hands are pinching his face. Doesn't she know you can't just pinch a man's face? No one had ever dared to pinch his face like she did. Feng Ling glared at Jiang Tang and thought he had shocked her with his eyes before going to take a shower. Entering the bathroom and looking at himself in the mirror, he suddenly reached out and cupped his face with his hand. It's quite comfortable to pinch. No wonder Jiang Tang wanted to pinch. No self-respect at all. A woman who pinches random men's faces. Feng Ling was taking a bath while Zhang Bei was messaging Jiang Tang to explain about Zhang Xanu. The exhibition Crescent family and the Feng family have always had a good relationship. The two grew up together. But, sister, don't misunderstand. Feng Ling doesn't like Zhang Xinu. It just treats Zhang Xinu as a friend. Although Feng Ling is a playboy, he is very clean in his feelings. Never messing around with men and women. Not playing around with women based on money and looks. Jiang Tong laughed. It seems that Abe still likes Feng Ling as a brother-in-law. Jiang Tong replied, how clean is he? Who is cleaner? You or him? JB, we're just as clean. We're both clean boys. Jiang Tong. Zhang Bei, I've always suspected that Feng Ling is still a virgin. Seeing this message, Jiang Tang thought back to Feng Ling's behavior on the wedding night and replied, remove the suspicion. Jiang Bei, so Feng Ling is really a virgin? Jiang Bei was curious to ask how Feng Ling performed the first time, whether it was for 3 minutes or 3 seconds. But in the end, he didn't ask. Pro sisters and brothers have to have a point. Can't be curious about everything. Feng Ling came out of the shower and said to Jiang Tang, in the future, you can't just pinch other men's faces. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, saying, okay, not pinching other men's, just yours. Feng Ling. He wants to say he can't just pinch his face either. But, what if, in case she doesn't give her a pinch, she goes and pinches some other guy's face? Forget it. If you want to pinch his. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat if you pinch it anyway. The news about Zhang Xian used $10 billion to get Feng Ling and Jiang Tang divorced reached Elder Feng's ears, to which Master Feng commented, I didn't realize that you were worth some money. Feng Ling, after spending so much money and energy on you for so many years, it's finally time to pay back. Elder Feng asked, when will you take money for you? Feng Ling's face turned green with anger. She doesn't have any money. Elder Feng came to a realization. Oh, I thought you were really worth so much. It turns out that you is also an empty word, casually said. I really thought that you was willing to spend $10 billion on you. Feng Ling, it's my fault. Jiang Tong smiled and said, the opening price is too high. I should have opened $1 billion. And Zhang Xinyue put it together and might have it. Elder Feng shook his head. 1 billion won't do. Raising him for so many years, eating and spending, where does it stop at $1 billion? 1 billion is not even enough to cover the cost of raising him. It's too much of a loss. I don't do money-losing deals. Feng Ling. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. It's true that you can't do a losing deal. Feng Ling. Teeth are clenched. Two crooks. The fact that Zhang Xianu wanted to spend $10 billion to get Jiang Tang and Feng Ling divorced just spread in the circle. Many eaters. When did Jiang Tong and Feng Ling get married? How come there's no news at all? However, this was not the point. The point was that Zhang Xianu was really infatuated with Feng Ling, and was actually willing to spend $10 billion to get Feng Ling divorced. Then, it was natural for someone to tell Jiang Tang about Zhang Xianu. I heard that Zhang Xinyue went back to meditate for a night and decided to become a Netflix to bring goods. Jiang Tong. After all, netizens are really making money nowadays, with head anchors earning billions of dollars a year. If she's lucky, She'll make $10 billion in 3 or 2 years. It does make money. Fongling was disturbed when he got this news. Netflix does make money now. Chapter 29, have a child to tie you down. What if it really gives Jean Xinu a $10 billion earning? Jean Xinu sent a message to Fongling. Fongling, wait for me. I will soon earn $10 billion to redeem you. Fongling, what ransom? He and Jiang Tong were married in a formal program. It's not like he was sold to Jiang Tong or owned by Jiang Tong. She's saying something. Fongling thought about it and replied, you think I'll be with you after I divorce Jiang Tang? The sky collapsed when Jean Xinu saw this message. Yeah. Oh. Jiang Tong just said $10 billion to divorce Fongling. It's not like it says Fongling will be with her if he's divorced. But, Jean Xinu gritted her teeth. Even if that was the case, she was still willing. She only had a chance when Fongling got divorced. $10 billion for a chance. She's willing. Jean Xinu, it doesn't matter. Even if you get divorced and don't stay with me, I'm still willing. Fongling, what breed of love brain is she? Jiang Tong felt that Jean Xinu was a talent. She wants to sign Exhibition Crescent. The company is basically an artiste. And she's now making a strategic shift into the online industry. A team has been set up and is now starting to scout the internet for some potential web stars who have not yet signed to a company. Jiang Tong thought that Zhang Xinyue was very good. She's long, she's beautiful, she's got a great demeanor, and, on contact, she thinks the personality is pretty interesting. If someone was holding it up, Zhang Xinyue could easily be a hit. Jiang Tong took the initiative to make an appointment with Jean Xinu. Jean Xinu received Jiang Tang's invitation. Thinking that Jiang Tang had come to talk to her about Fongling and the $10 billion. Zhang Xinyue was actually not stupid. She knew that Jiang Tang said 10 billion. Not really want 10 billion, but to let herself know the difficulties and retreat. But when it came to Fongling, no matter how hard it was, she wouldn't back out. Meeting with Jiang Tong explained the purpose of his visit. Show Crescent. You're signing me? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded with a smile. You know the strength of John's Entertainment in the industry. As long as you sign up with John's Entertainment, I will definitely make you popular. Show Crescent. Her CPU is about to burn dry. She wanted to steal Jiang Tong's husband, to earn $10 billion to make Jiang Tong and Fongling divorce. Jiang Tong wants to sign her up and make her famous? To help her make money? What the hell is Jiang Tong playing at? Jean Xinu did not believe that Jiang Tang would be so kind. Jiang Tang must have some plans. However, she still wanted to sign with Jiang Tong's company. By signing to Jiang Tong, there will be more time opportunities to get in touch with Jiang Tong. This way, you can know your enemy and know yourself. Like she was now. Other than knowing some of the basics of Jiang Tang, she didn't know anything else with her 2 eyes. For example, she didn't even know what kind of personality Jiang Tong had, and was so confused that she couldn't even begin to snatch Fongling from her hands if she wanted to. Okay, I'll sign. Jean Xinu said. Jiang Tong then made arrangements and signed with Jean Xinu. It was fast. They met an hour ago. And an hour later, Jean Xinu took her lawyer to John's Entertainment to sign a contract with Jiang Tang. The attorney read the contractual agreement and there was nothing wrong with it. So it was signed. The news that Jiang Tong had signed Jean Xinu spread quickly. What are they doing? Why can't you read it? It was Fongling who was the most unreadable. Jean Xinu wants to make money. Jiang Tong signed up Jean Xinu to hold Jean Xinu and bring her to make money? What exactly does Jiang Tong mean? Lu Jianli and the others helped Fongling analyze it. Sister Jiang Tong's move is really high. Fongling asked, where is high? There's no need to ask. Sign Zhang Xinyue to your own company. Zhang Xinyue is now the ant that Jiang Tang's sister pinches in her hand. She can pinch it as much as she wants. Promote her if you want to. And snow her if you want to. Under the hands of Sister Jiang Tang, Zhang Xinyue will never be able to earn $10 billion in her life. Furthermore, Jean Xinu is definitely not dead to you and will definitely hook up with you in various ways. Sister Jiang Tang now has people under her nose, and her every move is under Sister Jiang Tong's control. Don't think she'll try to seduce you again. Fongling thought about it for a moment and felt that they had a point. It's still Jiang Tong who was old and wise. Zhang Xinyue was no match for Jiang Tong at all. Jiang Tong had been fighting abroad since she was 20 years old. How could Jean Xinu, a little rich girl who was just waiting to die, be a match for an old fox like Jiang Tong? Jiang Tong won't divorce him. After divorcing him, where would Jiang Tong find a young, handsome and rich husband like him? It's not that he brags. In the circle of luxury families in Sea City, those who are richer than his family are not as young as him and not as handsome as him, and those who are more handsome than him are. I'm sorry, but there's no one more handsome than him in Sea Town's posh circles. He's the most handsome. To summarize, Jiang Tong will not divorce him. He and Jiang Tang didn't know each other before. There was no emotional foundation. So what did Jiang Tang want by marrying him? Isn't it because he's young and handsome and his family is rich? Unless she met someone younger and more handsome and richer than him, Jiang Tong would not divorce him. He, young Master Feng, had this confidence. Jiang Tong counted the days. It had also been most of a month since her and Feng Ling's first time. Even though it was still 2 or 3 days before her period, she took a pregnancy test. It's 1 bar. No pregnancy. And she wasn't disappointed. It's only been a month and a half. And it's normal not to be pregnant. Newlyweds usually get pregnant within 6 months. She dropped the pregnancy test in the trash and came out. After she washed up, Feng Ling went to wash up. And while doing so, he inadvertently glanced at the pregnancy test stick in the trash can. He hadn't used it, but he had common sense. He hesitated, picked it up carefully, and looked. A bar. Not pregnant. He didn't have much of an idea about whether Jiang Tong was pregnant or not. Even though his grandfather was always pushing for a baby, he was still a kid himself, and he kind of couldn't imagine a little doll milking his name as his dad. Does Jiang Tong want to have a child very much? It's only been a month and a half since we got married. Less than a month. And she can't wait to test with a pregnancy test? Feng Ling took a shower, came out, got on the bed, glanced at Jiang Tang beside him, and asked, "Are you eager to have a child?" "Aha." Jiang Tong nodded honestly. At her age, she is in her prime childbearing years. She was afraid that if she gave birth in a couple of years, she wouldn't be able to keep up with her physical energy and all that. For another, it was her grandfather's request, and she had already taken the favors he had given her, so she couldn't not do the job. Kids, sooner or later anyway. If it's good to have them early, why not? Why? Feng Ling asked. He thought that a strong woman in the workplace like Jiang Tong would think that children were a drag and not really want to have them. Jiang Tong laughed and said, "Have a child to tie you down." Feng Ling froze for a moment, and her face instantly turned red. What is she talking about? He knew Jiang Tong was talking nonsense. From the point that she studied abroad as a teenager and graduated to take over Jiang's group's overseas business abroad, it was obvious. Jiang Tong is a self-reliant woman. Such a woman would not try to tie a man down with children. Chapter 30, Waiting for my wife. Do you think I'm gullible at my young age? Feng Ling glared at her. Usually he's either teasing him or lying to him. Is she true to him? Or not? No. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling's face looked a little better. Jiang Tong continued. It's not just the younger ones who are good at cheating. As long as they are men, they are all good at cheating. Feng Ling. That said as if they men are stupid in her eyes. You've cheated on a lot of men? Feng Ling asked. Just think of her as emotionally experienced. Flirting and teasing a set of people. No. Jiang Tong shook his head. Other men aren't worth cheating on, she said. Feng Ling looked at her. She suddenly leaned in. A gorgeous face almost pressed against his. Feng Ling subconsciously shrunk back a bit, and then felt as if he was too much of a wimp like this. So he stopped and looked at her. The tips of his ears were tinted red. I only lie to you, Jiang Tong said softly. She did it on purpose. Her voice soft, speaking slowly, exhaling like an orchid. Seducing him. Why? Feng Ling asked. What do you say? Jiang Tong looked at him with a light smile. Feng Ling was very nervous. Her heart was beating fast. Her hands gripped the quilt underneath her tightly. Her red face unable to speak. Jiang Tong thought he was really cute like this. The youthfulness, shyness, and innocence of a teenager is the most beautiful and precious thing in the world. She leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Show Crescent made a video. A very simple cross-dressing video. The scheme didn't even think of itself. Imitating the hottest. It was a professional photographer who took her picture. The dress was beautiful. The person was beautiful. And the company bought traffic. This video. So that the exhibition of Crescent Moon overnight fire. Up hundreds of thousands of powder. On the internet, it's not an exaggeration. Back in the day, a certain first generation, with a very simple video of dancing and flinging their skirts around, gained millions of fans. John Xinu was on fire and came to Jiang Tang. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and ask Feng Ling to join me. John Xinu said. Looking for Jiang Tong for dinner was a front, but actually he wanted to see Feng Ling. Jiang Tong. She thought that John Xinu was really quite interesting as a person. You invited me to dinner and asked me to call up my husband, meaning you wanted me to create contact between you and my husband. Do you think that I would do such a thing? Jiang Tong asked. What kind of brainwave is she in? Show Crescent. She also knew she was being a bit odd. But what can she do? In the past, he was still able to meet Feng Ling often and eat and drink and party together. But now, Feng Ling didn't even return her messages. Not to mention coming out to meet her for dinner. Jiang Tong asked. Where do we eat? John Xinu froze for a moment. She had thought Jiang Tang was going to refuse. You promise? John Xinu asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. John Xin, you asked uncertainly, calling on Fong Ling? Jiang Tong looked at her and said with a smile, it's fine if you don't want to call on him. Think. I want to. John Xin, you said impatiently. Jiang Tong. Fearing that Jiang Tang would back out, Zhang Xinyue quickly said the time and place, then ran away. Afraid that if he slowed down a step Jiang Tang would regret it. Jiang Tong lost his smile as he looked at her back. In her opinion, Zhang Xinyue was really a very interesting and cute little girl. If Fong Ling doesn't like such a pretty and interesting little girl, what kind does Fong Ling like? Jiang Tong sent a WeChat message to Fong Ling. She and Fong Ling were on WeChat, but there has been no contact. Click on the page and it's empty. She sent a message to Fong Ling, I'll come to the company to pick you up in the evening and have dinner together. Fong Ling was at work and froze for a moment when she saw the message sent by Jiang Tang. This was the first time that Jiang Tang had sent her a message. As soon as you send a message, you ask him out to dinner? When it was almost time to get off work, Fong Ling went into the restroom to tidy up his appearance. Then he estimated the time and went to the entrance of the company to wait. 6 o'clock. Off duty. The employees walked out of the company one after another and saw Fong Ling standing at the entrance of the company with a look of eager anticipation. A bold female employee smoothed her hair, walked up, and asked with a light smile, Prince, waiting for someone? Fong Ling glanced at it and nodded. Well, wait for my wife. The female employee had thought that Fong Ling wouldn't take care of herself, but she didn't know that Fong Ling even nodded his head and spoke after giving her a look. She was so happy in her heart that she was about to say something, but then she heard Fong Ling say wait for my wife. Her smile froze on her face as she looked at Fong Ling in surprise and shock. What did the prince say? His wife? When did the prince get married? The female employee was a little reluctant. She was a flower of the company, ability and appearance. Since Fong Ling came to the company, she had ideas about Fong Ling. She wants to climb up the ladder. She was not convinced that Fong Ling really had a wife. For one thing, the crown prince is young, having just graduated from college. So how could he get married so early? Secondly, the crown prince is the only heir of the Fong family. If he really gets married, it will definitely be a sensation in the whole city and everyone will know about it. But no one in the company rumored that the prince was married. And the gossip she got was that the prince didn't even have a girlfriend. She thought that Fong Ling was rejecting her when he said something like wait for my wife. She wasn't ready to give up. If Fong Ling was really that easy to take down, he wouldn't be single until now. She adjusted her mood and regrouped, and was about to speak when she saw Fong Ling's good-looking peach blossom eyes light up, staring at the car that drove by. The female employee looked over and it was a white Cayenne, not overly ostentatious and with a certain amount of poker. The car stopped at the square in front of Fong Group, and Fong Ling walked over, opened the door, got into the car. The car started, and left. The female employee was dumbfounded. She saw that it was a young woman driving the car, and even through the windshield of the car, she could still see the intense features, the pouncing, aggressive beauty. Such a beautiful woman is not an evening out. Pongs don't have that kind of temperament. And then when you think about what the crown prince said about his wife, there's a good chance that this really is the crown prince's wife. The prince's wife can't be some small family. It has to be a rich girl who's a good match for the crown prince. The female employee took a break like a frosted eggplant. She can't compete with the great beauty at the door. However, the prince actually did get married. This is really a bombshell. In the company, it was estimated that other than her and Mr. Fong, no one else knew. There was an inexplicable sense of excited pride in harboring a great secret. It was time to leave work, and many of Feng's employees saw Fong Ling getting into a woman's car. But they didn't know about Fong Ling's relationship with the other party. A friend of the prince? Or girlfriend? Fong Ling sat in Jiang Tang's co-pilot. It was his first time in Jiang Tang's car. Her car's interior accessories are simple and clean. Girls usually like to put some cute stickers on their cars or get some cute little ornaments. Chapter 31, You Cry Beautifully. None of hers. It was clean. The car was what it was when it was handed over to her from the factory. And it's still what it is now. Jiang Tong didn't say anything and drove seriously. Fong Ling felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward with both of them not speaking. He cleared his throat and asked, "Where are we going to eat?" "Tasteful lunch," Jiang Tong said. Fong Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang. Taste Chai. It was one of his favorite restaurants. He went out to eat. 9 times out of 10 he was at Taste Chai. Did Jiang Tong ask around specifically and know that he liked Taste of Taste Chai? So he went to Taste of Taste Chai? Fong Ling pursed the corners of his lips, a bit of hidden happy stealing inside. It took 40 minutes to drive to the Tasteful Lodge. Jiang Tong and Fong Ling entered the restaurant. Fong Ling asked, "Is there anyone else?" "He's actually pretty good, just him and Jiang Tong too." He hadn't eaten alone with Jiang Tong yet. "Aha." Jiang Tong nodded and said, "There are artists from my company." Fong Ling. She took him to meet her company's artists? Isn't that the same as an official announcement? Fong Ling suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and followed Jiang Tang to the private room. The door to the booth opened and he looked in. It's a small private room, and there's just one person in the room. Show Crescent. Fong Ling, you're here. John Xin was happy to see Fong Ling. Fong Ling looked at Jiang Tang and asked, an artist from your company? Aha. Jiang Tang nodded. You don't know that John Xin signed to my company? Fong Ling. Of course he knows. Just, why did they bring this light bulb? John Xin with them to dinner? It wasn't like Jiang Tang didn't know what John Xin had in mind for herself. Seemingly seeing Fong Ling's doubts, Jiang Tang said, today it was John Xin who invited us for dinner. Fong Ling. It's Show Crescent. Not her? So, the restaurant was also ordered by John Xin? Fong Ling instantly collapsed. Show Crescent. It hurts. Sit down. Jiang Tang said to Fong Ling. Although Fong Ling was unhappy, he still obediently sat down, but sat down without speaking or looking at anyone, just coldly playing with his cell phone. John Xin smiled and said, Fong Ling, I've ordered some dishes. All of them are your favorites. See if you want to add more? John Xin handed Fong Ling the menu. Fong Ling took the menu, glanced at it, and said, none of what you ordered is my favorite. The smile on John Xin's face froze. No way. She had loved Fong Ling for so many years, and she knew all of Fong Ling's habits, tastes, hobbies and so on. Fong Ling, this is intentional, deliberately embarrassing her. John Xin looked downcast and hurt. You order. Fong Ling handed Jiang Tang the menu. Jiang Tang said, I don't know what you like to eat. Fong Ling said, I'll eat whatever you order. Jiang Tang glanced at Fong Ling, took the menu and ordered a few dishes, then called the waiter to serve them. The waiter went off to rush the food, and the three men sat in the small booth, none of them speaking. John Xin was dressed up beautifully today and came to see Fong Ling with excited anticipation. But Fong Ling did this to her. She really wanted to go. She's not without a temper. She is also the arrogant little princess that people spoil and hold in their circle. It was only in front of Fong Ling that he was so humble. Even though Fong Ling was giving her so little face anymore, she still didn't dare to leave. She was the one who took the initiative to invite the couple to dinner. Where is the sense of inviting someone to dinner and having the host leave? She couldn't do such a thing. Moreover, if he left, Fong Ling would be angry, and it would be even harder to see Fong Ling in the future. Zhan Xinyue made a strong effort to hold back her tears and said to Fong Ling, you don't like to eat these? In the future, I won't order it. Jiang Tang. She looked at Zhan Xin with great confusion. Is she really that in love? Love enough to have no self-respect? No temper? In her place, she would never be able to do it. She can love someone very much, but if you boss me around, disregard me and humiliate me on the basis that I love you, then I'm sorry, I don't love you anymore. Stay where you are. She didn't understand this kind of emotion from Zhan Xin. Never in a million years will I understand. Love people before you love yourself. If you don't love yourself, it's even less likely that anyone will love you. Fong Ling didn't say anything. He's in a bad mood and doesn't want to talk. Zhan Xin wanted to cry again, but bear with it. How did Fong Ling become like this now? He didn't used to be like this. He used to reject himself, but he wouldn't embarrass himself. He rejected her and they still joked and played like friends. But now, he wouldn't even give her a good look. She couldn't accept such a fall. It was really hard on her heart. Jiang Tang didn't say anything. This was a matter between Fong Ling and Zhan Xin, and even though she was his wife, it was still not appropriate for her to meddle in such matters. Soon the food came up. For 3 people, what Zhan Xinyue had ordered before, plus what Jiang Tang ordered later. There were a dozen dishes. Fong Ling then only ate the dishes ordered by Jiang Tang behind him, and he didn't eat any of the dishes ordered by Zhan Xin. Zhan Xin noticed this and wanted to cry again. But bear with it. It was humiliating enough now. She didn't want to be humiliated again. Jiang Tang looked at Zhan Xin. Seeing her like this, she was not feeling good in her heart and had little appetite. But, these are required. The 3 men took a few cursory bites and ended the meal. Mr. Jiang. When she was leaving, Zhan Xinyue called out to Jiang Tang and said, I want to talk to you about work matters. Is that okay? Jiang Tang nodded and said to Fong Ling, you go back first. Fong Ling glanced at Zhan Xin and then glared at Jiang Tang before angrily leaving on his own. I wonder what the 2 women are going to say again. Jiang Tang and Zhan Xin found a cafe nearby. Zhan Xin looked at Jiang Tang and asked, did you say something to Fong Ling? That's why Fong Ling did this to me? Zhan Xin couldn't help but cry after just 2 words. He didn't used to treat me like this. He used to be nice to me. A friend's good is also good. Jiang Tang pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, saying, don't cry. Zhan Xin's tears still couldn't be stopped. Jiang Tang nodded. Well, you're right. I made Fong Ling do this to you. I forced him to do this to you. John Xin cried even louder. She knew it wasn't. How could someone as arrogant and domineering and self-conscious as Fong Ling listen to Jiang Tang? Jiang Tong will do whatever Jiang Tong tells him to do? He's not so obedient. Jiang Tong looked at the crying John Xin. Chuckling softly, he said, "Now, do you want to look in the mirror?" Zhan Xinyue was crying, and froze for a moment when she heard Jiang Tang say that. Subconsciously, I assumed that my makeup was smeared and I was crying ugly. The image is humiliated in front of a love rival. She wanted to cry even more. She looked in the mirror. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "You cried beautifully." Chapter 32 Fong Ling wants a reward. Shou Crescent froze for a moment. Jade's lonely face is drying up with tears. Pear blossom a spring with rain. Jiang Tong looked at John Xin with a gentle smile. This is a line from Bai Judy's Song of Long Hate, describing a girl crying as if she were a pear flower with rain in spring, causing pity. John Xin slightly reddened her face. Her love interest complimented her on her good looks to her face. If a great beauty like Jiang Tong complimented her on her good looks, then she was really good looking. This made John Xin feel a little proud in her heart. Then he collapsed his face again, his eyes full of sadness. So what if it looks good again? It's not like Fong Ling likes it. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "He doesn't like it, I do." John Xinu's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Jiang Tong looked at her with a gentle smile. John Xinu's face slowly reddened. Her look was sincere and serious, not deceiving and fooling her. She suddenly became shy, a little afraid to look directly into Jiang Tang's eyes, and stammered, "I still have some things to do, so I'll go first, bye." After that, she grabbed her bag and fled. Jiang Tong, like Fong Ling, she was easily shy. Fong Ling was fidgeting and waiting at home. I don't know what John Xin will say to Jiang Tang. Will it add fuel to the fire or something? He thought back to the past. He and John Xin had been friends for many years and had always been on good terms. Because this person, John Xin, was pretty good except for liking him. As for her liking him, it didn't really bother him. He was all about outright rejection. It's your business if you like me. It has nothing to do with me. That's what he's always thought. He wasn't burdened with rejecting anyone's show of affection. If he was burdened with rejecting people's expressions of fondness, he would have been overburdened and exhausted long ago. After recalling his past with John Xin, he was relieved that he hadn't done anything ambiguous. Zhan Xinyue couldn't say a word. He didn't scum anyone emotionally. Jiang Tong is back. Fong Ling looked at her, and on the surface, it was quite normal, not very happy or collapsing into a critical face. Normal look. Fong Ling cleared his throat and asked, "What did John Xin tell you?" "Work stuff," Jiang Tong said with a light smile. Fong Ling looked at her in disbelief. "You can talk about work stuff during office hours. You can talk about it on WeChat. Why does it have to be face-to-face and alone?" Just like to lie to him. Fong Ling looked at Jiang Tang insistently. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Fong Ling, you really are a very good man. Although the face looks still a little tender, but really is a man. A mature thinking and responsible man. Reject it if you don't like it. Don't drag it out. Don't give hope. Don't hang on to it." Fong Ling froze for a moment, her face slowly reddening. Why is she suddenly complimenting him like that? It made him weirdly embarrassed. Jiang Tong came in front of Fong Ling, stood on her tiptoes slightly, circled her hands around his neck, and planted a kiss on his lips. After kissing him, he let go of him. Fong Ling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "A good man should be rewarded." Fong Ling. Jiang Tong went into the bathroom to wash up. Fong Ling looked at her figure with a red face a bit puzzled. After so many days of marriage, this was the first time Jiang Tang had complimented him. Of course, in bed doesn't count. In bed sometimes when pushed hard, he would compliment him on how good and awesome he was. He was young, but he knew that what a woman said in bed could not be taken seriously. Did John Xin say something to Jiang Tang? So Jiang Tong came back and praised him for being a good man? Fong Ling sent a message to Zhan Xin. "What did you say to Jiang Tang?" Shou Crescent frowned. Fong Ling asked this. Jiang Tang couldn't have gone back to add more fuel to the fire and said something bad about her in front of Fong Ling, right? Shou Crescent was angry. How come Jiang Tong is such a two-faced woman? Complimenting her on her good looks to her face, saying that she cried pearly and pitifully, saying bad things about her right in front of Fong Ling. Women say bad things about women and think about what they say. Nothing more than that. She has a bad heart. She's a green tea. She has character issues, and so on. Shou Crescent, what did she tell you about what I said? Fong Ling, she didn't say. Just came back and praised me for being a good man. Exhibit Crescent. Had he misunderstood Jiang Tong? Fong Ling, what did you say? Shou Crescent, I didn't say anything. Fong Ling was puzzled. John Xin, you didn't say anything then? Why? Jiang Tang somehow praised himself as a good man? Until Jiang Tong came out of the shower. Fengling hadn't come up with anything. Simply asked directly, why do you say I'm a good man? Fengling asked her. Jiang Tong smiled and said, because Ling is supposed to be a good man. Fengling, it's Red Worm again. She called him, Ling. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling with a smile. Fengling was shy, said I'm going to take a shower and fled towards the bathroom. Jiang Tong said behind him, come out after washing and give you a reward. Fengling turned around and looked at him in surprise. What reward? Jiang Tong just looked at him and smiled, but didn't say what the reward was. Fengling went into the bathroom with a red face full of doubts. While taking a shower, he wondered what Jiang Tong was going to reward him for. Just rewarded him with a kiss. That moment, Fengling was a little excited at the thought, and with a red face, she sped up and washed herself in a few minutes. He was already shy, and with the dense heat of the hot water in the bathroom, his whole body was red when he came out of the bathroom. Eyes are red. Jiang Tong was sitting on the bed in a black halter nightgown, her long chestnut-colored wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. Laid back, sexy. When she saw Fengling come out, she smiled and hooked her finger at him, saying softly, come here. Fengling's body stiffened as he looked at Jiang Tang. She was so demonic, so charming. His heart was beating fast, and with stiff steps she took one step at a time. Finally, coming to the bedside, he stood, looking at her with downcast eyes. Jiang Tong hooked her finger at him again, signaling her to bend over. Fengling bent over slightly. Jiang Tong stretched out her jade arms, hooked her hands around his neck, and asked with a light smile, what kind of reward do you want? Her face was close enough that her breath sprayed his face as she spoke. Warm and soft, sweet aroma. Fengling blushed scarlet, feeling like he was about to explode from her teasing. Staring at her, he asked, any kind of reward? The voice was dark and low. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled a gentle nod. Fengling rolled the knots in his throat from excitement and said, I want what you rejected me for last night. Jiang Tong froze for a moment, her pretty face tinted with a pink color. No words were spoken. Weighed in his mind, teenagers are hot-blooded and passionate, full of curiosity and novelty about many things. He offered something. She felt she just couldn't do, so she refused. But I didn't realize that he hadn't died even after being rejected, and that he was bringing up old issues again today. Chapter 33. You don't know how many people like Jiang Tang. She suddenly kind of regretted giving him a reward. Jiang Tong was still thinking about hesitating to say yes. Fengling knew that Jiang Tang was thinking about hesitation, and he couldn't give her a chance to refuse. Said, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a tacit agreement. Me. Jiang Tong was just about to speak when Fengling instantly kissed her lips, blocking out what she wanted to say. Anyway, he'll take that as a yes from her. Fengling enjoyed doing intimate things with Jiang Tong. In addition to the physical pleasure, he gets a sense of fulfillment mentally. Jiang Tong was mature, steady, and gentle, obviously only 5 years older than him, but he acted as if he was 15, 25 years older than him. In front of her, he is like a child. She can make him angry with a few words, but also can coax him with a few words, but also can make him shy and nervous with one look and one movement. He seems to be completely taken. His wildly dazzling and cool young master Feng very much disliked this feeling. However, in bed, Jiang Tang could not. This kind of thing, men and women are born with a gap. She is not his opponent. In life, it was Jiang Tong who took him, but in the married life, it was totally him taking Jiang Tang, doing whatever he wanted. She could only beg for mercy again and again. However, Fengling wanted to do more than just pin down Jiang Tang in this matter. In life, he wants to, too. He was never the only one to pin down others. How could he be pinned down by others? It was now that they had just gotten newly married and the outside world hadn't seen much of them getting along yet. If they kept getting along like this and he kept getting held up, if word got out, would he still want to lose his young master Feng's face? Even if, in the end, he couldn't hold Jiang Tong, he didn't want to be held by Jiang Tong. For this reason, Fengling found an older brother with whom he had a good relationship. That family and the Feng family had always cooperated, and the relationship between the two families was good. So the late generations of the two families were also familiar with each other. That brother was 7 years older than Jiang Tang, a playboy who changed women like clothes. Also, every girlfriend has loved him to death, and never said anything bad about him after the breakup and had to defend him. Fengling found him to take lessons. Brother Jing Chang, how did you hold those ex-girlfriends of yours? Fengling vainly sought advice. Those ex-girlfriends of Jing Chang are all kinds of famous women, celebrities and netizens. All of them are famous and rich women. But without exception, they were all taken by Jing Chang. What? Jing Chang smiled impishly and raised his eyebrows. Want to take Jiang Tang? Many people in the circle now knew that Fengling and Zhang Tang were married. Fengling. No. Actually, I didn't want to pinch them. Jing Cheng smiled and said, it is they who are willing to be pinned by me. Why? Fengling asked curiously. Jing Cheng looked at Fengling and smiled deeply. Because they love me. Fengling. In love. That's how it is. Anyone has a temperament character, but the more loving party will always compromise and back down until they are taken. Jing Cheng said with a smile. And the one who doesn't love enough is able to be calm and collected. Ling. The charm of love is that it makes people lose themselves. Or be happy. Or be happy. Or be sad and upset. Or suffer. It becomes unlike oneself. In a relationship, if you stay the same and don't have a lot of emotional ups and down swings, then it proves that you don't love the other person at all. Or maybe you don't love each other that much. Fengling looked at him in surprise. He substituted himself and Zhang Tang into the scenario Jing Cheng was talking about. It seemed like he had become unlike him after he married Zhang Tang. He would get angry because he went on a business trip. He would get angry because she was having dinner with another man. He would get angry or happy or shy because of her triple talk. And looking at Zhang Tong again, he hadn't seen Zhang Tong angry and pissed off or particularly happy during the time they had been married. Even when John Xinu did something like that, all those words in front of her face, she didn't even get angry and signed up John Xinu. She's subdued, calm, and hasn't changed. So, himself is in love with Zhang Tang. How is that possible? How could he like Zhang Tong? He and Zhang Tang were in a business marriage without feelings. And even if he did intimate things with Zhang Tang, it was for the sake of passing on the family name. How could he like Zhang Tong? Zhang Tong wasn't his type at all. His favorite type is. What's his favorite type? He hadn't really liked a member of the opposite sex since he was a kid, and he didn't seem to know what type he liked. But how could it be a type like Zhang Tong? She's 5 years older than him and what? He couldn't think of. Jing Cheng has been in love for a long time. Looking at Fengling's appearance, he knew what was going on. Smiling ambiguously and teasing. What? Like Zhang Tang? Fengling returned to his senses, blushed, and retorted. No. The tone was sharp and quick. Jing Cheng smiled even more ambiguously. Looking at him, Fengling's face turned even redder. Jing Cheng laughed and said, it's not like liking Zhang Tang is something to be ashamed of. Fengling, there really is no shame in liking someone, but it was a shame that the person he, young Master Feng, liked, didn't like him, never knew anyone else who liked him and loved him. When has he ever been in love? How can he love and not be loved? He loves and he must have it. If you don't get it, it's not love. You are young. Jing Cheng smiled and said, you don't know how popular Zhang Tang was when she went to school. At that time, of the boys in a school, out of 100, at least 80 liked Zhang Tang. Fengling, brother Jing Cheng, exaggerated. Jing Cheng laughed and said, I'm still talking about conservative. Think about it, at the age of your first love, there's a girl in your school who's pretty, has a good body, good studies, and a good and almost perfect personality. Would you not like it? Even if there are those who don't like it, then there will be good feelings, and no boy will have ill will towards such a girl. It's also that Zhang Tong left the country early, and has been fighting abroad all these years. If he were at home, the threshold of Zhang Tong's family would be trampled by people seeking marriage. Fengling frowned and subconsciously retorted, where is Zhang Tang as good as you say? Jing Cheng smiled and asked, then now that you're married to Zhang Tang and spend time together, tell me about Zhang Tang's shortcomings. Fengling opened his mouth to say, but it only took one word to say it. What are the disadvantages of Gang Tang? Older, but 27 is the prime age when a woman is most beautiful. Love to tease him? But he, being the one being teased, was actually quite happy in his heart even though on the surface he sometimes acted angry. Chapter 34, So Crying, Are You Made of Water? Even more often than not, it's a dark pleasure. Every time I was teased by her, I was so happy. What? Can't say it? Jing Cheng looked at Fengling with a smile. Fengling pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Ah Ling, Zhang Tang is your wife. It's only right and proper that you like her. Jing Cheng said. Fengling is still a teenager, shy and nervous about being revealed to like someone of the opposite sex, conditioned to be agitated. He argued, I don't like her. Jing Cheng looked at Fengling. Fengling's youthful reaction was simply not enough in front of him. Fine, don't like it. He didn't argue with Fengling either. Anyway, Makoto will be late, but it will be there. Fengling, in order to make Jing Cheng believe and seemingly to convince himself, said, I really didn't like her, and I got married because my grandfather forced me with his death. Aha! Jing Cheng smiled and nodded. Good, I know. Fengling looked at Jing Cheng's appearance and was furious. Brother Jing Cheng didn't believe it at all. However, he really didn't like Zhang Tong. He had just thought about it carefully. How could he be such a frivolous and casual man? How is it possible to be with a woman for less than a month and fall in love with her? No way. Not at all. And his reaction in front of Jiang Tong could only show that he was still too green and had seen too little of the world, while Jiang Tong's tactics were too clever and too good at teasing men. He must be more mature and steady in the future, and not blush in front of Jiang Tang and be ruffled by her. He believed he could do it. It was only when Feng Ling and Jing Cheng separated that he reacted to the fact that he had come to ask brother Jing Cheng for advice. Please teach how to hold a woman. But he was told by Jing Cheng that he liked Jiang Tang? Being interrupted by brother Jing Cheng like this, he had forgotten his original purpose. How in the world are we going to hold Jiang Tang? He wanted to send a message to ask Jing Cheng, but if he asked that, brother Jing Cheng would definitely make fun of him for liking Jiang Tang again. It's annoying. He didn't like Jiang Tang at all. Feng Ling returned home from work. Jiang Tong didn't come back, but he saw John Xinu sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting with Elder Feng. Elder Feng kinda liked John Xinu. Show Crescent Moon is well behaved and cute. Master Feng could almost be said to have watched her grow up and loved it. However, if he were to make John Xinu his granddaughter-in-law, he would not be willing to do so. If John Xinu is really with Feng Ling, two guys, one dude, one dumbass, combined together, the next generation's genes, he couldn't even imagine what it would be like. The Feng family that is really going to be finished. Feng Ling collapsed as soon as he saw John Xinu. Show Crescent. Heard again. In the past, although Feng Ling did not have any male or female feelings for himself, he was still good as a friend. Now, a batch face collapses at the sight of her. For whom? Show her? It was also that she loved him. She wouldn't bother to look at him if she didn't. Before John Xinu could say anything, Feng Ling went straight upstairs. John Xinu's eyes were red with anger. Elder Feng looked in his eyes, sighed, and said to John Xinu, You, listen to Grandpa Feng. You and Ling are not suitable. John Xinu's red eyes were aggrieved and defiant. Where are we inappropriate? We have comparable family backgrounds. We grew up together. Childhood sweethearts. He's good looking and I'm good looking. So where are we inappropriate? The voices were choked and nasal. They're just perfect for each other. If they were in a novel, they'd be destined for each other. Elder Feng. He's tempted to say, because you're a dumbass, but that seems a bit hurtful to say. You was already so upset. If he said she was stupid again, he was afraid she'd burst into tears on the spot. At his age, he couldn't see a little girl cry. Even though Elder Feng didn't say anything, John Xinu herself was about to cry as she thought about it, tears welling up in her eyes. The eyes are about to fall. In order not to be seen by Elder Feng, John Xinu hung her head down, tears flowing out and dripping onto her clothes. Elder Feng sighed again and said, There are plenty of good men in this world. Grandpa Feng will introduce you to other good men. Zhan Xinyue cried and looked at Elder Feng and said, But, Grandpa, I only like Ah Ling. I really like Ah Ling so much. Like to say this to Grandpa Feng now. Her heart ached. Elder Feng looked at John Xinu like this and was heartbroken, but he didn't know how to comfort him. At this time, Jiang Tang also came back from work, and as soon as he entered the living room, he saw John Xinu crying. Questioned Pearly again? John Xinu's face swished red. Obviously, it was a time when he was grieving, but now a shyness was inexplicably born. Jiang Tong. What's wrong with this? Last night she went home and thought about it all night, wondering why Jiang Tang had complimented herself on her pearly blossom and pity? Why say Feng Ling didn't like her? When she did, couldn't figure it out after thinking about it all night. Then today it was a ghostly visit to the Feng family. She couldn't tell if she wanted to come and see Feng Ling or who she wanted to see. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Tang and then at John Xinu. There was a glint in his eyes. The atmosphere between these two seemed a bit off. Jiang Tong asked John Xinu, What did Feng Ling do to you again? She saw the car that Feng Ling drove out in the morning in the garage. Feng Ling was back. When John Xinu mentioned Feng Ling, her tears were about to break out again. Jiang Tong smiled and sighed helplessly, came to sit beside Zhan Xinyue, drew out a tissue and handed it to her, and said gently, crying so much, Are you made of water? She'd never met a more crybaby adult than John Xinu. John Xinu looked at the tissue she handed over and didn't want to take it, but, again, kind of wanted to. Finally, she took it, wiping the tears from her face, looked at Jiang Tang. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Jiang Tang was saying so crybaby. Are you made of water? It seemed like there was a little bit of pampering when she said so crybaby. Are you made of water? Spoiled? Is she crazy? Or is Jiang Tong crazy? Feng Ling saw Jiang Tang driving back from the upstairs balcony and he went downstairs. I saw Jiang Tong and John Xinu sitting together. John Xinu was crying. Jiang Tong was comforting John Xinu. Don't cry. It's not worth it to cry for a man who doesn't love you. The tone of her look was serious and gentle. Feng Ling's eyebrows jumped. What's Jiang Tong up to? Zhang Xinyue is her love rival. She actually comforted her love rival? And belittling him. That he's not worth it? How is he not worth it? If he, young Master Feng, isn't worth it, then who is? What are you talking about? Feng Ling glared at Jiang Tang angrily. Who are you saying is unworthy? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Jiang Tang loathe Zhang Xinyue because of him? But he could see no disgust in her demeanor now. Chapter 35, Why did you make her cry again? Her heart ached for Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue looked at Feng Ling and said it was you. Jiang Tong looked at him, even though Feng Ling was angry. She wasn't afraid and asked Feng Ling, why did you make her cry again? Feng Ling's eyebrows jumped again. Is she sticking up for Shou Crescent now? Does he even know who's closer to her? I made her cry. Is that okay? Feng Ling said angrily. This was the first time he had gotten so angry in front of Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong is his wife. Not on his side, but on the side of his love rival. It really pissed him off. Jiang Tong froze for a moment and looked at Feng Ling. The young master seems to be really angry. Feng Ling glared at Jiang Tang, didn't say anything, and stormed out in a huff. Where are you going? Elder Feng asked. Go out and fool around. Feng Ling left without looking back. Elder Feng. Jiang Tong. Zhang Xinyue didn't dare to cry this time, and looked timidly at Jiang Tang. Hesitantly, he asked, did I, cause you guys to fight? Jiang Tong looked at Zhang Xinyue. Why did that sound a bit tea-like? I didn't mean to. Zhang Xinyue said. Don't say it. Jiang Tong stopped her. The more I talk, the more I teared up. Shou Crescent. Elder Feng glanced at Jiang Tang and Zhang Xinyue, and didn't explain anything for Feng Ling, but also warmly invited Zhang Xinyue to have dinner at home. Zhang Xinyue glanced at Jiang Tang and didn't refuse. Thus, Jiang Tang, Elder Feng, and Zhang Xinyue happily dined at the Feng family home, and Feng Ling ran out to drink alone. Feng Ling of course wasn't alone. He called on the three of them, by Lang Yu Lu Jianli Shi Qi Sheng. It's just not called gangbuk. When the three of them arrived, they only saw Feng Ling, not Jiang Bei, and asked, where is Jiang Bei? Why didn't he come? Feng Ling's voice was cold as he said, I didn't call him. He was now angry with Jiang Tong. Don't want to see Jiang Bei. Anyway, the siblings have always been in cahoots. What's wrong? Did he mess with you? Bai Lang Yu asked with a smile. Feng Ling still didn't say anything. The three looked at each other. How did Jiang Bei mess with Feng Ling? In the afternoon when we were chatting in the group we were still fine and talking. So soon Jiang Bei messed with Feng Ling? How did Jiang Bei mess with you? Lu Jianli asked with a smile. You tell Sister Jiang Tang so that Sister Jiang Tang can teach him a lesson. Feng Ling frowned and glared at Lu Jianli. What a pot calling the kettle black. Don't mention Jiang Tang. Feng Ling said angrily. 3. Oh, that makes sense. It wasn't Jiang Bei who messed with Feng Ling. Rather, Jiang Tang messed with Feng Ling, and Jiang Bei was innocently implicated. Who made them siblings? The three people were especially curious now, and asked with a gossipy face. What happened to you and Sister Jiang Tang? A fight? She scolded you? Or did she hit you? The excitement in his voice couldn't be suppressed. Feng Ling looked at the three handsome faces burning with the fire of gossip. Exasperation. She dared to scold me? How dare she hit me? The three of them shook their heads very much to Feng Ling's face. Don't dare. Poof. Young Master Feng snorted coldly, his face looking much better. So what did she do to you? The trio pursued. Feng Ling. She wronged him. She doesn't trust him. She cared even less about him. The more Feng Ling thought about it, the more annoyed he became and said, she didn't do anything to me. She didn't do anything to you, you would? The three didn't believe it. Feng Ling frowned. I'm in a bad mood because of other things. It's not because of her. He didn't want his friends to know that he was unhappy because Jiang Tong had wronged him. It always felt as if that was a bit humiliating. Because of what? The trio asked. Feng Ling. It's because of work. He made a random excuse. But the three are plainly disbelieving. Breaking down the pot. What's going on at work? Tell us. We'll help you. Feng Ling choked and said. You guys can't help me. How can I not help you? 3 cobblers are still better than a genius. Not to mention we're not 3 cobblers. We're 3 powerful young lords. Our family's business involves all sorts of things, and we can help you with anything at work. Feng Ling. They have a point. I don't want your help. Feng Ling said. I'm grown up now. I'm going to carry Feng's burden alone. There are a lot of things I have to face and solve on my own, and you guys helped me this time. What about the next time? What about the next time? It's impossible to ask for your help every time. It's better to rely on people than to rely on yourself. Only when you are strong and capable is you truly strong. Feng Ling felt that he had said it so well that he really wanted to give himself a round of applause if it wasn't the wrong time. Feng Ling had thought that the 3 would be happy and would lament that he had grown up and understood. Unexpectedly, The trio asked. So, you're actually not in any trouble at work at all. It's just Jiang Tang that's pissing you off, isn't it? Fengling. He said all that really for nothing, a waste of breath. How did he get a friend like that? I said no. Fengling said annoyed. The other three didn't believe it at all. Okay, no, Fengling. Their tone is really perfunctory. Lu Jianli quietly sent a message to Jiang Bei to come over. They were almost done eating when Jiang Bei came frowning at the sight of the leftovers. You're calling me when you're all done eating? When has he ever eaten leftovers? And, he glanced over. All four of them were there, meaning that they hadn't been prepared to call themselves at all in the beginning. It was an impromptu call for him later. So, is he isolated here? You guys are isolating little master? Jiang Bei questioned a few people with a frown. It wasn't us. The three of them, Lu Jianli, hurriedly cleared the air. It was Fengling. Who told us not to call you? Jiang Bei glared at Fengling. Fengling was a bit weak, but thinking of Jiang Tang instantly justified it again. So what if he just isolates Jiang Bei? He snorted coldly and turned his face away from looking at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was about to be infuriated. Fengling is really good. He's going to lead the charge to isolate him. His fault, and now he's giving him a face. Jiang Bei was about to snap when Lu Jianli pulled him and whispered in his ear. Sister Jiang Tang messed with him. Jiang Bei frowned. My sister would mess with him? His sister's so sensible and mature. She'd mess with him? It's almost as if he's messing with his sister. What did my sister do to mess with him? Jiang Bei asked. Lu Jianli shook his head. I don't know. But, it looks like the anger is not light. Think about it. Jiang Tang's sister like that is definitely not going to make a move. Most likely to scold him. Jiang Bei nodded. His sister doesn't do anything. It's never been about reasoning. Chapter 36, I have a friend. But Fengling was used to being arrogant and bossy, and his sister was probably not happy to be in charge of him. Jiang Bei was not accustomed to these little tantrums of Fengling. Walking straight up, he asked, what did you do to mess with my sister? Fengling glared at Jiang Bei, about to explode. What do you mean he's messing with Jiang Tong? It was clearly Jiang Tong who messed with him. I didn't mess with her. Fengling gritted his teeth. Jiang Bei snorted coldly and said, if you upset my sister, be careful, I'll beat you up. Young Master Feng was on the verge of crying with anger. The two Jiang family siblings were just too hateful. One messed with him and the other beat him up. When has he, the crown prince of the Feng family, ever been so angry? It's really too much. The Jiang siblings are simply lawless. It's clearly your sister who messed with me. Fengling glared angrily at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, you can't be confused between right and wrong just because Jiang Tang is your sister. Impossible. Jiang Bei retorted. My sister is not someone who causes trouble. Your sister isn't a troublemaker. Am I? Fengling asked angrily. Then, Lu Jianli, Bai Langyue, Shi Qisheng, and Jiang Bei nodded their heads. He's the one who stirred up trouble. Fengling almost laughed in anger. Good. This was his brother's friend for so many years. He really is blind for nothing. Fine. I'm the one who caused trouble. Okay? Fengling said coldly. After saying this, he stood up, kicked the chair away, and left directly without even saying hello. 4. It seems to be really pissed off. Before, he had never been like this in front of them. The four men looked at each other. The other three looked at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei's face didn't look too good either. Looking at him, it might really be Sister Jiang Tang who messed with him. Lu Jianli said. Jiang Bei frowned. His sister would not be the one to initiate trouble. But it was also true that Fengling's reaction was not quite right. Did my sister really mess with him? Jiang Bei called Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong had just sent Jean Xinu away when she received a call from Jiang Bei. On the phone, Jiang Bei hesitantly asked, Sis, did you have a fight with Fengling? Jiang Tong, no. Then Fengling said you messed with him. Jiang Bei asked. Jiang Tong was silent for a second and asked, are you together? They were together just now, and now Fengling has left alone. Jiang Bei said. Jiang Tong said faintly, don't worry, we're fine. With that, he hung up. Jiang Bei looked at being hung up on. Nothing? How can it be okay? Both his sister and Fengling's reactions were wrong. There was definitely something going on between the two, but neither said anything. Sister doesn't say. Although Fengling said that his sister had messed with him, he didn't specifically say what happened. He felt like he was caught in the middle like a sandwich, left and right. That's why he said that he didn't approve of his sister marrying Fengling in the first place. Fengling felt really pitiful. Other men can find a brother to talk to if they are aggrieved by their loss of love. And him? His brothers were all on Jiang Tong's side. Jiang Bei, not to mention Jiang Tang's own brother, was definitely helping Jiang Tang. The two of them, Lu Jianli and Shi Jisheng, are also Jiang Tang's fanboys. waiting for him to divorce Jiang Tang at any time so that they can take advantage of the opportunity to get to the top. Even Bai Lang Yu had become a fan of Jiang Tang after meeting him once. He really has a bitter life. Feng Ling ran to the clubhouse alone to drink. Drinking to the top, ordered a couple of accompanying ladies. Feng Ling was a super VIP in this club, a regular customer. The people in the club know that this young master Feng loves to play. However, never play with women. So it was quite a surprise when Feng Ling ordered the escort lady. Thought this young master Feng finally grew up and got the hang of it. A few accompanying princesses came in, and when they saw Feng Ling, each one of them burst into smiles. Feng Xiao, one smiled and leaned over. Although Feng Ling was a bit tipsy from the drink, he still had his senses and frowned. Don't get next to me. Several princesses froze. One of the princesses was not willing to do so and smiled delicately and pinched her throat. Feng Xiao, you. Feng Ling pointed directly at her and said, get out. The princess froze. Feng Ling looked over coldly. The princess didn't dare to mess with Feng Ling, knowing that in such a venue, a powerful male child like Feng Xiao could decide her fate with a single word. The princess went out obediently. With this previous lesson, the remaining 4 princesses didn't dare to disobey Feng Ling again. Feng Ling said, the 4 of you sit in line. The 4 princesses obediently lined up and sat across from Feng Ling. Feng Ling took a sip of wine and said, let me ask you guys a question. The 4 princesses obediently said, Feng Xiao, you ask. I have a friend. Feng Ling spoke up. He's married, and his wife and he are in a business union. After the marriage, a woman who liked the man said that she wanted the man to divorce his wife and asked the wife, what would it take to divorce the man, and the wife said that she would divorce the man if the woman would give her $10 billion. What do you think of the man's wife? The 4 princesses looked at each other. Here it comes. The classic I have a friend. Isn't it yourself? Mr. Feng got married? Haven't heard. But it's normal for them to be in such a position that they don't know. And that's not the point right now. The point is to answer Feng Xiao's question properly. Come one by one and answer one by one. Feng Ling said. A few princesses knew that if they answered poorly, they didn't have a good day. Princess 1 pondered for a while and replied, I think that the wife must have known that the other party didn't have $10 billion, so she purposely said that number to make the other party know what to do. Feng Ling didn't say anything when he heard it, and his expression didn't change much. He wasn't happy or angry. Feng Ling looked at the second princess. The second princess said, I think that the wife was jokingly teasing that mistress and talking about it for fun. It was probably just that off the cuff. Feng Ling remained motionless and looked at the third princess. The third princess said, I think the wife is pretending to be generous, but the gentry pay attention to face. Say so on the mouth. The heart has long hated the mistress. Feng Ling looked at the fourth princess. Fourth princess. Everything was said by the first 3. What else could she say? She hesitated, looked at Feng Ling, and carefully said, maybe, the wife really wants 10 billion. In her place, she'd want 10 billion. Where do men have money to smell? What kind of man can't you find with $10 billion? When the fourth princess finished speaking, she felt Feng Ling's gaze as he looked at her violently turn cold and sharp. The fourth princess was aghast. Oops, she's wrong. Feng Xiao is angry. Will Feng Xiao beat her? When the fourth princess thought Feng Ling was going to do something to her, Feng Ling said, take out the collection code. A couple of princesses froze for a moment, then held out the collection code. Feng Ling took his cell phone and paid one by one. Chapter 37, Jiang Tang says sorry. The grand princess received 10,000. The second princess received 10,000. The third princess received 50,000. The fourth princess received 5,000. Several princesses looked at each other. What else is unknown? It was the third princess' answer that was most pleasing to Feng Xiao, as he had intended. The first and second princesses answered the usual. The fourth princess' answer was the last thing Feng Xiao wanted to hear. If it wasn't for the sake of maintaining his young master Feng's face, he probably wouldn't want to give a single penny. If you don't, word gets out that he's sealing the young master's point princess and not tipping. How can he go out in the future? Next question. Feng Ling said. And the next question? Several of the princesses straightened their backs and hit the ground running. A good answer is 50,000. You can make more money for a few words than a night of drinking and pulling strings with those awful old men. The girls will definitely give it their all. It's still the 3 men and women and wives. Feng Ling said. The man did not like the woman. The woman came to the man's house to find the man. The man ignored. Later, the wife came home and saw the woman crying, so she thought that the man had bullied the woman and made her cry. And the wife comforted the woman. And she questioned the man, why did she make the woman cry? And what is the wife's state of mind now? Again. Now. Several princesses were in deep thought, and must be answered properly. It was still the grand princess who came first. The grand princess, I think that the wife actually cares about the man, The reason why she comforts the woman is because she wants to have a good relationship with the woman. Knowing the enemy and knowing herself is the only way to win 100 battles. Fengling looked at the second princess. Second princess, I think the wife loves the man, but in the way, cannot scold the woman, can only blame their own husbands, as if the child is outside the conflict with people. Parents will always scold their own children first is a reason. Third princess, I agree with Lily. First princess. Fourth princess, my opinion is the same as Lucy's. Second princess, this wife surely loves men. And Feng Xiao should have heard the saying that people always give their worst side, their worst temper, to those closest to them, and give their good temper to outsiders. That's because people are like that, relying on their families to love them, and no matter what the family will tolerate her, forgive her, and spoil her. People on the outside don't. If the wife blames the woman, and word gets out, won't it be said that two families are bullying a woman together? Fengling glanced at the fourth princess, said, take out the collection code. A couple of princesses took out their collection codes again. The grand princess arrived at $20,000. The second princess arrived at $20,000. Three princesses to the tune of 10,000. Four princesses to the tune of $50,000. Fengling was still relatively satisfied with both of the first princess and second princess's answers. The third princess was obviously perfunctory. The fourth princess speaks, most pleasingly. Thank you, Feng Xiao. A few princesses smiled and thanked them. Fengling said with a cold face, you guys go out. Little Four stays. The princess with the stage name Anna has a new name, Junior. The other three princesses either envied or were jealous and glanced at Xiaoxi before going out. In the end, only Junior was left in the booth. They thought that Xiaoxi had gained the favor of the crown prince and could succeed in getting to the top. In the clubhouse, not to mention succeeding in getting to the top. Even getting a word from young Master Feng could lead to a lot of care and a different status in the clubhouse. Xiaoxi looked at Fengling, guessing in his mind Fengling's intention of leaving himself behind. Is it simply wanting to talk and chat? Or should we do something else? She was trying to do something else. She was supposed to be in a line of work, not puritanical or hypocritical. She just wanted to find a rich man to shore herself up and clothe herself. Come here. Fengling made Xiaoxi sit beside him. Junior smiled and walked over, sitting down, but didn't dare whine and wave. The whiny, wavy ones were thrown out at the very beginning. Xiaoxi obediently poured wine for Fengling. Fengling drank and asked her, do you think she really scolded me because she loves me and treats me like family? Why doesn't he believe it? Inside Junior, sure enough, I have a friend is myself. Xiaoxi shot up and said, of course, Feng Xiao, think about it. In the past, when you had conflicts with outsiders, no matter if it was right or wrong, wouldn't Elder Feng scold you in front of the outsiders? Fengling thought carefully and nodded. It's still true. And does Master Feng love you? Junior asked. Fengling nodded. He's the only child of the Feng family. If Grandpa doesn't love him, who does? So your grandfather blames you in front of outsiders because he doesn't love you? No, your grandfather is the most love you. He in front of outsiders like that just to do face work. People live a face. People only put down their face in front of their close ones. Outside, all want face will do face work. Xiaoxi said with a smile. Fengling felt that Xiaoxi had a point. He asked, what's your name? Junior smiled. My name is Junior. Just now Feng Xiao called her Xiaoxi. She would be called Xiaoxi from now on. Fengling. He's quite fond of Junior. It's a liking for a thing, not a man's liking for a liking. Code out. Fengling said. Xiaoxi was delighted in his heart and hurriedly took out the code. Fengling swept her $100,000. Xiaoxi struck while the iron was hot. Feng Xiao, you can add a contact. Fengling looked at her. Junior said, I've been in relationships since I was a teenager. And also, I'm pretty tight-lipped. She was experienced in relationships and Fengling could consult her for any relationship problems. She's a woman and knows better how women think. Being tight-lipped, she won't go around talking about it. Fengling glanced at her, nodded, and added contact information with Xiaoxi. Junior walked out of the booth satisfied. Back in the lounge, she was asked curiously, Anna, what did Feng Xiao keep you for? Junior smiled. Didn't do much, just said a few words. And also, I'm changing my name from now on. It's not Anna anymore. I'm Junior. Crowd. Xiaoxi smiled and said, Feng Xiao gave me the name. Crowd. Envy. People like them. They look glamorous on the outside. All young and beautiful, but in the clubhouse, they are playthings. Some of the guests didn't treat them as people at all. And now that Xiaoxi had hitched a ride with Feng Xiao, she would have a much better time in the clubhouse in the future. The manager above will look after her and the guests will give Feng Xiao face. Fengling didn't get home until 12. It was thought that Jiang Tang was asleep. He went back to his room and saw Jiang Tang half lying on the bed playing with his cell phone. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling hummed lightly and didn't look at her. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "I'm sorry." Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. She told him she was sorry? He had thought that someone as good and proud as Jiang Tang would not apologize easily. But then she just suddenly caught him off guard and apologized. Chapter 38. I heard that Feng Ling is in the clubhouse. Logically, Jiang Tong apologized, so he should forgive her. But Jiang Tong had wronged him. He had been angry all night, drank so much and spent so much money. She just lightly said 3 words of sorry and he forgave her? Wouldn't it be too easy? Is it too much to be proud of her? That way, she'll be even less likely to put herself in his shoes in the future and mess with him if she wants to. Because even if you piss him off, you don't have to pay anything, an apology will do. I'm sorry. Jiang Tong saw Feng Ling didn't say anything and apologized again. I saw Jean Xin crying, so I thought you bullied her and misunderstood you. I'm really sorry. She didn't have any presidential missy baggage. Apologize when you do something wrong. Hearing her say this, the anger in Feng Ling's heart had actually subsided. But he still wasn't ready to forgive Jiang Tong. He had to give Jiang Tong a lesson. Let her know that he, young Master Feng, was not one to be messed with. Feng Ling snorted arrogantly, ignoring Jiang Tang, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Jiang Tong, really angry? Jiang Tong reflected again. When she had angered Feng Ling into going fooling around before, she had reflected on it at home. She shouldn't have questioned Feng Ling without knowing the truth of the matter. It was just that casual of a question, but it was still Feng Ling's distrust. Subconsciously, he thought he would bully Jean Xinu. Feng Ling took a shower and came out. Jiang Tang wanted to apologize to him properly and seriously, but Feng Ling went straight to bed and closed his eyes. Sleep. Ignoring Jiang Tong, he looked like he wasn't going to listen to his apology. Jiang Tong, forget it. Go to sleep. He'll apologize in the morning when he's had a good night's sleep and is calmed down a bit. In the morning, Jiang Tong woke up and tried to apologize to Feng Ling, but Feng Ling simply ignored her. She said one word and Feng Ling stepped aside, finished breakfast and left for work, never saying a word to her from start to finish. Jiang Tong. Young Master Feng was quite angry. Jiang Tong arrived at the company. The secretary had just finished the day's work report when Jean Xinu came. Jiang Tong, something big has happened. Jean Xinu said in a hurry. Last night Feng Ling fought 4 women in one night at the clubhouse. Jiang Tong. Who did you hear that from? No matter who I heard it from. Anyway, it's true. Jean Xinu said. Jiang Tong nodded and didn't say anything. Jean Xinu looked at Jiang Tang and asked, "You're not angry?" Jiang Tong shook his head. "Not angry. You don't feel bad?" "No hard feelings." Jean Xinu, why aren't you angry and uncomfortable? Jiang Tong, why should I be angry and hard? Show Crescent. Okay. She was no match for Jiang Tong. When she found out the news last night, she didn't sleep all night. And then look at Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong, the emperor, was not in a hurry. But she, the eunuch, seemed to be in quite a hurry. Do you still have something to do? Jiang Tong asked. Jean Xinu, I'm sorry. It's all because I caused you and Feng Ling to fight. Feng Ling did something like this. Jiang Tong didn't answer, but asked, do you still have something to do? Show Crescent froze and shook her head. Go out if you don't have any. I have to work. Jiang Tong said. Show Crescent. Something like this happened. She felt like the sky was falling, and Jiang Tong was still thinking about work. She really is an emotionless work machine. Show Crescent Moon is gone. Jiang Tong frowned a bit and called his secretary in to find out what was going on. She believed Feng Ling wouldn't do something like that. If you really want to play with women, you would have done it a long time ago, and you wouldn't have waited until now. But what's going on with this rumor has to be found out. The secretary was quick to give the message. It was Feng Ling who went up to the clubhouse last night and ordered 4 princesses. But according to the princesses, they didn't do anything with Feng Ling. Feng Ling just looked for them to talk and chat for a while. As for what was said, the princesses didn't say. Jiang Tong, looking for what the princess didn't do? Just talking and chatting for a while? That's what the men seemed to be saying. But Feng Ling was like this. She believed it. But what is it that you need to say to the princesses of the club? Jiang Tong frowned slightly. The secretary looked at Jiang Tong and was surprised. This is the first time I've seen the president upset about a man. She'd been with the president for a few years now, and had only ever seen him fret and struggle with work business. Never seen the president upset about a man yet. President, isn't it a marriage of interest with young Master Feng? As Jiang Tong's secretary, she knew very well what was going on with Jiang Tong and Feng Ling. President, do you still need me to have someone ask around? The secretary asked. Jiang Tong shook his head. No need. She trusted Feng Ling, and it would really be distrustful and disrespectful to Feng Ling if she went to investigate again. The secretary nodded and went out. Jiang Tong frowned slightly. She did believe Fengling, but the problem now was that Fengling was angry. How was she going to be able to coax Fengling? When I was a child, I coaxed Jiangbei Lu Jianli them. A meal, a toy model can be coaxed, but surely young Master Feng can't be coaxed by a meal and a toy. Buy something? Giving away money in stores and buildings? With women, she knew that the bag cured everything, just make it a point to buy the bag. But with men, she really didn't know. Especially a man like Fengling who didn't lack money. If a normal man sends a car and a building, he's sure to take the edge off. But none of these, young Master Feng lacked, even more than her. It's what money can coax. Jiang Tong hadn't figured out how to coax Fengling. When Zhang Xianyu arrived, Zhang Xinyue looked at Jiang Tang, a little apologetic, and carefully asked, "Do you know what?" Jiang Tong asked. Zhang Xinyue hesitated and said, "It is Fengling who was in the clubhouse last night, and had 4 women in one night." Jiang Tong. This rumor, how did it get this way? When Zhang Xianyu saw that Jiang Tang didn't say anything, she thought that Jiang Tang was angry. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me. You and Fengling had a fight and Fengling was in a bad mood before he did something like this." Zhang Xianyu apologized. "Fengling didn't used to be like this. Don't be angry with Fengling. Fengling, he's just in a bad mood and venting the boredom in his heart. He doesn't have feelings for those women in the clubhouse, he's just playing along." Fengling, Zhang Xianyu shut up. Why did she feel that the more she explained, the darker she became? However, she really wanted to help Fengling explain. Fengling is really a very clean and principled man. Otherwise, she wouldn't love him so much. Jiang Tong looked at her and asked with a smile, "Why do you want to help Fengling explain?" "I misunderstood Fengling messing around and being rotten. Divorcing him, isn't that a good thing for you?" Zhang Xianyu frowned. "I do like Fengling, and I love Fengling, but I won't get him by smearing him to get you to divorce him. I'm not that despicable." Chapter 39, Buying Gifts for Fengling. Jiang Tong looked at Zhang Xianyu. The smile was gentle. She really is a very good and nice little girl. Zhang Xianyu was shyly looked at by Jiang Tang. "Jiang Tong, why are you staring at yourself so much? Does she think she's beautiful again? But she didn't cry today. Is she beautiful without crying?" "Aha." Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile and said, "I see. You is really a very upright and kind girl." Zhang Xianyu was overwhelmed by the compliment. Looking at Jiang Tong is really different from other women. If it were any other woman, she would have scolded her for being shameless and shamelessly thinking about other people's husbands. The grumpier ones have grabbed her by the hair and pulled her clothes and slapped her. But Jiang Tong complimented her on her good looks for a while. One moment complimenting her on her crying pearly whites and the heartache of contacting her. This moment praised her for being a decent and kind girl. What does she mean by this? Jiang Tong's appearance made her embarrassed. Jiang Tong is so nice, gentle and kind. The main thing is to have a vision. The way she looked, it made her really embarrassed to rob Fengling again. Wait, Zhang Xianyu suddenly reacted and frowned at Jiang Tang. Could this be Jiang Tang's purpose? Deliberately being nice to her to make her feel guilty and die to Fengling from then on? Jiang Tong. Hi. This move is just too high. Compared to the slapping and ripping of the clothes of the shrews, her attacking the heart in this way is really too high. She's so smart, she almost fell for it. Zhang Xianyu looked at Jiang Tang, slightly tilted her chin, arrogant and ice cold. "Don't call me you. We are not that familiar." Jiang Tong. Also, I didn't mean anything else when I came here today to explain for Fengling, so don't think too much about it. I just don't want someone as scenic and beautiful as Fengling to be misunderstood. Everything she did was for Fengling. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, saying, "I know. I have a question I want to ask you." Zhang Xianyu originally didn't want to take care of Jiang Tang, but she used to ask for advice. A sister of a love interest 5 or 6 years older than herself, vainly asking for her advice. It satisfied her desire to win to some extent, feeling better than a strong enemy. "What is it?" Zhang Xianyu asked. Jiang Tong asked, "Do you know what Fengling's favorite thing is? To coax someone? Of course, you have to throw in the towel." She had wanted to ask Zhang Bei later, but since Zhang Xinyue was here, it would be the same to ask Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xianyu and Fengling are childhood friends and love Fengling so much. She knew what Fengling liked better than Zhang Bei and the others. "What are you asking for?" Zhang Xianyu asked her. She wouldn't be foolish enough to casually and easily tell her love rival about Fengling's preferences. "Have you forgotten?" Jiang Tong looked at her with a wry smile. "Show Crescent. What did I forget? Forget that it was because of you that I misunderstood Fengling last night, which led to a conflict between Fengling and me?" Jiang Tong said. Show Crescent Moon had a little heartburn. It was indeed her fault. Fengling didn't actually miss anything. It was she herself who felt aggrieved in her heart. so she cried. It was what made Jiang Tang misunderstand that Fengling had bullied her. Now Fengling is still angry with me, Jiang Tong said. I want to throw myself at him to coax him. Jiang Xin pursed her lips, not wanting to speak. She didn't want to tell Jiang Tang. It's fine if you don't tell me, Jiang Tong said. Then let me and Fengling be at a standstill. The misunderstanding getting deeper and deeper, and finally to the point of no return. That way you can take advantage of the situation and make it to the top. Jiang Xin frowned and glared at Jiang Tang angrily. Is this young lady such a despicable and shameless villain? Then why don't you tell me what Fengling likes? Jiang Tong asked. Jiang Xin didn't say anything. Frowning at Jiang Tang, she just didn't want to tell her. No? Don't you just not want me to throw in the towel and not want me to make up with Fengling? Isn't that why you want to take advantage of the situation? Jiang Tong asked. Jiang Xin couldn't bear it anymore. She, Jiang Xin, the second miss of the Zhan family, had been bright and open for so many years. When had she ever been falsely accused like this? As if she's some kind of despicable, sinister villain. Fengling likes sports cars, Jiang Xin said. He always wanted to buy a XXX sports car before, but Grandpa Feng thought it was too expensive and worried that Fengling would lose his mind by playing with things, so he didn't buy it for him. Fengling always wanted it. For a while Fengling himself went to invest trying to make money to buy it. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be business material. Several investments in a row failed. Fengling also rested his mind, but the car was always in the back of my mind. Thanks, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Jiang Xin held her anger and left from her office. Then, in an afterthought, he reacted that Jiang Tang was using agitation, deliberately provoking her and forcing her to reveal Fengling's preferences. Jiang Tong, it's really too sinister. She's the real insidious and despicable villain. Really pissed off. Again, he fell for Jiang Tong's scheme. Jiang Tong, why are you so sinister? After Jiang Xin left, Jiang Tang looked up Fengling's favorite car on the internet. Big tens of millions, close to 100 million. No wonder Grandpa didn't buy it for Fengling. In her place, she wouldn't buy it for Fengling. It's not that they don't have money, but the car is a transportation tool for them. Big millions or even tens of millions of cars are enough. The car is good, performs well, and also has a license plate. How millions and millions of dollars are enough? Nearly $1 billion of this kind of car. In fact, the main function is not to drive, not mobility, but a kind of bragging rights. Neither she nor Grandpa were like that, but young people like Fengling like it. She herself has no particular love for cars, and the car is a transportation tool for her. But she could also understand a man's love of cars. Jiang Tong looked at it. The car was not only expensive, but also, it was harder to buy. There were things in the world that could not simply be bought with money. Cars like this one are produced in smaller quantities because they are expensive and few people buy them. Sometimes the company starts production only after the customer pays a deposit. But she's been working in M for years, and the connections are there. Jiang Tong thought about it and finally found someone to find a relationship to pay a deposit and bought the car. It seems that in the future, it is better not to easily make young Master Feng angry. The cost of coaxing him was too great. In one fell swoop, it went to the company's profits for a month. Fengling took his cell phone and looked at it. Why didn't Jiang Tong send him a message? He himself had never been in love, but hadn't he ever seen a pig run before? Once a couple has a fight, the one in the wrong keeps messaging the object. What a baby. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Baby, don't be mad at me. Baby, I love you, blah blah blah. But what about Jiang Tong? Just apologized to him last night. And then, since that apology last night until now, nothing has been said. Chapter 40, Fengling went to look for Xiaoxi again. No calls to apologize, no messages, and no dates. Everyone else would buy milk tea or buy food or whatever to show goodwill and weakness. What's wrong with Jiang Tong? Fengling was upset in his heart, wondering again if I had gone too far last night. He probably shouldn't have been so arrogant. After Jiang Tong apologized to him, he should have forgiven her and given her a step down. After all, Jiang Tong didn't do it on purpose. It was all because of Jiang Xin, who was crying and crying there, causing Jiang Tang to misunderstand. It really didn't seem like Jiang Tang could be blamed. Even if someone else saw Jiang Xin like that, they would mistakenly think that he had bullied Jiang Xin. But Jiang Tong's apology was too insincere. Just a couple of apologies on the lips and then not much else. Other people apologizing would at least buy a gift or transfer a red envelope. 5,200, 13140 or whatever. But Jiang Tang didn't buy a gift or transfer money. Not to mention that he didn't even have a message. Fengling was in an irritable mood. During the daytime, he thought, Jiang Tong was probably busy. She was a workaholic. She must be busy working. She'll have time when it's almost time to leave work. He'll just wait. but he waited until he got off work. His cell phone rang non-stop. Many people sent him messages, asking him to play dinner or something, but there was no news of Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong. Feng Lingqi didn't even eat his meal and went straight to the clubhouse. When he arrived at the clubhouse, he said directly to the manager, "Get Junior for me." Manager, okay. The manager went to call Junior. At this hour, Xiaoxi was eating her work lunch, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans with a plain face. They usually eat dinner before they start packing up their makeup and waiting to go to work. Junior, I was going to put on some makeup and clean up a bit, but think about it and forget it. It's not like Feng Xiao looks at her face to see her body. Presumably, it's still last night. Today, someone came to inquire about their affair with Feng Xiao last night. Xiaoxi put down his bowl and went straight to the private room to find Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at the woman who came in and didn't recognize her for a moment. Junior? Xiaoxi smiled and nodded. Feng Xiao, no makeup today. Feng Ling, there's a big difference between a woman before and after makeup. Last night it looked like Junior still had a few good looks, similar to most of the princesses in this club. Enchanting and flirtatious. But now that I look at it again, it's ordinary. So ordinary that men wouldn't throw their money away for her. It's true that makeup is one of the 4 evil arts of Asia. However, Jiang Tang doesn't seem to be like that. She looks good with or without makeup. Moreover, Jiang Tang without makeup is more innocent. Those who like innocence will think she looks better without makeup. Feng Ling, how did he think of Jiang Tong for good reason? Feng Ling retracted his mind, looked at Xiaoxi and said, in the future, you'd better put on makeup. If you don't put on makeup, here, you'll probably starve to death. Junior, Feng Xiao dislikes her ugliness. Why don't I go paint one now? Junior said. Feng Ling said faintly, no need. It didn't matter to him if she was beautiful or ugly. Xiaoxi smiled and said, Feng Xiao, you're here so early. Have you eaten yet? Feng Ling grimaced and said, didn't eat. How can I eat when I'm so full of gas? I asked you. Feng Ling then told Xiaoxi the bits and pieces of what happened between him and Jiang Tang when he went back last night. Of course, it wasn't him who was talking. Still familiar, I have a friend. What do you think? What does she mean? Feng Ling asked Xiaoxi. He didn't have any female friends that he played particularly well with. And besides, it wasn't appropriate to ask the circle about these things. Everyone in the circle knew he was married and word got out that he was going around taking questions because of what was going on between the two couples. How embarrassing. Does he still want to lose his face as the crown prince of the Feng family? Xiaoxi was speechless when he heard it, and felt that Feng Xiao was quite cheap. His wife apologized to him, and seriously apologized twice, and he's going to be arrogant and take Joe, not forgiving others. Now that people are ignoring him, here he is fidgeting and regretting again. TSK. What is it if it's not a crime? But men are like that. They all love to be cheap. Xiaoxi smiled and said, from what Feng Xiao described, your friend's wife is a very good and outstanding woman. Feng Ling nodded. She is quite excellent. This he could not deny. People like that have pride. And these famous women in the circle are not the same as faceless women like us. We're sweet-talking and all kinds of ambling around trying to scam some men out of their money. But which of those damsels in your circle are not proud? And I don't think it's easy for your friend's wife to say she's sorry in a serious way, to put aside her pride and offer an apology. They probably don't tell people they're sorry very often. She's put her pride aside and apologized. And your friend hasn't forgiven her, so she probably feels swept off her feet and is angry too. Junior said. Feng Ling frowned. You said she was angry? Junior nodded. Aha. Feng Ling's brows furrowed even tighter as he said angrily. What face does she have to be angry? It's clearly her who misunderstood me. Junior. She told her. It must be Feng Xiao. Otherwise, Feng Xiao would be so attached to his friend's affairs. Feng Ling also realized that he had spoken out of turn in his haste, trying to be defensive. But forget it. Xiaoxi doesn't dare to go out and talk nonsense. It's him or him. He, young Master Feng, was just misunderstood. Xiaoxi smiled and said, Feng Xiao, it's not just you who wants to save face. The young lady also wants to save face. Feng Ling frowned. He knows, but the heart is still angry. So what do you say? Now it wasn't a matter of whether he originally forgave Jiang Tang or not. But, Jiang Tang was also angry. He knew that Jiang Tang was different from a staggering young man like him. She's mature and stable and sensible. She doesn't get angry easily. And normal things aren't enough to make her angry. But once she's angry, it's real anger that can't be coaxed away with a few words or a few bag purchases. Do you want him to apologize to Jiang Tong? But it was clear that this matter was Jiang Tang's fault in the beginning. I should have known that I would have forgiven Jiang Tang last night when she apologized. Hey. Feng Ling was in an irritable mood. Xiaoxi smiled and said, would Feng Xiao like to buy the young lady some gifts, jewelry or a bag or something? Feng Ling shook his head. She doesn't lack these things. Moreover, she doesn't have a strong desire for this. There are some celebrity girls who just buy all kinds of things every day, and they are very enthusiastic about what new model or limited edition has come out from which house. Get it any way you can. But Jiang Tang is not. Bags and clothes and all that. She doesn't pursue any limited editions or new models. As long as it looked good and didn't embarrass her or the family when she wore it out, it was fine. Xiao Si laughed. Feng Xiao was really thinking straight. The young lady is not lacking, but what you bought, Feng Xiao, is different from what the young lady herself bought and what others gave her. Chapter 41. The heart's intent is most important. What you buy is what you think of the young lady, and the thought is what counts. Feng Ling mused. Xiao Si saw that Feng Ling didn't say anything and thought that Feng Ling couldn't let go of this face. Young masters and young ladies like them were born to be honorable, and each one of them was prouder than anyone else, valuing face more than anything else. Xiao Si smiled and said, "Actually, Feng Xiao, there is another way." "What method?" Feng Ling asked. "Feng Xiao, couples fight at the head of the bed and make up at the end," Xiao Si said. Feng Ling. Feng Xiao, there's nothing between a couple that can't be solved by one conjugal life. If there is, then twice, Xiao Si said. Feng Ling was surprised and shocked as she looked at Xiao Si and reddened. How could she say such a thing? She, a girl, looked like he was in his early 20s. Xiao Si was originally very thick-skinned. This kind of words, in the field everyone was used to saying and hearing, but Feng Ling looked at her like this, making her also a little embarrassed and red. Feng Xiao is so innocent. It was a little awkward for both of them for a while. Xiao Si, in order to ease the embarrassment, smiled and said, "Feng Xiao, you trust me. I have a lot of experience in relationships, and then when I came to this field, I have heard and seen a lot. Listen to me, it's definitely right." Feng Ling, he didn't want to listen to Junior, but Junior said it with such conviction. "You said it." Feng Ling put in a vicious word with a red face. "If it doesn't work, come back and I'll kill you." Junior is guaranteed to work. It's all women. Can she not understand women? It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Just do intimate things, mind and body together. Where in hindsight I remember why I was angry. Seeing that Xiao Si was so confident, Feng Ling believed Xiao Si for the time being and transferred the account to Xiao Si, went out for a quick dinner and headed back. Jiang Tang put off the evening's entertainment and went home after work. When he arrived home, he saw elder Feng returning, but Feng Ling didn't come back. She asked the housekeeper. The butler smiled and said, "The young master has a social engagement." The young master didn't socialize, but we can't say the young master went fooling around, can we? Jiang Tong glanced at elder Feng who was sitting on the sofa looking at his cell phone. Grandpa didn't even respond. Feng Ling has a social engagement? Clubhouse socializing princess? Jiang Tong didn't say anything and didn't move. It was 9 in the evening when Feng Ling arrived home. Asked the housekeeper, "Is Jiang Tang back?" Butler Zhao, as the know-it-all of the family, was aware that Jiang Tang and Feng Ling were having a bad time these 2 days. Smiling, she said, "The young lady is back. The young lady has been waiting for you." Feng Ling glanced at the housekeeper in surprise. "What she said about waiting for me?" Butler Zhao smiled and said, "The young lady didn't say anything, but as soon as the young lady came back from work today, she asked about you." Feng Ling, "Ask me what?" "Asking when you'll be back and asking the kitchen to make your favorite dishes." Butler Zhao smiled. Feng Ling, he suspected that Butler Zhao was adding fuel to the fire, but he has no proof. Feng Ling returned to the room, did not see Jiang Tang, looked at the study. The lights are on. Should be in the study office. He thought about what Junior had said about DAP. He did want to do that kind of thing with Jiang Tong, but how to start? It's impossible to just rush to the study and say to Jiang Tang, "Come on, let's DYP, right?" That way it was estimated that Jiang Tong would directly give him 2 slaps. But if you don't say that, what do you say? Feng Ling was annoyed. He should have asked Xiao Si, but it doesn't seem good to ask Junior about such things. You can't ask Junior about everything. Feng Ling scratched his head and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Whatever you do, wash it first. When Feng Ling came out of the shower, Jiang Tang came out of the small study, sitting in half lying on the bed in her nightgown. Feng Ling froze for a moment when he saw Jiang Tang's nightgown. It's a red halter nightgown. Tool deep V's. When has Mr. Feng ever seen such a scene? Jun's face instantly reddened. His breathing quickened, and his body stiffened. What's the point of her dressing like that? Is it an attempt to seduce him? Seducing him and then withholding it from him as a form of torturous revenge? Feng Ling stiffened his body and got into bed, forcing himself not to look at Jiang Tang. Got into bed and lay down under the covers, looking calm on the outside, but with his heart beating like a drum. Jiang Tong glanced at Feng Ling, wanted to talk, but looking at Feng Ling's cold face, it seemed like he didn't want to take care of her. She's dressed like this on purpose today and he's not impressed? He's young and angry. And after they got married, he dragged her around several times a night to fool around. Except for the days when she was traveling. Not last night. It doesn't look like it's going to happen tonight. He's so tolerant now? Or is it that you're full from eating out? So not hungry? Jiang Tong looked at Fengling. Did you really meet 4 women at the club last night? Fengling could feel Jiang Tang looking at herself. What did she keep looking at? Fengling couldn't guess. He was uncomfortable and stiff and nervous from Jiang Tang's look. He finally didn't hold back and glanced at Jiang Tang. But Jiang Tong still stared at him. Young Master Feng was stared out of the fire. Look, look, look. Since she wants to see it, let her have a good look. Fengling suddenly rolled over and pressed Jiang Tang underneath him. Under Jiang Tong's slightly puzzled gaze, he kissed her lips without a word. Jiang Tong, it looks like, didn't fight 4 women in one night at the clubhouse. After it was completely over, Fengling thought, I guess they've made up now. Ha, because Junior said, once or twice, but he's been on 4 more times tonight, and it's all good, right? He wanted to see Jiang Tong's reaction, but Jiang Tong had long since fallen asleep from exhaustion. Fengling, she hasn't even resisted today, so she should be making up, right? Fengling was satisfied and slept with his arms around Jiang Tang. When he woke up the next day, Fengling thought Jiang Tang would say something to himself, but Jiang Tang didn't say anything, got up and went to wash up. Fengling, is Jiang Tong still angry? But she hadn't resisted last night. She'd cooperated with him. Or were you not very happy with the process last night? Last night, he did seem to go a little overboard. Since I didn't want it the night before, I kind of held it in, and I was a little pissed off last night, so it was inevitably a little hard. She's angry? Fengling watched Jiang Tang go into the bathroom and wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. The two shuffled downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, it's off to work. Fengling had wanted to drive to the office himself, but was stopped by the old man. Let Fengling ride in a car with him. Fengling, it's something he has experience with. It's time to get educated again. Fengling obediently followed Elder Feng to the car. During that time, he also looked at Jiang Tong, as if expecting Jiang Tong to save him from the fire, which knew that Jiang Tong drove off without looking back. She can be such a heartless woman. Chapter 42, Showing Love to an Old Man. In the car, Elder Feng said, Ah Ling, since you're married and you don't hate Jiang Tang, live a good life and don't run to the clubhouse all day. Fengling, I didn't. No? Do you know what's being rumored about you out there right now? Elder Feng asked. Fengling asked doubtfully. How do you pass me on? He really didn't know. It's rumored outside that you had 4 women in one night at the clubhouse. Elder Feng said. Fengling, who the hell is making up rumors? You may be young, but you can't fool around like that. Beware of not being able to do it at a young age. Elder Feng said. Fengling, let me tell you, if it's really because you can't do it at a young age, Jiang Tang goes to find a male model to relieve the loneliness and emptiness of the coldness of the body and mind. Don't blame me. I won't be able to help you. Elder Feng said. Fengling glared at Elder Feng helplessly and angrily. Is this a real grandfather? Curse him for being so young. I didn't have 4 women in one night. Fengling said through clenched teeth. Who the hell is spreading rumors about him? He catches him, he gets him killed. He has only had one night with one woman 4 times. Definitely not 4 girls in one night. Since you don't have it, how did the rumors outside get up? Elder Feng said. That's a rumor. Fengling gritted his teeth. Elder Feng, there is no wind without waves. Fengling, there's no way to communicate anymore. So Jiang Tong was cold to him this morning because she also heard this rumor? Who the hell passed it on? Fengling thought for a moment. He went to the club to order women, and did not hide. He had no shame in his heart, and greatly ordered. So the clubhouse people should know. There are so many people in the clubhouse. The owner, the manager, the waiters, the princesses, the housekeeping and so on. They were in contact with the rich and noble sons of the dignitaries, basically in the same circle as him. It will get out. Not surprisingly. It's just, can these people be realistic when they badmouth others? He did order the princess, but it was simply to chat and drink. Didn't do anything else. The more Fengling thought about it, the more angry he became, and when he arrived at the office, he called and scolded the manager of the clubhouse, calling him out on how he manages his handlers, spouting nonsense out there and damaging his reputation. It wasn't enough to scold the manager, but he scolded the owner of the clubhouse. The owner of the clubhouse was also a figure in Sea City, but facing Fengling, he could only be obediently scolded. After scolding, Fengling was still angry and went to Jiang Tang's company at noon when he was almost off duty. When he arrived, Jiang Tang was just getting ready to leave work. Seeing Fengling come, he was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Fengling looked at Jiang Tang and said with a bit of a twist, "Don't listen to the rumors outside. I didn't have 4 women in one night at the clubhouse." Jiang Tang smiled and nodded. "Aha. I don't listen." Fengling. I had thought I would have to go through a lot of talking to get her to believe it. I didn't expect her to believe it so easily. "I bought you a car," Jiang Tang said. She had wanted to say it last night, but Fengling didn't give her a chance. Fengling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. What's she doing buying him a car for a good reason? Jiang Tang said the name and model of the car. Fengling's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Tang in shock. Jiang Tang actually bought him such an expensive car? Grandpa loves him so much he can't even afford to buy him one. Jiang Tang actually bought it for him. Jiang Tang, love him more than Grandpa? How did you get me this car? Fengling asked. Jiang Tang smiled and asked, "Don't you like it?" Fengling likes it. Jiang Tang smiled and said, "A gift for you." Fengling, it's such an expensive gift right out of the gate. Fengling was happy in his heart, but on the surface, it didn't move or show. One can't just jump up and down with joy. "Let's go," Jiang Tang said. "Eat together." Fengling nodded and went to lunch with Jiang Tang. After lunch, Jiang Tang went back to the office, and Fengling also went back to the office. Back at the company, Fengling's excited heart slowly calmed down. Jiang Tang bought him such an expensive car, so what is he going to gift back? From a young age, his grandfather taught him to be courteous. Fengling looked at his balance. Just 20 million. Grandpa doesn't control how he spends his money, but he doesn't give him too much. Most of all because he's afraid he'll get into some bad habits. $20 million looked like quite a lot, but Jiang Tang's gift was nearly 100 million. He was a man, and the gifts he returned were definitely more expensive than Jiang Tang's. Otherwise, if word got out, where would his young master Feng's face go? Now these people like to spread rumors, so maybe he's rumored to be a soft touch. Fengling ended up going to Elder Feng. "What did you say?" Elder Feng couldn't believe it. "Tong Tong bought you a $100 million car? Aha." Fengling nodded and said smugly, "It's the one you wouldn't buy for me before." Elder Feng. He doesn't believe it. Tong looked so mature and stable, not like someone who would spend such wasted money. Elder Feng glared at Fengling and asked, "Did you ask Jiang Tang to buy it for you?" Fengling frowned. "How could I? Young Master Feng, do something as shameless as asking a woman for a gift?" Elder Feng thought about it for a moment as well. Fengling was dying to save face. He valued face more than anything else, and there was really no way he was going to ask a woman for a gift. "Then why did Tang Tang buy you such an expensive car?" Elder Feng issued a soulful question. "Can't figure it out how." Fengling didn't hold back and smugly hooked up the corner of his mouth and said, "What else could it be? Of course it's because you like me." Liked him enough to give him such an expensive gift. To see if a woman loves you or not. See if the woman gives you money or not. In today's realistic materialistic society, it's simple. Where money is, love is. Elder Feng was very tired of seeing Fengling's smug look. "You said Jiang Tang likes you?" the old man asked. "Aha." Fengling nodded confidently. "It's pretty obvious that she likes me, isn't it? Why would she marry me if she didn't like me? Why did she give me such an expensive car if she doesn't like me?" Jiang Tang's favorite is greatly clear and explicit. Elder Feng. Looking at Fengling who was so confident, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Should I tell Fengling the truth? Forget it. Aha. Elder Feng nodded. "You have a point." Fengling was smug. Can he, young Master Feng, speak without reason? "So, what are you looking for me for?" Elder Feng asked. "Is it just to show off that Jiang Tang bought you such an expensive car? Showing love to him, a lonely old man? It's unconscionable. Should he find an old companion and show back then too?" "No." Fengling said. "Grandpa, look, Jiang Tang has given me such an expensive car. Shouldn't I give Jiang Tang a gift in return?" Elder Feng nodded his head. "You're right. It really should be a return gift. No matter what the relationship is, it's more solid when there's a back and forth." Chapter 43. Jiang Bei is jealous. One-sided giving doesn't work, and one side of the opposite side gets tired of giving for too long without getting something in return. "Look, Jiang Tang is so generous. I'm a man and the youngest master of the Feng family. How can I be worse than her? It's not possible that she sends me nearly $100 million of cars, and I'll just send a random 3 or 5 or a few $1,000,000 of stuff to get rid of people." Fengling said with a smile. Elder Feng understood. Fengling came to ask for money. Although Fengling is the only child of the Feng family, but he disciplined him in this aspect of money is relatively strict. Clothing, food, housing and transportation of these are all prepared by the family. He himself usually received $5 million a month in pocket money from Butler Zhao. $5 million a month is still not available until after you turn 18. Based on his daily spending, he shouldn't have much money on hand right now. Ah Ling. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and said in a serious tone, "Actually, when it comes to giving gifts, the thought is most important. Like Tong Tong, what hasn't she eaten or seen since she was a child? Those expensive things are just like that to her. It's the thought that counts. Grandpa thinks that if you can make something with your own hands and give it to Tong, Tong will be happier than receiving an expensive gift." Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng and frowned. "You're saying so much. It can't be that you don't want to pay, right?" Elder Feng choked for a moment. Was he acting so obvious? "Anyway, my people are young. It doesn't matter if I want to have a face or not," Feng Ling said. "If I send some random handmaid to Jiang Tang, and Jiang Tang and outsiders ask about it, I'll just say, my grandpa told me to send handmaid, and my grandpa doesn't give me any money. When the time comes, what the outside world says about the Feng family's grandparents and grandchildren being stingy and treating their granddaughter-in-law badly or whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Elder Feng, it doesn't seem to be good. Money is a small thing. Face is a big thing." He had spent his entire life in Sea City in style. There was no way that he would come to lose his face in his old age. Elder Feng said, "You asked the finance to transfer you $100 million. Grandpa, give another $50 million more." Feng Ling smiled and said, "It's not good for me to just return 100 million when people send me 100 million. Besides, I'm married now, and it's impossible for a man to be out there and not have some money on him. In case Jiang Tang suddenly wants something one day that's more expensive and asks me to buy it, and I say I don't have the money and have to ask you for money, what will Jiang Tang think of me? How does she see?" With her eyes, Elder Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng. Elder Feng felt that Feng Ling had a point and said, "All right, let the finance transfer 200 million to you. Thank you, Grandpa." Feng Ling instantly beamed with joy. After blowing a rainbow fart at Elder Feng, he left. Elder Feng was relieved. Certainly not because Feng Ling blew rainbow farts at him. Rather, Ling was so fond of Jiang Tong that when Jiang Tong gave him a gift, he was willing to spend a lot of money to return it. If Ling didn't have a good feeling about Jiang Tong, he wouldn't even accept Jiang Tong's gift. Watching Jiang Tang and Ling's relationship slowly develop, he was happy and relieved. After Feng Ling got the money, he started to think about what to give Jiang Tang as a gift. It's natural to give a gift that goes to the heart of the person. Jiang Tong's gift was delivered right to his heart. What does Jiang Tong like? A woman's hobbies are nothing more than clothes, jewelry, bags and all that. But Jiang Tong didn't seem to be particularly fond of these. Feng Ling thought about it and asked Jiang Bei out. "Ask him, what does your sister like?" Feng Ling asked. Jiang Bei looked at him. "Why are you asking this?" Feng Ling said, "I want to give her a gift." Jiang Bei looked at Feng Ling in surprise. Is the couple's relationship that volatile? He seemed to remember that he was still quarreling the day before yesterday, and there was a rumor in the circle that Feng Ling was having 4 women in one night. "You want to give a gift today?" Jiang Bei frowned. "Feng Ling, you couldn't have done something to wrong my sister and want to send something to beg for forgiveness, right? Is it true that there are 4 women in one night?" He initially heard the rumor and didn't believe it. Feng Ling wasn't like that. If Feng Ling had wanted to imperialize a woman, he would have done so long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. But now, he feels that the rumors could also be true. After all, there's no wind in the sails. Feng Ling froze for a moment. "You don't know?" Jiang Bei frowned. "What do I know? Wasn't your sister the one who asked you?" Feng Ling said. Jiang Bei frowned in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Feng Ling said. "Your sister gave me the Koenigsegg Onei. I thought, you told your sister. During that time, he wanted this car. Feng Ling and the others were aware of it. What did you say?" Jiang Bei jumped up at once, glaring at Feng Ling. "My sister gave you your Koenigsegg Onei? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Bei, seeing as how Jiang Bei looked like he really didn't know. "Aha." Feng Ling nodded. "Wasn't it you who told your sister that I liked this car and your sister bought it for me?" "I didn't," Jiang Bei said with a cold face and walked away after saying that. Feng Ling, don't go. What are you doing? You haven't told me what your sister likes? Your sister gave me a car. I had to return the favor. Jiang Bei stopped, turned back, looked at Feng Ling, and said, "What does my sister like? What does a woman like? Women like men. You want a return gift? Send my sister some men." That said, I'm gone. If Jiang Tong were here, he would definitely say, "Jiang Bei, you are really my good brother." Feng Ling frowned, looking at Jiang Bei's walking away figure. What does he mean? Send Jiang Tong a man? Meaning let him cuckold himself? Nuts. Jiang Bei was angry and went straight to Jiang Tang. "Sis." Jiang Bei looked at Jiang Tong with a serious expression. Jiang Tong froze for a moment, thinking something had happened, and asked, "What's wrong? I heard that you gave Feng Ling Koenigsegg Onei?" asked Jiang Bei. Jiang Tong nodded. "Aha. Originally, Jiang Bei still had his heart in the right place. What if Ling lied to him? But now my sister said it herself. Jiang Bei felt like the sky was falling. How could my sister send such an expensive car to Feng Ling? Something so expensive that his sister never even gave him. But it was given to Feng Ling. He and his sister had been siblings for over 20 years. And Feng Ling? How long have you been married to your sister? It's only been a month. Could it be that his 20 years of bonding with his sister was not as good as a month with Feng Ling? He loved his sister so much. He was so good to her. He thought of her for anything good. How could my sister do this to him? What's wrong? Jiang Tong asked when he saw that Jiang Bei's expression was not right. How could you send Feng Ling such an expensive car? Jiang Bei said aggressively. You didn't even send me one. Jiang Tong froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Bei. So, Bei was jealous of Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei turned around and left. Bei. Jiang Tang called him, but he still walked away without looking back. Jiang Tong. Headache. She now finally understands the difficulty of a man caught between his wife and mother-in-law. Left and right. Chapter 44. Feng Ling questioned Jiang Bei. She is now caught between her brother and her husband and is also in a dilemma. Are you going to send Bei the same car? This went to 200 million at once. The heart is doubly hard. But no delivery? If you don't send it, I guess Bei will be angry. Bei was her only brother. She loved Bei. And Bei was good to her and listened to her. Jiang Tong sighed and contacted his friends abroad to order another one. Jiang Bei asked Lu Jinli by Langwei Qi Shang and them to have dinner. They were also specifically instructed not to call Feng Ling. And don't tell Feng Ling, Lu Jianli, Bai Lang Moon when late born. It always felt like their years of brotherhood were in jeopardy. Last time it was Feng Ling who asked them out, behind Jiang Bei's back. This time it was Jiang Bei who asked them out, behind Feng Ling's back. These two, didn't they used to play so well together? What's going on now? The three of them thought about it and agreed that it was all because of Jiang Tong. And that Feng Ling and Jiang Bei's relationship turned strange was after Feng Ling and Jiang Tong got married. There are a lot of downsides to kissing up. It was when there was a conflict. Jiang Bei was caught in the middle, not knowing whether to help his sister or support his brother. The three of them arrived and saw that Jiang Bei's face was ugly. Ask him what's wrong. Jiang Bei is also a heart cannot hide things. Mainly so many years of brothers. There is no need to hide. Thus, Jiang Bei voiced his grievances and dissatisfaction. Tell me, how is my sister like this? How long has she been married to Feng Ling? How many years have she and I been siblings? She actually bought Feng Ling a Koenigsegg Onei. And not me? 3. What? Sister Jiang Tong bought Feng Ling a Koenigsegg? Jiang Bei nodded angrily. 3. How come Feng Ling is so lucky? Marrying a gentle and mature big beauty like Sister Jiang Tang. And the big beauty is still so good to him. Buy him the Koenigsegg. He, boy, has really gone off the deep end. Don't be sad. Lu Jianli comforted Jiang Bei. Look, not only did Sister Jiang Tang not buy it for you, didn't she not buy it for us either? Jiang Bei blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of humor, Get lost. Who are you? Lu Jianli was unconvinced. How am I not considered an onion? My friendship with Sister Jiang Tang is not as good as your own siblings, but I have also known Sister Jiang Tang for so many years, and I have always treated Sister Jiang Tang as my own sister. My friendship with Sister Jiang Tang is even deeper than Sister Jiang Tang and Feng Ling's unemotional marriage of interest, right? Toki-san nodded his head from the sidelines. He felt the same way. He felt that he had known Sister Jiang Tang for more than 10 years, and his feelings were even deeper than Feng Ling, who had just gotten married. But Sister Jiang Tang sent Feng Ling Koenigsegg, and he doesn't even have a hair on his head. Why? Thus, Jiang Bei's one person's indignation and aggression turned into three people's indignation and aggression. Bai Lang, you laughed on the sidelines. You all still haven't figured out. Jiang Bei, what is your relationship with your sister? To put it bluntly, if you fight for the family fortune in the future, you're all rivals. Have you seen fewer brothers and sisters in the circle who have turned against each other and died because of their interests? And what is Sister Jiang Tang and Feng Ling? It's a community of interest. To put it bluntly, one day if they get divorced, all the things that Sister Jiang Tang sends to Feng Ling are joint property of the couple, and Sister Jiang Tang can still share half of it. The other Feng Ling is the one who will accompany Sister Jiang Tang through her life in the future. What are you guys comparing to him? Jiang Bei froze for a moment, thinking about Bai Lang Yu's words. Was his relationship with his sister no better than his sister and Feng Ling? He frowned. It's not like that. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Bei glared at Bai Langyue. Sister will always be my sister. Will always be my kin. We have the same blood flowing in us. We'll always be family. What does Feng Ling count for? Right now he and my sister are a couple. But in case of a divorce one day, he and my sister are nothing but strangers. And my relationship with my sister, no matter who she's with and married and divorced, I'll always be her family. Her family. He and his sister are the best in the world. Other people he didn't know, but he himself he understood. There was absolutely no way he would turn against his sister because of the fight for the family fortune. Bai Langyu smiled and didn't say anything. Sooner or later, Zhang Bei would understand this. Zhang Bei actually does not really want a very expensive car, but there is no way to accept the emotional fallout. In his consciousness, he had always believed that he was the most important person to his sister, besides mom and dad. But now, sister's most important person seems to have suddenly become Fengling. For a moment, he couldn't seem to take it in. Jiang Tong returned home from work and asked Fengling, "Did you tell Jiang Bei that I gave you the Koenigsegg?" "Aha." Fengling nodded and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Tong said faintly, "Nothing, just, I sent Jiang Bei another one." Fengling froze for a moment, didn't react, froze for a moment, and only reacted slowly. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth. How can Jiang Bei be so shameless? Seeing that Jiang Tang had given himself a Koenigsegg, he was not convinced and went to ask for it too. Such a big man, still asking for things from people, and so expensive. Isn't he embarrassed? Originally, the Koenigsegg that Jiang Tong had given himself was a one-of-a-kind, but now, Jiang Bei and he had the exact same one. Fengling angry to send a message to Jiang Bei, "You are such a big man, want something do not know what to buy? You want your sister to buy for you?" Jiang Bei saw the message and laughed in anger. He didn't even ask Fengling about this, and Fengling had the nerve to ask him? He didn't ask his sister for anything. JNB, yo, a thief shouting to catch a thief? Fengling, what do you mean? Jiang Bei, what do I mean? Don't you know in your heart? Fengling, you mean I asked your sister for something? JB, isn't it? If you hadn't asked for it from my sister would have bought a Koenigsegg from you? Fengling, who are you slandering? You've known Little Master for so many years. Is Little Master someone who opens his mouth and asks for things from people? Jiang Bei frowned. Fengling really isn't. He was always proud and facetious and never asked for anything or borrowed money. Young Master Feng valued face more than anything else. Not what Fengling wanted. Then it can't be that my sister took the initiative to buy it for Fengling, right? Jiang Bei, how does my sister know you like Koenigsegg if you don't say anything? Fengling, I thought you told your sister. JNB, it wasn't me. Fengling, who's that? JN, I don't know. Fengling, okay, let's put that question a little bit aside, and we'll get to your question now. JNB, my problem? What's my problem? Fengling, you're such a big man. At least is also city famous young master of the Jiang family. What you like do not know to buy their own. You still have the nerve to ask your sister for it? Chapter 45, Little 4 is comforting. JB, what do I want? Fengling, if you didn't want it, your sister would buy you a Koenigsegg? Jiang Bei, you said my sister bought me a Koenigsegg? Fengling, you don't know? JB, I know that now. Fengling, Jiang Bei, it seems my sister still loves me. Fengling, heh, love you? Obviously it was you who were shameless and went to ask for it. Jiang Bei, yeah, how about I just go and ask for it? My sister spoils me and loves me and is willing to buy it for me. Jiang Bei, otherwise, do you think anyone who goes to ask my sister for it, my sister will buy it for them? Fengling, really good gas. Originally, Jiang Tang bought himself the Koenigsegg, a one-of-a-kind. It'll be so cool to drive out later. And, as soon as people inquired, they knew that his wife had bought it for him. But now, Jiang Bei has it too, and he's not unique anymore. It wasn't unique in Jiang Tong's mind either, just very angry. Fengling sulked by himself. Jiang Bei originally didn't know that Jiang Tong had bought himself a Koenigsegg, but now, he knew. The mood instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. My sister still loves him. What Fengling had, he also had. It wasn't the car he cared about. It was his place in his sister's heart. In her sister's heart, she did not lose to Fengling, and she was just as important as Fengling. Happy, when he was happy. Fengling wasn't. Jiang Tong could tell and asked him, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Fengling said, because she bought Jiang Bei the same car as her own. He was not happy, and such words, the young master Feng, who was dying to save face, could not say it. Say it as if you're making it sound like you're competing for her sole favor. Moreover, Jiang Tong would still think that he was a scum who couldn't afford to spend her money for Jiang Bei in a petty way. Jiang Tong looked like it wasn't nothing, but it was such an expensive car, and she had bought it, so if he was still angry, there was nothing she could do about it. She was more focused on her work and couldn't really spare much energy to coax him. To guess why he was upset. Boys at this age are again more emotional, happy when they say they are and unhappy when they say they are not. She really couldn't figure it out. Fengling was suffocating in his heart, but he had nowhere to talk about it. This kind of thing, he is not good to tell his friends in the circle. To say it, it looks like he is catty. He's going to be angry when people Jiang Tang buy their brother a car. It's not like we won't buy it for him. So, Fengling went to look for Xiaoxi again. Junior listened to Fengling's confidences, looking at Fengling's unhappy and distressed face. If Fengling wasn't her gold master, she really wanted to kick him in the face. Not happy, not happy, not happy. What's he unhappy about? A beautiful wife like him can't move without buying a $100 million car to cozy him up. So what's not to like about him? Why doesn't he look at her every day in the clubhouse to laugh and sing, drink until they vomit, but also to put up with some disgusting old man groping and screwing? You can't earn a car for less than Feng Xiao's money in a lifetime. If she's not upset, why should he be? He really doesn't know enough. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and had to comfort Fengling even more indignantly. Feng Xiao, actually, you shouldn't think like this. You should think differently, Xiaoxi said. Fengling looked at her suspiciously. How do you change your mind? Look, how long have you been married to the young lady? And the young lady and your brother-in-law are close siblings for more than 20 years. And the fact that the young lady bought you the same car as your brother-in-law means that you and your brother-in-law are as important as each other in her heart. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before you surpass your brother-in-law in the young lady's heart. Fengling, think of it this way also. It seems right to think that way. Feng Xiao, you don't know that in today's society, a lot of women just treat men as tools to make money, squeeze them, subsidize their mother's family, and subsidize their brother. Use your own dowry to buy your brother a car and a house and get him a wife. The young lady has been very good, Junior said. Fengling, seems to be. Foodie demon he had heard a lot about and seen. Jiang Tong really isn't. And, if you think about it, the young lady bought it for you first and her brother later. The first thing the young lady thought of was you. You are no one in the young lady's heart, Xiaoxi said. It doesn't matter if that's what the young lady thinks. The important thing was that Feng Xiao definitely wanted to hear her say that. Their teacher taught them during their training, don't look at what the guests say, but think about what the guests want to hear and what they want to do. Fengling looked at Xiaoxi and said, Xiaoxi, you're right. Fengling finally smiled with joy. Xiaoxi sighed in relief, finally making young Master Feng happy. Fengling transferred a tip to Xiaoxi and went home beautifully. Jiang Tong came home from work and clearly saw that Fengling was in a higher mood. It was fun, Jiang Tong, and collapsed a pea face when I left the house in the morning. Come back with a smile on your face. Boys' moods change really fast. When Fengling was happy, he began to think about giving Jiang Tang a return gift. What's the gift? An expensive Jiang Tang and favorite. The house? The car? Jewelry? In the end, Fengling chose the ring. House, car, these. Jiang Tang has a lot. And, really buy it. Just put it there. Maybe many years will not go to live. But not the ring. Jiang Tong had many rings. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions. But the big tens of millions and hundreds of millions, she didn't have. You have to give something that the other person doesn't have. Moreover, after buying the ring, Jiang Tang would definitely wear it on some important occasions even if she didn't wear it normally. When she wears the ring, she thinks of him. The outside world would also be curious about this ring, knowing that he had bought it for Jiang Tang, and would surely be all kinds of envious compliments. Fengling compared and finally selected the brand Bulgari, which he wanted to customize. A 10-carat diamond ring in royal blue for Jiang Tang. He thought the color blue suited Jiang Tong. Mysterious, quiet. This was how he felt about Jiang Tang. Mysterious and impenetrable. Fengling had contacted the Bulgari official and the designer to discuss some details of customization, etc. And all this, Jiang Tong didn't know. Late at night, Jiang Tang and Fengling were having a conjugal life. Suddenly, the phone sitting on the pillow rang. Jiang Tong glanced at it with tearful eyes and her spirit shook. It was Secretary Sun who called. Secretary Sun must be calling at this hour for something very important. She was about to grab the phone when Fengling behind her realized that she was actually distracted at this time, and her heart was hard. Jiang Tong, completely overwhelmed. Finally, Fengling let go of Jiang Tang, and the call went unanswered, hung up automatically, and soon came back in. Jiang Tong then picked up the phone. Hey, Secretary Sun froze for a moment, feeling that the president's voice was not right, soft as if vaguely nasal. President, what's wrong with you? Secretary Sun asked with concern. Jiang Tong's hand holding the cell phone was still trembling slightly even from the afterglow. She took a deep breath and lowered her voice to ask calmly, what's wrong? Chapter 46. Something happened to Toki Nagisa. Only then did Secretary Sun remember the main event, and eagerly said, President, when Shi Chang-sun was filming the movie, his way broke, and he fell from mid-air, and he is still in the hospital, unconscious. Jiang Tong sat up instantly and asked, in which hospital? Secretary Sun said the name of the hospital and added, Now all the major platform hot searches have exploded. I know, Jiang Tong said. After hanging up the phone, he called the head of the company's PR department and asked the head to notify his colleagues in the PR department to work overtime at the company overnight. Tokaho Seek is a top stream. Usually every move is under the spotlight. Injured coma hospitalized, this kind of thing simply cannot be hidden. She didn't need to look at the hot search to know what a fishy mess the internet was. She frowned tightly. Tokaho Seeker was the company's most profitable artist. Nothing should happen to him. Fengling frowned tightly when he saw Jiang Tong answer the phone and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Tong said, "When Shang Xuan shot the movie Weiya broke, fell down from mid-air, now in the hospital unconscious. I have to go to the hospital." After saying that, Jiang Tang went to take a shower. She still smelled like she was still after having sex. Wash as fast as you can and get out. Seeing Fengling had also changed into clothes for going out, Fengling said, "I'll go with you." Jiang Tong didn't say much, nodded, changed his clothes and went out with Fengling. The two of them rushed to the private hospital, where Tokiomi was still awake, and the agent and assistant were there, along with other people. Jiang Tong asked the agent. The agent said that all the tests that should be done have been done, and for the time being, it looks like there are no serious injuries. There is a wound on the head, which is bandaged, and there is a slight concussion. The rest will have to wait for Tokiomi to wake up. Jiang Tong nodded and looked at Timothy Seeker, with gauze wrapped around his head and his eyes closed. Jiang Tong then told the agent something about the internet. Time Seeker has a lot of fans, and the fan fights are notoriously strong in the ring. Fans, after the initial panic, are now tearing the cast and company apart. Says the crew is not doing a good job of securing the show. Blame the company for Tokaji Hunt taking on this drama and so on. Anyway, the fans ripped off everyone and everything related to Tokaji Hunt except Tokaji Hunt. Agents, assistants, theater crews, time-seeking companies, none of them fall through the cracks. Sometimes long-seeking opponents secretly poke their way down into the muddy waters. Anyway, a bloody mess. The agent had long ago informed the big fans to take control of stopping fans from rampaging across the internet and attacking indiscriminately, which wouldn't be good for Timeless Seek. This can unintentionally offend many people and be detrimental to future resources. But the fans have almost all lost their minds and can't control it at all. This is the time to do so unless Timeless Seeker himself comes out and speaks up. Brokers discussed Jiang Tong should not use the time-long search of the microblogging to send a piece microblogging. It's the only way to quell the anger of the fans. Jiang Tong thought for a few seconds and shook his head. No, in case it's exposed that Toki Nagashi didn't wake up. We're cheating our fans this way, and it'll enrage them even more. Fans can do anything when they lose their minds. Don't underestimate the fans. Top streamers like Timeless Seek rely on them. There are several top streamers in the circle that have fallen on hard times because of their fans. And with a top stream like Tokaho Seek, it's possible that many of the hospital's medical staff are fans of his. They can't take the risk. There were only two things they could do now. First, wait for Tokaji Seeker to wake up. Second, control public opinion and discipline fans to the best of your ability. The agent nodded. Sister Jiang Tang. Shi Qisheng called Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong saw him and froze for a moment, asking, "Why are you here?" There were a few people in the hospital room, but her mind was on Tokiomi and she didn't notice the others. "Toki Qisheng is my cousin," Shi Qisheng said. "Ha?" Jiang Tong froze for a moment. Shi Changsun is Shi Qisheng's cousin? How could she not know something like that? She was fairly familiar with the Toki family. How never heard of it? My cousin grew up in another city and only returned to the Shi family 2 or 3 years after my great-uncle and aunt died, Shi Qisheng explained. Jiang Tong. She remembered. She'd heard about the Toki family's eldest uncle, who had fallen in love with a young lady. A real young lady, the kind that sells her body. The Toki family certainly couldn't accept it. In the end, the elder uncle of the Toki family took that young lady and left Sea City. She was only 2 or 3 years old when her eldest uncle left home for love and had no memory of it, and she heard about it later from her elders. Jiang Tong nodded. The agent was just looking at Fengling. From her eyes as an agent, Fengling would definitely hit it big if he came to be an artist. She had also heard some rumors in the company that the president had gotten married to a certain son of a family in the circle. At this hour, with the president, this must be the president's husband. She knew that the president's husband, with such a status, should not come to the entertainment industry. After all, there was no lack of money. But what if? What if the president's husband is interested? There are a lot of rich kids in the circle too. Fengling went to talk to Shi Qisheng while the agent slipped over to Fengling's side and said with a smile, "Hello." Fengling nodded. The agent smiled and said, "I'm an agent. I wonder if Sir is interested in coming to the entertainment industry? Sir, you have such an outstanding appearance condition. You believe me, as long as you go through my packaging, Sir can definitely make it big in the entertainment industry." Fengling, He glanced at the agent and looked at Jiang Tong in surprise. Jiang Tong. She hadn't realized the agent was so solicitous. Her top stream artist is still lying in a coma, alive or dead, and here she is starting to look for someone else? If Toki Nagisa woke up at this time, how sad it would be. He's not interested, Jiang Tong said faintly. Even if Fengling was interested, it wouldn't work. He was the only seedling of the Feng family and was destined to carry the entire Feng clan banner in the future. Grandpa is getting older now, and Fengling is now grasping for growth. There is no time for him to waste time in the entertainment industry. The agent was a little disappointed. Why is it that these good-looking ones are either a young lady or a young master of a rich family? The president is, and so is the president's husband. If the president and the president's husband were poor, ordinary people with these looks, she would have been able to impress them into show business. With her eyes as a professional agent, it was really two big losses for the entertainment industry if the president and the president's husband didn't enter the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, there's no way to impress them with money. Fengling nodded. Well, I'm not interested. Though he was fun-loving and usually looked out of shape, he knew his responsibilities and burdens. The agent's disappointment was overflowing. Toki Sang was unconvinced on the sidelines. Why don't you ask me? He asked the agent. He's a handsome guy, too. The agent looked at Tokiwa Sang. Toki Chi-sung was also handsome, but this kind of handsome, to the agent, was just plain handsome. Chapter 47 Butler Zhao delivers food to Shi Chang-sun. Brokers are in the entertainment industry, surrounded by handsome men and women of outstanding value. Handsome men like Shi Qisheng abounded in the circle, and it wasn't too easy for Shi Qisheng to make a name for himself based on his face value. But such a face value of the president and the president's husband is top-notch even in the entertainment industry where handsome men and beautiful women abound, can easily kill with looks. Fengling looked at Shi Qisheng with a smirk. He was ugly and asked why. Why else? It's not because you're ugly. Shi Qisheng glared at Fengling and complained to Jiang Tang. Sister Jiang Tang, look, Fengling scolded me for being ugly. Fengling, this green tea. Jiang Tong glanced at Fengling and said faintly, don't be ridiculous. Fengling, where's his bowl asterisk 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 asterisk? Shi Qisheng was originally ugly. Not only ugly, but also ugly in mind. Always Xiao thought of his wife. Shi Qisheng gave Fengling a smug look. The agent thought of Shi Qisheng's identity and asked with a smile. Then Mr. Sure, are you interested in the entertainment industry? Shi Qisheng was the young master of the Shi family and the cousin of Shi Changshuan. Sometimes the family's monetary resources support, as well as the time to seek to bring to rub the heat of the time to seek, can also be read. No, Shi Qisheng flatly refused. A face that says just now you were in love with the little master, but now you can't afford to climb up to the little master. Broker. These rich gentlemen and young masters like to play tricks on people too much. The agent looked at Jiang Tong aggressively, hoping that Jiang Tong would fight for her. Ah Shang, don't tease her. Jiang Tong said faintly. Oh, Toki Chi-sung obediently stopped teasing the agent. Fengling glanced at Timothy Shang. It's just that the more I look at him, the worse he gets. Chow thief. Jiang Tang stayed in the hospital room for another hour, and Shi Chang-sun still hadn't woken up. Jiang Tang arranged everything and left with Fengling, Shi Chang-shang and the others. Tokaho Seek here has an agent and assistant and a few bodyguards watching over the place, so nothing will happen. Jiang Tong only slept for 3 or 4 hours before she got up, and news came from the agent's side that Tokaji-sun had woken up. Tokaji Hunt woke up and the agent used Tokaji Hunt's Twitter to send out the first tweet to report safety. The anger of the fans has been contained for the time being. The reason fans are angry, pissed off at the crew, pissed off at the company, is ultimately because they are worried about the hourly search. Now that Tokiomi was awake, they were less angry. Jiang Tong simply ate a breakfast, packed up and went to the hospital to visit Shi Chang-sun. Tokaji Seeker was half leaning on the hospital bed, holding his cell phone and looking at it. Seeing Jiang Tong arrive, his eyes flashed with surprise. When he woke up, the agent told him what happened after the coma, including Jiang Tang coming to the hospital to see him. Now Jiang Tong has come to the hospital to see him again. Jiang Tong, attaches so much importance to him? Tokaji Seeker, how are you feeling? Is there anything uncomfortable in your body? Jiang Tong asked. Toki Nagashi shook his head lightly. No. Jiang Tong nodded and asked the agent, who then said something about what had happened after Tokiomi Hunter woke up. Jiang Tong was relieved to hear that. It seemed that Shi Chang-sun was really fine. Recuperate well if you're injured. Jiang Tong said, don't think too much. The company will deal with the crew about your injury. Tokaho Hunt was injured on the set, and it's the crew's fault that the wigwam broke. The company is going to make the crew pay for the damages. Aha. Tokiomi Hikari nodded her head. She thought for a moment and said, take advantage of the injury and stay home for a while. Ever since he became popular, Tokaji Hunt has had a full schedule and has hardly taken any breaks. Aha. Tokiomi Hikari nodded her head. Looking at Jiang Tong left after barking some more precautions. Sure Changshuan watched Jiang Tang leave. Retracting his eyes, he realized the agent had been staring at him. Don't you start on the president, the agent said with a frown. The way Sure Changsun looked at Jiang Tang was not right. Tokaji Seeker didn't say anything. Seeing him like this, the agent's heart sank. Just a moment ago it was just a suspicion, but now it's a certainty. The president is married, the agent said. I saw her husband last night. His status is honorable and his looks are even better than yours. Tokaji Seeker still didn't say anything. The agent gave him a blast, looking younger and more energized than you. 2. Time Seeker. He frowned at the agent. Brokers are not afraid of Sure Changshuan. Although Sure Changshuan looks cold, but in fact is not a bad-tempered. He's just more aloof and uncaring. What are you looking at? It's not like I'm wrong, the agent said. Time lapse. Forget it, don't want to bother with her. Yi is 40 years old and only thinks about being young and energetic, so she can't think of anything else. Are men nothing but young and strong? How about some qualities of loyalty? Aren't these important? Besides, isn't he young? Doesn't he have any energy? What do you mean you look younger than him and have energy? He was only a year older than Fengling, and it was not certain who had more energy. Fengling, he knew, played well with his cousin Shi Qisheng, often playing all night, day and night. Where can such a person be energized to? And look at him, in the entertainment industry, working out all the time to stay in shape. So, he definitely has more energy than Fengling. Fengling was just looking strong, but if he really wanted to compete, he definitely wouldn't lose. At noon, Jiang Tong called Butler Zhao and asked him to arrange for someone to bring food to Shi Changsun. In fact, with such a status and position as Tokaji Seek, there is no worry about bad food. But this kind of doing by Jiang Tang belonged to a kind of superior's concern for his subordinates. Tokaji Seek earns hundreds of millions of dollars a year for the company, so of course he has to be coaxed. It's not a person, it's the god of fortune. The contract between Tokaji Sun and the company isn't long, and right now, there are already a lot of brokers and entertainment companies that are throwing olive branches at Tokaji Sun. She wanted to be nice to Tokaji Hunt and work well with each other so that, when the time came, she could renew her contract. It was rare for Jiang Tong to order, and Butler Zhao had the family's cooks make meals suitable for the patients. Then, personally, he brought someone to deliver them to Shi Changsun. The agent was a little surprised to see Butler Zhao and the servant carrying the meal. Who are you? The agent asked. Butler Zhao smiled and said, I'm the Feng family's butler, surnamed Zhao, and it was the young lady who ordered me to bring Mr. Shi's food. Young lady? Aha. Butler Zhao smiled and nodded. My young lady is the Jiang family's eldest miss, Jiang Tang. The agent looked at Zhao Butler. This butler said it was the butler of the Feng family. The Feng family. The only powerful family surnamed Feng that could be called out in Sea City was that Feng family. The agent, secretly alarmed in her heart, smiled and invited Butler Zhao into the hospital room. Butler Zhao looked at Timothy Seeker. I heard that this injured one is the top stream of the young ladies' company. The top stream injury was such a big deal that almost everyone who has been online has brushed up on it. Joe Butler also brushed up to it. This top stream is so long and beautiful. However, it was far worse than his young master. Chapter 48 Young Master is the kindest young master in the world. The young master is the best looking. The agent told Tokaji about Butler Cho's identity. Tokaji Seeker nodded his head faintly, although seeing Butler Zhao reminded him of Fengling and put him in a bit of a bad mood. But when he thought that Jiang Tong was so concerned about himself that he specially instructed to have someone bring food all the way to the city, his mood was good again. Tokaji sought to eat. Butler Zhao then left with the servants. The agent, now aware of Fengling's identity, said to Timothy Seeker, what are you going to compete with others? Time lapse. The agent said. The Feng family, rich as a nation. Young Master Feng, the only child of the Feng family, do you know what it is to own? Possessing a wealth of status that is far beyond even if you could inherit the Shi family one day. And young Master Feng has a face like that. How can Tokaji Hunt compete? It wasn't that the agent intentionally wanted to strike down and belittle Tokiomi, but she was afraid that Tokiomi would make a mistake. If he really had true feelings for Jiang Tang and did something out of it, then it would be over. He's a top streamer. His every move is scrutinized, and if he's found out, it would be a near devastating blow to his career. Therefore, she must extinguish this little thought of Tokiomi Seeker in time. If you really want a relationship, I'm not against it, but you need to find a clean and innocent one, the agent said. Adore a man's wife, and sooner or later collapse the room. In the past, she was opposed to Timeless Seeker getting into a relationship. A top stream like him relies on his girlfriend's fans. Once he gets into a relationship, the fans are sure to launch a protest. The fans will surely protest. But right now, couldn't care less. As long as she could extinguish Shi Changshuan's thoughts about Jiang Tang, she would rather Shi Changshuan fall in love. And when the time came, she could still hike the CP. Timeless search. If you say that again, I'll apply to the company to change my agent. The agent shut up. Watch the hourly search. In the end, I couldn't hold back and said in a small, aggravated voice, I'm doing it all for your own good. Tokaji Hunter closed his eyes and completely ignored her. Broker. More aggravation. After Butler Zhao delivered the meal to Shi Changsun, he went to call Fengling. Tell him that the young lady asked him to send lunch to Tokaji Seeker. Fengling. Although he knew that Jiang Tong was probably just concerned about sympathizing with his injured subordinates in this way. But still, the heart is not in it. It's not like Tokaho is broke and can't buy food. It's not like there's no one around him to take care of him. There's a whole bunch of assistants, brokers and drivers. It's Jiang Tong's turn? After being with Jiang Tong for so long, Jiang Tong hadn't even asked Butler Zhao to bring himself a meal. Instead, he brought food to Tokiomi Seek. Also, it was late at night last night. So late, all to visit Tokaji Seek. Is she paying too much caring attention to Tokaji Hunt? Young Master Feng was not happy in his heart. Collapsed a batch face on the way home. Just as he entered the house, he saw Butler Zhao asking the servants to go and deliver meals to Shi Changsun. 3 servants, all carrying lunchboxes in their hands. 6 whole large lunchboxes. Each lunchbox is 4-tiered. Eat this much? It's really a matter of not paying for other people's food, so he can eat it hard and get fat and die. He eats so much? Fengling asked. Butler Zhao smiled and said, it's not just Mr. Shi's, but also the young ladies. Fengling frowned. Jiang Tang's? Butler Zhao smiled and nodded, saying, young lady said she went back to the hospital after work to visit Mr. Shi, and asked that her meal be sent along. Fengling. So Jiang Tong was going to have dinner with Tokiomi in the hospital? Last night Jiang Tang went to visit Toki Nagashi in the middle of the night. Stopped by to visit him again on my way to work in the morning. And now you're going after work? She's looking at it 3 times a day? Is Tokaho Hunt that good? Fengling's face was ugly, but he didn't say anything. Butler Zhao smiled and said, young master, the house is a bit busy today. The servants all have something to do. Why don't young master take someone to bring food to Mr. Shi? Fengling frowned and said angrily, why should I go and bring him food? He just wants to send him poison. A bowl of poison goes down and poisons him, because the servants at home are busy. Young master, please help me. If I can't do the things that young madam explained, young madam will fire me. Young master, I have an old man and a young man. I'm under a lot of pressure. If I'm fired, young master, what will I do? Butler Zhao spoke pitifully. Fengling frowned and glared at him, saying, seeing as you've been working in the Feng family for so many years and have done your best for the Feng family, I'll help you this time. Thank you, young master. Butler Zhao smiled and said, young master is the kindest young master in the world. Fengling grunted and led the servants away. He walked ahead, empty-handed, with 3 maids following behind him carrying meals. Butler Zhao smiled as he watched them leave. Young master is still childish. He just needs to be coaxed. Fengling brought the maid to the hospital's VIP ward. The bouncer at the door knew his identity and let him in directly. Jiang Tong was talking to Tokaji Hunter's agent. The two were discussing something on the web. Tokaho seeks to wake up the public opinion on the internet. These temporarily controlled. However, fans are still pressuring the cast and company to give an explanation to Timeless Seek. Moreover, there are other entertainment agencies coming down today, poking and prodding that the company is not treating Shi Changshuan well, letting Shi Changshuan go to shoot such a dangerous scene, squeezing Shi Changshuan how so and so. Some fans gave the boot to get Timeless Seek to terminate his contract with the company and sign with another company. Brokers are employees of the company. She's definitely on the company's side. Just discuss with Jiang Tong. There was no avoiding the hourly search either. Shi Changshan half lay on the hospital bed and looked at Jiang Tang. She's as beautiful as ever, gentle and brave. As he watched, his gaze colored with a few moments of infatuation. Fengling came in and he just happened to see it before he could retract his eyes. Fengling, what are you looking at? Young Master Feng was not someone who could tolerate it and exploded on the spot. Frowning in exasperation, he glared at Tokiomi. Fengling's sudden voice startled the people in the hospital room. They looked over one after another. Shi Changshuan looked at Fengling, his eyes firm, without any retreat. Seeing that he didn't have the slightest bit of weakness, Fengling became even more angry, gritting his teeth. If he wasn't a patient, he really wanted to rush up and punch him twice. What's wrong? Jiang Tong asked, coming to Fengling's side. Fengling was cold and didn't say anything. Was it possible to say that just now Tokiomi had looked at her with eyes that were not innocent? Such words he really couldn't say as her husband. Jiang Tong looked at Toki Nagashi. Tokaho Seeker didn't say anything either. The agent was scared to death on the sidelines, not knowing what was going on, but looking at the looks on the two men's faces, he could have guessed. It must have been Timothy seeking to look at Jiang Tong and was discovered by Fengling. The way Shi Changsun looked at Jiang Tang was not innocent by any stretch of the imagination. Can young Master Feng stand it? Jiang Tong asked Fengling, why are you here? Chapter 49, Showing Love. Only then did Fengling say in a cold voice, Butler Zhao was unavailable and asked me to deliver your meal. Jiang Tong looked at the three maids standing behind Fengling. Each carried a lunchbox in his hand. And then look at Fengling, empty-handed. She smiled and said gently, hard work. Fengling glanced at her and hummed, his face looking much better. Have you eaten? Jiang Tong asked him. No. Fengling said. Jiang Tong said, then we'll eat together. Butler Zhao sent a lot of meals, enough for the four of them. Finished eating. I'll take care of some work with Yellen, and when we're done, we'll go back together. Fengling hadn't wanted to stay here, much less eat with Timothy Seeker, but Jiang Tong's tone was gentle, and he even said that he would go home with him, and he was willing. Furthermore, Jiang Tong's words made it clear that there was a job and that he would not leave now. Then if he left, wouldn't that give Tokiomi another chance to look at her? He's not going anywhere. He's going to stay here and keep an eye on Tokiomi to see how shamelessly he looks at his wife. Fengling nodded. Jiang Tong let the servants set up the meal. The VIP room has tables and couches and is spacious enough to eat. The servants set out the meal and went out. The agent said to Tokiomi, you're injured, so you'll eat at the little bedside table. No need. I'll eat with you guys. Tokaji Hunter said. Broker. All right. She really couldn't help it if he was looking for death himself. She persuaded and persuaded. Intercepted as well. A few more words and he threatened to change her agent. Now, she swings for the fences. Whatever. The four of them just sat down to eat. Fengling glanced at Shi Changxuan. Even though Shi Changxuan wasn't as good looking as him, nor was he as rich, but he still minded. No man would be generous enough to not mind another man thinking about his wife. It's not like he has a cuckold fetish. Fengling thought for a moment and suddenly added a chopstick of vegetables to Jiang Tong's bowl. Jiang Tong glanced at him. Fengling didn't say anything, but his ears went red. They looked like this, and both Tokaji Hunt and the agent saw it. Jiang Tong retracted his eyes and said nothing, continuing to eat. The temperature on Fengling's ears slowly faded. It's the first time he's ever done anything like this. He did it on purpose. Fengling retrieved his mind and was about to eat when he saw Jiang Tang give him a chopstick of vegetables in his bowl. Fengling. Jiang Tong. What does she mean? Does she know what he's thinking? Fengling looked at her. Jiang Tong smiled lightly. Eat? Fengling nodded her head with a slight blush, showing off as if she glanced at Shi Changsun and ate. I feel like today's meal is especially good. Is there a new chef in the house? Toki Nagashi looked at the couple's behavior and squeezed his chopsticks tightly. The agent glanced at him and saw that he didn't look good. There was a quickening of the heart. Serves you right. Let him think about other people's wives without shame. Tokaho Seeker seemed to sense the agent gloating, and a cold eye looked over. The broker hurriedly buried his head in his food. Fengling knew that doing some things all the time would be too deliberate, so he didn't give Jiang Tong any more food later on. After the meal, the servants packed up their things and left. Fengling didn't leave. Jiang Tong said so. He's going to go home with him later. Fengling just sat on the small single couch and played with his cell phone. Jiang Tong and the agent then worked together, the two of them a moment to check the remarks on the network, a moment to contact with the person in charge of those endorsements on Fengling. Jiang Tong also have to convey instructions to the public relations department at any time. Tokaji Seeker was half lying on the bed. Fengling played a game and lost, so he didn't want to play anymore, and was bored so he watched Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong is very pretty, and even prettier when she's working seriously. She was wearing a white shirt today, her long hair in a low ponytail, her head hanging slightly as she worked with her agent. The most attractive people are those who are serious about their work, both men and women. She was already beautiful, and at the moment, she was even more charming, and he was mesmerized as he watched. Then, realized that he was not the only one who watched mesmerized, and another man in this house. Fengling frowned and glared at him. Tokaho Hunt really has no shame. Keep staring at other people's wives. Doesn't he have a wife of his own? Okay, it's true that he doesn't have a wife, but he can't keep staring at other people's wives if he doesn't have a wife. The bar is so low these days for actors and stars and such. Really, a man like Tokaji Hunt who thinks about other people's wives can be a top stream. I really don't know what the fans who fan him are thinking. The way he is, sooner or later he'll collapse the house. Shi Changshan looked at Fengling, his eyes without the slightest hint of weakness. Fengling frowned and glared at him. Wish I could gouge his eyes out. Shi Changshan glanced at Fengling, not taking Feng Ling's cold eyes and threats in the slightest. Feng Ling, wish I could punch him in the face, but he didn't want to get rough in front of Jiang Tong. Moreover, he also knew why Jiang Tang valued Tokaji-san so much. It's because Timeless Seek is the top stream of Qiangtang and can make a lot of money for the company. He wouldn't fall for Timothy's scheme. He was young and arrogant and capricious, but he wasn't stupid. Feng Ling didn't pay attention to Shi Chang-sun, but instead trolled with Shi Qi-sheng on WeChat. Feng Ling, how's your relationship with Tokiomi? Toki Chi-seng, what's the point of asking that? Feng Ling, ask you. Just answer. Time late sang, General. Toki Changxian returned to the Toki family only after his great-uncle and aunt died, when his cousin was 20 and he was 19. There's no emotion. After he came back, his cousin went into the entertainment industry, and he usually had less contact with him to meet. Not much better than a stranger. Cousins aren't close to the timbers either. Feng Ling, if one day he fights you for the family fortune, you can do it without fear. Time late born. Feng Ling, I support you unconditionally and absolutely. Toki Chi-seng, what are you talking about? Feng Ling, anyway, that's all you need to remember. Tokio sang. Feng Ling. Jiang Tong stood up and called Feng Ling. Feng Ling raised his head to look at her. Jiang Tong said, let's go. Feng Ling nodded. Jiang Tong said a few words to Shi Changshuan and told him to take care of his injuries and health, and that she and the company would be responsible for everything. Don't worry. Tokiomi sought a nod. Jiang Tong gave a few more instructions to the agent and left with Feng Ling. The agent watched the two leave, then said to Tokiomi, they're such a good match. Tokaji Hunter gave the agent a cold look and closed his eyes, not bothering to look at her. Broker. Jiang Tong and Feng Ling returned home. Feng Ling didn't hold back and asked, can Timeless Seeker make a lot of money for the company? Jiang Tong was a bit surprised that Feng Ling would ask this question and nodded. Aha. How much? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong was surprised, but still answered, 200 to 300 million a year. Feng Ling, I said one word and left it at that. Jiang Tong looked at him. How are you? Feng Ling deflated and said sullenly, it's nothing. He wants to say that he gave her 200 to 300 million dollars and Jiang Tang and Timothy Seek terminated their contracts. But it occurred to him that he didn't have 200 or 300 million. Chapter 50, Tomato's Poorest Prince. He even had to ask his grandfather for the money to buy a ring from Jiang Tong. He Feng Young Master. Feng family prince. The only seedling of the Feng family. The future heir of the Feng family. All of this sounds nice and shiny. Inside, a ruin. Can't even get 200 or 300 million dollars. He really is the poorest prince. The other princes on the tomato site are moving hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars. He was the poorest of them all, holding the title of the prince of the Feng family, and he couldn't even come up with 200 or 300 million dollars. He's really disgraced all the princelings. It wasn't like he wanted to ask his grandfather for money for something like this. Looks like you'll just have to make your own money. He used to have little desire to make money. He was the crown prince of the Feng family. Everything in the Feng family would be his in the future, and usually grandpa would give him pocket money. He really doesn't have much desire for money. He wanted to buy a car for a while before, tried to invest in it and lost money, so he completely stopped thinking about making money on his own. In grandpa's words, the Feng family's money, as long as he didn't get into something he couldn't and didn't invest it indiscriminately, he wouldn't be able to use it up in several lifetimes. But now, he wants to make money. Now I finally understand why men on the internet say that being married is financially stressful. It is indeed quite large. He used to be a man who fed his family alone. But now, no more. There were so many things he wanted to do. Feng Ling thought about it and still only invested. Like Show Crescent Moon can go to be an Edison. Live with goods to make money. But he's going to take over things in the future. So he doesn't have that much time to become a web celebrity and shoot live videos to bring in goods or whatever. The only way to spend money and invest it is to pay only money, not people. For this kind of thing, Feng Ling was a bit too embarrassed to ask Jiang Tang, so he ran to ask Master Feng. An elder Feng had just washed up and was ready to go to bed and rest when he heard Feng Ling say that he wanted to make an investment. Scared instantly out of sleep. Ah Ling, didn't Grandpa tell you? As long as you don't invest indiscriminately and guard the Feng family, the Feng family's money won't be spent in several lifetimes? Why invest again? Is it because you think the Feng family has too much money to spend and take it to the drain? Now they, the parents, are not afraid that their children and grandchildren will mingle and wait for death. But they are afraid that their children and grandchildren will think of one thing or another, not recognizing themselves and investing indiscriminately. The Feng family's money is yours now, not mine. I want to make my own money, Feng Ling said seriously. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling's serious appearance, thinking about a year ago, when he wanted a car and was so serious about him not buying him one. He had to earn his own money. Then he lost all his pocket money he had saved up over the years for New Year's red packets and all that. Could it be that history is repeating itself? Why do you want to make money again? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling said, I'm a man. Isn't it normal for me to want to make money? Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling. He didn't lack money to spend, and he hadn't gotten into any gambling or anything like that. But why does he suddenly want to make money? You want money? How much do you want? I'll give it to you. Elder Feng said, don't ever invest in it. Please, I'm going to earn it myself. Feng Ling was serious. A few days ago to buy a ring for Jiang Tang asked Grandpa for money. And now I have to ask Grandpa for money. Is it possible that every time I need money in the future, I will ask Grandpa for money? It's okay if Grandpa gives it every time. But what if one day Grandpa doesn't give it anymore? That's why it's better to rely on people than to rely on yourself. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling in surprise. It was thought that Feng Ling was here to ask for money, in the name of investment. I can't believe it's not. Is it true that you are grown up and married and mature enough to know the responsibilities of a man? Feng Ling said, I'm not asking you for money. Just tell me what is the most profitable investment right now. Elder Feng looked at him speechlessly. He's not asking him for money now. But when he's finished losing money on his investments and has no money, won't he still have to ask him for it? This account, at his age and having been in business all his life, doesn't he know how to do the math? Even he, young Master Feng, can't he borrow money in Sea City? If he really wanted to go borrow money, no one would lend him tens of billions, but there are definitely people who lend billions. Even if he didn't ask for a loan, the bank went for a loan and he was able to borrow billions. After all, the Feng family's estate was there. Not to mention the Feng family's cash that existed in the bank. Just the Feng family's hundreds of five-star hotels were worth hundreds of billions. Open an MCN company. Elder Feng thought about it and said, nowadays, netizens make money, take advertisements, and broadcast live with goods. It's mainstream. Feng Ling. Moreover, Jiang Tang is also considered to be in this line of work. So if you encounter something you don't understand, you can still ask Jiang Tang. This was what Elder Feng thought. With Jiang Tang keeping an eye on him at all times, Feng Ling shouldn't be able to lose much. Feng Ling's eyes lit up. Yeah, open MCN and ask Jiang Tang if you don't understand. He can also frequently contact Jiang Tong, so that Jiang Tong can see that he is a man with a career and drive. Feng Ling walked away beautifully. Elder Feng, I hope this investment goes well and I don't lose all my money in blood like last time. Feng Ling returned to the bedroom. Jiang Tang had just taken a shower. Feng Ling said to Jiang Tang, I'm going to start MCN. Jiang Tong froze for a moment. Grandpa agreed? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. Grandpa's the one who told me to start MCN. Jiang Tong understood after thinking for a moment. Feng Ling opened MCN, and she is considered a peer. If there is something she does not understand, she can also point out and teach Feng Ling. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and said, you can ask me if you don't understand. Feng Ling waited for those words and nodded. Jiang Tong said, go take a bath. Feng Ling's eyes lit up. Jiang Tong urged him to take a shower. Jiang Tong laughed a little and said, I'm on my period. Feng Ling froze for a moment. Subconsciously, he looked away. With a disappointed oh, he dutifully went to take a shower. Then in the bathroom, with a cell phone Baidu, women's period usually come a few days. Period can cohabit? He probably knew a little about these, but not fully and carefully. What's a big man like him doing knowing all this? So just search for it. I learned that a woman's period usually lasts 7 days and she is determined not to have intercourse. Feng Ling, the whole thing is bereft. 7 days of abstinence, which was torture for a young, fresh-faced addict. Moreover, Baidu also said that even a day or two before the end of the period should not have intercourse. It's not good for a woman's body, and it's easy to get infected with bacteria. So do the math and abstain for 10 days. The sky, literally, is falling. Then, Jiang Tang saw Feng Ling come out of the bathroom breathlessly. With a look of mourning. Jiang Tong. What did he do in the bathroom? Feng Ling got on the bed and lay beside Jiang Tang, and suddenly, put his hand on Jiang Tang's stomach, asked, does your stomach hurt? He still had the common sense that a woman's stomach would hurt on her period. It doesn't hurt, Jiang Tong said. Ha? Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. It doesn't hurt? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Feng Ling was puzzled. Why do all the women on TV get stomach pains on their period? Chapter 51, Shi Chang Sun and Jiang Tang's gossip. Jiang Tong. It was a question that she didn't know how to answer. It's like every bully in every bully text has a stomach bug. But really? How is that possible? How can a man of Ba's stature, who has someone to cook 3 meals a day, have a stomach problem? Moreover, stomach disease is not a terminal disease. With the current medical conditions, stomach disease is very curable. But why does Mr. Bully always have a bad stomach? She doesn't understand it either. She grew up with a family that cared about her health. There were maids and nannies who took care of her and a family doctor. When she reached puberty, she was taught to tone her body if she was a little uncomfortable. Even if it did start out a little uncomfortable, it has long since toned down. Not everyone is in pain, Jang Tong said. Some women don't have pain. Some are slightly uncomfortable, and the kind you see in TV dramas that vomit and faint from the pain are in the minority. Maybe 1 or 2 out of dozens. Normal is no pain and slight discomfort. It's all about small odds on TV. Fongling, oh, so it's the TV that's been fooling us all these years. Fongling felt a little embarrassed. Originally, I wanted to rub Jang Tong's stomach and then ask the cook to cook brown sugar water for him. It doesn't even seem to work now. Fongling wanted to withdraw his hand and Jang Tang smiled and said, "Your hand is very warm and comfortable." Fongling unleashed kindness and gentleness on her, and it was impossible for her to refuse. It was an unemotional union, but she still wanted to live her life properly. If not to make peace, at least to honor each other. Marrying Fongling, so far, she was satisfied. It was better than she thought it would be. Fongling blushed slightly, so his hand didn't retract, placing it steadily on the small of her back. Used to have conjugal sex every night at this time. Not today. Jang Tong decided to have a chat. "What's with the thought of opening an MCN?" Jang Tong asked. Fongling said, "It's nothing. It just occurred to me that I'm 22 years old and already working. So I don't want to ask Grandpa for money anymore, and I should make money myself." Jang Tong nodded. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Jang Tang told Fongling some things about Netflix and live streaming bandwagons. Fongling listened carefully. Looking at Jang Tong, he suddenly felt as if he didn't do that kind of thing at night. Two people just lying on the bed like this, chatting, this feeling, it's not bad. Chatting, Jang Tang suddenly asked Fongling, "Today, why did you yell at Timothy Seeker in the hospital?" Fongling, "Nothing. It's really nothing?" Jang Tong didn't believe it. "Aha." Fongling nodded. Seeing that Fongling didn't say anything, Jang Tang didn't press the issue any further. "Turn off the lights and go to bed." In the morning, when he went out, Fongling asked Jang Tang, "Are you going to see Tokaji-san today?" Jang Tong shook his head. "No go. He's stabilized now." Fongling was just a little bit secretly happy in his heart. The two went out to work separately. By the time it was almost noon, Fongling sent a message to Jang Tang, asking her to have lunch together, saying that he had brought someone to meet Jang Tang. Fongling was trying to have lunch with the lecture hall. He was afraid that if he didn't look for Jang Tang for dinner, Jang Tang would go to look for Timothy Seeker for dinner. Secondly, he really brought someone to meet Jang Tang. Fongling knows that his main mind is still on Fangs, so to open MCN, he will be responsible for the money and leave it to the people underneath him. This was the person in charge of the program. He had gotten someone to get him in the morning. Previously the head of an MCN. He didn't know much about the business, so he wanted Jang Tong to show him and palm his eyes. Jang Tong agreed. The two had a restaurant date right in the middle of their two companies. Met at the restaurant at 12:30. Ordering, eating, and at the table, Jang Tang and Wang Chang chatted, and Fongling was on the sidelines, listening most of the time. After dinner, we parted ways. Jang Tong told Fongling on WeChat that there was no problem with this Wang Chang's ability. The rest of the character of these, only Fongling himself to examine. Wang Chang was pushed to him by a friend of Fongling's. Fongling thought about that friend's character and felt that he was trustworthy, so he just invested the money and let Wang Chang do it. He invested $5 million up front. Wang Chang knew Fongling's identity, and the person who recommended him had told him about Fongling's specific identity. Wang Chang decided to follow Fongling and do well. If you follow the prince of the Fong family, you won't have to worry in the future. As long as you work hard and don't have any crooked thoughts, even if this MCN doesn't work out, you can still follow the prince to do other things later on. Jang Tong suddenly caught fire on the internet, because the ward where Toki Changshuan lived was picked up by the paparazzi. While some paparazzi took photos of Jang Tang going in and out of Toki Changshuan's ward, Doggy wrote an exaggerated headline, "Shock, top stream injured, girlfriend visits late at night, breaks down in tears." A picture of Jang Tong and a video of him going in and out of the time-seeking ward were put up. As soon as the photos and videos were released, fans of Time Seeker exploded, crying out that Shi Changshuan is a scum and wants to take off the powder. They are so supportive of Shi Changshuan's career, but Shi Changshuan has his heart set on falling in love, failed to live up to the trust they gave and so on. Others have also picked up on Jang Tang's outfits, which are all luxury items, from dresses to pants to shoes to bags. A suit adds up to nearly $1 million. Some fans of the Rai family just mocked the fans of Tokahoseek. The money you spent for your brother. His brother spent it all on his sister-in-law. Angry fans of Timeless Seeker have run to the top of Timeless Seeker's social account to yell at him to return the money. Called Jang Tong a. Now, underneath Time Seeker's account, The comments are either about to be disenchanted or shouting for his money back. This happened quickly, and by the time Jiang Tang knew about it, the fans were emotionally devastated. The whole internet is screaming for a delisting and a refund. Jiang Tang contacted Timeless Search's manager Yilin and asked her to use Timeless Search's Weibo to send out a statement. Yilin posted, said Jiang Tang wasn't Tokaji-san's girlfriend, but the fans don't believe it and think that Timeseeker is being sophomoric. Jiang Tang didn't want to expose herself. She was a boss, not an entertainer. There was no need to overexpose herself, but now you can't do it without exposure. Jiang Tang registered his social account and posted a statement, declared that she is not Timothy's girlfriend, but Timothy's boss. It's just that Timothy was injured and went to visit, posting a frontal photo of myself. Fans were disbelieving at first. Jiang Tang is too young and too pretty. They preferred to believe that such a young and beautiful woman had hooked up with Tokaho Seeker on the basis of her beauty. Nor do they want to believe that she is the president of such a big entertainment company at such a young age. But, nowadays, with the internet, all it takes is one photo and the wizened netizens can rake you over the coals. Jiang Tang was quickly revealed as the identity of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. A real rich second generation. Not the girlfriend, but the real boss of the Timeseeker. Fans of Timeseekers kind of broke the defense. They preferred to believe that it was Tokaho Seeker's rumored girlfriend. Nor did he want to believe that Jiang Tang was a rich second generation. So good looking, so rich, and such a handsome top stream under his hand. Compared to Jiang Tang, they seemed like minions. Chapter 52, Taking Love from a Third Wife. And a third wife on top. Don't want to live. Really don't want to live. Their beloved, step-by-step brother, who was held up to the altar and worshipped as a god, was just a tool to help Jiang Tang work to make money. The fans were confused. Then, I don't know who started this, thinking that Jiang Tang and Shi Changsun are a good match. Top stream artist versus beautiful-looking overlord. The fans were even more confused when this head start was made. In the past, they felt that their brother was the most perfect. No one was worthy of him, and those actresses in the entertainment industry, no one should come to get involved. But now this Jiang Tang, they couldn't say in good conscience that they were not worthy of their brother. She's her brother's boss, a rich kid, richer than her brother, and the looks are no worse than her brother's, and prettier than many of the great beauties in the entertainment industry. This is strictly speaking, it is their brother who does not deserve her. The fans thought about it, and instead of letting some other messed up woman get their brother later on, they'd rather have him with the female bully. At least the bully was always really rich and really good looking. Besides, this way, my brother won't have to worry about his resources in the future. Then, the internet inexplicably had CP fans of Toki Nagisa and Jiang Tang. The name of this CP fan is Yangtze River. Things developed at an angle that the crowd didn't expect. Fengling was eating the melon of Shi Changsun on the internet, and he originally wanted to see if there was any black material or anything from Shi Changsun. But I didn't expect to eat the melon of Jiang Tang and Shi Changxuan. The paparazzi thought Jiang Tang was Timothy Seeker's girlfriend. Fengling. Jiang Tang is his wife. What's a good match for a scumbag like Toki Nagasumi? Fengling looked at the clear video and photos and frowned. He seriously suspected that this video and photos were taken by Timothy Seek himself, who found someone to film it and intentionally sold it to the paparazzi to explode it. Humph. He wants to get involved with Jiang Tang. Shame on you. But Fengling didn't do anything either. If he says something online and it gets picked up later, it's blackmail. Moreover, this kind of scandal, Jiang Tang would definitely clarify it. Timeless Seeker's main fans are girlfriend fans, and if Timeless Seeker had a girlfriend, the fans would be off the hook and would backpedal. That's when the long search is over. Jiang Tang still had to rely on Timothy Seeker to make money. It was impossible for Timothy Seeker to have a girlfriend. Sure enough, not much time had passed before Jiang Tang and Shi Changxuan's side issued separate statements. Fengling watched and hooked the corners of his mouth. But, soon enough, things went in a direction he didn't expect. The girlfriends of Tokaho Seeker actually think Jiang Tang is good and worthy of their brother, and then kowtow to the CP powder called Yangtze River. The Yangtze, and I'm still in the Yellow River. Fengling was angry. What was with these girlfriend fans? Shouldn't they think that all the women in the world are unworthy of their brother? Don't all actresses come in, and are we not dating? How is it that you're now volunteering to help your own brother up front? The girlfriend fans in this class are so unqualified and unprofessional, aren't they? What it means to be a girlfriend fan is that the fan substitutes himself as a girlfriend. What's going on with them now? Matchmaking for your boyfriend? Fengling was angry and went to look under Jiang Tang's account. Jiang Tang's account was newly created today, specially created in order to make a statement, and in just half a day's time, it already had hundreds of thousands of fans, and most of these fans were fans of Timeseeker, and a small portion were Jiang Tang's face fans. Now the fans of Shi Chang-sun and Jiang Tang's face fans had all turned into CP fans of Shi Chang-sun and Jiang Tang. There was a flurry of CPs kowtowing and pulling pairings in the comments section. Sister President, please, just take our brother in. Sister President, you take your brother in, so that all the money your brother earns is yours, and there's no middleman to make the difference. The president's sister is so beautiful. This sister-in-law can't be faulted. Young, pretty, and rich. I'll raise my hands and 3 feet to agree to this marriage. How come you have 3 feet? My man, what's wrong with having 3 feet? Is your man a fan of your brother's girlfriend too? Can't my man be a fan of my brother's girlfriend? Never seen a man before. Ha! See less. There were even fans of other male artists who ran to pull the pairing. There were hundreds of artists, big and small, in Jiang's entertainment company, as well as other male artists. Some fans of the male artists asked Jiang Tong to take their brother as well. They don't mind. When Changshuan is the main house, their brother as the second house. Third house and fourth house are all fine. Tokaho seeks to eat meat, and their brother drinks soup. After all, Tokaji Seeker was better looking than their brother, was more popular than their brother, had more fans than their brother, and made more money than their brother. They recognize. Feng Ling. What kind of fans are they these days? Do they have any sense of honor or shame? Don't you know it's monogamous now? Bigamy and polygamy are both against the law. Do they know the law or not? Feng Ling was angry, thinking that Jiang Tang's side definitely needed an explanation. But after waiting and waiting, they didn't wait for an explanatory statement from Jiang Tang and Shi Chang-sun's side. He was even more pissed off. Called Jiang Tong. When the call came through, he asked, "Have you seen what's been going on online about you and Tim Seeker?" Aha. Jiang Tong asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Ling's grip on the phone tightened, and she asked what was wrong. "And you have the nerve to ask what's wrong? Why don't you issue a statement to explain?" Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong said, "Not everything needs to be explained clearly to the public. And things are looking good for both Timeseek and the company right now. The heat is on. Today, Timeseeker has gained a lot of followers, and sales of the things he endorses have skyrocketed in a matter of hours. Feedback from the customer side is very good. Jiang Tang, our Feng family is a respectable family, and it's not a hidden marriage between us. Everything for the wedding is being prepared, and in a short while, we're going to organize the wedding. Now that your affair with Shi Chang-sun is all over the internet, have you ever considered the face of the Feng family? When that happens, people who don't know will think that I'm the one who crossed the line and is a mistress on top." Feng Ling said angrily. Jiang Tong said, "No, I will issue a statement in a few days." She admits she's a businesswoman, and she doesn't want to miss out on the immediate traffic bonanza. How many more days? Feng Ling hung up the phone in anger. He knew what Jiang Tong was thinking. The fact that the time-seeking is so hot right now is good for him personally and for the company. Jiang Tong wants to take advantage of this wave of heat to help Shi Changshuan negotiate a few more endorsements and receive a few more plays and so on. He hadn't been exposed to these things in the entertainment industry, but there were quite a few people around him who were involved with the entertainment industry, and he understood all of this. But understanding is understanding, but don't want to accept it. Why accept? What does it matter to him if Tokaji Hunt gets a few more endorsements and a few more movies? It's not like the money will reach his pocket. He doesn't want the money even if it could come to his pocket. How much money is more important than the face of the crown prince of the Feng family? Feng Ling then went straight to Elder Feng, cold and angry looking. Elder Feng's eyebrows jumped as he watched. "You didn't lose money on your investment again, did you?" Chapter 53, so angry I can speak Chinese idioms. How is it so fast this time? Faster than last time. It's only been a few days, and you're done losing money? At this rate, he felt that the rate at which he was making money really couldn't keep up with the rate at which he was losing it. Why isn't Jiang Tong pregnant? He's really desperate to train a new heir. What's wrong with you? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling glanced at him and said, "Grandpa, don't you even go online?" Elder Feng raised his eyebrows. Did everything go online this time? Losing money to the internet? His Feng family's 100-year reputation was completely ruined. Aha! Feng Ling nodded. Elder Feng glared at Feng Ling. "You wait. We'll wait for him to see how far it goes before we decide what to do with him." Feng Ling looked at the exasperated Elder Feng suspiciously. What's Grandpa doing losing his temper with him? It's not like this whole thing is his fault. He's the innocent victim. The old man went online to take a look. Instead of seeing Feng Ling, he saw Jiang Tang's name hanging on the hot search, very close to the front. Elder Feng was puzzled and clicked in to read it. It took about half an hour of watching to understand what was going on. Feng Ling didn't go away and didn't rush, so he waited for Elder Feng to see it. Grandpa only knows how aggravated he is by looking at it. Elder Feng finally raised his head and looked at Feng Ling. "You're talking about Jiang Tang and Shi Chang-sun?" "Aha." Feng Ling nodded with a cold face. "Grandpa, You say, isn't Jiang Tang going too far? Obviously married. Not saying anything, pretending to be single on the internet, making fans misunderstand. Elder Feng. In fact, as a businessman, he could understand Jiang Tong's approach. In this matter, both Shi Changsun and Jiang Tang had profited. There was no need to explain. Anyway, it's not like Jiang Tang took the initiative to speculate on CP. It's all the fans bouncing around there wishfully. In this way, even if the matter of Jiang Tong's marriage came to light in the future, Jiang Tong could not be blamed. Jiang Tong was not a public figure, there was no need to tell unknown strangers about her marital and emotional life. Thinking in terms of benefits, Jiang Tong's behavior is right. But looking at Feng Ling's angry appearance, this was not said by Elder Feng. Just look at him, he looks like he's about to blow up. If he said that, he'd blow up. Feng Ling had waited for Elder Feng to get angry. The grandson-in-law of the Feng family was dragged to accompany CP by those inexplicable netizens, which was a slap in the face of the Feng family. Grandpa cares most about the face of the Feng family, and Grandpa will definitely be angry. However, Feng Ling waited and waited, but did not wait for Elder Feng to say a word. Grandpa, don't you have anything to say? Feng Ling asked with a frown. Elder Feng thought for a moment and said, the CP name of Yangtze River. It's quite nice. Feng Ling, he's stupid. Unbelievably, he looked at Elder Feng. Grandpa, he blew up. Elder Feng looked at the fright Feng Ling and hurriedly spoke out to calm him down, saying, don't be angry. These netizens are just watching the fun. Tong Tong is a person who can tell the difference and isn't the kind of person who thinks twice. There's nothing between her and Tokiwa Seeker. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. I know they're nothing. If Jiang Tong was having an affair with Shi Changsun, would he still be here? He'd have gone at them with a 40-meter machete a long time ago. But, Grandpa, Jiang Tang is my wife, the granddaughter-in-law of the Feng family. Feng Ling said angrily, in a short while, we're going to have a wedding. And when that happens, people who don't know the truth might think I've crossed the line and that a mistress is on the throne. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling. Smiling, he said, as I said, these are unimportant people, and what they say doesn't matter at all. How is it not important? Feng Ling said, 3 people make a tiger, 5 people make a chapter, and many people destroy bones. The more people say it, the more everyone really thinks it's like that. My young Master Feng's face and the Feng family's face. Don't want it. Ha! Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling with a smile. Yo, pissed off enough to speak in idioms. Feng Ling. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling. After all that talk, isn't it really just jealousy? If he didn't like Jiang Tong, he wouldn't be so angry even if he caught him in bed. So what do you want? Elder Feng said. Feng Ling said, I want Feng Group's official account to release a statement that Jiang Tang and I have gotten married. He thought about going down and fighting himself to argue with those inexplicable CP fans, but he alone couldn't compete with billions of netizens even if he smoked his keyboard. So, it was decided to let the company's official website step in. Elder Feng nodded. Yes, but, something like this, you don't notify Jiang Tang? Not discuss it? Feng Ling coldly didn't say anything. Elder Feng said, I'm afraid that Tong Tong will get angry. Humph. Feng Ling hummed in disdain. She's still angry? What face does she have to be angry? Now she's the one who's out there gossiping with those messed up men. She's the one who's doing the wrong thing. How does she have the face to be angry? It's me who should really be angry. Elder Feng nodded. Okay, he said. Anyway, let's say it in advance. If Tong Tong gets angry and quarrels with you, don't blame me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Feng Ling frowned. I don't blame you. Elder Feng then called the manager of the PR department and told Feng Ling to follow the PR manager. Discuss how the statement will be written. The manager of the PR department took Feng Ling to the PR department. It was only then that she realized that the crown princess was the Jiang family's eldest young lady. It is true that the company is rumored to have married the prince at an early age. I didn't realize it was true. The Jiang family is almost as good as the Feng family though. But since ancient times, it has been a case of marrying a daughter with her head up and a daughter-in-law with her head down. This way, the Jiang family's eldest daughter and the crown prince are also considered to be a good match. General match. When the manager of the public relations department saw Jiang Tang's photo on the internet, he once again thought, the crown prince and the crown princess really match. The public relations department is more than talented in writing copy. The public relations manager explained the work, and in half an hour's time, the following people sent up the public relations statement copy. Several versions were sent out and the PR manager asked Feng Ling to choose. Feng Ling looked at it and chose one of the versions, then had the PR manager post it on top of the official Twitter feed, and even bought a little bit of hot search. Now that the matter of Toki Changshan and Jiang Tang was hot on the internet, any little thing about them would cause the wind to blow. Soon, the statement from Feng Group's official account was seen by many people. The official statement is very simple. It says that Jiang Tong and Feng Ling were married at what time, and asks netizens to stop rumor mongering or they will sue blah blah blah. Netizens were surprised to see it. Jiang Tong got married? What's going to happen to Nagasaki then? What about all their brothers? The fans wailed. They just knocked on the CP today and they be today? The fastest BCP in the world? Fans are crying everywhere. Feng Ling watched the movement on the internet. CP fans are crying all over the place. Crying that it's impossible. Chapter 54, the word ugly is hot. Feng Ling was pleased and deserved it. There was also a portion of passers-by who were just discussing Jiang Tang and Feng Ling's marriage. When they got married, it wasn't simply two people getting married, but two consortia linking up. Feng Ling was satisfied now. Now that those CP fans know that Jiang Tang has a husband, they won't knock any nonsense CP nonsense. Feng Ling was in the middle of his complacency when Jiang Tang's call came. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang's phone and was inexplicably a little weak. Glancing at the PR manager, he took the phone and went to the side to answer it. Feng Ling, did you make Feng issue the statement? Jiang Tang asked, her voice faint, unable to hear joy. Aha. Feng Ling nodded, his heart inexplicably uneasy. Will Jiang Tang be angry? What if Jiang Tang gets angry? Although he felt that he hadn't done anything wrong, he was still worried that Jiang Tang would be angry. Jiang Tang sighed and said, why don't you discuss this with me? Feng Ling said, then you didn't consult with me when you fired CP with timeless search. Jiang Tang, I didn't speculate on CP. Yes. Feng Ling was angry when he spoke about this. You are not actively speculating, but you are not stopping it either. Not stopping it is letting it go. Jiang Tang was silent. Feng Ling was originally angry, but Jiang Tang was silent and did not say anything, and his surname Li was apprehensive and bottomless. Jiang Tang said, that's it for now. I'm working. After that, he hung up the phone. Feng Ling, that's it? Is Jiang Tang angry? Feng Ling frowned. She's still really pissed off. Shouldn't he be the one who's angry? With her and Tokiomi like this, people who knew they were married must have secretly laughed at him behind his back, mocking the green grass on his head. Feng Ling was angry and returned to the PR manager's office. The PR manager said, Prince. Feng Ling looked at her. The manager froze and privately said that the prince was used to saying that. Mr. Feng. The manager changed his tone. Do you need to buy a water army to manipulate and turn public opinion around? Feng Ling frowned. What kind of mercenaries are you buying? Manipulate and reverse what public opinion? Didn't he issue a statement to let the public know about his relationship with Jiang Tang and just don't talk nonsense in the future? Check it out. The PR manager said. Feng Ling came to the computer with a glance. The eyes went black. These CP fans. He really wanted to kill them. I can't believe they called him ugly. After the initial wailing of CP fans, they began to console themselves. Sisters, don't be discouraged. As far as I know, this kind of marriage between powerful families is a marriage of interests, without any feelings. Many couples are in love on the surface, but privately they play their own game. So, our Chungkong CP has yet to be. Mr. Jiang definitely doesn't like that prince of the Feng family. Maybe the prince is ugly. Even if it's not ugly, it's certainly not as good looking as our brother. MS. Jiang doesn't love the prince of the Feng family at all. She loves our brother. Our brother was injured in a movie shoot, and Mr. Jiang went to visit him first thing in the middle of the night. Is it a responsibility? Is it obligation? No, it's care. It's love. CKCP lives on. Looking at these remarks, Feng Ling's eyes were black and black and black. What the hell are these CP fans thinking? Why is it like a cult? What the hell kind of people put them in their heads? What the hell is going on in their heads? Feng Ling was about to explode. These CP fans left one that they are in a mansion marriage and Jiang Tang has no feelings for him. Right one he's ugly and not as good looking as Tokaho Seeker. The next Jiang Tang love is the time-long search. The manager looked at Feng Ling's ugly face and fire-breathing eyes, not daring to take a breath. Send the picture. Feng Ling said through clenched teeth. The manager looked at Feng Ling suspiciously. What kind of pictures are you sending? Didn't they say little master was ugly? Didn't you grow up looking good? Send pictures of the little master, so that they can open their big Kozlan eyes to see whether the little master is good looking or not when he looks good. Manager. Is that what the prince is angry about? The manager glanced at Feng Ling, not realizing that the crown prince cared about looks even though he was a man. Feng Ling took out his cell phone and added the PR manager, and Cuckoo made a meal of sending photos to the PR manager. Dozens of them were posted in one breath. These photos are selfies and he photos. PR manager. The prince, a boy, kinda loves taking pictures and being pretty. You pick a few to post. Feng Ling said. PR manager, how many? Feng Ling, 9. Send a 9-panel grid so that they can appreciate Little Master's magnificent beauty in all directions without any dead angles. Cheap them. PR manager. I hadn't been in contact with the Crown Prince before, and I didn't expect the Crown Prince to have such a personality, proud and capricious. However, the Prince of the Feng family, indeed, had the capital to be proud and capricious. The prince's capriciousness is kinda cute. The manager had picked 9 photos. Then it was posted on the official account with the caption, "Freshly baked Mr. Seal Jr." Fengling hooked up the corner of his mouth and asked the manager, "What do you think? Is it me that looks good? Or is it Toki Changxian that looks good?" "Of course you look good," the manager said. Fengling looked at her. "Not lying to me? Not a compliment?" "No." The manager had a straight face. "I meant what I said." Fengling nodded in satisfaction. Watch the PR manager. It was also that he was not yet the head of the group and had not yet grasped the big power. Otherwise, he would definitely give the PR manager a salary increase. She's a truthful person. Deserves better treatment. After the photos were sent out, Fengling pretty much stayed under the official account just to read the comments from netizens. The netizens were a bit disbelieving when they saw Fengling's picture. This is the prince of the Feng family? So handsome? This face is a few points more handsome than even the top streams in the entertainment industry. Netflix is confused. First it was Jiang Tong. Then came Fengling. Are all these rich kids so good looking now? Good looking and rich. How can God be so unfair? Ah, hubby is so handsome. Ah, hubby, my goodness, so handsome? What do you eat that makes you so handsome? I don't believe it. I don't believe it's that handsome. It must be high P. I'm a professional. I've looked at the photos carefully. No high P. All straight out of the original. It's real handsome. It's hard handsome. The CP fans were silent. They thought that although Jiang Tong and Fengling were married, it must be a luxurious marriage without feelings, and Fengling was definitely not as good looking as their brother. But now, slap in the face. Fengling, better looking than their brother. Good to see. They all want to be wallflowers and turn to Fengling. Why are you so handsome? If you look at it that way, Jiang Tang and Fengling are really too good for each other. The Miss Magnificent and the Prince of the Feng family. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. If that's not a good match, what is? Fans looked at Fengling's picture, and the word ugly, as if it burned their mouths, could no longer say it. Chapter 55 now. Mr. Feng is happy. They still had a conscience and couldn't call Fengling ugly with a clear conscience. You'll be struck down by heaven for violating your conscience. The CP fans below the official account were silent and basically didn't speak. The ones who did were some passers-by and the people who ate the food. Fengling was amused. Now the cult CP fans have nothing to say? Fengling just thought so. And then, CP fans have something to say. The Crown Prince is indeed very handsome. I admit, more handsome than our brother. So we unanimously decided to make the Crown Prince the eldest and our brother the youngest. The prince, the heiress, the brother, plus us, all of us. Getting through the day is better than anything. Ha, Toki Najising as the second? Then won't our brother be the third? Junior doesn't know enough? Our brother has been reduced to a junior. In fact, I'd like to say that no matter if it's the Crown Prince or the Jiang family's eldest miss, don't get too stuck on the gender. Actually, we can all do it. Yes, we all can. Fengling, destroy it. These cult CP fans. He's really tired. The PR manager looked at Fengling's very speechless look and smiled. Mr. Feng actually doesn't need to care about all this. The netizens are just joking. Fengling glanced at her and didn't say anything. Of course he knew they were joking about it, but he didn't think it was funny. And it wasn't funny at all. He doesn't like to be made fun of about him and his wife, but it's not like he could really be bothered with these CP fans just because they said that. So many CP fans, can he count them all one by one? Really tired. Jiang Tong looked at the photo Feng's group had sent. This was indeed something Fengling could do. Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could imagine Fengling's current appearance, and he must have exploded with anger. I was so angry that I wanted to rush into the screen to pull out those CP fans and beat them up one by one. Jiang Tong looked at the data in all areas. Because of the addition of Fengling in the Feng group, the time-seeking is much more discussed. Even in such a short period of time, several brands have contacted the site of Long Search and Company. That's a good sign. So far, things hadn't caused any negative impacts or remarks, so Jiang Tong wasn't allowed to take care of it. Take another look. Tokaji Hunter looked at the comments below his account and frowned. Go brother. Brother, you are the most handsome. Brother, we will always support you. Brother, the position of the main palace. Forget it. You don't want to think about it. We don't compete. The opponent is too strong. The face value and family history are impeccable. We can't compete. But, brother, the position of the second house, we must firmly occupy. Yes, take a firm hold and definitely don't get overtaken by those juniors and seniors down there. Go brother. We will always support you. Brother, don't worry. You get well and recuperate. The position of the second house. We will occupy you firmly. Absolutely will not give anyone the opportunity to take advantage of. Yes, brother, we'll help you guard the position of the second house. Swear to guard the second house. Second house, go for it. Go 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 go. Time lapse. And his fans just resign themselves to that? Just stop fighting? So you're willing to be a second wife? But the fans were willing. He wasn't. It was clearly him who had known Jiang Tang earlier. The agent looked at Tokiomi and asked, "What's wrong?" Toki Nagashi said faintly, "It's nothing." The agent looked at him suspiciously and asked, "You're not thinking of plotting to take over the throne, are you?" Time lapse. "You can't compete with Fengling," the agent said. Tokiomi looked at the agent. He had really put up with her. And put up with her. If he hadn't followed her since her debut, and she did treat him well and was on top of all sorts of things, he really would have to replace her. Broker, what are you looking at? What could he do if he was disgruntled? She wasn't wrong. It wouldn't be so bad if you could actually be the second house. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to say the latter words because Tokaji Hunter stared at her with cold and icy eyes. "I won't be the second house," Sure Chang Sun said coldly. "If I want to do it, I'll be the first house." Broker, ambition is not small. Unfortunately, it's hopeless. The president and the prince of the Feng family, as you can tell, really don't have much affection. But as far as the president's means of holding people's hearts is concerned, it's easy to want to hold the Feng family's crown prince and make the crown prince move his heart. It's up to the president whether he wants to or not. As for the president, she had been in contact with the president for some time, and she could tell that the president was a standard strong woman. She focuses more on her career, and as for relationships and marriage, all she asks for is a stability. In other words, it was the result of the president's deep consideration that she was joined in marriage with the prince of the Feng family. The president won't divorce the crown prince easily without something big happening. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? She felt that with the president's tactics, she could solve any major problem and turn a big problem into a small one. So, if there are no accidents, the president will never divorce the prince of the Feng family in her life. Unless, one day, the prince of the Feng family initiates a divorce. But the president can hold the crown prince. Will the crown prince mention divorce? The probability is small. So, if Tokaho Seeker could really become the president's second wife, it would all be a skill. You still want to be the first wife? Whimsical, dreaming. But the agent didn't say that, and said it was really going to be replaced. Fengling hadn't been in a good mood all day. Can he be in a good mood when his wife has been dragged into firing CP with another man? But, by the end of the day, the mood was instantly better. Because, he and Jiang Tang have CP fans too. Netizens who have seen him and Jiang Tang in their prime have been mesmerized by their blooming looks, become a fan of their CP. And the name of their CP fan is Jiangling. 1,000 miles to Jiangling in a day. Lings are homophonous with Ling. Fengling thought that this CP name was good, better than some Yangtze River. Fengling looked under the comments section of his social account. There are quite a few fans. Now that we have CP fans, it's definitely a good idea to set up superlatives to bring CP fans together. Fengling left this matter to Wang Chang. Let Wang Chang find someone to take care of his and Jiang Tang's CP powder. Wang Chang went to work on this, finding people who used to work with him. Soon, he created the superlatives, starting with his own people to liven up the atmosphere in the superlatives and drive the fans. Then it's about creating groups and giving out red envelopes to CP fans in the group. Wang Chang asked Fengling if she wanted to join the group. And of course Fengling did. Then he pulled Fengling into the group. As soon as Fengling entered the group, he saw CP fans talking in the group, saying that he was so handsome and matched well with Jiang Tang. There were also fans who used Jiang Tang and Fengling's photos to synthesize photos of their future children. Another fan made AI videos with Fengling and Jiang Tang's faces in such a short period of time with all kinds of sadistic love. The corners of Fengling's mouth couldn't help but hook up as he watched. Chapter 56 Young Master Feng gives out red packets when he's happy. CP fans really are the cutest creatures in the world. When he's happy, he sends out red envelopes to the group. Although, 3 or 200 million he does not have. But send red envelopes. Send a 3 or 5 hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. He can still afford to send. These CP fans have to go to school and work all day long. But they also have to take time out to make data for his and Jiang Tang's CPs. And they also have to make videos for them. And they also have to run off and fight with all those other CP fans who are second and third and fourth. So tired. What's wrong with him giving out some red packets as a reward? Fengling didn't hide his identity, so he admitted that he was Fengling in a big way, and then said that the fans had worked hard and gave them red packets. Let them get milk tea. Fengling said to buy milk tea. Fans thought it was a few dollars of the kind of small red packets, which no, a little open, spell hand red packets. 100 spell hand read packets, a total of $5,000. The most people grabbed a couple hundred, and Fongling sent out several spelling red envelopes in a row, and then he couldn't send them out. It prompted him to run out of red packet credits for today's spell of luck. Fongling, that's it? He remembers that he was only issued $20,000, and that's all he's used up? He has so many fans and works so hard. How can $20,000 divided among a few hundred people be enough? Fongling sends out another regular red packet. Ordinary red envelopes can only be 200 at most, and Fongling sent many in a row. Hare's hands felt a little numb to him. It's like he's a bonus machine. Later, sent to the limit. Fongling, another limit? Today is the first day of the group's existence, and it's natural to open the doors and celebrate. How did the limit go up so quickly? Fongling then pulled Butler Zhao into the group and told Butler Zhao to change his name, Grandmaster Fong Zhao. Then have Butler Zhao hand out red envelopes. It has been sent until Joe Butler also limits. Fongling looked at it. It doesn't feel like enough. He also pulled a few of the little maids in the house into the group and asked them to help him send out red envelopes. He transferred the money directly to the little maids' bank cards. It went on and on until a couple of the little maids had issued all their limits. Only then did Fongling feel barely able to do so. This was the card face of the prince of his Fong family. What can those little 2, 3, 4 or whatever out there do to compete with him? The prince of the Fong family? The fans were confused. They never imagined that one day, the speed at which they grabbed red envelopes could not catch up with the speed at which they sent them. They hadn't even finished grabbing the red packet, and the number hadn't even come out yet, and the next red packet was sent out. It was worthy of being the rich and powerful prince of the Fong family. This group was only just created. There were only 100 or so people, and then after Fongling stopped sending out red envelopes, each CP fan counted that they had actually grabbed thousands of dollars each. Some even got lucky and grabbed 5 figures. The CP fans were a rainbow fart to Fongling. Over 100 people blew rainbow farts at Fongling at the same time. What Fongling is the most handsome? Fongling and Jiang Tang were the best match. The others couldn't even compare to one of his toes. As long as they don't die, those little 2 biters out there will never make it to the top. What's good to hear anyway? Fongling's heart blossomed with compliments. Would like to give them a red packet again if the limit wasn't up. They're so cute and quirky, and they talk so well. So who's going to give them a red packet if not them? Do you give red envelopes to those out there who don't have the vision to support Junior and Junior? Limit today. Will post tomorrow. Fongling has been giving out red envelopes to his fans since he got home. Butler Zhao told Elder Fong. Elder Fong said, he's pulling the strings. Butler Zhao. Master Fong added, it's better than investing. Invest big tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars thrown in, and in the end not a single bubble. Spending a few $100,000 to buy people's hearts is nothing compared to the investment. He had just 2 requests for Fongling. First, don't get into trouble and don't break the law. Second, don't invest blindly JB. As long as Fongling didn't do either of those things, the rest didn't matter. What's wrong with giving your fans a little bonus? As long as he's happy. Elder Fong was even satisfied. Grow up. Now you know how to buy people with money. Butler Zhao also nodded his head in agreement. Well, the young master has indeed grown up. Jiang Tong was working overtime today and didn't come back until 9 o'clock. When he came back, he saw Fongling sitting on the sofa, holding a cell phone. One moment his finger poked and prodded at the phone and typed, and the other moment he laughed. He looks like this, kind of like, in love? Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows. Walking over and hearing the footsteps, Fongling looked at Jiang Tang, then subconsciously turned off his cell phone to keep Jiang Tang from seeing the chat. If Jiang Tong knew that he was encouraging his fans to scold Tokado Seeker and those of his fans in his fan group, Jiang Tong would definitely be angry. But he felt he was right. Tokado Seek should be scolded for plotting against another man's wife. And the fans of Tokado Seek who kowtowed to Tokado Seek and Jiang Tang when they knew Jiang Tang was married should be scolded as well. They deserve to be called out on it. From the rightful owner to the fans. So, he did nothing wrong. How could he, Mr. Fong, do anything wrong? Jiang Tong looked at him and raised his eyebrows. Not saying anything, it seems, is really in love. There are some signs that a man is in love. Cuddling and chatting on my cell phone, giggling every now and then. It seems that this is how many sisters find out that their significant other is cheating on them. She wasn't angry about that. She'd seen too much of it growing up in this circle. Men have money. Really, take the initiative to stick up. The number of beautiful women cannot be counted. The man refused to 1, 2, 3. Cannot refuse all? She'd seen too many uncles and elders out there keeping women on the side. Fidelity is hard to come by in today's society. It's even available. She had never asked her other half to be faithful. She and Fongling, originally, were a marriage of interest without feelings. As long as Fongling didn't go too far, didn't make any bastard children, or brought people to her to show off and provoke her. She could care less. All can be done with one eye open. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong said nothing and went to the bathroom to wash up. Fengling sighed in relief. Sure, Chang Sun was Jiang Tang's moneymaker. Jiang Tang looked at him like an eyeball. If he knew that he had not only opened his own trumpet to hack Timeless Seeker on the internet, but also led his fans to hack Timeless Seeker as well, he would definitely be angry. Fengling sent a message to the group, "Good night everyone. My wife is back. I can't play with my cell phone." Fans in the group. The crown princess is so strict? No cell phones at 9 o'clock? Tighter than their parents. Jiang Tong washed out and was a bit tired, so she went straight to bed to rest. Anyway, she was still in her aunt's period, so she couldn't do anything. Fengling frowned as he looked at Jiang Tang, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and about to sleep. Is Jiang Tong angry? So it's cold turkey with him? Why are you angry? Chapter 57, Fengling calls his wife. Of course it's because he himself announced their marriage. Jiang Tong wants to hype up the heat with Timeless Seeker, make more money for the company. Why do so many artists like to speculate on CP and be a contract couple nowadays? Isn't it because of the high profits you get in return? Fengling pursed his lips. He was also angry. Is Jiang Tong that short of money? It was clear that the marriage with the Feng group brought the Jiang group much more benefits than the 3 melons and 2 jujubes that Jiang Sun had earned. She doesn't coax him, the prince of the Feng family, and spends her day around earning 3 guavas and 2 jujubes for her hourly search. It really is a case of having long hair. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. Her hair was really long and soft, black and radiating a bright shine. It's really pretty, especially when moving. The dark hair scattered on the snow-white body, like a leprechaun. Fengling's throat rolled. When will the days of abstinence end? So hard. Jiang Tong hadn't fallen asleep yet, just closed her eyes in a fake sleep brewing sleepiness. She felt Fengling looking at her and opened her eyes. It met Fengling's eyes that hadn't retracted their swagger. Jiang Tong. Fengling blushed slightly, said nothing, and got into bed. Jiang Tong had wanted to speak, but inexplicably felt that the current Fengling was dangerous. If she spoke, there's no telling what he'll do. She chose to shut up and close her eyes, but there was little sleep left. If Fengling really had needs, why didn't she go to her girlfriend outside? Early in the morning, Jiang Tang got up, then looking at my phone. The hourly search has been making a lot of noise on the hot seat lately. She got into the habit of looking at the detweeted hotspots as soon as she woke up in the morning. Once inside, just see the weird stuff that seems to be hanging out on the hot seat. Hashtag Fengling sends out red envelopes. Hashtag Jiang Tang won't let Fengling play with his cell phone. Hashtag Gangnam CPBE. Hashtag my wife's a very strict disciplinarian. Hashtag what's this? Jiang Tong was confused when he didn't clicked in to see it. Just for a moment I didn't know what to say. Rarely had she been so speechless that she didn't know what to say. Fengling sometimes does things that really make her not know how she should react. Giving red envelopes to CP fans is more generous than all those top streams. And although he has money, money is not spent this way. Also, when did she not let Fengling play with her cell phone? And hashtag my wife manages super strictly. This one she had thought was about someone else and clicked on it. It's still her that's talking. It was the fans in the group who put Fengling saying good night everyone. My wife is back. I can't play with my cell phone. A screenshot of these words was sent to Super Talk, mocked by CP fans with good intentions. Mocked and mocked and mocked and mocked and mocked and mocked. It caught fire. Jiang Tong looked at the man beside him. Still sleeping. Sleep well. There's no way to know what's going on. Get up. Jiang Tong gently kicked him. Fengling opened his eyes. The person was still in a daze. Looked at Jiang Tang, and asked, "Wife, what is it?" Jiang Tong froze for a moment and looked at Fengling. This was the first time Fengling had called her his wife. When Fengling saw Jiang Tang looking at him like this, his person also sobered up and realized what he had just screamed. His ears reddened, a little awkwardly shy. Looking at Jiang Tong, why did Jiang Tong look at him like that? Was it because he didn't like the title? Doesn't like it when he calls her wife. So what should he call her? Honey? Baby? The baby? These? On the other hand, he could, but he felt that Jiang Tong might be even more unacceptable. If she can't even accept her wife, she can't even accept these latter ones. In the future, you should be careful with your words in the fanbase. Jiang Tong said. Fengling and her now had heat online, even fans, and every word and move was under scrutiny and could be magnified indefinitely. Fengling looked at her suspiciously. What did he say? Seeing that he didn't understand, Jiang Tang showed him his cell phone. Fengling took a look, heartily embarrassed. He glanced at Jiang Tang. He didn't know it was going to be like this. He just said that off the top of his head. It was Jiang Tang who came back. He didn't dare to play with his cell phone anymore, afraid that Jiang Tang would know what he did in the fan group. It doesn't matter if you give out red envelopes. He's also kind of egging on fans to berate Tokiomi and those CP fans of Tokiomi. Fongling didn't realize that any random word he said now could be screenshotted and sent to the microblogging superlatives, and it could all be on the hot search. I didn't mean it. Fongling said. Got it. Originally, he didn't want Jiang Tang to know what he had done in the fan group. Now, it wasn't just Jiang Tang who knew. The whole world knew. Just, very social deaf. Jiang Tong asked. So, yesterday, when you were holding your cell phone and kept giggling, you were chatting in this group? Aha. Fongling nodded. Jiang Tong. Okay. She was the one who thought too much. Watch what you say in the future. Jiang Tong said. Fongling nodded obediently. Aha. He really didn't expect that it would trigger such consequences. Also, don't you mind about Tokaji Seeker's business? Jiang Tong said. Speaking of which, Fongling was unconvinced. Argument. He wants to be your second wife. And I don't care? If he didn't care anymore, Tokaji Seeker wouldn't just want to be the second wife. He'd want to take him out and just become the first wife. Jiang Tong froze for a moment, looking at his exasperated appearance, and laughed softly. That's the fans getting up in arms. Timeless Seeker didn't have that in mind. Fongling frowned. How do you know he doesn't have that in mind? Jiang Tong, because he didn't say it to me. Didn't confess to me. Fongling, couldn't she see that Tokaji Hunter liked her? Isn't she so smart? But, if she really didn't know, he wouldn't tell her. He wouldn't be so stupid as to tell his wife that another man likes her. But it's not right for the fans to be up in arms like this. Fongling said. You're my wife, the youngest grandmother of the Fong family, and you're forming a CP with another man online. So how will other people look at me? How will they look at the Fong family? Jiang Tong nodded. I know. I'll take care of it today. Fongling asked. How to deal with it? Jiang Tong said. You'll know when the time comes. Fongling, oh. Then the two of them got up, washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast. Jiang Tong had thought that Elder Fongling would scold Fongling for sending hundreds of thousands of red envelopes to his fans. After all, it seemed like wasteful behavior to him. But Master Fong didn't say anything. Jiang Tong knew then that Grandpa's tolerance for Fongling was really high. Really, as long as Fongling doesn't kill or set fire to the law. Other than that, it doesn't matter. The two ate breakfast and returned to their room. On the way out the door, Jiang Tang still couldn't hold back from giving Fongling instructions. In the future, don't send so many red envelopes in the fanbase, she said. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about the money, but rather, a big tree attracts the wind. And with him spreading money like this, there was a possibility that it would bring some bad influence to him and Fong. For example, there will be people who will attack him by saying that he flaunts his wealth. There are all kinds of people online. Chapter 58, You're the Palace. You never know what kind of person is behind the keyboard phone and what kind of things they will do or say. Countless people are cyberstormed every year. Why? Fongling asked. Jiang Tong said. Bad influence. Fongling frowned. How is me giving red envelopes to my family members a bad influence? Jiang Tong, family? Fongling nodded seriously. Yes, they are my family. They help me with data on Weibo. They help us edit videos. And they help me scold those black fans. Those messy CP fans. And maintain justice and my position as the main palace. They are my family. They're working so hard. What's wrong with me giving them a little red packet and a little hard-earned money? He couldn't let his family just give and get nothing in return. Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows. The main palace? Fongling's face instantly turned red. Jiang Tong laughed. Don't worry, she said. In my case, there is only the main house. There will be no second and third. Fongling's face turned even redder. Glancing at Jiang Tong, he didn't say anything. Is she sweet-talking him? It's just like scum coaxing women. What I only love you. I only love you. I won't even look at the women outside more than once. She's saying things like that just like the scumbags. But he was happy to hear it. He now finally knew why so many women fell for the sweet words of scum. Because, the sweet things they say are really moving. But, Jiang Tong is definitely different from those scumbags. Those scumbags will cheat on women. But Jiang Tong certainly wouldn't lie to him. He trusted Jiang Tong. And Jiang Tong just wasn't that kind of person. Jiang Tong is different from the others. In the morning, Fongling saw Jiang Tang's treatment. Jiang Tong retweeted the tweets sent by Fong Group's official account on Weibo. And the last tweet sent from Fong Group's official account was Fongling's 9-panel handsome photo. Jiang Tong retweeted and commented. The comment has no text. Just a pink heart. Plain and simple. As soon as Jiang Tong retweeted it, fans followed. There was a lot of stumbling. I wish you all the happiness in the world for a long time. So sweet and in love. They are so envious. Fongling was happy to see this. And the corners of his mouth couldn't be controlled. Jiang Tong commented on the pink love heart. Isn't it just showing love to him? He knew that Jiang Tang loved him. It's just that Jiang Tong is a mature, introverted, stable and restrained woman. Not as open and reckless as other women who hang on to love. Jiang Tong is hiding his love in his heart and not letting people peek in easily. Only once in a while could I peek so far into her demeanor. But that's enough. Fomling looked at the fans' comments of blessing. It looks like just a few sentences. Said they were a good match. Very sweet. Very happy. They are envious. Bless them, etc. There were just a few sentences that flipped back and forth, but Fomling read each one with great interest. While watching, something suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the comments section. Mr. Jiang and the Crown Prince must be good. Our brother must also be good with Mr. Jiang and the Crown Prince. You guys together make your days better than anything else. Mr. Jiang and Prince Master are so happy and in love. But Mr. Jiang, don't just love Prince Master alone, love our brother too. Sisters, may I ask what it will take to help my brother fight for his favor? Then someone replied with a comment below, giving her ideas. Fomling, these wildfire, springtime cult CP fans really do have them everywhere. And Fomling's fans and Fomling and Jiang Tang's CP fans caught wind of it and swarmed in, arguing with the other CP fans. Although Fomling's fans were small in number, they were, however, strong in battle. Ask why the fight is strong. Of course it's the ability to pay money. The prince just gave them so many red envelopes yesterday. Don't they have to behave? Same thing. Can it be the same for those who pay and those who don't? And not only did the prince give them money, the prince said they were his family. The crown prince treats them as family, and they can throw their heads in blood for the sake of their family. And now, instead of throwing their heads in the sand, they just need to curse. Do they smoke their keyboards? Mustn't poke your cell phone screen? Then, the other fans and CP fans saw Fomling's fans acting like crazy, catching whoever they could and cursing them. It doesn't matter if the cursing wins or not. It doesn't matter how many or how few people are on the other side. Just charge up and do it. Then Fomling sent out red packets in the group. Mouths are saying, don't you guys go scolding them. It's not a good influence. One side of the red packet is sent out non-stop. The more fans cursed, the more red envelopes he sent. The fans are gradually reacting. Don't look at what the prince said. Look at what the prince did. Why did the prince give them red packets? Isn't it because they did well and the prince was happy to give them a reward? As for the prince's mouth saying something about not cursing and bad influence, and they know it, the crown prince was afraid of being screenshotted or something by someone who had the intention to cause unnecessary trouble. So his mouth pretended to persuade them for a few moments. Green tea is all about that. Of course, the prince is definitely not green tea. Prince, this is just something he learned from the other green tea. Fans are fighting a surge. Fans of other families were called out for not being able to hold their heads up at all. It wasn't really that they couldn't be scolded. Rather, it's the fans of the opposite house that deserve it. People Fomling is the main palace. Their brothers are the second and third youngest. They, the fans of the second and the third and the fourth, were short people in front of the fans of the main palace for no reason. So, can't curse, can't get hard, only to be chased and scolded. When they get called out, they run under their brothers' social accounts and cry about how pathetic they are and how much they sacrificed and paid for their brother. Passers-by watched with amusement. This class of fans is a lot of fun. A couple of the proper owners are also interesting. Fomling, a proper court, bounced around the most. Again with the official announcement and posting of photos. And not a word from any of the other second or third houses. Although they didn't say anything, however, they didn't stop the fans from pulling CP. If they had stopped it, the fans wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. That's funny. Jiang Tong knew the fans' behavior. Fomling must have done something behind the scenes, but also ignored. What Fomling did wasn't out of the ordinary. She was a married person and she didn't really want to get involved with other men, but those are company artists. These CP fans are a mess though, but the heat did work for all those artists. And today and yesterday, all sorts of funders came to inquire about the artists. Several collaborations have been finalized. For now, it's fine. She didn't initiate the hype and the heat was there. Fomling is on the internet, looking as if he's rampaging through it, but unexpectedly, it's working pretty well. Chapter 59, Fomling is in ruins. Gained a lot of fans and got heat and some positive traffic. Elderphone looked at the feedback given by the company's data. Business at the hotel has gone up significantly in the last 2 days. The hotel has always been famous, but it is just plain famous. And in the past 2 days, because of Fomling, a lot of fans or netizens watching the scene have gone to its hotels to take pictures and make cards. The old man doesn't understand. So, is that the appeal of traffic and the fan effect? He had a meeting with the planning PR department. Said the thing. In the end, the planning and PR departments felt that Fomling had a good image and could be made the face of Phone Group. Elder Phone was a bit uneasy. Fomling as a spokesperson? No. He balked. Definitely not. Now Fongling looks quite good, but he knows what Fongling used to be like. Love racing. Love to play. Love to play. Nightclub prince. A week there are 8 days are in the nightclub. Though at the club it was just drinking with friends and not doing much else to mess around. But others won't think so. Nowadays, society at large still does not have a very good impression of nightclubs, believing that only messy and immodest or bad people go to that kind of place. Society has evolved to the point where it still has a colored view of places like bars and nightclubs. Fongling nightclub prince. The fan public loves him now that he's just playing on the internet and the things he's done in the past haven't been raked over the coals yet. Love that he's handsome. Love that he's rich. When what Fongling used to be like is revealed, he'll probably be stomped back. It doesn't matter if Fongling is back stomped, but Fongclan can't suffer along with Fongling. The old man vehemently denied the offer. Jiangtang it. The old man said. Let Jiangtang be the face of the hotel. Tong he was so relieved that he would never collapse the room. But the people in the planning and PR department still favored Fongling. Fongling was the real crown prince of the hotel, and it was best for Fongling to bring heat to the hotel. Elder Fong firmly refused. The 100-year reputation of Feng's hotel could not be ruined on Fongling. This matter spread and reached Fongling's ears. Fongling, if he wasn't the only child of the Fong family, he really doubted that he had picked himself up. What kind of grandfather dislikes him so much? Fongling was not convinced and went to find Elder Fong. He felt that he was fully capitalized to be the spokesperson of Feng's hotel. Elder Fong gave him a blank look. You have capital? What capital do you have? Is racing cars your capital? Or going to nightclubs every day is your capital? Fongling frowned. Grandpa, that's all in the past. I haven't gone racing in a long time. Elder Fong grunted. Indeed, since marrying Jiang Tong, I haven't gone out racing. That was something he was very pleased with. He drag racing or in a fixed site drag racing. Did not disturb the public, did not cause to affect the traffic, but drag racing is still very dangerous behavior. He used to be always on tenterhooks, worrying that Fongling would have a racing accident one day, and then their Fong family would be completely cut off. What about the nightclub? Mr. Fong asked. Fongling, I heard that you have a date in a nightclub called Shaoxi? Master Fong asked. You order her every time you go? Fongling, Shaoxi is not a phase. What's that? Master Fong glared at him. Fongling whispered. Shaoxi is the dog headmaster. Elder Fong didn't catch it. What? Fongling shook his head. Nothing. Elder Fong said. Tongtang doesn't constrain you much. You have to be self-conscious yourself. When you're married, bars and nightclubs and such places that affect the couple's relationship go less. Fongling. Elder Fong spat. Day in and day out. Not doing the right thing. Fongling, what business did I not do? Elder Fong glared at him. Did you do the birth? Fongling. Jiangtang is in physiology now. How do you do it? Why does Tong have physiological period? It's still not because you can't. If you can. If you got Tong pregnant, would Tong still have her physiological period? Elder Fong blanked him. Fongling's face reddened. Who said I can't? He did it 7 times a night, for over half an hour at a time. If he can't do it, there's no such thing as a man who can. How come you Xing Tang is still not pregnant? Elder Fong asked. Fongling frowned. Pregnancy has to be about timing. Saying so much. Isn't it just that you can't? Elder Fong disdained. We've been married for just over a month. Fongling said. Elder Fong, a month of daily due. Can't even get Tong pregnant. You still have the nerve to say that? Fongling. So angry. So tired again. It was as if he had completely lost all strength to argue. Jiang Tong is not pregnant. Grandpa then nailed him to the no-no rack of shame. She's not pregnant. So why is it either her problem or I can't? Fongling defiantly argued. Because you can't at first sight. Master Fong said. What do you think? Fongling asked. Master Fong said. With my eyes. Fongling. Forget it. There's really no strength to argue. If he didn't still have a bit of shame, he'd have to livestream do in front of his grandfather to show him if he was any good or not. In the future, be nicer to Tang. Elder Fong said. In the future. The face and reputation of our Fong family will have to be maintained by Tang. Asterisk. Q. Elder Fong shook his head. It's hard to say. Fongling. Okay. He knows. He's a clown. He walks. Fong Group's PR department then contacted Jiang Tang. Talked to Jiang Tong about the endorsement. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised. She wasn't a star and, moreover, wasn't particularly hot on the internet, so how could Fong pick her as a spokesperson? It's also relatively rare for an industry like hotels to use a spokesperson. If you really want a spokesperson, wouldn't Fongling be more suitable? The prince of the Fong family, with a good image, Jiang Tong said. The response given on the PR side was that the president felt that the crown prince would cave in sooner or later. Jiang Tong. Ling still has a room to collapse? Hasn't it been in ruins for a long time? Jiang Tong didn't say it so bluntly, but that's what the meaning is. Then, a carelessness reached young Master Feng's ears again. Young Master Feng. Good, good, good. It's really good. His two closest people, his grandfather and his wife. One firmly felt he couldn't. One thinks he's a ruin. He really is a clown. Originally, Ling wanted to go to his doggy master at night. This time there was no emotional issue to consult with the dogman. Just a simple desire to have a drink with the dogman. Talk about the depression in your heart. By the way, let's have the doggerel say a couple of nice things. He won't be tipped if the doggy master says anything bad about him. She didn't dare not say anything. Chapter 60, Honey, help me. But near the end of the day, Bulgari's staff contacted him to say that his customized diamond ring had arrived. It had been delivered to Feng's house. Ling then didn't go to the Doghead Army Division. When he got home, Joe's butler gave him the courier from Bulgari. Ling returned to his room and opened it. The diamond ring is beautiful and well made. After looking at it for a while, Ling put the diamond ring away. Jiang Tong said he was a ruin. This ring of his was not going to be given to her for a while. He'll give it to her one day when she says he's good and he's happy. When Jiang Tong came back from work, the Feng family started dinner. Ling wasn't happy and wasn't very happy at dinner. Elder Feng noticed it at a glance. The only child of the Feng family, he was always on the lookout. What? Are the ruins unhappy? Elder Feng asked. This matter, likewise, reached Elder Feng's ears. Ling, reddening his face, he glanced at Elder Feng and then at Jiang Tang, and smothered his head to eat. Jiang Tong. It seemed that Ling knew about it. She didn't say anything, but gave Ling the food. Ling looked at the extra dishes in the bowl and looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong didn't say anything, and used the male chopsticks to give him another dish. Ling hooked the corner of his mouth and ate without saying anything. Elder Feng pulled the corner of his mouth as he looked at Ling's appearance. No luck. 2 chopsticks and the food was coaxed. Did the Feng family mistreat him by not giving him food? After finishing their meal, Jiang Tang and Ling went back to their room. When he returned to his room, Ling couldn't resist taking the ring out. Jiang Tong had given him food and lowered his stance so much, so he would not bother with Jiang Tong. He's a man. He needs to be atmospheric. Ling took the ring box and casually handed it to Jiang Tang, saying, Here. Ha! Jiang Tong was a bit surprised and took it. Opening it up. Surprised, he looked at Ling. This ring, a royal blue diamond ring. It's expensive for something this big. At least 9 figures. She knew Ling's situation. Although he was the crown prince of the Feng family, he was young and not yet on his own, and didn't have much money on him. For me? Jiang Tong asked. Ling blushed slightly, a little nervous and shy. This was his first time giving a gift to the opposite sex. Aha! He nodded as if nothing had happened. Jiang Tong smiled and said, Thank you. She took the ring out, gave it to Ling, and said, Put it on me. She held out her hand. Her fingers were white, slender and clean. No sweaty hairs or cuts, perfect like a work of art. Ling froze, holding the ring. He thought, should he get down on one knee? He didn't end up getting down on one knee. Taking the ring and carefully slipping it into her ring finger. The blue color is beautiful. She has white hands. The blue color set off her hands even more white. Her whiteness also set off a bluer blue. A blue that was pure. A blue that was immaculate. Jiang Tong looked at it and said with a smile, It's very pretty. I like it a lot. Ling sniffed, hooked up the corner of his mouth, and said, If you like it, I'll buy it back for you later. Everyone who gives gifts wants to get positive feedback and response for the gifts they give. This ring, he went to the trouble of customizing it himself. He would be disappointed if Jiang Tong's response was mediocre. Luckily, she likes it. She's happy. One's mind is responded to and fed back positively. Jiang Tong looked at Ling. Young Master Feng had given her such an expensive gift, and for her to just say thank you seemed a bit too insignificant. After thinking about it, she suddenly circled her hands around Ling's neck, patted up on her toes, and kissed his lips. Ling froze for a moment. He and Jiang Tong hardly ever acted intimately except in bed. She suddenly kissed him up like this, leaving him ecstatic and a little confused at the same time. Jiang Tong just wanted a simple kiss, but as she tried to back out, she was stopped by Ling. He clasped the back of her head and seized control, deepening the kiss. Early morning, Jiang Tong and Ling got up, washed up and went downstairs to eat. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young lady. Butler Zhao greeted with a smile. Oops. Butler Zhao suddenly exclaimed exaggeratedly, looking at the blue diamond ring Jiang Tang was wearing on her hand and said, Young lady, this ring of yours is so beautiful and big. Jiang Tong smiled and said, Thank you, it's so pretty. Butler Zhao said, So pretty. Who gave it to the young lady? Fengling looked at Butler Zhao, who was really getting pompous. He knew it plainly. The delivery from Bulgaria yesterday was still signed for by him, where Jiang Tong did not know these twists and turns. Housekeeper Zhao had to coax Fengling to be happy. Of course she had to play match. It's Fengling, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Housekeeper Zhao said, I told you. Who has such a good eye for sending such a nice-looking ring to the young lady? So it's the young master. Fengling, can he have a bad eye? Young master is really nice to young lady. Butler Zhao said, this is the first time young master has given a woman a gift. Fengling looked at Butler Zhao with a slightly red face. That's enough. Saying it again would be redundant. Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Didn't he give gifts to other women before? Like birthday gifts for female friends around these? Fengling looked at housekeeper Zhao. Butler Zhao said in all seriousness, it was delivered. Fengling's eyes widened as he looked at Butler Zhao. Lao Zhao, pack up and roll for my master. However, those weren't personally selected by the young master. They were all purchased and sent over by me. From start to finish, the young master didn't bother. Butler Zhao said. Fengling glanced at him. Seeing as Butler Zhao had done his best for the Feng family for so many years, he would keep him for the time being and not let him roll. Yes? Jiang Tong smiled and glanced at Fengling. Fengling nodded with a slight blush. Chapter 61 Young Master and Young Lady Singing as Husband and Wife. Butler Zhao looked at the diamond ring on Jiang Tong's hand and said, I didn't see a ring of this style at Bulgaria. This should have been designed and customized by the young master himself, right? Jiang Tong smiled and glanced at the housekeeper. Uncle Zhao is also knowledgeable about these? Aha. Butler Zhao nodded. Slightly. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and asked with a smile, you designed the customization? Fengling nodded with a red face. Jiang Tong smiled at him, and went to the restaurant. Butler Zhao smiled and winked ambiguously at Fengling in a manner that begged for praise. Young master, how did I do? Fengling looked at him with a red face and said nothing. Following Jiang Tang to the dining room for breakfast, housekeeper Zhao looked full of relief and sighed. Young master and young lady are truly a woman's wife. Young master people go to have breakfast, and the little young master goes to have breakfast as well. Fengling, who was walking behind him, heard it and turned back, glaring at him. What the hell is he talking about? If he's not going to breakfast at this hour, what is he going to? Is he going to dinner? Butler Zhao is really getting confused the older he gets now. Butler Zhao looked at Fengling with a smile. Fengling was depressed and went to eat breakfast. What woman sings with her husband? It's clearly supposed to be a husband and wife. Tomorrow he must go ahead. Jiang Tong was working when Zhang Xinu arrived. Zhang Xinu has been busy working lately. She has been shooting videos diligently lately and her fans are rising fast. She's trying to live bandwagon. She has to make money. She told Jiang Tang about her idea, and Jiang Tang disapproved. It's too pushy. It can wait. Wait for the target fans to accumulate more points again. Zhang Xinu looked at Jiang Tang. Of course you're not in a hurry. You're speculating on CP with Fengling right now. Jiang Tong smiled and said, we're a real couple. We don't need to speculate on CP. Do you know how hard it was for me to see you and Fengling firing CP? Zhang Xinu said. Jiang Tong then smiled and asked, hard to cry? Zhang Xinu slightly reddened her face. Didn't say a word. That's not true. She saw the ring on Jiang Tong's hand and frowned. Why are you so ostentatious? Wearing such a flashy ring? Jiang Tong didn't look like such a person. She's calm and introspective and understated. Oh, Jiang Tong said. Fengling just gave it to me. A piece of his heart. I can't not wear it. Fengling's heart can't be left in a jewelry box to eat dust. Ignoring the teenager's feelings like that. Perhaps, afterward, the teenager would never express his feelings to her again. What? Fengling gave it to you? Zhang Xinhua looked at the large diamond ring with a shocked expression, and for a moment, the sky collapsed. She was probably aware of Fengling's financial situation because of her relationship with him. She also knew her stuff. This diamond ring, at least 9 figures. Does Fengling have that much money? 2 years ago, Fengling wanted to buy Koenigsegg, also 9 figures. He did not have money, did not even buy. And now they bought Jiang Tong such an expensive ring. The money to buy the ring, presumably all of Fengling's money, was not enough, and must have found a way to borrow it, or asked Grandpa Feng for it. Fengling, why is he like this? With so much money, isn't it good to buy a car for himself? Why did you buy such a big diamond ring for Jiang Tong? He's practically pouring everything he has into buying Jiang Tong a diamond ring. Is he that in love? Zhang Xinu reddened her eyes. Crying again? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Zhang Xinu didn't say anything, just glaring at her with red eyes. Jiang Tong smiled and said, then I'll take the ring off. Leave it at home. Don't wear it anymore. If Fengling asks why I don't wear it, I'll just say that it's hard for you to look at me when I wear it. John Xin blared at her. Why are you like this? If she really said that, wouldn't Fong Ling hate her? Jiang Tong smiled and said, John Xin, Fong Ling and I, although it's a business marriage without feelings, but Fong Ling and I are taking this marriage seriously. In a union like ours, as long as the two families don't have major differences in their interests, there's no way we'll get divorced. John Xinu's eyes became even redder as she glared at her. Then why did you say that if you let me give you $10 billion, you will divorce Fong Ling? Do you think you can make $10 billion? Jiang Tong asked. Show Crescent Moon, I can. Jiang Tong smiled and said, so there really is $10 billion. Do you still want to choose Fong Ling? John Xin wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Tang. Wait, think about it. If you really want to spend $10 billion to buy a man, why should you buy Fong Ling? You're willing to spend $10 billion on men, those top streams in the entertainment industry. Whatever you want. Think about it. Sure Chang Sun, Gu Yilong, Li Xinghe, Sunny Fake. Jiang Tong said a dozen male top streams known for their beauty in one breath. All of these, feel free to play with them. Or even, with all the money you have, you can play with several at once. Are you sure you want to spend this $10 billion on a man who doesn't love you? Show Crescent. She was silent. She's a rich kid, but she's also a starstruck teenager. Those top streams that Jiang Tong had mentioned, there were a few of them that she actually still liked and ate their faces. You have $10 billion and you can just play with these men? This, should I say no? She did have a bit of a heart attack. If it had been before, she would not have been heartbroken. Her love for Fong Ling was firm. But now, her heart moved. Fong Ling got married. Fong Ling didn't love her. She couldn't really hang herself on the same tree as Fong Ling, could she? She would like to hang on the tree of Fong Ling, but Fong Ling won't let her hang. In fact, these days, Zhan Xinyue herself had kind of figured it out. She was fond of Fong Ling, but then again, she couldn't have no bottom line and no sense of shame. In the past, when Fong Ling was single, she could like whatever she wanted and do whatever she wanted. But now that Fong Ling is married, for her to dwell on it would be to be a mistress and unashamed. At that time, the reason why I said 10 billion to let Jiang Tang and Fong Ling divorce, is just no Fong Ling and Jiang Tang married. Clear sky thunderbolt. Momentarily cannot accept this blow before that. These days, she'd thought a lot about it herself in private. It didn't matter if she was disgraced, she couldn't drag her family down with her. So, she hadn't gone to Fong Ling recently. John Xin, you didn't say anything. That's when Timothy sought it out. When Sher Chang Sun was discharged from the hospital today, he came to the company to find Jiang Tang to talk about her discharge. Actually, he wants to see Jiang Tang. I'm fine to return to work, Timothy sought to say. Jiang Tong asked, can you? Tokiomi sought a nod. Jiang Tong said, alright then, I'll ask Yellen to arrange it for you. The bottom hitters are going to work so hard to stay open and help her make money that she, as a capitalist, has no way to refuse. After a few more words, Tokaji Hunter really had nothing more to say and left. He glanced at John Xinu as he walked away. Why can Zhan Xinyue stay in Jiantan's office all the time? He wants to. Too. John Xinu blushed at this glance. Tokaho Hunt is also very handsome. It was a little bit worse than Fong Ling, but really, it was only that much worse. When the time-long search is gone, the exhibition of New Moon asked. You said, to play the time-long search, if you want a few $100 million? Chapter 62, I want to have dinner with you. Jiang Tong looked at John Xinu with a smirk. John Xinu's face turned even redder and said, I'm just casually asking. Then you shouldn't ask me. You should ask him. Jiang Tong said. John Xinu, aren't you her boss? Isn't it always the boss who sets this kind of price? Jiang Tong smiled and said, even if I make an offer now, you can't get it. Show Crescent. Okay. She really doesn't have that kind of money right now. She was in a similar situation to Fong Ling, a rich second generation who mopes around, not lacking in pocket money of 3, 5, or several $1 million, but more than that, there was none. Also, I don't recommend playing Time Seeker, Jiang Tong said. Zhan Xinyue frowned. Why? Didn't you just say you could play? Jiang Tong nodded. Yes, you can play, but after playing, you dumped the person. In a company, if you meet, how embarrassing. Exhibition Crescent thought about it. Rabbits don't do this until they're in the nest, so if you want to play, play outside. Jiang Tong said, when the time comes, it's a good idea to split up separately, so as not to get pestered or meet awkwardly too often. Show Crescent Moon, oh. Show Crescent Moon left. Before leaving, he took another look at the big diamond ring on Jiang Tong's hand, and his heart died a little bit. Fong Ling had never wanted anything in particular since he was a child. The prince of the Fong family, whatever he wanted, someone would send it to him. Koenigsegg. The first and so far only time he's wanted something badly. But Fongling didn't have any money at the time. Now that he had money, Fongling didn't buy it, but bought Jiang Tang a diamond ring. Had Fongling's love for Jiang Tang surpassed his love for Koenigsegg? But aren't they an emotionless business union? Fongling moved. She left Jiang Tang's office in a state of disorientation. Jiang Tang glanced at the diamond ring on her hand, hooking the corner of her mouth. She sent a message to Fongling. What are you doing? Fongling was a bit surprised to see the message. Jiang Tang seldom sent him messages, let alone when he was working. The last message of this one was posted days ago. Fongling replied after a few minutes, just busy. Did not see. At work. That way, Jiang Tang would know that he was a good man who took his work seriously. JT, what are you doing tonight? Fongling, it's fine. Jiang Tang, let's have dinner together in the evening. Fongling thought there was a social occasion and asked, what? Is there something wrong? Jiang Tang, it's fine. Just want to have dinner with you. With you. Fongling's face swished red. Was Jiang Tang extending an invitation to him for a date? Fongling's face was very red. Her heart was beating fast. And she replied, good. Jiang Tang sent him the address. Then, all morning plus one afternoon, Fongling was unmotivated to work. All the time, he was thinking about the evening date. Jiang Tang sent him to a Western restaurant known for its romantic mood. The thought of having dinner with Jiang Tang in a romantic Western restaurant made him nervous and shy. One moment. I looked at the time again. How time passes so slowly. Why aren't you off duty yet? Who the hell says you have to be off duty at 6 o'clock? Why don't you get off at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock? Grandpa rules? Grandpa was really a capitalist who knew how to exploit the average beatnik all day long. When he's in power, he must change. Finally, it was 6 o'clock, and Fongling was the first to rush out of the office. The rest of the office just felt a gust of wind blow by. Then, where's the prince? Could it be the crown prince who flew past just now? The prince can fly? Wow, the prince is amazing. The restaurant is in the middle of the two companies, so no one is picking up anyone. Each drove there. Jiang Tang arrived first. After waiting for 10 minutes, he saw Fongling, the teenager, dressed in a suit and holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, walked toward him. Jiang Tang looked and couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth. Beautiful youth, beautiful flowers. All of this, and all of it, makes for a pleasant mood. Fongling saw Jiang Tang staring at him all the time with a light smile on her face, a little shy, came to her and handed her the flowers. For you. The reason he's late is that he's gone to buy flowers. This was sort of his first date with Jiang Tang. They say, dating starts with a bouquet of flowers and dressing up. Jiang Tang took it, smelled it and smiled. Thank you, it's beautiful. I like it a lot. Fongling's face turned even redder as he sat across from her. Jiang Tang had already ordered the meal and started serving it. The meal was exquisite, the setting romantic, the wine swaying. Beauty is in sight. All of this made Fongling's heart beat quickly and nervously, and her face stayed in a slightly red state. What the meal tasted like he didn't even taste it. The waiter poured drinks for both men. Jiang Tang smiled and looked at Fongling as he raised his cup, and Fongling raised his cup as well. The two men said nothing, and their glasses clinked lightly. Jiang Tang then tilted his head slightly and took a sip, a perfectly ordinary drinking gesture. Fongling, however, felt that when she did it, no matter if she was holding the cup with slightly arched fingers or slightly tilting her head to reveal her swan neck, it was differently charming. Even the swallowing action of pursing the corners of the mouth is more elegant and seductive than others. His handsome face rolled, tilting his head slightly to drink as well. He kept his eyes on her out of the slightly drooping corners of his eyes. Both ate, both drank, and called for a chauffeur. Two chauffeurs. One drove Jiang Tang's car and the other drove Fongling's car. And Fongling and Jiang Tang both rode in Jiang Tang's car, sitting in the back seat. The car drove smoothly down the highway. Jiang Tang glanced at Fongling and suddenly moved towards him twice before leaning her head on his shoulder. Fongling's body stiffened as he looked at Jiang Tang, who was resting on his shoulder. What does she do? A little dizzy. Jiang Tang said. Then you lean against me. Fongling said, hesitating for a moment and reaching out to put his arm around Jiang Tang's shoulders. Jiang Tang didn't refuse, tame and well-behaved leaning in. Fongling's boldness then grew, and he wrapped his arms around Jiang Tang, so that Jiang Tang's entire body leaned into his arms. In order to make herself a little more comfortable, Jiang Tang circled her hands around his waist and pressed her face against his chest. Fongling was stiff and his heart was beating fast. They had never been this intimate except in bed, and he was nervous and excited. Jiang Tang listened to the sound of his heartbeat and gently tickled the corners of his mouth, holding him tighter. Instantly, Fongling's heart was like a drum. When they arrived at the Feng's house, the two of them got out of the car to walk back from the garden. Jiang Tang took the flowers and was about to go. However, he was suddenly pulled by Fengling's hand. She glanced at Fengling, who didn't say anything and red-facedly led her hand into the house. Jiang Tong glanced at the hands held by the two men and smiled, not refusing to resist, holding the flowers in one hand and being held by Fengling in the other. Into the house. Butler Zhao saw the two returning hand in hand and said with a smile, "Young master, young lady, you're back." Fengling Jiangtang nodded. Young lady, this is a beautiful flower. Who sent them?" Butler Zhao asked with a smile. Fengling. Butler Zhao really has a lot of drama sometimes. Chapter 63, Who Ate the Roses? Jiang Tong smiled and glanced at Fengling. From Fengling. Butler Zhao smiled brightly. So it's from the young master. No wonder it looks so good. The young master's eye is just as good as the ring he gave me. And the flowers he gave me. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded in agreement with a light smile. Fengling blushed slightly. Elder Feng looked at the three and bristled. Old Zhao and Tong Tong just spoil Fengling. Look at what Fengling has been spoiled into. Fengling and Jiang Tang went upstairs to their rooms. Elder Feng looked at the figures of the two of them. Their relationship was getting better and better. Watching him as an old man couldn't help but envy them. Old Zhao. You say, should I find an old companion? Elder Feng asked Old Zhao. Butler Zhao tilted his chin in triumph. The master was envious. Luckily, he didn't have to be envious. He had his old partner. Jiang Tong and Fengling returned to their room. Fengling was manic and excited tonight, and as soon as he closed the door, he couldn't wait to press Jiang Tong against the wall. Jiang Tong froze for a moment, raised her eyes, and looked at him with a bit of surprise. Fengling looked at her, and then at her hand holding the rose that was caught between their bodies. Lowering his head, dropping his eyes, he inhaled deeply at the side of her neck, hoarsely whispering, "Sister, you smell so good." The word sister irritated Jiang Tang's scalp instantly. She raised her eyes to look at Fengling. The eyes gleamed. She laughed softly and asked, "Is it the scent of a sister? Or a flower?" Fengling took another sniff and said, "It's just as fragrant." Jiang Tong hooked his lips and smiled lightly. Fengling was laughed at by her. His heart swirled with laughter. He slowly bent down and lowered his head. And in the end, his lips held a rose petal and gently pulled it off with his mouth. With rose petals in his lips he kissed towards Jiang Tang's lips. It's like slow motion in a movie. Elegant, slow, ambiguous. When it reached her lips, Jiang Tang slowly opened her lips and contained the rose petals, and the two of their lips slowly approached close to each other. Finally, the kiss came together, the scent of rose petals filling their lips and teeth. In the end, the petals were eaten by who knows who. But, Jiang Tong was eaten by Fengling. Fengling spent the whole day reminiscing about last night, dinner together and everything that happened after we got home. Fantastic. He felt that Jiang Tong was very abnormal. She was not an outgoing person when it came to her feelings. She was very introverted. Love him in the heart, the mouth never opens. But what about yesterday? Is it because he gave her the big diamond ring? So happy? Fengling went to consult Junior again. Consulted on WeChat. When Xiaoxi realized that Fengling had given Jiang Tang a diamond ring worth hundreds of millions of dollars, his envy was almost overflowing from the screen. Can Jiang Tong not take the initiative? That's a big diamond ring of hundreds of millions of dollars. Whoever gives him a big diamond ring of hundreds of millions of dollars, she will be more active than Miss Jiang. She is just the most affectionate dog licker. Fengling, so, you think my wife is doing this to me because I gave her a gift? Xiaoxi looked at Fengling's words and pulled the alarm in his heart. Although he didn't see young Master Feng's expression, he already felt his emotions from between the lines. She'd be dead if she said yes. She's at the end of her tether as a doggy mastermind. She was quite happy to be a dog-head military counselor for young Master Feng. There's money to be taken. Young Master Feng is generous. More importantly, because of this layer of relationship, she was treated much better in the clubhouse. The manager and boss had to be polite to herself for a few minutes, and the guests didn't give her much of a hard time when they knew about her relationship with Fengling. Wouldn't ask for anything too much and was more generous with her outbursts. There were even some bosses who tried to give her money to match them with Fengling so that they could get to know the prince of the Feng family. However, Junior knew that this was money he was not capable of earning at the moment. Her relationship with Fengling hadn't reached that level yet. Xiaoxi, of course not. Of course the lady is treating you like this because she loves you. Fengling, so tell me, why wasn't she like this before? Why was I like this after I gave her the diamond ring? Xiaoxi, it is because you gave the lady a diamond ring. A man gave a woman a ring. What it represents. It is self-evident. You gave a diamond ring. The young lady is not happy because the ring is expensive, but because of the ring. Xiaoxi, even if you don't send an expensive ring, but the most ordinary ring of a few thousand or a few $100s, the young lady will still be happy to receive it. Junior, because that is your heart, your affection. Fengling, you mean, she's happy because I gave her a ring, and she wouldn't be happy if I gave her something else? Xiaoxi, of course not. She is happy when you give her a ring, and the young lady will be happy when you give her anything else, but the young lady will be happiest when you give her a ring, because the ring is of extraordinary significance. Fengling was again convinced by Xiaoxi. Up to this point, he had tomorrow. Jiang Tang was like that yesterday because he had given the ring. But he can't give a ring every day, can he? Whether or not she has that kind of money is not to be mentioned, but if she gives the ring away every day, after a lot of times, it's nothing new to her. Fengling thought about it and sent a message to Jiang Tang, let's eat together in the evening. Jiang Tang replied, good. Fengling hooked the corners of his mouth and started looking for a restaurant. He went back to ask Junior. This is something that Junior is well aware of. Junior's circle of friends and social media apps have made herself a celebrity, eating and drinking all kinds of sophisticated food and drink on days when she doesn't have to go to work during the day. Which restaurant in Sea City has a good atmosphere and good taste? She knows more than even the Prince of Fengling China Wind native. Junior recommended the restaurant to Fengling and suggested a set menu and location suitable for couples. Fengling felt that Xiaoxi was okay as a dog-headed military advisor. Another 5-figure transfer to Junior for emotional counseling. After getting off work in the afternoon, Fengling went straight to the restaurant and waited for Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang is here. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang and his eyes lit up. She came toward him with a small bouquet of white roses in her hand. His heart was beating fast. Is this flower for him? He had received many gifts, from both men and women, since he was a child, but never received flowers. No woman sent him flowers either. It seems to default to the idea that flowers are the preferred choice for men to give women gifts. And the first thing women rule out as a gift for a man is flowers. They give men clothes and shoes and lighters and razors and ties and cuffs and watches and so on. But basically no flowers will be sent. But actually, a lot of men, too, would like to receive flowers. Jiang Tang came to Fengling and handed him the flowers. For you. Fengling took it with a slight blush and said softly, thank you. There were many people in the restaurant. A great beauty like Jiang Tang appeared with flowers in her hands, attracting the attention of many people. They had thought that the flowers in Jiang Tang's hand were given to her by a man, but I didn't realize that she had given it to a man. Men and women looked on, envious. The men envied Fengling for receiving flowers from such a great beauty. The women, on the other hand, envied Jiang Tang. The man must have loved her so much that he made her feel happy, so she made such a romantic move as sending a man flowers. Chapter 64, Fengling is a tattletale. Everything is as good as it was last night. When Fengling and Jiang Tang finished eating and left the restaurant, they met Jiang Bei and the others. The restaurant is in the busy commercial center. Jiang Bei by Langyue Lu Jianliashi Qisheng they are bored shopping. Then the four of them saw Fengling holding white roses in his hands and walking out of the restaurant hand in hand with Jiang Tang. 4. Clueless. They didn't expect to see such a loving image of Jiang Tang and Fengling. They all thought Jiang Tang and Fengling were a business marriage without feelings. Fengling, let go of your hand. Jiang Bei let out a roar. Then, Fengling inexplicably let go of Jiang Tang's hand with a jerk. Jiang Tang, Jiang Bei, Fengling, the other three. Fengling reacted and frowned. He could hold his wife's hand if he wanted to. Why should he listen to Jiang Bei? Fengling wanted to go back to holding Jiang Tang's hand, but Jiang Tang wouldn't hold it for him. Fengling, he gave Jiang Tang a mournful and resigned look. Jiang Tang, however, did not look at him. He then took his anger out on Jiang Bei, glaring at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei also reacted at this moment, a little embarrassed. He's just a little uncomfortable and out of sorts. Although he knew that Fengling and his sister were married, they had never acted intimately in front of him. The sudden sight of them holding hands so lovingly gave him such a shock that he growled that much. Now, is embarrassing. Fengling glared at him angrily. His sister looked at him faintly as well. Jiang Bei cleared his throat a bit awkwardly and said, Sister, you guys came out to eat. Aha. Jiang Tang nodded. Fengling glared at Jiang Bei. Wasn't that nonsense to ask? If they don't come out to eat, do they come out to eat? Fengling glanced at Jiang Tang, then looked at Lu Jianli when Late Shang hummed and went to pull Jiang Tang's hand. Whether Jiang Tang was willing or not, he pulled strongly. Jiang Bei's eyebrows jumped. Inexplicably, he wanted to cut Fengling's hand off. Willow gradual time late born. They had the same idea. What are you going to do? Jiang Tang asked. Watching a movie. Jiang Bei said. Jiang Tang, watching a movie? Fengling's eyes lit up and he said to Jiang Tang, Wife, let's go watch a movie too. The dating trilogy, dinner, a movie, and a room. They've now done step 1, and step 2 is next. Jiang Tang nodded. Good. River North 4. Hating to stare a hole out of Fengling's body. A group of 6 then went to the movies and a disagreement arose while watching the movie. Fengling wants to watch a horror movie, and Jiang Bei and a few of them wanted to see Transformers. There's nothing Jiang Tang particularly wants to see. Just let them be. Zhang Bei glared at Fengling and gritted her teeth. Don't think I don't know what you're playing at? A man's mind. Can a man not understand? It's nothing more than showing off your boyfriend power in front of your sister. When his sister screamed in fear at the sight of a horror movie, Fengling took the opportunity to take her into his arms. Ugh, what did I hit on? Fengling was dead set on admitting it anyway. I just like watching horror movies. So what if he's got ideas? Jiang Tong is his wife. He hits the idea. The name is right. Zhang Bei clenched his teeth in anger. Also, the sister is here. If his sister wasn't there, Fengling was so beaten up that he would have been beaten up a long time ago. Anyway, we're not watching a horror movie. We're watching Transformers, Zhang Bei said. Fengling said, you guys look at yours, we'll look at ours. Each to their own. Zhang Bei pooh-poohed him. Good thinking. Then, the four of them dragged Fengling to buy the Transformers tickets regardless. Fengling didn't want to go, but he, alone, was no match for the four, and was forcibly dragged there. The five of them had always hung out together. And now, Fengling wanted to go to a horror movie and be beautiful, leaving them four bachelors to watch Transformers? Dreaming. Jiang Tong looked at a few youths pulling and tugging noisily here, and hooked up the corner of his mouth. Young people, really energetic. A few people bought tickets and went into the movie theater and took their seats with them. Originally, Zhang Bei wanted to sit between Jiang Tang and Fengling, but Fengling had grabbed him first. As soon as Jiang Tang was seated, Fengling couldn't wait to sit next to Jiang Tang. Zhang Bei gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. One could only sit by Fengling's side unwillingly. Fengling gave him a smug look. Angry, Zhang Bei wanted to gouge out his eyes. Soon the movie started. Jiang Tong watched the movie. It's been a long time since she's been to a movie theater. She didn't love it and, over the years, was too busy to watch it. Fengling sat beside Jiang Tang. His mind was not on the movie at all. It was always on Jiang Tang beside him. I wonder if Transformers has any horrible lurid moments. If there is, his wife was scared and jumped into his arms. He must hold his wife and comfort her well. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Baby wife, don't be afraid. Husband will protect you. Thinking about that image made Fengling feel good. And the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up. Zhang Bei had been paying attention to him and saw him there pursing his lips and snickering. Zhang Bei was furious. What was Fengling thinking? From what men know about men, they must be thinking something they shouldn't. Zhang Bei pinched Fengling's thigh. Fengling took the pain and drew in a cold breath. Glaring at Zhang Bei. What are you doing? Watch the movie properly, Zhang Bei said. Fengling glared at him and turned his head to Jiang Tang on the other side. Honey, Zhang Bei pinched me. Zhang Bei, this dead green tea. Jiang Tong lightly glanced at Zhang Bei. Although he didn't say anything, Zhang Bei caved in, didn't dare to target Fengling again, and obediently watched the movie. The movie was calm and uneventful. Transformers is burning. There are no horror sequences. Jiang Tong didn't scream and tremble and jump into his arms. Fengling was disappointed by this. But today it's even. Some other day I must take my wife to see a horror movie. Not with Zhang Bei and the rest of them. The light bulbs. After coming out of the movie, Fengling wanted to go home. The first two parts are gone. He's going home for part 3. But Zhang Bei and the others proposed to go for a snack. Fengling was about to refuse, but Jiang Tang agreed. Fengling. There was nothing he could do about it no matter how unhappy he was, but he could only slump his batch face and go with them to have a late-night snack. Zhang Bei Lu Jinli. Several people were happy when they saw Fengling collapsing a batch face. When we arrived at the stall, we found seats and were seated, and then we started ordering. Zhang Bei said, Boss, 5 beers first. Zhang Bei glanced at Fengling. Fengling understood. Zhang Bei and the others are trying to dunk him. He went back to see Ryu Jinli when Late Shang and the others. They all had the same look in their eyes as Zhang Bei, and they all wanted to dunk him. Honey, they tried to dunk me. Fengling said. A few people in Zhang Bei. Is this person so green tea now? She's always complaining? Is he a tattletale? Will he die if he doesn't sue? Chapter 65, Sister. You can't apologize to Fengling. Jiang Tong glanced at Zhang Bei's few people. A few people in Zhang Bei extinguished the fire. Fengling hummed lightly, his expression smug. Jiang Tong smiled gently with a light smile and said to Fengling, It's okay, you're drunk. I'll take you home and take care of you. Fengling. The smugness on his face froze. The eyes of Zhang Bei's few people lit up. Shi Qisheng even yelled at the boss. Boss, 5 more pieces. Let's see if he doesn't dunk Fengling to death today. Not only did Fengling marry the girl of his dreams, but he also called him ugly the last time Shi Chang's son was hospitalized. New hatred and old hatred together. Either Fengling will be dunked to death today or Fengling will be dunked to death. Fengling looked at the several people and knew that he would not be able to escape this robbery today. Jiang Bei, when late born, they have been dissatisfied with him for a long time since he married Jiang Tang. He looked at Jiang Tong and said, "You said, take care of me." Aha. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. He added, "Take care of me personally." The last time he was drunk, Jiang Tong had left him in the care of security and servants. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Take care of it personally. Others. Gnashing of teeth. Fengling is on the verge of death, but he's still showing love here. Is it too slow to die and you want to die faster? Getting Jiang Tong's promise, Fengling looked at the several people, lifting his head and chest with great vigor. Come on. Then the crowd began to dunk the ceiling. Just as I started dunking, someone came up to me. Jiang Tong. A few people looked away. It's Li Yan. Jiang Tong smiled and greeted. Li Yan. Li Yan glanced at a few people and smiled. What a coincidence. Jiang Tong nodded and politely asked, "Want to join?" Li Yan smiled and shook his head. "No need. I'm with a friend. By the way, in a few days, get together." Jiang Tong looked at Li Yan. Li Yan smiled and said, "Chen Qi is back. Old classmates, get together." Jiang Tong looked at Li Yan and said after a moment of silence, "Let's see if I have time." Aha. Li Yan nodded with a smile. "Contact me when you have time. I'll make the arrangements." Jiang Tong nodded with a pale expression. Li Yan glanced at Fengling and walked away. Fengling frowned. Li Yan he recognized and minded even more. Last time, Jiang Bei posted a friend circle where Li Yan and Jiang Tang looked harmonious and compatible. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. He could feel that after Li Yan came, Jiang Tang's entire mood was off. There was still a light smile on his face, but it just wasn't the same. Jiang Bei looked at Jiang Tang and Fengling worriedly. Jiang Tong stood up and said, "I'm going to the restroom." She went to the restroom. Jiang Bei said, "I'll go too." Others. I knew that Jiang Bei was sister-controlled, but I didn't know that he was sister-controlled to such an extent that he had to go to the bathroom with his sister. Is he hardly going to follow his sister into the ladies' room? Jiang Tong went into the restroom, went to the bathroom, and then came out and saw Jiang Bei standing where the public sink was. "Sis." Jiang Bei looked at Jiang Tong and said seriously, "You can't apologize to Fengling." Although in his opinion, there were many bad things about Fengling, but no matter how bad it was, Fengling was also his friend, his brother. If sister really became a scum and hurt Fengling, he would be angry and disappointed in sister. Jiang Tong froze for a moment and looked at him with a light smile. "If you apologize to Fengling, I'll be angry," Jiang Bei said seriously. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. "Sister promises you that she won't apologize to him." Jiang Bei nodded. Jiang Tong and Jiang Bei both returned to their positions. Several. Back together? Jiang Bei wouldn't have really followed sister Jiang Tang into the ladies' restroom, right? The food came up and the crowd began to eat, drink and talk. "Fengling, why don't you guys dunk me anymore?" he asked. "Didn't Jiang Bei's men want to dunk him to death just now?" Jiang Bei, what dunking? When did we have to dunk you? Fengling, not just now? Jiang Bei glanced at him and said, "What are you talking about? Fengling, you're really too disappointing to me. We've been friends for so many years of friendship, although not born to die, but also together in and out of the club bar for so many years. How can you pot you? What do you take us for? Are we the kind of people who give our brothers a hard time?" The two Lu Jianli Shi Qi Shang nodded their heads. Fengling was puzzled. "Aren't you guys? Don't think that he doesn't know that since he and Jiang Tang got married, Jiang Bei Lu Jianli Shi Qi Shang has been more than a little opinionated about him. Thinks he's a scalawag who abducted their goddess. Look at him everywhere." "We're not," Jiang Bei said. Fengling, all right. If Jiang Bei wants to open his eyes and talk nonsense, let him talk. Who let Jiang Bei be his brother-in-law? He was his brother-in-law. He was the elder and had to love the younger generation. Fengling nodded. If you don't dunk it, you don't dunk it. It's not like he had to make a fool of himself and beg for irrigation. Still kind of want to get drunk and then have his wife take care of serving him. Fengling drank from his own glass. If they don't dunk him, can't he dunk himself? Dunk yourself and still control the degree. You can be 3 drunk, 4 drunk, 7 drunk. When the time comes, act drunk. The man is 3 times drunk and acts until the woman is in tears. A few people in Jiang Bei. What's wrong with him? They don't dunk him. He dunks himself? What are you doing? Jiang Bei asked. Fengling glanced at Jiang Tang and said, "Bad mood. Is really in a bad mood." Seeing Li Yan put him in a bad mood, Jiang Bei glanced at him and didn't say anything. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, "Why are you in a bad mood?" Fengling glanced at her without saying anything. Another glass of wine. He knew that Jiang Tong was not an immodest woman who engaged in a 3-way relationship, but he still minded. Jiang Tong may not be interested in Li Yan, but the way Li Yan looked at Jiang Tang just now, he's a man. He gets it. He thought about what Cheng said in the foreground. His wife is beautiful and very good. There were a lot of people who liked her in her school days. A wife who is too good is also an annoyance. The more Fong thought about it, the more depressed he became, and he wanted to drink again. But he was stopped by Jiang Tang, who took the glass in his hand and said with a gentle smile, "This cup, I'll drink it for you," taking a drink from his glass. Finishing the drink and putting down the glass, there was a faint ring of lipstick marks around the rim of the glass. Light scarlet. Fong. He froze and looked at Jiang Tang, looking at the wine glass again. Is this an indirect kiss for them? Indirect kissing in public? That lipstick mark around the rim of the wine glass is so sexy. His heart went thump, thump, thump. Jiang Tang looked at Fong with a light smile and asked, "Still drinking?" Fong shook her head with a red face. "No more drinks." Jiang Tang's smile grew even wider. Gorgeous fireworks exploded in Fong mind. He's dead. Being Jiang Tang, teased and mesmerized to death. Others. These two. Those who show love deserve to die. They shouldn't have had the heartache to pity Fong. Should have dunked Fong to death. Dunk him. Chapter 66, Butler Zhao. My flowers. Fong and Jiang Tang returned home, and Fong was still holding white roses in his hands. Butler Zhao froze for a moment. "Young master, this flower." Butler Zhao was puzzled. Fong smiled and asked, "Does it look good?" Butler Zhao nodded. "It looks good." Glancing at Jiang Tang, he tentatively asked, "From the young lady?" "Aha." Jiang Tang smiled and nodded. Butler Zhao. Young master and young lady are really good at playing now. Yesterday the young master gave the young lady red roses. Today the young lady sends white roses to the young master. Are all young people so good at this nowadays? Fong smiled smugly. Elder Fong. It's just not eye candy. Fong and Jiang Tang greeted Elder Fong and went back to their rooms. Before leaving, Fong gave Elder Fong a smug show-off look. Old man Fong said, "This life is really impossible. It's really necessary to find an old companion. Otherwise, this eating dog food every day, it's hard to eat in the heart." I used to worry about the young couple not getting along. Now that the young couple had a good relationship, looking at Fong's complacent vigor, he looked in the way. "You say, what is that brat so proud of in front of me? Wasn't he dead set on not getting married in the first place? Isn't it still going to be a death sentence? He doesn't think about it. If it wasn't for me, could he have gotten a wife as beautiful and capable as Ton Ton? It really is true that when you get water, you forget about me, the well digger." Elder Fong gave a spit take. Butler Zhao looked at Elder Fong. It seems that the matter of finding an old companion for his lordship will have to be put on the agenda. His lordship's resentment grew deeper and deeper. Eating dog food for a long period of time is not good for the physical and mental health of seniors. Fong and Jiang Tang returned to the room. Fong sat on the sofa holding the flowers. "Jiang Tang, why don't you put the flowers down now that you're home? You like it that much? Go take a bath." Jiang Tang said. Fong looked at Jiang Tang and asked, "Didn't you say you served to take care of me?" Jiang Tang. "So it's here waiting for her." She stood in front of him, her hands behind her back, bending slightly, her face close to his. "But I said I'd take care of you when you were drunk." Fong looked at the vibrant and dynamic beauty of the world near his eyes, and his heart was beating fast. Handsome face burned. "I'm drunk." "Really?" Jiang Tang asked. "Aha." Fong nodded. "Really? Don't believe. You touch it." He took Jiang Tang's hand and put it on his face. "My face is hot. It's just red and hot from drinking alcohol to stimulate active blood," he said. Jiang Tang looked at him. Fong looked at him as well. Jiang Tang smiled and nodded. "It's hot. It seems. Really drunk." Fong face turned even redder. "Let's go. I'll help you take a shower." Jiang Tang stood up and said. Fong, although it was what he wanted, it was really coming. He was nervous and apprehensive. He put down the roses and stood up, blushing and said, "Good. Taking a shower means undressing." Of course, but he was dressed for work. Suit and shirt. A little nervous. His hands had been trembling slightly, and after the suit was off, his shirt buttons hadn't been undone by a single one for a long time. Jiang Tang looked and smiled gently. "I'll do it." Fong. "Oh." He lowered his hand. Jiang Tang came to him, raised his hand, and unbuttoned his shirt. Fong then looked at her with downcast eyes. She stared earnestly at his buttons, her hands slowly undoing them. "She's really pretty." His heart was beating fast. It was tense. His body taut. Soon, Jiang Tang had completely unbuttoned her shirt. Fong's body slightly exerted itself so that his chest and abdominal muscles were on display. Jiang Tang watched and hooked up her lips. Since young Master Fong peacocked, she naturally supported the show. If she didn't hold up, she was afraid that young Master Fong wouldn't open the screen in the future. After all, he was in really good shape. Women's favorite thin-skinned boy. There are muscles looking powerful. but not overly so. It's a woman's favorite. Her fingertips scraped over his abs in a seemingly unintentional manner as she unbuckled his belt. Feng Ling's body went limp, and all the bones in his body crumbled. Looking at Jiang Tong, the handsome face rolled hotter and hotter. Was she careless or did she do it on purpose? Jiang Tong unbuckled his belt and his suit pants slid down his legs. Jiang Tong lifted his head to look at him with a smirk. Feng Ling's face is red without eyes. Sleeping in the middle of the night, Feng Ling snapped his eyes open. His roses. He came back to have fun and forget about his roses. Feng Ling hurriedly called the housekeeper, Butler Zhao, who was sleeping soundly. Young master, what's the matter? At this hour, the young master is not asking him to bring him a birk bag, is he? Then he can't deliver. The old man has been thinking about his great-grandchildren all day. If you give a kid a birk bag, how will the old man hold his great-grandchildren? Butler Zhao, have someone come to my room to take my roses and put them in a vase. Feng Ling said. Butler Zhao, that's it? The young master called at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night to wake up an old man in his 50s for this? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. Hurry up. And remember, make sure you use the best nutrient solution to keep my roses dainty. Butler Zhao, if you raise it to death, I want you to eat your words. Feng Ling said. It was his wife's heart for him, her love for him, and he had to cherish it. Try to keep the flowers alive for as many days as possible, and then make them into dried flowers after they have wilted. Save forever. The wife's heart for him is to be preserved forever. Butler Zhao, yes. Butler Zhao quickly arranged for the maid to come to the room to get the flowers, and after getting the flowers, the maid stayed up all night trimming the branches, waking up the flowers, and then arranging the screen. Only then did Feng Ling sleep contentedly. Jiang Tang, who was beside her, although she was sleeping in a daze, heard Feng Ling calling and gently hooked the corner of her mouth. After Feng Ling laid down, he burrowed into his arms and found a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Feng Ling wrapped his arms around Jiang Tang and went to sleep. Day 2. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang went downstairs and saw Butler Zhao. Feng Ling rarely cared about Butler Zhao for a couple sentences. Butler Zhao, why do you look out of breath? Didn't you sleep well last night? Housekeeper Zhao gave Feng Ling a mournful look. Will he sleep well? Woken up by the young master in the middle of the night, he went to the maid and then served the flowers with her. Will he sleep well? But he couldn't say. He could only say, thank you young master for your concern. The old slave slept very well last night. Chapter 67. Zhang Bei wants to destroy his family. Feng Ling nodded. And again, are my flowers okay? Butler Zhao. So, in fact, the young master just wanted to ask about the flowers, and asking him would just be incidental, right? He himself has been working in the Feng family for so many years, and has watched the young master grow up since he was a child. And since the old master is busy with his work, it can be said that the young master was brought up by him. He didn't get the credit. But he did get the credit, didn't he? But after all these years, it's actually no match for a bouquet of flowers from the young lady? Sure enough, it's a case of having a daughter-in-law and forgetting her mother. Young master, the flowers are very good, Butler Zhao respectfully said. At least, better than the old slave. Jiang Tong looked at the conspiratorial butler from the side and hooked up the corner of his mouth. Feng Ling nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Then he went to have breakfast with Jiang Tang. Butler Zhao, the young master is better. But he's not so good. Elder Feng came out, saw Butler Zhao, and asked, Old Zhao, what happened to you? Butler Zhao shook his head. It's nothing, it's just that master. Do you feel as if it's getting cold? Elder Feng, it's July day, the hottest time of the year, but Lao Zhao feels cold? Are you cold? Elder Feng asked. Butler Zhao nodded. Well, cold-hearted. Feng old man is very disdainful. Look at him. A handful of years old, half of the body into the ground people. But still here to play abstract, also heart cold. He knows about last night. Everything that happened in the Feng family, big or small, was within his grasp. Feng Ling tossing an old man around in the middle of the night was indeed not quite right. Give you a raise, Master Feng said. Butler Zhao smiled and said to Master Feng, Master, I feel like my heart is on hot fire all of a sudden. Elder Feng grunted and went to the dining room. Butler Zhao farted and followed to the dining room. He was going to serve his lordship for dinner. He is the master's most loyal lackey. Zhang Bei had a rare lunch date with Feng Ling. There was no one else, just the two of them, and the place to eat was at a restaurant near the Feng group. Feng Ling looked at Zhang Bei, a little surprised. What do you want? Since he and Jiang Tang got married, Zhang Bei looked at him everywhere, and when he saw him, he either moved his hand to beat him, or scolded him, and had to dunk him. Their friendship of many years is now in jeopardy. Zhang Bei said, Nothing, just want to have dinner with you. Feng Ling glanced at the meal on the table and asked skeptically, You couldn't have poisoned the meal, right? Zhang Bei frowned at him. Sure enough, People are guilty of being too nice to him. Seeing that Zhang Bei's face was not right, Feng Ling said, "Just kidding. Dinner for two." Zhang Bei looked at Feng Ling and said, "If my sister bullies you, you must tell me, and I will help you administer justice." "Ha?" Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Zhang Bei in surprise. "Did you go out and take your pills today?" he asked. "And eat wrong? Or is the sun beating down in the west?" Feng Ling probed. In the past, he was threatened and intimidated that he was not allowed to bully Jiang Tang and that he had to be nice to Jiang Tang or he would beat him up or something or other. "Why are you suddenly like this today?" Zhang Bei frowned and glared at him. "What do you mean? Didn't you used to worry about me bullying your sister?" Feng Ling said. Zhang Bei pursed his lips and didn't say anything. In fact, he never worried about his sister being bullied. "You don't know your own sister? Although she was a woman, she was never bullied. She was smart and brave and strong and mellow and gentle. And as long as she didn't actually do it and use her manly strength to beat her up, no man could bully her sister." When he said that before, it was just a threat to intimidate and shock Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at Zhang Bei and asked, "Are you hiding something from me? When things go wrong, they go wrong." Zhang Bei shook his head. "No, I'm just saying that. I don't want you to bully my sister. And I also hope that my sister doesn't bully you. Don't worry, if my sister really bullies you, I'll be righteous." He was serious about what he said. Feng Ling glanced at Zhang Bei. There are some things that he just listens to. Wouldn't really believe it. Zhang Bei is a cis controller. Holds her sister in high regard. How is it possible to be righteous? Words like that are just for him to hear. He'll listen to it and get over it, and won't really take it to heart to believe it. He was simple, but not stupid. It always felt like Zhang Bei was hiding something from him. "Then go big righteous one for me," Feng Ling said. Zhang Bei, he wouldn't dare. Feng Ling raised an eyebrow. He knew it. Feng Ling, Jiang Tang and Elder Feng were going to a dinner party in the evening. A birthday dinner thrown by some rich businessman. Although the news of Feng Ling and Jiang Tang's marriage was not deliberately and recklessly publicized, it was not hidden either. As soon as word spreads, almost everyone in the circle knows about it. Elder Feng then prepares to bring Feng Ling and Jiang Tang to the dinner tonight, which is considered to be their official first appearance in the circle after their marriage. Feng Ling left work at 4 o'clock to go primping. In the words of Master Feng, "If you don't primp better, if people say you're not good enough for Jiang Tang, how can we face the old Feng family?" Feng Ling was not amused. He doesn't deserve it? How could he not be worthy? He's a perfect match for a top match for a heavenly fairy, and he's not a good match for her. Still, he left work early at 4 o'clock to go primping. He went home and changed into an expensive tailored suit, went and got his hair done, and had a stylist put on a rare light makeup. Get it done and look at yourself in the mirror. It's very satisfying. Now, let's see who dares to say that he's not good enough for Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong also left work early to go pack and put on makeup. Jiang Tong left the country when she was young and has been abroad all these years, and after returning home, she took over Jiang's entertainment and married Feng Ling to cultivate her relationship. It hasn't made its official debut in Seatown yet. Many people in the circle knew that the Jiang family's eldest daughter had returned, but none of them had seen it yet. She was also very serious about the dinner tonight. This was her first appearance in the circle as the young lady of the Feng family. In terms of image, it must be good enough. Look at the person's face first, regardless of any occasion, any circle. The first thing people look at you is your face and your image. Jiang Tong had long ago ordered a dress in advance. It wasn't customized for this party. Instead, it was customized for his first official appearance in Seatown. Opening robe. Jiang Tang left work early, put on makeup, and styled her hair. Feng Ling drove to the private styling store to pick up Jiang Tang. He sat on the couch playing with his cell phone waiting for Jiang Tang. Feng Ling. Suddenly someone called Feng Ling. Feng Ling raised his head and followed the voice. Saw Jiang Tang. He froze straight away. He knew Jiang Tong was beautiful. She was usually beautiful no matter if she had heavy or light makeup or a plain face. An almost flawless kind of beauty. But, the Jiang Tang in front of him, still let him who is used to seeing Jiang Tang's beauty be stunned at a glance. His heart was beating wildly with excitement at her beauty. How can she be so beautiful? The professional makeup artist's careful dressing amplified her beauty to the extreme, making her as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Chapter 68, Chen Qi, President of Manhwa. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling's slightly red-faced and dumbfounded appearance and slowly walked towards her. She was wearing a long halter dress in a simple style, just a plain halter without a very exaggerated look. But the dress was flattering, and emphasized her shapely figure to the fullest. The dress was made of a silvery, aqua-colored section, and as she walked, the skirt shifted and the whole thing gave off a watery, shimmering sheen. Extraordinarily beautiful. Her long hair was permed and curled and coiled, making her pale neck even longer. A sparkling diamond necklace around her neck, Her whole body shone so brightly that it was almost impossible to open her eyes. Fengling. Jiang Tong came to Fengling, looked at him with a light smile and said, "I'm better." Only then did Fengling come back to her senses and stand up with a red face. Pretending to be calm, she said, "Let's go." Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile and walked away with Fengling. Fengling sneaked a glance at Jiang Tang out of the corner of his eye. The wife is really beautiful. The two arrived at the dinner venue. The host greeted them at the door, and after exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Tang entered the dinner on Fengling's hand. As soon as the two entered the venue, they attracted the attention of countless people. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women dazzles everywhere they go. The circle had only heard that the crown prince of the Feng family and the Jiang family's eldest young lady had gotten married, but had yet to see the two make an appearance on an official occasion. Especially Jiang Tong. He spent the new year abroad, seldom returning to his country, and it had been a long time since he had shown his face at some formal occasions in Sea City. Many people are strangers to her. Only some of a comparable age remembered how dazzlingly brilliant the Jiang family's eldest daughter had once been before she left the country. At that time, the teenage Jiang Tang almost overwhelmed the young ladies and gentlemen of the same age. At such a young age, she is calm and introverted, knows what she's doing, is good at music and chess, is dignified and generous, and is also a super learner. Just your typical other people's kids. At that time, the young masters and ladies in the circle loved and hated Jiang Tong. After many years, those young ladies and gentlemen who had once been pressurized by Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Tong again. That familiar feeling came back. They were under the illusion that perhaps Jiang Tong had gotten uglier, stupider, and duller after years of not seeing him, but she still shines. When she returned to China, she took over Jiang's entertainment, has been very hot lately, on the hot search from time to time, married to the rich and handsome prince of the Feng family, and is still so beautiful. It's said that 30 years is a long time in the making, but how come it seems like it's always east of the river and not west of the river? Previously, when the rumor of Jiang Tang and Fengling's marriage was spread in the circle, many younger males were privately spitting on Fengling. What kind of woman can't marry a woman with Fengling's looks and family history? And yet he married a woman 5 years older than him. What did he do it for? What a shame. Now see Jiang Tong. I'm sorry, they were the ones who spoke too soon before. They didn't expect Jiang Tong to be such a beautiful and graceful woman. Standing next to Fengling, not inferior at all. Even, the whole person's temperament and aura was even better than the prince of the Feng family. Now it seemed that their previous spouting of Jiang Tang's age was almost like a joke. Jiang Tang was very sociable, and although he had been away from the circle for a bit too long, he quickly blended in, had a nice chat with some former classmates and friends. By 8 o'clock the master of the banquet took the stage to speak. Then the dinner party officially begins. Elder Feng took Jiang Tang and Fengling to greet and talk and chat with some elders in the circle. Tong Tong, Mr. Wang walked over with a young man and said with a smile, "Come, let me introduce someone to you." Jiang Tong looked over with a smile. His body stiffened, and the smile on his face stiffened for a split second before returning to its natural state. "This is the president of Anya Day Chemical China, Chen Qi." "Mr. Wang said with a smile. "Hello." Jiang Tong smiled lightly and extended his hand to Chen Qi. "Hello." Chen Qi shook hands with Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong tried to withdraw his hand, but Chen Qi tightened his grip. Jiang Tong looked at him. Only then did he let go as if nothing had happened. "Tong Tong, did you know Mr. Chen before?" "Mr. Chen's high school was also in Sea City No. 1 high school, the same school as you?" Mr. Wang asked with a smile. Mr. Wang was one of Jiang Tong's elders and had a good relationship with the Jiang family. He introduced Chen Qi to Jiang Tong because he wanted to help Jiang Tong. Anya Cosmetics is a globally renowned daily chemical group with many big names in cosmetics. Jiang Tong is now in charge of Jiang's entertainment, and artists are closely related to cosmetics and all this. Things like makeup treatments need artists to endorse them. Mr. Wang then gave Jiang Tang a chance to make a good relationship with Chen Qi, so that they could cooperate more in the future. Jiang Tong looked at Chen Qi and was about to speak when Chen Qi spoke first. "I know Miss Jiang, MS. Jiang was the super student of our school at that time, and was very famous in the school." Jiang Tong nodded her head and said with a light smile, "I also know Mr. Chen, who was the most outstanding student in our class." Mr. Wang looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "That's a good feeling. You are still alumni. You can cooperate more in the future when you have the opportunity." Chen Qi and Jiang Tang both nodded with light smiles. After a brief conversation, Mr. Wang took Chen Qi to meet and befriend other people. The Wang family has deep cooperation with the Anya Group. Many of the things in the Anya Group were produced by the Wang family's factories. Chen Qi was new to the city and had no connections in Sea City, so he acted as a guide and took Chen Qi to integrate into the luxury circle in Sea City. Jiang Tong watched Mr. Wang leave with Chun Chi and lowered his eyes, standing still. He didn't move for a long time. Feng Ling walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Tong lifted her head and smiled shallowly. "It's fine. I'm just a little tired." Feng Ling nodded. He also felt a little tired. The fact that he's married seems to be a signal to the outside world that he's a family man, a grown man, and is going to start building a business and take over Fangs. There were an unusually large number of people who came to him today for all sorts of climbing and befriending. He had been socializing and felt his face stiffen with smiles and his mouth dry from talking. "Who was that just now?" Feng Ling asked. Although he had been socializing, he had paid attention to Jiang Tong. He saw Mr. Wang bring a strange man to talk to Jiang Tong for a while. He kind of minded the man, because the man was good looking. Feng Ling has always been very confident about his looks. He is the only one in the circle. He, young Master Feng, is the most handsome. Even showbiz top streaming time seekers can't match him. But that man just now was actually able to equal him in terms of looks. "I haven't heard of such a handsome man in Seatown." "Who?" Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling said, "The man who is very handsome and is with Mr. Wang." Jiang Tong smiled and said, "President of Anya Day Chemical China. Mr. Wang brought to introduce to me." Feng Ling nodded. Jiang Tong said, "I'm a bit tired and want to leave first." Feng Ling glanced at Jiang Tang in surprise. He was a bit surprised to hear the word tired in Jiang Tong's mouth. Of course, there was no shortage of listening while in bed. Said she was tired and begged him to leave her alone. Chapter 69. Young Master Feng is a chick who's never been in love, but never heard it except in bed. She seems to be in high spirits at all times, especially with her work, and seems to have inexhaustible energy. An occasion like today is a good time to make friends and expand your network. And your wife actually feels tired? Come on then, let's go home. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong nodded. The two spoke to Elder Feng, greeted their hosts, and left. Back home, Butler Zhao looked at Feng Ling and Jiang Tang with a smile and complimented them. Young master and young lady look so good today. A golden boy and a golden girl, says the young master and young lady. Feng Ling hooked the corner of his lips. Looking at Jiang Tong smiled lightly. Butler Zhao is also very kind today. Butler Zhao. He understands. Kudos to him for being kind, just don't know how. It's like complimenting a woman. The pretty ones say pretty. The temperamental ones compliment temperament. And then the ones who aren't pretty and don't have temperament compliment cuteness. Feng Ling gave Butler Zhao a smug look and went back to his room with Jiang Tang. As soon as he returned to his room, he couldn't wait to press Jiang Tang against the wall and kissed him. He'd wanted to do that when he'd seen Jiang Tang at the private styling store. Jiang Tong was confused by the kiss. Men's desires come inexplicably and directly and violently. She simply couldn't fight it. Don't. Jiang Tang raised her hand to stop him, gasping, wrinkled the skirt. Feng Ling, now that the arrow was on the string and couldn't care less, took away her hand and whispered hoarsely, leave it alone. Jiang Tong, I'll pay you if it gets wrinkled, he said. Jiang Tong, no. Feng Ling directly kissed her lips, not listening to her refusal. At the end of the day, Jiang Tong's high customized gown was not just wrinkled, but also dirty, but yet it's still on. Feng Ling was lifting up her skirt and coming. The dress's skirts were all very flattering and tight, and when they were done, the skirts were all still securely on. Jiang Tong wanted to take the dress off her body, but her body had no strength. The invisible zipper won't come down half the time. Seeing this, Feng Ling smiled and said, I'll help you. Jiang Tong glanced at him and let go of the zipper, allowing Feng Ling to help her. Feng Ling pulled down the zipper. The zipper pulls down once. The skirt then slid down her body to the floor. Jiang Tong's flawless body was then instantly displayed in front of Feng Ling. His eyes darkened as he hugged her and said, Wife, you don't have the strength, do you? I'll carry you to take a bath. Jiang Tong. There was an uneasy feeling. Feng Ling didn't just carry her to the bath, and holding her in the shower, letting her hang onto him with her whole body and holding her in the shower. This washing took over an hour. In the end, Feng Ling carried Jiang Tang out of the bathroom and placed her on the bed, where she rolled over, found a comfortable position, and instantly fell into dreamland. Feng Ling sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Jiang Tong, looked at him for a while, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Jiang Bei. Feng Ling, do you know Chun Chi? The name Chun Chi. It wasn't the first time he'd heard it. A few days ago, on the day they watched the movie, they met Li Yan when they went to the stall to have a snack. Li Yan brought up Chun Chi. Today, I met Chun Chi again. Are the two Chun Chi the same person? He didn't think much of it when Li Yan mentioned Chun Chi. But today, he met Chun Chi. And if the two Chun Chi are the same person, then, Jiang Tang and Chun Chi should know each other. But today Jiang Tong acted as if they didn't know each other before and today was the first time they met. Jiang Bei received the message and didn't reply. He didn't know how to get back, and he didn't dare to call Jiang Tong. At this hour, my sister and Fengling must be together. If I call my sister, won't I be exposed? Jiang Bei then didn't return. Ask your sister tomorrow and see what she says. If Fengling asks, just say he fell asleep. Fengling didn't wait for Jiang Bei's reply and didn't pursue the matter. Got into bed and slept with Jiang Tang in his arms. Early morning, Jiang Tong Fengling got up. Jiang Tong glanced at the marks on his body and felt the soreness of his body again. Ever since she married Fengling, the various marks on her body hadn't faded. New marks and old marks overlap. Jiang Tong wanted to say something, but he probably wouldn't listen. Other places Fengling was fine and would listen. But in this case, there was no negotiation. Getting stronger and more proactive. No longer was he the young Master Feng who still needed her to kiss him first on his wedding night. Young Master Feng is growing and progressing quickly. The two shuffled downstairs for breakfast. Saw Butler Cho. Fengling smiled and greeted. Good morning, kind Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao. Good morning, young master. The young master is so bad now. Fengling smiled happily and went to the restaurant. Butler Zhao wailed. Jiang Tong arrived at the company and worked for a short while before Jiang Bei arrived. Sis, Jiang Bei asked. Fengling knows about Chun Chi? Jiang Tong froze for a moment and looked at him. What do you mean? Jiang Bei showed Jiang Tang the message Fengling had sent him. Jiang Tong. Silence. Sis, what's going on with you and Chun Chi? Jiang Bei asked curiously. At first, my sister and Chen Chi studied abroad together and had a good relationship. He had thought that his sister was going to marry Chen Chi, but he didn't know that she suddenly came back to marry Fengling. When a relationship comes to an end, it breaks up, Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei didn't ask much. It's perfectly normal for couples to break up. Then how do I get back to Fengling? Jiang Bei asked. Jiang Tong said, don't mind it. I'll talk to him. Jiang Bei nodded. Jiang Bei is gone. Jiang Tong messaged Fengling and asked him to have lunch together. Fengling happily agreed. Putting down her cell phone, Jiang Tang rubbed her eyebrows. She didn't expect that Fengling would be so perceptive. I just heard Li Yan mention a mouthful of it the other day, and when I saw Chen Chi last night, I had a guess. Jiang Tong ordered an exquisite private dining room and arrived at about the same time as Fengling. Jiang Tong had ordered the food long ago, and as soon as they arrived, they started serving it. As she ate, Jiang Tang told Fengling, Chen Chi is my first love. Fengling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. He was guessing that there might be some kind of relationship between Jiang Tong and Chen Chi, but his guess could be that Chen Chi had a crush on Jiang Tang, but he didn't realize that they had actually talked about it. Fengling instantly lost his appetite. It would have been nice to have lunch with her, but now, not happy at all. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling. You mind a lot? She asked. Of course. Fengling frowned and said, you actually have a first love? Jiang Tong looked at his appearance and smiled. Isn't it normal for me to have a first love? All people have a first love, right? I wouldn't have. Fengling's frown tightened. Jiang Tong stared at him with an ambiguous smile. How come no? Wasn't I your first love? Fengling. Red face. Careless. Revealing herself as a chick who has never been in a relationship. Chapter 70, helping the old Feng family to earn face. He looked at Jiang Tong to even the odds. You're not my first love. She's his wife. Jiang Tong looked at him. Fengling was also afraid that Jiang Tang would misunderstand and think that he had been in love before, and said, we are in a marriage. It's not a relationship. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, you're right. We're a business marriage without feelings. Fengling, how is it that you don't have feelings? No feelings. Is she a robot? After all, at the beginning you said that you don't love me and can't give me anything except the identity of the Feng family's young grandmother. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling wanted to say something, but didn't know what. It's been too long, I forgot for a moment. In the future, I'll remember. Jiang Tong laughed and teased him. Fengling, and suffocating and depressing. Want to throw chopsticks? Why did you guys break up? Fengling asked. Is he the one who cheated? Or did you cheat? Or did you both cheat? Jiang Tong lost his smile. No one cheated. The relationship many times without a third party, but also walk and fall apart. Perhaps the feelings fade, not love. Perhaps the three views of the concept of incompatibility. So what is it with you and him? Fengling asked insistently. Jiang Tong looked at him. Young Master Feng is obsessed with this issue. It seems he won't be satisfied until he's made it clear. Three views don't match. Jiang Tong said. Fengling, how is it that the three views don't match? Jiang Tong smiled and asked, do you have to break the casserole? Fengling reddened. Really mind so much? Jiang Tong asked with another smile. Fengling's face turned even redder. Said he minded. As if it appeared as if he was in love. Don't mind. Fengling's mouth was stiff. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded and said, he and I broke up 6 years ago, and all kinds of contact information were deleted cleanly after we broke up. Hearing Jiang Tong say this, Fengling was much happier in his heart. Say, let's eat. No mention of Chen Qi. Actually, it's okay for Jiang Tang to have been in love. It's normal for a normal woman to have been in love at 27 years old. Not to mention Jiang Tang, who was so outstanding. Anyway, Jiang Tong belonged to him now in full integrity. Jiang Tong was able to tell him about her relationship with Chen Qi in a big way, and he was quite happy. Jiang Tong nodded and the two of them ate. As he ate, Fengling suddenly remembered something and asked, "In the future, you still want to work with him?" Jiang Tong looked at him and nodded. "Well, it should be about cooperation." Fengling instantly became unhappy again. Jiang Tong said, "There are many skincare products under Anya Jihua, and now, quite a few of my company's artists have endorsed Anya Jihua's cosmetic brands. She actually didn't want to work with Chen Qi. She didn't hate Chen Qi. They broke up. There was no third party. No one betrayed anyone. No one was sorry. A peaceful breakup. But, ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends who have split up should still keep their distance. A qualified ex should be as good as dead." But it was clear that her situation with Chen Qi wouldn't work. The artists in the company, endorsing the cosmetics of Anya Group, can get benefits and fame. The competition for the endorsement of several international first-tier brands under the Anya Group was fierce. Those who were able to get the endorsement had gone to great lengths. She couldn't let the artist terminate his contract with Anya Group because of her relationship with Chen Qi. It will lose money, not to mention the lack of contractual spirit, and will affect the artist's reputation in the industry. The artists in the company were all contracted artists. To put it nicely, they were her subordinates. But in fact, they were in a cooperative relationship, and when their contracts expired, they could all leave. If she really does this, for her own selfishness, disregarding the interests of the artists under her hand, in the future, there will still be artists willing to sign with their company? Being in the workplace, many things are out of your hands. Even in her position, there are still times when she can't help herself. There are hundreds of big and small brands under Anya Day Chemical, and it's impossible for her artists to say they won't work with Anya Day Chemical. She and Chen Qi can't avoid contact. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. This he also understood. So much more depressing. Fengling didn't say anything and casually ate a few bites before stopping. No appetite. The two finished eating and walked out of the restaurant, ready to drive back to the office each. When Fengling opened the car door and was about to get in, Jiang Tang walked over. Fengling looked at her. What's the matter with her? Jiang Tong stood in front of him and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. Fengling looked at her in surprise. Jiang Tong smiled and urged, "Drive slower and pay attention to safety." Fengling froze and nodded. Jiang Tong smiled and got into his car. Fengling also got into the car, watching Jiang Tong's car drive out and onto the road, and his car hadn't even started yet. He sat in the car and ran his hand over his kissed cheek, slightly reddening. The depression held in his heart was swept away. "Start the car. I'm off to work." Fengling returned to the company and got someone to check on Chen Qi. He knew Jiang Tong hadn't lied to him. There was no reason. Anyway, it just felt that Jiang Tong wouldn't lie to him. The reason why he had someone check out Chen Qi was to know his enemy. Jiang Tong had no more thoughts about Chen Qi. But what if Chen Qi had thoughts about Jiang Tong? He must not take precautions? If one day, Jiang Tong really divorced him and rekindled her old flame with Chen Qi, does he want to lose his face? Being stolen home, being pride, him later, how can he still mix in Sea City? How can he be the young master of the Feng family? As soon as Fengling's side found someone to investigate Chen Qi, Elder Feng received the news over there. The people Fengling had to use around him were all Master Feng's people. Elder Feng directly called Fengling into his office. "You're looking for someone to check on Chen Qi?" Elder Feng asked. "Aha." Fengling nodded. Elder Feng smiled and asked, "What? Jealous? Jealous? Having a crisis?" Being told what was on his mind, Fengling became irritated. "What are you babbling about? How could I possibly be jealous and envious of having a crisis?" Elder Feng was still smiling. "Just talk tough. Anyway, the sky is falling with young Master Feng's mouth on top. Then why are you checking Chen Qi?" Elder Feng asked with a smile. "Fengling, am I not taking precautions? Jiang Tong is now my wife. If she really has an affair with another man and it gets out, do I still want to lose my face? Of course, my face isn't really that important. But Grandpa, your face and the face of the Feng family is important. Our Feng family has been a family for 100 years, so we can't let anyone touch us in the dark, can we?" Elder Feng just laughed. "So concerned about the face of the Feng family now?" Fengling puffed out his chest. "What are you saying, Grandpa? What do you mean I care so much about the face of the Feng family now? I've always cared about the face of the Feng family." "Really?" Elder Feng laughed. "So, you used to race cars every day and go to bars and nightclubs to fool around. All to help our old Feng family earn face? Chapter 71 Learning from the Lessons of Our Predecessors. Then shouldn't I thank you? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Feng Ling, punching people in the face is not a good idea. Grandpa went too far. Elder Feng said. Don't investigate Chen Qi's matter. Feng Ling frowned. Why? Elder Feng smiled and said. Tong Tong is the wife that Grandpa chose for you. There is no mistake. Tong Tong and Chen Qi have been broken up for many years. They won't get involved again. He realized Feng Ling's problem after he became an adult at the age of 18. He loves to play and have fun. People aren't stupid. But in the future, to inherit the Feng clan, it is not just a simple matter of not being stupid. It is necessary to be smart and capable of being resourceful and having a wrist. He was worried that Feng Ling wouldn't be able to carry Feng's burden. Therefore, after he turned 18, he started to help Feng Ling find a suitable candidate for marriage within his circle. During these 4 years, he had investigated all the famous girls of Sea City's age by various methods. Feng Ling's wife, not only should be young and beautiful, with a decent character, but also with a capable wrist. Because, Feng Ling's wife was not just Feng Ling's wife, but also the future wife of the Feng family. Even if Feng Ling is not useful and can't carry the burden of Feng clan, in the future, his wife will be the person in charge of the whole Feng clan. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and carefully and meticulously selected. Before, finally, selecting Jiang Tang, Jiang Tong's talent and looks, ability and character, were all rigorously tested by him, and in the end, he offered sky-high conditions to marry into the Feng family. He was also clear about Jiang Tong and Chen Qi, but since he had chosen Jiang Tong, he believed in Jiang Tong's character. Hooking up with an ex-boyfriend who had already broken up to cuckold Feng Ling was the kind of thing that Tong Tong could not do. After all, Jiang Tang, but he had spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to select the Feng family's mistress in 4 years. Then I need to know, too, to guard against it. Feng Ling said. He knew Grandpa was right. According to his understanding of Jiang Tong wasn't the kind of scummy girl who cuckolded people either. But, he still wanted to know what was going on between Jiang Tong and Chen Qi. He didn't want to ask Jiang Tong. Looking at Jiang Tong's attitude, he wouldn't say much even if he asked. Just have to investigate quietly on your own. Elder Feng gave him a look and smiled. Picking up a file from the table, he chuckled and tossed it to him. Read it. Feng Ling took it and suspiciously flipped it open and read it. It was actually Jiang Tong's profile. Jiang Tong's experience since childhood. When he went to kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, and then experienced something, did something and so on. Not to say that everything is detailed, but it is detailed. There's also Chen Qi in the profile. Chen Qi is Jiang Tang's high school classmate. The two were ambiguous before, and then together after the college entrance examination, and then studied abroad together. Broke up 6 years ago, from the age of 18 to Jiang Tong's 20th year. Chen Qi is Jiang Tang's only relationship and first love. Feng Ling's heart was sullen. Elder Feng knew what Feng Ling was thinking. These days, he could see clearly that Feng Ling had moved on Jiang Tang. Elder Feng was afraid that Feng Ling wouldn't be able to think straight and mess with Jiang Tang because of this matter. The young couple's business marriage had only just cultivated a little bit of affection, and it was likely that Feng Ling would lose that little bit of affection as soon as he made a scene. Feng Ling. Elder Feng looked at him and said seriously, this is Tong Tong's past, before knowing you and your marriage. Strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with you. Who hasn't had a bit of a past? You're the same. Before marriage, you raced cars every day and went to nightclubs and bars to play. Look, has Tong Tong ever counted your past? Feng Ling didn't say anything with a cold face. Do you think, just the way you were in the past, Tong Tong will accept you? Will give you a good face? But Tong Tong didn't mind your past. She only looks at your present, your future. You also need to learn from Tong Tong and look only at Tong Tong's present, Tong Tong's and your future. Now, Tong did not do anything to wrong you. She was loyal to you, loyal to your marriage, worked hard to run your marriage and maintain the relationship between the two families. Don't you be a jerk and go arguing with Tong. Tong Tong is different from other little girls. She won't mess with you over some trivial matters, but if you really mess with her and make a scene, you won't be able to put it away. Other little girls are coaxed by saying nice sweet things and buying gifts. Tong Tong isn't. Elder Feng said in a serious tone. Feng Ling had heard these words from Elder Feng. He had wanted to find Jiang Tong to make a scene just now, but his grandfather's words had dissuaded him from that idea. Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas nowadays? Elder Feng said. The husband and wife quarrel over some misunderstanding, and then it gives the people outside a chance to take advantage of the situation. If you really argue with Tong Tong, you're giving Chen Qi a chance. When the time comes, you make a fuss like a shrew at home, while Chen Qi outside is all kinds of gentle and considerate, caring and comforting. Who do you think Tong Tong will choose? You have to learn the lessons of your predecessors and not follow the same path as they did. Fongling. Seniors? What seniors? Those bossy seniors with no mouths on the tomato fiction website? Fongling frowned at Elder Fong, dissatisfied. I'm not a shrew. Elder Fong looked at Fongling with a smirk. Fongling said sullenly, I'm leaving. Turn around and walk away. Elder Fong said, the information stays. Fongling didn't even bother with him. Take the information and go. Fongling took the information back to his workstation and read it carefully. Chancha sighed and looking at this profile. His wife is really good. That's a resume he'll never catch up with in his lifetime. Fongling sighed in frustration. Mind boggled. He understands what Grandpa says. He also knew that Grandpa was right. But the heart is still stuffy. They had been together for 2 years. And Jiang Tang had really loved Chen Qi. What about him? Jiang Tong? Love him? Jiang Tong came home from work. And the first time he saw Fongling, he knew that Fongling was not right. In the past, Fongling was like a little sun. Lively, cheerful and sunny. But today's Fongling was like a cloudy day without the sun. She knew what was going on after a moment's thought in her mind. Still minding about Chen Qi. It seems. After dinner, the two returned to their room. Jiang Tong said, let's talk. Fongling, talk about what? The lack of interest. Talk about Chen Qi. Jiang Tong said. Fongling, talking about Chen Qi's words. Then he's coming on strong. Ask whatever you want to ask. Jiang Tong said. I'll answer you all. The less she said about Chen Qi, the more Fongling thought about it. The more she said, the less Fongling thought about it. She was happy with Fongling. With her marriage to Fongling, so far, are all very satisfied. She doesn't want to let her past relationships get in the way of her new ones. Chapter 72, luckily he wasn't the one who dumped you. Fongling thought for a moment and asked, what exactly did you and Chen Qi break up over? Jiang Tong said, 3 views don't match. Fongling was puzzled. How is it that the 3 views don't match? Jiang Tong thought for a moment and said, in the beginning, when I was with Chen Qi was confident and proud. At home, teachers and classmates held him up, and he was really dazzling and attractive. But when you go abroad, you can go out to study. Either your family has money, or you're an exceptionally good and outstanding individual. And we have a school where good and outstanding people from all over the world gather. Most of them are rich and the family itself an excellent and outstanding. Chen Qi's family condition is average. When I was in school, there are quite a lot of suitors. They are bold and enthusiastic. Among them, there are looks do not lose Chen Qi, but also more than Chen Qi excellent and rich. When I rejected them, some of them went on to attack Chen Qi, saying that Chen Qi was poor and couldn't give me a future. In fact, this is a very normal and despicable tactic for men to strike at Chen Qi's self-confidence. Let Chen Qi into self-doubt, denial. Chen Qi's smart. He will not understand, but he still mind. The heart he held a mouthful of energy. Want to make some achievements. Hit the face of those who looked down on him to denigrate his people. But he was still just a school student at the time. What very bright achievements could he have made? We're a world-renowned school. We're very academically heavy. We don't just pay to go to school. And we don't just muck around and graduate. And the coursework took up most of his time and energy. So where would he find the time to do anything else? Let alone make grades. Slowly, Chen Qi changed. He became sensitive, suspicious, inferior, and even suspicious. Never again the way I liked him when I first did. Then, it broke up. Fongling. Who suggested this? Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile and said, I brought it up. Because, the feelings between us have changed. It's pointless to continue. Fongling beamed. Luckily it wasn't him who dumped you. Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows. What? If he dumped me? I'm the abandoned and unwanted one. Married to you. You feel ashamed of picking up someone else's unwanted one? Fongling frowned and glared at her. In your mind, am I that kind of person? How could he possibly think that way? What he thought was that Jiang Tang taking the initiative to break up meant that Jiang Tang really didn't love it anymore and took the initiative to give up the relationship. Instead of her being forced to give up the relationship because the other person doesn't love the other person and proposes to break up, then in that case, she still loves in her heart. Active and passive. Big difference. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Fongling looked at Jiang Tang and said, I have one more question. Jiang Tong, ask. Fongling, you've been together for 2 years. How come you haven't had sex? He blushed slightly, thinking about their wedding night. The falling red on the sheets was obvious. She had given him her first time. Nowadays, it's really rare for society to be together for 2 years without having sex. Anyway, he hadn't heard of that. He'd only heard of going to a room after 2 hours together. Jiang Tong was silent. We were still young. I was 20 years old when we broke up. She hadn't thought about giving up her first time at 20. She was a person with a plan. Her original plan was to get engaged to Chen Qi after graduation. And only give up her first time after the engagement. Feng Ling looked at her suspiciously. Who's small? Chen Qi is small? Isn't Chen Qi no good? Jiang Tong was silent. What's he thinking? And Feng Ling thought Jiang Tong's silence was acquiescence. He was instantly happy. He said that after 2 years of dating a girlfriend as beautiful and provocative as Jiang Tang, Chen Qi was able to hold back from touching her. There must be something wrong with Chen Qi. Chen Qi looked tall and big and talented, but actually cannot. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. No, Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling. No? How do you know? It's not like you've tried. Jiang Tong. That left her at a loss for words. It was true that she had never tried. Did you try? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong shook his head. Never tried. Looked at him and said, I've only tried yours. Feng Ling reddened again and looked at Jiang Tang. How could she say such a thing? Shy or not? Anyway, I think Chen Qi just can't. Feng Ling said. If Chen Qi is good, how could he not touch her for 2 years? Like him it's fine. It's hard not to touch it all night. He couldn't even imagine what he would become if he didn't touch Jiang Tong for 2 years. Probably suffocated a long time ago. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded her head and smiled. Yes, Chen Qi can't do it. All other men can't do it. Only you can do it. Only you can do it the best. Feng Ling knew that Jiang Tang was flirting with him. But still, it's smug. He would have been good at it. He would have been the best at it. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling's slightly arrogant and complacent appearance. His heart moved, leaned over, hooked his hands around his neck, smiled gently and tenderly asked, Is that okay now? Feng Ling's body tightened, and his handsome face turned even redder as he looked at Jiang Tang and asked, What do you want? Jiang Tong smiled back. What do you think? Feng Ling, did you think that if you slept with me, everything would be fine? Jiang Tong smiled and asked, Isn't it? Feng Ling gritted his teeth. No. Is he the kind of man who kills his enemies with a single shot? Is he the kind of man who doesn't care about anything when he's fed and watered in bed? Is he the kind of man who gets carried away by beauty? Is he the kind of man who only thinks with his lower body? He is not. Oh. Jiang Tong let out a soft oh and let go of his hand. Feng Ling, just give up? She's not even trying to make an effort? She actually just had to try a little harder and initiate a kiss on him. His self-control would have completely disintegrated. He will become a man who is mesmerized by beauty and thinks with his lower body. Jiang Tong stood up. Feng Ling sat on the couch, tilted his head to look at her, and asked, What are you doing? Jiang Tong said, Go wash up and go to bed. Feng Ling gritted her teeth, ruffled him, and was about to go to bed. She's got it figured out. Flirting and running away. How in heaven's name is that cheap? Feng Ling pulled Jiang Tang's hand with a firm tug. Jiang Tong then pounced on him. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Tong's waist and leaned his body backward. The two collapsed on the couch. He's under. She's on it. Jiang Tong looked at him. Feng Ling said, Didn't you want to know if I can do it? Start now. Jiang Tong propped her hands on his side and asked with a smile, Didn't you say you're not that kind of man? Feng Ling turned red. Don't you care? Anyway, you try yours. Jiang Tong laughed lightly. Good. She lowered her head and kissed him gently on the lips. The mouth is sometimes hard. He's got his mouth on the ground when the sky is falling. And sometimes, it's soft. As it is now. For example, it's soft. The young man's breath was clean and vaguely sweet and soft. Get addicted to. Last night was too indulgent. As a result, today, Jiang Tang could barely get out of bed. Watching Jiang Tong's posture stiffen as he went to the bathroom to wash up, Feng Ling was very pleased and satisfied. You're lucky you married me. If you were with Chen Qi, you'd only be a widow for the rest of your life. Chapter 73, When Chen Qi and I Fight. Which side are you on? Jiang Tong. She looked back at him and said, This is something that you can just say in front of me. Don't ever say it in front of Chen Qi. Feng Ling, why? Jiang Tong, because, it will be beaten. Feng Ling snorted disdainfully. Would I be afraid of him? I'm younger than him. I have more strength than him. He's an old man who simply can't. Can he beat me? Jiang Tong. Feng Ling asked her, If Chen Qi and I fight, which side are you on? Jiang Tong said, I'll stand next to it. Stand away from me so that you don't hurt the innocent and hit me. Feng Ling frowned and glared at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong was finally happy to see him unhappy, propped up his aching back and went to the bathroom. He was really wild last night. It's wilder than a wedding night. It's useless to go to him. It's really Lang's heart. After washing up, the two of them went downstairs for breakfast. And after that, they went their separate ways to the office. As soon as Feng Ling arrived at the office, he called Jiang Bei and looked for trouble. Ask him, Feng Ling, why didn't you tell me about Chen Qi? Jiang Bei played dumb. Chen Qi? What's the matter with Chen Qi? Who is Chen Qi? Feng Ling gritted his teeth in anger. You're still pretending. Your sister told me all about it. Jiang Bei, oh, since my sister has told you, what else am I going to tell you? Fengling, then let me ask you, if I fight with Chen Qi, which side are you on? Jiang Bei, there's no need to ask. That's of course on your side. Fengling felt comfortable hearing this and said, then let's find a chance to go beat him up. Jiang Bei frowned. What? Did he mess with you? Fengling nodded. Aha. Jiang Bei asked suspiciously. How did he mess with you? Hit you? Cursed you? Or stole your wife? Fengling frowned and said, can't you beat it up if you didn't do this? I want to kick his ass. Jiang Bei, it's against the law to hit people. In the beginning, we agreed that we would share the same blessings and difficulties, and that we would not seek to live on the same day in the same year and month, but only seek to die on the same day in the same year and month. Fengling said, now I didn't ask you to die on the same day, the same year, the same month and the same day. I only asked you to go to the law with me on the same day, the same year, the same month and the same day, and you don't even want to do that? Jiang Bei nodded. Well, I don't want to. I'm busy. Bye. Hang up the phone. Fengling frowned. Sisters and brothers are as ruthless as each other. Jiang Bei's mouth said good words, stood on his side, helped him, but it was just good words. Other practical actions were not at all. And Jiang Tong, not to mention, there is not even a good word on his mouth. Jiang Tong didn't expect the second meeting with Chen Qi to come so quickly. Night Inc. held a small reunion, invited a few classmates who played well together when they were students to the party. The last time I met Li Yan, I thought that Li Yan was just talking about it, but I didn't expect that he was really so attached to this matter. The reunion will definitely include Chen Qi. She didn't want to go, but she had promised Night Inc. before. Moreover, all these classmates were really close when they were in school and kept in touch even after they studied abroad. All of them are the circle's sons and daughters, and some of their families have cooperation with Zheng. She promised before. It's not good not to go now. People in the society, sometimes really a lot of body. Jiang Tong thought about it and decided to bring Fengling along. There are lessons to be learned from those who have gone before us. The seniors on the tomato fiction site just don't take their significant others to see old lovers and then misunderstandings occur. After reading so many lessons learned the hard way by her predecessors, she wasn't going to go down the same old path. Jiang Tong sent a message to Fengling and asked, is there anything to do tonight? If nothing, go to the reunion with me. Fengling, reunion? Jiang Tong, well, Li Yan organized it, and Chen Qi was there. Fengling, Jiang Tong, forget it if you're not available. Fengling, I'm free. Send me the time and place. Jiang Tong hooked the corner of her mouth and sent the time and place to Fengling. Fengling left work early in the afternoon and returned home. Young master, why are you off work so early today? The kindly butler Zhao asked with a smile. Fengling gave him a cold look and said, old Zhao, follow me. Kindly butler Zhao. Cho, looks like the young master is in a bad mood. Who messed with him? Fengling took butler Zhao right back to his room, and he started to change his clothes so that butler Zhao could counsel him. Today, he must crush Chen Qi on all fronts from all aspects such as looks and aura. He changed into a white suit. Butler Zhou looks on and comments, Prince Charming. He went back to change into a black suit. Butler Zhou, Prince of Dark Horses. Fengling went to change into a blue suit again. Butler Zhao was about to open his mouth. Fengling glared at him. No talking about Prince Blue Horse. Lao Zhao is now treating him. Is more and more unattractive. More and more perfunctory. Butler Zhao looked at Fengling and sized him up for a few moments before he said with an old, serious face, young master wears this set. It looks good, elegant and gentlemanly. Fengling changed a few more sets, and Butler Zhao praised them in various ways. This set is domineering. That set is refined and elegant. That set is honorable and elegant. Butler Zhao said all the words he knew to compliment people. Luckily, the young master also finally stopped the fashion show. Ask him, which one is the best? Butler Zhao asked. What is the young master up to? Fengling glared at him. Ask you which set looks the best and you'll just tell me straight. An old man. What do you care so much about? Butler Zhao smiled and said, young master, what kind of occasion wears what kind of clothes? I need to know what kind of occasion it is in order to know which set suits you best. Fengling thought for a moment and said, tonight, dinner with Zhang Tang's high school classmates. Butler Zhao, who was as smart as a man, knew what it meant as soon as he heard it. Any of the young lady's old favorites among her classmates? Fengling wanted to rip Butler Zhao's mouth off. The old phase is so hard to hear. Butler Zhao saw Fengling's face look unappealing and coaxed him with a smile. Actually, young master wins any way he wears it. Age wins. The young master is younger than the young lady's classmates. Winning in status, too. What with old-timey classmates and all. Compared to a husband? Fengling was happy to hear this. What are you talking so much crap for? Ask you which set looks good and you just tell me. Butler Zhou smiled and said, the Prince of Dark Horses looks good. Fengling still trusted Butler Zhao's aesthetics. There are so many men in the house. What security? Gardeners? Cooks? Only Zhao Butler usually wears the best. Butler Zhao is an old man though, but also a fine-looking old man with taste and aesthetics. Fengling then went and changed into a black suit. Butler Zhao nodded frequently as he watched. The young master was tall, well-proportioned, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, and wore a very well-fitting handmade customized suit. How to look good. Worthy of being the young master of their old Feng family. He's the best-looking and classiest butler in the butler's circle. Their youngest is also the best-looking youngest in the biz. Chapter 74. I didn't know Jiang Tang would bring you here. Fengling put on a black suit and his most expensive watch. It was the $10 million Patek Philippe that his grandfather gave him for his 18th birthday. He also asked Butler Zhao to go and polish the most expensive car in the garage. Today, must crush Chen Qi on all fronts. In the end, Fengling brought the most expensive watch and drove the most expensive car to Jiang Tang's company to pick her up. Jiang Tang walked out of the company after work and saw him. The car was a black supercar, and the man was leaning against it in a black suit. The car was black and shiny. The suit on his body was straight and genuine, not a crease in it. The black leather shoes on his feet were also polished, and a Patek Philippe peeking out of his wrist. When young Master Feng cleaned up a little, she felt like she didn't deserve him, mainly because she hadn't intentionally cleaned up and dressed up today. Just her everyday outfit. Should she go back and change into a dress and clean up again too? Jiang Tang walked over. Fengling straightened his back, stood up straight, and looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang smiled and said, "So handsome today." Being praised by her, Fengling was pleased in his heart and arrogant on his lips. When is the little master not handsome? Aha! Jiang Tang smiled and nodded, genuinely praising. Indeed, every day is very handsome. Fengling opened the door for Jiang Tang and got into the car. Departure. The two arrived at the restaurant, parked, and got out. The waiter led the way to the door of the private room. I was about to open the door when I heard them talking inside. Chen Qi, I didn't realize that you and Jiang Tang broke up. Yeah, we always thought you guys would get married. You and Jiang Tang are the official CP of our school. Fengling frowned. Jiang Tang looked calm, took his hand and pushed the door open and went in. The people in the private room saw Jiang Tang first, and were about to laugh and jest when they looked at Fengling, who she was leading in. The crowd looked a little more subtle. They all looked at Chen Qi. Why did Jiang Tang bring Fengling here? Isn't this their class reunion? I don't know what Chen Qi was feeling when he saw Fengling, and whether Jiang Tang and Fengling had heard what they said just now. Jiang Tang pulled Fengling and greeted the crowd with a smile. Prepare to be seated. Took a look. It's a private room for 8. There were exactly 8 students who came plus her. They didn't reserve a spot for Fengling. Moreover, the only remaining spot was between Li Yan and Chen Qi. She looked over, smiled, and said to the waitress, "Extra stool, please." The others then realized something was wrong. Li Yan smiled and said, "Feng Xiao, I'm really sorry. We didn't know Jiang Tang would bring you here." Fengling smiled and said, "It's fine. It's a matter of adding a stool. Talking is not good at all. I wonder if his wife will bring him. If his wife won't bring him, who will? Some other wild man? For example, Night Ink himself? Shame on you." Jiang Tang glanced at Fengling. I thought that according to his young master Feng's temper, he was going to throw his face and lose his temper. Jiang Tang's fingers gently ruffled his palm. Fengling looked at her. She then pursed her lips at Fengling Ming and smiled. The bit of anger in Fengling's heart instantly dissipated. Everyone else was looking at the two of them, so naturally they didn't miss the frowns. They didn't see Jiang Tang's fingers tickling Fengling's palm. Instead, he saw Fengling looking at Jiang Tang with a deep frown, and Jiang Tang pursed her lips in a shallow smile. The two looked good together. The others had different thoughts. Li Yan and Chen Qi's eyes sank. The waiter quickly brought in the stools. Arrange them. Jiang Tang pulled Fengling into a seat. Jiang Tang sat next to Li Yan. Fengling sat next to Chen Qi. Fengling actually didn't want Jiang Tang to sit next to Li Yan. Li Yan, he also minded. But the situation can't be helped now, can it? Everyone here knew Fengling's identity and no one wanted to offend Fengling, so they didn't say anything more about Jiang Tang and Chen Qi. Just the occasional talk about school days. More about the present. It's all grown-ups. Talking about work, talking about business. Jiang Tang didn't interrupt. His mind wasn't on that. He sat down and sized Chen Qi up. Not dressed as well as him. Not as expensive. Look at Chen Qi's face again. He and Jiang Tang were in the same class. They should be the same age. He was only 27 years old, and the corners of his eyes were vaguely wrinkled. Unlike him, young, with smooth, delicate skin and not a single wrinkle on his face. Compared to the face, compared to the dress, compared to the family history, he crushed Chen Qi in every way. Chen Qi, not enough to fear. Jiang Tang watched from the sidelines. seemingly knowing what was in his mind, and smiled, while the others watched. It was Jiang Tang who was extremely in love with Fengling and couldn't help but smile at the sight of him. That's a nice sentiment, the crowd exclaimed. Their classmates were talking, and Fengling was a bit unable to intervene. The mouth that could not be inserted, not forcefully inserted. Fengling just ate by himself, and occasionally gave Jiang Tang a dish. He was good looking, every move had a pattern, showing the style of the young master of the famous family. Even if he didn't speak, he couldn't be ignored, making people unconsciously focus on him. In the past, students thought Jiang Tong and Chen Qi were a good match, although Chen Qi's family is ordinary, but he is in excellent personal condition. Good-looking, schoolyard boy, outstanding grades. At that time was the city's first into their school. The school not only exempted all kinds of tuition and fees, but also gave a bonus. Such boys are the absolute heroes of young school literature. And Jiang Tang has an outstanding family background, is beautiful, is exquisite in all aspects, and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How it looks like a good match. Jiang Tong was, at that time, in school. A lot of boys liked her, and she had a lot of CP. Li Yan, for example, was also once one of Jiang Tang's CPs, but most people still think Jiang Tong and Chen Qi are a better match. The family distinguished schoolgirl and the poor boy schoolboy. This looks like the novels they read as adolescents, but looking at it again now, it seems like Fengling and Jiang Tang are the better match. A young master's daughter from a comparable family. Fengling was arrogant and reckless. Jiang Tong is mature and gentle, equally honorable. It's an even match. Chen Qi now, although the development is also good, but after all, it is a grassroots origin. The student age may not feel. Now look again. It feels that Chen Qi body less of the kind of momentum that can compete with Jiang Tong. This kind of aura requires a strong family to support it. Chen Qi didn't. It's as if the poor are rich at first sight, but they still show weakness in front of the rich and powerful who are really well off. Li Yan glanced at Chen Qi. He had expected Chen Qi to do something, but Chen Qi was silent. He frowned uncharacteristically. Smiling, he asked Chen Qi, "Chen Qi, look at you. Now that you've made a name for yourself, don't you think about your personal problems?" Chen Qi glanced at him, then at Jiang Tang, and asked Li Yan, "What about you?" He and Li Yan didn't get along when they were in school because of Jiang Tang, but men love to save face. Even if they don't deal with each other, they don't tear their faces off and maintain a delicate relationship. Li Yan glanced at Jiang Tang and said with a smile, "I'm not in a hurry." Chen Qi, "Then I'm in no hurry." The others looked at the two with meaningful eyes. These two people are still just as bad as they were when they were students. Fengling looked around with disdain. Ugh, no rush? He saw that they were in a hurry, rushing to steal his wife. Chapter 75, Who says you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry? Fengling opened his mouth and looked at Li Yan and Chen Qi in surprise. Ha? None of you are in a hurry? Fengling had been acting as a toolman before, only saying a few words when people asked him and climbed into conversation with him. It was the first time he had initiated a conversation on this occasion. The others looked at him. Fengling smiled and said, "So none of you are in a hurry? I'm the only one in a hurry? As soon as the age arrived, I hurriedly pulled my wife to get a license to get married, fearing that if I was a step slow, I would be robbed and be the first one to get the job." Jiang Tong glanced at him. "Talking so nicely now? Who was the one who was dying to get married?" Jiang Tong looked at him with a light smile. Others, with a complicated expression. He looked at Li Yan and Chen Qi. Young Master Feng was pointing them both out. Both of them liked Jiang Tong in the first place. Li Yan did not have a chance. Jiang Tang chose Chen Qi, but Chen Qi, procrastination, so many years, and did not marry Jiang Tang. Instead, it was the young Master Feng who came after him. Chen Qi and Li Yan were both suffocating in their hearts. "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry," Chen Qi said. Others, "Don't dare make a sound. Is this a fight? Jiang Tong's new love and old love. This is the beginning?" The others were nervous and a little excited. These two, one is the young Master Feng who was born rich, one is Mr. Chen, who is smart and capable of going to the top by his own ability. These two people want a bar up. Win or lose is not certain. Fengling looked at Chen Qi with a light smile. Taking Jiang Tong's hand, he held it in his hand and said, "Who said I didn't get it? Isn't this already tofu?" Chen Qi, "The expression is taught. Besides, if you don't hurry, you might not even be able to eat the tofu dregs, not to mention the hot tofu." Fengling smiled and asked Chen Qi, "Mr. Chen, don't you think so?" Chen Qi looked at Fengling. Sparks flew as the two men's eyes met. In the end, it was Chen Qi who lost. "I'm going to the restroom." He got up to leave. Others, "Oh, got it." It was young Master Feng who won. It didn't matter what Chen Qi and Jiang Tang's previous relationship was before. Now, Jiang Tang is Feng Ling's licensed wife. This alone was enough to make Feng Ling invincible. Li Yan glanced at Feng Ling, hooked his lips. Feng Ling smiled and said, I'm going to the restroom too. Jiang Tang nodded. Aha. Feng Ling went to the restroom. The restrooms are at the end of the hallway outside the private room. When Feng Ling went there, Chen Qi wasn't in the restroom, but was smoking in the hallway. Feng Ling looked at him and passed in front of him. Feng Ling. Chen Qi called out to him. Feng Ling stopped, looked at him, and asked, What's the matter with Mr. Chen? Take good care of Tong Tong in the future. Chen Qi looked at him and said, I'm the one who broke Tong Tong's heart. I'm sorry for her. Feng Ling looked at Chen Qi. Suddenly it's all smiles. Chen Qi frowned and looked at Feng Ling. What was he laughing at? Chen Qi, you don't have to be like this. I know what's going on between you and my wife. Feng Ling said, My wife told me. Chen Qi's expression was grave. Looking at Feng Ling, others might not quite understand what was going on between Feng Ling and Jiang Tang, but he knew. Knowing that they are a business union without feelings, no one told him that it was his own analysis. Jiang Tong had been abroad and rarely returned home, and had little contact with Feng Ling. Instead they suddenly got married. What is it if not a matchmaking union? But, he didn't expect that Jiang Tang would talk about the past of their relationship to Feng Ling. How long have Jiang Tong and Feng Ling been married? Even if Jiang Tong got married when he returned home, it would be less than 2 months. In less than 2 months, their relationship has progressed so quickly? Been honest with you? So what's 2 years between them? So don't stir up trouble here. Feng Ling looked at him with disdain. If you really want my wife and I to have a good life, you should have kept your affair with my wife to yourself and been a regular classmate from now on, instead of deliberately bringing up your past with my wife in front of me. What? Think I'll fall for your schemes? That I'd fight with my wife over you? And acting all deep and unrepentant. For who? Chen Qi. The mind is spoken for. Chen Qi's face was ugly. Looking at Feng Ling, he was the one who thought Feng Ling was too simple. To think that a young lord like him, who had gathered all the favor, was foolish and arrogant. He's seen a lot of rich kids like that. He thought Feng Ling was too, and asked me to be nice to my wife? Who do you think you are? I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm good to my wife and I need you to say so? Who are you to me? And who are you to my wife? Now that I see you, I finally understand why my wife broke up with you. Feng Ling came in front of him, hooked up the corner of his mouth and stared into his eyes with a cold smile, speaking firmly and disdainfully word by word. Because, you're inferior and mean. Chen Qi frowned, his eyes glaring at Feng Ling in cold anger. When you were a boyfriend, you weren't qualified. You didn't bring my wife happiness and joy. You didn't give her a good sense of the relationship experience. And now that you've broken up, you're still not qualified as an ex. Because, a competent ex should be as good as dead. Feng Ling looked at Chen Qi mockingly. Chen Qi was a smart man and witty, usually eloquent and good at talking, but at this moment, he was dumbfounded by Feng Ling's dislike. Feng Ling glanced at him and snorted coldly, turning around and about to go back to the private room. But just as he turned around, he saw Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong stood there quietly. Watch them. Feng Ling, when did the wife get here? What did she see? How much did she hear? Does the wife think he's bullying Chen Qi? Because he spewed at Chen Qi. And Chen Qi, like an aggravated man, didn't say a single word in retort. Chen Qi, this heartthrob boy, did he find out about his wife a long time ago? So it was done on purpose? Chen Qi also saw Jiang Tang. Finished? Jiang Tong asked Feng Ling with a smile. Feng Ling nodded. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and said, then go back to the private room. The food is getting cold. Aha. Feng Ling nodded and came to Jiang Tang's side. Jiang Tong held Feng Ling's hand and walked towards the private room. Chen Qi looked at the two figures with a gloomy expression. The cigarette in his hand burned to the end, burning his hand, but he felt no pain at all. How can that pain compare to the pain that cuts through my heart? Feng Ling and Jiang Tang returned to the private room, and after a while, Chen Qi also returned. The crowd ate and laughed and ended the meal. A student suggested that there was a next game. Jiang Tong refused on the grounds that he had something else to do tomorrow, and Feng Ling left. Both had been drinking and called a chauffeur. When she got home and entered her room, Feng Ling looked at her and said, I didn't bully Chen Qi. He was talking about what had just happened in the hallway. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile and nodded. Aha. Young Master Feng is so well behaved. How could he be a bully? Feng Ling looked at her. You really believe that? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. You're so nice. How could you do something like bullying? Chapter 76, collapsed face to Jiang Tang. Grandpa really taught Feng Ling well. 3 things are right. Educated. And intelligent. Although fun-loving and a bit of a dude. But one cannot be perfect. A little problem. No harm done. Feng Ling. Does she really think he's good? Or is she deliberately flirting with him? No matter how bad I am, I'm still better than Chen Qi. Fengling said. Jiang Tong smiled and said, you don't have to compare yourself to him. I don't understand. How did you see Chen Qi in the first place? Fengling asked curiously. And mean and shameless in green tea. Jiang Tong didn't say anything. Fengling got upset and asked her, why don't you say anything? You're upset that I scolded Chen Qi? Jiang Tong shook her head. No. I was thinking about how I saw Chen Qi in the first place. Fengling has thought about it? Jiang Tong nodded. Think about it. People change. The former Chen Qi, sunny and cheerful and confident, the pride of the sky, shining brightly. It's natural to be confident when you're sought after by countless people at school. Chen Qi like that is too attractive. But later, change sets in her and Chen Qi around the excellent and outstanding people too much. In a group of excellent people, they are not excellent, just the most ordinary one of them. There is no one around to compliment and please him, and even for some reasons to fight and humiliate him. He became suspicious, sensitive, and had low self-esteem. The light on his body dimmed until it disappeared. What about him now? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong, what is he like now? Didn't you see it? The suits look successful though. But she knew that he was sensitive, suspicious, and had low self-esteem, even cynical and indignant. He didn't understand why other people were born with everything. Wealth, status, power. And those are things that he may not get if he tries for the rest of his life. In fact, 99% of this world are ordinary people. With wealth and power status, only a very small part of the people. Most people can accept their ordinary mediocrity and live their own little lives. But not Chen Qi. He couldn't take it. Because he was smart enough and ambitious enough to think that with his smarts and ambition, he should have much more. At least much more than what he currently had. You've changed too, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling, where have I changed? In the past, I went drag racing every day and fooled around in nightclubs and bars all night. But after I got married, I don't even go there anymore, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling said, don't flatter yourself. It's not because of you that I'm not going. Jiang Tong smiled and looked at Fengling. Fengling was made uncomfortable by her look. I was afraid that Grandpa would worry. He's old and I don't want him to bother me anymore. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, I know. Knowing that teenagers have the toughest mouths. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. It's very exasperating. She really knows? No, she doesn't. In fact, that's not what he had in mind at all. She's so smart. How can she not see what's really going on in his mind? How can you not see that he's not what he says he is? How can you not see that he's moved on to her? Boring. Fengling was depressed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Bother. Jiang Tong hooked her lips. How could she not know what was going on in the teenager's mind? But love. Say it. The most straightforward confessions are always the most passionate and moving. She had the patience to wait for him slowly. Early morning. Jiang Tong and Fengling got up. Jiang Tong was still in a good mood. And young Master Feng was probably angry that he didn't touch her last night. She had a rare full night's sleep. I woke up today refreshed. She was soothed. But Fengling was not soothed. And went downstairs with a collapsed back face. Even the kindly butler Zhao greeted him good morning and didn't even bother. Kindly butler Zhao. The young master is not happy again today. Leave it to the clever Joe butler to guess. It must be because of the young lady. Now, in this family, only the young lady can influence the mood of the young master. Did you dress up so well yesterday for the young lady's reunion that you didn't look ravishing? Being ravished by the young lady's old flame? With the young master's posture, it's impossible. Fengling and Jiang Tang went to the restaurant for breakfast. Elder Feng looked at Fengling, who was collapsing his face, and frowned. Early in the morning, who are you collapsing your face for? Fengling glanced at Jiang Tang and didn't say anything. Elder Feng. Oh, got it. It turned out to be collapsing for Tong Tong. But Tong Tong was concentrating on his breakfast and didn't even look at him. Self-indulgence. Jiang Tong raised his head, looked at Elder Feng and said with a smile, Grandpa, don't scold him. Fengling grunted. Jiang Tong said, Fengling is very good now. In order not to let you worry, the car is not biking, and the nightclub bar is not going. Fengling. Elder Feng raised his eyebrows. He told you that? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Told me so himself. Elder Feng looked at Fengling and snorted disdainfully. Meh. Fengling reddened in embarrassment, lowered his head, and ate his breakfast. Elder Feng pulled the corner of his mouth. He didn't realize that at his age, he would have to take this kind of fall for his oldest grandson. What do you mean for him? Then why didn't you stop going to clubs and bars for him before you got married? At that time, he was all day long, or bitterly persuaded, or variously coerced. None of it changes him. Still going out every day. Once you're married, you don't go to those occasions much. What's the reason? What's it for? Who doesn't? Elder Feng glanced at him disdainfully. Coward. It's because Tong Tong just said so. Don't dare say it yet. Hey, how could he have such a coward in his old Feng family? What a family tragedy. After dinner, each went to work. Feng Ling was with Elder Feng. Can you not make me carry the pot next time? I'm too old to carry it. Elder Feng said. Feng Ling, who asked you to take the blame? Then you told Tang Tang that it was for me that you didn't go to nightclubs and bars to race cars? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling nodded. Yeah, for you. You're getting older. I don't want you to worry and fret over me anymore. Ha! Master Feng laughed. Then why didn't you stop doing those things for me before? In the past it was because I was still young and didn't understand things. Now I'm grown up and understand things. Feng Ling said in a serious manner. Oh, you've grown up and understood once you got married? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Feng Ling nodded. Right. Don't your elders always say that people will understand things when they get married? Elder Feng smiled and nodded. Okay, count on you to be tough talking. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Have the ability to talk tough for the rest of your life. I'll look down on you if you don't mouth off for the rest of your life. Feng Ling. He was already depressed, but now that he was being squeezed like that by his grandfather, he was even more depressed. Obviously Grandpa can see that. Everything is because of Jiang Tong. He's changed because of Jiang Tong. Why can't Jiang Tong see it? Even if I do keep my mouth shut for the rest of my life, you won't be able to see it. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng. How many years do you have left to live? Feng Ling said. Master Feng. Chapter 77. Feng Ling was kicked out of the car. He told the driver to stop the car, opened the door, and kicked Feng Ling down. Ungrateful grandchildren. Saying he doesn't have many years to live. I'm looking for death. Feng Ling looked at the faraway car and collapsed a batch face. It's not like he's wrong. It's not a nice thing to say, but it's the truth. Feng Ling sighed, thought about it, and just squatted on the side of the road, took a picture and sent it to his friends. With text, was left on the side of the road. Someone pick me up and bring me home. Then, set it to be visible only to Jiang Tang. Although knowing that Jiang Tong is now driving, the probability is that he will not play with his cell phone to brush the circle of friends cannot be seen. But what if Jiang Tong sees it? Jiang Tong saw that picking him up and taking him home, then he could miss work and not go to work today. Grandpa had no reason to scold him. It was Jiang Tong who brought him home. If you want to scold, scold Jiang Tong. Jiang Tang is now the treasure in the heart of Grandpa's hand. Grandpa can't afford to scold Jiang Tang. Feng Ling had been squatting on the side of the road for a while, and hadn't waited to hear from Jiang Tang. Instead, a number of women in cars, seeing him squatting on the side of the road, stopped and enthusiastically invited to give him a ride. All were rejected by Feng Ling. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Feng Ling gave up, stopped the car to go to the office by myself. Jiang Tong arrived at the office, had a meeting, then dealt with work, etc., and didn't have time to rest until 11 o'clock. But there was no swiping of friends either. She doesn't like to swipe her friends. Feng Ling waited for the whole morning, but did not wait for Jiang Tang to send a message to greet himself with concern. Didn't she see the circle of friends? Not asking yourself what the hell is going on if you see it? Or did she friend-zone him and block him? Jiang Tong really didn't care about her too much. Is this what a wife should do? Did she think that if she fed herself in bed, all would be well? His body is just satisfied. What psychological, emotional, none of that needs to be fulfilled? The way she was, it was making him wonder who was the real childbearing tool. She coaxes him into doing that kind of thing all day long, and then when she gets pregnant she just stomps him off and doesn't care about him? Although it was a bit backwards to the Big Dipper, he really felt that it was something Jiang Tong could do. He was already in a bad mood and, as a result, he was called to the office by his grandfather and told, the Anya Group is holding a fashion show at the Wanfan Hotel in the city center. Leave Feng Ling in charge. Feng Ling, Anya Group? Isn't the Anya Group the group that Chen Qi works for? Aha. Elder Feng nodded. Your love rival. Chen Qi's that Anya Group. Feng Ling glared at Elder Feng. He had every reason for Grandpa to be getting back at him. He said today that Grandpa doesn't have many years left to live. So Grandpa got Chen Qi to piss him off. What are you babbling about? What love rival? Feng Ling's face was full of disdain. He's been out of the game for a long time, and he's still qualified to be Little Master's love rival? Elder Feng smiled. Good. You're right. He's out. This project is in your charge. I don't want it. Feng Ling said. Master Feng asked. Why? Feng Ling glared at him. You must have done it on purpose, knowing that I hate Chen Qi. Right. Elder Feng nodded. I just did it on purpose. But not on purpose to piss you off and make you unhappy. I was exercising you. Feng Ling, business is business. Personal grudges are personal grudges. Are you going to stop doing business with a person and stop earning his money just because you hate him? In the business world, there are only everlasting interests, not everlasting enemies. In the business world, who doesn't have some grudges? You rob my business, I take away your project. If everyone thinks like you, then the whole business circle are all enemies. Then how can we cooperate and do business? Fengling didn't say anything. Besides, now that you are the winner, what are you afraid of him for? Elder Feng provoked him. Fengling really fell for it and retorted. Who said I'm afraid of him? He, young Master Feng, was not afraid of anything. Would he be afraid of a Chun-Chi who was already out of the game? Then you're not afraid of him. Why don't you take this project? Money sent to the door is not earned for nothing, Elder Feng said. Fengling gritted his teeth. I'll take it. Elder Feng smiled and nodded in satisfaction, praising. That's good behavior. Fengling, what about the kids? As soon as Fengling took over the project on his side, Jiang Tang received the news. The news? It travels fast. There are many brands under the Anya Group. Besides the most popular cosmetic and skincare brands, there are also several luxury brands such as clothing and decorations. She had received the news before that the fall and winter show of a certain luxury brand of Anya Group would be held in Sea City this time. Chen Chi's return to China should also be for this matter. I just didn't expect that Chen Chi would choose Wanfan Hotel. And the Wanshan Hotel picked it up. Jiang Tong had asked people to inquire. And it turned out that the person in charge of this project at Wanfan Hotel this time was Fengling. She was a little worried. It's a big project. The Ds invite a lot of people to their fall-winter show. Celebrities, entertainers, magazine editors-in-chief, entertainment company owners, some social successes fashionistas, etc. Various news from the conference. If it's done well, it will definitely be beneficial to Wanfan Hotel. It would be icing on the cake for Wanfan Hotel's reputation and honor and increase revenue. But if it's not done well, it will damage the reputation of Wanfan Hotel. Grandpa put Fengling in charge of such a big project? It wasn't that she didn't trust Fengling, but Fengling had only just started working and had no experience at all. Moreover, the other party was still Chen Chi. What if Chen Chi is in the middle of something? The previous Chen Chi was not such a person, but the current Chen Chi, she could not guarantee it. That's something that Grandpa wouldn't be unaware of, right? Grandpa must have investigated all sorts of things about her, big and small, when he picked her as his grandson-in-law in the first place. After all, she was the future wife of the Feng family, the one who was going to have children and raise future generations with Fengling. Even in the future, Fengling could not but also the woman who would be in charge of the Feng clan. Grandpa didn't dare not be careful. It's like yourself, before the marriage, also investigated Fengling. It wasn't to say that he knew everything about Fengling's situation, but he did know a little bit about it. What does Grandpa mean by this arrangement? Shura? When he got home from work in the evening, had dinner, and returned to his room, Jiang Tang asked Fengling about this matter. Aha! Fengling nodded. Grandpa put me in charge. Jiang Tong asked, do you have experience? Fengling looked at her. What? You don't trust me? Afraid I'll mess up? Jiang Tong. Screw up is screw up. Grandpa isn't afraid. What are you afraid of? Fengling said. Jiang Tong. Row. Grandpa's not afraid. Fengling wasn't afraid. What is she afraid of? Anyway, the Wanfan Hotel is owned by the Feng family. When the time comes, will you come? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong said. No invitation has been received yet. What wasn't said was that she felt sure Chen Chi would send her an invitation. There are also artists under her banner who have collaborated with Anya Daycare, who should be invited as well. If he invites you, don't go. Fengling said. Chen Chi will definitely invite Jiang Tong, creating opportunities to make contact with Jiang Tong. Shameless. If he does invite me, I'll go. Jiang Tong said. Ha ha, I'm sure it's cheeky to have enough. Yesterday I cheekily asked for power for love and received so much power for love from the babes. Today continues to beg for love's sake. Each person can order 3 times a day. Send 3 times for the love of power yo. Love you guys. Chapter 78, didn't get into another woman's car? Fengling frowned. Unhappy. Why? You want to go see him? Fengling looked at her. If she dared to say yes, he'd tear her mouth apart so she'd never be able to speak again. No. Jiang Tong smiled and shook his head. I don't want to go see him. I want to go see you. Fengling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. What did she say? This is the first large-scale project you've ever undertaken, so I have to go to support you, to see the results of your efforts. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling. Okay, you do it. The surface was clouded with a look of indifference. In fact, the heart is happy. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. I'll definitely go, even if Chen Chi doesn't invite me. Fengling hummed and said. You can go even if he doesn't invite you. The entire Wanfan group is yours. Where can't you go? The crown princess of one fan group. Where can't she go? Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows. One fan group is mine? Feng Ling said. We're husband and wife. What's mine isn't yours. Sooner or later, he's going to inherit the one fan group. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, all yours are mine, and you are mine. Feng Ling. He blushed slightly, a little shy, talking a good game, and then all of a sudden you say something like this. It's strangely embarrassing. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling's shy and silent appearance, and the smile at the corner of his lips deepened. Flirting is fun when the other person is shy. She seems to be getting more and more wicked after her marriage. Tease him every now and then and watch his innocent shyness. Odds are, it's just about that time. In a little while, it won't be her teasing him. Rather, he teased her. She is now bullying him for being young and inexperienced in relationships. When he learns a few lessons from her, then their positions will be reversed. Cough. Feng Ling gave a dry cough a bit shyly and said, Didn't you look at your friend's circle today? Jiang Tong. Didn't read it. I'm not in the habit of swiping my friends. Jiang Tong said and took out his cell phone, opening his WeChat while saying, Let me see what you sent. Don't look. Feng Ling rushed up and grabbed Jiang Tang's cell phone, trying to stop it. Jiang Tong looked at him quietly. Feng Ling, let go. Resigned. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it if you want to. Jiang Tong hooked her lips and opened it. Saw it. He sends friends. She's so smart. She took one look and understood. Smiling, he asked her, Only what I see. She has the best friends of Zheng Bei Lu Jianliushi Shi Lixian and Bai Langyue. He posted a friend's circle. There is no way that none of those buddies would comment and like it. According to their friendship, surely he'll laugh at him. It's been a day. None of them have liked or commented, which is impossible. The only explanation is, they can't see the friend zone. Feng Ling, this was sent to her alone. She's exclusive. Feng Ling's mouth was stiff. No. Jiang Tong knew that he had a stiff upper lip and asked with a smile. What pissed off Grandpa? Feng Ling said. How dare I mess with him? Can I afford to mess with him? You don't know how scary he is. He slits his wrists when he doesn't move. Now, who can mess with him? Jiang Tong. Listen to the mournful tone. Then how did you end up going to the company? Jiang Tong asked with concern. You can't just tease and not care. Be careful of teasing people. Kittens blow up and bite. Took a cab. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong nodded. If there's anything like this in the future, call me and I'll come pick you up. Feng Ling nodded his head proudly, and the pent-up anger that he had been holding for a day because of this matter finally dissipated. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, Didn't any pretty girl say she'd give you a ride? Feng Ling arrogantly raised his chin. How could there not be? There are plenty, but how could I just get into anyone else's car? Jiang Tong suddenly stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his lips. Feng Ling was confused by the kiss. What's with the sudden kiss for a good reason? Ignition? Reward. Jiang Tong smiled. A reward for not getting into another woman's car. Feng Ling suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist and brought the person into his arms. The two bodies pressed against each other. Not enough. I've turned down so many women. I want more rewards, he said. Good. Jiang Tong gently and tenderly whispered in his ear, slowly kissing him from his earlobe all the way down. The next day, Feng Ling does not get into Master Feng's car and does not go to the company with Master Feng. Don't worry. I won't kick you out of the car if you don't mess with me today, Elder Feng said. Feng Ling grunted and said, Jiang Tang sent me to the company today. She said that last night. Dropped him off at the office today. Elder Feng gritted his teeth. Line. It's a show of love early in the morning. It seems that he can't really do without his old partner. It's a day that doesn't feel like it's going to last a day. Feng Ling was smug. Jiang Tong pulled the car out and Feng Ling got in. Sitting in the passenger side, Jiang Tang drove. Feng Ling looked at the bare passenger side, thinking, should I buy a sticker for a husband's seat on the passenger side? But I guess Jiang Tong won't want to. Forget it. Jiang Tong dropped Feng Ling off before driving to the office. When she arrived at the office, the secretary gave her an invitation. It's an invitation from the Anya Group. She opened it to see that it was Anya's D's fall-winter show at the Wan Fan Hotel. Day in a month. There's no rush. Not only Jiang Tong received it, some of her artists also received it. Feng Ling was not solely responsible for this project by himself. The old man was trying to exercise him, but he also sent someone to help him, teach him. Feng Ling followed the person very carefully and carefully, learning very carefully. The other was very pleased. The prince is so serious and hardworking. So hardworking. In the future, he will definitely make the Wan Fan Hotel better and go farther. Feng Ling didn't just spend the daytime in the company to study with the people sent by the old master, but when he returned home at night, he even started to read books. Read some hotel management books. Jiang Tong. Men's Goodwill. Now, She finally understood why her grandfather had to ask Fengling to be in charge of this project undertaking. Grandpa really went through a lot of trouble for Fengling. Fengling is reading a book. The cell phone hasn't stopped ringing. He didn't want to hitch a ride. But ding dong. It's not even possible to ignore it. He put the book down and picked up his cell phone to read the messages. It was Jiang Bei and Lu Jianli and the others, who let him go out to play. Said he hadn't been out to play with them in a while. You can't just stay home with your wife. You should spend time with your brother once in a while. And then, a video was posted. The video of them having a great time. Fengling. He reached for his cell phone and typed a reply. Fengling, you guys are really shallow and depraved. Lu Jianli, superficial? Degenerate? By Lang Yu, yo. It's great. It's great. We're shallow and degenerate. But you, young Master Feng, are positive and progressive. Equals. Make words, today's update is done. Please power for love. Love you all. Of course, other gifts are not out of the question. Ha, babes. See you tomorrow. Chapter 79, the tattletale is tattling again. Fengling, that's right, to show you guys what's going on. Sure Qisheng, what else can you do? Just staying at home with Sister Jiangtang? You're afraid that Sister Jiangtang won't want you, so you stick to Sister Jiangtang all day long. Fengling, I said you guys are shallow and you still won't admit it. Look at it. Fengling took a picture of the book he was reading to the group. Fengling, Little Master is reading a book. You guys are degenerate. After a while, Little Master is the social elite that you can't look up to. JB, okay, you're elite. Jiang Bei made a video. Send it to the group. A few people in the video clink glasses of wine and laugh. Here, to our future elite. Cheers. The atmosphere is great. Very enthusiastic. Fengling, drop the book. This book is unreadable. Fengling walked out of the small study, found Jiang Tang, and said, Wife, I think, Jiang Bei, shouldn't we get married? Jiang Tong froze for a moment and said with a smile, he's still young. Fengling, where is he small? At the same age as him, he's married. Why isn't Jiang Bei married yet? Why isn't he still under his wife's control? Why does he still go out and fool around every day? Jiang Tong, age is small. Otherwise, where do you think is small? Fengling glanced at Jiang Tang. Is the wife making passes at him? I didn't realize that my wife was such a wife. Look at us serious and gentle and intellectual. But in private, actually open yellow language. He's the same age as me. Fengling said. Jiang Tong laughed and said, you have a grandfather to force you to get married. We don't have a grandfather in our family to force him to get married. Fengling was a bit embarrassed. The words that he had once said to Jiang Tang now seemed to have all turned into gun stabbing at him. That what? Fengling awkwardly dry cough. Said, although no one forced him, but I think as a person who has been here before, it is better to get married early. Jiang Tong smiled and raised an eyebrow. Coming through? Fengling nodded. I'm married. Aren't I just over? Jiang Tong smiled and put down the cell phone, looked at him and asked rather seriously. Then tell me, why is it good to get married early? Her big beautiful eyes lit up at him. Fengling's heart was beating a little fast. Didn't the old saying say, early marriage, early enjoyment, early planting, early threshing? Fengling said. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. And, Fengling, there's also the fact that if he gets married early now, he can still pick a suitable wife earlier. And when he wants to get married again in his 30s, the excellent women will have long been picked over. He'll be a bachelor. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, what you said makes sense. But, we still won't force Jiang Bei. Bei is still too young. The reason why Grandpa forced Fengling to marry early was because Grandpa didn't have a son and his only son died. The only thing left in the Feng family is Fengling. Grandpa is old, and accidents can happen to the elderly at any time. And if Fengling doesn't get married, and Grandpa has an accident and goes away, then Fengling would be the only one left in the Feng family. At that time, there was a high probability that Fengling would not be able to hold up Feng group. So, Grandpa saves for a rainy day and forces Fengling to get married and have children. Parents who love their children plan far ahead. Grandpa really loved Fengling. After his grandfather's wife and children died, he gave all his love to Fengling. Fengling was not happy. Jiang Tong smiled and said, if you want to go out and play, you can find them to do so as well. I told you I wouldn't restrain you from hanging out. Young people are very good at guessing. Nothing more than Jiang Bei, Lu Jianli and the others playing outside. He can't go out. Stays home. Gets unhappy. Envious. I don't want to go out and play. Fengling said with a serious face. They don't seek advancement. They get drunk and play with things. Jiang Tong. She smiled and looked at him. I don't know if he's vain to say such a thing. A month or two ago, he was with them. Back-to-back stabbing now? I'm married. They're unmarried. It's different from them. Fengling said. My married man has to take on the responsibilities and obligations of a married man. Jiang Tong looked at him and said with a smile, being married is understanding. I didn't get married to understand. I grew up. Feng Ling said smugly. Yes? Jiang Tong raised an eyebrow and came to him, leaning in close to him and whispering softly, let's see. Have you grown up yet? Feng Ling's body stiffened and his eyes widened as he looked at her in surprise. Feng Ling. She was trying to kill him. He looked at the woman in front of him who was smiling ambiguously and playfully, cupped her face in his hands and kissed her viciously. She provoked him first tonight. In a moment, she don't cry for mercy. Early morning, Jiang Tong and Feng Ling got up. Jiang Tong didn't want to remember. I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke Feng Ling last night. The price for actively inviting it was that she was now so sore she could barely get out of bed. She didn't understand how Feng Ling could toss and turn every day. It's as if there is really an inexhaustible amount of strength and bullishness. You have to get up even if you don't want to. It's not like you have to go to the office. She's the president. Even if she doesn't go to work once in a while, it's nothing. But she didn't want to make a habit of it. She has always been disciplined. She got up anyway and washed up and went downstairs with Feng Ling for breakfast. Eat breakfast and go to work. Feng Ling was in a good mood and even greeted Butler Zhao before leaving the house. Butler Cho, I'm off to work. Bye. Feng Ling is gone. The benevolent housekeeper Zhao smiled at the figure he was looking at and lamented. Young master, you've really grown up. Growing up. Understanding. Getting more polite. Feng Ling, who hasn't gone far yet, he heard grow up. Eyes ambiguously glanced at Jiang Tang beside him. Jiang Tong. The thing she regretted most in the last 24 hours was saying last night that Feng Ling had grown up. She walked to the garage as if nothing had happened. Feng Ling smiled and followed. The kindly butler Zhao smiled with more satisfaction. Not only has the young master grown up, but he's also this in love with the young lady. The woman sings with the husband. That's so nice. Jiang Tong went to work to finish things up and called Jiang Bei in. Sis, you're looking for me? Jiang Bei asked. There was a big yawn. Jiang Tong looked at him and asked, you were out late last night? Jiang Bei froze for a moment, hurriedly stood up, looked at Jiang Tang in high spirits, and said, didn't play very late either, played with Lu Jianli and the others until 11 o'clock and then went home, mentally belabored. How did sister know? It must have been Feng Ling, the tattletale, who had complained in front of her sister. How did Feng Ling turn so bad now? He couldn't get out on his own and wouldn't let them play. Jiang Tong nodded and asked, Bei, do you have any ideas about getting married? Ha? Jiang Bei froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tong in surprise. Marriage? Chapter 80 Jiang Bei spraying Feng Ling. Jiang Tong looked at him and nodded. Jiang Bei, clueless, why did my sister suddenly bring up the subject of marriage in good time? Have you thought about it? Jiang Tong asked. Jiang Bei didn't think about it. He answered with particular firmness and swiftness, afraid that if he slowed down for a second, his sister would think he'd thought about the whole marriage thing. He hadn't really thought about it. He's young and has a lot of youth and a lot of fun time ahead of him. What's he so confused about wanting to get married for? Jiang Tong nodded and said it was fine, letting Jiang Bei go. Jiang Bei is gone. Think as you walk. It must be Feng Ling, the scumbag, who is in the middle of this. Feng Ling himself was controlled by his wife, cannot go out to play a day. See them every day in the outside world to spend a day of wine and drink well. It is envious and jealous. Then, he instigated his sister and forced him to get married so that he could not go out and play even after marriage when he was governed by his wife. Feng Ling, it's simply his heart. Jiang Bei called Feng Ling. As soon as the call was answered, Jiang Bei started cursing. Feng Ling, you asshole, tell me clearly, where exactly did I get in your way that you want to treat me like this? Feng Ling was confused. What did I do to you? Jiang Bei continued to open fire. How you treat me, you know in your heart, I really misjudged you. We have been brothers for so many years. I really didn't think that you would actually treat me like this. Feng Ling, what the hell are you talking about? Was it you who told my sister last night that I was playing outside? Jiang Bei asked. Feng Ling, no. No? Jiang Bei didn't believe me. Who else could it be if not you? When I say no, I don't have it. I, young master Feng, have always dared to act. You've known me for so many years. When have you ever seen me dare to act? Feng Ling also got angry. Asked. After so many years, Jiang Bei actually doubted his character. Jiang Bei choked for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, it seems like it really is. Then how did my sister know that I was hanging out last night? Jiang Bei asked. Feng Ling, how should I know? Jiang Bei asked again. Okay, let's skip this question. Next question. My sister suddenly approached me today and said that she asked me if I had thought about getting married. Feng Ling, weak-hearted. Jiang Bei, you said. Why did my sister ask this all of a sudden? Feng Ling, your sister, she is concerned about you. That's an understatement. Jiang Bei and Fengling were well acquainted, so well that they wore the same pants. How could he not hear the heartiness in Fengling's tone? Exasperated, he gritted his teeth. Sure enough, Fengling was behind it. Is it just my sister who cares about me? Or did someone say something in front of my sister? Jiang Bei asked with a cold smile. Fengling didn't say anything. Say, Jiang Bei gritted his teeth. Honestly explain, what exactly did you say in front of my sister? Fengling whispered. Actually, I didn't say anything. Really, I really didn't say anything. I just said that you should actually get married. Jiang Bei gritted his teeth. And you call this not saying anything? Fengling, why are you angry? I'm not doing this for your own good. As the old saying goes, if you get married early, you'll enjoy your happiness early. And if you plant rice seedlings early, you'll get grain early. If you don't get married early and get married late, by then, all those beautiful, outstanding and excellent famous girls in the circle will be married. So what if you can't get married and become a bachelor then? In the end, Fengling even uttered the classic line to summarize. I'm doing this all for your own good. Jiang Bei gritted his teeth. I don't need it. You don't know good and bad. Also you are my brother-in-law, I care. Other people I don't care. You see how I don't care about Lu Jianli whether they get married or not. Fengling said. Jiang Bei disdained. Bah, are you concerned? You're clearly envious and jealous. You're envious and jealous that I can play outside every day and no one cares. You're now being governed every day. You're not convinced. You want me to get married as well. I'm also being governed and restrained, so that I lose my freedom as well. Fengling, your heart is punishable. Fengling, I'm going to tell your sister. You said she's A and keeps me under control every day and won't let me go out. Jiang Bei, you're full of. When did I ever say my sister was A? That's what you mean. Bye. I'm going to go tell your sister. Fengling hung up the phone after saying that. Jiang Bei, he fights again. Call Fengling again and he won't answer. Jiang Bei, it really pissed him off. How did he know such a friend? How could such a man be his brother-in-law? He then said that he couldn't let his brother be his brother-in-law. Jiang Bei hurriedly sent a message to Jiang Tang. Sister, we have been siblings for more than 20 years, and I love my sister very much. I love my sister the most. Jiang Tong saw the message. What's wrong with Jiang Bei? Jiang Bei, sister, remember, I love you. I love you the most. Don't believe anything others say that provokes our sibling relationship. Jiang Tong, what's going on? Jiang Bei, nothing. Sister, you just need to remember, I love you. I love you most. That's all. Well, I won't bother my sister anymore. I wish my sister a happy job and happiness every day. Jiang Tong, clueless. Fengling didn't go to Jiang Tang to complain, just saying that on purpose to scare Jiang Bei. This thing, cough. Indeed, I did a little wrong. He shouldn't have let Jiang Bei get married early. You know, when Grandpa forced him to get married early, he almost slit his wrists with Grandpa to kill himself to make the Feng family reunion. Jiang Bei just scolded him twice, not rushing to Feng's with a knife to cut him. Are considered kind. Fengling wanted to apologize to Jiang Bei. By the time the afternoon was almost over, he sent a message to Jiang Tang. Wife, I will go out with Lu Jianli Bei and them in the evening. JT, good. Reported to Jiang Tong. Fengling then asked them to have dinner in the evening in the brothers' WeChat group. Fengling had been playing with them less since his marriage, and when he took the initiative to invite them, the others happily agreed. Jiang Bei also agreed, but he wasn't happy to oblige. Instead, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fengling still dared to ask him out to dinner? Good for you. He hadn't scolded Fengling enough on the phone today, and when he met him, he was going to open fire in person, spraying Fengling all over his face, spraying Fengling with no place to hide. He treated Fengling as a brother. Fengling, however, backstabbed him like this. In the evening, Fengling top expensive Chinese restaurant, arrived early and waited for Jiang Bei them to come. Lu Jianli and Shi Qisheng by Langyue came first, and when they saw Fengling, they both laughed and flirted. Gu, young Master Feng is now newly married and his conjugal life is honeyed. It's rare, remember? Fengling gave a few people a blank stare. If you don't talk like this, we can still be friends. A few people just laughed. You think we want to be friends with you? We're enemies now. The hatred of taking a wife is not shared. Fengling was disdainful. The hatred of taking a wife? Do you guys know how to use idioms? Was the language taught by a physical education teacher? While flirting and joking, Jiang Bei came. Chapter 81, I like Sister Jiang Tang. As soon as Jiang Bei entered the private room, just turn your nose not your nose and your eyes not your eyes at Fengling. Fengling's heart was weak, and she didn't dare to be angry at Jiang Bei, but she also smiled and handed the menu to Jiang Bei. Bei, take a look. What do you want to eat? You order. Order more. Jiang Bei grunted, sat down, and said without a smile, Little Master wants to eat people. Fengling, who do you want to eat? Jiang Bei glared at him. What do you think? Fengling, how dare he? Wouldn't dare at all. Jiang Bei must have just wanted to eat him the moment he said it. Next to him, Lu Jianli by Languisher Jisheng and the three of them also saw it. Fengling was offending Jiang Bei. No wonder they were so proactive about inviting them to dinner today. It turned out to be an apology to Jiang Bei to make amends, and they were just accompanying the guests. Lu Jianli smiled and asked, Fengling, how did you mess with him? Fengling didn't say anything. Sure, Jisheng laughed and poked fun at Fengling. Fengling, you still can't see the situation now? What form? Fengling asked. You think it's still the same as before? Before, you and Jiang Bei were friends. But now, Jiang Bei is your brother-in-law. You still dare to mess with Jiang Bei. You be careful of pissing Jiang Bei off. He encourages sister Jiang Tang to divorce you, Toki-san said with a smile. Fengling frowned. Impossible. His wife is not like that. Sure, Jisheng laughed. What's impossible? Have you read less social news? How many couples who had no problems with their relationship were tossed apart by their mother's family and in-laws? Fengling. It does seem to. He looked at Jiang Bei, who grunted. Fengling touched his nose with a bit of vain embarrassment and said, Jiang Bei, I'm actually doing this for your own good. You see, I'm married to your sister now, and my wife and children are hot. Of course, we don't have any children yet, but we're living quite well now. I just want you to be good too. Jiang Bei glared at him. Of course you're good. You married a wife as gentle and dignified and generous and mature and intellectual as my sister. How could you be bad? You think everyone is like my sister? If you marry another woman you'll see if it's as good. Lu Jianli smiled and asked. Like what? Who? Like, Exhibition Crescent Moon. Marry Jean Xinu and see if you can get well. Jiang Bei said to Fengling. Fengling, show Crescent at the door. Show Crescent and a friend came to eat here for dinner. This restaurant is so good and classy that they come back often. The manager here knows Jean Xinu and Fengling Jiang Bei. When she saw Jean Xinu, she smiled and said that Fengling and the others were also dining here. Jean Xinu asked for the name of the private room and came over ready to say hello. What do you know? Just as they reached the door, they heard them mention themselves. Show Crescent gasped and pushed the door open. The crowd in the booth looked at the door that was suddenly pushed open. Seeing Jean Xinu standing in the doorway with her hands clasped on her chest and frowning, Jean Xinu looked at Jiang Bei, asked, Jiang Bei, tell me, how about marrying me? How is marrying me not good enough? Jiang Bei was a bit embarrassed. We are all close friends. He said that. It really wasn't very nice, and it caught up with him. Jiang Bei then didn't say anything. Jean Xinu frowned and glared at Jiang Bei. I told you. How come when I came back from a month's trip out, Fengling got married to your sister? Tell me, was it you who set it up in the middle? Jiang Bei, no. He won't set it up. He'll just sabotage it. It's just that his sister and Fengling moved so fast that by the time he found out the next day they went to get a license. He was too late for sabotage. But given a few more days, he would have sabotaged and screwed up their marriage. Jiang Bei, tell me honestly, Fengling didn't like me for so many years. Is it because you were in the middle of sabotaging and saying bad things about me? Jean Xinu frowned and glared at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, why would I say anything bad about you? Jean Xinu, why you know in your own heart? Lu Jianli, watching from the sidelines, smiled and said, I know. The crowd looked at Lu Jianli. What do you know? Perhaps. Is it possible that Bei likes you? Lu Jianli asked with a smile. What? The crowd was dumbfounded. Jiang Bei frowned and glared at him. What are you babbling about? How could he possibly like Jean Xinu? We've all been friends for so many years. I didn't talk nonsense. Jiang Bei likes you, but you likes Fengling, so Jiang Bei denigrated you in front of Fengling, said bad things about you, even, also set up to facilitate the marriage between sister Jiang Tong and Fengling, so that Jiang Bei does not have a chance? Lu Jianli said with a smile. That's how novels are written these days. Jiang Bei gave him a blank stare. Read less dog blood novels. Lu Jianli smiled and didn't say anything. Everyone else knew that Lu Jianli was joking and talking nonsense. Jean Xinu looked at Jiang Bei, frowned, and asked, really? Jiang Bei gave her another blank stare. What do you think? Jean Xinu snorted coldly, arrogantly and disdainfully said, you die. I won't like you even if I like your sister. Jiang Bei, I don't like you either. Fengling, what the hell? Like Jiang Bei's sister? You like my wife? Fengling frowned at Jean Xinu. Jean Xinhua slightly reddened her face. I just said it so casually. Fengling glared at Jean Xinu. Off the cuff? How many people say things off the cuff that actually speak from the heart? The words that come out of the mindless mouth are what's really inside. Jean Xinu. Fengling asked her, can you not catch us both liking each other? You used to like me, but now that you can't like me, You've changed to like my wife? Can you go like someone else? John Xin looked at Fengling, angry and red-eyed. I can't. I just love Sister Jiang Tang. A voice came out behind John Xin. John Xin looked back over. Blush. It's Jiang Tong. There were a few other people around Jiang Tong. The men were dressed in suits, and the women all looked like workplace elites. Jiang Tong is here to socialize. She's actually very busy and socializes a lot every day. However, and Fengling had just been newly married, and she wanted to cultivate a relationship with Fengling. Therefore, the evening social functions were basically put off. Every day, she got off work on time and went home to accompany Fengling. Today, Fengling said she was going out for the evening, so she asked her partner to come here for dinner. I didn't realize that John Xinu and Fengling Jiangbei and the others were also here. Jiang Tong smiled and looked at John Xinu and asked with a smile. Like me? John Xinyue's face turned even redder. No words were spoken. There was a slight shyness in the look. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I like you too. When Fengling in the private room heard this, he couldn't bear it anymore and walked out, looking at Jiang Tong sadly. How can my wife say she likes New Moon? The rest is unchanged. Chapter 82, The Lilies of the Hometown Bloom Again. Like the fact that the wife didn't even say anything to him like that. Of course, what you say in bed doesn't count. In bed, she was all pushed and tossed by him before she hugged him and softened her voice to say she liked him and loved him. No matter man or woman, what they say in bed is not to be taken seriously. In bed, men and women are driven by desire, not to mention saying that they love you, even if it kills them when the desire is on top of them. Otherwise, how could there be the saying that dying under the peony flower and being a ghost is also a good thing? His wife didn't say she liked him in public, but she said she liked her love rival, John Xinu. Hometown lilies, blooming again? Jiang Tong smiled and said, you guys eat slowly. Jiang Tong said to John Xinu, are you with me? John Xinu is also an artist of the company now, so she can bring her along to talk about business and whatnot. Good. John Xinu immediately decided to abandon her friend. Follow Jiang Tang. Fengling just watched John Xinu follow Jiang Tang away. John Xinu even turned back to give him a smug smile. That smile, the smile of pure villainous evil. Fengling, the waiter serves the food. Bai Langyue smiled and said, Fengling, it's time to eat. Fengling glared back at him. No, I'm full. Is this full before you've even eaten? Lu Jianli asked with a smile. Toki Chiseng, of course, gas full. Jiangbei, heh. Fengling, none of them are genuine. They're all drinking buddies. He's so sad and upset and all they can think about is eating and eating. Waiter, bring the menu. Fengling said. The waiter brought the menu. Fengling didn't even look at the names of the dishes. He directly flipped it over and said to the waiter, this page, the dishes on this page, serve them all. Waiter, looked at Fengling, didn't move. Fengling frowned and asked, what? Is there a problem? Okay, no problem. The waiter hurriedly took the menu and left. Fengling looked at Bai Langyue's few people. Don't you like to eat? He orders dozens of dishes and eats them to death. Jiang Bei looked at Fengling, unhappy all day, and now, finally, happy. Jiang Bei Belanjiu and the others left after eating. And the next one. Fengling, I'm not going. You guys go and put it on my tab. A few people laughed. Of course it's on your account. Otherwise, it's still on ours? A few people walked away. Fengling just waited in the restaurant. Jiang Tong and the others were entertained and pushed the cups until after 9 o'clock, when they finished eating. After eating, a few people walked out. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised to see Fengling. Smiling, she asked, waiting for me? Aha. Fengling nodded. John Xinu looked at Fengling and was in a low mood. When has Fengling ever done anything like this? His proud-to-death face-loving young master Feng, never others waiting for him on various occasions. When has he ever waited for anyone else? Moreover, he was not patient to disturb Jiang Tang's socializing after eating, so he waited silently by himself in the restaurant's rest area. Zhan Yuan Xinyue felt her nose turn a little sour. The man she had loved for so many years was now treating another woman with so much heart. It's really hard. Even after having decided to give up, it's still hard. It's hard to cry. Zhan Xinu lowered her head and said sullenly, I'll leave first. After that, it's gone. If she didn't leave again, she was afraid she'd cry out. Last time, because she cried, she caused Fengling and Jiang Tang to fall out. She didn't want to cause them to fight again like a vicious female match. Be careful on the road and send me a message when you get home. Jiang Tong barked at her back. John Xinu gave a sullen him and quickly left. Jiang Tong and Fengling sent the other clients away and went home. Fengling didn't drink. He drove. Jiang Tong was sitting in the co-pilot. She drank a bit of wine during the meal just now, and she wasn't a good drinker. Having been abroad before, foreign countries don't have this table culture at home. She didn't work out her drinking capacity. Driving back chair lying, pretty face slightly red, closed eyes lying, the wind blowing in the face, especially comfortable. Fomling drove the car more slowly. If you drive too fast, the wind will hurt your face. When the two arrived home, Jiang Tang was asleep against the back chair. Fomling looked at Jiang Tang. Tired? Getting out of the car, he came to the passenger side, opened the door, and carried Jiang Tang out. Jiang Tang woke up, looked at Fomling, and said, "I'll walk by myself." Fomling hugged her and walked towards the house, asking, "So tired?" Jiang Tang was happy to have someone to hold herself without having to walk. If it were normal, for the sake of effect, she certainly wouldn't, but she was really tired and sleepy right now, and the alcohol was making her disoriented. The young man's arms were full of strength, holding her steady, and she didn't worry at all about falling, resting in his arms with her eyes closed, nodding lightly. "Well, it's very tiring. Every day, I have to do a lot of work, see endless contracts, deal with endless urgent public relations, and busy with people coming and going. At night, you are still always tossing me around." Fomling froze for a moment and laughed out softly. Jiang Tong suddenly came to her senses and opened her eyes, looking at Fomling. Fomling lowered his eyes and looked at him with a light smile. "Jiang Tong, put me down. So tired and still have the strength to walk?" Fomling asked with a light smile. Jiang Tong. Fomling hugged her, went inside, and said, "Tonight, no tossing you, give you a vacation." Jiang Tong. Into the house. Butler Zhao greeted him and saw Fomling holding Jiang Tang. Smiling, she said, "Young master, the young lady is back." Fomling nodded, although Butler Zhao didn't say anything else, but that look, it was as ambiguous as it could be. The ambiguous Jiang Tang didn't dare to look at it. She closed her eyes. It was rare for Fomling to see her in this evasive state. She'd been so generous that he'd thought that she really wasn't shy at all. So, it can be as shy as a little girl. Fomling carried Jiang Tang up the stairs. Butler Zhao, young master is so manly. He turned to Master Fong, and said, "Master, you say I." Elder Fong interrupted him coolly. "What? You want to hug your wife like that too? Can you afford it? You don't look at you or Fomling. Aling 188, even though he looks skinny, his body is full of muscles. And look at you, short and skinny. And look at Tong Tong, weighing no more than 100. And look at your old partner, who is 6 meters tall and weighs 106. Old Zhao, let me advise you one thing. Don't learn everything from the young people. Learning everything from others will only harm you." Butler Zhao. Is the old man eating too much dog food and attacking him personally? "Master, you may attack me, but not my old companion. It's not like his old partner offended his lordship. Was that an attack on me? Wasn't I just being honest? Isn't your wife 1 meter 6 and weighs 106? Elder Fong said. "Zhao Butler, my old companion is a little fatter, but fat is comfortable to hold." Master Fong nodded. "Well, fat is indeed comfortable to hold, but only if." The old master looked Butler Zhao up and down a few times and said, "You have to hold it." Butler Zhao. == Words for the words. Today's update is over. Please power up for love. It's free. Yo, love you guys. Chapter 83. Butler Zhao was injured. Fomling carried Jiang Tang back to his room. Smiling, he asked, "Do you want me to help you take a bath?" Jiang Tang was jolted, instantly awake, struggling to get off the ground. "Don't." Having Fomling give her a bath would not be as simple as just taking a bath. It wouldn't end without an hour or two. Fomling looked at this stern refusal of hers and said, "I told you that I won't toss you around tonight." Jiang Tong, your words cannot be trusted. Fomling, I am the crown prince of the Fong family, a man with a strong iron bone and a promise. Would I go back on my word? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. You will. Fomling. Fomling looked at Jiang Tang unconvincingly. Jiang Tong laughed and said, "Then what you said, don't touch me tonight." Aha. Fomling nodded. Like I said, a man's word. Jiang Tong nodded. Okay, he's going to ask for it, and she's going to make it happen. You can help me with my bath tonight. Fomling's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Tang with happy excitement. Jiang Tong hooked her lips in a smile. He was happy too soon. Fomling carried Jiang Tang into the bathroom and prepared to give her a bath. But he hadn't even started washing, just helped her undress, and he was feeling it. Jiang Tong looked at him with a light smile. Aren't you going to help me bathe? Fomling reddened and nodded. Well, filling the bathtub with water, Jiang Tang laid down in it, and Fomling took the shower gel and bathed her. She closed her eyes in comfort. It was nice to have someone to wait on for a bath. Fomling looked at Jiang Tang, who was comfortable and enjoying herself, and gently called, "Wife." Jiang Tong opened her eyes, looking at Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at her with a red face and thirsty eyes. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Do you remember what you just said?" Feng Ling. Jiang Tong smiled urgently. "You remember. You are the young master of the Feng family, the iron bones of the manly man. A word of 9 tripods. Well." Feng Ling suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Jiang Tong's eyes widened as she looked at him in surprise. Feng Ling kissed her enough before letting go of her, whispering in a rough voice, "I just said I wouldn't toss you, but I didn't say I wouldn't kiss you." Jiang Tong. After taking a shower, Feng Ling hugged Jiang Tang back to the bed. Jiang Tong was really tired, and as soon as he touched the bed, he closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. But Feng Ling was lying beside her and couldn't sleep at all. He wanted to go and hug Jiang Tong, but he didn't dare. He had very little self-control now. Once he hugged her, he didn't want to let go. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep. When you're asleep, you don't think about things, but after trying for a while, I simply couldn't sleep. Wife. He gently poked Jiang Tang's back with his finger. Jiang Tong gave a confused Feng Ling, Jiang Tong, you're a man of iron and steel with one word. Feng Ling. Gnashing of teeth. He never wanted to be a man of steel ever again. He will be the shameless scumbag who speaks his mind without honor in the future. Jiang Tong had a good night's sleep, wake up refreshed in the morning, and Feng Ling was haggard and shriveled. Jiang Tong smiled and looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling didn't say anything. Lusty men are in a bad mood and don't want to talk. Jiang Tong smiled and went downstairs. Feng Ling followed behind with a gloomy face. The two of them went downstairs and saw Butler Zhao bracing himself and directing the servants to do their work. Joe Butler is still wearing her girdle. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, "Butler Zhao, what's wrong with you?" Butler Zhao smiled back. "Young lady, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." "Ha!" Elder Feng snorted disdainfully as he sat on the sofa and glanced at Butler Zhao. "I told him not to learn everything from the young people, but he didn't believe me. He insisted. It's okay now. I think you've hurt your back." Butler Zhao. The silent mockery is simply overwhelming. "Old Cho. Master. I'm here. What are your orders?" Butler Zhao said respectfully. "You're not injured on the job. I won't reimburse you for that." Elder Feng said. "Joe Butler. Master is so cruel. Kill and kill." Feng Ling. Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong arrived at the company and didn't start working for a while. Yi Lin came looking for it. The company has hundreds of large and small artists, dozens of agents, and Yellen is the most powerful. She had the ability, the connections and the skill, and 1/3 of the company's annual revenue was contributed by the artists under her hand. Jiang Tong thinks very highly of her. Ask Yellen what's up. Yellen then said the reason for her visit. Under Yellen's hand, besides the top stream of sometimes long search, there were other artists, 18 lines, and a few second and third line artists. This time, Yellen came here for the popular young flower under her hand, Suzy. Suzy is in the process of securing an endorsement from a major cosmetic brand. Contact with the brand has been good and smooth. Eyes on a smooth signing. But the other party's attitude suddenly became ambiguous. They were hesitant to sign with Suzy, but they didn't completely reject them, fishing for them and giving them hope. Later, Yilin took the trouble to realize that it was the person in charge of the other party who wanted to talk to Jiang Tong personally. Yilin knows that the Jiang family is a big family. This endorsement signed or not signed on the Jiang family is not much of an impact. Nothing less than a few $1 million less. A few $1 million means nothing to the Jiang family, but she had to look out for the artists under her hand. And this endorsement not only had a high endorsement fee, but also raised Suzy's popularity and B-game. These top luxury cosmetic endorsements are the ones that the female artists in the industry are trying their best to get. They're so close to being on the verge. She doesn't want to give up. Jiang Tong nodded. I know. Leave it to me. Yellen sighed in relief and smiled. Thank you, President. Jiang Tong nodded. Yellen went out. Jiang Tong frowned and sighed. Anya Nikkei. Chun-Chi. This was an endorsement that Chun-Chi had intentionally stuck the company's artists with. It was true that Suzy could have done without the endorsement. She could have arranged for another endorsement to be given to her. But then what? With so many brands under Anya Daily Chemical and so many artists in her company, should she give up every time? Giving up Anya Day Chemical is tantamount to giving up half of the cosmetic industry. It's a big loss for the company and the company's artists. Jiang Tong's secretary contacted Anya's side, asking when their head had time, and she invited the other party for dinner. The reply came quickly from Anya's daycare side. Said the person in charge would have time in the evening. Jiang Tong asked his secretary to book the restaurant. When the afternoon was almost over, Jiang Tong sent a message to Feng Ling, saying that he had a social gathering in the evening and would not go home for dinner. Come home later. Feng Ling had been unhappy all day because of his lust last night, and now he received Jiang Tang's message, even more unhappy. This day in and day out. There is not a single thing that makes his young master Feng happy. Chapter 84 Practice if you're a vegetable. Feng Ling returned home from work and Butler Zhao greeted him. Butler Zhao was still braced with a girdle around his waist. Feng Ling frowned. Butler Zhao, if you're injured, take a leave of absence. Lest word get out that our Feng family treats the elderly harshly. Elder Feng laughed from the side. He doesn't dare to spread it. Butler Zhao. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng suspiciously. Why, Master Feng? Because he has no face. Feng Ling was even more puzzled. Butler Zhao looked at Master Feng with begging eyes. Master, please, stop. He's been working for the Feng family for decades, so let's give him some face, shall we? Not Master Feng. Recently, Butler Zhao hadn't been looking for presents in front of him to show his love, and he even taunted him, saying that he had an old companion while he didn't. Hugging his own wife flashed his back. He has the face to spread the word? Elder Feng smiled disdainfully. Joe Butler, destroy it. His Butler Zhao's decades of face in the Feng family was lost in this moment. Feng Ling froze for a moment, looked at Butler Zhao and asked, Butler Zhao, you couldn't have seen me hugging Jiang Tang last night, so you followed suit and went home to hug your wife, right? Butler Zhao. Not saying anything is a tacit admission. Butler Zhao's wife also worked in the Feng family, and Feng Ling silently thought about the size of Butler Zhao's wife. Silence. It's really hard for Butler Zhao. However, Butler Zhao had it coming. Don't you know what size your wife is? But, this can't be blamed on Butler Zhao's wife. It's still Butler Zhao's fault. Butler Zhao is too weak. If Jiang Tong had 160 pounds, he would definitely be able to carry it. Feng Ling looked at Butler Zhao and said, Butler Zhao, dish, just practice more. Butler Zhao, Feng family, destroy. Jiang Tong came to the restaurant that had been booked. Originally thought that Chun Chi might bring other people. Even for show, he should bring an assistant secretary. But I didn't expect that Chun Chi didn't even want to do the look. Come alone, Mr. Chun. Jiang Tong greeted and said with a light smile, please have a seat. Chun Chi nodded and sat down. Jiang Tong handed the menu to Chun Chi. Mr. Chen, take a look at what he wants to eat. Chen Chi looked at Jiang Tong and said, my taste, you know. Jiang Tong did not change his face and said lightly, people's tastes change. And, I've forgotten. She didn't mean to anger Chen Chi. It's true that I forgot. They had been together for 2 years and separated for 6 or 7 years, and she was so busy with her daily work. Where did she find the time to remember her ex-boyfriend's taste hobbies? Chen Chi glanced at Jiang Tong and didn't get angry, took the menu and said, but I remember yours. Chen Chi ordered a few dishes. It's true that Jiang Tong loves to eat. Jiang Tong didn't have much of a reaction, remembering as he did. He remembers the most even if he has a good memory. It's not like it's a big deal. Jiang Tong asked Chen Chi, I don't know if Mr. Chen is dissatisfied with Suzy or Zhang's entertainment? Chen Chi looked at her and said, Tong Tong, is this all you have to say to me? Now, Jiang Tong looked at Chen Chi, saying, if I didn't still have these to say to Mr. Chen, I shouldn't have met with Mr. Chen. Exes should not be contacted except for work. Chen Chi was choked for a moment. Tong Tong, do you have to be like this? Chen Chi asked, looking forlorn. Eyes sad. Jiang Tong said indifferently, Mr. Chen will call me Mr. Jiang from now on, or Jiang Tong is fine. Chen Chi looked at Jiang Tang and nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiang. It seems that there is no rush. He has to take his time. Chen Chi didn't say anything that would turn Jiang Tong off, so the two of them talked about work. The conversation was pretty good. The endorsement of Suzy was finalized. When it was about to end, Chen Chi took out his cell phone and said to Jiang Tang, Mr. Jiang, add a contact information, so that you can communicate about your work at any time in the future. Jiang Tong nodded. Added WeChat with Chen Chi. Then we eat and go our separate ways. Jiang Tong goes first. Chen Chi looked at Jiang Tong's figure. Tong Tong is now disgusted with him. It does not matter. He took his time. He has all the time in the world. On Tong Tong, he was willing to spend the rest of his life. Jiang Tong returned home. Feng Ling asked, who did you have dinner with tonight? Feng Ling wasn't trying to investigate Jiang Tong. Rather, he wanted to help Jiang Tong. Although he is not mixed in the entertainment industry, and has not had much contact with the entertainment industry, but he, young Master Feng, has an honorable status and a wide range of contacts, and Jiang Tang has not been in Sea City for a long time. Maybe he can help Jiang Tong with his connections. Jiang Tong glanced at him and said, Chen Chi. Feng Ling frowned and looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong said, there are artists in the company who want to endorse the cosmetic brand under Anya Daily Chemical, so discuss and negotiate with Chen Chi. Feng Ling's frown tightened. Chen Chi is the president of Anya Daily Chemical China. Like a certain cosmetic such as its own, have the brand's own person in charge. There was no need for Chen Qi to personally take charge at all. Chen Qi is deliberately taking the opportunity to make contact with his wife. Old man with a heart of gold. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling let out an "oh." Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Just "oh, and nothing else? Feng Ling, anything else?" Jiang Tong smiled and asked. No quarrels? Not forcing me not to allow contact with Chen Qi? Feng Ling bristled. Is little master that unreasonable? Jiang Tong was tempted to say yes, but hold back. I tell you, Mr. Feng will be unhappy again. Little master has lightness in his heart, knowing that this is your job. You are considered half peers. Some contact is inevitable. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised. The prince seems to have really grown up. Seeing Jiang Tong's surprised look, Feng Ling hummed arrogantly. He was indeed angry. It's true that he doesn't want Jiang Tong to come into contact with Chen Qi, but because of his work, there's no way around it. After all, there is money to be made. He wouldn't make a fuss. Making a fuss would only make Jiang Tang angry, thinking that he hadn't grown up and that he was being unreasonable. In contrast to Chen Qi is mature and stable with a pattern. He's just being unreasonable and calculating and capricious. He hadn't experienced anything like that, but he had seen a lot of it. Always keep in mind the lessons learned from your predecessors. Definitely not going to repeat the same mistakes. He was quite happy that Jiang Tong could take the initiative to tell him that it was Chen Qi. He was afraid that Jiang Tong would cover it up by saying it was with a partner friend or something. That's when he gets really mad. Bring me along next time you talk to him about cooperation. Feng Ling said. Don't. Jiang Tong smiled and shook his head. Feng Ling glared at her. Why? Jiang Tong smiled and said. I'm afraid that word will get out that the two of us are working together to bully outsiders. Feng Ling was pleasured by the word too. He also knew that it was inconvenient for Jiang Tong to bring himself along to talk about cooperation. After all, it was her company's business, and many things belonged to company secrets. Even if he was her husband, he couldn't intervene too much to meddle. Honey, let's go. I'll help you take a bath today. Feng Ling said, not wanting to mention Chen Qi. An ex-boyfriend who had been separated for so many years kept mentioning him, and if Chen Qi knew about it, he might have thought to himself how important he was. Ugh. Words for the words, today's update is over, so please power up for love. Mwah 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 mwah. Chapter 85, Showing Love to Friends. Chen Qi wasn't important at all. At least, not as important as bathing his wife at this moment. Jiang Tong. So obsessive? What you didn't do last night and still remember it? Have to do it? I'm not tired today. I can wash it myself. Jiang Tong said. She went weak in the knees thinking about what she had done to her in the bathroom last night. But, I want to help you wash it. Feng Ling couldn't help but pull Jiang Tang to the bathroom. Jiang Tong knew that she couldn't argue with him and could only resign herself to following to the bathroom. It's Saturday. No work. After Jiang Tong woke up at 7 in the morning, she went to the restroom, went back to bed, and fell back to sleep. She didn't used to be like this. She used to not stay in bed, get up on time and do other things even if she didn't work on the weekends. But not anymore. She's so tired. She hadn't realized how physically demanding bed sports were after marriage. Are all women like that? She was lost in thought and soon fell asleep again. While Jiang Tong got up to go to the restroom, Feng Ling turned to the other side to sleep. Noticing that the person had returned, he turned again in a daze and took the person into his arms, rubbing them twice before he was content to go back to sleep. This sleep lasted until almost lunchtime. The two of them got up, ate lunch, and Jiang Tang felt that the people were still shriveled up. It's not that they haven't slept enough, it's that they've slept so much that they're groggy. When he couldn't sleep in the afternoon, Jiang Tang lay down in the garden gazebo to blow off steam. Today's weather is not bad. The sun is just right. The breeze is not dry. Lying on the recliner blowing the breeze to look at the phone. Very pleasant. Next to it, there were snacks, tea, fruits and so on prepared by butler Zhao. It's really cozy. Jiang Tong was rarely like this. It was very enjoyable. Feng Ling is playing a game in his room. After finishing a game, he stood on the balcony and saw Jiang Tang in the gazebo. He went downstairs to the garden to find Jiang Tang. Nearly approaching, it stopped. Look at her. She was wearing a white, loose cotton and linen housecoat, lying in a recliner with one foot straightened and one bent over the rocking chair, her long hair hanging behind her head and blowing in the wind. Her body swayed gently back and forth with the rocking chair. No shoes on her feet, the heel of the one that was straightened swaying gently with the rhythm of the rocking chair. Occasionally stars of sunlight spilled onto her feet, white as jade, like light, holding the cell phone with a light smile of comfort and gentleness on his face. Feng Ling couldn't walk away from looking at it. He hadn't seen Jiang Tang like this, laid back and casual, quiet and gentle. The Jiang Tang he has seen is either competent and professional, cold and charming, or dignified and generous. Jiang Tong felt the hot gaze watching. gently glanced and saw Fengling, smiled and said, "Come over ah. Standing in the sun does not sunshine?" It was clear that she hadn't made any sultry gestures or said anything ambiguous. However, Fengling felt that she was a seductive siren at all times. He was called over to him in a delicate manner, inviting him to share the clouds and rain, and sucking the essence of his soul. Fengling's ears burned slightly as he walked over and sat on the stool, looking at Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling's slightly red face and smiled. "Young people's skin is good. A little sun exposure is white and red. Something wrong?" Jiang Tong asked. He thought Fengling had come to him for something. Fengling shook his head. "It's fine. Just saw you here and came to take a look." Jiang Tong nodded, just didn't say anything else and continued to look at his phone. Fengling also took out his cell phone to play with his cell phone, eat and see his wife. "The more I look at my wife, the more manic I get." Fengling drank another glass of ice water, but he couldn't suppress the dryness in his heart. Fengling suddenly said, "I'll take your picture." Jiang Tong froze for a moment and looked at him suspiciously. Fengling took out his cell phone and took a few shots at her. "Jiang Tong is good looking. The original camera straight out are beautiful and amazing." Fengling said, "I sent it to my friends." Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and nodded with a light smile. "Aha." Fengling then picked the one he thought looked best and sent it to his friends, with the text, "The sun is just right. The breeze is not too dry." "Sent," Fengling said. His circle of friends posted less. He used to love racing cars to clubs, and his circle of friends includes a number of elders in the circle. It's not nice to be seen like this, so he rarely posts to his friends. As soon as he posted it to his friends, many people came to like and comment on it. Now that Jiang Tong and Fengling are married, the circle basically knows about it and has blessed and praised them. Jiang Tong also clicked in to read it, raising an eyebrow. Smilingly, he looked at Fengling. "The sun is just right and the breeze is not too dry?" Fengling's ears were hot, and he nodded. "Well, the weather is quite good today. I mean, I like you." Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and smiled lightly without saying anything. What Fengling meant, what he didn't say out loud, she understood. Fengling, being looked at by Jiang Tong like this, he was a little embarrassed. Jiang Tong retracted his eyes and smiled lightly as he continued to look at his cell phone, occasionally typing his fingers on it. Fengling, on the other hand, continued to look at the circle of friends, reply to those who commented to him. After refreshing, he suddenly saw that Jiang Tong had sent a friend circle. He froze. She posted a picture of him and then captioned it. "I said, it's good to have you. The sun is just right. The breeze is not dry. And I say, it's good to have you." Fengling looked at Jiang Tong in surprise. Why is she suddenly posting friends? And comes with this text, as if, in confession to him. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and asked with a light smile, "See? Aha." Fengling nodded. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Kudos." Fengling, "Good." He nodded. Heart beating fast, he asked Jiang Tong, "How do you have my picture?" Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Didn't Feng Group's official account post it before? I saved it." Fengling, the heart snickers and leaps. She saved his picture. Is it true that when you're not doing anything, when you miss him, you just click on the photo to see and admire his magnificent beauty? Housekeeper Zhao swiped his cell phone and swiped the friend circle posted by Fengling and Jiang Tong. Envious. "Master, look at the young master and young lady. They sent a friend circle." Housekeeper Zhao told Elder Feng. The old man took out his cell phone and refreshed it, and saw the two men's circle of friends, showing love and eating dog food again. "Old Zhao, look, they're a good match aren't they?" Elder Feng asked with a smile. "Aha." Butler Zhao smiled and nodded. The young master and the young lady do match, both in terms of personality and looks. "It's still me." Elder Feng was smug. Thousands of choices. For Fengling selected Jiang Tong. Fast, accurate and ruthless start. Quickly take Jiang Tong. Otherwise, Fengling would have such a beautiful and compatible wife now? Will there be days like now when the sun is shining, the breeze is not too dry, and it's so good to have you? If you don't get married, I guess Fengling is still in the bar blowing up bottles and screaming, "I'm going to pour you to death today." Chapter 86, Don't Guess What's in a Married Man's Mind. Gazebo. Fengling looked at Jiang Tong and felt that he couldn't do this anymore. If this happened again, he would be unable to resist pressing Jiang Tong onto the rocking chair to do something untoward. He felt that he should have one of these rocking chairs in his bedroom. Say it and do it. Fengling then left to find Butler Zhao and ask him to put a rocking chair in their bedroom as well. Butler Zhao nodded his head with a smile and turned his head to let the servants carry a rocking chair to place it in Fengling and Jiang Tong's room. Halfway through the afternoon, the Jiang family called Jiang Tong and Fengling to the Jiang family for dinner. Fengling and Jiang Tong went on their way. Fengling drove the car. Jiang Tong sat up and saw the wife's seat plastered on the front of the passenger side. It's pink with lots of little hearts and two little cartoon characters kissing in the center. Jiang Tong. He glanced at Fengling. Fengling coughed dryly and said, there are often some bold women in the company who want to rub my car, and I'm doing this to reject them. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Aha! Who's got the guts to rub up against the prince's car? Fengling's little mind. She understood. So what do you say? Should I also buy a husband's special seat and stick it on my co-pilot? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Fengling's ears burned and his heart leapt with joy, but on the surface, he deliberately pretended to be calm and indifferent and said, whatever you want. Jiang Tong smiled and said, forget it, don't bother. Anyway, it's not like anyone wants to rub my car. Fengling, what's the trouble? It's just a matter of buying a sticker and putting it on. It's no work at all. Why is it a hassle? No trouble at all. If she's too much trouble, he can buy it and can post it himself. Oh. Fengling gave a depressed oh and stopped talking, driving with a collapsed batch face, all the way to Zhang's house, and still not very happy. Zhang Bei saw it, frowned, came to his side, and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Bad mood? Fengling, no. Zhang Bei, you don't think you don't want to come to my house for dinner, do you? Although he had never been married, he knew that many men did not like to go to their mother-in-law's house after marriage, and even, they were very much against their wives going back to their mother's house. They said that once they were married, they were members of their in-laws' families, so they should not go to their mother's families all the time. His parents have been very enlightened, knowing that the Feng family only had Grandpa Feng and Fengling before sister married in. The population was thin, and the grandparents and grandchildren had been lonely for so many years. She told sister to try to spend as much time as possible in the Feng family to keep Fengling and Grandpa Feng company. Both rarely call their sister home. It's only called occasionally. Fengling is still not happy about this? Not this one. Fengling said, I wanted to tell Zhang Bei, but I didn't know what to say. This kind of thing would definitely be laughed at by Zhang Bei when he said it. Zhang Bei broke the pot and asked, what is it if not this? Anyway, it's not because of this. Fengling said, I didn't used to come to your house a lot, so how could I not want to come? He's close to Zhang Bei, he's always stringing doors together. Then why exactly are you unhappy? Zhang Bei asked. You don't pry into the affairs of a married man's heart. Fengling went inside after dropping this sentence. Zhang Bei, the heart of a married man. This is about the sister. TSK. Are all married men so temperamental? It's horrible. Fengling had a smile on his face when he entered the house, talking and chatting with Zhang's father and mother. Zhang's father and mother used to not have a good impression of Fengling. Their impression of Fengling at that time was the son's foxy friend. Of course, it's not too bad as all. After all, if their own sons are that good, who are they to dislike others? But now, the impression of Fengling is much better. And Tang Tang married, also went to work. Recently, also did not hear in Zhang Bei they go out to drink and fool around. Being married seems to have taken over. Plus Fengling is good looking. Now it's a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she sees, the more satisfied she is. After chatting for a while, a young girl came down from upstairs. The girl was wearing a housecoat. It's beautiful, crisp and cold. Fengling was puzzled. Who's this? Why did you come down from the upper floors of Zhang's house? Tian Baizhou then smiled and introduced Fengling. This is your father's friend's daughter, who got into University C. From now on, she will live in the Zhang family. Nanxing, this is your sister, Zhang Tang, and brother-in-law, Fengling. Tian Baizhou said to Zhu Nanxing with a smile. Zhu Nanxing nodded her head and called out with a cool and well-behaved demeanor. Sister is good. Brother-in-law good. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Fengling originally didn't feel much for Zhu Nanxing. What does it matter if the person who was borrowing the Zhang family's home won't have much contact with him or her? But now, Fengling felt that Zhu Nanxing was just too well-behaved and lovable. Much more well-behaved and lovable than Zhang Bei. He and Jiang Tong had been married for so long, and Zhang Bei hadn't called him brother-in-law until now. Look at how well-behaved, sweet-mouthed, and understanding Nanxing is, knowing to call her brother-in-law the first time they meet. Fengling smiled brightly. Hello there. Nanxing is so good. Jiang Tong. After looking at Fengling, this tone of praising the child is like how big a person he is, but he was only 3 years older than Nanxing, and usually many of his words and behaviors look like those of a child. A sudden sense of elderhood. Zhang Bei frowned and looked at Fengling. Fengling is sick, isn't he? It collapsed into a batch face at him, as if he owed him millions that he hadn't paid back. Now you're smiling your face off at pretty little girls? In front of his sister? Fengling is looking for death. Zhu Nanxing was indeed good-looking, but could he be as good-looking as his sister? Fengling, this dead scum couldn't be seeing color, could he? Zhu Nanxing smiled faintly and didn't say anything else, chatting on the sofa for a while. Then they went to eat dinner, and after eating dinner, and staying for a while, eating some after-dinner fruits. Jiang Tang and Feng Ling went home. Feng Ling asked curiously, "What is Zhu Nanqing? A friend's daughter living in the Jiang family? It's a little weird." "Jiang Bei's fiancé," Jiang Tong said. "Ah?" Feng Ling froze, surprised. "Jiang Bei's fiancé? He's been friends with Jiang Bei for so many years. How come he hasn't heard of it? Why don't I know?" Feng Ling asked. Did Jiang Bei think his fiancé was pretty, so he hid her for so many years? Afraid of what they might think? Are they like that? Jiang Tong said. "We also only just learned that Uncle Zhu and Dad were friends earlier in life. And then, Uncle Zhu went to other cities to develop. And when Aunt Zhu was pregnant, the elders joked that if she gave birth to a daughter, she would give Jiang Bei as a wife." Feng Ling, isn't that a joke? Parents make jokes like that nowadays. But they're all jokes. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. "It was a joke when I was a kid. But jokes can come true. My parents and Auntie and Uncle Zhu both still have the intention of joining the marriage. And Nanxing also just happened to take the exams and came to see City." The two families agreed. So they let Zhu Nanxing live in the Jiang family for a period of time, and see if Jiang Bei and Nanxing can cultivate a relationship. It's certainly best if we can cultivate a relationship, and the two families will be happy with each other if they are joined in marriage. If you can't cultivate it, forget it, and then you'll deal with it as friends. Feng Ling. Oh. Continue to ask for love to generate electricity. Each person can send 3 times a day for free. Ha ha. Of course, other gifts can also. Love you. I love you guys. Chapter 87. I don't like the younger ones. Just got into college. Wouldn't that be 4 years younger than Jiang Bei? Feng Ling asked in surprise. Jiang Tong said. 3 years younger. Nanxing is 19 this year, and she has repeated the grade. Feng Ling was even more surprised. Usually only students with poor grades repeat a grade. Nanxing looks so smart and pretty, but in fact is a scum? But it's not right. Didn't you say you got into University of C? How can you be a loser? Why are you envious? Jiang Tong asked with a wry smile. Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at her suspiciously. Envious of what? I envy Jiang Bei for having a beautiful fiancé 3 years younger. Jiang Tong said. Most men like to be younger than they are. There's not much of a reason for it. It just seems like an innate preference. Feng Ling. You're prettier than her. When he finished speaking, Jiang Tang didn't have any particularly big reaction, and he reddened his own ears. Jiang Tong smiled shallowly and didn't say anything. Feng Ling thought for a moment, afraid that Jiang Tang would misunderstand, and added, "And, I don't like the younger ones," but after saying that it didn't feel right. He doesn't really like the older ones either. He only likes her. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded her head, giving a soft without saying anything. Feng Ling, just just nothing? Nothing else to say? Feng Ling was depressed. The two of them returned home, and as soon as they entered the house, Jiang Tang saw the rocking chair next to the sofa and asked Feng Ling, "You asked the housekeeper to put it there?" "Aha." Feng Ling nodded with a strong composure, but his heart was actually beating fast. Jiang Tong didn't say much and went to take a shower. After washing out, he saw Feng Ling sitting on the rocking chair, and by the look of him, he had taken a bath. "So active in the shower today? Wife, come here." Feng Ling called Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong walked over and Feng Ling pulled her to sit on him. Later, the rocking chair nearly fell apart. Luckily, Butler Zhao was willing to spend money and buy very good quality ones. This rocking chair, of anything but poor quality, would have fallen apart by now. Jiang Tong was carried onto the bed and looked at the rocking chair, finally realizing why Feng Ling had put a rocking chair in the bedroom. Men's tossing fancy. That's a lot. Feng Ling went to the company and was told that today Chen Qi, the president of China for Anya Day Chemical, was coming to discuss some of the contents of the fashion show with Feng Ling. Feng Ling, Chen Qi was really idle all day long. He just met his wife 2 days ago and now he's coming to meet him. Is the president so idle? This kind of thing, the following people to do the final results to Chen Qi is good. There is no need for Chen Qi personally. I don't know what kind of bad water Chen Qi is holding back. Feng Ling straightened her makeup. Chen Qi is still not to be underestimated. His long is not worse than him, and is the first love of Jiang Tang. Like Jiang Tang s what Lu Jianli when long seek Li Yendis, he is actually not much in the eyes. It's their business if they like it. It's not like Jiang Tong would like them, but Chen Qi is different. Although Jiang Tang didn't like him now, but used to like it. What if Jiang Tong's love for Chen Qi resurfaces one day? It's not out of the realm of possibility. It's even a strong possibility, or else there wouldn't be so many broken mirrors that go round and round and end up being you. Feng Ling was organizing his grooming in front of the mirror when the manager of the PR department came in. Saw, froze for a moment, and said with a smile, "Feng Xiao, don't take a picture. It's already very handsome." Feng Ling grunted and asked the PR manager, The president of Anya Day Chemical. You've met him, right? The manager froze for a moment and shook his head. One I haven't seen yet. Always seen the pictures. Fongling said. The manager nodded her head. The D family was going to hold a fashion show at the Wanfan Hotel, and she had read all the information about the head of the D family in Chenxi. Me or him? Who is handsome? Fongling asked. Manager. How could she not expect Fongling to ask this? The prince is trying to compete with Chenxi in terms of beauty? You're handsome, the manager said. Fongling hooked up the corner of his mouth. Didn't lie to me? Manager, I wouldn't dare lie to you. It's all from the heart. Chenxi was indeed good looking, and looking at his face alone, he did have a match with the prince. But the temperament just doesn't compare. It wasn't that Chenxi had a bad temperament, but this innate reserve in the prince. Chenxi doesn't have it. There's a big difference in temperament between those born rich and those who get rich later in life. The boomers. Fongling looked at the manager with satisfaction and said, Manager Tian, do a good job. Your blessings are ahead. Manager Tian was so strong at work and so good at talking. When he was in charge of Feng's power in the future, he would definitely give Manager Tian a promotion and a raise. Field Manager. Chenxi came and Fongling went to receive him. After the two of them exchanged greetings, Fongling led the people to contact and talk with Chenxi's side, and the process was quite smooth. This kind of show, Wanfan Hotel will be held from time to time, has been very experienced, do not need too much innovation, just copy the previous process. The only trouble is the D's theme. The theme of each big show is different, to set up the set and so on according to the theme of the big show. After the initial talk, Chenxi invited Fongling to have lunch. Fongling smiled and said, Mr. Chen is really hospitable, generous, and loves to invite people to dinner. Chenxi looked at Fongling. Fongling smiled and said, he invited my wife to dinner a few days ago, and he invited me to dinner today. Chenxi frowned slightly. How did Fongling know about his dinner with Jiang Tong? Jiang Tong told him? He had thought that something like having dinner with his ex-boyfriend, Jiang Tong would hide it from Fongling. After so many years, Jiang Tang still hasn't changed. Still so frank that people are ashamed of themselves in front of her. Fongling smiled and said, today at noon, let me treat Mr. Chen. It can't always be Mr. Chen who invites the two of us. Otherwise, if word gets out, those who don't know will think that the two of us are stingy with our searches. Chenxi looked at Fongling and knew that Fongling was deliberately shading him, but he still nodded his head and agreed. Asked, don't you call on Jiang Tang? Fongling smiled and said, not called. So that's what Chenxi was playing at, wanting to see his wife through him. He's crazy to ask his wife to have lunch with her first love. Chenxi glanced at Fongling and said, I thought that Fengxiao and Jiang Tang were so affectionate that they ate together every day. Fongling looked at Chenxi. He wouldn't fall for such a shallow provocation. Chenxi smiled and said, since it's Fengxiao who invited me to dinner, shouldn't I pick the place to eat? Aha. Fongling nodded. Of course. Chenxi wants to kill him? It's too much to underestimate him. What kind of meal can't he afford? Fongling had thought that Chenxi would take him to a very expensive restaurant, but he didn't expect that it was to a small restaurant in C City 1. Every school is surrounded by a lot of food and beverage outlets, which serve basically students and are mostly cheaper and more affordable. Chenxi led Fongling into the store. The store was just one front. The owners were two old men in their 50s and 60s. It looks like it's a two-pack. Two people who did it themselves and didn't hire anyone. Seeing the guests, the shopkeeper greeted them with a smile. Two of you, what would you like to eat? Chapter 88, Candy. Chenxi ordered 2 dishes, then looked at the shopkeeper and asked, Boss, don't remember me? The boss froze for a moment and looked at Chenxi carefully. Chenxi is good looking, a face that is hard to forget once you've seen it. What's more, the boss has seen it for 3 years. Ah, classmate, it's you. The boss smiled and said, it's been years since I saw you. You are quite good now, right? The boss looked at Chenxi. The suit was straight, and there were watches worn these. The boss, although he did not recognize what brand, but felt that it should be quite expensive. It should be a good mix. Come to think of it, in today's society, the good-looking ones are doing well. Not to mention, he got such good grades. Aha. Chenxi smiled and nodded. Pretty good. How about you, boss? How's business? The boss smiled and chimed in. It's not bad. By the way, where's that female classmate you're always with? Are you married? Chenxi shook his head. No. Then when you guys get married in the future, be sure to send me candy, the boss said with a smile. Chenxi smiled and nodded. The owner then went to fry the food. Fongling looked at Chenxi. Chenxi smiled and said, in the past, Jiang Tang and I often came here to eat. Fongling knew that Chenxi and Jiang Tang got together after graduation. So, at that point, they didn't have a special relationship. It's normal for classmates to eat together. Feng Ling said. Chun-Chi, who hasn't had dinner with a pretty female classmate? Feng Ling added. Chun-Chi. Feng Ling's reaction was completely unexpected. His investigation. Feng Ling is an uneducated and arrogant rich kid, but not in two contacts. Unlike Feng Xiao, it seems to be not quite the same as the rumors, Chen-Chi said with a smile. Feng Ling grunted, knowing with a high probability that Chun-Chi might have investigated him. That's normal. He had also moved to investigate Chun-Chi when he knew of his existence. Stopped by Grandpa. Chen-Chi investigated him and got nothing more than that he was uneducated, unprofessional, arrogant and domineering, and only knew how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. He doesn't deny any of this. It's all true. But just because he is uneducated, unprofessional, arrogant, and only knows how to eat, drink, and be merry doesn't mean he's stupid. Even if he can't compare with those old foxes in the shopping mall, he grew up in this circle and has seen all kinds of deceit. So how stupid can he be? He is the young master of the Feng family. He can do whatever he wants to do. And it is the other people who coaxed him to make do with him. Don't bother with mind tricks. It doesn't take a heartbeat either. But that doesn't mean he's a heartless douche. Mr. Chen isn't what I expected either. Feng Ling smiled lightly and said, that person, my wife, I understand. Highly discerning, mindful and resourceful. I thought her first love was such a scenery-chewing man. The latter was not said, but Chun-Chi also understands. Feng Ling was talking about him, nothing more. Chun-Chi looked at him, depressed. Today was meant to be a blow to Feng Ling. Use his dealings with Jiang Tang to hit Feng Ling. But now, instead of striking Feng Ling, he was struck by Feng Ling. Feng Xiao has only met me a few times? Chen-Chi laughed lightly in disdain. And you know me? Feng Ling nodded. I can't talk about a special understanding, but when you see someone once or twice, you can always have a general impression. Mr. Chen, don't you think so? It only took meeting him once or twice to realize that the man was insidious and despicable. I don't know how many character flaws I'll find in him if I see him a few more times. Such a person he wouldn't choose as a friend. I don't know what Jiang Tong sees in him. Jiang Tong wouldn't have been nearsighted before. Would he? Not nearsighted now because of eye surgery? The food came up and Feng Ling and Chen-Chi ate. Chen-Chi ordered several dishes, but neither of them had much of an appetite. No one can eat in the face of a love rival. After a couple simple bites, they went their separate ways. Feng Ling walked for a while and returned to the hotel. The boss looked at Feng Ling, who had gone and returned, and froze for a moment, asking, what's wrong? Did you leave something behind? No, Feng Ling said indifferently, taking out a packet of candy and handing it to the boss. Here, he had just gone to the neighborhood supermarket to buy this. A large pocket of candy of all kinds was bought. The boss looked at Feng Ling in surprise and asked, what? Pleasure candy? Feng Ling said, boss. Feng Ling said, I'm the husband of that very pretty female classmate. We just got married, so I'm inviting you to eat the wedding candy. Feng Ling gave the owner the candy and left. The boss took the candy and watched Feng Ling leave. Then, it took a while to respond. So the two men just now were love rivals? One is the first love of a very pretty schoolgirl and the other is the husband of a very pretty girl? In this day and age, can love rivals still sit down and eat together in peace? Young people these days really know how to have fun. The boss's wife silently thought back to Feng Ling and Chun-Chi again. Have to say, that pretty girl is so blessed to have such a good-looking first love and husband. No wonder you broke up with your first love to marry your current husband. The current husband looks younger and more handsome, seems to have more money too. What an eye. Feng Ling didn't go back to the company. He didn't have much work in the afternoon, so he went to find Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong had just gotten ready for work after her lunch break when Feng Ling arrived. The secretary froze for a moment when she saw Feng Ling, and knowing that this was her president's young husband, she smiled and welcomed Feng Ling into the office. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised to see Feng Ling and asked, why are you here? I didn't have much to do this afternoon, so I came over. Feng Ling said, Jiang Tong, he's fine, but, she's not. To work, no time for him. She works a busy day job and has a full schedule in order to get home from work on time in the afternoons to foster a better relationship with him. Got any food? I'm hungry. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong, didn't eat? Feng Ling nodded. I ate with Chen-Chi at noon. I got full just looking at him. Where can I eat? Jiang Tong. No wonder it came running out of nowhere. It turns out that he was angry at Chen-Chi. He's not here to argue with her. Is he? She didn't have time to argue with him now. She didn't ask Feng Ling why he was having dinner with Chen-Chi, and probably guessed that the two were stopping by to eat together after talking about work. It's better not to ask. If he asked and accidentally poked young Master Feng at some unknown point, he would be depressed again. Want to eat something? I'll ask my secretary to order takeout for you, Jiang Tong said. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. Want to eat you, but don't dare say it. He said. Whatever. Jiang Tong let his secretary order takeout for Fengling. Jiang Tong said. You play by yourself. I'll go to work. Fengling nodded. Jiang Tong then ignored Fengling and started working. Fengling didn't bother her. Just played with his cell phone there. And when the takeout came, he obediently ate the takeout. After the takeout, the secretary made him coffee and got fruit snacks. Put it away and let him play with it over there while he ate. Chapter 89 Wicked Female Match Jean Xanu. Fengling ate and played with his cell phone while watching Jiang Tang work. Jiang Tong looks good anyway, and even better when he's serious about his work. Fengling looked at it for a while, then left the office and went to find Secretary Sun. Secretary Sun, let's add a contact. Fengling said. Secretary Sun smiled respectfully. Okay. Taking out their cell phones, the two added contact information. Fengling said. Secretary Sun, in the future, if anything happens to my wife, you have to notify me first. Secretary Sun, so this is to put her undercover? Okay. Secretary Sun still smiled lightly. Anyway, on the surface, she agreed to cope with it, and she had her own rules in her mind as to what to do in private. She was the president's secretary. There was no way she could tell anyone else about any of the president's whereabouts, not even the president's husband. She has a professional demeanor. Fengling felt that Secretary Sun was very obedient, and as soon as he was happy, he transferred the money to Secretary Sun. 666. Secretary Sun looked at the transfer and smiled. Feng Xiao, thank you. She was not polite and took it. This little bit of money was not even a drop in the bucket for the prince of the Feng family. Secretary Sun, after taking my money, you're my man. Fengling said. Just have to do my job for me. Secretary Sun. Something came to Jiang Tang's Jean Xinu. She looked at Fengling in surprise. When did Fengling become so philandering? Even Secretary Sun? Jean Xinu walked over and frowned at Fengling. What are you doing here? Fengling asked. Jean Xinu said. I came to look for Jiang Tang. Fengling gave her a look. He was now deeply hostile to Jean Xinu. Jean Xinu has gotten particularly close to his wife since he rejected her. Who knows what she's up to? What do you want with my wife? Fengling asked. Show Crescent, it's a work thing. Fengling was suspicious. You're not doing something untoward in the name of work, are you? Jean Xinu. What misdeeds can I do? Who knows? Fengling shot her a look and said. A woman can commit misdeeds against a woman. Jean Xinu reddened and glared at Fengling. What's he babbling about? Jean Xinu ignored Fengling and knocked on the door and entered the office. Fengling asked Secretary Sun. Does she often come to my wife? Secretary Sun smiled and said. Miss Jean came to see the president, all because of work matters. Fengling coldly grunted in disbelief. Jean Xinu, a small netizen. Where could she find Jiang Tang for so many work-related things? Who knows what she's up to? Fengling pushed open the door into the office. Just as he pushed it open, he heard Zhang Xinyue complaining to Jiang Tang. I just heard Fengling say to Secretary Sun that Secretary Sun is his person now. Jiang Tong. Fengling. Fengling's face reddened with anger and glared at Jean Xinu. What are you babbling about? Zhang Xinyue crossed her arms and retorted unconvincingly. Where did I talk nonsense? You dare to say you didn't say that just now? Fengling choked. I did say that, but I didn't mean it that way. So what do you mean? Jean Xinu asked. Fengling extinguished his fire and looked at Jiang Tang, not daring to say anything. Is he going to say that he's going to buy Secretary Sun? To get Secretary Sun to work for him as an undercover agent? Jiang Tong looked at Fengling. Question. So what do you mean? Fengling. Why is my wife saying the same thing as Crescent Moon? Is she with Crescent Moon? Jean Xinu asked. He could not answer if he wanted to, but Jiang Tang asked, and he couldn't not answer. It doesn't mean anything. I just, let Secretary Sun. Something important about you. Tell me. Fengling said. Show Crescent. Isn't that making Secretary Sun a spy? I didn't realize that Secretary Sun, looking all righteous, was actually a spy. Jiang Tong. Oh. Fengling saw Jiang Tang's pale expression, didn't know what she was thinking, had no idea in his heart, and hurriedly defended himself. I didn't mean any harm, just trying to get some of my wife's whereabouts to see if there are any schemers around her. For example, the stream of Chun Shijian Crescent Moon. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. Fengling understood Jiang Tang and knew that Jiang Tang was believing this and sighed in relief. It's not. Zhang Xinyue was puzzled at the sight and looked at Jiang Tang doubtfully. You believe it when he says so? How could she brainlessly trust Fengling? Fengling didn't even have a proper defense. Just one sentence, I didn't mean any harm. And Jiang Tong believed it? Jiang Tong, a domineering boss who fought in the world of deceitful shopping malls, trusts people so easily? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. You, John Xin, you still wanted to speak. Being dragged out of the office by Fengling, you come with me. Show Crescent. Closing the door to his office, Fengling only loosened his grip on Crescent Moon and glared at her. What do you mean? Are you trying to sow discord? Zhan Xinyue frowned. Sowing discord? Am I that kind of person? Fengling nodded. You are. Show Crescent. An exasperated breath almost came out of his mouth. She had known Fengling for so many years. She had thought that Fengling knew what kind of person she was. How do I know? I can't believe he's thinking about her like this. She was really blind before and liked him for nothing. Let me tell you, my wife and I are in a good relationship now. So don't you think of making a mistake in the middle? Fengling said. There is no good ending for a wicked female match. John Xinu. So, I'm the evil female match? Fengling, isn't it? You couldn't love me and didn't die. So you deliberately approached my wife and became friends with her. And then, sowed discord between us. Show Crescent. Line. She gritted her teeth in anger. You're right. I'm the evil female match. I'm the one who's going to make things bad between you and Jiang Tang. Just wait for me. Zhan Xinyue let out a harsh word and left. Fengling. Just wait. Who's afraid of who? Secretary's son. Who witnessed it all? Are all the second generations so clear and stupid these days? Fengling said to Secretary's son. You heard what she said just now. In the future, if she comes to my wife and moves things around in front of my wife, you must be the first to tell me. Secretary's son. Fengling returned to the office and Jiang Tang asked him, where is Zhan Xinu? The evil female match was scolded away by me. Fengling said, Jiang Tong, when did Zhan Xinu become a vicious female match? She didn't say anything and continued working. Fengling just played obediently by himself, and then off duty. I'll treat you to a good meal tonight, Jiang Tong said. Today he said that he was unhappy about having dinner with Chen Qi and didn't have enough to eat, so of course she had to make it up to him. Fengling thought for a moment and asked, can the place be as I choose? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Let's go then. Fengling and Jiang Tang were off duty. Fengling drove in front and Jiang Tang followed behind in her car. The more he walked, the stranger Jiang Tong felt. Finally, the car was parked in the parking lot in front of the first middle school in Sea City. Chapter 90. Butler Zhao proves that Fengling works hard. Jiang Tong. The main business in this neighborhood is for students. They are all relatively inexpensive and plain in flavor. I didn't expect Fengling to pick this place. When the two of them got out of the car, Fengling lightly led Jiang Tang into a small street-side store. The owner's wife who saw a customer welcome her. Fengling held Jiang Tang's hand and said, Boss, my wife and I are here for dinner. Boss lady. Inexplicably cueing Fengling's small mind. Smiling, he said, here you are. Sit down. What do you want to eat? Fengling and Jiang Tang found a seat. The boss's wife handed Fengling the menu. Fengling handed it to Jiang Tang and told Jiang Tang to order it. Look at the boss's wife. The boss's wife has been doing business for many years. A human savant-like figure. At this moment, blessed to the heart, smiled and said, it's been a few years since I've seen you, classmate. You're getting prettier and prettier. Jiang Tong looked at the boss lady with a smile and nodded. Well, it has indeed been a few years since I've seen you. At that time, she often ate out and she was pretty. She was very popular at school. And basically, wherever she went, many admirers followed her into the store. When she went to school, she was well known in the restaurants in the area. She was even approached by the owner of a restaurant who asked her to eat at their restaurant every day. And her meals were free, as long as she attracted other people to eat there. It's kind of a live bandwagon in disguise. So it's no surprise that the boss remembers her. Fengling looked at the boss's wife. The boss's wife smiled and asked, is this your husband? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. The boss's wife smiled and said, so handsome, and such a good match for you. Jiang Tong smiled and said, thank you. At this moment, Fengling was finally complete and happy. Jiang Tong ordered the dishes, and Fengling ordered several more. The boss's wife is so uptight. He mustn't spend more? The boss's wife went to fry the food. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and asked with a smile, did you eat with Chen Qi at this restaurant at noon today? Fengling, how come the wife is so smart? He didn't say anything to the boss's wife and she guessed it. Jiang Tong looked at his appearance and hooked his lips. It seems so. It's actually quite a good guess. With Fengling's status, it wasn't like he would take a detour to eat at this kind of small restaurant next to the school. And, still, her alma mater. To come here, someone must have brought him here. And he said he was having lunch with Chen Qi at noon. Analyzing it, the biggest possibility was that Chen Qi brought him here to eat at noon. As for Chen Qi's thoughts, it was also easy to guess. Using her past with him to irritate Fengling, you were right to separate from Chen Qi. Fengling said, you see, Chen Qi can only bring you to eat at this kind of store. and with him, he would take her to all kinds of top luxury restaurants. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "At that time, I wasn't with Chen Qi yet. We just came to dinner as ordinary classmates. To each his own." Feng Ling grunted. "Look at how ungraceful Chen Qi is, eating with his female classmates and asking them to pay the bill themselves." Jiang Tong. What a way to find reasons to discredit it. However, it doesn't come across as him being vicious. Instead, it's cute. Men, too, don't just have to be mature and stable and introverted, and cute and innocent. This kind of cute and innocent man, she loved it. "So, when you go out to eat with your female classmates, you always pay the bill?" Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling nodded arrogantly. "That's for sure." Feeling that something was wrong, he looked at Jiang Tang, who seemed to be smiling. "She's digging a hole for him here." Jiang Tong looked at him and nodded with a smile. "Well, young Master Feng is really a gentleman." Feng Ling's ears were slightly hot and said, "Actually, I don't eat with female classmates." "Yes?" Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling nodded his head seriously and firmly. "Really? If you don't believe me, go ask Jiang Bei and the others." Adding, "Sure, Qi Sheng and Lu Jianli, they like to ask their female classmates out to dinner, and I'm always the chaperone." Proved his innocence, smearing Timothy Shang and Lu Jianli again. 2 for the price of 1. He can be a real smart ass. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Well, what a good boy." Feng Ling blushed indisputably again. If someone else complimented him in such a tone of voice that complimented a child, he would have jumped 8 feet high in anger, giving the other person a hard scolding. But Jiang Tong complimented him like this. He was quite used to it. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling's slightly red face that was a bit shy and a bit smug, and hooked her lips. Sure enough, man psychology is child psychology. The food is coming up. Feng Ling told Jiang Tang to stay still for a while. He took his cell phone, took pictures and sent them to his friends, posting a couple photos with the caption, "Dinner is served." Then, only then did Jiang Tong eat. Feng Ling looked at his cell phone every now and then while he was eating. Chen Qi must have seen it. According to Chen Qi's pissy nature, he must be silently spying on his and his wife's circle of friends behind the scenes. TSK. He didn't reply and probably has a crooked nose right now. Jiang Tong saw him take the picture and messed around on his phone, guessing that he might have sent it to his friends. "Take out your cell phone and look at it while you eat." Sure enough, I saw the circle of friends he posted. There's her, there's the food, there's the restaurant setting. To whom it was sent, Sima knows. Added contact information with Chen Qi? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling nodded. Well, there's cooperation, plus the contact information is a bit better for communication. Jiang Tong nodded. He wasn't communicating, he was unilaterally trying to abuse Chen Qi. After dinner, the two went home. Back home, Elder Feng told Jiang Tang to go to his room first, and he called Feng Ling into his study. Ah Ling, are you on birth control? Elder Feng asked. Otherwise, it's not possible that it's been 2 months and Tong Tong hasn't made a move. It couldn't be that Feng Ling was purposely using contraception in order to spend a few more years in the world of two. After all, if Tong Tong got pregnant, Feng Ling wouldn't be able to be happy night after night. No, Feng Ling said. Then why isn't Tang Tang pregnant yet? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling, Grandpa, pregnancy is a matter of fate. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling suspiciously. Fate? 3 parts are destined by heaven. 7 parts depend on fighting. Feng Ling, am I not fighting hard enough? As long as Jiang Tong is physically convenient, he fights hard every day. Butler Zhao glanced at Feng Ling and said to Elder Feng with a smile, Master, I attest to the fact that the young master has worked very hard to fight. Ahem. Every day the maid who cleaned the room would check in with him. The garbage in the young master and young lady's room is taken out every day. But, there are a lot of used paper towels thrown in the garbage can every day. Feng Ling glanced at Butler Zhao. What is Butler Cho talking about? How did he know? Also he proved. What can he prove as a bad old man? It's the kind of thing that only his wife can prove. What is Butler Zhao blindly proving here? Dash equals equals. Today's update is complete. Chapter 91 Giving Birth to 180. Feng Ling glared at housekeeper Zhao. I'm talking to Grandpa's grandchildren. What are you doing here? Still here to prove it. Butler Zhao smiled and said, I serve his lordship. Feng Ling, what can you serve now? You go. Elder Feng glared at Feng Ling. Don't change the subject. Feng Ling, where did he change the subject? You say, if you've worked so hard, then why hasn't Tang Tang gotten pregnant yet? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling, I said it's about destiny. Elder Feng suddenly asked, do you think it's possible that you can't have children? Feng Ling, Butler Zhao. So it is. How could it be? Feng Ling's face reddened in anger. How is it not possible? Elder Feng said, before you got married, you went drinking and playing all-nighters every day. So maybe, You've already broken your body. Fengling, drinking alcohol hurts your body, Elder Feng said. Fengling, he's still doubting himself. Is it really the drinking that's screwing up your body? Go for a checkup tomorrow, Elder Feng said. Fengling, I'm going alone? Or what? Have old Zhao accompany you? Elder Feng asked. Fengling gave Butler Zhao a disgusted look. Who needs his company? Isn't Jiang Tong going to check in together? It's not like he's the only one who has a problem with the pregnancy. So if you want to check, both of you check together. What if it's Jiang Tong's problem? You check first, Elder Feng said. Of course it's best if you don't have a problem. If Tang Tang goes along, what if the check comes out to be your problem? Will you still have the face-to-face Tang Tang in the future? Fengling. Oh, he hesitated and then asked. Grandpa, what if it checks out that it's really me? Elder Feng suddenly sneered. What do you think? Fengling. He had a sudden uneasy feeling. The only role you have for the Feng family is to pass on the family name and give birth to heirs for the Feng family. If you have problems, the only role you have for the Feng family is gone. And you ask me what to do. What should I do? Of course I'll kill you, Master Feng said. Fengling. When Fengling came out of the study, Butler Zhao smiled and said to him, Young master, don't worry. Even if you really can't have a child, the master can't really do you. Fengling looked at housekeeper Zhao. However, the young lady's side might be a bit difficult. Butler Zhao said, the young lady might divorce you and go find a man who can give birth. After all, the young lady's genes are so good, she must want to pass on her excellent genes. Fengling suddenly said, Butler Zhao, can you go get me a needle? Housekeeper Zhao was puzzled. What does young master want with the needle? Fengling, sew up your mouth. Butler Zhao. Fengling gave Butler Zhao a cold look and left. Make sure Grandpa deducts Butler Zhao's paycheck. I can't believe he wants his wife to divorce him. Simply, a mortal sin. An unforgivable sin. Fengling returned to the room, seeing his face not looking good. Jiang Tong asked, What? Did Grandpa scold you? Fengling. No. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't believe it. Young Master Feng guessed that he loved his face and didn't say anything even after being scolded. Grandpa is doing it all for your own good, Jiang Tong said. Fengling nodded. Aha. Emotions are still a bit low. Went to the bathroom to take a shower. He was actually a little worried. He was terrified that there was something wrong with him. Although this is highly unlikely. But what if it is? Fear not. Fear not. What if there really is something wrong with your body? Will Jiang Tong really divorce him? I think it will. It's impossible for Jiang Tong not to have children. Thinking about this, Fengling's mood was terrible. It's really annoying. Got out of the shower and went to bed. It's annoying as hell. It was too annoying to think about intimacy. Jiang Tong raised her eyebrows when she saw Fengling, who had taken a shower and was directly lying on the bed ready to sleep. So what exactly did Grandpa scold Fengling for? It bothers him so much? Even though he didn't say anything, didn't lose his temper or curse, it was still obvious that he was annoyed. She had never seen him so annoyed. What's wrong? Jiang Tong asked with concern. Fengling said, Nothing, I'm going to bed. Good night. After saying that, he turned over and slept with his back to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong glanced at his back and also closed his eyes in preparation for sleep. When she was about to fall asleep, there was suddenly a great movement beside her, and it was Fengling who rolled over and faced her, looking at her silhouette in the darkness of the night and asking, Let me ask you, are you using me as a tool to make babies? Jiang Tong opened his eyes, looked at him in the darkness and said, Why do you ask? You don't care. You just need to say if it is or not. Fengling said, his voice muffled and cold. Jiang Tong laughed softly and said, You are a human being, not a tool. Fengling's eyes lit up. So, you don't see me as a tool to make babies anymore? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. How can a human being be a tool? He's not a tool. Neither is she. Fengling wanted to ask if she would divorce him because he couldn't have children, but the words were held back. Now it's all just a figment of his imagination here. Asking would be particularly ridiculous and embarrassing. Or don't ask. Everything is still waiting to be checked tomorrow. As he hugged Jiang Tong, his hands began to be unsteady. Jiang Tong, aren't you not interested? Not just now. There is now. Jiang Tong. Fruit of the Loom is really a small child and changes so quickly. Fengling went for a checkup. Going alone. The private hospital the Feng family has a stake in went to, and it was done quickly. Then, apprehensively and nervously waiting for the results. Knowing Fengling's identity, the doctor looked at the results of the examination and said, The young master's body is very healthy and has no problems. Fengling sighed in relief. That means I can have children. Aha. The doctor smiled and nodded. With this body of the young master, giving birth to 10 or 8 is not a problem. Fengling glanced at the doctor. Give birth to 10 or 8. Does this doctor really think he's a stallion? Fengling majestically went back to Feng's with the report card. Going directly to Elder Feng's office, he slapped the report card and other overbearingly on the table. Look, my test results are out. Elder Feng had actually already known the results of the tests from the hospital side, but still, he gave Fengling face to look up. You're okay with that? Elder Feng asked. Fengling was arrogant. I told you, I can't possibly have a problem. The doctor said, with this body of mine, giving birth to 100 or 80 is not a problem. Elder Feng, if you can give birth to 100 or 80, then why is it that none of them have been born yet? Elder Feng put down the report card and asked. Chapter 92, No one can escape the law of true fragrance. Fengling, what does that have to do with me? I don't have a problem anyway. Elder Feng pondered. You don't have a problem, so it's Tong Tong's problem? Fengling's heart thumped. He knew his grandfather's mind. The reason why he looked at Jiang Tong was because of his ability skills and excellent genes. The most important task of the union is to have children. It's something that Grandpa said more than once. If Jiang Tong can't have children, Grandpa was sure to force himself to divorce Jiang Tang. Although Grandpa loved Jiang Tang, the most important thing to Grandpa was the Feng family heir. Jiang Tong looked like there was nothing wrong. Fengling said. Elder Feng frowned. What do you think? Fengling, with my eyes. What else can you look at with people with physical problems? It's not like they're going to write the words I have a physical problem on their face. Elder Feng said. Fengling. Anyway, I don't think Jiang Tang is a problem. Jiang Tong looks so healthy, lives a regular life, has normal periods, and doesn't have menstrual cramps. That's no problem. Elder Feng glared at him. It's not up to you to say whether she has a problem or not. That's not up to you, Grandpa. Fengling retorted. Elder Feng nodded. Yes, it's the doctor's call, so it's time for Tang to get a full body checkup. Fengling. He hesitated and tangled for a moment and asked, and what if there's something wrong with checking Gang Tang? Elder Feng said. If there's a problem, of course it has to be cured. Fengling breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Grandpa was going to say he was going to get a divorce if there was a problem. And what if it can't be cured? Fengling asked again. Elder Feng frowned. If you can't cure it, of course you'll get a divorce. I'm not leaving. Fengling objected with an emotional bite. Elder Feng looked at him. Why don't you divorce? Weren't you dying to not marry Tong Tong in the first place? Fengling was embarrassed. His eyes darted around, looking left and right, just too vain to look at Elder Feng. You. Elder Feng looked at Fengling suspiciously and asked. It shouldn't be. It was clearly you in the beginning. Fengling interrupted him and said. You were the one who was dying to force me to marry Jiang Tang in the first place. Aha. Master Feng nodded. It's me. Then how can you divorce someone now just because she can't give birth? When word gets out, what has our Feng family become? Becoming a family that treats women as a tool to produce children. When word gets out, our Feng family will be drowned by the spittle of society at large. The Feng family's 100-year reputation will be ruined in both of our hands. Fengling said it righteously. You really are an old-fashioned man. Is the meaning of a woman's existence to give birth to children? Even if women can't give birth to children, their existence is of great value to this society. This world. Without retorting, Elder Feng quietly looked at Fengling and said, look how impassioned and righteous he is. For the first time in 22 years of knowing this grandson, he knew that this grandson actually appreciated women in this way. And to think, he thought that he found women to be troublesome nuisances. You say so much. In fact, you just don't want a divorce, right? Elder Feng said faintly. Fengling frowned. I've only been married for less than 2 months and I'm getting a divorce? What will outsiders think of me? It'll say that I don't want someone when I've played them enough. I'm not taking the blame for this one. Besides, a divorced man is a second marriage man, and second marriage men aren't worth much anymore. Elder Feng laughed. How is it not worth it? Isn't you still willing to spend $10 billion to buy you? Fengling. She doesn't want to now. How do you know she's not willing? Even if you isn't willing, there are still plenty of other women who are. Elder Feng said with a smile. Fengling frowned. Other women are willing. But it also depends on whether little master I am willing or not. Elder Feng smiled and nodded. Well, yes, you're not willing. You're not willing to buy any other woman. Only Tang Tang, even if she doesn't spend any money. You're willing to do it. Fengling's ears were hot and he didn't say anything. So, not wanting a divorce is because you're in love with Tong Tong, right? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Fengling red warmed up, glaring at Elder Feng, frowning. Don't talk nonsense. What, love or not? Jiang Tang is my wife. It's only natural that I'm willing. It only shows that I'm a man of morals and sense of propriety and responsibility. Elder Feng laughed. So no one escapes the law of true fragrance. When they were dying to get married, they were dying to get divorced. Thumbs up. There was a final snort, disdainful and contemptuous and triumphant with watching the show. Fong Ling held back a red face. Half a day later, he didn't say anything to retort. Can Grandpa, a man half in the ground, spend less time on the internet and on his cell phone in a day? How he knows everything. Work hard if you don't want a divorce, Elder Fong said. Not just work hard to get Tang Tang pregnant, but also work hard. Work hard to become a capable and responsible person, and become a real man. Otherwise, when the time comes, I'm afraid that, if you don't get divorced, people's tons will want to get divorced. Fong Ling, I'm so handsome, so rich, and still able to give birth. Why should she divorce me? Elder Fong smiled and asked, do you have money? I remember. The last time you wanted to buy a ring for Tang Tang, you all still asked me for the money, right? As for being able to give birth, is that an advantage? There are billions of men in the world, and billions of them can give birth. Fong Ling came to the office majestically. In the end, it was an exasperated departure from the office. Leaving the office, he called Wang Chang and asked him how things were going with the company and when he would start making money. He wants to make money. Never want to eat contempt again. What's so great about being rich? Wang Chang. He promises to do so as soon as possible. Fong Ling hung up the phone. Return to your workstation and get to work. If it were normal, you'd be playing with your phone after work, either nagging at your fanbase or playing games. But today, after work, I read a book. Read some books on hotel management or something like that. Someone had told Elder Fong Ling's every move. Elder Fong hummed in triumph. Little man, fight him. You're a little young. Sure enough, a man still has to get married. Being married is stressful. There is pressure to be motivated. Jiang Tong had thought that Fong Ling's irritation would last for days, but when he came home from work, he actually saw Fong Ling holding a book on the sofa, reading it very seriously, and holding a pen while reading and making notes. What's he reading? Jiang Tong walked over to see him looking at hotel management. Fong Ling studied hotel management and finance in school at first, but after being married for so long, she had never seen Fong Ling reading a book. What happened today? End of update today. Chapter 93, Butler Zhao wants to see a male doctor. Yesterday's anomaly continued into today. Reading a book? Jiang Tong asked. Aha. Fong Ling nodded without lifting his head. Jiang Tong. Starting to get strong? What's the excitement? Since young Master Fong was going to be strong, she naturally had no reason to disturb. Jiang Tang went to wash up and came out to do her own thing without bothering Fong Ling. Fong Ling read until 10 o'clock before going to wash up and then getting into bed. When he got into bed, he pulled Jiang Tang into fooling around. Go to bed when you're done fooling around. Jiang Tong. Early in the morning, Jiang Tang woke up and saw that Fong Ling actually got up before her. He used to be a bit of a bedwetter. It's always her who gets up first, and then he rolls around in bed like a lazy loach a few times before he gets up. Morning, Fong Ling said. Jiang Tong nodded. Good morning. She got up and the two of them washed up and went downstairs for breakfast. Good morning, Butler Zhao. Fong Ling greeted Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao smiled and said, Good morning, young master. Fong Ling nodded and went into the restaurant. Butler Zhao. What's on your mind today, young master? It feels a little counterintuitive. Butler Zhao suddenly thought that the night before, the master had asked the young master to suspect that there was something wrong with the young master's body and that he could not give birth. The young master is so abnormal again today. The little young master should not really eat and drink all these years to empty the body. Can't do it. Can't have a baby, right? Butler Zhao was worried in his heart. What to do? The Fong family is going to lose their grandchildren? He can't take care of the little master anymore? Butler Zhao had a sad face. After breakfast, Fong Ling and Jiang Tang went to work. Butler Zhao pulled Fong Ling and whispered, Young master, don't worry and don't have too much pressure. Fong Ling, what kind of stuff is Butler Zhao talking about? Butler Zhao said, I'll go find you the most authoritative male specialist today. You'll definitely be cured. Fong Ling, old Zhao, what are you talking about? Are you saying that little master is sick? Butler Zhao froze for a moment. Looking at Fong Ling, the familiarity is back. Tell me, what kind of disease do I have? Little master? Fong Ling clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Butler Zhao with a good look. An uneasiness rose in Butler Zhao's heart as he looked at Fong Ling. Don't dare talk. Fong Ling smiled but didn't laugh. A male specialist? Lao Zhao, are you saying that little master I can't? The alarm bells went off in Butler Zhao's heart and he straightened his back with a straight face. No, I didn't say that. Then what's the point of getting me a male specialist? Fong Ling asked, quietly. He looked at Butler Zhao. Let's see how this bad old man can weasel his way out of this. Butler Zhao, don't dare say it. Fong Ling looked at the time. If he didn't leave he would be late. The first step to becoming a successful, responsible and career-oriented man, don't be late. Get to work on time and arrive at your workstation on time. He grunted at Butler Zhao and said, think about it, And when little master comes back from work tonight, he'll listen to your sophistry. With that, he turned and walked away. Butler Zhao sighed in relief and said, "Young master, take your time." Fengling went to drive. Jiang Tong hasn't left yet. Still waiting for Fengling in the garage, he saw him walk over and asked, "What did you say to Butler Zhao?" "It's nothing," Fengling said. "It's just that Butler Zhao asked me if I knew any authoritative male specialists to recommend to him, and he wants to go see them." Jiang Tong. Authoritative male specialists. Butler Cho went to see a doctor? Butler Zhao has to be 50 or 60 years old this year, right? Butler Zhao is so competitive? You still want to revive your male virility at 50 or 60 years old? Nope. Why did Butler Zhao ask you about this kind of thing? Jiang Tong asked Fengling. How did you get a familiar expert? Seemingly aware of Jiang Tong's thoughts, Fengling hurriedly defended. It's not me. I haven't gone to see a male doctor. Jiang Tong looked at his reddened face, eager to defend himself, and said with a smile, "What's your hurry? It's not like I said you went to see it. For that amount of time." The number of times, Fengling was well above average. There was no need to go to the doctor at all. Fengling, Butler Zhao is saying that I know a lot of people and have a wide range of connections, so he asked me to help ask around. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Got it. Go. The two went to work. When Jiang Tong arrived at the company, Secretary Sun followed into the office with the documents, reporting on the day's work before handing Jiang Tong another invitation, saying, "President, this is the invitation sent to you by C City No. 1 High School. C City No. 1 High School invites you to attend the opening ceremony." Jiang Tong took over and nodded. When Secretary Sun went out, she looked in the high school group, and many people in the group sent messages, but she was too busy all day to gossip in the group, and they all put the messages undisturbed. This time, IHS invited many distinguished alumni back to their alma mater for the commencement ceremony, seemingly for enrollment rates. In the past, the first school was the best school, but over the years, several times the top students have come from the second school, and the enrollment of the first school is not too good. That's why the first school organized this alumni reunion. She looked down. She, Li Yan and Chun Chi were the only 3 people in their class who had been invited. Jiang Tong looked at it and decided to go anyway. First middle school was her alma mater. She couldn't not give this face. Moreover, the school manager of the first middle school had some business dealings with the Jiang family. Another thing, after being away from school for so long, she kind of wanted to go back to school. She had spent 6 years in the first school and had many memories of her youth. Alumni meeting is September 1st. There's still a week to go. During lunch, Xiao Si messaged Fengling. Things have been going pretty well between Fengling and the lecture hall lately. Just didn't bother consulting Junior much. Xiao Si was also very understanding. Knowing his own identity, he never sent messages to Fengling. Junior suddenly took the initiative to send him a message. Fengling took a look. When did he and Junior become so close? Besides, it's too obvious that Xiao Si is digging into his pocket, isn't it? Other princesses send messages to the guest big brother. Or what brother, I miss you. Brother, you have not come to see my sister for a long time. Brother is not the sister, forgot what. Though he never added the clubhouse princesses. Didn't give those princesses a chance to send him those messages. But seen quite a few. People are dainty and gentle and euphemistic. What did Junior say? She said directly, Feng Xiao. It's almost the end of the month. My performance this month is still quite a lot short. Feng Xiao can come to give me a performance rush? So, to Junior, he's an emotionless performance-pushing machine? As he thought about it, he realized why Junior hadn't completed his performance by the end of the month. She can't do it professionally. Originally, her looks are rather ordinary. And, moreover, she can't speak. So she's so straightforward. Which wrongdoer will go to punch her performance? Does Junior think he's an ingrate? It's tempting to pull the plug on her. But thinking that Xiao Si was his doggy master, what if he still needed Xiao Si one day? Just because you can't use it now doesn't mean you can't use it later. Chapter 94, Urine Peeing as an Alliance. He thought about it and sent a message to Junior. Do you often fail to complete your performance? Junior looked at Fengling's reply. Silence. How did Mr. Feng know? It's true that her track record is not great. She was average looking, and only had a few good looks when she wore heavy makeup. But who doesn't have a few moments in the clubhouse? Her face was unremarkable in the clubhouse, though emotionally intelligent and articulate. But the sisters in the clubhouse are all human beings, who can't talk. Speak to people when you see them, and speak to ghosts when you see them. If you can talk, you have to look good. Sometimes your mouth is dry and it's no match for a dainty wink from a really pretty sister. This society looks at faces, and places like clubs, even more so. She was actually a bit afraid to send Fengling a message, but it was finally posted. She just felt that Fengling would help her with her performance. After a few encounters, She felt that young Master Feng was a lovely and kind person. Junior, aha. Fengling, why are you so useless? P4. Fengling, what is your monthly performance? Junior, $500,000. If you don't finish your performance, you only get a basic salary. The basic salary is relatively small. Their primary income is commission. Fengling, you can't even finish your $500,000 performance? P4. She was silent. What should she tell a top gent like young Master Feng about her heartache? About society's heartache? $500,000. To Fengling, it might be nothing more than that leaking out of his fingers, but many people, who have worked hard all their lives, end up with less than $500,000 in savings. Fengling, wait, I'll ask my wife. Junior, why do we have to ask Jiang Tong about this? What did Mr. Feng tell Miss Jiang? Does it say, honey, give me $500,000, I'm going to the clubhouse to punch up Junior's performance? It's not just that he'll get yelled at if this is said that way. She'll get yelled at along with it, I guess. Fengling sent a message to Jiang Tong. Fengling, honey, are you going to the clubhouse for the night? Jiang Tong, huh? Fengling, it's been a long time since I've gone to play. Of course, it's not that I want to go play, but Xiaoxi's performance is not completed. I'm going to flush out Junior's performance. Jiang Tong, who is Xiaoxi? Fengling typed on his cell phone, Xiaoxi is my doggy master. Was about to send it, felt it was wrong, and hurriedly deleted it. Retyped. Fengling, a friend. JT, good. She knew a little about Junior, but had never seen him. Take the opportunity to meet Junior today. Fengling invited Zhang Tang and then went to invite Zhang Bei, Lu Jianli and the others. Even Zhang Bei was told to bring Zhu Nanqing with him. Since we're punching results, let's give Junior a big punch. Being his doghead military advisor, not even being able to accomplish $500,000 a month is simply a disgrace to him. Young Master Feng, after inviting the people, Fengling sent a message to Xiaoxi, I'll come to punch your performance at night. Xiaoxi was delighted in his heart, thank you Feng Xiao. Fengling, you have to work a little harder on your own in the future. Otherwise, I feel ashamed when I often fail to complete my performance. Xiaoxi, I know. Feng Xiao, don't worry, I'll try my best. Fengling then stopped replying. In the evening, when he got off work, Fengling went to pick up Zhang Tang and went to have dinner with Lu Jianli, Zhang Bei and the others. Lu Jianli and the others were curious when they saw Zhu Nanqing. Who is this? They asked Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei suddenly brought a pretty young sister to the party. What does that mean? Is Zhang Bei off the hook? Wish Nanqing. Zhang Bei said. Fengling added. Zhang Bei's fiancé. Zhang Bei glared at Fengling. Fengling smiled smugly. Zhang Bei has a fiancé. In the future, he won't be the only one to be governed by his wife. Zhang Bei is also going to be governed by his wife. Let's see if he dares to spend all day out there in the future. Lu Jianli by Langweisher Qi Sheng. The three of them were puzzled. They hadn't seen each other for just a few days and Zhang Bei had a fiancé? Hello brothers. Zhu Nanqing greeted the crowd in a very well-behaved manner. Crowd. Pretty and well-behaved sister. Zhang Bei, the dog thief. Where did he abduct her? The crowd was seated. Lu Jianli by Langweisher Qi Sheng. Three people looked at Fengling, Zhang Tang and Zhang Bei Zhu Nanqing, who were sitting together. Didn't we say we'd play the game of life together and not get married when pissed on each other? Look at you guys now. Those of you who are married are married. Those of you who have fiancés have fiancés. Do you remember the promise you made back then or not? Was it all a lie when we pissed for an alliance? How did you all become like this? Lu Jianli charged. Toki Chisung and Shiratsuki nodded their heads. Fengling and Zhang Bei were embarrassed. It is indeed they who have broken their vows. Zhang Tong glanced at Fengling and Zhang Bei and said with a smile, maybe it's because others take blood oaths. But you guys are pissing on them. The mind of a boy can be really confusing sometimes. Pissing for a union. It's a shame they thought of it. When Qi Sheng complained, if I had known this, I would not have changed to peeing in the first place because I was afraid of pain, and I should have taken blood for how much it hurt. Lu Jianli by Lang Yue nodded. Fengling, Zhang Bei, these guys, opening and closing their mouths to pee, and in front of two people of the opposite sex. It's really embarrassing. Stop talking and eat. Fengling said. The thought of his wife finding out about him pissing on them as an alliance was humiliating. At the time, a few people were messing around and didn't think it was funny. In retrospect, it's really humiliating and middle of the road. It's your treat today, Bai Lang Yu said. Fengling nodded. Yes, my treat. Eat you. The crowd then ate, and the meal lasted 2 hours, from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and when it was over, they went to the clubhouse, and Junior was already waiting. Fengling froze for a moment when he saw Xiaoxi. Junior, how have you changed? Has it been too long since he's been in the clubhouse? It hasn't been that long. Just 20 days or so. How did Junior change? Junior smiled a little sheepishly and said, Went to microto a little. She had always wanted to get plastic surgery before, but she didn't have the money. She had average looks, and the money she made at the clubhouse left little after basic daily expenses. They make money fast and spend money fast. Cosmetics, luxury items, clothes, etc. are big expenses. She was a young girl and had no concept of saving money. She spent every penny she earned anyway. The money for this facelift was used for the tip from Foamling. Foamling? Microto? Plastic surgery? Foamling looked at Xiao Si and was tempted to say that plastic surgery didn't seem to have changed his appearance, but hold back, saying that might break Junior's heart. Can't chill Junior. Junior in case it's useful to keep it. Junior. Well, it's micro not do. She spent a fortune this time around, getting her eyes, nose, and mouth done. Basically a facelift. It can't be helped that she has no market without plastic surgery for her average looks. However, plastic surgery is perfectly normal in their industry. She had spent a lot of money on this facelift. Not only had she spent the tip Foamling had given her, but she had also borrowed money. She was really at the end of her rope before she had the cheek to ask Foamling to come and punch her performance. Today's update is complete. Degree. Chapter 95, We Must Make the God of Wealth Happy. Foamling expresses incomprehension. He really thought that the current Junior wasn't as good looking as before. It used to be ordinary looking, but at least it looked smooth and natural. Now it's weird how it looks. Xiao Si looked at Jiang Tang and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Jiang. This Mr. Jiang was her true god of wealth. Every time Feng Xiao approached her, it was an emotional cry for help. I really hope that Miss Jiang will toss Feng Xiao a little more, so that Feng Xiao's emotional recourse to her will be more frequent, and she gets a bigger tip. Xiao Si looked at Jiang Tang and envied in his heart. No wonder he could make the wildly dazzling and cool young master Feng suffer. Long is really good looking. If she had a face like that, she would definitely be the top headliner of the club. This is Junior's goal. Jiang Tong nodded. Junior smiled and welcomed the crowd into the private room. Xiao Si went out to order some wine and quietly whispered in Foamling's ear. Feng Xiao, tonight, I will definitely make Mr. Jiang happy. Foamling. He looked at Junior and said, no need. He coaxes his own wife. What need is there for others? Although Junior is a woman. But now, lace is prevalent. Exhibition Crescent Moon then already had a hidden tendency to bend. He didn't want Junior to bend again. If Junior bends, how can he be rational enough to be a doggy for him in the future? He wondered if Jiang Tang had taken some kind of millionaire's man script. Why did he feel that all the men and women around him liked her? Junior smiled and said, leave it to me. Jiang Tong and Foamling were her god of wealth and goddess of fortune. The god of fortune and the goddess of fortune must be made happy today. If you really want to make me happy, you won't have to worry about your performance every month in the future. Xiao Si finished speaking and went out to get things. Drinks, snacks, fruits and so on. Can't. Gotta call the two sisters. Ryujin said as they spoke. They don't usually order princesses on their such identity appearance. Go out. Outside more than beautiful famous family 1,000 gold net red showbiz starlets these stick over. In short, there was no shortage of beautiful women around. So these princesses at the clubhouse were not something they looked at much. Can the princesses of the club be as pretty as those Netflix stars? Can you have the temperament of a famous girl? But today is different. In the past out of the 5 are single, are young and love to play big boys, do not need a woman. Their 5 brothers can also play very happy. But today Foamling has Jiang Tang. In the north of the river there is Zhu Nanxing. So the 3 of them are just here to watch them love each other and make out? That way it looks like the 3 of them are like melon patch, asterisk. What the brothers have, they must have. Lu Jianli let Xiao Si call 3 more sisters, 1 for each of them. Junior was happy, because they didn't say to call people in and they chose. They told her to just call in 3, and that choice was in her hands. In the clubhouse, although the princesses were all in competition to grab guests, there would be 2 or 3 sisters who were still on good terms. Sisters like this usually look out for each other and lift each other up a bit. Xiao Si called his sister who he was still on good terms with, who used to take care of him and introduce him to customers. Lu Jianli, they are young and handsome. The male gentleman is generous. Such a class. The clubhouse sisters want to go on. The sisters came and happily sat down next to a few of the males in Lu Jianli. Just started having fun. Drinking and singing, playing games and so on. Playing the game is truth or dare. The princesses at the club know a variety of gaming skills and have a great time. Junior. Missed. Should have just called 2 sisters. Calling 3 sisters. The 3 sisters accompanied Lu Jianli, Shi Qisheng, and Bai Langyue. In the north of the river there is Zhu Nanxing. The god of fortune and the goddess of fortune are a pair. So, in the end, she came down single. She's the last of the real melon batches. Seeing that the crowd had been drinking and were all a bit on the upswing, Junior organized them to play a game of torn paper. Purposefully, Fengling and Jiang Tang were placed at the end. The tearing game is very simple. It's where one person holds a napkin in their mouth. Then the second person does the same with their mouth and goes to the other side of the napkin and tears off part of it. And the third person goes to the second person's mouth and tears off the paper again. This makes the tissue paper smaller the further back you go. At the end of the day, two people will be kissing on the mouth and will run out of paper. Just be punished. The punishment is usually a drink. Such a game Lu Jianli they had seen others play. The most prevalent thing in nightclub bars is ripping paper and grabbing fingers. But they didn't play it. How do they play with 5 big, sunny, innocent boys? What happens when you get to the end of the game and kiss up to your brother? How can they give their first kiss to a brother? The game is on. Princess 1 was the first to contain a piece of paper, and Lu Jianli contained another section of the tissue and tore a piece off, then turned her head, and Princess 2 softly leaned over and contained the end of the tissue on Lu Jianli's mouth and tore it off. Turning to Timothy, who leaned in and leaned over, he took the end of the tissue on the second princess's mouth and, with a slight push, tore off a portion of it. Turning to the third princess, the third princess contained the tissue and tore it off. Turning to Bai Langyu, Bai Langyue contained the tissue and tore it off. Turned around, and turned to Jiang Bei. A paper towel has, by now, only a very small portion left. Jiang Bei blushed a little. Zhu Nanqing leaned in and leaned over. The movement was very careful. He smelled the faint, girlish scent of her. Zhu Nanqing changed angles a few times before finally containing the tissue. His lips didn't touch Jiang Bei's lips, but his chin touched his chin. Jiang Bei's heart was beating a little fast, and he looked at Zhu Nanqing, whose face was also a little red, turned around, and turned to Jiang Tong. Fengling looked at the tissue on Zhu Nanqing's mouth, which was now about 2 centimeters. The wife contains and then tears the paper towel, and there may be only a centimeter left. A centimeter. He's going to have to go and contain it and tear it off. A little unlikely. This process is a sure way to touch your wife's lips and the two will kiss, even though they're a couple and their mouths have been kissing each other for a long time. But he and Jiang Tong hadn't kissed in public yet. He was excited and nervous, his heart thumping, and everyone looked at Jiang Tang and Fengling, all with the mindset of watching a good show get started. They hadn't seen Jiang Tang and Fengling kissing yet either, although it's common for couples to kiss. But on this special occasion, coupled with the added bonus of having gameplay effects, it just makes for a lot of excitement and nervousness and anticipation, both being of the same sex. Jiang Tang leaned over without psychological pressure and directly contained the tissue in Zhu Nanqing's mouth. In the process, their lips were touching. Zhu Nanqing's face turned even redder. She was too young to have any experience with male or female kissing. Jiang Tong turned to Fengling. Fengling looked at the tissue paper Jiang Tang's lips were holding. There was only less than a centimeter left, and he could see a little bit of white tissue paper dotted on her moist red lips. Fengling, how does he contain this? Chapter 96, Eating Tissue Paper. Come on, Fengling, hurry up, the others urged. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling with a light smile and arched eyebrows. Fengling's face turned even redder as he leaned over and opened his lips, trying to take the tissue in, but his lips had touched Jiang Tong's lips several times, and he still hadn't contained it. Others, it's just a game, but they look so energized and excited. Fengling tried a few more times, wetting the tissue paper, and still didn't contain it. The napkins were already thin, and when they got wet, there was no way to contain them, much less tear them. Fengling clasped the back of Jiang Tang's head and kissed her directly on the lips, and finally, when he let go, he hooked the tissue paper over with the tip of his tongue. Blushing, she looked at Jiang Tang and Jiang Tong also blushed a little. The others watched and were up in arms. No, no, it's for you to tear the tissue, not eat it. That's right, you're breaking the rules. There's a rule at the very beginning of the game that you can't touch each other's lips, and if you touch your lips you lose. Not only did you touch, you hugged and kissed. It's too much. Lose and drink. Fengling, just drink. Fengling poured himself a glass of wine, tilted his head, and drank it all in one go. A glass of wine on the rocks went down, and much of the dryness in my heart dissipated. As an afterthought, I realized that I seemed to have downed a little bit of tissue paper as well. Forget it. Anyway, it was the wife who ended up containing it, and even if there was spit on it, it was all the wife's spit. Wife's spit. It's not like he hasn't had it before. Fengling finished drinking and looked at Xiaoxi with bright eyes. He knew it. He was right not to give up on Junior for a moment. Junior, the doggone mastermind, was a bit of a handful at times. Xiaoxi knew he had done the right thing by looking at Fengling's eyes, and Feng Xiao was satisfied. Hey, looks like we're going to get a good tip today. Feng Xiao was looking for her to book the room. She not only has the room liquor commission, but also tips to take. Also, the 3 princesses she called in would share a portion of the tip commission with her. It was the default rule here. It's the equivalent of me introducing you to a guest and you giving me a small referral fee. Today, Melon Batch 4 earns a fortune. The crowd played for a while longer, until 11 o'clock, when they left the clubhouse. Then go for a midnight snack. We ate until almost 1 o'clock before we each went home. It was already 1:30 by the time Jiang Tong and Feng Ling arrived to the house. Both men had been drinking, but neither was drunk. It's just slightly uptight and my face is all red. Especially Jiang Tang. Very white, drinking wine, white and red, eyes bright. See, Feng Ling almost cannot hold in the car to do something. If he had been driving himself, he would have just pulled over in some hidden corner and done something about it. But it was the valet who drove the car. Kind of a shame. The housekeeper greeted him and saw Feng Ling. The look was a bit mournful. When he left the house this morning, the young master asked him to think of reasons to defend himself. He'd been thinking about it all day, and had been waiting for the young master. It was not until now that the young master returned. Has the young master forgotten? Forgot the task you gave him before you left this morning? How can the young master forget? It's a pact he made with the young master. As soon as Butler Zhao approached, he smelled the odor of alcohol. Glancing at Jiang Tang and Feng Ling, it's both of them drinking. Young master, young lady, have you been drinking? Butler Zhao asked. Jiang Tong nodded faintly. Butler Zhao said, I'll have the kitchen cook some sobering soup. No need. Feng Ling said, what are you sobering up for? It's not like I'm drunk on this bit of wine. And microbrews are best. Feng Ling then pulled Jiang Tang back to his room. When he returned to his room and no one was there, Feng Ling went straight to kiss Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong also knew that he had been drinking and was probably a bit excited, and did not refuse to respond to him. Feng Ling clasped the person tightly in his arms and kissed her while walking towards the big bed. Feng Ling got up early the next morning and transferred last night's spending to Shaoxi. The cost of the drinks and the package was $230,000. The main thing is that the wines ordered are very expensive ones. 10 people spending $230,000 was not expensive for Feng Ling. He transferred $240,000 to Junior. There's 10,000 in tips for Junior. Junior is still a bit of a wit at times. You can keep it. Feng Ling washed up and went downstairs refreshed. Go to breakfast with Jiang Tong. Eat and get ready for work. Housekeeper Zhao looked at Feng Ling. Has the young master forgotten something? Called out to Feng Ling as he was about to leave. Young master, are you forgetting something? Feng Ling looked at housekeeper Zhao. Forgot something? What did he forget? Forgot to say hello to Butler Zhao? Hey, Butler Zhao is really ritualistic now. Go home and tell him Lao Zhao, I'm back. When you go out, you have to tell him Lao Zhao, I'm going to work. Butler Zhao, I'm going to work. Bye. Feng Ling finished with a smile and left. He was in a good mood today, so let's spoil Butler Zhao this time. Housekeeper Zhao looked at Feng Ling's figure walking away. Young master really forgot. The young master didn't even take him or what he said to heart. Butler Zhao looked up at the sky. The sky is gray. It's just like the human mood. Jiang Tong hadn't arrived at the company for a while before Jean Xianyu came. Asked, last night, you went to the clubhouse with Feng Ling and the others? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Jean Xianyu frowned. Why didn't you call me? Feeling ostracized. They used to bring her along for the ride. Jiang Tong. This question, you have to ask Feng Ling. Show Crescent. Ask Feng Ling? Her current relationship with Feng Ling was poor. Feng Ling said she was the evil female match. Jean Xianyu fumed in her heart and really wanted to viciously one to Feng Ling. Didn't Feng Ling say that she was the evil female match? Then she'd gotten her reputation as a vicious female match. But in the end it wasn't. She couldn't do something like that. Besides, years of reading novels had taught her that there was no good end for the evil female counterpart. Next time you go to play, remember to bring me. Jean Xianyu said. There were a few moments of aggravation in the look. Good. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. I'll take you next time. Really? Jean Xianyu asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Really? Jean Xianyu still believed Jiang Tang's words. Jiang Tong had always been a man of his word. Her eyes lit up and she said to Jiang Tang, why don't we not ask Feng Ling and their men next time? We'll go as a few women. You and me and then your little sister, my little sister. She was really jumping at the chance. I've heard from my little sisters that there are fun male models out there now. She has a few little sisters who go to nightclubs every day to play with male models. She had always liked Feng Ling before and had little interest in playing male models. Never ordered it. She wanted to try it now. Jiang Tong. How many women are going? It's self-evident what show Crescent wants to play. Feng Ling will beat you up if he finds out. Jiang Tong said with a smile. == November starts the extra mode. Rule see below for what the author has to say. Chapter 97, Don't take my husband to the snack bar. Jean Xianyu, I'll be afraid? As soon as he touches a hair on my head, I'll lay down on the ground. He'll just wait to pay for it. Jiang Tong smiled and said, he can afford to pay for it. Show Crescent. Even if he beat you to death, he can afford to pay for it. Jiang Tong said. John Xin then dared not speak. Jiang Tong was right. Jiang Tong smiled gently and said, don't worry, I won't let him beat you to death. John Xin looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I would be heartbroken if such a beautiful girl was killed. Not only is it pretty, but it helps her make money. Can she not be heartbroken? John Xinu's road to internet fame is going well, and she has now started to receive advertisements to make money. Show Crescent Moon's face instantly turned red. Looking at Jiang Tong, why is she like this? Saying things like this without moving. After leaving the office, the scarlet color on John Xinu's pretty face hadn't even faded. Secretary Sun saw it and asked with concern, Ms. John, what's wrong with you? John Xinu looked at Secretary Sun, hesitated and asked, Secretary Sun, how long have you been following Mr. Jiang? Secretary Sun said, 5 years. She followed Jiang Tong's when she was abroad. John Xinu asked, Jiang Tang, is it always like this? Secretary Sun was puzzled. How? Show Crescent, like to tease. Secretary Sun, Mr. Jiang, very serious. Show Crescent, serious? Didn't see it. Jiang Tong told Fengling about attending the alumni meeting. Fengling frowned and asked, is there a Chen Qi? Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. Fengling's frown tightened as he asked her, is it possible to bring a family member? Jiang Tong just looked at him and smiled. Asked, jealous? Fengling's face instantly turned red. His eyes flickered and he didn't dare to look at Jiang Tang. What are you talking about? How could little master be jealous? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. I was the one who was paranoid. Fengling, it's not really a delusion. But, he couldn't say it. He always felt that he shouldn't make his likes known so easily. Moreover, before the marriage, he also said that he would never fall in love with Jiang Tong, and that he would live his own life after the marriage. How long has it been? In less than 2 months. He moved on. It's a slap in the face. He Feng, the young master, is a bit of a facehugger. In case he confesses his love for Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong says she doesn't like him. He'll be autistic. 1 time of extroversion will be traded for a lifetime of introversion in his life. Wait a little longer. Don't you give him a good face. Fengling said. He did believe Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong's character would not do something like cuckolding him. However, he didn't trust Chen Qi. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Resolutely not. Fengling asked again. What time does it end? I'll pick you up. Jiang Tong said. It's going to be 2 o'clock at noon. Go in the morning. The school holds a commencement ceremony where some distinguished alumni are selected to speak on stage to encourage and motivate the students. And then there will be some simple activities and lunch before the meeting breaks up. Fengling nodded and said, I'll pick you up. Be sure to pick it up. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Tong arrived at the school at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the head of the school received them. There were about 20 or 30 distinguished alumni who came. Some Jiang Tang knew each other, and even if they didn't, they greeted and exchanged pleasantries. Since they are distinguished alumni, they must have a certain status and influence in society. Either rich, powerful, or influential. Either scientific research bigwigs. Always take up the same. What makes you a distinguished alumnus if you don't have any of the above? Actually, it was kind of a small social party. We all came together because of ICHS, got to know each other, climbed the ladder, and maybe there's a place to work together in the future. Chen Qi walked over and greeted Jiang Tang with a smile. Tang Tang, Mr. Chen Qi, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tong nodded lightly. If he calls Tong Tong again. She turned and walked away. She didn't understand how Chen Qi thought. It's been so many years since she and Chen Qi broke up. What does Chen Qi want? Trying to woo her? But in the years since the breakup, Chen Qi hasn't done much. After the breakup, they both moved on to M. Her contact information where she works has not changed, so there was no question of Chen Qi not being able to find her. But in the years since the breakup, Chen Qi hasn't looked for her. Not once. But as soon as she returned home and got married, Chen Qi followed her back, and approached her several times. What? Is it that you didn't realize how important she was before? How he loved her? Instead, he realized after she got married and became someone else's wife? Chen Qi is not such a stupid and slow to react man. Chen Qi, both intellectually and emotionally, is very high. Things like hindsight don't happen to him. Then why Chen Qi was like this now? She was really confused. Couldn't it be that she's mentally unbalanced seeing as she's married and he's not? So she's purposely coming to wreak havoc? The school, it hasn't changed. Chen Qi smiled and said to Jiang Tang, I saw the sycamore tree in the playground when I came here just now. After all these years, the sycamore tree is still there. Nothing has changed except that it has grown a little bit, and there are two students sitting under the sycamore tree reading a book. At that time, his and Jiangtong's favorite thing was to read under the sycamore tree in the corner of the playground. He's a super school god, and Jiangtong isn't bad either. They often read and study together and discuss their homework. Now that I think about it, it's all very fond memories. Jiangtong looked at Chen-Chi. Remembrance of the past. When did Chen-Chi have such a fetish? Mr. Chen. Jiangtong looked at Chen-Chi with a light smile and said, I heard my husband say that 2 days ago. You and he went to the small fry restaurant in front of the school to have dinner? Well, Chen-Chi nodded his head. I don't understand why Jiangtong suddenly said this. What's wrong? He asked. Jiangtong said with a light smile, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that, Mr. Chen, my husband, has been raised and pampered since he was a child, and he's not used to eating things outside. Mr. Chen, don't take my husband to eat at that kind of small store with a worrisome environment in the future. He's not like Mr. Chen. Chen-Chi's face went cold, looking at Jiangtong. What makes them different? It's just that Jiangtong was born rich and wealthy, and his ordinary family has no money. Mr. Chen, excuse me for a moment. Jiangtong nodded in greeting and left. Chen-Chi's face was even uglier. Jiangtong met Li Yan. Li Yan asked her, what did you tell Chen-Chi? Jiangtong said faintly, it's nothing. Li Yan hooked his lips, said, after all these years, Chen-Chi still hasn't changed. It's still low self-esteem and sensitivity. Even though he hid it well in school at the time, he could still see the low self-esteem in his bones. Only Jiangtong, who had a filter on Chen-Chi, didn't see it. Jiangtong didn't say anything. In fact, looking back now at the Chen-Chi of that time, he did have an inferiority complex. But then, she was only a teenager, and hadn't experienced the beatings of society, and hadn't been able to read people as accurately as she should have. At that time, Chen-Chi did have an inferiority complex, masking a bone-deep inferiority complex with extreme confidence and bravado. Plus more. Chapter 98. Fengling takes the initiative to kiss her. I really don't know what you see in him. Li Yan chuckled softly. Obviously. You and I. We're the perfect match. Jiangtong looked at Li Yan. There wasn't much surprise at Li Yan's words. She knew that Li Yan had a crush on her. Jiangtong laughed softly. Even if I were given another chance, I wouldn't choose you. Li Yan's expression had a momentary stiffness as he looked at Jiangtang. Why? Is he really that bad? You are the other me. Jiangtong said with a smile. People like them are the most perfect and excellent successors that the family has raised. Mature, steady, and considerate of the big picture, rarely showing emotions. In the past, after breaking up with Chen-Chi, she thought that when her age came up, the family marriage, looking for someone similar to herself for the sake of benefit, seemed to be pretty good. In this way the two couples, even if they do not love each other, can still be respectful of each other, and can be able to move forward and backward together for the common good. That's the way it is with luxury marriages. They get married, not to find a lover, but to find the most suitable partner. But by mistake, married Fengling. It's nice to be married to Fengling. She loved her life now. Give her another choice. Fengling, Chen-Chi, Li Yan. She would still choose Fengling. With Chen-Chi, she was together. It didn't end well. And Li Yan, although they have not been together, but can imagine, the two hearts are only interests in the heart of the people, occasionally for the sake of the common interests of cooperation, but perhaps because of the interests of the divergence and go their separate ways. Really emotionless profit machines. In contrast, it was still the best to be with Fengling now. Other than that, she didn't feel tired after being married to Fengling for so long. On the contrary, it was quite happy. Young Master Feng was quite good at coaxing, even though he was occasionally a bit grumpy. It was fun to coax him from time to time, she thought. Li Yan asked, isn't that good? Jiangtong smiled and said, without experiencing it, I don't know whether it is good or not, but I think that I am very good now. Her union with Fengling was good. Li Yan was silent. He didn't understand. He didn't understand what was so good about Fengling. A dangling playboy second son? Wasn't Fengling everyone's least favorite foppish middle-aged teenager when he was in school? How could Jiangtong like such a person? Jiangtong smiled and said, and I wish you to find a better one soon. Li Yan looked at Jiangtang. Better? He'd been keeping an eye out for age-appropriate hoity-toity girls in his circle since he was a teenager. It took a long time to pick out Jiangtong's. Jiangtong is so perfect, beautiful, outstanding family history, elegant, dignified and generous, gentle, do things in and out of the degree, high emotional intelligence, capable, and so on. Jiangtong had almost no flaws in his mind. A perfect goddess, and the best person for you. but Jiang Tang, first Chen Qi, then Fong Ling, a poor man with low self-esteem, an uneducated dude two-timer. In his opinion, they were all inferior to him, but Jiang Tang chose them successively, but not him. The commencement ceremony has begun. Chen Qi took the stage. Among the invited distinguished alumni, Chen Qi is not the most outstanding and outstanding. However, it is the most inspirational. Struggling step by step from an ordinary person, he became the president of Anya Cosmetics China at a young age. It's easier to motivate students with inspirational examples like his. It's called retrogression. No one thinks highly of you, but you are the most competitive. Schools need examples like this to spread the word. Chen Qi said a lot of things on the stage. Said his family, said he went to school, said his experience in the first high school all the way in and out of society to fight. Finally, he said, in my life, the most correct decision I made was when I chose one middle school, where I met a lot of people who are very important to me. My teachers, my classmates, and the time I spent in one middle school was also the most important and the happiest time of my life. I will always love one middle school, my teachers and my classmates. He looked at Jiang Tong with a burning gaze. Jiang Tong, as an invited distinguished alumnus, was sitting in the front row, taking in the burning love in Chen Qi's gaze. But don't give a damn. The love-scorched ex-boyfriend is diabolizing. Then it was time for the distinguished alumni to make their donations and come on stage to say a few brief words, all of which were words to inspire the students to work hard and hope that the first high school will get better and better. After the commencement ceremony, the school authorities arranged for lunch. Just eat at school. Hire a chef from outside to do it. After lunch, they each exchanged pleasantries and were about to leave, because Fong Ling said he was coming to pick her up. She didn't drive here and had the family driver drop her off when she came in the morning. Distinguished alumni are going to the parking lot to drive. Jiang Tong walked towards the outside alone. Chen Qi had been paying attention to Jiang Tang. Seeing that she wasn't going in the direction of the parking lot, asked, Chief Jiang, didn't you drive? Because of Chen Qi's words, the others all looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. Aha, where is Mr. Jiang going? I'll give Mr. Jiang a ride, Chen Qi said. Jiang Tong smiled lightly and shook her head. No need, my husband is coming to pick me up. The distinguished alumni who are here today know, more or less, who each other are. Jiang Tong's Mr. Isn't that the young prince master of the Fong family? Chen Qi nodded without another word and went to the parking lot to drive. Jiang Tong then walked slowly towards the school entrance. The first school does have a lot of good memories. Here we all struggle and work hard together and study desperately. Jiang Tong walked to the school entrance and saw Fong Ling. He's not driving his flashy supercar today. Drove a big black G. Stoic and introspective. Fong Ling stood outside the car, leaning slightly back against it, one hand in his pants pocket, one hand holding his cell phone as he looked at it. Today, Fong Ling was deliberately cleaned up, his hair combed meticulously, not wearing a suit, not wearing a casual dress, but wearing a Chinese mountain dress. The mid-mountain outfit was a bit old-fashioned and squashed the juvenile quality of his body, making him look much more mature, but it's still cool. Like a real big man now. Fong Ling. Jiang Tong called Fong Ling with a smile. Fong Ling raised his head and saw Jiang Tang. Putting away his cell phone, he walked over and came to her side, reaching out and wrapping his hand around her waist. Gently, he asked, Are you tired? Then, leaning in, he placed a light kiss on her lips. Jiang Tong looked at Fong Ling with a bit of surprise. He was still relatively innocent, on the outside, and too embarrassed to be intimate with her. It was the first time he had ever kissed her on his own accord outside. Fong Ling's ears reddened slightly. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Tired. Go, get in the car and go home to rest, Fong Ling said. Jiang Tong nodded. Fong Ling then put his arm around Jiang Tang and came to the car, opened the door for her, got in, and closed the door again. He stood by the car and looked back, saw a black Audi R8 parked not far away. The people in the car were watching him. Fong Ling hooked the corner of his mouth, got into the car from the other side, and started the car to leave. Chapter 99. Who says I don't love you? It was a long time before our 8 left the campus. Fong Ling and Jiang Tang returned home. Fong Ling asked, Today, did Chen Qi talk to you? Jiang Tong smiled and said it. Fong Ling asked, What was said? You don't want to know. Jiang Tong chuckled. Fong Ling, the more so, the more he wondered. Jiang Tong smiled and said, Forget it, don't say it, you really don't want to know. No way. Fong Ling looked at Jiang Tang and said, I want to know. I must be told. There were a few rare strong attitudes. Jiang Tong collected the smile on his face and looked at him. Really want to know? Right. Fong Ling nodded. Really want to know. Jiang Tong nodded. Alright, since you really want to know, then I'll tell you. He did nothing more than confess to me, saying that he has old feelings for me. Feng Ling frowned, and said that I will only be happy with him, and I won't be happy with you because you don't love me, Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling was emotional and retorted without thinking. Who said that? Who said I don't love you? Oh, Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows and looked at Feng Ling with a smile. Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang, who was looking at him with a smirk. The handsome face swished red. What did he just say? Confessed? Feng Ling was red-faced, her heart beating fast and nervous. Chen Shi said it. Jiang Tong said it. Feng Ling, you don't love me according to Chen Shi. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Didn't you also say that at first? Saying that you don't love me, telling me not to be presumptuous, and that you can't give me anything other than the position of the Feng family's young lady, telling me not to ask for it. Feng Ling wanted to give myself 2 smacks. What's with the long mouth and all the talk? If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything in the first place. Wouldn't it have been better to be good and get married? You have to say those things to save face. Feng Ling blushed and said, that was before. At first, he really didn't have much feelings for Jiang Tang. I've only met the person I'm married to once or twice. What kind of relationship can there be? Oh, Jiang Tong suddenly realized. So that was before. What about now? She looked at Feng Ling with a light smile. Feng Ling was red-faced and nervous and didn't know what to say. Jiang Tong saw that he didn't say anything and said with a smile, so, it's not love even now. It seems that Chen Shi wasn't wrong. Feng Ling frowned. Don't listen to Chen Shi's nonsense. Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows. Is Chen Shi talking nonsense? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. She's pushing him. Right. Feng Ling looked at her and said, Chen Shi is talking nonsense. You are my wife. How can I not love you? Jiang Tong was happy in his heart, but deliberately laughed and teased him. Oh, it is because I am your wife that you love me. So you don't love me. Just your wife. You love me when I'm your wife. And you love other women when they're your wife. Feng Ling, I didn't mean that. So what do you mean? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. Now also reacting, he looked at her sadly. She knew it plainly. It was obvious that he knew everything, and he had to tease him like that on purpose. Why is she so bad? I don't know, forget it. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong looked at him. Is this too much? Did you make Mr. Feng angry? Aha. Forget it then. Jiang Tong said. With that, he was ready to go on his lunch break. Feng Ling looked at her, angry, and rushed up in a few steps. Pulling her, he turned her around, clasped the back of her head, and kissed her directly. Jiang Tong. She was confused for a moment, then pushed him away. Feng Ling didn't exert much force and was pushed away by Jiang Tong. He looked at Jiang Tong with a bit of surprise. Jiang Tong rarely refused his intimate gestures. Never refused, except when it was physically inconvenient to have a great aunt. How? You don't love me. Why are you kissing me? Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling, love is not spoken. Haven't you seen the chicken soup those marketing numbers post? Don't look at what men say. Look at what men do. After saying that, in Jiang Tang's surprised look, he kissed her lips again. This time, strong and dominant, full of power, not allowing her to refuse to resist. Jiang Tong. It seems to be daylight now. She reacted by trying to push him away, but was unsuccessful. At last, the sunshine spilled over the ground, and the spring light was infinite. Feng Ling knew that he had moved on Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong is pretty, gentle, emotionally intelligent and teasing. He, a little rookie, was not Jiang Tong's match at all, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he was aroused by Jiang Tong. He wanted to confess to Jiang Tong, but he's a little twisted. Before the marriage, he swore to people that he wouldn't love her and told her not to be delusional. It's okay now. People, Jiang Tong is not delusional. The one who is truly delusional is him. Confessions seem to be a bit of a slap in the face. What if Jiang Tong laughs at him? He's being facetious. It's annoying. It's all about Chen Shi witch. Bull asterisk 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 all day long. Go in front of your wife and say something about how he doesn't love her. Is Chen Shi a worm in his stomach? Doesn't he know whether he loves his wife or not? You need Chen Shi the to bleep? How does Chen Shi eat so much salt all day long? Idle, salty, as hell. Feng Ling asked manager Tian. Old Tian, how much do you think it will cost to break the contract with the D's? Manager Tian, not yet 30. Very sadly, he looked at Feng Ling. Why did the prince call her old Tian? She's not even 30, and she's a beautiful looking female. Lao Tian seems to be addressing the bad old man. Manager Tian smiled and said, Feng Xiao can call me Xiao Tian. Feng Ling glanced at her and said, you're older than me. I don't want to take advantage of you. Field manager, Master Prince, please take advantage of me. Endured and endured. In the end, it was tolerated. Who made him the crown prince? How did Feng Xiao want to break the contract? Manager Tian maintained a very good professional demeanor and asked. The hotel is already gearing up to build momentum for the partnership with D's, which is owned by Anya Japonica. Everything is going well. This is the first time Feng Xiao is in charge of a project. So far it all seems to be fine and dandy. Why would Feng Xiao suddenly want to break the contract? Feng Ling said. There's no reason. You can break the contract if you want to. Field manager. I endure. The prince has the capital to be capricious. It's not like you can lose much money for breaking a contract. Manager Tian said. It's a lot of money to lose though. But this amount of money was a drop in the bucket for the Feng family and the crown prince. It's just that, without a reason, word will get out and the uninformed will think it's our fault at the Wanfan Hotel. Manager Tian said. In fact, as she saw it, it would have been the fault of the Wanfan Hotel. It's the fault of the crown prince of Wanfan Hotel, who inexplicably had to terminate his contract for good reason. Feng Ling said. Who says there's no reason? There are reasons. The head of Anya's daycare is slandering me behind my back, denigrating him for not loving his wife. Chapter 100 Nothing. Just pregnant. Manager Tian frowned, annoyed. She was definitely on Feng Ling's side as she said. Feng Xiao, you can send a lawyer's letter to the person in charge of the D family and sue him. Is the reputation of the crown prince of their one fan group something that can be casually slandered? Feng Ling. Forget it. The little master has a large amount of adults. Not with him in general caddy. Field manager. The prince is so generous. If that's the case, then it really isn't appropriate for One Fan Hotel and the D family to work together. Manager Tian said. The person in charge had the audacity to denigrate their crown prince. So what was there to work with? It's not like they have to make this much money at one fan group. Do you think Grandpa will scold me if we cancel the cooperation? Feng Ling asked. It was a project given to him by his grandfather, and he knew what he meant, that he wanted to exercise him. However, he really hated Chen Shi. Manager Tian smiled and said, no, if the president knows that the head of the Anya Rihua home has denigrated you, he will be even more angry than you are, and not only will he not scold you, but he will also help you out. Feng Ling, from what he knew of his grandfather, he simply wouldn't. If Grandpa finds out what happened, he'll just say he'll never amount to anything. Forget it. Feng Ling said, no more termination. He was really just talking off the top of his head. He can't be as capricious now. He's married now. He's a grown man. Field manager. If you're not going to break the contract, then why is Mr. Feng talking to her so much? Isn't it all bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Does Feng Xiao think she's idle? She's busy as a PR manager for a mega consortium. But Manager Tian didn't dare to say. Feng Ling called housekeeper Zhao in the afternoon and asked the kitchen to boil brown sugar water in pigeon soup for Zhang Tang. He remembers it well. Zhang Tang's great aunt came today. As a husband, it's your duty and responsibility to remember your wife's period. Give care and warmth to your wife during menstruation. Feng Ling was amused. Those bullies in the tomato novel website, let alone remembering the days of the heroine's period. They don't even remember their wives' birthdays, wedding anniversaries and all that. Because of all this, the hero and heroine of the novel had a lot of fights. But something like that could never happen to him. When Zhang Tong came back, the housekeeper had the maid bring Zhang Tong brown sugar water. Zhang Tong looked at the brown sugar water and froze for a moment. Butler Zhao smiled and said, this is what young master specially ordered and had the kitchen cook for young lady. There's also pigeon soup for later at dinner, also specially ordered by the young master. It's been stewing since this afternoon. The young master's caring thoughtfulness must be made known to the young lady. Zhang Tong took the brown sugar water and sat on the sofa and slowly drank it. As he was drinking, Feng Ling came back. As soon as Feng Ling entered the house, he saw Zhang Tang sitting on the sofa taking small sips of brown sugar water. The heart was pleased. The wife must have felt his tender attentiveness, thoughtfulness and love. Feng Ling walked over and came to sit next to Zhang Tang, looked at her and asked, is it good? Aha. Zhang Tong smiled and nodded. It's delicious and sweet. The soup was sweet. Sealing is also sweet. Feng Ling didn't understand what Zhang Tang meant, but it was enough for her to say it was delicious and sweet. After drinking the brown sugar water, it wasn't long before dinner was served. There was pigeon soup for dinner. Master Feng also knew that with the brown sugar water and pigeon soup, Zhang Tang should be coming to things. He was a little disappointed that Zhang Tong wasn't pregnant, but it was okay. After all, it had only been 2 months since they got married. The old man thought it was okay to get pregnant within a year. It's only been 2 months. There's no rush. It did used to be more of a rush. The main concern was that if something happened to him, Feng Ling would be left all alone, with no one to accompany him and take care of him, and he wouldn't be able to hold up Feng Clan. But now, seeing the steady development of Feng Ling and Zhang Tang's relationship, he wasn't so anxious and worried. After observing for the past 2 months, He had gained a deeper understanding of Jiang Tong's character and acting style. Even if something did happen to him suddenly, Jiang Tang would still take care of Fengling and support him up. Even if Fengling was really a waste and couldn't be supported, with Jiang Tang, he could still keep Fengling safe for a lifetime. Although he still hoped that Fengling could stand up and lead one fan hotel to the next level. But a lot of things don't come to pass just because he wishes them to. Not whatever he wants. Finished dinner and went back to my room. What's wrong with you? Fengling asked Jiang Tang. It felt like from the beginning of the meal, Jiang Tang was a bit off, as if she was absent-minded and had something on her mind. Although Jiang Tong looked the same as usual on the surface, he still had that feeling that something was going on in her heart. It's fine, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang, and when he saw that Jiang Tang was unwilling to speak, he didn't ask again. People don't want to talk about it, and it becomes annoying to keep asking. He's a mature, stable man who knows what he's doing. At this point, he selectively forgot about his previous aggressive pot-breaking behavior. The two of them washed up and went to bed to rest. Fengling didn't touch Jiang Tang, he just hugged her to sleep. Early in the morning, Jiang Tong got up and went into the bathroom. Take out a pregnancy test. She'd wanted to test it last night, but morning urine is more accurate, so she held off on testing. She didn't have her period yesterday. In the beginning, she did have a strong desire to have children, because that's what she promised her grandfather. But in the last month or so, neither Fengling nor Grandpa had brought up the matter of having a child in front of her much, coupled with the fact that she had just returned to China to take over Zhang's business and was busy with work. She slowly kind of faded away quite a bit from the whole having a baby thing. Yesterday, Fengling's actions made her realize that her great-aunt did not come as scheduled. She had a guess in her mind then, but didn't say anything. In case it wasn't, it gave Grandpa and Fengling hope and disappointed them. She watched the pregnancy test as a little bit of urine soaked through the paper. Then, shows 2 bars. 1 bar is obvious. 1 bar is fainter, but it still shows. Jiang Tong froze for a moment. Although she had always said she wanted to have a baby, she was still confused when it actually came. It's as if you're a different person all of a sudden. She's going to be a mom. Jiang Tong looked down, looking at her stomach. There's a little life here. Now, the feeling. It's amazing. A little nervous and excited, yet a little flustered and terrified and bewildered. A mix of emotions. It was a while before Jiang Tong went out from the bathroom. Fengling also woke up, and with a glance, he could tell that Jiang Tang was not right. He was worried. Last night the wife's mood was off and now it's even more off. Her whole being seemed a bit confused and overwhelmed. Such a feeling he had never felt in Jiang Tang before. Jiang Tong has always been independent and sober and wise. Honey, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Or did something happen? Fengling asked with concern. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and said faintly, nothing, just pregnant. Chapter 101, the young master is really capable. Fengling nodded. Oh, it's good that it's nothing. Pregnancy isn't a big deal. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling. Fengling froze for a moment, snapped his eyes wide open, looked at Jiang Tang in surprise, and asked dumbfounded, wife, what did you just say? Jiang Tong, would he be a little too slow to react? Pregnant? Fengling finally reacted completely and jumped up from the bed at once, shocked and amazed. He looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong gently hooked up the corner of his mouth when he saw Fengling like this. His vividly excited appearance made the feeling of bewilderment within her vanish in an instant. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. Aha! Pregnant! Fengling froze and looked at Jiang Tang for a while before he reacted. Jumped off the bed and jumped to Jiang Tang's side in 3 or 2 moves, wanting to hug her. But don't dare. He was so excited now that he was afraid he might hurt her. He stood right in front of her, staring at her flat belly with wide eyes. With his clothes on, he couldn't actually see anything, but he kept staring anyway. Staring at Jiang Tang made him want to take a deep breath to tighten his stomach. This. Fengling looked to say something, but within a moment he didn't know what to say. What should I say? Fengling scratched his ears anxiously. He should have said something by now, but he felt as if his brain was down and he couldn't say anything. What's this? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Compared to Fengling, her reaction just now was much more calm and collected. Well, she really is more mature and stable and more composed than Fengling. Fengling knew that Jiang Tang was teasing him, but right now, he didn't have the heart to care about that. Staring at Jiang Tang, Na asked, how? Suddenly pregnant? How come there was no warning at all? Jiang Tong, suddenly? We've been married for 2 months. We're in good health. Our conjugal life is harmonious. Haven't we been preparing for pregnancy? Pregnancy, in the plan. How sudden? Fengling, that's what the words say, but he really felt surprised and sudden. Wasn't my wife supposed to have her period yesterday? He also thought he was being gentle and considerate by asking the kitchen to boil brown sugar water for her to cook pigeon soup. The wife is pregnant today? This. What should we do now? What should I do? What to say? He had no experience at all, and his brain didn't seem to be able to think. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling and smiled. You can go wash your face first. Feng Ling nodded. Yes, wash your face, wash your face. He kept chanting about washing his face, and when he got into the bathroom, cold water splashed on his face. He slowly calmed down. Looking at myself in the mirror, I watched and grinned happily. The wife is pregnant with his child. Happy, really happy and wanting to jump up and down. He washed up and came out of the bathroom. His whole body calmed down a lot. Looking at Jiang Tang, his face was fleshly happy. Wife, come on, let's go down for breakfast. Pregnant women need to focus on nutrition. Feng Ling said. In the bathroom, he'd thought about it. In the future he will take good care of his wife and children. He's a husband, soon to be a dad. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded and went downstairs with Feng Ling. Feng Ling kind of wanted to hold Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong laughed and said, there's no need to be so careful. That way you'll make me nervous. Feng Ling, but it's not like that. He'll get nervous himself. What if he doesn't hold it? What if his wife falls? The two went downstairs. The old man sat on the sofa and read the newspaper. Although the internet is now advanced and the old man is a fashionista who keeps up with the trend, he also maintains some of the habits he has had for many years. Reading the newspaper is one of them. Butler Zhao was waiting on the sidelines. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang went downstairs. The two greeted. Grandpa. Elder Feng nodded. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng and said, Grandpa, let me tell you something. What is it? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling said indifferently, it's not really a big deal. I heard that it was not a big deal. So Elder Feng didn't care much. Anyway, Feng Ling's childish personality. A little bit of a big thing to say. For example, if he was scolded by Jiang Bei, he had to come back to talk about it. And if he quarreled with Lu Jianli and the others, he had to come back to talk about it. It's like a little kid tattling. Jiang Tong is pregnant. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng. Butler Zhao. The two froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tong in surprise. Feng Ling. It doesn't seem like things are supposed to go this way. Shouldn't Grandpa be jumping up and down with excitement? Why is Grandpa so calm? Wasn't this child what Grandpa was most looking forward to? Elder Feng looked at Jiang Tang and asked. Really? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Elder Feng smiled and said happily. Good. Really good. The Feng family finally has a successor. Elder Feng was happy, but his happiness was much more subdued than Feng Ling's. After all, it was the first time Feng Ling had experienced this kind of thing, and he wasn't. He's a grandfather and has experienced his wife and daughter-in-law getting pregnant and having a baby. The psychological quality was not something that could be compared to a rash first-time father like Feng Ling. However, he still remembers to this day the first time he found out his wife was pregnant. Excited and nervous, bewildered and cautious. At that time, he was also a rash. Butler Zhao smiled from the side and complimented. Young master, this can do. How can the young lady get pregnant if the young master can't do it? Feng Ling reddened. He is no longer the simple and pure man before marriage. He now understands the meaning of Zhao Butler. Butler Cho is driving. Said he was capable. Why do the two bad old men in the family like to drive so much? Housekeeper Zhao looked at Jiang Tang and added. Young lady is also very capable. As a steward, he has to make it rain and not favor one over the other. Feng Ling frowned and glared at Butler Zhao. Lick the dog. What's it to him if his wife can do it? It's enough for an old butler to do his part. What kind of lickspittle is he here? Still an old lickspittle. Jiang Tong smiled shallowly. The crowd moved to the dining room. And because Jiang Tang was pregnant, housekeeper Zhao had the kitchen grab a few more relatively light and nutritious breakfasts. The young lady is now carrying the future hopes of the entire Feng family. Gotta be treated with the highest standards. Elder Feng was very happy and kept urging Jiang Tang at the dinner table to pay a little more attention, not to work too hard and so on. He knew that Jiang Tang was a strong career woman and it was unrealistic to let her recuperate at home and not go to work when she was pregnant. Jiang Tong agreed with a light smile. Even if Grandpa hadn't said anything, she would have paid attention. After all, her body was her own. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling, who was staring at Jiang Tang and giggling from time to time. TSK. Jiang Tong is pregnant. He looked a lot better at the grandson who only exasperated people. His oldest grandson, who has a pretty good smile. Chapter 102, No one will give you a child even if you like it. After breakfast, Jiang Tang and Feng Ling went back to their rooms to change their clothes. Honey, you lift up your clothes. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong. Let's see. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong glanced at him and chatted up her clothes as Feng Ling looked at her stomach. Her belly was flat. tight and smooth without a hint of fat. Where is the child? He knew the boy was too young to see much right now, but he was just curious. Jiang Tong put down his clothes. Feng Ling, haven't seen enough yet. The three in the family go to work. Feng Ling and Elder Feng arrived at the company. Elder Feng said to Feng Ling, now that Tang Tang is pregnant, you shouldn't go out and fool around all day long. Feng Ling frowned. I haven't gone out and fooled around in a long time. Master Feng thought about it carefully. Indeed, after marrying Jiang Tong, he rarely goes out to fool around. He's used to scolding him for ghosting. Elder Feng coughed dryly with a bit of embarrassment and said, you need to show more concern for Tang Tang now. Feng Ling nodded. Elder Feng said, a pregnant woman's mood is very important. And I've heard that a pregnant woman's mood is directly related to the child's looks. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng suspiciously. Who did you hear that from? Elder Feng, I forget. I've heard of it anyway. This kind of hearing has no scientific basis at all. Feng Ling said, as far as Jiang Tang and I are concerned, how bad can a child be? Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling. Think about Jiang Tong again. Think about Jiang Tang's parents and brothers, and then think about Feng Ling's parents. One last look at what he and his deceased partner looked like. There was no ugly one within 3 generations of either of their families, and they were all exceptionally good-looking. His great-grandson, definitely good-looking. You're also okay with this face? Elder Feng commented. When Jiang Tang gives birth to a beautiful baby, I'll credit you. Feng Ling, can't I do anything else? Elder Feng, what other lines do you have? Feng Ling, if I can't, I can get Jiang Tang pregnant? Elder Feng. Seeing that Elder Feng was in a rare mood of being disliked by himself to the point of speechlessness, Feng Ling was in a good mood and whistled and hummed a little song as he entered the company. Elder Feng, bear with him first. After all, right now he was still the only child of the Feng family. When Jiang Tong gave birth to a child, by then, Feng Ling would no longer be the only child of the Feng family. And then, let's see how he would clean him up. Over the years, Feng Ling had done whatever he wanted based on being the only child of the Feng family, and he had put up with him a lot. Feng Ling gave him a wait. Feng Ling entered the department, sat down at his workstation, and worked for a while before sending a message to Jiang Tang. Feng Ling, honey, what are you doing? Jiang Tong was busy working and didn't reply. Feng Ling, honey, is our baby okay? Feng Ling, you tell me, is it a boy or a girl? Feng Ling, honey, do you like boys or girls? Feng Ling, wife, what does the child want to eat? Let's eat with the child. Feng Ling knew Jiang Tang did not reply to his message must be at work. He did not care. He was quite energetic to send messages alone. When Jiang Tong finished his work, he saw Feng Ling's message, then reply, the child is fine. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I like both boys and girls. I don't know what the child likes to eat, but I know what the child's mom wants to eat for lunch. Feng Ling's cell phone was on alert, and as soon as Jiang Tang sent him a message, he saw it. Looking at the message Jiang Tong sent over, the corners of his mouth hooked up. The wife really loves him. Sentence by sentence, there is a response. Feng Ling, so what does the kid's mom want to eat? Jiang Tong, the kid's mom wants Cantonese food. Feng Ling, I'll pick you up at noon. JT, good. Feng Ling finished his work and went into the restroom to wash up. Fixing his hair at the sink, Manager Tian came out from going to the restroom and saw Feng Ling at the sink. Greeting. Feng Xiao. Yo, Oldfield. Field manager. It's Num. Oldfield is just Oldfield. Feng Xiao is so handsome, Manager Tian said with a smile. Feng Ling looked at her and said, Old Tian, I really want to give you a raise. Unfortunately, now Feng's, it's still not my call. If it was up to him, he'd give Oldfield a raise. Not just a raise for Lao Tian, but for the whole company. The young lady of the proprietor's family is pregnant, and for such a great joyous occasion, the staff should be given a pay rise. Manager Tian smiled and said, I'm waiting for the day when Feng Xiao is in charge. Feng Ling said, soon. Field manager, this conversation of theirs doesn't seem right. If it got to the president's ears, she and Feng Xiao probably wouldn't have a good time. Especially her. Manager Tian hurriedly escaped. Feng Ling then happily went to John's entertainment to pick up Jiang Tang. Entering the lobby of the company, all the way to the employees saw him and greeted him. Good day, Feng Xiao. Hello guys. Feng Ling responded with a light smile. Waiting downstairs to brush my face enough to get ready to enter the elevator. The elevator had just opened and he saw Tokiomi seeking inside. Feng Ling glanced at Shi Chang-sun. What was he doing in the company if he was a top streamer and not out filming? Feng Ling tilted her chin slightly and looked arrogantly at Shi Chang-sun. Whatever he's trying to do, he doesn't stand a chance. His wife is pregnant. Feng Ling looked at Shi Chang-sun, who was standing motionless in the elevator, and asked, not coming out? Shi Changxian glanced at Feng Ling and walked out. Feng Ling entered the elevator. pressed the elevator, and while waiting for the doors to close, suddenly, he asked Shurjang Sun, "Hey, second room, do you like boys or girls?" When he finished, he confused himself for a moment, wanted to punch myself in the mouth. Why did he call Tokaji looking for the second house? Mouthfuls up. It's all those CP fans in the group who say every day that he's the main palace and Tokaji Hunt is just a second wife. The second house is actually equal to a concubine. Concubines are bought and sold, and the main palace can kill and sell them at will, although he refused to be a second house when he was looking for a long time. But he could fight and kill and buy and sell this point at will, and it was really deep in his heart. Tokiwa Seeker was also confused. Fans joke about it online, and he knows it. Fongling came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's useless if you like boys and girls. It's not like there's anyone to give birth to you." Sure, Changsun frowned and looked at Fongling. "Is he sick? But I'm different. Someone gave birth to me." Fongling smiled smugly. "My wife gave birth to me." After that, the elevator doors closed. Time lapse. What did Fongling mean by that? Did Jiang Tong is pregnant? That's not possible. How long have they been married? And it's obvious that Jiang Tang is all about her career. How can you get pregnant so quickly? Tokaho Seeker's face was ugly. Jiang Tong looked at Fongling and asked, "Why are you here so early? It's now an hour before the end of the shift. I'm here to see my kid and the kid's mom." Fongling said, "Jiang Tong, it's getting greasy. Is the work done?" Jiang Tong asked. Fongling said, "I don't have to work now." Jiang Tong, why? Chapter 103, Feng Xiao's official announcement. No one understands it. Spending time with my wife and kids is my job. Fongling said. He's accomplished a good portion of his mission. The other small half was that when Jiang Tang gave birth to the child safely, his mission would be completely accomplished. It was his grandfather's plan for him, rely on his grandfather for the first few decades and his children for the next few. Now the baby will be born soon. And grandpa is still in good health. Grandfather taught the child to be a good man, inherited the Fengs, and the child raised him. Grandpa gives him an allowance now, and the kid gives him an allowance later. Jiang Tong, the child is still in the belly, so I don't need your company. Fongling, so the kid doesn't need it, and the kid's mom doesn't need it either? Jiang Tong nodded. Well, the baby's mom doesn't need it either. Fongling, the wife is so cold. It's even colder than before the pregnancy. He used to have to be coaxed more or less. Now, it's not even coaxing? Do you really think he's a childbearing tool? Once you're pregnant, he's useless. You don't need him anymore? So he can go wherever he wants? It's too cold. What did Timothy seek to do just now? Fongling asked. Talked a little bit about work. Jiang Tong said. Fongling. Oh. Jiang Tong then ignored him and went to work. Fongling also obediently played by himself. When it's 12 o'clock, after work, we'll go to dinner together. During dinner Fongling asked, when can you publicize your pregnancy? He couldn't wait to announce it. Tell everyone that his wife is pregnant and he's going to be a father. Jiang Tong said. Both. She's not superstitious about it. Then I'll announce it now. Fongling said. Jiang Tong nodded. Fongling then took out his cell phone and took pictures of the meal on the table in Jiangtang. Then he didn't eat the meal. So he went up to the D-Voice to look for the text announcing the pregnancy. After a long time of picking and choosing, I finally chose a text, one person eating for two. The accompanying picture shows Jiangtang eating. Sent it to a friend. Wife, give me some credit. Fongling said. Jiang Tong took out her cell phone and liked Fongling's friend circle and focused on eating again. Fongling didn't have much of a mind to eat. When he friend-zoned it, there were many likes and comments. Jiang Bei, what? In connotation my sister has a big appetite? You can't afford it? Lu Jianli, oops, it's a disaster. Feng Xiao won't even have a meal after the wedding. By Lang Yue, Feng Xiao, come on. I'll treat you to dinner. You pay the bill. Okay? Sure Qisheng, what did you do to mess with Sister Jiangtang? Elder Feng, let Tong Tong eat more. There were many other comments, either praising Jiang Tong's beauty or asking why he didn't eat. Fongling frowned tightly. These people, are their brains empty? Isn't it obvious what he meant by posting this friend circle? Why do these people talk about everything? None of them are getting to the point? What kind of friends and what kind of intelligence are these? Jiang Tong saw Fongling staring at his cell phone, frowning at his appearance, and took out his cell phone to look at it. See the reply from a few people in Jiangbei. It's really hard to know what to make people say. Mainly because it wasn't too obvious what Fongling meant by posting this circle. They'd only just gotten married, and no one was thinking about the fact that she was pregnant. How about a different copywriter? Jiang Tong said that she was indifferent, but looking at Fongling, he seemed to be very distressed. No change, Fongling said stubbornly. They can't see the deeper meaning of the text because they're stupid. Aha! Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Fongling, what's Jiang Tong nodding for? Does she think they're stupid too? but they were all his friends. They used to play together all day long. Did Jiang Tang think that things were like that and people were like that and thought he was stupid too? But he didn't ask. There was always a feeling that the answer might not be very friendly to him. Fengling held back from asking. Looking at his cell phone, Zhang Bei and the others asked him in the group why he posted such a circle of friends and asked him what he meant. Fengling didn't reply. After dinner, Fengling sent Jiang Tang back to the company. He passed by Xinhua bookstore on his way back to Feng's and went to the bookstore to buy a few books. Some books about a woman's pregnancy. When he returned to Feng's, he sat down at his workstation and read his book in a big way. Young Master Feng was already in the limelight in the company, and he was a big man reading books about pregnancy and such. With a little thought, the crowd guessed. Then a bold person came up and asked with a smile, "Feng Xiao, what are you reading?" Fengling closed the book and showed the other person the title, Pregnancy One Day at a Time. The employee looked over and asked with a smile, "Who's pregnant?" Fengling said, "My wife." "Wow!" the staff exclaimed. "Congratulations." Fengling nodded and said, "Thank you. Feng Xiao is really great. It's only been a short time since he married the young lady and he's pregnant." The employee smiled and patted his ass. Fengling haughtily pursed the corners of his lips and said, 2 months. I got pregnant 2 months into my marriage. Feng Xiao is awesome. The employees complimented. Fengling nodded haughtily. When the other employees heard this, they also smiled and came up to congratulate and praise Fengling. Fengling was very flattered. An employee said, "Young Feng and young lady have such high face values. The royal grandson must be very good looking. Smart and good looking." The employees complimented Fengling with 1 word from you and 1 word from me, and he couldn't even find his way around. Look at a sincere face. He felt it was time for him to do something. He went to see Master Feng. "Grandpa, I have something I want to discuss with you." Fengling asked. Elder Feng said, "Other than asking for money and starting a business, everything else is negotiable." Fengling choked. How much does Grandpa not believe him? It's not about money or starting a business. Fengling held his tongue. Elder Feng's face looked a few points better. "What is it?" "You see, Jiangtang's pregnancy is a great joy for our Feng family. In ancient times, when the young lady of the main family is pregnant, they are all required to give rewards to their subordinates to raise their monthly money." Fengling said. Elder Feng. There was an uneasy feeling in his heart. "I think we should also give the company's employees a raise when Jiang Tang is pregnant. Give out bonuses." Fengling said. Elder Feng looked at Fengling and asked, "Do you know how many hotels our entire Feng clan has around the world?" Fengling, "I don't know." He only roughly knew of a few hundred. "But I don't know about the exact hundreds." Elder Feng, "Then do you know how many employees Feng Group has?" Fengling, "I don't know." Elder Feng, "Then do you know how much more it costs to give out bonuses and raise wages?" Fengling, "I don't know." Elder Feng looked at with a little cute. Fengling, who was just like him, laughed in anger. "You don't know anything. Just know to come and make me spend money. So do you want to spend this money?" Fengling asked. Elder Feng was choked for a moment and glared at Fengling. One Fan Hotel has more than 700 branches around the world, with waiters, employees, housekeeping, cooks and all these adding up to nearly 100,000 people. Fengling, "Oh." Elder Feng looked at Fengling who hadn't reacted yet, and clenched his teeth in anger, sending bonuses, awarding a month's salary, according to the average, 5,000 per person, to send 400 million. Fengling, "Huh?" Now he finally responded. "That much? Equals. Updates are done for today. Asking for free ones for the love of power. Love you guys." Chapter 104, Preferring Sons Over Daughters is a Remnant of Feudalism. Elder Feng gave him a blank stare. "What else?" Fengling frowned, torn, "But, they said that the little royal grandson will grow up to be very pretty." Elder Feng, "They also said that this is a blessing for the little royal grandson. Blessing the little royal grandson with good health and longevity." Fengling added. "You shut up." Elder Feng yelled at him. Plus on and on. He's really heartbroken. Fengling, "Oh, get lost." Elder Feng didn't have the heart to say, "This loser." "Oh." Fengling obediently rolled. Elder Feng thought about it, but still called to have the finance arranged. Because of the great joy of the proprietor, each employee of the Feng Group is rewarded 1 month's salary as a bonus. Who could deny the staff the blessing of a little great-grandson? Anyway, there is a lot of incense money donated to the temple every year. Fengling had just returned to his workstation when he received the news. It seems that Grandpa still loves him very much. He does what he says Grandpa does. Never refused his request. Grandpa loved him the most. Feng's consortium is a big consortium. This is not a new year. Suddenly give a month's salary to the whole group of employees as a bonus? The story quickly spread on the internet, and then through inside information, it was learned that it was the young lady of the Feng family who was pregnant. Feng Group is now sitting on Feng Laozi. Feng Laozi's son died many years ago. His daughter-in-law left the Feng family, leaving only an only grandson Fengling. Over the years, it had been elder Feng and Fengling who had depended on each other. The young lady's pregnancy is indeed a cause for celebration. In this way, the whole network knew that Jiang Tong was pregnant. Jiang Bei, Lu Jianli and the others. Sister Jiang Tong is pregnant? So what Fengling posted about one person eating for two was an official announcement that Sister Jiang Tang was pregnant? Will he make an official announcement or not? Make a mistake. Jiang Tong is pregnant. All friends and relatives contact Jiang Tong, concerned about congratulations and blessings. Jiang Tong then realized what the Feng family had done. In her heart, she was still quite happy, feeling the Feng family's importance as well as expectations for herself and her child. Fengling came to pick up Jiang Tang in the afternoon when he was almost off duty. To Jiang Tang, he said, "Grandpa invited the in-laws to the Feng family for dinner." Jiang Tong nodded. She was pregnant and the two families celebrated briefly. The Jiang family was coming to visit, and Butler Zhao told the kitchen cooks to show their skills and make sure to make the most delicious meals to entertain the in-laws. He also had the servants of the house spread a red carpet on the road. Jiang's family is here. A warm and enthusiastic welcome to Jiang's family. Jiang Tong was already used to this kind of ritualistic feeling, but the first time I met the Jiang family, is the Feng family always this pompous? Although it was pompous, it was still quite delightful because it was a sign that the Feng family valued them enough to hold such a sense of ceremony. A meal that was enjoyed by all. The only thing I don't like is the north of the river. It wasn't that he didn't like it, it was just kind of unbelievable. He had only just accepted Fengling as his brother-in-law, and in the blink of an eye he was going to accept his own sister as pregnant with a child? This is too fast. Didn't give anyone time to react at all. After the meal, Jiang father and mother and elder Feng sat on the sofa chatting and exchanging pleasantries about some things in the mall. Jiang Bei pulled Fengling into the garden and asked him with a frown, "Tell me honestly, are you using my sister as a tool to have a baby? The wedding has not even been held, and you are in such a hurry to get your sister pregnant. What is this if not treating your sister as a childbearing tool?" Fengling glanced at him and said, "Your sister is not a tool. I am the tool." Jiang Bei wondered. "I'm the one who makes babies." Fengling said. The only thing Grandpa asked of him was to have children. He had a feeling that it wasn't just Grandpa who thought this way, but Jiang Tang as well, and that Jiang Tang also used him as a tool to have children. Fengling then told Jiang Bei about how Elder Feng felt that he was a waste of space, and that the Feng family would play out sooner or later if he handed it over to him, and then told him to hurry up and have a child to train the next generation. Jiang Bei, ginger is really still old and spicy. Grandpa Feng is farsighted and a man of great wisdom. Ha! Fengling laughed coldly and looked at him mockingly. Things come in groups. You're with me every day. Where do you think you can be better than me? I'm a loser, a punk, and you're still the same? Jiang Bei, can I be the same as you? Fengling asked. How is it different? Jiang Bei smiled and said, I have a sister. Do you? Fengling. Jiang Bei said, I'm no longer a waste. I can't hold up Jiang's. I still have my sister. My sister can hold up. Fengling retorted unconvincingly. Then I have a wife. I can't hold up Feng clan. My wife can. Jiang Bei disdained. You say, let my sister choose between the Feng family and the Jiang family. Which one would she choose? Fengling. Of course it's our Feng family. Our Feng family has a bigger industry and more money. Jiang Bei snorted. You're just fooling yourself. Fengling. Depressed. Jiang Bei suddenly thought of the key point and asked, Grandpa Feng wouldn't force my sister to have a son, right? Grandpa Feng hopes that his sister will give birth to the Feng family heir, and in the public's usual impression, the heir is always a son. Wouldn't it be frowned upon if my sister had a daughter? Fengling froze for a moment and said, should not, right? That's saying a little something about himself. There was no patriarchal thinking on his part. Sons and daughters were all the same to him. But Grandpa, he couldn't guarantee it. A lot of Grandpa's ideas were rather old-fashioned. What if Grandpa really prefers sons to daughters? Do you really dislike Jiang Tong just because she gave birth to a daughter? Even because Jiang Tong gave birth to a daughter forced him to divorce Jiang Tong. He had seen and heard of such things. Ha! Jiang Bei sneered and threatened Fengling through clenched teeth. If your Feng family really dislikes my sister and niece because my sister gave birth to a daughter, I'll get you killed. Fengling. Whoever dislikes you go get yourself killed. I won't dislike it anyway. Jiang Bei. Does that mean Grandpa Feng dislikes it? Fengling is asking him to get Grandpa Feng killed? Ha! Fengling can really be Grandpa Feng's great big grandson. No wonder Grandpa Feng thought he was unreliable and forced him to marry and have an heir early on. Jiang's family left. Fengling was preoccupied and went to talk to Elder Feng and asked, Grandpa, do you prefer a great-grandson or a great-granddaughter? Elder Feng looked at him faintly. He hummed, what's the point of asking that? Just want to know if you want Jiang Tong to have a son or a daughter. Feng Ling asked. Elder Feng asked back. What about you? Do you want Jiang Tang to have a son or a daughter? Feng Ling said with a righteous face. I'm all the same. I don't favor boys over girls. Favoring boys over girls are all feudal remnants. Elder Feng. Exasperated laughter. Look at him. That means he favors men over women. So let's just say he's a remnant of feudalism. He can be such a great big grandson of his. Chapter 105, I don't value men over women. I only value trash. He has worked hard. A man, a father and a mother to raise him. Now, he is saying that he is a feudal remnant. Then is Feng Ling going to eradicate him? A feudal remnant? In a big way? It really pissed him off. It was also fortunate that he had been focusing on his health over the years and was in good health. Otherwise, he would have long been angered to death by this unfilial grandson. He's organized and ate up for him. He's good. And he's going to eradicate him. Ha, so you're saying I'm a feudal remnant? What? Are you going to eradicate me? A feudal remnant? In a big way? Elder Feng asked with a cold smile. Feng Ling bristled. I don't dare. It's just that, Grandpa, I've studied biology, and having a boy or a girl has nothing to do with the woman and everything to do with the man. So you're the only one who's studied biology and I, a feudal remnant, haven't? So, if Jiang Tang can't give birth to a son, it's not that Jiang Tang can't do it, it's that you, a loser, can't give birth to a son? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling, disliked by Elder Feng. He didn't know how to retort. It took a few seconds before he said, actually, it's not a bad idea to blossom first and then bear fruit. Mr. Daughter has a son again. Elder Feng snorted coldly. I don't value men over women. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng. He didn't believe it. How can the remnants of feudalism not be patriarchal? In fact, these years, in you, I have long figured out one thing, Elder Feng said. Feng Ling asked suspiciously. What is it? It's not important to have a son or daughter. What's important is that it depends on whether the child born is useful or not, Elder Feng said. Feng Ling. Suddenly I didn't want Grandpa to talk about it. It felt like Grandpa couldn't say anything nice. A son like you, giving birth to 10 or 8 farts is useless. In addition to being a loser or a loser, giving birth to 10 or 8 is just accelerating the speed of bankruptcy, Elder Feng said. Feng Ling. Elder Feng, having a daughter like Tang Tang is better than having 10 or 8 sons. So what if it's a great-granddaughter? As long as his great-granddaughter was capable of holding up the Feng family, he was happy and fond of it. When the time comes, the big deal is recruiting a son-in-law. Elder Feng smiled and gave Feng Ling the final fatal blow. So I'm not patriarchal. I just value ability over waste. Feng Ling. So, he's the loser? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and glared at Elder Feng. You wait for me. Sooner or later, he was going to do something sensational to slap his grandfather in the face. Let Grandpa see if he's a loser or not. Feng Ling left angrily, still pissed off until I got back to my room. Jiang Tong had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower and saw Feng Ling's puffed up appearance and asked, What's wrong? Who messed with you? No one. Feng Ling huffed. Jiang Tong, Grandpa scolded you again? In this family, only she and Grandpa dared to mess with Feng Ling. She didn't mess with him. Then it's just Grandpa. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. Originally did not want to say. Being called a waste by his grandfather is a bit humiliating. But now he wanted to talk again. If he didn't talk to Jiang Tang, who would he talk to? Should I tell Butler Cho? Butler Zhao wears the same pants as Grandpa and is Grandpa's traitor. He listens to whatever Grandpa says and fights wherever he points. Tell Jiang Bei Lu Jianli and the others? They'll just laugh at him. Only talk to Jiang Tong. The wife is not going to laugh at him. The wife never laughed at him although she liked to tease him like a child. Grandpa said I'm trash. Feng Ling said, his tone a bit aggrieved. A look of hoping that Jiang Tong would stand up for himself and do right by him. Jiang Tong froze for a moment and said, How could Grandpa do this? Feng Ling, see, that's how Grandpa is. How can you tell the truth? Jiang Tong said. What? The sky has fallen on young Master Feng. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiang Tang. He didn't think that Jiang Tang actually thought the same way. How dare you think he's a loser too? He knew that he might not have much talent for business, and was not as capable and skillful as the other overlords. But, is no more than a waste, is it? What's a waste? A loser is someone who doesn't do anything serious other than the crooked things like eating, drinking, and having fun. Feng Ling was silent. All he seems to do is eat and drink. 2. I have invested in businesses before and lost money every time. Not once made money. Alright. Jiang Tong laughed and said, Just kidding. You're not a loser. I'm kidding. How could young Master Feng be a waste? Feng Ling looked at her and said sullenly, You're slapping and then giving a sweet date. You're coaxing me. Coddle him like a child. Didn't lie to you. Jiang Tong smiled and said, In my mind, you really aren't a waste. Although she was wearing a smile, she looked serious, her eyes were bright, and her eyes were sincere and honest. So Feng Ling couldn't help but believe her. Really? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, really, if you're really a loser, how could I possibly marry you? Feng Ling, didn't Grandpa give you a lot of money? Although no one told him about it. But he wasn't really stupid and could more or less guess. A woman like Jiang Tong, who had never even met him, was suddenly about to marry him. He couldn't think of any other reason other than his grandfather's promise of a great deal of money. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, it's true that Grandpa gave me a lot of money, but there are so many people who promised me a lot of money and wanted to marry me. So how come I didn't marry them and married you instead? Feng Ling. Why? He looked at Jiang Tang with expectant nervousness and caution. Jiang Tong smiled and said, of course it's because you're nice. Feng Ling, because I'm nice? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. You're really good. Good looks, good personality, good family background, good in every way. Feng Ling was a little embarrassed by the compliment. The ears burned slightly. How is he as good as his wife says he is? Ever since he was a kid, people complimented him on one thing, good looks. Can't boast anything other than good looks. I didn't realize that in his wife's eyes, he was good at everything. Do you really think I'm good at everything? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Well, really, if you weren't such a good person, a really bad person, Grandpa gave me more money, I wouldn't have married you. These weren't words to coax Feng Ling, they were true. After her grandfather had found her and proposed a marriage, she had investigated Feng Ling, who, after all, was the one who was going to live together for the rest of their lives and have children. If it was a really bad one, she'd be miserable for the rest of her life. Offer more money and she won't agree. The corners of Feng Ling's mouth couldn't help but hook up, and it was harder to suppress than even AK. It was hard to suppress that little bit and ask, so you won't think I'm not much good at my career? Equals. Today's update is done. Wahahaha. Love you guys. Chapter 106. Not in the first 3 months and not in the next 3 months. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, who said you don't have the ability? Feng Ling. That's what everyone says. He thought so himself. Jiang Tong smiled and said, but you're only 22 years old. You've only just left school. You've only just entered the workplace. And your life has only just begun. Your future has infinite possibilities. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Such words had never been spoken to him before. But, I've invested many times before, and they all failed and lost money. Feng Ling said glumly. In the beginning, he was confident in himself, thinking that their novels are written about the overlord, the pride of heaven, the chosen one, lying down and making money. But after a few investments, it was a direct blow to his self-confidence. It was then that he clearly realized that he seemed to have little talent for doing business and doing business, even, perhaps not suitable for business at all. You failed to invest because you are young, Jiang Tong said. People are simple, haven't experienced the perils of society, and trust people easily. Feng Ling was silent. Isn't that still stupid? Jiang Tong smiled and said, this is normal, just like a baby who is just learning to walk. It always has to fall down countless times before it can learn to walk. People will always fail. No one's life has always been a success. Not once. Feng Ling asked, so have you failed too? Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Of course, when I first took over Jiang Group's overseas business, I suffered a lot of losses and lost money, making Jiang lose money, just only once or twice. Feng Ling was a bit surprised. He thought Jiang Tong was born so powerful. It's not just me, including Grandpa, my parents. They also suffered countless losses, fell for countless tricks and lost a lot of money in this process of doing business, and learned from it before they came to where they are today step by step. Jiang Tong said, can't blow him off. Gotta encourage. If he really cracks down and he completely swings for the fences, what will Feng do in the future? It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking over Feng's, but it's not necessary. When it really came down to it, Grandpa delegated authority to her, but Grandpa would certainly not be comfortable with that either. She was worried that she would be in charge of the Feng clan and kick Feng Ling when her wings hardened. Changing Feng to Jiang. She didn't want to go that far. She couldn't be sure she'd ever be that person. She can guarantee she won't now, but who knows what will happen in the future. After all, it was $1 trillion consortium with a market capitalization, and she couldn't ensure that she wouldn't hit Feng's idea in the future. With so much money in front of us, how many people can't be moved? Many people, at first, keep a pure and good heart, but slowly, because of the temptation of fame and money, and become despicable, insidious and ungrateful. She didn't want to gamble on whether or not she'd turn out that way. The human heart is the last thing you can gamble on. The best thing for the three of them, her and her grandfather and Feng Ling, was to support Feng Ling and be able to hold up Feng Feng Ling was silent. So we all come from a place of failure? You got into University C with your own grades, which proves that you're smart and have a higher IQ than many people. And a few occasional failures doesn't mean you'll always fail. Jiang Tong said with a smile. You can rest assured that you can go ahead and break through. Even if you fail, you are not afraid. There's Grandpa and the phone group to back you up. You shouldn't be afraid of failure. Nobody fails all the time. Feng Ling bristled. Grandpa wouldn't give me a ride. Grandpa's biggest fear is that he'll start a business. Jiang Tong laughed. Grandpa just said that on purpose. But look, which of your business ventures did Grandpa stop? Feng Ling froze for a moment, and after careful thought, it seemed right. Although his grandfather always yelled that he didn't want him to start his own business, every time he did start some kind of business or something, his grandfather didn't stop him. Started a business and lost all the money to Grandpa. Grandpa would say such and such disgusting things, but the money was still given. He seemed to be getting it a bit. Grandpa said that on purpose to discourage you, to prevent you from expanding. Jiang Tong said with a smile. A proud son of the sky like Feng Ling was really easy to inflate. With a young person, an outstanding family lineage, and a few smarts, he thought that he was the most powerful and smartest person in the whole world, and put no one in his eyes. People like that tend to lose badly. Grandpa is afraid that if he doesn't knock your confidence down a bit, if he doesn't keep you down a bit, you'll give Grandpa a big fight one day. He won't be able to hold it. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling, you have to understand that Grandpa has a good intention. Aha. Feng Ling nodded. The heart is full of fight. He's going to make it. Succeed like Grandpa in Gangtang. Jiang Tong saw Feng Ling rekindle his fighting spirit. Relieved. It's good to have a fighting spirit. Grandpa's body is hardy, and as long as there are no accidents, he should be able to live for another 20 years under normal circumstances. According to the current medical conditions, it is normal for rich people to live to be 80 or 90 years old. Even if he only lived to be 80, he still had 10 years left. 10 years, enough for Feng Ling to grow. She still had confidence in Feng Ling. Not a bad person. No vices of womanizing or even gambling. He doesn't get involved in illegal things as much as he does. In this way, give him a few years' time to grow and experience. Later, even if the talent is not particularly outstanding, cannot lead Feng further, but keep into. Let Feng maintain the current scale. Normal operation. It still shouldn't be too hard. After calming down the battered young master Feng, Jiang Tang went to take a shower. And after taking a shower and coming out, Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. The eyes were a little eager. He's really grown to like his wife. The wife is good. Not only is she pretty and capable, but she will open up to him, reason with him, and build his confidence. Such a wife, he really likes. When Jiang Tong got on the bed, he stuck up and whispered in her ear. Honey, you smell good. The voice was hoarse and low. Jiang Tong understood as soon as he heard it. Looking at him with a sidelong glance and a wry smile, she said, no, push his face away. If he didn't push away, he was going to kiss it. Feng Ling froze for a moment and asked, why not? Jiang Tong smiled and said, for the first 3 months of pregnancy, you can't even have conjugal life. Feng Ling, Jiang Tong added, oh, and no, not for the second 3 months either. Feng Ling, he looked at Jiang Tong with wide-eyed disbelief. Not for the first 3 months, not the last 3 months. So that means only the middle 3 months are okay? Now it's the first 3 months. You want to go 3 months without touching your wife? But he and his wife had only been married for 2 full months, excluding the days when she had gone on business trips the first week of their marriage, and the days when she had her period. He's only been touching his wife for a full month or so. 3 months of abstinence after only 1 month of touching? Young Master Feng's sky had really collapsed this time. Chapter 107, Feng Ling's heart is completely dead. Really? He asked as he looked at Jiang Tong undeterred. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Feng Ling, I don't believe you. You lied to me. He refused to believe in something so cruel. 3 months of abstinence, with my wife close by, able to look, but not touch. That's really cruel for a man who's new to the meat scene. Inhumanly cruel. Undeterred, Feng Ling took out his cell phone to check. First a certain degree, and then DY, and then Zihu, and then little red S. Find out if you can have conjugal sex in the early stages of pregnancy. All of them say you can't pass the first 3 months. But young Master Feng is not dead. Continue to investigate. He wants to see a little hope. What if there are doctors who all say they can pass? Jiang Tang ignored him and went to sleep. It's rare to go to bed so early. Feng Ling simply cannot sleep. Turned off the lights, still have been checking. The major software check all over. Has been checking until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Basically all the doctors said they couldn't. Feng Ling was furious and didn't sleep much all night. In the morning, get up and wash downstairs. Feng Ling was mentally depressed. For one thing, I didn't sleep well last night. Secondly, The thought of not being able to live as a couple for the first 3 months made him feel that life was too cruel to him as a newly married man. Life seems to have lost its color. Elder Fong froze for a moment when he saw Fongling like this. A little bit of heart and regret. Was it too much to say last night? Did it hit him? He thought back to last night, and it did seem like he had gone a little too far in saying that he shouldn't have talked about him like that. Spoken like he's nothing. But Fongling, it's actually pretty good. Should I hit him with a stick and give him a sweet date? While Elder Fong hesitated, Jiang Tang said to Fongling, accompany me to the hospital in the morning for a physical examination and to build a file. Fongling, nod. A few spirits were raised. This was not the time to indulge in male love. The most important thing for him now was to take care of his wife and child. Elder Fong, forget it. If you hit it, you hit it. No more sweet dates. Looking at Fongling, it didn't look like something was wrong. After breakfast, Fongling and Jiang Tang went to the hospital. Went to a private hospital that the Fong family has a stake in. Go get checked out. Fongling can go see it too. He watched as the doctor rolled around with an instrument on Jiang Tang's white, flat belly. The doctor said this one time and that the next, and it was pretty good anyway. Fongling looked at the screen. What was the doctor talking about? How come he can't see anything? After doing the examination, he took the report card to the doctor, who read it and gave Jiang Tang a file. So far everything looks pretty good. All the data is also good. Gave Jiang Tang a blood test, confirmed that it is pregnant. After the doctor's appointment, it's time to go. Fongling said to Jiang Tang, wife, you go out first, I have something to ask the doctor. Jiang Tang glanced at Fongling and nodded. Gone. The doctor was a female doctor in her 40s or 50s. Looking at Fongling with a kind face, she was also aware of Fongling's identity. The young proprietor of the hospital. Doctor, is that what? Fongling slightly red face a little embarrassed. I don't know how to ask the question. The doctor took one look at Fongling's appearance and understood. She had been a gynecologist for decades, and she had seen many people like Fongling. The doctor smiled and said, no. Fongling froze for a moment and looked at the doctor in surprise. What's not? He didn't even ask and the doctor said no? This isn't a quack, is it? No married life for the first 3 months, the doctor said with a smile. The young proprietor is the only child of the Fong family, the child in the young lady's womb, the future heir on the board. If it's because you say it's okay, the young master will indulge and hurt the young lady and the child. Then there was no way for her to explain to Elder Fong. Her career, too, was at an end. Fongling, he takes back what he just said. She's not a quack, it's the divine doctor. Is she a mind-reading healer who knows what he's thinking without him asking? Is it really not okay? Fongling asked. The doctor smiled and nodded. Well, no. Fongling was undeterred. Really not even once? Can't I even be a bit lighter and gentler? The doctor nodded. Well, no. Other people may be able to, but the young lady and the young proprietor absolutely can't. This child is the future heir of the Fong family? The slightest mistake can't have. Fongling, destroy it. Fongling walked out with his head hanging down. Jiang Tang sat on a chair and waited for him. Seeing him come out like this, he hooked his lips. Fongling came to Jiang Tang's side and helped her up, assisting her to walk. Now, dead-hearted? Jiang Tang asked with a wry smile. Using her toes, she knew what Fongling would ask the doctor when he sidetracked her. Young Master Fong is heavy on lust and has everything written on his face. Fongling was a little embarrassed. You don't believe what I said. And you don't believe it even after checking the software all night. So you have to ask the doctor yourself? Jiang Tang said with a smile. Are you ashamed? Fongling, there's no place to go. Looking at Jiang Tang, honey, what are you talking about? I thought I asked the doctor about that kind of thing? No. I was asking the doctor what you should watch out for during your pregnancy, like diet and such. Yes? Jiang Tang raised an eyebrow. Of course. Fongling then said many things that should be taken care of in the early stages of pregnancy. It's a good point, and it's still accurate. Jiang Tang couldn't help but wonder if he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. He did seem to have just asked the doctor. If he hadn't asked the doctor, he wouldn't have known so much. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Jiang Tang said with a smile. Fongling's ears burned. His heart was weak, and he was embarrassed. It's fine. Don't misunderstand me next time, Fongling said. Jiang Tang smiled and nodded. Fongling sent Jiang Tang to the company before returning to Fang's. Back at Fang's it was time to get to work. The mood at work is different now than it used to be. I used to go to work with the mindset of being a monk for a day and getting by. But now, the fight is full. Wife says he's great and smart. The previous failures were just too young and too inexperienced. He will succeed later. He must work hard and succeed. Give your wife and kids a better life. During working hours, Fongling works seriously. And when the work is done, He reads books or watches some dry short videos to learn, or asks his colleagues to teach him. Had lunch and spent the rest of the day reading about pregnancy. Butler Zhao went to bring Jiang Tong food. The young lady is pregnant with little young master or little young lady. She can't eat outside food. How unclean and unhygienic outside food is. Jiang Tong didn't brush off Butler Zhao's good intentions either. Zhao housekeeper is also for her and the child's good. No conditions, not to say, since there is this condition, pregnant diet of course is to pay attention to a little. As he was eating, Zhang Xinu arrived. Zhang Xinyu knew Jiang Tang was pregnant, and the word had spread in the circle. She had just entered the office when she heard Butler Zhao say, "Don't worry, young lady, I will definitely raise you and little young master or little miss in good health. As a child the young master was raised by me in good health. Equals. Today's update is done. Asking for free power for love. Love you guys." Chapter 108, Sleeping in Separate Rooms. Show Crescent. Butler Zhao saw that Zhang Xinu had arrived and greeted her with a smile. "Good day Miss Zhang." Zhang Xinu nodded her head and said to Jiang Tang, "You mustn't listen to Butler Zhao. That's not healthy. It's white and fat." Jiang Tong, white and chubby? Zhang Xinu nodded. Well, Fengling was fat as a child. Butler Zhao laughed and said, "What is Zhang Xinu talking about? Our young master that's not fat. Our young master was strong when he was little. Of course, our youngest is also very strong right now. The young master is the only child of the Feng family." He and the master watched the young master closely, and the food was slightly better. It's true that it's a little more physical than the average kid, but it's definitely either fat or strong. Zhang Xinu looked at housekeeper Zhao. Butler Zhao was Fengling's first licking dog. "Are you sure it's strong and not fat?" Zhang Xinyu said. "A 7-year-old child, standing at 1 meter 4 and weighing 100 pounds. Are you sure it's strong and not fat?" Joe Butler nodded. "I'm sure as well as firm. It's strong not fat." Show Crescent. Jiang Tong, 1 meter 4, 100 pounds. It does seem a little chubby. However, Butler Zhao had a filter on Fengling. "You don't get fed fat." Zhang Xinyu said to Jiang Tang, "I heard my mom and them say that Fengling's mom was fattened up in the beginning, and when she was the fattest she was 160-70 pounds, and it could be painful to lose weight after giving birth to a child." Butler Zhao. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Well, thanks for the concern. I know." Zhang Xinu was a bit uncomfortable. "Who cares about you?" Jiang Tong smiled and asked. "You? You're caring about me." Show Crescent. Jiang Tong was like this, making her not know what to say. Butler Zhao smiled in relief. Miss Zhang has grown up and knows how to care about people. Zhang Xinu's face turned even redder. It seemed as if he was being poked fun at by both Jiang Tong and Butler Zhao. "You eat first, I'll leave first," Zhang Xinu said with a slightly red face. Jiang Tong nodded. Show Crescent Moon is gone. Jiang Tong ate, and when he was done, housekeeper Zhao let the servants pack up and leave. When he got off work in the afternoon, it was Fengling who came to pick up Jiang Tang. Fengling said to her, "Honey, don't drive to work from now on. I'll pick you up and drop you off." "Aha." Jiang Tong nodded. Young Master Feng wanted to be a good husband and father. She would not reject it or throw cold water on it. Fengling was happy. From now on it's the wife's exclusive driver. Happy, the two of them returned home, and when they got home, Butler Zhao greeted them, holding a photo album in his hand, and said to Jiang Tang, "Young lady, look." Jiang Tong and Fengling looked over. Fengling could tell at a glance that it was his own growth album. He used to take a lot of pictures, basically every month. The young master was really strong not fat when he was little. Butler Zhao said, "He wants to do right by the young master." Lao Zhao. Fengling was embarrassed and tried to snatch the album back. "It's so embarrassing to be seen by your wife as a little chubby kid or something." But Jiang Tang was already one step ahead of him and took the album from Butler Zhao's hand. Fengling took the album and tried to snatch it back. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "Show me." Fengling let go with a red face. Jiang Tong then flipped through it. When he was a child, Fengling was indeed much fatter than now, but he was still very good looking, and at a young age, he could see the superior excellence of his features. Bottom line, fat, but not ugly. Plus, little kids are kind of cute when they're chubby. Jiang Tong took the photo album and sat on the sofa and flipped through it. A very thick photo album, all of Fengling's photos, from baby to teenager, and just the last few years not many photos have been taken. Fengling pulled Butler Zhao to the side in crickets. "Old Zhao, isn't the Feng family's work too idle? You have nothing to do all day long. What are you doing sending out my albums?" Being seen by his wife when he was so ugly as a child, Butler Zhao said, "I am doing right by the young master." Fengling raised an eyebrow. "What for the sake of a proper name? Today Miss Zhang told the young lady that you were fat as a child." Butler Zhao said, I have to let the young lady know that you are strong not fat. Feng Ling frowned. Exhibition crescent moon? Butler Zhao nodded. Feng Ling. He didn't expect that by now. Jiang Tang was pregnant. And Zhang Xinyue still hadn't died and was still denigrating him in front of his wife. This is not dead to him, or not dead to his wife? He couldn't tell the difference anymore. Feng Ling glanced at Jiang Tang, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the photos, and tried hard to recall if there were any ugly photos of himself as a child. Butler Zhao smiled and pacified him. Don't worry, young master. Young master has been handsome since he was a child. Their young master is the most handsome young master in Sea City. Feng Ling. He ignored Butler Zhao and walked over, sitting down next to Jiang Tang and looking at it as well, looking at childhood photos and thinking about the old days. Feng Ling took a closer look. Butler Zhao was right. He's been handsome since he was a kid. There is no such thing as an awkward period. Even as an adolescent when most people were uglier, he was handsome. Watching Master Feng came back. Elder Feng said to Feng Ling, Ling, come with me to the study. I have something to tell you. Feng Ling, the study again? You just went to the den yesterday, got hit with a blow, and today? Is Grandpa addicted to hitting him? Spitting in his heart, the person still obediently followed Elder Feng into the study. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and gave a somewhat awkward dry cough. Feng Ling, Grandpa, is your throat uncomfortable? Elder Feng. Feng Ling said, if your throat is uncomfortable, you'll feel better if you talk less, meaning just lecture him a little less. Elder Feng glared at him without any good humor. What? Think I talk too much? No. Feng Ling blinked and played dumb. I'm concerned about Grandpa. Elder Feng grunted. You still think I talk too much? Don't you know that there are plenty of people out there begging me to say one more word? I won't even talk to them. You're the one who's in the thick of it. How much weight does a word from his business bigwigs carry that he doesn't know? Feng Ling. So what did Grandpa want to tell me today? Feng Lousy, I want to say. Now, Tong Tong is pregnant. Do you want to temporarily sleep in a separate room from Tong Tong? I don't. Feng Ling balked without thinking. Elder Feng glared at him. Feng Ling asked him, why do you want to sleep in separate rooms? I'm doing this for your own good. Tong is pregnant now. I'm afraid that you'll be spermatic and hurt Tong and the child without any lightness. Elder Feng said. Feng Ling was just at the time of his bloodlust. He was genuinely afraid of what might happen. You're the one who's spermatic. Feng Ling retorted. Elder Feng was furious and blew his beard. This unfilial grandson. I'm out of sperm. How do I get it in my head? Chapter 109, breaking up for 6 or 7 years and still coming to disgust her. Feng Ling was surprised. You don't have any more? Elder Feng glared at Feng Ling, really wanting to give a casual copy of the inkstone on the desk and smash it. Then you can't either. Feng Ling said. Other people's old men. The more powerful ones are still able to have children at 70. How come you don't have any? Master Feng. I endure. Currently, he was still the only child of the Feng family, so he gritted his teeth and endured for now. Let's see how he'll clean him up when Jiang Tong's baby is born. Anyway, I don't sleep in separate rooms. Feng Ling said. Not being able to touch his wife for 3 months was enough. You want to sleep in separate rooms? It's killing him. If we don't sleep in separate rooms, what if we hurt Tang Tang? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling frowned. Grandpa, am I that kind of person in your mind? Elder Feng snorted coldly. I don't know who caught the doctor at the hospital asking, can't you do it even once? Can't I be gentle and light? Feng Ling reddened in embarrassment and shyness, glaring at Elder Feng. He should never have gone to his own hospital. Going to his own hospital? Even if he farted, someone would tell Grandpa. I'm just not sure. Of course I'm going to ask the doctor. And I'm sure I won't do it since the doctor said so. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling suspiciously. With 3 words written plainly on his expression, I don't believe it. Is that what I am in Grandpa's mind? Someone who doesn't care about his wife and children for the sake of his own comfort and pleasure? Feng Ling asked. Elder Feng. That's not true. Feng Ling, if I say I won't touch it, I won't touch it. I'll protect Jiangtang and the child, not hurt them. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling in surprise. This was the first time he had heard from Feng Ling's mouth that he wanted to protect someone. In the past, he was protected. Elder Feng's heart was shaken. His Ling, it seemed, had really grown up. Aha! Elder Feng nodded his head and said, since you said so, then Grandpa will believe you. Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Elder Feng with a bit of surprise. Grandpa trusted him so easily? You go out. Elder Feng said. Feng Ling walked to the door with doubts, opened the door, and turned back to Elder Feng. Grandpa, I will really protect Jiangtang and the child, and I will protect Grandpa as well. Elder Feng nodded. Well, Grandpa believes in you. Feng Ling left. Elder Feng reddened his eyes and took out the photo from the drawer. A photo of him and his wife and Feng Ling's father. A family of 3. It was taken over 20 years ago. He lost his wife and son in his middle age. No one knows. How did he survive those years? If it wasn't for Feng Ling, he would have gone long ago. His wrinkled hand gently stroked the photo. After his son and wife passed away, everything he did was for Feng Ling. His greatest wish is to raise Feng Ling to adulthood. Now, Feng Ling had really grown up. Knows to protect him. Protects his wife and kids now. It's a grown up. Got it. His mission, at last, was complete. In the future, when I go to the grave, I will have the face to see my wife and children, and I don't know if they can forgive him. After dinner, Jiang Tang and Feng Ling returned to their room. After washing up and getting into bed, Feng Ling was excited to read a bedtime story to Jiang Tang. Beautifully named, Fetalism. Jiang Tang let him read it. Listening to it, Jiang Tang quickly fell asleep. Feng Ling kissed her gently on the top of her head, put down the book, hugged her, and went into dreamland. Jiang Tang went to work the next day. The secretary then entered the office with an eager face and said, President, on the side of Anya Day Chemical, several brands have contacted us to terminate the contracts with our artists. Jiang Tang frowned, asked, what are they? The secretary then said a few. They are all endorsements from first and second tier artists in the company, endorsing big name cosmetics. What does Chen Shi want? Jiang Tang nodded and said, I know. The secretary went out, followed by the agent and the artist who also contacted Jiang Tang. They don't know why the Anya Day Chemical side of the good reason why suddenly want to terminate the contract. Look for Jiang Tang for ideas. Jiang Tang naturally knew that this was Chen Shi manipulating everything behind the scenes. Could it be that Chen Shi was in love and hated her out of love and wanted to take revenge on her? Ever since Chen Shi became the president of Anya Cosmetics China, Jiang Tang has thought about it very clearly. The cooperation with Anya Jihua, if we can cooperate, we cooperate. If we can't, we don't force ourselves. Now that Chen Shi wanted to retaliate and take the initiative to cut off the cooperation between the two parties, although it was a bad thing for her and the company and would lose a lot of benefits, she accepted it openly. Jiang Tang decided to go through the legal process. When an artist endorses, they sign a contract. Whoever breaks the contract during the contract period is legally liable for damages and apologies. But generally, artists and artist companies don't offend brands. After all, that's the golden daddy. But Chen Shi couldn't be blamed for what she was going to do. Jiang Tang immediately pulled several artists involved in endorsement contracts into a work group and made his position clear. The artists are actually still a little hesitant. If you really fight the lawsuit, it is completely an Anya Rihua bad. Anya Rihua so many big brand luxury goods. They are like Anya Rihua into the blacklist. The future will not cooperate with them. This is not good for an artist in the long run. But Jiang Tang's attitude was tougher this time. This matter is originally Anya Rihua is not right. The contract period. They did not violate the contract. Those brands suddenly want to terminate the contract. They would have had to pay for it. Seeing Jiang Tang's tough attitude, the artists had no choice but to support Jiang Tang, who made Jiang Tang the boss. After notifying the agents and artists, Jiang Tang directly asked the company to send the legal affairs to send a lawyer's letter to the other party to prepare some information for prosecution. Those brands under Anya Daily Chemical received a lawyer's letter and approached Chen Shi to terminate the contract. They all listened to Chen Shi. Chen Shi saw the lawyer's letter and frowned. He originally thought that Jiang Tang might take the initiative to find himself for the sake of benefits, and lower his posture to have a good talk with himself. She has always been a successful businesswoman with the greater good in mind, but this time, directly sent a lawyer's letter. Seems to be completely with Anya Rihua bad. What good would it do to her and her company's artists to cross paths with Anya Jihua? Chen Shi contacted Jiang Tang and called him. Jiang Tang, let's talk it over. Jiang Tang, yeah, it's time to talk. Make everything clear so that Chen Shi doesn't have to do these disgusting things in the future. She didn't think that her ex-boyfriend, who had been broken up for 6 or 7 years, could still come and disgust her after 6 or 7 years. Jiang Tang and Chen Shi have a place to meet. Just go to the appointment. Chen Shi arrived first. He looked at Jiang Tang. He knew Jiang Tang was pregnant. She's really fast. He had thought he had plenty of time. But Jiang Tang quietly and fiercely got married and pregnant. Caught him off guard. Today's update is over. So please power up for love. Love you guys. Chapter 110, Chen Shi. You're a stain on my life. It's like all the hard work you've done over the years has been undone. He's not happy about it. It's really not a good idea. Tang, you're here. Chen Shi smiled and stood up, thoughtfully pulling out the chair for Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang glanced at him and sat down. There were no pleasantries and he was asked directly. Chen Shi, what exactly do you want to do? Tang, what do I want to do? Don't you know? Chen Shi looked at her seriously and deeply. Tang, I love you. Stay with me. Jiang Tong. Chen-Chi really thought so. Is he crazy? Chen-Chi, do you know what you're saying? Chen-Chi nodded. I know. Jiang Tong said coldly. Chen-Chi, I'm already married. Chen-Chi's deep eyes flashed with a touch of grief, but remained firm and said to Jiang Tang, I don't care about Tang Tang. I don't care that you've been married, and I don't care that you've had a miscarriage. What he thought was that Jiang Tang was sure to divorce Feng Ling if she wanted to be with him, and this child in her belly was sure to be aborted. He's not so generous as to accept another man's child. Jiang Tong. She frowned slightly and looked at Chen-Chi incredulously. Does Chen-Chi really know what he's talking about? Did he mean by that he wanted her to get a divorce and then get an abortion? Who the hell gave him that kind of face? Jiang Tong wanted to curse, but for a moment, she didn't know how to curse him. Seriously, other than seeing this kind of extremity on TV, she had never really seen such an extremity in real life. How in the world does he have the nerve to say something like that? The whole thing left her speechless. Jiang Tong told herself not to get angry and adjusted her emotions before speaking. Chen-Chi, are you daydreaming? Are you asking me to divorce Feng Ling and then abort the baby to be with you? Chen-Chi nodded. Aha. Tong Tong. Jiang Tong interrupted him. On what basis are you? Chen-Chi froze for a moment and said, Tong Tong, I know you love me. You and Feng Ling are just a marriage of interest without feelings. What Feng Ling can give you, I can give you. You can give it to me? Jiang Tong asked. Chen-Chi nodded. I can give it to you. In the past, you disliked me for being poor and broke up with me. But now, look, I'm successful. I'm rich. Tong Tang, I can give you everything you want. Jiang Tong looked at Chen-Chi. Silence. A long silence. She was now trying to break her head and couldn't understand that back then. How in the world did she look at Chen-Chi? For a person of Chen-Chi's character, put it in the present, she wouldn't even give it a second glance. She thought back. It's not that she has a bad eye. Rather, the Chen-Chi of that year really wasn't like this. Back then, Chen-Chi was confident and open and upright and even kind. Even the occasional low self-esteem is understandable. But now Chen-Chi, instead of being inferior, has become mean and shameless. Chen-Chi, when I was with you back then, did you have money? Jiang Tong asked. Chen-Chi shook his head, humiliated. No, it was a past he didn't want to look back on. Because of his lack of money and power, he was forced to separate from the girl he loved. So, don't you get it? I'm not going to stop being with you because you don't have any money. And in the same way, I'm not going to be with you because you have money now. If I really love money and vanity, in the beginning, you wouldn't have been able to get into my eyes at all. Jiang Tong said coldly. You're insulting me, and yourself, and our past, by saying such things now. When we're together, it has nothing to do with money. And when we're apart, it has nothing to do with money. How is it okay? Chen-Chi retorted angrily. If I had money, would you separate from me? Jiang Tong nodded firmly. Will. Chen-Chi froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tong with disbelief. How can you do that? I have money. How could you possibly separate from me? You broke up with me. Obviously because I don't have money. Because I'm poor. That's what he's been thinking all these years. Therefore, he worked hard and used all means to succeed by any means, in order to one day stand beside Jiang Tang and ask her if she regretted afterward. He was thinking of chasing after his husband crematorium hit the face of the plot, Jiang Tang because he was poor and separated from him. And then he succeeded. Jiang Tang regretted, cried bitterly and humbly begged for his forgiveness. He was all sorts of cold disdain, torturing Jiang Tang. After breaking up with you for so many years, I never forgot about you. Everything I did, all the hard work was for you. I wanted to succeed. I wanted to be worthy of you. Chen-Chi said. If you really want to say poor. Jiang Tong looked at Chen-Chi and said. You are still poor to me now. Do you think you're rich because you're now the president of China for Anya Day Chemical and earn $10 million a year? That you are successful? But in front of a powerful family like the Zheng family that has been passed down for generations. What are you? Not to mention the rest of the Zheng family's industries. Just the Zheng's entertainment that I'm holding right now. Every year's revenue is in the 10 figures. 10 figures? $10 million a year for you. How many years do you have to earn before you can earn the amount of money that I earn in a year? If I really look at money, the old you couldn't catch my eye, and the new you still can't catch my eye. Chen-Chi looked at Jiang Tong, didn't say anything, and was inwardly devastated. He really thought he had succeeded. At such a young age, he became the president of China of a Fortune 500 group like Anya Cosmetics. He earns $10 million a year. Back in C-Town, all the bigwigs of the company treated him with courtesy. Usually, some high and mighty celebrities will also be all kinds of pleasing to flatter themselves and make good relations. Hasn't he been successful enough this way? Wasn't Jiang Tong also trying to get on good terms with him? I've been thinking that peace and harmony make money. Doing business, trying not to offend if I can, and giving you some face, but you're abusing your personal power. How? Want to use the brand endorsement under Anya Daily Chemical to threaten me into submission? Jiang Tong laughed mockingly. Without the endorsement of Anya Daily Chemical, I won't starve to death, and neither will the artists under my hand. At most earn more or less, Chen Shi said with an ugly face. I didn't mean that, Jiang Tong coldly said. Whether it is that meaning is not important. Chen Chi, I originally did not want to see you. Everything we walk the law on it. But in the end, I still came to see you. Just to make it clear to you, Chen Chi, don't see each other again in the future. In the future, as long as you are still in Anya Jihua for one day, my company will not cooperate with Anya Jihua again. Tong Tong. Chen Chi naively looked at Jiang Tang. He had a premonition that he was going to lose Jiang Tang completely. Jiang Tong stood up and looked at him condescendingly. Chen Chi, you also have some understanding of me. You should know that I, this person, have never regretted, experienced things, no matter good or bad. For me, is a part of my life. I regret, is to negate my life, to negate myself. But now, I regret that I ever liked you and was with you, because, you in those days have really become a gloomy stain on my Jiang Tang's brilliant, bright and open life. After saying that, Jiang Tong didn't care what kind of expression Chen Chi had on his face and left. There's no turning back. Chapter 111. The Crown Prince is a bit in love with his brain. Jiang Tong is in a bad mood. It wasn't that he cared much about Chen Chi, but he was really disgusted by him. Where in the world did Chen Chi get the confidence to dare to bring up the idea of letting her divorce Feng Ling and abort her child to be with him? Jiang Tong was so disgusted that he was in no mood to work. Go find Feng Ling. Feng Ling was a bit surprised that Jiang Tang came to find himself during work hours, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Tong called Feng Ling on the way, and after Feng Ling answered the call, he ran to the entrance of the company and waited for Jiang Tong at the entrance of the company. The security guards at the door and the employees coming and going in the company lobby looked at Feng Ling. I can see that the prince is waiting for someone, but wait for who? What other person would dare to make the crown prince wait personally? Moreover, looking at the crown prince, he seemed to be quite happy, having fun waiting for someone, even more curious about who the prince was waiting for. Finally, in Feng Ling's eager anticipation, Jiang Tang came. Seeing Jiang Tang coming, Feng Ling hurriedly ran up, pulled Jiang Tang's hand and asked with a smile, "Wife, why are you here?" Jiang Tong smiled lightly. "Missed you, came to see you." Feng Ling was stunned and couldn't believe how flattered he looked at Jiang Tang. What's the wife talking about? Miss him? What does this mean? Thinking of you here and his equals love you. Honey, say you love him? This is so sudden. Jiang Tong saw that Feng Ling didn't say anything and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Feng Ling then looked back. "It's nothing." Glanced at Jiang Tang. She looked as if there was nothing wrong with her. It was sparse, as if she hadn't just said she missed him. Instead, "It's about a nice day." Feng Ling took Jiang Tang's hand and entered the company. The crowd took a look. Oh, got it. It turned out that the crown prince was waiting for the crown princess, so no wonder he was so happy and looking forward to it. TSK. Their Feng's crown prince seems to have a bit of a love brain. Feng Ling pulled Jiang Tang to walk very slowly. Passing employees greeted him. He responded with a light smile, and even pulled Jiang Tang to stop and chat with people pleasantries. From the door to the elevator, normal walking only takes 2 minutes. Feng Ling pulled Jiang Tang, and this greeting and that pleasantries, hard to walk for 20 minutes before entering the elevator. Thanks to Feng Ling, now the company's various small and large groups had spread the word that the crown princess had come to the company to visit the crown prince. Coming to check in. There were also people stealing photos and posting them in the group, and the face dogs ruthlessly appreciated Jiang Tang's beauty. In the elevator, there were only Feng Ling and Jiang Tang. Feng Ling asked Jiang Tang, "Are you here to check on the guard?" The corners of his lips were curled in amusement. She casually came to check. He, young Master Feng, is not afraid of investigation. Jiang Tong, no, I just came to see you. Feng Ling didn't say anything, but the look on his face was clear that little master didn't believe it. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, "Coming to the company to look for you. It's to check up on me. So every time you come to my company, it's to check up on me?" Aha. Feng Ling nodded. "Yeah, I'm just going to see if there are any people with bad intentions prying into my corner. It's a good thing he's keeping a close eye on them, or they'd have been pried away long ago." "Why do you want to check in?" Jiang Tong asked with a smile. "Why are you worried about someone prying into your corner?" "Feng Ling, you don't like me anyway, and it was Grandpa who forced you to get married in the first place, so it's not good to have someone prying at you?" Jiang Tong asked. "Feng Ling, I Feng young master don't want face-off. If I'm really pried out, how will I, young master Feng, still be able to mix and see city in the future?" Jiang Tong nodded. I know. Fongling, what do you know? Jiang Tong said. Knowing that you don't love me, everything you do is for the Fong family and your face. Fongling frowned, wanting to explain, but didn't know how to explain. He should have said he loved her, but he was a little shy, a little nervous, a little unable to speak. The main thing is that the punch in the face came too soon. It was only 2 months ago that she told someone you don't love me. I don't love you. I can't give you anything except the position and decency of the sealed young lady. The words are still ringing in my ears. Say you love her now? It's so in your face. Don't worry. I won't disgrace you and the Fong family. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fongling, oh, why don't we just confess to our wives? But will his wife laugh at him? What if his wife doesn't accept it and says she doesn't love him? It's annoying. If he was rejected by Jiang Tong, he would be sad and upset. Not to mention that he didn't know how he should face Jiang Tong in the future. He was afraid that in the end, they wouldn't even be a benefit couple. Bear with me again. Wait until you're absolutely sure before confessing. Fongling brought Jiang Tang to his workstation and let Jiang Tang play there while he went to work. Jiang Tang just sat by himself and played. There were many departmental employees who secretly came to peek at Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong wasn't embarrassed and greeted him with a big smile. Fongling was working on his job when he got the message. Several endorsements under Anya Daily Chemical and artists under John's Entertainment were rumored to be out of contract. He froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang. It seemed to make a little sense why his wife had suddenly come to him. It's being bullied by Chen Qi and is in a bad mood. Chen Qi the asshole. Wife, why don't I put Chen Qi in a sack and beat him up? Fongling suddenly said to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong froze for a moment at his words. Knowing for sure that word had gotten out on the internet, Fongling knew. No need. She smiled. It's against the law to hit someone. And it's not worth it to break the law for someone like him. A man like him? What kind of person is he? Fongling asked. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. Anyway, young Master Fong was pulling and stomping on nasty people all the time. A despicable and shameless person like him. You're the scenic young Master Fong. There's no need to bother with trash like him. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fongling froze for a moment. Jiang Tong was very civilized. And after being married for so long, he had never heard Jiang Tong swear. Trash, that adjective. It was the first time he had ever heard it from her mouth. What did Chen Qi do? Fongling asked, his face cold. It's definitely not just as simple as terminating the contract with an artist from Jiang Tang. If it was really just the termination of the contract, according to Jiang Tong's character, he wouldn't have scolded Chen Qi so much. It must have been Chen Qi who did something else. It's nothing, Jiang Tong said. Just said something I don't like to hear. Unloved words. Thinking about it, I know it's Chen Qi trying to rekindle old feelings, and then belittle him. Did he disparage Little Master? Fongling asked with a cold face. If he dares to disparage Little Master is going to kick his ass. Jiang Tong saw him like this and smiled to pacify him. No, he didn't belittle you. Really? Fongling didn't believe it. He felt that Jiang Tong was making peace in the middle. Really? Jiang Tong smiled and said, look at you. You're so nice. You're long, tall, and handsome. Your family is good. And now you're working hard. You're good at everything. You're just the perfect man. He couldn't find a place to disparage it even if he wanted to. Ends today. Thank you to the hundreds of international daimyo for sending the pop-up shower sprinkles. Ha ha, keep begging for power for love. I feel like I'm just an emotionless courting tool. Wahahaha. Love you guys. Chapter 112, Master has accumulated a lot of favors. Fongling glanced at Jiang Tang in surprise, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in triumph. The wife is right. He's just the perfect man. He's going to terminate the contracts of your company's artists, so I'm going to terminate his contract as well. And Wan Fan Hotel won't be doing the D Family Big Show. Fongling said. He's going to sing with his wife. Jiang Tong looked at him and said with a smile. No need. He's a piece of trash with no spirit of contract. You can't learn from him. Fongling. Okay. Jiang Tong looked at Fongling and smiled. So good. So obedient. Don't worry. I'm fine. Jiang Tong said. Business. If you can do it, do it. If you really can't, don't force it. She was trying to do good business with Chen Qi. Pure and simple. But Chen Qi had to talk to her about her feelings. Then the business is gone. Fongling nodded. He knew that because of Jiang Tong. The company's artists were terminated by the brand under Anya Rihua, and the artists must have complained about Jiang Tong. Between actor-entertainers and company bosses. Although it looks like a superior-subordinate relationship, in fact, the actor-entertainers have a relatively higher status than the general employees and bosses. They can pick the company and pick the boss. This company, this owner, can give them more resources. They sign on. They can't give them better resources and development. They terminate the contract. Actors and artists are not stupid. And Anya Day Chemical suddenly terminated the contracts of all the artists under John's Entertainment. They knew that it wasn't their problem. It must have been the company that had offended Anya Day Chemical. He had to help Jiang Tong. After returning home in the evening, Fongling quietly contacted Secretary Sun and asked him which of the company's artists had broken their contracts with Anya Rihua. Secretary Sun didn't answer immediately, but sent a message to Jiang Tong, asking him about it. She was loyal to Jiang Tang. After all, it was Jiang Tong who paid her salary. Jiang Tong saw the message and glanced at Fongling, who was quietly hiding in the balcony. Jiang Tong asked Secretary Sun to tell Fongling. Secretary Sun then told Fongling, there are hundreds of large and small well-known and unknown brands under the banner of Anya Daily Chemical, and John's Entertainment has 12 artists who have signed contracts with various brands under the banner of Anya Daily Chemical. It's all out of contract now. Fongling then began to mobilize his powerful circle of contacts to find endorsements for those artists who had lost their endorsements. What was lost from Chen Qi was recovered from his, to let his wife know that what Chen Qi can give her, he can give her more. Fongling is the crown prince of the Fong family. Grew up in Sea City since he was a child. Made all kinds of friends in particular. Basically the family is either rich or noble. It's easy to find endorsements for your wife's artists, isn't it? Soon enough, a number of people responded to Fongling. Only then did Fongling return to his room with satisfaction. Jiang Tong looked at him and asked with a smile, want to help me? Otherwise, Fongling wouldn't have asked Secretary Sun which artists in his company had terminated their contracts with Anya Rihua for no reason. There is definitely a loss for the artists when they break the contract with Anya Rihua. Is Fongling trying to make up for these losses to the artists? Fongling, what's wrong with Secretary Sun? How can I tell Jiang Tong? Fongling didn't know what to say. Thank you, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fongling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. He had thought Jiang Tong would blame him. Fongling tilted his chin haughtily. You're welcome. We are husband and wife. Husband and wife together as one. It's only right that I help you. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, asking, don't you owe a lot of favors? Fongling said arrogantly, no. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, really no? Fongling nodded, there are no favors owed. It's all them who owe little master favors. He, the young master of the Fong family, didn't need to beg, it was all others who had things to beg him. He helps when he can. So I've got a lot of favors on my hands. This time, it was just a matter of calling a few people to return the favor. That's awesome. Jiang Tong smiled and complimented. Fongling's haughty tail was going up to the sky when he was complimented like this. The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way. Your future artists in the company who want to endorse, want to act in any movie or TV show or whatever, they can look for me. Fongling said, I can give any endorsement that Chen Qi can give. Fong young master casually said a few words about it. He hadn't done so before because he didn't want to meddle too much in Jiang Tong's company. That was, after all, the Jiang family's business. Jiang Tong's company, and even though they were husband and wife, they should have a sense of boundaries. Meddling too much might be misunderstood as him trying to take control of Jiang's group. Furthermore, he hasn't even figured out his own job yet. Aha! Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, placing a kiss on his lips. Awesome! Fongling, just one kiss? Then how much do you want? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Fongling, one endorsement for one should also reward 12 kisses. Jiang Tong smiled and said, good, and then another kiss. And another, and another. It's been 12 kisses. Because she was pregnant, Fongling had restrained himself from thinking much of anything, but he was set on fire by her kisses. After she kissed her, she wrapped her arms around her waist and took the person into her arms. A kiss was placed against her red lips. Of course, it was just a kiss, and in the end, nothing. After kissing, Fongling let go of Jiang Tang and went into the bathroom to take a cold shower himself. Chris looked at Chen Qi and asked, why do you want the artists of D Family and John's Entertainment to terminate their contracts? Chrissy is the second young lady of Anya Nikkei. The group received the news and knew what Chen Qi had done, and she came to see town. Asked Chen Qi. Chen Qi said indifferently, John's Entertainment's artist is not suitable. I will look for a new artist. Chris frowned and looked at Chen Qi. Chen Qi, you're targeting Jiang Tang. She knew about Chen Qi and Jiang Tang, but she doesn't mind. Who hasn't had an ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend or something? Chen Qi and Jiang Tong have broken up for so many years. She thought there was nothing more between them, but he didn't expect Chen Qi to actually do such a thing. Chen Qi, although we are the brand side, but disregarding the contract to terminate the contract on the premise that the artist has not made any mistakes and has no black materials and has not brought a bad influence to the brand. Do you know what impact this will have on our brand? The brand has grown so far on the basis of integrity, in addition to the product itself. Chris said. Chen Qi didn't say anything. You are the president of China. Do you know what your job is? It's to develop the market, shape the brand image, and increase brand awareness and sales. Instead of using your position to get back at your ex-girlfriend. Clarice was angry. It's been 6 or 7 years since we broke up and you still want to get back at people. Shen Qi, are you still unable to forget Jiang Tong even now? Her face was hard. Because, she wasn't just the second miss of Anya Rihua, she was also Chen Qi's girlfriend. After graduation, Chen Qi joined Anya Day Chemical, and she also entered Anya Nikkei at the same time. Entered the same department with Chen Qi, who was very smart, also very hard-working. Slowly, she moved to Chen Qi. Chen Qi was able to become the president of Anya Day Chemical at a young age, and she played a key role in that. Chapter 113, Chris is a face dog. Chen Qi didn't say anything. Chris, she was waiting for Chen Qi to explain after she finished speaking. She thought Chen Qi would explain that he had long forgotten Jiang Tong and didn't love Jiang Tong anymore. But to his surprise, what he waited for was Chen Qi's silence. Silence is tantamount to acquiescence. Chen Qi really can't forget Jiang Tang. Chris, I wanted to slap him and tell him to get lost. But, looking at that face, she endured. She really liked Chen Qi's face. The showbiz world is now popular with the saying, when the face is there, the kingdom is there. Chen Qi is in her place. Chen Qi had grown such a face. Completely grown on her aesthetic. As long as Chen Qi wasn't too much. For the sake of this face, she wouldn't even bother with him. Chen Qi, think about it yourself. Chris pressed her temper and said, is it about career or love? If you want a cause, put away those thoughts towards Jiang Tang, and I'll let bygones be bygones about the past. To love. He couldn't ask for Jiang Tong's love. The reason why Chen Qi wanted to terminate the contract with Jiang Entertainment's artists should be because he failed in his courtship of Jiang Tang, so he was furious and took revenge on people. That's something she didn't say. Saying it out loud was too much of a slap in Chen Qi's face, and too much of a slap in her own face. She still liked Chen Qi right now and didn't want to put words in her mouth and make things too hard for each other. Chrissy, what do you mean? Chen Qi frowned at Chrissy. You mean, if I don't listen to you, I won't have a career? Chris didn't say anything, but the silence speaks for her. Chen Qi angrily glared at Clarice. Clarice, do you think that I, Chen Qi, have come this far because of you, or what? Chrissy asked. Chen Qi reddened and said angrily, Chrissy, I've come this far, and I'm able to get where I am today, relying on my own ability and hard work, not anything else. Ability? Effort? Chris looked at Chen Qi and said lightly, which one who can enter the Anya group doesn't have the ability? Which one doesn't work hard? Not to mention the others, those who entered Anya group at the same time as you, those who are smarter than you, those who have higher education than you, those whose family resources are better than yours, those whose abilities are more outstanding than yours, and those who work harder than you. Haven't you ever seen them? Now look back at them and look at you again. Chen Qi, do you really think you're relying on your own ability and hard work? I don't deny that you have the ability and that you work hard, but your ability and hard work are simply not enough for you to become the president of Anya Japan Chemical China at a young age. The one who made you the president of Anya Day Chemical China at a young age is me. She should let Chen Qi know and recognize reality. That way, Chen Qi wouldn't leave her, because he knew who gave him everything. Without her, he would have nothing. A smart person should know how to choose. Chen Qi grimaced and glared at Chris, clenching his teeth as he tried his best to restrain himself. Otherwise, he didn't know what he'd do out of control. Since childhood, he has been the favorite in the eyes of teachers, the children of other people's families in the mouths of parents, and the god of learning in the eyes of his classmates. He is most proud of his intelligence and hard work. But now, Clarice is belittling his intelligence and hard work. It was the ultimate humiliation for him. Seeing Chen Qi's ugly face, Chris said, think about it yourself and give me an answer when you're done. Chrissy's gone. After she left, Chen Qi suddenly roared. His hand clenched into a fist and pounded the desk hard. They all do. Jiang Tong is like that. Chrissy is the same way. They are all too poor to be rich. They are all shallow women who don't see their own inner excellence. Chris made an appointment with Gang Tang. She had rushed to see City all night long and was actually cleaning up Chen Qi's mess. Chen Qi and John's Entertainment terminated their contract. The brands have received a lawyer's letter from John's Entertainment, and the headquarters knows about this matter. Chen Qi is the youngest regional president of Anya Group. Originally, relying on his own ability, how many people are staring at him? The slightest offense on his part will be seized upon. Jiang Tong agreed to Chris's invitation. Come to the cafe. Saw Chrissy. Already knew Chris's identity before she came, second Miss Anya Nika, but didn't know about her relationship with Chen Qi. She hadn't paid attention to Chen Qi's movements since she broke up with him. The two men greeted each other briefly and took their seats. Chris smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry about the termination of the contracts of several brands under Anya Daily Chemical and your artists. This time, it's our fault. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Chen-Chi. Subsequently, we will issue a statement that the cooperation will continue, and then we will also compensate your company's artists. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised. The second lady of Anya's daycare is very reasonable. Also right. This is what a businessman really looks like. Like Chen-Chi. She is really not sure how Chen-Chi became the president of Anya Nikkei China. But, she apologized on behalf of Chen-Chi? Why did you apologize on behalf of Chen-Chi? Jiang Tong asked. This matter was Chen-Chi's fault, and by all rights, it should be Chen-Chi who was forced by the group to come and apologize, instead of the second lady coming. What's Chen-Chi's status? Can you make the second miss of a consortium apologize for him? Common sense says that a China president doesn't have that kind of influence. Chris said, I'm Chen-Chi's girlfriend. Jiang Tong. So, Chen-Chi has a girlfriend. Then, on the premise of having a girlfriend, he came to find himself back together, and wanted her to abort her child and divorce Fongling before following him. Being his mistress? Does Chen-Chi want to enjoy the happiness of all the people? Who the hell gave him that face? A wage earner actually wants to embrace the second miss of Anya Day Chemical on his left. The right embraces Miss Zhang's group. Sure enough, only more disgusting, not the most disgusting. Some people, having talked about it, it really just becomes black history. Shi Jiang Tang, since childhood, frank and open. Not to say the scenery, but there is no place for people to criticize. But that was before, and now that we have talked to Chen-Chi, it's enough to be criticized. She didn't even dare to imagine how the outside world would mock her if what Chen-Chi had done was exposed. What does second miss like about Chen-Chi? Jiang Tong asked. Chrissy thought for a moment and said, I told the outside world that I like Chen-Chi smart, capable, and hardworking, but really, what I like is Chen-Chi's face. I've always loved oriental faces since I was a kid, and Chen-Chi is the best looking oriental face I've ever seen in reality. Better than any of those star performers. Jiang Tong. Got it. Yen Dog. Then in the beginning, Ms. Jiang and Chen-Chi. The door was not right. What did she like about Chen-Chi? Chris asked. Jiang Tong. She was silent. In fact, she also likes Chen-Chi's face, and she agrees with what Chris said. Chen-Chi. A rare and stunning color indeed. What smart, excellent, hard work. These are only relatively small plus points. His own appearance is the item on the big points. People love beautiful and good-looking things. She is no exception. Second miss and Chen-Chi split up. I'll introduce second miss to a more handsome one. Jiang Tong said. I didn't want to get involved with Chen-Chi, but he was just too disgusting. Actually let her be a mistress. She, Miss Jiang, can't bear it. She didn't want to make things easy for Chen-Chi. Chris, I don't believe it. This article is sweet. No abuse. They say that big abuse hurts and small abuse is good. And we don't even have small abuse. Pure little sweetness. Lastly, the emotionless courting machine begs for free power for love. Wahahaha. Chapter 114, I'll call one right away to show you. Don't believe in what? Jiang Tong asked. Chris said. I don't believe there's one more handsome than Chen-Chi. She had seen a lot of Eastern male stars top streams and such over the years, and in her opinion, none of them were as handsome as Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi is so poised. It's not like it's a rotten street. Jiang Tang can introduce her if she wants to. Jiang Tong glanced at her and asked, there's no one more handsome than Chen-Chi? Aha. Chrissy nodded. Wait. Jiang Tong said, call one right away to show you. Really? Chrissy's eyes glowed. Jiang Tong didn't say anything, took out the phone and called Fongling. Fongling quickly picked up. Wife. Fongling's voice was cheerful. Wife calls him, reaches out to him, happy. Jiang Tong said, what are you doing? Fongling, work. What are you doing equals I miss you. He understands. The wife misses him. Are you free now? Jiang Tong asked. Fongling, free. Jiang Tong, I'm at the Cross Strait Cafe. Come over right away. Fongling froze and asked, what's wrong? Wife, it's nothing. Come over quickly. Jiang Tong said, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Jiang Tong hung up the phone and said to Chris, wait 40 minutes. Chrissy nodded. The two of them then chatted. While waiting for Fongling, Jiang Tong estimated that it would take about 40 minutes. But Fongling arrived in 30 minutes, entered the cafe, saw Jiang Tong, and rushed over. When Clarice saw Fongling, her eyes lit up and she looked at him in awe. He's so handsome. It was even more handsome than Chen-Chi by a point or two. And the delicate eyebrows with the reserved temperament was something she had never seen in her life. He came running in, his handsome young face youthful and sunny, seeming to bring in all the sunlight from outside, lighting up the entire cafe. Is this the man Jiang Tang wants to introduce to her? Chris took out her cell phone. It was time to break up with Chenchi. Clicked on the chat page with Chenchi and was typing, "We broke up." Just as he was about to type the last bar, he heard Fongling call Jiang Tang, "Wife, Chris." She looked at Fongling in surprise. He was running a little fast, panting, his throat rolling, not to mention sexy. But, wives? Call who? Call her? But they've only met for the first time. They haven't even introduced themselves yet. Would it be too good to call them wives? Would it be too fast? Isn't it said that Oriental people are more reserved and introverted and slow to warm up? Aha! Jiang Tong nodded and smiled. Coming so fast. Fongling sat down, nodded, drove faster than usual, parked in the parking lot and ran all the way over. Jiang Tong took out a tissue to wipe Fongling's sweat. Fongling obediently let Jiang Tang wipe her sweat. Handsome face slightly red. Chris, something doesn't seem right. Jiang Tong put down the tissue. Fongling then noticed Chris and asked, "Who is this?" "Chris," Jiang Tong said. "Second Miss Anya Nikkei." Fongling, with Chen Chi? He looked at Chrissy in a much less friendly way. Jiang Tong smiled and said to Chris, "Chris, this is my husband." Fongling, "Chris, you sir?" So, just now, he was calling Jiang Tong his wife. Not her? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Chris frowned. "Didn't you say you would introduce me to someone more handsome than Chen Chi?" Chris looked at Fongling. She was really quite fond of it. Totally long on her aesthetic. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "I did say I would introduce you to someone better than Chen Chi, but I didn't say I would introduce my husband to you. If you don't believe that there is one more handsome than Chen Chi, I'll ask my husband to come and show you. Prove that there are more handsome than Chen Chi in our sea city." Hearing Jiang Tong say this, Fongling straightened his back and ruffled his hair, showing his most handsome side in front of the two women. His wife said that he was more handsome than Chen Chi, and although this was a fact that everyone knew, he was still happy to hear it from his wife's mouth. "Chris, you're not showing off, are you?" Although she is fluent in Chinese, she still doesn't know much about Chinese culture and people. She wasn't sure if Jiang Tong was showing off. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Not showing off, just taking out strength to make you believe." Jiang Tong added, "How about this? I'll organize a game in the evening, treat you to dinner, and call a few of my handsome friends. How about it?" "Yeah," Chrissy agreed without thinking. Looking at Fongling, she still had faith in Jiang Tang's vision. She looked down, deleting the words from the chat box. "Don't be too busy to break up with Chen Chi just yet. If you have a favorite tonight, break up with Chen Chi again. No favorite. Just put up with Chen Chi for a little while longer." Fongling also heard it from the side. This Chris and Chen Chi seem to have some kind of relationship. What's the wife up to? Wife. Fongling looked at Jiang Tang suspiciously. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Chris is Chen Chi's girlfriend. I'm going to break them up." Fongling, the wife is so bad. He loves it so much. "Chris, it doesn't seem right to be so direct." Jiang Tong said to Fongling, "Call up Bai Langyue and a few of them at night." Fongling nodded. He knows. Isn't it just for Bai Langyu Lu Jianli and the others to seduce Chris? A few of them were not as handsome as him, but they still had a few tricks up their sleeves to seduce women. Fongling then ate in the group. Bai Langyu Lu Jianli and Shi Qi Shang told them that Jiang Tang invited them to dinner in the evening and asked them to dress up nicely. "Lu Jianli, Sister Jiang Tang invites you to dinner? Happy. Shi Qi Shang, I knew Sister Jiang Tang loved me. Bai Langyu, don't worry. Feng Xiao, I will be the most handsome boy tonight. Jiang Bei, isn't there one less person to AIT? Fongling, no. JB, my sister didn't invite me? Fongling, no. It's not appropriate for you to come to the innings tonight. Jiang Bei, why is it inappropriate? My sister organized the bureau. You tell me. It's inappropriate for me to go? Fongling, well, it's inappropriate. JB, I don't believe it. Fongling, ask your sister if you don't believe me. Jiang Bei didn't die and really called Jiang Tong. Jiang Bei, sis, do you want to buy dinner tonight? Jiang Tong, aha. Jiang Bei, Fongling said it's not appropriate for me to go? Jiang Tong nodded. Well, it's really inappropriate for you to come. Don't come. Stay home and keep Nanxing company. With that, he hung up. Jiang Bei looked at the hung-up phone. The sky collapsed for young Master Jiang. His sister, bewitched by Fongling, the demon consort, didn't love him anymore. Jiang Tong thought about it and sent a message to Li Yan, calling Li Yan up as well. Fongling saw that Jiang Tang had even called Li Yan, and after thinking about it, decided to call Jing Chang. If you really want to talk about the ability to seduce women, Bai Langyue Lu Jianli and the others are younger brothers in front of brother Jing Chang. Ever since I was a child, there has never been a woman that brother Jing Chang couldn't handle. As long as brother Jing Chang has his eye on Chrissy, out of the blue. Chrissy and Chen Chi, the package split. Chapter 115 Jiang Tang, you're my only sister. Jiang Tang called Tokaho Seeker up as well. The three of them, Jiang Tong, Feng Ling and Chris, just chatted and talked in the cafe for half the afternoon until 5:30 in the evening before they set off to the restaurant that Feng Ling had booked in advance. The three of them arrived first, and since 6 o'clock the others have been coming one after another. First to come was Shiratsuki. Chrissy looked at Shiranui, not exactly disappointed. Although Bai Langyue wasn't as handsome as Chun-Chi and Feng Ling, he was still a big handsome guy, comparable to showbiz stars. Shiratsuki saw Chris. Before he came, Feng Ling had told him that Chrissy was Jiang Tang's big client and told them to make Chrissy happy. It's easy to make a woman happy, isn't it? As soon as Bai Langyue came and greeted them, Jiang Tang introduced them. Bai Langyue sat down next to Clarice and called her sister with a mouthful of her sister. Then Shi Qisheng, Lu Jianli, Li Yan, Jing Chang, and Shi Qingshuan all came. Chris, indeed, in terms of face value alone, these were all that much worse than Chen Qi. But quality hasn't kept up. People have kept up with quantity. How to choose between a 9-point hottie and 6 or 7 8-point hotties? Any woman should know how to choose. There was no way she would give up 6 or 7 8-point dudes for 1 9-point dudes in Chen Qi. Moreover, she and Chen Qi, she was Chen Qi's lickspittle, and I can't say lickspittle. Anyway, her relationship with Chen Qi was that she was more active. She was supposed to be the proactive type of player, and whenever she saw something, she just went for it without flinching. Chen Qi was more cold and reserved. Usually, he was not very enthusiastic in his attitude towards her. But now, these few 8-point dudes, except for Li Yan and Shi Changsun, were all very active and enthusiastic towards her. Bai Langyue, Lu Jianli, Shi Qisheng, 3 people are young, mouth and sweet, a mouth a sister, called the person's heart blossomed, and they talk about love. Lu Jianli said, "Sister, your eyes look good, is it because you have me in your eyes?" Bai Langyue asked. "Sister, do you know what time it is?" She looked at the time and said, 8 o'clock. Shiratsuki, no, it's not 8 o'clock, it's the beginning of our love. Toki Chisung, sister, what sign are you? Before she had a chance to answer, Toki Sang said, I know, my sister is tailor-made for me. Chris, these earthy sentiments are earthy and awkward at home. But Chrissy hadn't been baptized in earthy love words. She didn't feel earthy and awkward. She felt it was too good. The love words they said were really moving. They were too talented. She loves it so much. All 3 of them she loved so much. And the other 3, she likes them too. When Long Search does not talk much. More cold. End of the paradigm. A little Chun-Chi that flavor. She likes. Li Yan is mature and stable. Talking and chatting with her. Reasonable. Back and forth. Can let feel his ability to control the situation. She likes. Jing Chang she likes even more. She can see at a glance. Jing Chang is a real master of the love scene. A look, a movement, are seducing her, charming to death. She likes. It felt like every one of them. She loved. Chrissy was too happy. After dinner, Jiang Tang, Feng Ling and the others took Chris to the clubhouse to play. Clubhouse play that's even more fun. Drinking and singing and playing games. Play catch the cell phone. Play truth or dare. Play torn paper. Chrissy was happy as could be. As for Chen Qi, already can't remember who he is for the moment. Why hadn't anyone told her before that Z was so much fun? Playing she was having fun. Playing she yelled at Jiang Tang in her excitement. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Tong. Sister Jiang. Sister Tong. Sis, you'll be my only sister in C-Town from now on. I love you. Jiang Tong was not surprised when he looked at Clarice, who was already having a good time. She had spent so much time abroad, and honestly, the food and drink in foreign countries was really not as good as in Z country. If you're going to eat and play, it's going to be Z. C-Town, a super first-tier city, is paper thin and sinking. Chrissy would love it here. Feng Ling looked at Chris, who was hugging with this and kissing with that. Stunned, quietly, he asked Jiang Tang, isn't she Chen Qi's girlfriend? Although they are trying to break them up, but they're not broken up yet either. And it's not good for Chrissy to be like that. The cultural and educational concepts are different. Jiang Tong said, in their country, hugging, kissing is nothing. Regular friends can also embrace a simple kiss. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang and frowned. You didn't learn this culture after so many years abroad, did you? Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile, and suddenly, he kissed him on the lips. Feng Ling, slightly red-faced and surprised, he looked at Jiang Tang. What's she doing kissing him all of a sudden? Where are so many people? Jiang Tong smiled and said, I haven't learned it before, but it doesn't seem too late to learn it from Chris. Feng Ling, tease him again. The 2 men's movements were seen by those who were interested, and their minds were divided. He played until 12 in the morning, when he left the clubhouse and went for a late-night snack, drinking beer and eating barbecue. This was a first for Chrissy. It's not that the barbecue is particularly good or the wine is particularly good, but this late night barbecue on the side of the road atmosphere is just so mesmerizing. Eat and drink before dispersing individually. The only one in the group who didn't drink was Jiang Tang. She's pregnant and can't drink. The others left individually. Jiang Tong and Feng Ling ended up sending Clarice back to the hotel. Getting out of the car, Chrissy was still reluctant to leave. Sis, tomorrow, are we still coming out to play? She asked Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, what are you doing in Sea City? Chrissy thought nothing of it. Come to play. What was she doing here before? Forgot. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I'll contact you tomorrow night. Chris, okay. She went into the hotel. And before she went into the hotel she turned around and said, I love you. Sis. Feng Ling. One by one. These women like to confess their love for his wife. It's something else though. Not love, but I love you. Which he didn't even say to his wife. Was finished by these women. I don't see how much she likes Chen Shi either. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong smiled. How much love do you need? Does it have to be love to death to be considered love? 1 point of love is also love. And everyone is not 10 points of affection for everyone. It is not that to love someone, you have to love them very much. It is possible to love them 2, 3, 4, 5. To love someone very much, with all your heart, is a rare thing in any age, in any person. Maybe, she only loves Chenchi 2 or 3 times. Feng Ling, in that case, they packaged the points. Look at Chrissy with her happy face on tonight. The package is divided. Egu, Chenchi is so pathetic. His girlfriend's about to quit on him. The usual, ask for power for love. See you tomorrow. Bye. Chapter 116, Feng Ling is going to chop up Chenchi. Jiang Tong looked at the gloating Feng Ling. What? You're happy that they're breaking up? Feng Ling nodded. Yeah, I'm happy. Previously, I was curious about why Chen Qi became the president of Anya Cosmetics China at such a young age. It wasn't that Chen Qi's ability was questioned, but a 27-year-old regional president had never been seen before. Of course, the kind of rich kids who inherit the family business don't count. Now, knowing that, Chen Qi relies on nepotism. If Chrissy and Chen Qi broke up, Chen Qi's career would definitely be affected. Serves you right. With a career and a rich girlfriend, he doesn't work hard and cultivate a relationship with his girlfriend. Instead, he comes to harass his wife. Chen Qi deserved whatever happened to him in the end. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I'm happy too. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang and asked, Wife, what did he do to mess with you? Chen Qi? The wife's character is very smooth. Businessmen are like that. Will not easily get particularly stiff with a person. Chen Qi must have done something really outrageous for his wife to do this. Jiang Tong said, I'll tell you at home. Feng Ling nodded. The two go home. When I got home, Jiang Tang said, Chen Qi looked for me 2 days ago. He said that he loves me still and asked me to get back together with him, and that he didn't mind that I had been divorced and had a miscarriage. Feng Ling frowned. Divorced and had a miscarriage? But the wife hasn't been divorced or had an abortion. It's the wife's first time with him. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling reacted. Then rage. Gritting his teeth, he turned angrily and walked away. What are you doing? Jiang Tong asked. Without looking back, Feng Ling said, I'll go kill him. Chen Qi, this ing scum, is he tired of living? He actually encouraged his wife to divorce him and have an abortion. He chopped him up. Go on, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling froze for a moment, turned around, and looked at Jiang Tang. Clueless. Wife let him go? The wife doesn't stop it? You, don't stop me? Feng Ling asked her. Jiang Tong smiled and said, Why stop? You're doing the right thing. Feng Ling. Jiang Tong laughed and said, Go hack him to death. Feng Ling. Is his wife inciting him to kill? Chopping him to death. You can't run away. Even if you don't get shot, you'll probably be in jail for the rest of your life. Don't worry. I will give birth to my child well and then guard the Feng family's estate. Jiang Tong said with a smile. When the child grows up and becomes a genius, I'll give things to the child. And me, when I retire and have nothing to do, I'll raise flowers and tease birds, and occasionally raise a few little white boys and fresh meat for fun. Feng Ling, you're going to take the Feng family's money to support a gigolo? Jiang Tong laughed and shook her head. No, I'm not that shameless. I don't take the Feng family's money. I have the money to raise a gigolo myself. Feng Ling. Anyway, it doesn't matter whose money she's taking. She just wants to keep the white boy is all. How dare you? Feng Ling gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong smiled and said, Why don't I dare to? You've gone to jail. You can't ask me to be a widow for the rest of my life, right? It's not fair to me. Now when there is no chastity. In ancient times, I am widowed. I can still get a chastity tablet. In modern society I am widowed in addition to get loneliness and emptiness and cold. What else can I get? Fong Ling gritted her teeth. Not going. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, why don't you go? Chen Shi wants to steal your wife and kill your child. Don't you want to chop him up? No chopping. Fong Ling gritted his teeth. Little master has ways to clean him up. Jiang Tong, oh. Fong Ling glared at her and said, and you're not allowed to raise a white boy. Jiang Tong smiled and said, as long as you don't let me become a widow, I won't raise it. You're my little white boy. Fong Ling turned red. What white boy? It's only the soft eaters that are called white boys, and he's not a soft eater. He's the crown prince of the Fong family. Even if he was eating soft rice, he was eating his grandfather's soft rice, eating the Fong family's soft rice, not Jiang Tang's soft rice. But, if Jiang Tang is willing to support him and is willing to let him eat soft rice, he is not unacceptable. Jiang Tong watched Fong Ling red warm up, smiled and teased. Oh, now it's a little red face. Fong Ling, glaring at Jiang Tang, the tiger is not powerful. She really treats him as a kitten. He walked up and took Jiang Tang into his arms as he lowered his head and went to kiss her. Soon, Jiang Tang's face also reddened. Only then was Fong Ling satisfied and withdrew his hand. You're a little red face now too. Fong Ling said. Jiang Tong, young Master Fong can really be envious. She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Not going to take a cold shower? Fong Ling, go. Jiang Tong looked at Fong Ling's back and teased with a smile. My little red face. I don't need to take a cold shower. Fong Ling turned back and gritted his teeth. You wait. After you take a cold shower? Jiang Tong wasn't afraid to provoke. No. Fong Ling said. After you give birth. Jiang Tong. When the time comes, if I don't let you beg me, my last name won't be Fong. Fong Ling said. Jiang Tong. She fell silent in a rare moment. Don't dare to provoke anymore. Because, young Master Fong has the power to do so. Seeing that Jiang Tong had finally behaved, Fong Ling hummed in triumph. If he didn't give her a hard time, she really thought he couldn't rule her. Fong Ling whistled and hummed a little tune as he went to take a shower. Jiang Tong. Chen Shi had thought that Chrissy would definitely be all kinds of sticky when she arrived in Sea City. She's always been like that. But for 3 days in a row, Chrissy didn't look for him. And, today, several brands under Anya Daily Chemical also released a statement on their official accounts. Affirms that previous terminations with certain artists were due to misunderstandings. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, the two sides continue to work together. And those brands are the ones that have cancelled their contracts with John's artists. Those brands are now under their own jurisdiction for some of their domestic affairs. But now, the brand has crossed him and made a direct statement. Chen Shi wondered. Go ahead and ask the brand owner. The person in charge said that it was the head office's idea and they had to listen to the head office. Chen Shi. He was so upset that he called Chrissy. Chris had a late night last night and is still sleeping. Woken up by the noise, he opened his eyes in a daze and looked at it. It was Chen Shi's rejection. Chen Shi sighed then prompted. Hello, the user you have dialed is in a call. Please dial again later. Chen Shi didn't know that it was Clarice who had rejected her call, thinking that she was really on the line. Just hang up. Chrissy would call him in the next second. Chrissy cared for him and loved him. As soon as he called Chrissy, even if Chrissy was on the phone with someone else about something important, she'd hang up and call him back the first time. All the time. Chapter 117, Chen Shi looking for Chris. Chen Shi just waited. But a minute passed. Chris didn't call. 2 minutes passed and the phone remained quiet. 10 minutes passed and the phone still didn't ring. Chen Shi changed from his initial certainty to annoyance. What's Chrissy up to? Wanting to catch a break? He picked up his cell phone again to call Chrissy. The phone rang a few times and again indicated that the other party was on the line. Chen Shi hung up the phone and waited for a few more minutes. But Clarice still didn't call. Chen Shi called again. This time, the phone finally picked up. Before Chen Shi could say anything, Clarice started spraying. What do you keep calling for? Don't you know I'm sleeping? Refused to answer you twice and you still want to call? You better have something very important. Chen Shi froze for a moment, confused by Clarice's yelling. Chrissy had never yelled at him like that before. Chrissy didn't have a great temper. $1,000 lady with a bit of arrogance. But that was in front of others. In his presence, Chrissy had always been gentle and lively and cheerful. She curbed all her bad temper in front of him. It was the first time he had ever been yelled at by Chrissy. Chrissy, I'm Chen Shi, Chen Shi said. He assumed that Chrissy had been woken up and hadn't seen that he was the one calling her. And that's why she was yelling at him so much. I know, Chrissy said in a nonchalant voice. Chen Shi froze. You know it's him and you're yelling at him like that? What can I do for you? Chrissy asked. What are you doing these days? Chen Shi asked. Chrissy still had a tone of disinterest. What does it matter to you what I do? If you have something important to say at work, say it. If not, hang up. he said and literally hung up the phone. Chen Qi heard her meaning and hurriedly said, "It's a work matter. Why did the headquarters let those brands continue to cooperate with John's Entertainment? John's Entertainment's artists have not committed any breach of contract that is detrimental to the interests of the brand's image during the contract period. The company's brand should of course continue to work with John's Entertainment," Chris said. Chen Qi frowned. "But I'm in charge of the jurisdiction of these brands' business in country Z now." "But you made the wrong decision and damaged the image and interests of the brand and the company," Chris said. Chen Qi's frown tightened. He knew that he was bound to get some flack for doing so, but he didn't care. He is the president of Anya Daily Chemical China, and these brands are under his own control in country Z. He has the right to do so, and even if the people at headquarters had a problem with it, it wouldn't help, because, well, there was Chrissy. "Chris, what do you mean?" Chen Qi asked angrily. Chris said, "I don't mean anything, Chen Qi. The punishment that headquarters gave you will come down today." Chen Qi couldn't believe it. "What? Punishment?" Chris nodded. "Well, punishment? Isn't it normal for the company to punish you for damaging the company's interests and image? Do you have anything else?" Chrissy asked. Chen Qi was still in shock and didn't say anything. Seeing that he wasn't talking, Chrissy said, "I'm going to bed. Nothing important. Don't call me again." After saying that, Chrissy did not wait for Chen Qi to reply. Just hang up. She loves and hates with a big heart. When she loved Chen Qi, she could spoil and even humble herself to please him. He was nothing when she didn't love him. She didn't just stop loving Chen Qi because Jiang Tong had brought her to meet a lot of handsome guys in the past few days. Rather, it was knowing what Chen Qi had done. Jiang Tong tells her that Chen Qi confessed his love for her and told her to abort the baby and divorce Fengling. Get back together with him. She was stunned when she found out. "I didn't expect Chen Qi to be so hurtful. He actually asked Jiang Tong to abort the child and divorce. It's ruining someone's marriage and killing their children." The word hurtful was still something Fengling had taught her. At that time, Fengling told her, "Chris, do you know? In our country there is a proverbial saying." She asked, "What do you mean by colloquialism?" Fengling, "Just famous people's quotes." "Horror." Fengling said, "As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to destroy a marriage. Destroying someone's marriage is to go to the 18 layers of hell. This she understands. Therefore, Chen Qi should go to the 18 layers of hell." She originally still had that little bit of affection for Chen Qi. At this point, he was completely dead to Chen Qi. He can make mistakes. People make mistakes. But Chen Qi, it's not a mistake anymore. It's breaking the law, destroying other people's marriages and encouraging people to have abortions. Chen Qi was a little sad in his heart when he was like this. However, thanks to Jiang Tang and Fengling, the two couples took her out to eat and drink every day, and arranged for all kinds of handsome men to play with her, amusing her to be happy and joyful. Otherwise, she really didn't know how hard it would be for her. Jiang Tong and Fengling are really nice people. Chen Qi frowned as he looked at the hung-up phone. It felt as if something was out of my control. Chrissy had never done this to him before. Chen Qi was uneasy and had someone check it out. Only then did he realize that Clarice had been hanging out with Jiang Tang and Fengling for the past few days. Seems to be playing pretty well and having fun. Chen Qi frowned. So it was what Jiang Tong and Fengling said in front of Clarice that made Clarice treat him like this? Chen Qi thought about it, and Clarice still had a use for it. He inquired about the hotel where Chrissy was staying and went to the hotel to find Chrissy. When he arrived, Chrissy had just woken up from her nap and was ready to pack up and wash up and go out to dinner with someone. Today, Jing Chang asked her out for dinner. She couldn't say she liked Jing Chang, but she had a good feeling about him. She's a face dog and has a thing for good-looking men. There was a knock on the door and she went to open it. Seeing Chen Qi standing in the doorway, she froze for a moment and asked, "Why are you here?" "I came to see you about something," Chen Qi said. Chris let him in and asked, "What is it? Tell me." "Chrissy, how did you end up playing with Jiang Tang Fengling?" Chen Qi asked. Chrissy gave him a look as she put on her makeup and said, "I like them. Jiang Tong and Fengling, every day, invited her for dinner, barbecue, beer, and brought so many handsome guys to play with her. It was hard for her not to like them." Chen Qi choked. "How long have you known them and you like them? Can't I love them at first sight?" Chris asked. Chen Qi, "Love at first sight is not the way to use it. Chris, I know, but with friends, it can be love at first sight." Chen Qi looked at Chris. Chrissy isn't the same as before. Chrissy was fond of him, was kind to him, and took him seriously and discreetly. But now, talking to him while putting on makeup, it was as if he wasn't even on his mind. "Chrissy," Chen Qi looked at Chrissy and said seriously, "In the future, don't associate with them. I don't like you associating with them. Chris won't do anything he doesn't like." Chris stopped and looked at Chen Qi. "You don't like me hanging out with them?" Chen Qi nodded. Aha. Chris sneered. What? Afraid I'll find out about the despicable things you've done. Ha. Equals. End of update today. Please do it for love. Degree. Seeing as how everyone doesn't like Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi's storyline will end soon and Chen-Chi won't end up being too destructive. Chapter 118, Chen-Chi's demotion. Chen-Chi frowned and looked at Chris. What despicable thing have I done? Chris, Jiang Tang told her everything. About you begging her to get back together. Including asking her to abort the baby and divorce Fengling. Chen-Chi's face turned ugly. He didn't expect that Jiang Tong would say this to Chris. He knew Jiang Tong, and he thought that with Jiang Tong's character, he wouldn't tell anyone else. But I didn't realize that she told Chrissy. Chen-Chi, you really disappoint me too much, Chris said. Chen-Chi was silent. He can argue. It's just like any other man to argue that it's actually you I love and I'm just blah 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 to everyone else. Depending on Chrissy's feelings for him, she might believe him if he argued seriously. But he didn't want to argue. He really loved Jiang Tong. He could justify anything and everything. But the only thing he wouldn't justify was his love for Jiang Tong. Sorry, Chen-Chi said. Chris looked at Chen-Chi. Asked. No defense? Chen-Chi shook his head. Chrissy reddened her eyes, glared at Chen-Chi, and asked. Chen-Chi, did you never love me? Chen-Chi was silent. His silence had meant the answer. Still, Chrissy wasn't happy. She is not a person who treats the relationship particularly faithful. She loves to play and have fun. Because of the status, countless top stream stars rich and powerful male children these stick up. She's game for the world. Uses relationships as the spice of life. But to Chen-Chi, she is sincere. Is really have heart in the management of their relationship. Usually caring and considerate of him. For his sake. Very hard to learn Chinese. In the career also do their best to help him. Give him resources. Whether she loved Chen-Chi's face or his talent and ambition. She loved him. Not even a little bit of moving around? Chris asked. Chen-Chi was silent. Chris looked at Chen-Chi stubbornly with red eyes. She had to wait for an answer. After a long time, Chen-Chi lowered his eyes and whispered. I'm sorry. Chris's tears could no longer be held back and came out of her eyes. She turned her head, not letting Chen-Chi see her tearful appearance, and said, You go, and in the future, never appear in front of me again. Chen-Chi looked at Clarice's back and was silent for a few seconds before, finally, turning to leave. Hearing the door close, Chris couldn't hold it back any longer and covered her face with her hands, breaking down and crying. Outside the door, Chen-Chi listened to Chris's sobs for a long time before leaving. When Chen-Chi returned to the company, the punishment came down from the headquarters of Anya Group. He was demoted. He was demoted from the president of Anya Cosmetics Group in China to become the head of an unknown brand in China under Anya Cosmetics Group. This brand, which is not ranked in the Anya Group, is not well known in the country. In the past, he hadn't even noticed the brand. He pulled up the information to see that the brand, in China, has only about 30 employees. These 20-odd people also include the employees of the 5 specialized counter salespersons and so on. Yes, this brand has just 5 stores in China. It's a very niche brand. Chen-Chi accepted it openly. In fact, when he used his position to ask the brand to terminate the contracts of the artists of John's Entertainment, he had thought about this outcome. He had always planned ahead for things, and would think of the best and the worst possible outcome. The worst that could happen, he thought, was expulsion. Now this result seems no better than being fired. But even as he thought about the worst possible outcome, he took a chance in his mind, thinking that with Chrissy helping him, it couldn't get any worse. Chrissy would carry everything for him. He had actually always been clear that he had gotten to where he was today at Anya Nikkei thanks to Chrissy. But he deluded himself. He lies to others as well as himself, telling himself that he got where he is today all on his own. But deep down, he actually knows everything. Just don't want to admit it. Chen-Chi didn't have time to grieve for spring and autumn, packed up his things and moved away. He walked out of the office holding something, and many of the employees gawked curiously about the document issued by the headquarters. It has been spreading in the company. Chen-Chi looked back at the spacious and bright office and secretly vowed in his heart that one day, he would return to this office. Chris himself cried and cried. The heart is still not good. Want to find a cry to pour out, but here, in addition to Jiang Tang, she has no friends. She then went straight to Jiang Tang. Go to Jiang Tong's company and look for her. As soon as I got to her office and saw her, the tears that I had managed to stop on the way broke out again. Jiang Tong asked, What's wrong? It was clear in his heart that it probably had something to do with Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi doesn't love me, Clarice cried. Jiang Tong, she didn't advise. Just let Chrissy cry. It would feel better to cry it out. Women, there are emotions. Is to vent out, not venting out held in the heart. Easy to suffocate out of the disease. Chrissy sat there and cried, and she just watched Chrissy cry. Chris, Why don't you comfort me? Jiang Tong laughed and said, are you sure you want your boyfriend's ex-girlfriend to comfort you? Chris wanted to cry even more. Jiang Tong was still laughing. Why is she so hateful? Why would Chun-Chi like such a hateful woman? Chrissy cried for a while longer before slowly stopping, but the crying was so intense that it was still a twitchy mess when it stopped. Actually, I'm not Chun-Chi's girlfriend, Chrissy said. Jiang Tong. Chrissy said. I like Chun-Chi. Me and Chun-Chi, we do what couples do. Eat together, go on dates, cuddle, hold hands, kiss. Of course, we haven't slept together yet. Jiang Tong. Except for not having slept together, we did everything between a couple. Chun-Chi didn't say that he liked me, nor did he say words that he wanted to be with me, but in my heart, I thought we were boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm defaulting to the idea that we're boyfriend and girlfriend, Chrissy said. Dating, holding hands, hugging, kissing, doing everything. What's not a boyfriend and girlfriend? It's karma, I guess. Chris smiled to herself. You know what? I used to do the same to other men. I coveted their beauty, gentleness, affection for me, and even, I used them to benefit the Anya group. I dated them, held hands, hugged, kissed, and even had sex, but I never recognized them as my boyfriend. What I used to do to other men, Chun-Chi, do to me. So you see, Jiang Tang, in this world, there really is retribution. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. What retribution? Chris, she glared at Jiang Tang. I'm telling you this because I want you to comfort me, not to rub salt in my wounds. Jiang Tong laughed and said, I really can't comfort you. Failing a sincere person is to swallow 10,000 needles. Chris, Jiang Tong smiled and asked, are you, right now, as uncomfortable as if you had swallowed 10,000 needles? Chapter 119, Who says I don't love Feng Ling? Chris, never swallowed a needle. I don't know what it's like to swallow 10,000 needles. Jiang Tong smiled and said, don't be afraid. Now it's you who will swallow 10,000 needles. Later, it will be Chun-Chi's turn to swallow 10,000 needles. Retribution, which spares no one. Chris looked at her. And won't leave you alone? Jiang Tong smiled and shook her head. I won't have retribution. It's not like I've ever failed someone's true heart. Chris, you didn't fail Chun-Chi? Jiang Tong shook her head. No, when Chun-Chi gave his heart to me, I responded with my truest heart. Chris glared at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong can be really enviable. In the past, there was Chun-Chi who gave his heart to her, and now there was Feng Ling who gave his heart to her. Chun-Chi and Feng Ling are both superb facehuggers. She was really jealous. Chun-Chi has been demoted, Chrissy said. Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. As expected. What Chun-Chi did. If there was no one at the group's headquarters to back him up, it was certain that he would be punished. A regional president who disregards the image and reputation of the company's brand and does whatever he wants because of his own selfish desires. If he doesn't get demoted, who will? You did it on purpose, Chris said, deliberately telling me about Chun-Chi begging you to get back together. Then she gets angry and disappointed with Chun-Chi, and doesn't give Chun-Chi a ride or help him out, and Chun-Chi gets demoted. Jiang Tong smiled. I just can't bear to see you continue to be deceived by Chun-Chi. Oof. Chris hummed and gave Jiang Tang a blank look. Don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Just because she's fun-loving and playful doesn't mean she's stupid. She was the second miss of animerecap, and since she was a child, she had seen a lot of things related to fame and fortune and interests. Chun-Chi, if he continues to serve as the president of Anya Daily Chemical China, the endorsement of its brand is stuck with John's Entertainment's people. It's not good for the development of Jiang Tong and her artists. Anya Daily Chemical occupies half of the cosmetics brand, which is half of the river. Jiang Tang is definitely not willing to give up. So, she was definitely going to find a way to jerk Chun-Chi off. It was also Chun-Chi's own fault. Who made her want to actively provoke Jiang Tang? Jiang Tong was so smart. Even without her, Jiang Tong would have thought of other ways to jerk Chun-Chi down. You're relentless, Chrissy said. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, could it be that you want me to have feelings for Chun-Chi? Chrissy choked. At that moment, Jiang Tong's phone rang and she looked. It's Chun-Chi. Chrissy saw it too. Jiang Tong gave her a look. Chris said, go ahead and answer it. You don't have to care about me. You can answer it if you want to. Jiang Tong, good. She picked it up. Chris, she really answered it? Put it on speakerphone, Chrissy said with a mouthful. Jiang Tong glanced at her and smiled as he put it on speakerphone. Chrissy pricked up her ears to listen. Jiang Tong, I'm leaving Sea City. Before I leave, I want to see you once, Chun-Chi said. Chrissy mouthed, reject him. Then a no pose. Jiang Tong, good. Chris, it really pissed her off. Jiang Tong is deliberately against her, isn't he? She was told not to answer it, but she did. She was told to refuse Chen-Chi, but she was inclined to agree. Chen-Chi said the location in Jiangtang hung up. Chen-Chi's appointment was to meet in an hour. Chris said, "It's not good that you're really going to meet Chen-Chi, is it?" Jiang Tong didn't say anything. "You're a married person, and you still go behind your husband's back to see your ex-boyfriend. That's really not good. Fengling will be sad if he knows," Chris said. Jiang Tong still didn't say anything. Chris added, "I think that you still shouldn't see it. I'll take you with me to meet." Jiang Tong said, "Chris, it's not like I want to go see him. I just think that since Chen-Chi is leaving, there are some things you guys should still make clear." Jiang Tong. Chris said, "Let's go. With me watching, I won't let you do anything to wrong Fengling." Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Even without you watching, I won't do anything to wrong him. If she really did something to wrong him, according to young Master Feng's character, he would cry in anger. She couldn't afford to make such a cute little young Master Feng cry." Chrissy bristled and didn't say anything. Chrissy disguised herself and said she'd go first, sit next to them, and secretly listen to see what exactly Chen-Chi was going to say to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong didn't care about her. Clarice, in the end, is still not willing to let go. Understandable. Who can be happy when their heart and passion is let down? Neither is willing. Jiang Tong arrived and saw Chen-Chi, as well as Clarice, who was sitting back to back with Chen-Chi after her disguise. She walked over. Chen-Chi looked at Jiang Tong, stood up and said, "Jiang Tong, you're here." Jiang Tong nodded and sat down. Chen-Chi said, "I've been demoted." "I know," Jiang Tong said faintly. Chen-Chi looked at Jiang Tong and asked, "There's nothing you want to ask me about Chris?" Jiang Tong's tone was light. "There's nothing to ask, Chen-Chi, because you don't care?" So it didn't matter to her if he had a girlfriend or not, or what his relationship with Chrissy was? "I'm sorry," Chen-Chi apologized seriously, "about the matter of terminating the contract with your company's artists before. I'm sorry. After I found out you were pregnant, I panicked too much. I was afraid you'd give birth to Fengling's baby. I don't know if you have feelings for Fengling, but I know that once you give birth to this child, you and Fengling will not be separated. This child is not just your child. It is also the pivot that links the Jiang family and the Feng family. It relates to the future of both families. You will protect this child. You will love this child. Even if you don't love Fengling, for the sake of this child, you won't separate from Fengling." I was so scared. I was afraid I'd never get another chance. So, did what I did. Sorry. Jiang Tong looked at Chen-Chi and faintly asked, "Who told you that I don't love Fengling?" Chen-Chi froze for a moment, looking at Jiang Tang with disbelief. "You love Fengling?" Jiang Tong asked. "Could it be that I haven't acted obviously enough?" Chen-Chi trembled his lips for a long time before asking, "What do you love about him?" "No matter what I love about him, whether I love his identity as young Master Feng, or whether I love Fengling as a person, I love him," Jiang Tong said. Chen-Chi looked at Jiang Tong, red eyes, wanted to say something, but could not say a word for a long time. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth he would choke and break down if he opened his mouth. "Chen-Chi, in the future, we really shouldn't see each other again," Jiang Tong said. "Is it because of what happened to Chris that you loathe me so much?" Chen-Chi asked. And even though he tried desperately to suppress it, he still heard the choking in his tone. Jiang Tong said, "Yes and no. You using Chrissy to troll for Chrissy is not really much of a thing, and in all my years at the mall, I've seen people with more despicable tactics than you. But, while I can accept it when others do it, I can't accept it when you do it. There's no way I can accept that the person I once loved, the person who was near perfect in my mind, and now it's turned into this. Chen-Chi, it's the current you that ruined the once you. Let me remember my youth. There was no beauty, only a field of unpleasantness." Chen-Chi looked at Jiang Tong. There were 1,000 words he wanted to say, but in the end it only turned into a desperate, "I'm sorry." He knew that he had absolutely no chance. Jiang Tong said faintly, "I don't accept. I don't forgive." She stood up, looked at Chen-Chi, and said, "Chen-Chi, goodbye. Never see you again, goodbye. .. Chen-Chi is offline for now. There will be a little bit of his storyline later on, but it's not a relationship thread. It's a career thread. Very little. To get to the new episode, babes can guess it. Ask for power with love. Mamma mia. Chapter 120, I'm not a scum. I just want to give all men a home. Chen-Chi looked at Jiang Tang, his eyes full of sorrow. "Chris, let's go." Jiang Tong called out to the person behind Chen-Chi. "Chris, Chen-Chi." He turned his head and saw Chris behind him. Clarice gritted her teeth and glared at Jiang Tang. She did it on purpose. Jiang Tong is so hateful. Chrissy glanced at Chen-Chi, resignedly stood up, came to Jiang Tang's side, took off her glasses, mask and hat, and looked at Chen-Chi. "Chen-Chi, Jiang Tong and Chris? They're so good now? Anything you want to say? Jiang Tong asked Chris. No. Chrissy gritted her teeth. What could she possibly have to say now? In their words, she was now desperate to find a hole in the ground. Not saying goodbye? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Chris glared at her and said to Chen Chi, bye. Chen Chi nodded. Well, see you later. Let's go, Chris said to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong nodded and left with Chris. Chen Chi watched the two leave. Walking out of the cafe, Chris glared at Jiang Tong. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Tong blinked and pretended to be innocent. What on purpose? You don't play dumb. You're just exposing me on purpose, Chrissy said. She wasn't scared, just embarrassed. I didn't. Jiang Tong said seriously. We came together. Of course we have to go together. I can't possibly go by myself and leave you there alone. Chris, that seems to make sense. But, she knew that Jiang Tang must have done it on purpose. But she couldn't do anything about Jiang Tang. Gas. In the evening, the congregation dined together. Chris was in a bad mood. Fong Ling asked her, what's wrong with you? Chrissy said faintly, it's fine. Fong Ling looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong smiled and said, lost love. Fong Ling just broke up with Chen Chi? I thought you broke up with him a long time ago, eh? A scumbag like Chen Chi. She still doesn't split it and keeps it for New Year's Eve? What are you babbling about? Chris glared at Fong Ling. I didn't break up. It's not like Chen Chi and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. Fong Ling. Not boyfriend and girlfriend? That's not true. Didn't you say you were boyfriend and girlfriend with Chen Chi before? Watch Chrissy take on Chen Chi. Fong Ling had a guess in his mind. You're not Chen Chi's licking dog, are you, Chris? And then the kind of thing where you think you've licked it and call yourself someone's girlfriend, when in fact, you haven't licked it at all? Fong Ling asked. Chris rounded her eyes in anger and glared at Fong Ling. Fong Ling laughed at her. Chris, you're such a failure. A big lady of your status going to lick a scumbag and not getting it. Shame on you. Chris couldn't do anything about Fong Ling, so she looked for Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, look at your husband. Jiang Tong looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling was sitting upright. Had he gone too far? Shouldn't have laughed at Chrissy? Chrissy was already upset, and for him to be like that, it did seem wrong that his wife was angry. Seeing that Fong Ling didn't dare to be reckless with one look from Jiang Tong, Chris hummed. She couldn't cure Fong Ling. There was always someone who could cure him. Jiang Tong retracted his gaze and said to Chris, look, Chris, and then what? Shouldn't have taught Fong Ling a few lessons. Jiang Tong smiled and said, it's quite nice. Fong Ling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise, then deigned to look at Clarice. His wife loves him too much to teach him a lesson. Chris, Jiang Tong not only didn't teach Fong Ling a lesson, but also complimented Fong Ling on her good looks. Them too. What's with that? Others. Don't eat for a while. The dog food is full. After the crowd finished eating, Fong Ling pulled Chris aside and asked, how many of them? Who do you really like? Chris glanced at a few men standing not far away. A few men with outstanding looks and temperament standing together, drawing frequent turns from those passing by. Actually, I like them all. Putting aside Chen Chi, she reverted back to the nature of a love-struck woman when facing other men. The good-looking ones like it. Fong Ling gave her a blank look, asking for nothing. No, you can only choose one, he said. Take another good look and choose well. I'll set you up when you're done. Gotta get Chrissy to start a new relationship in a hurry. That's how you can forget about Chen Chi. Otherwise, one day when she thought of Chen Chi again, and was with Chen Chi again, and gave Chen Chi resources, wouldn't Chen Chi make a comeback? He's got to snuff out any chance of Chen Chi making a comeback. Chris looked again. He's handsome and elegant. He's sassy. He's elegant and steady. He's prodigal. He's pure and lovely. He was reserved and charming. Really like every one of them. Chrissy said. Couldn't really choose. Fong Ling, you're hopeless. Scum girl. Chris, I recently learned a phrase on shakeology. Shakeology really is so happy. When she came to see City, in addition to running out to eat and drink, her second favorite thing was to brush Jiayin in the hotel. A brush is a few hours. A brush is all night. Simply cannot stop. Fong Ling, what words? Chris said seriously. I'm not a slag. I just want to give every man a home. Fong Ling, get lost. Chris, the crowd dispersed and went home. Back home. Fong Ling said to Jiang Tang, you should play less with Chris in the future. Jiang Tong was puzzled. Didn't he like Chrissy quite a bit? It's been nice to Chrissy these days. How is it that the friendship of top rich kids be so soon? She's a scumbag. Fong Ling said. Things come in small packages. He was afraid that Jiang Tang had been with Chris for a long time, and had been influenced by Chris and turned into a slag woman as well. Jiang Tong, she slagged you off? Fong Ling shook her head. That's not true, but she wanted to slag off Lu Jianli Li Yan and the others. Jiang Tong. Feng Ling added. It's also because I got married early. Otherwise, I would definitely bear the brunt, and she would definitely be the first to want to slag me. Jiang Tong. Wash up and go to bed early. Feng Ling. Oh, can't muster up the slightest interest in sleeping now. Sleeping vegan. Who's interested? Adults are supposed to sleep on meat. At noon the next day, Jiang Tang asked Feng Ling to have lunch, and after lunch they went to the bridal store together to try on wedding dresses. Her wedding dress was branded and customized, and she had taken her measurements to have it customized before she got married, and it's only now that it's ready. Feng Ling was kind of looking forward to it. He hadn't seen Jiang Tong in a wedding dress. She must look beautiful in a wedding dress. The two ate lunch and went to the store. The store was closed, so only Jiang Tang and Feng Ling would be received this afternoon. Jiang Tong looked at the wedding dress and went to try it on. Feng Ling waited outside. It took about 20 minutes before Jiang Tong came out of the fitting room. She asked Feng Ling, how was it? Feng Ling looked at his eyes straight. He couldn't help but blurt out, wife, you are beautiful. Beautiful. Seems to be glowing. Chapter 121, honey, can I kiss you? Jiang Tong smiled and said, it's not me who blows. Instead, it's a wedding dress. The wedding dress style is the more common sheath and large hem wedding dress, but with many crushed diamonds on the dress. The bling shines brightly in the light. No, the glowing one is you. Feng Ling said firmly. The wife was in his heart, shining. The wedding dress was beautiful and sparkly though, but in no way did it overpower the beauty of his wife. The wife was already beautiful, and with the wedding dress, she was even more beautiful. He had seen many beautiful women and was used to seeing his wife's beauty, but at this moment, it was still simply because of her beauty that his heart was crazy. He couldn't help but walk up to her, wanting to reach out and hug her, but fearing that he would ruin her wedding dress and ruin the impact on her top-notch beauty at this moment. Honey, can I give you a kiss? He asked, his handsome face slightly flushed, from shyness, from excitement. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling suspiciously. It wasn't like him to make such a request in front of the clerk. Young Master Fang's expression of emotion was still rather introverted most of the time. You're so pretty, I want to kiss, Feng Ling said. The clerks laughed aside. Not a scoff, but an envious laugh. Truly enviable and desirable. They meet many prospective brides and grooms at the bridal store who come in to try on wedding dresses. And really, it's rare that a prospective groom is wowed by the sight of his bride's appearance in a wedding dress. A wedding dress is just a piece of clothing. It can only add a little bit of beauty, but it doesn't transform a person. While grooms-to-be give face to compliment the bride-to-be on how beautiful she looks in her wedding dress, but it's basically perfunctory. Feng Xiao, on the other hand, was truly stunned and really felt that his wife was the most beautiful in the world. Feng Xiao loves Ms. Jiang very much. Good. Jiang Tong nodded and smiled. Only one kiss. Aha. Feng Ling nodded his head and moved over, giving her a peck on the lips before backing away and looking at her with a look of satisfaction and excitement. The peach blossom eyes were bright and especially charming. Jiang Tong was all mesmerized by him. You guys go out first, Jiang Tong said to the clerk. The clerks respectfully left, leaving space for the two. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang a bit puzzled and asked, honey, what did you let them go for? Jiang Tong said, they're in the way here. Feng Ling, huh? Jiang Tong smiled and said, because, I want to kiss you. Feng Ling froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Tang. What did she say? She wanted to kiss him? Before he could come back to his senses, Jiang Tang stood on her tiptoes, hooked her hands around his neck, and kissed his thin lips. The warm, soft and sweet touch on his lips brought Feng Ling back to his senses, and in his heart, he was ecstatic, wrapping his arms around Jiang Tang and responding to her passionately. The two embraced and kissed for a long time before letting go. After releasing, both of them were panting with red faces and bright eyes, looking at each other. Though their lips parted, the two did not. Foreheads and noses pressed together, breaths intertwining as they breathed. Both of their hearts were beating fast. Wife, I still want to kiss, Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong didn't reject him and once again took the initiative to kiss his lips. In the end, by the time Feng Ling and Jiang Tang left to finish trying on their wedding dresses and left, both of their lips were red and swollen. The clerks looked on and smiled ambiguously. Laughing, Jiang Tang, such a steady person, was embarrassed. She shouldn't have fooled around with Feng Ling in the store, and in the future, she would be embarrassed to come back to this store. Feng Ling didn't care, just laugh. He wasn't afraid. He gripped Jiang Tang's hand tightly, got into the car, and said, honey, I still want to kiss. No way. Jiang Tong flatly refused. Feng Ling, why? Jiang Tong, my mouth hurts. Feng Ling, how come I don't hurt? Jiang Tong looked at him and snorted, not saying anything, thinking to himself, Of course he doesn't hurt. It wasn't like she was gnawing on him too hard. But what about him? When he came on, he simply couldn't restrain himself from nibbling and biting at her lips. Can she not be in pain? Fengling thought to himself for a moment, and also looked back, and said with a bit of embarrassment, "Next time, I'll be lighter." He's too excited. He couldn't restrain his excitement even though he hadn't done anything more outrageous. Just kissing. Didn't control the force. Jiang Tong. Fengling returned home at night and said to Elder Feng, "Grandpa, the invitation. I want to write it myself." He didn't have any expectations when he first got married to Jiang Tang. He was forced. Everything about the wedding was arranged by Elder Feng. He didn't have much of a conceptual expectation of weddings or anything back then, and didn't even think about being personally involved in anything. But not anymore. Now he likes Jiang Tang, is looking forward to having a wedding with Jiang Tang, and wants to be personally involved in doing something or other. Elder Feng gave him a look and nodded. The invitations are customized. The format is fixed. What year, month and day, where the wedding will be held. Some words of invitation are printed. Fengling only needed to write his and Jiang Tang's names. Fengling didn't care and took the many invitations and went back to his study to write. He wrote his and Jiang Tang's names on the invitation, and then also wrote a line at the very end of the invitation. May the guests wish Fengling Jiang Tang the best of luck and grow old together. Jiang Tong took a shower and came out, saw Fengling in his study, walked in and saw him writing invitations. She picked it up and saw the last line, laughing. It's an unsolicited request for someone to bless them. Fengling is writing seriously. Jiang Tong complimented. The writing is good. A handful of beautiful brush strokes. Fengling was smug. I've practiced calligraphy since I was a kid. The only child of the Feng family, Master Feng had nurtured him in every aspect, and although he was dangling, he knew a lot of things. Calligraphy, piano, painting, horsemanship, golf, languages, etc. He took a lot of various talents. I'll write it too, Jiang Tong said with a smile. She hadn't been too interested in this kind of thing before. Not that she wasn't, but both families had money, so this kind of wedding trivia, just pay someone to do it. But now Fengling infected her. Young Master Feng looked hangdog, but he was actually very serious about the people and things he cared about. Jiang Tong was sitting next to Fengling, also holding a brush to write the invitation. Fengling has a take on a variety of talents. She would only be more than Fengling. Many of her talents have won awards in some of the more formal competitions. She also writes very well. Fengling looked away. The corners of his mouth ticked up. Worthy of being his wife, the writing is as good as his. They really are the most perfect match. Neither of them said anything, so they concentrated on writing the invitations. Each invitation carries their heart. The last line of the invitation all represents what they expect from their marriage. They hope that they will be able to play the piano and grow old together. I was sweetened myself while writing this chapter. See you tomorrow. Ask for power with love. Bishop. Chapter 122. I'm afraid of Crescent Moon stealing the bride. It took the two of them 2 nights to write the hundreds of invitations. Elder Feng took the invitation, smiled with satisfaction, and said to old Zhao, Tongtong's writing, it's really good. Butler Zhao smiled and said, the young master's writing is also very good. Elder Feng looked at it and hummed, almost as bad as Tongtong. Barely. Butler Zhao laughs. The young master's calligraphy was taught by the old master himself at the very beginning, and the old master's calligraphy was taught by everyone, and he wrote very well, and to this day, there are still people who come to ask for the old master's ink from time to time. It was also afterward that the old master was busy and the young master followed another teacher. Housekeeper Zhao said, if young master had been following master's lessons, he would have definitely written better. Elder Feng nodded. That was natural, and looked at Butler Zhao, saying, old Zhao, I've noticed that ever since Aling got married, your ass-kissing skills are growing. It used to be a shot at Fengling. Now, even his ass is to be kissed. Butler Zhao was serious, with a serious and firm face. Master, I'm telling the truth. Elder Feng. He looked at the invitation and suddenly asked, old Zhao, do you think we should invite Liang? He stopped. The words changed. Forget it, she'll come if she wants to, but she is a woman without a heart. Butler Zhao was in rare silence. The car Jiang Tong bought for Fengling and Jiang Bei arrived. The car is not available domestically. It was shipped from abroad. All sorts of paperwork and so on, so it's just now arriving. Fengling and Jiang Bei looked at the car parked in the garage. Both men's eyes glistened. A man's love for cars is indefinable, but innate. Even Fengling and Jiang Bei, who are used to seeing and driving luxury cars, couldn't help but look around the car again and again. And then the two of them also drove the car out for a drive. 2 identical cars, both the same color, driving down the road, are eye-catching. Let Feng Ling and Jiang Bei make a fool of themselves. Feng Ling asked Jiang Bei to drive the car to Feng's house. Jiang Bei, why are you driving to Feng's house? This is my car. His car, of course, drove back to the river house. Don't you drive this car lately? Feng Ling said. This car, keep it for me and your sister to get married as the main wedding car. You drive it now. What if it gets old? What if you bump it? Jiang Bei, give me the key. Feng Ling said. Jiang Bei frowned. No. Feng Ling said. Behave. I'm your brother-in-law. Jiang Bei. Feng Ling said. I'll give you the key after the wedding. It's not like I won't give it to you. Jiang Bei still didn't want to give it. I'll sue your sister if you don't listen. Feng Ling said. Jiang Bei gritted his teeth. Demon princess. Feng Ling was smug. He is the demon princess, what's wrong with that? Jiang Bei ended up driving the one that belonged to him to Feng's house as well and gave Feng Ling the keys. If I don't drive it, you're not allowed to drive it either. You'll drive the car old too. And you might bump it too. Jiang Bei said. Feng Ling nodded. Of course. Jiang Bei grunted. Zhan Xinyue came to see Jiang Tang. I've heard. You've been getting close to Chris lately? About Chrissy. She'd heard that too. Now Chrissy has succeeded Chun Chi as the president of Anya Cosmetics China. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded, asking, what's wrong? Zhan Xinu, nothing. Jiang Tong didn't say anything else. When Zhan Xinu saw that Jiang Tang didn't ask, she was a bit anxious in her heart. Why didn't Jiang Tong ask her what she came to see her for? You, me. Zhan Xinyue didn't know how to speak. What? Are you jealous? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Zhan Xinyue's face instantly turned red and glared at Jiang Tang. What are you babbling about? Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Oh, so it's my nonsense. I thought that you were angry and jealous that I've been getting close to Chrissy lately and neglecting you. Zhan Xinu's face turned even redder. We're both women. What am I jealous of? I don't love you, she said. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I didn't say you love me. Friendship. You can also be jealous. Show Crescent. Jiang Tong teased her again. Why is she like this? Is she teasing Feng Ling like this too? Have you found your bridesmaids yet? Zhan Xinu asked. Jiang Tong, what? Want to be my maid of honor? Zhan Xinu blushed and frowned. Who wants to be your bridesmaid? Miss Zhan. Jiang Tong looked at Zhan Xinu with a gentle smile and asked. I sincerely invite you to be my bridesmaid. Does Miss Zhan have time? Zhan Xinu tilted her chin in a slightly arrogant manner and said. Since you've invited me sincerely, I'll give you face. Be your bridesmaid. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, it's an honor for Miss Zhan to come and be my bridesmaid. Zhan Xinu's little expression became even more arrogant. Having accomplished his purpose, he left the office satisfied. Feng Ling was a little disturbed to learn that Zhan Xinu was going to be their maid of honor. Honey, you're really going to let Zhan Xinu be our maid of honor? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. Honey, should we change someone else? I'm afraid that Zhan Xinyue will make a mess on our wedding day. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong smiled and asked. What muff? Feng Ling had a pensive look on his face, like bride snatching. Jiang Tong smiled again and asked. Robbing a bride, is that robbing you, or robbing me? Feng Ling, she's going to spend $10 billion on me. Of course she's robbing me. Jiang Tong nodded. Oh, that's right. Then if he robs you, will you go with him? Of course not. Feng Ling frowned. Then no. Jiang Tong said. But I'm afraid that if the obvious doesn't work, she'll come to the dark side. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong asked. What in? Like knocking me out, taking me away, kidnapping me, or drugging me? Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong. Dog-blooded hegemony novel. Read less. Feng Ling looked embarrassed. How does the wife know he's reading a dog-eared dominatrix novel? He used to not watch it. He was a big man, and occasionally read novels that were male-oriented, cultivating immortals and fighting monsters to upgrade. But since there is a CP fan group, those CP fans share and discuss all kinds of hegemonic novels in the group every day. There are also fans substituting him and Jiang Tang into the novel. He was just curious to see it and then it kind of clicked. Women's novels focus on emotional depiction, mainly written between the hero and heroine, a little bit of love between you and me. Before, he didn't give a damn. Now he analyzes it verbatim. Not to mention, he had seen him and Jiang Tang in many hegemonic novels. The Prince's Marriage to the First Lady, The Eye of the Tiger, The Second Female, The Second Male, The Infatuated Male Mate, The Disgusting Ex, The Female Match Who Does All the Bad Things. It's basically all right. I didn't look, Feng Ling retorted, but his eyes flickered, too vain to look directly at Jiang Tang. Then open the Tomato Novel app in your phone. I'll take a look at your bookshelf. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling, this is my privacy. Even though we are a couple, couples should have their privacy. Chapter 123, Male and Female Dog Lickers. Jiang Tong nodded. Well, you're right. Couples do deserve privacy. I won't look. Young Master Feng was relieved. Looks like he can keep the fact that he's reading a Dogma Buster novel under wraps. I did read a few novels recently. What with The White Moonlight of the Crown Prince of the Beijing Circle, Mr. was substitute lover, and Mr. Su, don't abuse. Your wife ran away with someone. I think the best one is this one by Mr. Lu, Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling frowned. These are the popular ones on the site. He's seen it too. Nonsense. Obviously the best looking is the Crown Prince of the Beijing Circle's White Moonlight. That surnamed Lu is a psychopath. Don't like people, and want to marry people, married people, and all kinds of abuse body and heart. Abuse of people's heart and soul. Left, he regretted it, and all kinds of begging licking dog behavior for forgiveness. Feng Ling frowned. It could be seen that young Master Feng was not ashamed of this kind of behavior. You say, why is that surname Lu like this? And that female lead too? The one surnamed Lu abused her so much, and in the end she actually forgave the one surnamed Lu and lived happily ever after? Simply incomprehensible. Young Master Feng spat indignantly. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. Didn't you say that you didn't read the Dog Blood Bully novel? Feng Ling. Oops. Careless. Fooled. He looked at Jiang Tong sadly. The wife is so devious to swindle his words like this. I didn't read it. Feng Ling beat a dead horse. It's those little girls in the fan group who are watching it. Those little girls spit it out in the group every day. I made a note of it. Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows and smiled. Is that so? Feng Ling strained his neck. Yes. Anyway, it's a dead giveaway that he will not admit that he, young Master Feng, reads dog blood hegemony novels. A big man reading this kind of novel is detrimental to his manhood. A man should read hot immortal fighting and upgrading novels. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile and didn't say anything else. Young Master Feng loves face so much. Always have to give young Master Feng a few points of face. Feng Ling went to find Zhang Xinu. If he can't convince Jiang Tong, he'll try to convince Zhang Xinu. Zhang Xinu was surprised to receive Feng Ling's invitation. Ever since Feng Ling's marriage, she and Feng Ling had seen very little of each other, and even less in private. What did Feng Ling ask himself to do? Shou Crescent went to his appointment. Feng Ling looked at Zhang Xinu and said directly, "You're not allowed to be the wedding bridesmaid for Jiang Tang and me." Zhang Xinyue originally came to the appointment dressed up and happy, which knew that before she sat down and even said a word. Feng Ling gave her a blow to the head. She really couldn't expect anything from a man who didn't love her. What was she expecting? Why do you have to dress up and be happy for an appointment? If she had known Feng Ling was saying this, she should have refused. You control me. Zhang Xinyue's temper also came up and said, I want it. Jiang Tang has agreed. Feng Ling frowned. She agreed. I didn't. Zhang Xinyue bristled. What's the use of your disagreement? Don't you know who's in charge in your family? Feng Ling's frown tightened as he glared at Zhang Xinu. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that our Jiang Tang has the final say and I don't? Zhang Xinu, isn't it? Of course not. Young Master Feng gritted his teeth. I'm the man. The head of the family. I call the shots in our house. Shou Crescent smiled. Didn't say a word. Feng Ling glared at her. What do you mean? Zhang Xinu, I'll just smile and not say anything. What do you mean you still don't understand? Feng Ling, but if you really are in charge of your family, you would have just asked Jiang Tang to reject me, and you would still come to me personally? Zhang Xinu said. Feng Ling, Zhang Xinu, this stupid white sweetie, seems to have gotten smarter. I just don't want to give my wife a hard time. Feng Ling said. If you don't dare, you don't dare, have to find such a grand excuse. Zhang Xinu looked at him with disdain. I really despise you now. A dog licker is a dog licker, and you're afraid to admit it. Feng Ling was about to explode with anger. You're the dog licker. He glared at Zhang Xinu. Zhang Xinu nodded. I admit. I'm a dog licker. Do you dare to admit that you are a dog licker? Young Master Feng choked. He's afraid to admit it. Seeing him like this, Zhang Xinyue felt inexplicably painful in her heart and mocked him. Feng Ling, look at this. The wind and water turns. Before I licked you. Now, you licked Jiang Tang. You see, you are no different from me. Good. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Even if I'm a dog licker, there's a difference between me and you. What difference? Shou Crescent asked. The difference between a male dog licker and a female dog licker? Feng Ling, hee. I licked. At least I licked. I got married to my wife. How about you? You licked for more than 10 years and got nothing. Lick dog lick dog lick. Lick until you end up with nothing. That's you. Zhang Xinu's eyes reddened with anger, close to tears. Feng Ling, simply murderous. Do you think you married Jiang Tang because you licked it? If it wasn't for Grandpa Feng, do you think you could have married Jiang Tang? Zhang Xinu said angrily. When Fengling saw that Zhang Xianyu was angry, he got happy and said with a smile, "No matter what it's because of. Anyway, I'm married to my wife. What about you? A single dog." Zhang Xianyu gritted her teeth, endured and endured. But, with her teeth almost crushed, this breath was not endured. Exasperated, he glared at Fengling. Fengling said, "Zhang Xianyu, I know what you want to do when you become our bridesmaid." Zhang Xianyu gritted her teeth and asked, "What do I want to do?" Fengling, "It's nothing more than wanting to steal the marriage, or make things difficult for me when receiving the marriage to spite me, or make a move at our wedding banquet, drug it or something or other." Zhang Xianyu, you've read too many dog blood novels, right? Whatever you're trying to do, I'm wary that you won't succeed. Fengling said, Zhang Xianyu is sick. It's amazing that she's been licking a psychopath for so many years, and on top of that she hasn't even gotten to it yet. That's the real black history. Zhang Xianyu left in a huff. Go to Jiang Tong and tell him off. Fengling called me a dog licker. Fengling said I wasn't allowed to be your bridesmaid, that I was going to be bad on the wedding day, that I was going to steal the bride, sabotage the wedding banquet, and drug it. Jiang Tong asked, "What's going on?" Exhibition Crescent Moon then condescended to tell the story. Jiang Tong, two elementary school chickens arguing. She really didn't want to hitch a ride. It's a good thing the two of them aren't married. If the two of them got married, Grandpa would probably be pissed off alive by these two elementary school chickens before he could even wait to hold his grandchildren. Fengling was exasperated. Show Crescent is no better. If he doesn't let me be, I'll be, Jiang Tang. I'm telling you, this bridesmaid, I'll be it. Zhang Xianyu said with conviction. Jiang Tong nodded. Well, you're a sure thing. Equals. Today's update is complete and begging to be used with love. Chapter 124, Are You Her Dog? No matter how much Fengling blows his pillow, you can't back out. Zhang Xianyu said. Gotta watch out for the scumbag Fengling blowing pillows. Jiang Tong laughed and said. He doesn't blow pillows. Young Master Feng is still young and simple, and has not yet learned the trick of blowing pillow wind. Zhang Xinyue grunted and said. If you dare to back out and not let me be your bridesmaid, I'll explode the black information of the company's artists. Jiang Tong. So hard. Seeing that the threat had deterred Jiang Tang, Zhang Xianyu was satisfied and left. When she got home, Jiang Tang said to Fengling, Don't mess with Zhang Xianyu. Fengling frowned and asked, Did Zhang Xianyu go to complain to you again? Jiang Tong didn't say anything and acquiesced. Fengling gritted his teeth. What's wrong with Chinatown Crescent Moon now? Not moving to file a complaint? Is she a tattletale? Fengling was angry, but not just at Zhang Xianyu, but also at Jiang Tang. Other people's wives know to turn their elbows inward. How come she turns her elbows outward? So, you're on Zhang Xianyu's side? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. Fengling, why? I'm the one who's your husband. We're the family. Jiang Tong said. If I don't take her side and don't let her be my bridesmaid, she'll explode the company's artists' black information. Fengling, there are hundreds of big and small artists in the company, and there are quite a few with dark information. Jiang Tong said. What with all the smoking, relationships, grandstanding, stealing people's resources and whatnot? Fengling gritted his teeth. Doesn't she have any dark information? Jiang Tong smiled and raised his eyebrows. Oh, she has black material. Then tell me, what black material does she have? Does being a dog licker for over a decade count as blackmail? He asked. Jiang Tong smiled and asked rhetorically. What do you think? Fengling. Fengling was depressed. Don't be angry. Jiang Tong smiled and said. Zhang Xianyu is now giving you a money-making machine. What's there to be angry about with a money-making machine? Fengling looked at her suspiciously. Since when did Zhang Xinyue become his money-making machine? She's my company's netizen, and now she's already been taking advertisements to make money for me. We're a married couple as one, and all the money we make after marriage is the joint property of the couple, and every penny she makes for me has a share for you. Isn't this the same as her being your money-making machine? Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling. This seems to be not so angry and difficult all of a sudden. A bit of a requirement for a money machine seems acceptable. The main thing is that the wife says they are one and the same couple and that they share property. Happy. Although she earns less now, don't look down on it. She still has a lot of potential. Accumulating less becomes more. Don't look down on small money. Big money is accumulated from small money. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling nodded. Aha. Seeing that Fengling was no longer angry, Jiang Tang smiled. Coaxing two elementary school chickens is a breeze. Take the pinch. Jiang Tong went back to his mother's house. With Fengling. Go back to your mom's house to discuss some specifics of the wedding. After the discussion, Tian Baizhou called Jiang Tang to his room and asked, The Feng family, Did they say they would invite Fengling's mom? Jiang Tong shook his head. I didn't hear Grandpa say that. I don't think he will be invited. She also knew about Fengling's mom. When a simple investigation of Fengling was conducted before the marriage. After all, it is a marriage object, to live a lifetime of people. She didn't dare to get married without investigating anything just because Grandpa Feng offered more. She's a bit more cautious in her approach. She was not sure about the specifics of Fengling's mother, but only knew a general idea that she divorced Fengling's father not long after giving birth to him and left the country. All these years, it's been abroad and hasn't come back. Tianbai Zhou thought for a moment and said, there should be no invitation. They were not clear about the specific details of the Feng family's affairs, and they only knew that Fengling's mother had left the country. Knew no more than Jiang Tong. The reason why she asked Jiang Tong was because she thought that all the people in the country were more focused on family love, and for something like a son's wedding, as long as the biological mother wasn't dead, she would basically come, and those who were divorced would go back to participate in the wedding of their children with their ex-husbands. So, she asked Jiang Tong. Seeing Master Feng's meaning, he shouldn't be invited. Tianbai Zhou said. Jiang Tong nodded his head, looking at his grandfather's meaning. It should be. Since Elder Feng isn't going to invite, you shouldn't mention it either. Tianbai Zhou said. Jiang Tong nodded. Asked Tianbai Zhou, how are Jiang Bei and Zhu Nanqing? Tianbai Zhou frowned and said, I can't see anything special. It's true that Jiang Bei doesn't dislike Nanxing, but more favorably, but it also seems like he doesn't. Nanxing looks the same. Jiang Tong nodded his head and said, this kind of thing goes with the territory. You guys don't force them. Tianbai Zhou smiled and said, of course, it's not like Ah Bei can't get a wife. What's the point of forcing him? Let nature take its course. However, I really quite like this child. Nanxing. Tianbai Zhou smiled and said, his personality is similar to yours. Although he is young, he looks calm and emotionally stable. If Ah Bei can really marry Nanxing, it's a blessing for him. Jiang Tong nodded and spoke with Tianbai Zhou for a while longer before going downstairs. Downstairs in the living room, Fengling and Jiang Bei were playing a game. The two frowned. Their expressions were tense and serious, and they even cursed when they played to the point of nervousness and excitement. Jiang Tong, how she had never thought, before, that she would marry such a man. But now, it really smells good. Zhu Nanqing sat quietly and obediently, reading a book. She cocked her head at the title of the book, The Meditation. Jiang Tang glanced at Zhu Nanqing. A young girl reading this kind of book? Shouldn't we be watching the domineering president fall in love with me and the president's petite wife run with the ball? Jiang Tong walked over, sat beside Fengling, and said, don't curse. Fengling, wife, you don't even know how stupid they are. You scold people when they're stupid? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Then how come I didn't scold you? Fengling, what do you mean? Wife, is it that he's stupid? It's not like I'm stupid, he said. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Fengling, at this moment, he thought of what Zhang Xinu said, I'll just smile and not say anything. What do you mean you don't understand? So the wife thinks he's stupid. Yes, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Fengling gave himself up. You're smart. You're the smartest. Jiang Tong smiled and said, let's go. Go home. Wait until the fight is over and then go home. Jiang Bei said, Tin Bi boat. I wish I could slap the son of a stick in the face. All day long, he knew how to drag Fengling around. Go away. Fengling simply stopped fighting. Then stand there and don't move and get killed in 2 hits. Then the game was lost. Jiang Bei, Fengling, why don't you move? What do you mean? You go home when she tells you to? You value color over friends. Don't you have your own opinion? Are you his dog? Chapter 125, Honey. Jiang Bei is filling me up. Jiang Tong. Tin Bi boat. Wish Nanxing. Tianbai Zhou held back, but finally couldn't help herself and grabbed Jiang Bei's ear. What did you say? Is this what you should say? Jiang Bei. Shouldn't. He then reacted to the fact that he had just talked about Fengling and his sister. Sis, I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Bei hurriedly apologized. I was too angry. You don't know. The people on the opposite side of the game have been provoking us. Jiang Tong said lightly, it's fine. Anyway, it's not like you call me anyone's dog. Fengling. So it's okay to call him her dog? Can he just be a dog? Tianbai Zhou said. Apologize to your brother-in-law. Jiang Bei. Really, the sky is falling. In the past, they were brothers with Fengling, and they casually scolded and disliked each other when they were in a bad mood. But now, Fengling looked at Jiang Bei. Call him a dog. He waited. Jiang Bei was stifled and said, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Aha. Fengling then nodded in satisfaction. It's okay. Brother-in-law forgives you. Smiling again, she said to Tianbai Zhou, Mom, you also don't scold Ah Bei. He's young and small. It's like that. Mom, don't worry. I won't take it to heart to bother with him in general. Tian Bai Zhou. Jiang Tang. Jiang Bei is the same age as him, I think. Jiang Bei clenched his teeth in anger. Dog thief. Give him a minute. Feng Ling had nothing to do in the evening, so he asked Jiang Tang to go to the clubhouse. It's still fun to go play a game of tearjerker or something. But Jiang Tang refused and sent him a message. There are things to do in the evening. You go and play by yourself. Feng Ling. He's going to play by himself? What's the point of going on your own? He just wants to play with his wife. Now that his wife has refused, he doesn't want to play. However, over here, Lu Jianli and Bai Langyue they agreed. Knowing that Feng Ling didn't want to go, he opened up at Feng Ling on WeChat. Bai Langyue, because Sister Jiang Tang isn't going. You're not going? Feng Ling, well, if my wife doesn't go, what's the point of me going? Lu Jianli, he, used to play with us every day. Played during the day and at night. Interesting. Now, with Jiang Tang's sister, we have no fun? Toki Chiseng, how did I just realize that you are such a bigot? Bai Langyue, are you Sister Jiang Tang's dog? Wherever Sister Jiang Tang goes, you follow her? Lu Jianli, you asked us out today. We put off other people's appointments for you, and now you're saying you won't come? You dare not come to a try. Feng Ling has caused so much anger that he doesn't dare not go. Just have to go. Have Junior arrange for a private room. When they arrived at the clubhouse, Feng Ling pulled out the invitation and handed it to Xiaoxi. Junior took it and opened it and froze. For me? Junior asked in surprise. Feng Ling nodded. Aha. Junior was his doggy mastermind and had given him a lot of ideas, so he should invite Junior as well. Xiaoxi looked at Feng Ling and suddenly reddened his eyes. She knew that people like them were just playthings in the eyes of men, and no one would treat them sincerely. Not to mention someone with such an honorable status as Feng Ling. She didn't expect that Feng Ling would actually invite her when he got married. She wasn't a relative of the Feng family, nor was she a partner of any kind. So was Feng Xiao treating her as a friend by inviting her? Being friends with someone like Feng Ling, she didn't even think about it. What's wrong with you? Feng Ling saw Xiaoxi's eyes red and asked. What? Peach blossom makeup did you draw today? Junior. The insensitive young master Feng. Can't you see she's moved? Feng Xiao. Would it be bad for me to go? Xiaoxi asked. The wedding of young Master Feng and the Zhang family's eldest lady was going to be attended by socialites, and she was afraid that she would embarrass him if she went. Feng Ling asked suspiciously. What's wrong with it? Junior, wouldn't it be too bad to have an identity? Does she have to be so blunt? What? Did you do something nasty? Or did you break the law? Killed someone and set them on fire? Feng Ling asked. Junior. There's nothing wrong with it. Feng Ling said. You're invited. Just come. Xiaoxi smiled and said. Okay. Feng Xiao, I will definitely come. Feng Ling nodded his head and let Xiaoxi arrange for the drinks to go. Feng Ling and Lu Jianli had a great time with them and drank a lot of wine, and it was only when they were almost done drinking that Jiang Bei arrived late. Feng Ling, he had an uneasy feeling. As soon as Jiang Bei arrived, he poured himself a glass of wine and poured it for Feng Ling, saying with a smile, Brother-in-law, I'll toast you. Feng Ling looked at him. Jiang Bei is so understanding? He had just finished one cup when Jiang Bei came back. Brother-in-law, I'll toast you again. Cup after cup. In the end, Feng Ling drank too much. Jiang Bei then sent Feng Ling back to the Feng family. Handed over to Jiang Tong. Sis, I told Feng Ling not to drink so much, but he insisted on drinking. He couldn't even stop him. Jiang Bei said. Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei smiled and said, Sis, don't scold Feng Ling. He didn't do it on purpose. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded and smiled. I won't scold him. It's just drinking. It's not like he did anything bad. What's the point of scolding him? Jiang Bei, husband leaves his pregnant wife at home and goes out and gets drunk. And that's no scolding? Does his sister love Feng Ling that much? Jiang Bei walked away depressed. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling and had him helped back to his room. Feng Ling is a good drinker, and when he gets drunk, he goes to bed on his own. Feng Ling slept until he woke up the next morning, just waking up a bit confused. Where is he? He was drunk last night. And then what? Don't remember anything after that. Why is this scene so familiar? In the novel of the TV series, the hero is drunk and does not remember, and the next day he wakes up, and has no innocence. Feng Ling subconsciously lifted the covers to take a look. The clothes were still on properly. The same clothes from yesterday. Is his innocence still there? At this time, Jiang Tang walked out of the bathroom, saw Feng Ling waking up and asked, Any headache? Feng Ling shook his head and said, Honey, Jiang Bei dunked me last night. Jiang Tong then laughed and said, He dunked you and you let him? Feng Ling. He was embarrassed to say that he had lost himself in the sound of Jiang Bei's voice of brother-in-law and drifted away. And then, got drunk. Get up. Jiang Tong said. The kitchen has cooked sobering soup. Fengling then obediently got up and washed up, then went downstairs to eat breakfast and drink the sober soup, then go to the office. Elder Feng was working when his secretary knocked on the door and said, President, there's a Ms. Liang Luoyun downstairs who wants to see you. Elder Feng looked at the secretary and, in a cold voice, said, not to be seen. Okay. The secretary went out and was just about to close the door when Elder Feng added, wait, let her come up. The secretary froze and nodded, preparing to leave. Elder Feng added, you'll pick her up in person, coming up from the special elevator. The secretary nodded, yes. Although the secretary was puzzled in her mind, she went downstairs to pick up Liang Luoyun. Please use love to generate electricity. Wahahaha. Chapter 126, Grandpa. Who is that woman? Seeing Liang Luoyun, the secretary froze for a moment. This Ms. Liang is so pretty, looking 35 or 36 years old, gentle and tender. The secretary walked over and said, Ms. Liang, the president asked me to pick you up. Thank you, Ms. Liang said with a light smile, her voice gentle and melodious. The secretary led Liang Luoyun to Elder Feng. Along the way, the secretary guessed the identity of Liang Luoyun. So young and beautiful, he had many guesses in his mind. The president, playing with quite a few flowers too. Older is better. The secretary led Liang Luoyun into Elder Feng's office. Elder Feng said to his secretary, you stand guard outside. No one is allowed to come in. Yes. The secretary exited. Elder Feng looked at Liang Luoyun. Those who are long and beautiful, God treats them with extra favor. 45-6 people, looking with 35-6 as well. The face does not have a little wrinkles. Features are still as exquisite, and even, compared to the young time, now she is more than a few points of experience left behind the precipitation. The whole person is full of stories and looks more beautiful and charming than when she was younger. He valued face value. Always believed that face value was also part of one's strength. In society, good-looking men and women do all sorts of things more smoothly than average-looking ones. That's why, when he picked a wife for Feng Cheng, Fengling's father, he picked the top beauty Liang Luoyun. Now choosing a wife for Fengling, he still chose the top beauty Jiang Tang. Mr. Feng, long time no see. Liang Luoyun looked at Mr. Feng with a light smile and exchanged pleasantries. She had a nice smile, thin eyebrows and soft eyes, giving her a very soft, pitying feeling. But Master Feng knew that it was superficial. She's just soft-looking, but inside, she's a very desperate and strong woman. What are you doing back here? Elder Feng asked coldly. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, I came back to attend Ling's wedding. Master Feng looked at her. Liang Luoyun sighed, her eyebrows sad, adding to the tenderness. I know that Mr. Feng hates me, but I had an unavoidable hardship in the first place. Saying this, Liang Luoyun's eyes turned red. Her looks were the looks of a classical beauty with thin eyebrows and a red-eyed brow of sorrow. Just like a painting. It's very disorienting. Not many people can harden their hearts against such a tender beauty. Except for Master Feng. He had long known what kind of virtue Liang Luoyun had. What unavoidable suffering? Elder Feng asked. Liang Luoyun slightly lowered her eyes, pursed her lips, and didn't speak, only revealing a sad look. Elder Feng's face was ugly. Mr. Feng. Liang Luoyun raised her head and said, I only came back this time to attend Fengling's wedding. I won't do anything else. Fengling is my child. Elder Feng sneered. Your child? Did you do anything besides give birth to him? Have you raised him? Held him? Coaxed him? Ever loved him? Liang Luoyun smiled softly and bitterly and said, I gave birth to him. Bottom line. Extinction. It made Elder Feng weak. Yeah. Liang Luoyun gave birth to Fengling. Legally speaking, Feng Cheng passed away and Liang Luoyun is the first person in Fengling's immediate family. Mr. Feng shouldn't make decisions for Fengling, Liang Luoyun said. Elder Feng looked at Liang Luoyun with a deep gaze. Fengling came to see Elder Feng, but he was stopped by the secretary. Fengling looked at Secretary Wang in surprise. Secretary Wang said, Feng Xiao, the president has a guest and has instructed that no one is to be disturbed, especially Feng Xiao. What if Mr. Feng sees the CEO playing office play with that pretty and weak woman in the office? Feng Xiao won't be able to stand it, including me? Fengling asked in surprise. Secretary Wang nodded. Fengling, including the prince of the Feng family? Secretary Wang. Fengling, including my grandfather's only grandson? Secretary Wang. Fengling, including the heir to the Feng clan? Secretary Wang. Well, including. Fengling looked at Secretary Wang and nodded. Secretary Wang. You're good. Secretary Wang smiled lightly and said, Thank you, Mr. Feng for the compliment. Secretary Wang. Feng Ling looked at him and said, cherish the good life you have now, Secretary Wang, because you don't have many good days left. When I inherit Feng Clan, you'll be the first to be fired. Feng Ling said. Humph. Daring to stop him, the crown prince of the Feng family, grandfather's only grandson, the future heir of the Feng family. He really doesn't have a good life ahead of him. Secretary Wang smiled and said, thank you, Feng Xiao. If you fire me, according to my years of service, according to the labor law, according to my salary, Feng Xiao will have to compensate me for N1, and after receiving the money I can directly retire. Feng Ling. Secretary Wang smiled and said, over the years, it's earned enough. Feng Ling couldn't do anything about Secretary Wang and clenched his teeth in anger. Count on King's secret to be ruthless. At that moment, the office door opened. Liang Luoyun walked out. Feng Ling froze for a moment when he saw Liang Luoyun. He had thought that his grandfather was meeting a very important client or something in his office, but he didn't know that it was actually a beautiful young woman. What's Grandpa up to in his office? He's half in the ground, and he's still pulling these stunts? And he's not afraid to die on a woman. Turns out, Grandpa liked this one. Feng Ling looked at the woman, and the woman looked at Feng Ling and smiled softly at Feng Ling. Feng Ling, and now you're just trying to curry favor with him? Feng Ling. Liang Luoyun called out to Feng Ling. Feng Ling snorted coldly and huffed into the office. Lorraine Liang, M.S. Liang, please, Secretary Wang said. Liang Luoyun watched as Feng Ling threw the office door shut with a bang, frowned lightly, and followed Secretary Wang. Feng Ling entered the office and glared angrily at Elder Feng. Grandpa, who was that woman just now? Elder Feng did not expect Feng Ling to meet Liang Luoyun so soon. Said, an unimportant person. A plaything? Feng Ling asked. Elder Feng frowned and glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Ling. Gotta. It doesn't seem to be a plaything. Grandpa kinda liked it and actually scolded him for that woman. Grandpa, you don't look at how old you are and you still play with women? Feng Ling said. Sure. You can find an older partner of a comparable age to spend time with, but what do people want from you when you find one that young? Figure you're older. Figure you don't shower? Shut up. Elder Feng casually picked up a pen and threw it at Feng Ling. Feng Ling. Awesome. Grandpa had not only turned his mouth on him, his precious only grandson, for that woman, but now it had grown to the point of making a move. Grandpa is really good. Elder Feng frowned and said, I don't have that kind of relationship with her. Feng Ling froze for a moment. No? Is he mistaken? No. Master Feng said. Chapter 127, I'm not Grandpa's first precious grandson anymore. Feng Ling still trusted Elder Feng, and when he said no, he believed him. Feng Ling was a bit vain, and he couldn't be blamed for imagining things. A young, pretty, soft woman with red eyes and a sad look came out of the office of her grandfather. An old man. Any normal person would think so. That's. Master Feng thought for a moment and said, it's a latecomer to a former business partner's family. Feng Ling was relieved. Grandpa couldn't be any more of an animal than he was to lay hands on a business partner's late bloomer. Then why does she seem to be crying? Feng Ling asked. Elder Feng didn't answer and asked, what do you want from me? Feng Ling knew that Elder Feng was changing the subject, but since the woman wasn't in that kind of relationship with Grandpa, what it was he didn't care and didn't press the issue, instead talking about him. After finishing his business, he walked out of the office and went to ask Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang, do you know who that woman was just now? Secretary Wang didn't answer. Feng Ling threatened. Secretary Wang, think carefully about who will be in power in the future. And in the future, who you will be hanging out with. Anyway, I can't hang out with anyone but Feng Xiao. Secretary Wang smiled and said, because, Feng Xiao just said a while ago that the first thing he would do to get to the top would be to fire me. Feng Ling, gnashing of teeth. Secretary Wang is really good. Now that's an expulsion or not. In the evening, Elder Feng returned home. Emotions are not high. Butler Zhao asked worriedly, Master, what's wrong with you? In a bad mood? His lordship has been happy every day since the young master and young lady got married. This is the first time the lord has looked like this since the young master's marriage. Elder Feng didn't say anything. When Jiang Tang and Feng Ling came back, they had dinner. Elder Feng said, Tang Tang, come with me to the study. I have something to tell you. Jiang Tong, good. Feng Ling, Grandpa wants to talk to Jiang Tong? What is it? Of course, it was normal for Grandpa to talk to Jiang Tang about something, but why did he have to go to the study alone to talk about it? Can't we talk in the living room? Who is Grandpa defending? Defend him? Elder Feng and Jiang Tang had gone to the study. Feng Ling looked at housekeeper Zhao. Butler Zhao smiled and asked, why is the young master looking at me like that? Feng Ling, to see you look good. Butler Zhao smiled even more happily and said, I do have a few good looks. Thank you young master for the compliment. He's the handsomest old butler in the butler's circle. Fengling. Shameless. What is my grandfather going to say to Jiang Tang? Or is it something I can't listen to? Fengling asked Butler Zhao curiously. Could it be that I'm no longer Grandpa's first precious grandson? Butler Zhao smiled and comforted Fengling. Young master, don't think too much. You just need to remember that master loves you the most. Everything his lordship does is for you, and that is enough. Not enough. Fengling said. I still want to know what Grandpa is going to say to Jiang Tang. Butler Zhao smiled and said. It's probably something at work. These things, you wouldn't understand even if you told the young master. Fengling blew up. How come I don't understand? I also studied hotel management when I was in school, and I'm working now, so how come I don't know anything about the business world? Butler Zhao, young master understands? Of course. Fengling nodded firmly. Since young master understands things in the mall, then why does he lose his money every time he invests? Butler Zhao asked in a very sincere manner. Fengling was choked for a moment, gritting her teeth and glaring at Butler Zhao, who had a sincere face. Row. Good job, Butler Cho. Okay. Fengling gave 3 lines in a row. Old Zhao. You're good, Butler Zhao. Just be complacent for a few days. When Grandpa retires and I'm in charge of the family, I'll be the first to fire you. Fengling said. 1 or 2 of the ones around Grandpa were pricks. Secretary Wang is. So did Butler Cho. Each and every one of them did not give him the crown prince of the Feng family a second thought. Butler Zhao smiled and said. Young master, when the old master retires, I will also retire. I'm old and can't work anymore. Fengling. Jiang Tong followed Elder Feng into the study. Elder Feng didn't beat around the bush and said directly to Jiang Tang. Tang, Ah Ling's mom, is back. Jiang Tong looked at his grandfather in surprise. Grandpa doesn't talk to Fengling about this kind of thing. He talks to her? Grandpa doesn't like her? Jiang Tong asked. What a smart woman she is. One thought. If Grandpa liked Fengling's mother, he would be happy now that Fengling's mother had returned. All is well. Instead, he called himself alone into the study with a heavy face to talk about it. She surmised that Fengling should not know yet. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Tang, worthy of being his chosen granddaughter-in-law. With the previous experience of that stupid daughter-in-law, he chose his grandson's daughter-in-law by paying special attention to her talent and intelligence, in addition to her looks. Now it seems that having had one failed lesson, he was, for the second time, very successful. I loathe her, Master Feng said, but she's back now. She wants to attend Fengling's wedding as her mother. I loathe her, but I can't bring myself to lay a hand on her. She is Fengling's mother after all. I'm afraid that one day Fengling will hate me when he realizes that I've laid my hands on his mother. I don't know what kind of feelings Fengling holds for his mother. This last sentence, Elder Feng said clearly. Ever since she was a little girl, Fengling has never had a mom. Fengling had no concept of a mom. Fengling had only asked him at a very young age why other people had moms and dads and he didn't. At that time, Fengling was only 5 years old. He told Fengling that his mom and dad had gone far away. Later, Fengling stopped asking. In later years, when Fengling understood, he took Fengling to pay homage to his father and grandmother. There's no mom's tombstone, but Fengling didn't ask either. For so many years, Fengling seemed to be used to the fact that he didn't have parents and had him and Butler Zhao lovingly taking care of him. He's not short of love. But now, Liang Luoyun is back. I know, Elder Feng said. Liang Luoyun came to me first and will go to Fengling later. This matter, it can't be hidden. Even if I want to hide it, Liang Luoyun will do everything possible to let Fengling know. You're a smart kid. Go test Fengling. Jiang Tong nodded. Grandpa. I know. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Tang and said, I don't want to see them get along with mother and son. Jiang Tong looked at Elder Feng. Because Liang Luoyun doesn't deserve it at all. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Tang with a burning gaze. Tang, you are a smart kid. You should know what Grandpa means. Jiang Tong nodded. Grandpa. I know. That was the main purpose of Grandpa's conversation with her. Grandpa is hoping that she can stop Fengling and Liang Luoyun mother and son from recognizing each other. Not identity recognition. Identity. Liang Luoyun gave birth to Fengling. No one can change the fact that Liang Luoyun is Fengling's mother. What Grandpa wanted was to keep them from emotionally recognizing each other. To not have Fengling identify with attachment or even choose Liang Luoyun as his mother. Finished today. Love you guys. Chapter 128 Ling, I'm your mom. Jiang Tong returned to the room. She didn't know what happened between Elder Feng and Liang Luoyun, but Elder Feng was very good to Fengling, and Liang Luoyun left after giving birth to Fengling, and hadn't come back to see Fengling in the past 20 years. She didn't give Fengling any love or affection. For that matter, She was on Master Fang's side. It was Grandpa Feng who raised Fengling all by himself. A man who worked and raised Fengling after his son died and his wife died. Grandpa Feng's character and morality shrugged off Liang Luoyun by a few blocks. As soon as she got home, Fengling asked, "What did Grandpa tell you?" Jiang Tong smiled and said, "It's nothing, let me take care of you." Fengling frowned. "It's not like I've committed anything recently. He's been such a good boy since he got married. He's either at home with his wife or at work every day. You're a good boy and you need to be disciplined?" Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Well, you've really been good lately. So, Grandpa praised me." Fengling was arrogant. "Shouldn't I be praised?" "Also praised you, but the point is to praise me. Without me to control you, you wouldn't be so well behaved," Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling wanted to retort. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, "Could it be that the change in behavior is not because of me?" Fengling didn't say anything. "It is indeed because of her." Seeing Fengling not speaking, Jiang Tang smiled and leaned over, kissing him on the lips. "So good. After the kiss, you want to go." However, she was pulled into Fengling's arms and clasped the back of her head and kissed her. "You want to kiss and tease and then run away? Dream on." After a long time, Jiang Tong came out of the bathroom and Fengling held her hand and looked at it. The wife has really nice hands. Fingers white and long, without a single scar. Flawless as white jade. He took her hand and kissed it gently. "Wife. Hard work." Jiang Tong watched his actions, her fingertips moving slightly, her palms burning, her pretty face colored with a touch of redness. Young Master Feng, too, has learned to tease. After a few days, Liang Luoyun came to the front gate of Feng Group to wait for Fengling to get off work. She had thought that when she came back, Elder Feng would tell Fengling about her, and one of their grandparents and grandchildren would surely come and take the initiative to find her to see her. But she waited for days and days. Neither Elder Feng nor Fengling came to her. She couldn't sit still and could only take the initiative to come to Fengling. She didn't go into the office. She waited outside. Seeing such a beautiful woman, the security guard was a bit impressed and took the initiative to go up and inquire. "Miss, are you looking for someone?" Liang Luoyun smiled lightly and said softly, "I'll wait for someone." "Who are you waiting for? Shall I go and ask for you?" the guard asked gently. Liang Luoyun smiled and shook her head. "No need." Seeing this, the security guard had no choice but to return to work. "I had thought I could help this overly beautiful and tender lady." Finally, Fengling got off work, and as soon as he stepped out of the company door, he saw Liang Luoyun. Liang Luoyun is too beautiful. Passing men and women cannot help but stare at more than two eyes. And even, there are men to go up to ask to hit on. Liang Luoyun refused with a light smile, saw Fengling and walked towards him with a smile. Fengling, if she's not Grandpa's concubine, what is she? Why did you come to him?" In that instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind as he asked, "You know me?" Liang Luoyun smiled and nodded. "Well, I've known you since you were born." "Fengling, you've known each other since birth?" He looked at Liang Luoyun and was silent. Liang Luoyun smiled and asked, "Can we have dinner together tonight?" Fengling looked at her and nodded. Seeing him agree, Liang Luoyun was happy. The two men arrived at a restaurant in a quiet setting. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, "In the past, I would love to come to this restaurant to eat. So many years have passed. The decoration has changed. Fortunately the place hasn't been changed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find it." Fengling didn't say anything. Liang Luoyun ordered a few dishes, handed the menu to Fengling and said, "See what you want to order?" "No need." Fengling said indifferently. "You order it." He looked at his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Tang. "Honey, I won't be home for dinner tonight. There's something going on." Jiang Tong didn't reply. Liang Luoyun ordered a few more dishes before handing the menu to the waiter, looking at Fengling and asking with a smile, "Ling, do you know who I am?" Fengling looked at her with a faint expression and said, "I don't know." "Ah, Ling." Liang Luoyun reddened her eyes and said tenderly, "I am a mother. I am your mother." Fengling, "Oh, actually, he knows. Just now Liang Lakwan said I've known you since you were born." The people who have known him since he was born, besides his family, are the medical staff. She obviously wouldn't be a paramedic. It would have to be a relative. The only family he has, besides his grandfather, is a mom. At a very young age, asked his grandfather, asked his mom and dad. Grandpa said mom and dad went far away. Didn't understand it then, but grow up and get it. Grandpa only ever took him to pay his respects to his dad and grandma, but never to his mom. It means, his mom is still alive. As for why he's never seen it, there must be a reason. Liang Luoyun didn't expect Fengling to react like this. Such peace. She thought that Fengling would be thrilled, whether he loved her or resented her. It shouldn't be such a calm reaction. "Your grandfather, has he told you everything?" Liang Luoyun asked. Ling, don't believe your grandpas. Mommy isn't cruel for not wanting you. It's all your grandpa's fault. Mommy has a hard time. Liang Luoyun said with red eyes. Fengling shook his head and said faintly. Grandpa didn't tell me anything. I only found out now. Liang Luoyun froze for a moment. A little embarrassed and a little disbelieving. He looked at Fengling. Master Feng really didn't say anything? Didn't denigrate yourself in front of Fengling? Liang Luoyun didn't know what to say for a moment. And Fengling didn't say anything. The atmosphere was awkwardly silent. Liang Luoyun was waiting for Fengling to ask her why she didn't show up for so many years. But Fengling didn't ask. In the end, it was Liang Luoyun who couldn't help but speak first. Ah Ling, I know. You complain about Mom. In your heart, Liang Luoyun said. I don't complain. Fengling said. The tone was still calm. Lorraine Liang. She really didn't know how to go on. Fengling's reaction was completely unexpected to her. He was as calm as water. As if his presence couldn't draw even a ripple from him. It was as if her identity was not his mom, but a stranger. I'm just curious. You didn't show up for so many years, and now you show up. What is it for? Fengling asked. Seeing Fengling take the initiative to be interested in himself, Liang Luoyun's spirit lifted and said, I saw the news on the internet that you were getting married and specially rushed back from abroad. Chapter 129, I'm not stupid. I don't know how to choose between more money and less money? Fengling nodded. Turns out it's out of the country. I specially came back to attend your wedding. Maya Ling has grown up. Liang Luoyun looked at Fengling with a gaze that was gentle and kindly fond. Fengling nodded and said, I'll have to ask Grandpa about you wanting to attend my wedding. Liang Luoyun froze for a moment and looked at Fengling. If Grandpa doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do. Fengling said. Liang Luoyun was full of sorrow and said softly, Your grandfather, doesn't he like me and hates me? Fengling asked, Why does he hate you? Liang Luoyun didn't say anything. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Fengling didn't pursue the matter. The heart is probably in the right place. 2. Grandpa hates her. And if she doesn't say anything, then this, by and large, is her fault. Ling, Mom loves you. Liang Luoyun looked at Fengling and said, Mom had no choice but to leave you when she went abroad. Fengling nodded. Aha, just perfunctory, but the heart doesn't believe it. He couldn't take her word for it and believe her, and misunderstand Grandpa. How sad that would be for Grandpa, whether she loved him or not. He wasn't sure, and anyway, didn't feel it at the moment. But his grandfather's love for him had been felt deeply over the years. No one in the world loved him more than Grandpa. Liang Luoyun still wanted to speak. Fengling interrupted her. The food is here. Let's eat. Liang Luoyun glanced at him, nodded, stopped talking, and ate. After eating, Fengling said hello and goodbye and went home. In fact, his heart wasn't at all as calm as he appeared to be with the sudden appearance of his mom. It still rippled through his heart. Fengling returned home and went to find Elder Feng. Straight away. Grandpa, a woman approached me today and said she was my mom. Elder Feng looked at Fengling and was not surprised. Liang Luoyun will find Fengling sooner or later. It's the woman with red eyes who went out of your office that day. Fengling added. Elder Feng, her name is Liang Luoyun. Nodding, it is indeed your mom. Fengling, oh, Mr. Feng raised his eyebrows. Just no more? Fengling was puzzled. What else? Elder Feng. He glanced at Fengling. It really is a lack of heart. And then what? How does it feel to have your dead mom come out of nowhere? Elder Feng asked. Fengling, what dead? I know she's not dead. Every year you took me to visit Dad and Grandma. Never Mom, and I know she's still alive. Elder Feng glanced at him. I didn't see that you were quite smart. Fengling, how stupid was he in Grandpa's mind? Couldn't even figure this out? Then why don't you ask? Elder Feng asked. Fengling said, you naturally have your reasons for not saying anything. You won't necessarily say anything even if I ask. And besides, to me, it doesn't make any difference if I have a mom or not. He grew up happy, with his grandfather taking time out of his busy schedule to be with him and take care of him even though he was busy with work, as well as butler Zhao, and so many staff members of the Feng family. Dozens of people, serving this one little young master of theirs, giving him plenty of love and companionship. I really hold him in my mouth for fear of melting and in my hands for fear of dropping him. He was not short of love, so there was no expectation of motherly love. Elder Feng, what did she tell you? Fengling said, it didn't say much, just that she was my mom and then she was coming to my wedding. Elder Feng frowned and asked, you agree? Fengling shook his head. How could I possibly agree? It's not like I'm in charge of our family, so it's useless for me to agree. He said, Grandpa used to be the head of their family. Now that he's married, The Feng family is headed by Grandpa and Jiang Tang together. Elder Feng looked at Fengling like this. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Let's just say that he still has a clear sense of self. And know that you can't be the boss in this family. Grandpa, why did Liang Luoyun leave the country in the first place? Fengling asked curiously. Elder Feng said, in the beginning, when she and your father did not get along, and the Liang family emigrated abroad with their family, she divorced your father after giving birth to you and followed the Liang family abroad. Okay, Elder Feng said. I'm tired. I'm going to rest. Fengling nodded. He could tell that his grandfather didn't want to say anything more, and left. It seems that Grandpa really hates Mom. Fengling returned to his room. Jiang Tang had already washed up and was lying on the bed reading a book. Read books on pregnancy. Fengling asked, Wife, that night when Grandpa talked to you, was he talking about Liang Luoyun? Jiang Tong raised her head and looked at him, knowing that this matter could not be concealed. Even if they wanted to hide it, Liang Luoyun would still find Fengling. Aha! Jiang Tong nodded. Fengling looked at her sadly. You lied to me. Jiang Tong apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Fengling didn't expect Jiang Tang to apologize so silky smooth. He couldn't do anything with it. Wife, what do you think about this? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong smiled and said, it doesn't matter how I look at it. What matters is how you look at it. Fengling, I'll use my eyes. Jiang Tong. Then if Liang Luoyun asked you to go to M country with her and live with her, would you go? Fengling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. How could I possibly go? It's not like I'm crazy. Jiang Tong. I am the young master of the Feng family in Sea City, the future heir of the Feng family. The entire Feng family is mine. Fengling said, what can I get if I give up Grandpa, give up the Feng family, and go to M country with Liang Luoyun? I'm not stupid. I don't know how to choose between more money and less money. Jiang Tong. There's nothing wrong with that. So, between Grandpa and Liang Luoyun, you choose Grandpa? Jiang Tong asked. Fengling nodded. Of course, is there any need to ask? It was Grandpa who raised me. It was Grandpa who gave me money to spend and took care of me. What else did Liang Luoyun do besides giving birth to me? Jiang Tong was silent. Young Master Feng unexpectedly carried himself very clearly in this matter. What? Wife, you ask that? You don't think I'll be like what they show in TV dramas, because she's my mom, gave birth to me, and I have her blood in me, I'll be morally kidnapped and choose her unconditionally? Filialize her? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong was a bit embarrassed. Somewhere along the line was the idea. Fengling, morality can't kidnap me because, well, I don't have any. Jiang Tong laughed and said, who said you didn't? You have. You're the most moral male I've ever seen. Although he loves to play and fool around, but never bully the weak. Do not violate the discipline and law. Do not rely on the rich to discriminate against others. Even the princess of the club he is willing to befriend as a friend, and sincerely treat each other. Chapter 130, trick her into giving you her money. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. Today was another day of being complimented by my wife. Happy, early morning. Jiang Tang and Fengling got up. Jiang Tang went to wash and brush her teeth, and suddenly she dry heaved. Fengling heard her vomiting and eagerly rushed into the bathroom, nervously asking, honey, what's wrong with you? Jiang Tong vomited tears out of his eyes. Hearing this, she raised her tear-filled face to look at Fengling. Smiling, she said, it's okay, pregnancy sickness. Her physical state qualities are all good. She has never had much of an early pregnancy reaction before, and only today has she started having pregnancy sickness. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. Although the timing is not right now, but wife, now this is really beautiful. The eyes were wet and pearly, and the brokenness of her body was heartbreakingly compassionate. Fengling looked dumbfounded. What's wrong? Jiang Tong asked. Fengling looked back and said, it's fine. Asked again, honey, are you really okay? Jiang Tong smiled and said, it's fine. Pregnancy vomiting is a normal physiological reaction during pregnancy. Fengling was still a bit worried, but seeing that Jiang Tong's entire state recovered a lot after he vomited, he slowly felt relieved. The two shuffled downstairs for breakfast. Mr. Feng is already in the dining room. Elder Feng wasn't very happy to the naked eye. After eating breakfast and getting ready to go out, Butler Zhao said to Fengling, young master, master isn't very happy, so coax him. Fengling, grandpa's so old, he still needs coaxing? He glanced at the moody Elder Feng and nodded to Butler Zhao. Well, I know. Butler Zhao looked at Fengling with great relief. The little young master has really grown up. Before, they were the ones who coaxed the little young master to be happy. Fengling sent Jiang Tang to the company before going to Feng's to work. Go to Master Feng's office and look for Master Feng. Elder Feng looked at him. What's the matter? Fengling said, Grandpa, should I let Liang Luoyun come to my wedding? Elder Feng glared at him. Whatever. Feng Ling thought for a moment and said, "It's better to let her come." Master Feng. Feng Ling asked, "She's surely going to send a gift, right?" Elder Feng glared at Feng Ling. "Do you lack her red packet money?" Feng Ling said, "There's no shortage, but if she wants to send it, why don't I accept it? Besides, if we don't let her come, in case she makes a scene, we'll be the ones embarrassed and disgraced." Elder Feng was silent. At that time, if they really made a scene, the ones who would lose face and be at a disadvantage would be the Feng family. Liang Luoyun, no matter what, is Feng Ling's mother, gave Feng Ling life, and she has no other excessive requirements now. She just wants to come to Feng Ling's wedding and watch Feng Ling get married with her own eyes. If the Feng family refused, the outside world wouldn't know what to say. "Let her come," Elder Feng said in disgust. Feng Ling smiled and said, "Grandpa, are you worried that I want Liang Luoyun as my mom and will go with her, and not want you?" Elder Feng frowned and looked at Feng Ling. "Grandpa, it won't be. Don't worry, she doesn't have as much money as you. I won't not want you for her," Feng Ling said with a smile. Master Feng, glaring at Feng Ling, "So you chose to follow me over her because I have more money?" Feng Ling nodded. "Right." Elder Feng was so angry that he almost rose to the sky, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Then what if she has more money than me?" Feng Ling said, "If she has more money than you, I'll go with her and trick her into giving you her money." Elder Feng, the first half of the sentence is quite infuriating. The second half of the sentence was quite demoralizing. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and disdained. "With your IQ? Still cheating her out of her money?" Feng Ling, who exactly is the one who gets cheated out of his money every time he invests? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling, "I don't know who it is. Not him, anyway. I wasn't scammed anyway. Those investments of mine were just bad luck. And bad luck and being cheated with a low IQ are two different things." Feng Ling defended himself. What responded to him was a sneer from Elder Feng. Meh. All the mocking and humiliating disdain was summed up in the single word meh. Feng Ling, get lost if there's nothing else, Elder Feng said. Feng Ling, oh, roll with the punches. He had already left, and then suddenly pushed open the office door. Poking his head in, he said to Elder Feng, "Grandpa, I love you the most. Unless I die, I won't leave you behind." Feng lousy, love me the most? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. "I thought you loved Jiang Tang the most." Elder Feng smiled. Don't think he can't see that he's been a licking dog for Jiang Tong all day long. Of course, Tong is good and deserves to be licked. Feng Ling blushed and said, "Love you the most." Ha! Elder Feng laughed, but this time the laugh wasn't a mocking sneer, but a snicker. "It can't be that you love me the most in front of me, and in front of Tang Tang. You say you love Tang Tang the most." Feng Ling, how did Grandpa know? Seeing Feng Ling's frozen look, Elder Feng let out another cold laugh. He made a casual remark, and it really got to him. Ha! Man, men really can't be trusted. You can't even trust the grandson you raised. Elder Feng, get lost. Feng Ling then obediently closed the door and rolled away. For real this time. When you rolled it, you called Wang Chang and asked how the company was doing and if it was profitable. Wang Chang, how long has it been? The company is just getting started and it's not profitable yet. Young Master Feng has been rushed several times, getting him stressed out. Mr. Feng, are you very short of money recently? Wang Chang asked cautiously. By all rights, the prince of the Feng family should not be short of money. The hundreds of five-star hotels around the world in the Feng family are a staggering amount of money coming in every day. But Feng Xiao has been rushed several times. I'm not lacking. Feng Ling said. He's not short of money. What's missing is the program that proves you're not a loser and rich in generation. He desperately needed a project to prove his abilities and strengths. You work hard anyway, Feng Ling said. Wang Chang, okay. In the afternoon, Jiang Tong sent a message to Feng Ling, saying that she had a social gathering in the evening and asked him to go home by himself, without having to pick her up from the company. Feng Ling, one moment and I'm not in the mood. It was going to be wonderful to be almost off work and about to see my wife and kids. Now, all of a sudden, it's not wonderful. That's when Clarice asked them to go to dinner. There's nothing to do when you get home anyway, and you stay alone in an empty room waiting for your wife, like a deep-pocketed grump. In the long run, you may get depression. In order not to be depressed, Feng Ling agreed. Of course, it wasn't just him and Chrissy, but also Lu Jianli and the others. A few people arrived at the restaurant. Feng Ling saw that John Xinu had also come. The two of them, he and John Xinu, were now in a situation where you couldn't stand me and I couldn't stand you. Chapter 131. Feng Ling encourages Chris and Li Yan to be together. The two men met and gave each other cold grunts. Don't look away. Others. If Feng Ling wasn't married and in a good relationship with Jiang Tang, they would have started kowtowing to Feng Ling and John Xinu's happy couple CP. The people ate and walked out of the hotel, and met Jiang Tang and Li Yan and them in the lobby of the hotel. Of course, there are others, but then Feng Ling could only see Jiang Tang and Li Yan. Li Yan looked at Jiang Tang's eyes. All men. He understood. Li Yan just loves his wife. He walked up to Jiang Tang and greeted her with a smile. Wife. Jiang Tang nodded his head, glanced at Lu Jianli and the others, and asked, You guys are eating here too? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. Feng Ling then greeted Li Yan and the others. Chris, Lu Jianli and the others also walked up. A group of people exchanged pleasantries and greetings before leaving separately. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang went home. Feng Ling asked Jiang Tang, You have cooperation with Li Yan? Jiang Tang nodded. Aha. Feng Ling then didn't say anything. The two of them washed up and went to bed. The next day, Feng Ling asked Clarice out for lunch. Chris realized when she arrived that it was only Feng Ling and herself. Feng Ling, it's not good for us to be like this, is it? Clarice said. She had heard that it was taboo to dine alone with her best friend's husband in the country. She and Jiang Tang are BFFs, but she and Feng Ling avoided Jiang Tang and ate alone? When Feng Ling invited her, she agreed, thinking it would be another group of people for dinner, but she didn't expect it to be just the two of them. Feng Ling shouldn't be looking at himself, right? She knew that many countrymen wanted to try a foreign girl. Did Feng Ling want to try it too? What's not good? Feng Ling asked suspiciously. Clarice was also of a straightforward nature and said directly, Feng Ling, although I do like your face, but, you are Jiang Tang's husband. I won't do anything to apologize to Jiang Tang. Feng Ling gave her a blank stare. If you wouldn't do anything to dishonor my wife, would I do anything to dishonor my wife? Chrissy, you'll do it? Chrissy did know Chinese, but sometimes, the meaning of the Chinese that was too roundabout, she didn't quite understand yet. Feng Ling, I won't. Chrissy sighed in relief. Oh, if you won't, what are you doing asking me to lunch alone? Chrissy asked. Feng Ling coughed dryly with a bit of embarrassment and said, There's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Chrissy asked. Have you chosen among Li Yan, Lu Jianli and the others? Feng Ling asked. It's obvious that Chrissy is very fraternal and would love to give a home to every man she likes. Chris shook her head and sighed. No, I find it so hard to choose. Why don't I help you choose? Feng Ling said. Chris looked at him. You're helping me choose? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. I think Li Yan is the best. Chris nodded. Li Yan is indeed good, but I think Jing Chang Lu Jianli by Lang Yushir Qi Shang Shir Chang Sun is also very good. Feng Ling. Anyway, it's one of those things that you don't want to let go. No. Feng Ling said. I know Lu Jianli and the others. They're actually just like that. They have a lot of flaws in private. Chrissy looked at her quizzically. What flaws? I won't say it. It's not good to talk bad about people behind their backs. Anyway, I think Li Yan is the best. Li Yan is the most suitable for you. Feng Ling said. Chris looked at Feng Ling. Suspicious. Really? Of course. Feng Ling said. Let me tell you. Li Yan is a dead ringer for the man you like. Chris, who? Feng Ling, who else could be the man you like? Chris, Willow Fade? Feng Ling. Chris, Shiranui? Feng Ling. Chris, Time Late Born? Time to Seek Long? Feng Ling couldn't hold back any longer and looked at her. Isn't it Chun-Chi that you like? Chrissy fell silent, not speaking. Feng Ling had thought that he had talked about Chrissy's sadness and made her sad, and was about to apologize when he heard Chrissy say, I've been having too much fun lately, and I've almost forgotten about this person. Feng Ling was speechless for a while. Is this what they call it when there is no sorrow but love as long as the men change quickly? Chrissy, that's awesome. Besides, I don't like Chun-Chi now. Chrissy said, it's really not like that anymore. Then even if you don't like Chun-Chi anymore, do you want to get back at him? Feng Ling asked. Chris shook her head honestly. Don't want to. Feng Ling, Chun-Chi hurt you so much and you still don't want to get back at him. Are you the Virgin Mary? Chris, he used you to help him get to the top, using you as a backup, using the resources you gave him to curry favor with his ex-girlfriend. And you're not angry? Don't hate him? Don't want to get back at him? Feng Ling asked. Chris, silence. She really didn't want to retaliate. She's not that kind of character. She'd always looked the other way when it came to relationships. Li Yan and Chen-Chi are arch rivals. They didn't deal with each other when they were in school. Since Chen-Chi hurt you, you stay with his arch rival, torment him and take revenge on him. Make him regret it. Feng Ling said. Chris nodded and said, I've read this novel. Feng Ling looked at Clarice suspiciously. Getting down to business. What's this about a novel? Show Crescent recommended I read it. Chrissy said. When she arrived in Sea City, she read novels and swiped short videos to pass the time when she was bored. She thought Z's novels were really interesting. It's so nice. Men and women love each other to death. She watched it all night long. The woman loves the man deeply, But the man doesn't love the woman. The woman is disillusioned. And in order to get back at the man, she marries the man's nemesis. And the man has all kinds of regrets, and cries and confesses and begs for forgiveness. And you guys call this what you call a wife-chasing crematorium? Chrissy said. Fongling looked at Clarice. Not long after coming to Z, he knew about the wife-chasing crematorium. I guess I didn't read a lot of dog and pony novels, but I really don't hate Chun-Chi anymore. Chrissy said. She's a playful love player who takes what she can get. Even if you don't hate Chun-Chi, but think about it, you are the dignified, beautiful and proud second miss of Manhwa. Chun-Chi used you and hurt you like this. Can you just swallow this? Fongling asked her. Chris, it's not about love. It's about your pride, your dignity, and if I were you, I wouldn't be able to swallow this breath. Fongling said. Chris, Fongling asked her, even if you don't love Chun-Chi anymore, don't you really want to see Chun-Chi regretting, kneeling in front of you begging for forgiveness, confessing to you, saying that he realized that he actually loves you? Chrissy thought about it and nodded. Kinda, is really quite wanting. That image feels good and relieving when you think about it. Then it's with his nemesis, Li Yen. Fongling said. Chris nodded. Good. Seeing this, Fongling sighed in relief. He had finally convinced Clarice after all his efforts. Chapter 132. Young Master Feng's mouth is so hard. Chris looked at Fongling and asked. Fongling, did you receive money from Li Yen? Is that why you had to convince yourself to stay with Li Yen? Fongling frowned. What do you take me for? Chris, man. Fongling, I didn't confiscate Li Yan's money. I really think you and Li Yan are most suitable together. Firstly, Li Yan and Chun-Chi are mortal rivals. You and Li Yan together can take revenge on Chun-Chi and make Chun-Chi regret it. Secondly, Li Yan is mature and stable. You look at Li Yan, career-minded, and then look at Lu Jianli by Langyue. They are the rich second generation who are just waiting for death. How can they compare with Li Yan? Chris, he seems to be right. Chris turned her head and told Jiang Tang about it. She said to Jiang Tang, your husband wants to set me up with Li Yan. Jiang Tang looked at her with a smile and asked, how did he set it up? He said that Li Yan and Chun-Chi are deadly rivals, and that me being with Li Yan can stimulate revenge against Chun-Chi and make Chun-Chi regret it. Chris said. Jiang Tang, what is young Master Feng thinking? A clean slate. Don't you listen to him. Jiang Tang said. Pick the one you like. Chris, I kind of like Night Ink. Jiang Tang, but I also kind of like Ryuji Shirinyuki and the others. Chris added. Jiang Tang smiled helplessly. Chrissy, this might not even be a real favorite. True liking was to be as she was with Chun-Chi. Dedicated. And only liking him when she did. Even willing to make sacrifices for him. But it was a matter of Chrissy's feelings, and she wasn't prepared to say much about it. In case that was Chrissy's idea of love. Everyone's view of love is different. When she returned home in the evening, Jiang Tang asked Fongling with a smile. I heard Clarice say that you went through a lot of trouble to set her up with Li Yan? Fongling. Why does Chris tell Jiang Tang everything? Doesn't she have any secrets? Jiang Tang raised his eyebrows in a mocking manner and asked. So mindful of Li Yan? Fongling's expression stiffened and she pursed her lips stubbornly. What do I mind about Li Yan? Jiang Tang smiled and didn't say anything. It's all in the words. You think I mind you and Li Yan? Fongling asked. Jiang Tang looked at him with a smile and didn't say anything. Fongling couldn't help but raise his pitch. How could I possibly mind you and Li Yan? It's not like there's anything between you and Li Yan. It's just an ordinary classmate relationship. What do I mind? Besides, Li Yan isn't as good looking as me. His family isn't as rich as the Feng family. And he's older than me. So I don't mind. I really don't mind at all. I'm not jealous at all either. Jiang Tang smiled and tilted her head as she asked. Ha? I didn't say you were minding me and Li Yan either. Fongling. Oops. Fooled again. I moreover didn't say you were jealous. Jiang Tang chuckled. I have a normal classmate relationship with Li Yan. What are you jealous of? She asked. Fongling. Trying to explain. But there's no excuse. Fongling looked at Jiang Tang sadly. She did it on purpose. Do you really mind me and Li Yan? Jiang Tang asked with a smile. Fongling said stubbornly and arrogantly. No. Oh. Jiang Tang nodded and said. Originally, I wanted to say that if you mind me and Li Yan, in the future, Li Yan and I will have less interaction. Since you don't mind, then in the future, Li Yan and I will still maintain our normal business partnership as classmates, and come and go as normal. Fongling wanted to give myself a smack in the mouth. He looked at Jiang Tang and coughed dryly. Cough. In fact, you can keep your distance from Li Yan and interact less. The look was unnatural. Jiang Tang asked with a smile. Why? You're married. You're my wife. It's natural to keep a distance from men outside. Fongling said, feeling particularly justified in this statement. Jiang Tang smiled and said, but, I and Li Yan also did not exceed the relationship of classmates and partners. I and Li Yan to and fro is the relationship of ordinary classmates and partners to and fro. How else to keep your distance? Fengling, anyway, you just want to keep a distance from Li Yan. You treat Li Yan as a partner and classmate, but Li Yan doesn't necessarily think so. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, then what does Li Yan think? Fengling, didn't you say you don't mind Li Yan? Jiang Tong asked. Fengling, I wish I could say, the little masterminds. Minded as hell. Fengling was exasperated. Jiang Tong looked at him in this manner. The smile on his face became even brighter, and said with a smile, okay, listen to you. Ha! Fengling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. She said, listen to you, keep your distance from Li Yan, and keep your distance from all other men. Hey! It was so hard to hear a word of jealousy from young Master Feng. It's driving him crazy, and it doesn't even say he's jealous and envious. Young Master Feng really is, with his whole body, the toughest mouth. Your whole body. Really, just your mouth is the hardest. Jiang Tong laughed and teased. Fengling, nonsense. There are obviously harder places. Jiang Tong looked at him and smiled. Why am I talking nonsense? Don't you know that the hardest thing in the human body are the teeth? She asked. Fengling reddened and glared at Jiang Tang in annoyance. No laughing. Good. Jiang Tong nodded from the goodness of his heart. Don't laugh. Despite the words on his lips, he still had a smile on his face. Exasperated. Fengling walked over, clasped the back of her head and kissed her. Kissed for a long time. He just let go of her. Looking at her slightly red, swollen and watery lips, he whispered in a rough voice. Your mouth, wife, is so soft. Jiang Tong. Young Master Feng's skill in teasing people has grown. She couldn't even fight it. She was going to fall. Jiang Tong looked at him with a slightly red face. She this way red-faced focused on looking at his appearance. Fengling simply cannot hold, and lowered his head. Kissed her. Fengling was at work when Liang Luoyun called him. They left contact info last time. Liang Luoyun smiled on the phone and said very gently, Fengling, I'm downstairs in your company. I've cooked for you. Fengling glanced at the time. It was almost time to get off work and eat lunch. He said, wait a minute. I'll be down when I get off work. Hang up the phone. After 10 minutes it was time to get off work. Fengling walked out of the company and saw Liang Luoyun. Liang Luoyun was exquisitely dressed, pretty and gentle, carrying a lunchbox, which attracted a lot of attention. Seeing Fengling, she smiled and greeted. Fengling, Mom is here. Feng's group employee. A few days ago, when Liang Luoyun waited for Fengling at the entrance of the company, she was seen by many employees, and the word had spread in various private groups of the company. There was a lot of speculation about Liang Luoyun and Fengling's relationship. There were many guesses about the relationship between men and women, but the only thing I didn't guess was that this was the Crown Prince's mother. How come I've never heard of the Crown Prince having a mother? Chapter 133. Are you jealous? From the time he entered the company, he only knew that there was the old president and the Crown Prince. As for the Crown Prince's father and mother, he had never heard of them, much less seen them. Fengling looked at Liang Luoyun. He knew that Liang Luoyun did it on purpose, deliberately identifying herself. But he didn't really care, and she wasn't wrong. She was indeed his mom. This is still unquestionably an unchangeable fact. Fengling came to Liang Luoyun. Liang Luoyun smiled and showed him the thermos box. Mom made it herself. Fengling nodded and said, thank you. Come on, let's find a place to eat. Liang Luoyun said. Fengling nodded. The two of them then found a cafe in the mall next to Feng's group and sat down to eat. Fengling opened the lunchbox. The dishes looked exquisite and smelled colorful. He glanced at Liang Luoyun's white hands and delicate long manicure. No words were spoken, and it was eaten. Liang Luoyun looked at him and asked with a gentle smile, how is it? Is it good? Fengling nodded. Well, not bad. This was definitely not done by Liang Lakwan. It should have been done by a nanny aunt or a professional chef. If you like it, Mom will make and send it to you every day from now on. Liang Luoyun said with a smile. Fengling shook his head. No need. It's too troublesome. It's not troublesome. Liang Luoyun sighed. For 20 years, I haven't been by your side. I want to do a little more for you to make up for what I owed you in the past. Fengling didn't say anything. The past has happened. No amount of what she did now could make up for it. Not anything that can be made up for. Liang Luoyun didn't say anything more. She knew that many things couldn't be rushed. Take your time. She could see that Fengling didn't have any feelings of admiration for herself. Others, if they were abandoned by their moms at a young age, it's either that or hate mom. Either that or they grew up with a lack of motherly love and a particular craving for it. But Fengling is neither. He doesn't hate her, but there was no liking for her either. No desire for motherly love from her. She was a little confused as to what Fong Ling was thinking. You can only boil a frog in warm water and take your time. As long as Fong Ling did not resent her, it was good. And if she did not, she could slowly sensitize and move Fong Ling. Liang Luoyun said, "You're in the company. Study hard and inherit the company soon to help your grandfather share the burden. Your grandfather is old and has worked for the company all his life. And now that you've grown up, your grandfather should retire. Enjoy his grandchildren, and enjoy his life." Fong Ling looked at Liang Luoyun and said seriously, "Probably not." Liang Luoyun froze for a moment and looked at him quizzically. "What doesn't work?" Fong Ling said, "I can't." Lorraine Liang. A man says he can't. What does this mean? I'm not business material. Fong Ling said, "Lorraine Liang. He's the one who thought wrong. Know why I got married so early?" Fong Ling said, "Liang Luoyun, you like Jiang Tang?" "No." Fong Ling shook his head. He hadn't even met Jiang Tang when he was contracted to marry her. Can't even talk about liking it. "It's because I can't. I'm not business material. That's why Grandpa told me to get married earlier, have children earlier, and later, train my children to inherit the family business." Fong Ling said. Liang Luoyun's expression stiffened. Not expecting that. It was so. "Don't be presumptuous." Liang Luoyun smiled and said, "Mom believes you can do it. You're so good. You'll definitely be fine." Fong Ling. "Where am I excellent?" Lorraine Liang. "You've only met me twice. Where do you see that I'm good?" Fong Ling asked. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, "No matter what happens to you, in your mom's heart, you are the best and the brightest." Fong Ling. Oh, official words without emotion. He'd gotten tired of hearing that a long time ago. He really thought she was wise enough to see his inner goodness and excellence. "You are your grandfather's only grandson. How can your grandfather think of you like this?" Liang Luoyun frowned in dissatisfaction. She was a good-looking person, and the slight frown she wore would not give the impression that she was angry, only that she was worried and sad for the other person. Fong Ling said faintly, "Grandpa's idea is right." He knew that his grandfather usually was talking was a bit exaggerated, but he was also clear about his own strength. He's really not business material. Doing business, this kind of thing, really not. You smart IQ high can be successful. There are people with very low IQ. School when the exams are the bottom. But the business is doing a good job. Some people are very smart. Whether they are studying or learning anything else, they are very fast. But they just lose money in whatever business they do. Such people are not even in the minority. Liang Luoyun. Your grandfather is Pua Yu. Fong Ling. No matter what, Ling, Mommy believes in you. You're the best. If you're not much of a businessman and businesswoman, Mom can find someone to teach you and bring you along. Liang Luoyun said with a smile. Fong Ling looked at Liang Luoyun and asked, "Looking for someone?" Liang Luoyun smiled and said, "Looking for your uncle's daughter." Fong Ling. His uncle's daughter? Who is it? Liang Luoyun looked at Fong Ling and said carefully and apprehensively, "After Mom left the country, she remarried." Fong Ling didn't have any particular expression. "You, be angry, right?" Liang Luoyun asked. Fong Ling shook his head. "That's your business. I'm not angry. What's there to be angry about? I heard from Grandpa that Liang Luoyun left the country after divorcing her dad. It's normal to remarry after leaving the country. That is, to be single and remarry." Liang Luoyun sighed in relief. "Your uncle's daughter is very good. She graduated from a famous foreign institution, and has been helping your uncle in his company abroad. Very capable." Fong Ling nodded faintly and hummed. People all over the world seem to be competent and awesome. Jiang Tong is great. Chrissy, not to mention being a slag in her relationship, has also developed a good career and is very good at her job, and now a very powerful woman. Why does it feel like you're the only loser in the world with a mediocre work ethic? Hey, when will he be able to be as capable and powerful as the overlord in the novel? Strategizing, turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. By rights, you should call her sister. Liang Luoyun said with a smile. Fong Ling looked at Liang Luoyun and said, "I'm an only child and don't have a sister." Lorraine Liang, you gave birth to me? You're my mom. I recognize that. Fong Ling said, "But the others, they have nothing to do with me. What kind of messed up person wants to be his sister?" Liang Luoyun smiled and nodded. Got it. Mom won't be like this again." Fong Ling didn't speak again. Elder Fong knew that Fong Ling had met Liang Luoyun again. Liang Luoyun waited for Fong Ling in front of the company like that in a flamboyant manner, and even took the opportunity to lighten up her identity. It's all over the company now. It would be hard for him not to know. When Fong Ling returned to the company after lunch, he called Fong Ling to his office. Asked, "Seeing Liang Lok Wan again?" "Aha." Fong Ling smiled and nodded, asking, "What? Are you jealous?" Chapter 134. Elder Fong. What are you babbling about? Jealous? Eating yours? He looked at Fong Ling incredulously. Fong Ling smiled and nodded. Of course it's to eat me. I'm your only precious grandchild. If you don't eat mine, whose else can you eat? Elder Fong. Grandpa. Don't worry. As I said, I love you the most, and when I treat Liang Luoyun, it's all about face. Fong Ling said. Elder Fong sneered. Ha, you know how to do face work? Wasn't he, young Master Fong, true to his nature, doing whatever he wanted, cleaning up whoever he wanted, and disliking whoever he wanted? Hey! Fong Ling collected the smile on his face, sighed, and said, Grandpa, you don't understand a piece of my good intentions. You still understand good intentions? Elder Fong disdained. Fong Ling nodded. I understand. Liang Luoyun gave birth to me. If I'm cold to her and disown her, what if she exposes the internet and cries that I'm unfilial? As you know, people nowadays know the power of the internet, and they will post anything on the internet. Our family is in the hotel business, and a bad reputation will directly affect the image of the hotel in the public's mind. Pull down the occupancy rate. Elder Fong. So you're enduring humiliation for the sake of one fan hotel? Fong Ling smiled brightly. Grandpa can just remember my credit. Elder Fong snorted coldly and asked, what did she tell you? Brought me a meal and said she made it herself. Fong Ling said, my guess, it was made by the family's nanny aunt or cook. Elder Fong. And that I should take over the family business early, help share the load, and let you retire. Elder Fong. And said, let her and his husband's daughter come to the company to help me. Fong Ling said. Elder Fong frowned and glared at Fong Ling. You agreed? Fong Ling looked at Elder Fong and felt that his intelligence had been insulted. Grandpa, I couldn't possibly agree to this even if I was stupid. Those unsavory people out there, who knows what they have in mind? How could I possibly let her come to the company to help me? Fong Ling said. Elder Fong grunted. Maybe by helping, the company will become hers. Fong Ling said. Elder Fong looked at Fong Ling. Well, it's not too stupid. Grandpa has helped me plan it all out. When the child is born, he will raise the child to be a genius and let the child inherit the company. Even if I don't know how to do business, I won't disrupt Grandpa's plan. Fong Ling said. Elder Feng's face looked much better. But she asked me to call her and her remarried husband's daughter's sister? Fong Ling was puzzled. Even if she and her remarried husband have a daughter, she should be younger than me. Elder Fong said. That's the daughter her husband had with his ex-wife. Fong Ling. She rushed up to be a stepmother to someone. Elder Feng's eyes were cold. Fong Ling. So, you're saying that back then, she had to divorce my dad because she wanted to rush up to be a stepmother to someone? Elder Fong didn't say anything, but the ugly face already said it all. She cheated on her wife? Fong Ling asked. Elder Fong sneered. She dares. She wouldn't have walked out of the country back then if she'd cheated on her husband in marriage. Fong Ling. What was she thinking? Brain caught in the door? He's seen pictures of Dad. Dad was extremely good looking. As you can see from the old photos of the family, the Fong family are all face controllers. The old ancestors of the Fong family are rich. And a man can marry a beautiful daughter-in-law if he is rich. Marrying a pretty wife gives you the probability of having good-looking kids, so that the genes change from generation to generation. That's why everyone in the Fong family is good-looking. Grandpa looks good. Dad looks good. And of course, he looks the best. Dad. Good-looking. Only son of the Fong family. Mom married Dad and gave birth to him. The only grandson of the Fong family. Liang Luoyun is long as peace and quiet. Days do not know how cool. Want to buy what to buy. Want to eat what to eat. As long as she doesn't do anything wrong or do anything that will harm the reputation of the Fong family, she will have a lifetime of endless glory and prosperity. You want to be a stepmother to someone when you're not living the good life? I don't know exactly how she's doing after her marriage, but can being a stepmom to someone be better than being a real mom? Elder Fong finally had a smile on his face and nodded. Well, you're right. Her brain is indeed caught in a door. Tell you what, Elder Fong said, lest she add fuel to the fire in the middle later. You are lulled into believing her. Fong Ling frowned. Am I that easy to fool? Elder Fong sneered. What do you think? Fong Ling. Liang Luoyun was the daughter of the Liang family. At that time, your father liked her very much, but she didn't like your father. She liked Song Yichao, her current husband. Elder Fong said. But at that time Song Yichao had already been divorced with a baby. An unmarried young lady entangled with a divorced man with a baby. The Liang family felt ashamed and opposed them. Broke them up. It was the Liang family that took the initiative to seek out the Fong family for a marriage. To marry Liang Luoyun to your father. Although your grandmother and I don't like Liang Luoyun, your father does. And your father is willing to marry Liang Luoyun. And we gave a generous bride price. Liang Luoyun was forced by the Liang family to marry your father. But after the marriage, she blamed your father. Blamed the Fong family. saying that it was our Feng family that used money to oppress people, saying that it was our Feng family that used all their means to break up her and Song Yichao. In fact, it was the Liang family that had a bad development and a broken capital chain, and took the initiative to approach the Feng family. The Liang family originally thought that by marrying Liang Luoyun to your father, the Feng family would help the Liang family. But then we learned that it was the Liang family who cheated on both sides and lied to Liang Luoyun, saying that it was us who broke up her and Song Yichao. Lie to us, lie to your father, and say that Liang Luoyun married your father willingly. After we found out about it, we were very angry and didn't offer help to the Liang family, who couldn't make it at home. So they moved their family to M to develop. In earlier years, there were many companies that went abroad to develop, and Song Yichao, after Liang Luoyun and your father got married, he took a pair of children to M country. After Liang Luoyun gave birth to you, she insisted on divorcing your father, wanted to follow to M country. When your father didn't agree, Liang Luoyun forced her to die, and in the end, your father agreed. However, on the day she left the country, your father was still reluctant and undeterred and followed her to the airport, where your father was in a car accident on his way to go after her. Elder Feng choked on his red eyes and couldn't speak. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng. It was the first time he had ever heard his grandfather talk about the past. It was also the first time he saw his grandfather's red eyes in front of him. He knew about the latter. After Dad died, Grandma, who was already in poor health, grieved too much and died not long after. Only Grandpa and him were left in the Feng family. Chapter 135, Crying on Her Shoulder. Butler Zhao had told him many times. Every time he made Grandpa angry, Butler Zhao had told him, tell him not to make Grandpa angry. Grandpa loves him very much. Grandpa only has him. Grandpa might have followed Grandma and Dad back then if it wasn't for him. Grandpa, don't be sad, Feng Ling said. The voice choked. Ah Ling. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and said, you know what? Your dad, he's really good, he's very smart, and he's been able to help me out at work at a young age. He was warm and lively and cheerful and decent and kind, and he had many friends. He's very filial, and he's very good to your grandmother and me. He tries to do his best in everything and doesn't let your grandmother and I worry about him. He's the brightest young talent in Seatown, and your grandmother and I are proud of him. He's really good. He's had smooth sailing in everything he's done since he was a kid, except when he's fallen on such a hard time in a relationship. I often wonder, at that time, if I did not feel sorry for him, I did not agree to the Liang family's request for marriage, he would not have died. Your grandmother advised me. She really persuaded me. She said that Liang Luoyun's heart is not in your father. Even if she marries your father, she won't be happy, and your father won't be happy either. But, I thought, feelings can always be cultivated. Without Song Yichao, and with your father being such a good person, Liang Luoyun will fall in love with your father. It was me who killed my son, my wife. Elder Feng cried. Old tears. Feng Ling reddened his eyes and came to his side. This was the first time he had seen his grandfather cry. Grandpa has always been very optimistic and cheerful and refined in his impression. Grandpa, don't cry. Feng Ling's red eyes took a tissue and gently wiped away his tears. Paper towel after paper towel soaked. But Master Feng's tears still didn't stop, and he had been in tears for a long time. Grandpa, Dad and Grandma won't blame you. Feng Ling comforted Elder Feng. Elder Feng cried without saying a word. They know that you love them. Feng Ling said. They won't blame you. Elder Feng temporarily stopped his tears and said to Feng Ling, you go out. Feng Ling nodded. Aha. He knew that Grandpa didn't want him to see him so wretched and vulnerable. He walked to the door, opened it, turned back, and said to Master Feng, Grandpa, Grandma and Dad love you very much, and so do I. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and didn't say anything. Instead, the tears fell even harder. Feng Ling closed the door and left. Elder Feng hooked up his lips and laughed while crying. Ling has grown up to be comforting and heartbreaking. Feng Ling closed the door, wiped the tears from her face, and returned to her workstation, taking out her cell phone and messaging someone. Have the other party look into Song Yizhou and Liang Luoyun's affairs in M country, as well as the Liang family's affairs. There is nothing to be done. Liang Luoyun had been ignoring him for so many years and suddenly came back, so there must be something going on. Mr. Feng has a wide range of friends. He knows all kinds of people from all walks of life, and he has money. It's not hard to find someone to check them out. Frown. Originally there was just a dislike for Liang Lakwon, but now, he hated her. It's not just her, it's the Liang family. In fact, the Liang family is the biggest villain, cheating on both sides, which caused the tragedy of Dad and Liang Luoyun, as well as the tragedy of the Feng family. When it was almost time to leave work, Feng Ling went to find Jiang Tang. When he arrived at the company, he went directly to Jiang Tang's office. Wife, Feng Ling called Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong looked at him. Getting off work early again? Feng Ling nodded. Well, there's not much to do. Gang Tang let herself sit and play while she worked. Feng Ling then sat obediently on the sofa by himself, looking at Jiang Tang, who was working seriously, depressed and irritated all afternoon. Finally calm and soothed a little, he could understand his dad and his reluctance to die. If now Jiang Tang leaves him to follow the footsteps of other men, he will also be unwilling and undead to go after him. Who can be happy when someone they love dearly has to leave them? Today, after hearing his grandfather say those words and seeing him cry, he realized how hard it had been for him all these years, how much Grandpa had endured alone. He didn't just have to suffer the loss of his children's wives, he is also in an endless state of self-blame and guilt, believing that he himself killed his wife and son. But clearly, it was the Liang family that started it all. Liang Laquan is not innocent either. He didn't believe that Liang Luoyun would not know that it was the Liang family that had taken money to sell her. But instead of blaming the Liang family, she blamed the Feng family. All deserve to die. Violence was born in Feng Ling's heart. After hearing those words from his grandfather and seeing his grandfather's tears, he really wanted to immediately take a knife and cut down the Liang family. What's wrong? Jiang Tong suddenly asked. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang in confusion. Jiang Tong asked, what happened? Are you in a bad mood? Feng Ling was silent for a moment and nodded. Well, it's a bit hard on the heart. Jiang Tong was a bit surprised. Young Master Feng's happy-go-lucky personality, would he still have a hard time in his heart? Really hard? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling nodded. Jiang Tong, not pretending to be pitiful? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang aggressively. When have I ever acted pitiful? Jiang Tong, often. Feng Ling, not this time, it's really hard. Jiang Tong nodded. Well, see, so, what happened? Feng Ling then told him about Liang Luoyun and the Liang family. Jiang Tong frowned. Liang family? Don't be a human being. Song Yizhao? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Feng Ling had been holding it in all afternoon, and now he really wasn't going to spit it out. You say, how can there be such a shameless family? It's obviously their own family who took the initiative to sell their daughter, and in order not to be complained about by their daughter, they actually dumped the pot on the Feng family. Liang Luoyun is no good either. She doesn't dare to fall out with her own mother's family. She bullies my father on the basis that he loves her, and when the persimmon picks the soft one, she only dares to make trouble with my father and hurt him. And my dad, though I've never met him, must be a love brain. A woman. She doesn't love you. She wants a divorce. She can leave if she wants to. What's the chase? What kind of woman does he want with that kind of status and appearance? After Liang Luoyun, there's Wang Luoyun, Zhang Luoyun, Li Luoyun. What's he going to chase after if she runs away? Is love the only thing in his life and nothing else? Are his parents and his career less important than Liang Luoyun? Jiang Tong stopped working and listened attentively to Feng Ling's spouting. It could be seen that young Master Feng was really angry and sad. Going to cry? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling was puzzled. What? I asked. Do you want to cry? Jiang Tong said. If you're going to cry, my shoulder can be lent to you to cry against. Feng Ling, picture yourself crying on your wife's shoulder. What does it look like for him? An almost 5 feet 9 inches guy to lean on a 6 feet 6 inches weak woman and cry? Don't want to. Feng Ling said stubbornly. Jiang Tong nodded. That means it's already cried. Feng Ling, equals. Seek to generate power with love. Chapter 136, Honey, can you kill them? I didn't. Young Master Feng strongly argued. Jiang Tong smiled and sighed. It's a bit of a shame. Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in confusion. What's a bit of a shame? It's a bit of a shame that I didn't see you cry, Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling frowned and glared at Jiang Tang. What kind of person is this? Want to see him cry? What a bad taste. Unfortunately, he can't see it anymore. Men don't shed tears. Men don't shed blood. Little master won't cry. Feng Ling said. The crying in Grandpa's office must not be known to Jiang Tang. You sure are pretty when you cry. Jiang Tong said. It looks so good without crying. It must look better when it cries. Inexplicably, I want to see him cry. The beautiful young man with red eyes, tears flashing in his eyes, slightly tilted his head, looking at her in a pitiful way. Then a drop of crystal tears slipped down the corner of his eyes, his nose slightly red, his red lips trembling lightly. Feng Ling, what did you say? Jiang Tong smiled and said, I say, when you cry, you sure are pretty. Feng Ling, you want to see it? Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, I guess. Feng Ling, what a bad taste it is. He wasn't going to satisfy Jiang Tong's bad taste. I won't cry. Feng Ling said. After thinking about it, he said, you look better when you cry. The eyes that looked at Jiang Tong sizzled. Jiang Tong. She didn't cry except in bed. Jiang Tong glanced at him, lowering his head. Keep working. Fengling. Why don't you say so? Go on. Seeing that Jiang Tang had gone to work, Fengling didn't dare to interrupt and put away his mind, accompanying Jiang Tang until he got off work and then went home. When he returned home, Elder Feng was already back. His emotions have adjusted. Fengling quietly said to Elder Feng, I'm not allowed to tell Jiang Tang about me crying. Elder Feng, if you tell her, I'm going to tell everyone that you cried too, and you cried harder than I did. Fengling said, Master Feng, would love to give him a kick in the ass. Besides, you cry ugly. Fengling said, he cried beautifully, but Grandpa was old and tearful and really ugly. Elder Feng couldn't help himself and gave Fengling a kick. Get lost. Fengling rolled. Fengling rolled over to Jiang Tang's side, and Jiang Tang asked, what did you tell Grandpa? Nothing much. Fengling said, just greeting Grandpa. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. San Yizhou and the Liang family weren't big, mysterious people, and their information was easy to find out. Within 2 days, the other party gave Fengling the information. Fengling looked up. The information is very detailed. San Yizhou went to country M first. In those days, there were a lot of merchants who went to M to look for gold. San Yizhou, with a large amount of money, coupled with his own human connections ability wrist, soon stood firmly in the M country. After San Yizhou gained a foothold in M, after realizing that the Feng family didn't help the Liang family, he contacted the Liang family and threw out an olive branch to the Liang family, inviting the Liang family to go to M. The Liang family knew that they had deceived the Feng family, and the old man of the Feng family would not give them any more help. And at that time, although the development of the country had entered the millennium, and all kinds of industries were developing rapidly, in the end, it was still not comparable to the prosperous development of the M country. After weighing their options, they chose to go to country M and defect to San Yi dynasty. When the Liang family arrived in M country, with the help of San Yizhou, they also quickly settled down and gained a firm foothold. Over the years, it's been developing in M. Development is mediocre. San Yizhou and his ex-wife have a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter is 28 years old and the son is 27 years old. After Liang Luoyun and San Yizhou got married, they had a son and a daughter. The son is 20 years old this year and the daughter is 19 years old. The information shows that the Song and Liang families, both of which don't seem to be doing too well in recent years, have a tendency to want to move their businesses back to their home countries. Fengling finished reading the information. Liang Luoyun and Song Yizhao's son was 20 years old, while he was 22, which means that after giving birth to her and divorcing her father, Liang Luoyun went to M country and got married to Song Yizhou, and got pregnant and had a baby the next year. Dad died because of her while she was happily people getting married and having kids. This time, when he came back, it wasn't because he remembered him. Rather, he wanted to use him and the Feng family to return to his country. She probably thought that no matter what, she was his mom and that he wouldn't be mad at her and would crave her motherly love. Even, for someone like her, she thinks that Dad's death has nothing to do with her, that she didn't kill him, that he was the one who had to go after her. She might even think in her mind that Dad, and the Feng family, deserved it. It's true that she didn't kill Dad herself, but she doesn't kill Burin. Burin dies because of her. Fengling wanted to suppress the hatred rolling around in her heart, but she couldn't. At this time, Liang Luoyun sent her a message. Recently, every day Liang Luoyun would bring him a love lunch to the company, and he pretended like nothing was wrong, eating and talking to her every day. Liang Luoyun came to bring her a love lunch again. There he goes. When Liang Luoyun saw Fengling, she smiled and said, Ling, today we're making sweet and sour pork and australopithecine. Fengling nodded. Liang Luoyun opened the lunchbox. Fengling looked at it and was a bit sick to his stomach and couldn't eat it. But of course, it wasn't the food that was sick to his stomach, but the people. He held his chopsticks but didn't eat and asked Liang Luoyun, you said before that you'd let someone come and help me? Liang Luoyun's eyes lit up and she nodded. Well, do you need it? Fengling nodded his head. Well, it's needed. As you can see, such a big one fan group, relying on me alone is definitely not possible. I can't manage it. I need people to help me. Liang Luoyun said excitedly. Don't worry, your sister is very powerful. Sister? Fengling looked at Liang Luoyun suspiciously. Am I not your first child? Liang Luoyun's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment and said, it's not your real sister. It's my husband and ex-wife's child. However, Ling, don't worry, she is very nice and powerful. Aha. Fengling nodded. Seeing Fengling like this, Liang Luoyun hesitated for a moment and asked, Ling, if I divorce your father and remarry, will you not blame me? Fengling shook his head. It's not weird. What's weird about it? Isn't that what relationships are like? If you love, you stay together. If you don't love, you separate. If you're happy and joyful, you stay together. If you're unhappy and joyless, you separate. Liang Luoyun breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Ling, thank you. Mom is happy that you can think this way. Feng Ling didn't say anything, and while Liang Luoyun went to the restroom, he dumped the meal in the trash. Go home at night. Feng Ling asked Zhang Tang, wife, can you help me get rid of Liang Luoyun Liang family as well as Song family? Zhang Tong glanced at him and said faintly, I can't. Why? Feng Ling asked. Zhang Tong, because killing is against the law. Feng Ling, I'm not talking about the one that got them killed and bankrupted both of their families. Make their families broken and their wives separated. Chapter 137, Grandpa, I love you. Neither can I. Zhang Tong said. Feng Ling, there in I'm not so sleight of hand through the sky that I can cross-country get 2 corporations killed. Zhang Tong said. Feng Ling thought she was capable. Wife's so great. If it's in C-Town, it's not that hard to plan properly. Zhang Tong said. If they were really in C-City, with her and Grandpa, it really wouldn't be hard to bring down the Liang and Song families. Feng Ling's eyes lit up and said, I know. Zhang Tong looked at her with a smile. What do you know? Feng Ling smiled and said, I know everything. Zhang Tong smiled and stopped talking. You said, why didn't Grandpa get the Song and Liang families killed in the first place? Feng Ling muttered. Let them live a good life for so many years. Zhang Tong smiled and said, it's all because of you. Because of me? Feng Ling was surprised. Zhang Tong nodded. Well, although I haven't asked Grandpa, I should be able to guess what he thinks. Grandpa was, at that time, losing his wife and child one after another. And his heart was haggard. He should not have had the mood energy to clean up the 2 families at that time. Another reason is that if Grandpa goes to clean up the 2 families, if something happens, something goes wrong, or if you break the law and go in, you're still a little kid who doesn't know anything at the time. If Grandpa has an accident, then Liang Luoyun will be your guardian, and until you grow up, everything in the Feng family will be held by Liang Luoyun. When you grow up, it's not certain whether the Feng family is surnamed Feng or Liang or Song, or even, if Liang Luoyun and Song Yichao are a little more ruthless, you won't grow up at all. It's too easy for kids to get into accidents when they don't have the ability to protect themselves. Even if Liang Luoyun doesn't lay a hand on you, it doesn't ensure that the Liang family and Song Yichao won't lay a hand on you. The huge one fan group is too tempting. Feng Ling was silent. Grandpa really loved him and all was thinking of him. For Grandpa, all the hatred combined is not as much as the love for you. Zhang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling was unfortunate, but also fortunate. No parents or grandmothers, but all the selfless love of a grandfather. Grandpa has taken every step for Feng Ling, and every step, he has calculated for Feng Ling. Feng Ling nodded. Well, I know. Now it seems like I'm finally realizing how much Grandpa really loves me. He used to get angry at Grandpa from time to time like that, and he really shouldn't have. It also made sense why Grandpa wouldn't let himself go into extreme sports like drag racing. If something did happen to him, Grandpa, presumably, wouldn't survive. In the future, be sure to be filial to Grandpa. Zhang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling nodded. Zhang Tong smiled. Young Master Feng was still well behaved. Elder Feng shuffled into bed and was about to rest when WeChat came in with a message. It was sent by Feng Ling. Feng Ling, Grandpa, I love you. Then several cute I love you emojis were sent in quick succession. Elder Feng. It was the first time anyone had ever sent him an emoticon like that. He is in a high position. WeChat is full of partners. There is no messy people. Everyone's chat speech is very official. Master Feng, what are you smoking in the middle of the night? Feng Ling, I can't sleep because I miss my grandfather. Master Feng, short of money again? Feng Ling, no. Could it be that in Grandpa's mind I'm a shallow man with only money in his heart? Master Feng, that's not true. Feng Ling, I knew Grandpa understood me. Master Feng, you don't even have money in your heart. Those who have real money in their hearts will find ways to mess with it. Did you mess with it? Feng Ling, I messed up just did not get it. Grandpa, money is so hard to get Master Feng. Feng Ling, so, Grandpa, I really admire you in particular. How are you so good? How did you manage to get so much money? Master Feng. Feng Ling, Grandpa, I really love you. Master Feng, I know, don't say it again. It's meaty. Feng Ling, Grandpa, do you know why I used you? Master Feng, why? Feng Ling, because you equals you're on your mind. Grandpa, you're always on my mind. Master Feng, roll to bed. Feng Ling, oh, okay, good night Grandpa, love you. Master Feng, good night. Feng Ling, Grandpa, do you know what good night means? Master Feng, isn't good night good night? Feng Ling, this is the pinyin of Wanan. If you use them as initials it is, I love you love you. Master Feng. Fong Ling, Grandpa, I love you love you. Master Fong, say one more word and get the hell out of bed. Fong Ling, okay, Grandpa. Good night. Elder Fong didn't reply anymore. From the chat it seemed like he resented Fong Ling for being so disgustingly fleshy, but in reality, he had a smile on his face the whole time. Bastard. Really grown up. Tong Tong is still a good tactician. He taught a rebellious brat who only ate, drank and played to anger him into a filial grandson who would say sweet words to him. Elder Fong smiled as he looked at the chat between the two. Fong Ling, good night. Jiang Tong asked someone to look up the information on the Liang and Song families. Didn't take them seriously before, but young Master Fong wanted her to get them killed. Young Master Fong was so well behaved. Of course she could only try to satisfy young Master Fong as much as possible. Jiang Tong was faster than Fong Ling. She had studied in M before and had been working there since then, and had a strong network of contacts. It only took less than an hour to know the information about the Song and Liang families. Mainly, she actually crossed paths with the Song family. Song's oldest daughter, Song Zaishi, attended the same school as her, crossed paths a bit in school, and Song Yishao's second son, Song Qishan. Back in the day, it even courted her, but that was all 5 or 6 years ago. After she broke up with Chen Qi, Song Qishan pursued her, but she refused, and after she graduated, she worked in the company and had little contact with them. There were a lot of people who pursued her. It's not an exaggeration to say that when she was unmarried, there were dozens of people who pursued her every year, many she couldn't even remember. No wonder the name Song Yi Chao felt a bit familiar. After chatting with his friend, he got an overview of the Song and Liang families. Neither family is doing too well. Is this to see Fong Ling grow up to be a man and want to come back to rely on Fong Ling? Blood kinship coupled with feigning pity and selling misery should still have a high chance of success. Unfortunately, Grandpa Fong is still around, and now there's her. They won't let two families succeed. Liang Luoyun moved quickly and had Song Zaishi come to Sea City overnight. At noon the next day, when he delivered a loving lunch to Fong Ling, he brought Song Zaishi along. When Fong Ling went to meet Liang Luoyun, he saw the beautiful young woman beside her. It would be Liang Luoyun's stepdaughter, Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi looked at Fong Ling and froze for a moment. Young Master Fang's skin is truly outstanding. It was the first time she had seen such a remarkable oriental face. Ask for power with love. Chapter 138, I've been a role model since I was a child. Jiang Tong is really a face control. Ling, this is my daughter, Song Zaishi. Liang Luoyun introduced the two. Fong Ling looked at Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi smiled and said, hello, Song Zaishi. Fong Ling nodded. Fong Ling. The three of them then went to a cafe for lunch. Fong Ling didn't say much. Song Zaishi suddenly smiled and asked Fong Ling, how has Jiang Tang been lately? Fong Ling froze for a moment and looked at Song Zaishi. You know her? Song Zaishi smiled and nodded. Well, Jiang Tang and I were alumni when we were in M. I was 1 year older than her. Fong Ling didn't expect Song Zaishi and Jiang Tang to be alumni, and asked how's Jiang Tang doing these days. This sentence indicated that they were usually in contact. Pretty good. Fong Ling said, can it be bad to be married to a prince who is so smart and rich and clean and sweet and lively and good to her? Song Zaishi smiled and said, I didn't expect Jiang Tang to suddenly return to China to marry you. I thought she hadn't been able to forget. Song Zaishi suddenly stopped talking and looked at Fong Ling with a bit of embarrassment. Fong Ling, think she can't forget anyone? Song Zaishi smiled and said, no one. It's all in the past. Chen Qi? Fong Ling asked. Song Zaishi froze for a moment, looked at Fong Ling, and asked, you know? Aha. Fong Ling nodded. I know. My wife's first love. Song Zaishi. So, Fong Ling knew. However, you're wrong. It's not my wife who can't forget Chen Qi. It's Chen Qi who can't forget my wife and pestered my wife some time ago. Fong Ling said. Song Zaishi. She smiled. Yeah, they used to be quite affectionate in school. Song Zaishi said. Both of them were extremely good looking and were known as a model couple in school. Fong Ling. My wife and I are also a model couple now. My wife is just awesome and does everything in an exemplary manner. Song Zaishi. Lorraine Liang. They didn't expect that Fong Ling would be like this. Shouldn't you be angry and mindful when you know about your wife's affair with another man? Look at the heartlessness of him. But it's good to have no heart. Song Zaishi glanced at Liang Luoyun, who smiled and said, Ah Ling, look, your sister is also here in Sea City now. When are you going to arrange for her to join Fangs? Fong Ling looked at Liang Luoyun and said coldly, she's not my sister. Liang Luoyun was disliked, and seeing Fong Ling's face not looking good, she hurriedly changed her words and said with a smile, I'm the one who said it soon. Look, when will Jakesy join the team? Fong Ling said indifferently, she just arrived in Sea City, she can have a good time and rest in Sea City. There are still quite a lot of fun places in Sea City. there's no rush on the induction. Liang Luoyun looked at Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi smiled and nodded. Well, young Feng is right. Then I'll listen to young Feng and have a good time in Sea City. Does Feng Xiao have any recommendations for attractions? Song Zaishi asked. Feng Ling said indifferently. No, check for yourself. I'm going to the office. Feng Ling is gone. After Feng Ling left, Liang Luoyun looked at Song Zaishi with a bit of concern. Zaishi, it's fine. Song Zaishi smiled lightly and said, Auntie, there's no rush. Liang Luoyun then stopped talking. Feng Ling asked Zhang Tang as soon as he got home in the evening. I heard that you and Chen Qi were a model couple when you were in school. Zhang Tang looked at him and asked with a smile. Who did you hear that from? Feng Ling, Song Zaishi. Zhang Tang, she's here? Feng Ling nodded. Zhang Tang also nodded his head. Song Zaishi's movements were quite fast. She said you guys are very affectionate and are a model couple. Feng Ling added. Obsessive about this. Zhang Tang smiled and asked. What? Jealous? No. Young Master Feng's red face stiffened his mouth. You know. Zhang Tang smiled and said. I'm a competitive person. Since I was a child, I have to do my best in everything and become a model. When I went to school I was always a model student. And when I fell in love, of course, I also had to be a model couple. Feng Ling, be a model couple even when you're married. Zhang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling hummed. Do you know what a model couple is? Zhang Tong smiled brightly. I've been a model student all my life. I would not know what a model couple is? Feng Ling asked. What was that like? Zhang Tong smiled and said. Husbands and wives should respect and love each other, honor each other, trust each other, and be filial to each other's elders. Shashan understand and consider each other. Feng Ling. And did you do it? Zhang Tong smiled and asked rhetorically. Do you think I didn't do it? Feng Ling pursed his lips and didn't say anything. She just didn't make it. Not to mention the rest. Just the first rule of mutual respect and love. Did she do it? Does she love him? Then what point do you think I failed to do? Zhang Tong asked. Young Master Feng grunted. Think for yourself. Zhang Tong really did tilt his head slightly and thought seriously. Feng Ling looked at her like this and thought it was a bit cute. I thought about it, and I think I did it all. Zhang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling. Cunning. Whether she did or didn't do it is not clear to others, but isn't it clear to him? The man on the pillow? Feng Ling didn't dwell on that either, because it was useless to dwell on it, and really arguing with Zhang Tang, he couldn't argue with her. She can talk a lot. Why didn't you say before that you and Song Zaishi are alumni? Feng Ling asked. Zhang Tong smiled and said. I didn't know before that Song Zaishi was your mom's stepdaughter. I have so many alumni, tens of thousands of people. I can't possibly remember every single one of them and understand their family background. So are you in school? And are you on good terms with Song Jae-hee? He asked. What do you think? Zhang Tong laughed. The first time you met, she stirred up trouble in front of you, saying that Chun Shi and I are a model couple. Can our relationship be good? Feng Ling. Indeed I can't. Why is the relationship bad? Feng Ling asked. Zhang Tong looked at him with a smile. You have so many questions. Feng Ling. He was being concerned about her. She actually resented him for his problems. He wasn't thinking of teaching Song Jae-hee a hard lesson if he had a bad relationship. To help her out. This person, Song Zaishi, is very smart. Zhang Tong smiled and said. Don't think about trying to clean up and retaliate against her or anything. You might not be a match. Feng Ling frowned and glared at her. What do you mean? Song Jae-hee is smart, so he's stupid? Leave it to me and Grandpa to clean her up. Zhang Tong said. The look was a few degrees more serious. She was afraid that Feng Ling would be sold by Song Zaishi at that time and still help Song Zaishi count the money. Young Master Feng is still too simple and has seen too little of the evils of society. Master Feng protected him too well. Song Jae-hee, on the other hand, is too sinister. Feng Ling was very unconvinced and wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back and didn't say anything. Still listening to the wife. Then wife, you go for it. Feng Ling said. Chapter 139 Young Master Feng is so eccentric. Zhang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, don't worry. I'll protect you. He's hers. It was only natural that she would fight to protect it with all her might. Let's go. Go and discuss it with Grandpa. Zhang Tong said. She took Feng Ling to Elder Feng. The three went to the study. You can just come. What's the point of bringing him? Master Feng said. It's not like he can help. Feng Ling, so I'm trash? Elder Feng, you're just now coming to this realization? Feng Ling. Zhang Tong smiled and said. We have to let him know about our arrangement. Otherwise, what if he doesn't know and spoils our arrangement plan? When Elder Feng thought about it, he felt that Zhang Tang had a point. Then he and Zhang Tong began to discuss the scheme. Feng Ling listened obediently on the sidelines. It's not right to listen to it. Wife and Grandpa, why are you full of bad blood? those bad ideas, one after the other. If these bad ideas are used against him, they'll be used against him, one by one, one by one. Guess how high the grass is on his grave? Grandpa is even. Grandpa was old and cunning, and he knew that he wasn't as amiable as he appeared to be. That's being kind to him. With others, the hand is hard and unforgiving. But his wife, he'd always thought his wife was decent and kind, and had gotten where she was today because she was smart, capable, and able to hold people's hearts. But this bad idea of the wife's bad intentions is no less than Grandpa's. Elder Feng looked at Fengling. Sigh. It really was because he had protected Fengling too well. He only had Fengling left, so naturally he watched him closely and protected him under his wings. And those pickled dirty things never got in front of him to let him know. Although Fengling himself had seen some of them in society in his circle. But it's all superficial. What goes on behind the scenes in private is more complicated and horrifying. Hey, by the time he realized it, Fengling's character had become established. Simply goodness and integrity. These are wonderful virtues, but not in a maul of deceit. It's me who didn't teach Fengling well. Elder Feng sighed and said to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang smiled and said, no, Grandpa taught Fengling well. It's really good, though slightly more innocent and kind. But she loved it. If Grandpa cultivates Fengling into a second him, or a second her, or like those other men in the circle who are shrewd and calculating and ruthless and do things unscrupulously and cunningly, she will not necessarily like it. With a man like that, even if you get married, you can't be considered a real couple, only a partner in another sense. Living with Fengling as a couple like this, she loved it. I didn't think before marriage that I would be living a shameless life with my silly white husband after marriage, but it's great to be married and living it up. Elder Feng looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang was attracted to Fengling, and he wasn't surprised that Fengling had a good enough face. Also, people like them who are calculating at every step of the way, oftentimes, just prefer people who are simple and upstanding. It's comfortable to be around people who are simple and decent, and it's not so tiring to not have to be calculating all the time. Fengling glanced triumphantly at Elder Feng. His wife says he's fine. After chatting, Jiang Tang and Fengling left the study. Before leaving, Fengling said to Elder Feng, Grandpa, no good night, don't love you. Elder Feng, exasperated. He wanted to casually pick up the inkstone on the desk and smash it. This ungrateful grandson. Fengling and Jiang Tang returned to their room. Fengling said, wife, you've used those tactics against others, but you can't use them against me again. Jiang Tang raised his eyebrows. What? Scared? Scared to see her calculating, even dark side? Fengling shook his head. He wasn't so scared by this. Don't worry, Jiang Tang said. You're so good. How could I use those tactics against you? Fengling frowned. He was a man and didn't like it when people complimented him with good behavior. Good. It's a compliment to children and women. I'm not good. Fengling said. Jiang Tang raised his eyebrows and looked at Fengling with a smile. You're not good? Fengling. Inexplicably, it felt as if it was a bit dangerous. He's not talking. Jiang Tang looked on, smiled and moved over to him, kissing him on the lips. So good. Fengling, be good and get kissed. He seems like to be able to be very well behaved. The next day was Song Zaixi's loving lunch for Fengling. Auntie had something to do and couldn't come, Song Zaishi said with a smile. Fengling looked at Song Zaishi. Song Jiehe is beautiful. Her overall looks and temperament were actually the same type as Jiang Tang. Imperial, gentle, dignified and confident. But she's not as good looking as her wife. Fengling looked at the loving lunch, took out his cell phone, and quietly sent a message to Jiang Tang. Fengling, honey, Song Zaishi is the one who brought me lunch today. Jiang Tang? Fengling, honey, do you think she'll poison the meal? Jiang Tang. Fengling, honey, I don't dare to eat it. Jiang Tang, no, you still have use for them. You won't poison them. Fengling, mean when I'm useless, they'll poison me to death? Jiang Tang. Fengling, so, do you think she'll put drugs in the food, and then have sex with me? Jiang Tang, dog blood hegemony novel less to read. Fengling, it's not like there are such plots only in the dog blood hegemony novels. In the social news, there are quite a lot of such things. JT, it's women who are drugged in the social news, not men. Fengling, but it's dangerous for us men to be out there, especially if we're as good looking as I am. Jiang Tang, when a man is knocked out by ecstasy, the probability is that he will not have a physiological reaction and will not be able to get up. So even if you are knocked out, she will not be able to get you. Fengling, you're saying I can't get up? Jiang Tang, eat your meal. Fengling, oh. Fengling, wife, if I don't send you a message after 20 minutes, contact me, and if you can't, call the police. Jiang Tang, good. Seeing that Fengling had been typing, Song Zaishi smiled and asked, Fong Ling, what's wrong? Talking to someone? My wife. Fong Ling said. Song Zaishi smiled. You're so affectionate with your wife. Fong Ling nodded. Aha. When are you going to ask Jiang Tang out for a meal? Song Zaishi smiled and said. I haven't seen Jiang Tang for a long time either. Fong Ling looked at her and asked. Ask my wife. My wife has the final say in our family. Song Zaishi was a bit embarrassed and said. I don't have Jiang Tang's contact information. Fong Ling looked at her in surprise. Ah, how come? Aren't you and my wife very close? You asked me how my wife was doing when you first met me, and said that my wife and Chun Chi are a model couple. Thought my wife would marry Chin Chi. I thought you were an old friend of my wife's and knew her well enough to know so much about her. Song Zaishi. Young Master Fong is so good at shading. Ask for power with love and you get 3 free deliveries per person per day. Love you guys. Chapter 140. I'm in charge of our family's affairs. Song Zaishi was mentally strong and didn't get angry because Fong Ling disliked her. Still smiling, he said, we used to have a good relationship when we were in school, but then we graduated, and we all went our separate ways, and the relationship slowly faded. Now that I'm also here in C City, I haven't seen Jiang Tang for quite a while, and I kinda want to see her. Song Zaishi said with a smile. I'll invite you and Jiang Tang for dinner tonight. Give face? Fong Ling said. I have to ask my wife. Song Zaishi. You have to ask Jiang Tang about this little thing? Fong Ling nodded his head and said. I make the big decisions in our family, and my wife makes the small ones. It's just that, after all this time of marriage, nothing major has happened that requires him to make a decision. Song Zaishi. Fong Ling then called Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong looked at the caller. What? Poison so soon? She picked up the phone. Honey, Song Zaishi invited us to have dinner together tonight. Fong Ling said. Jiang Tong, okay, promise her. Fong Ling nodded. I know. Hanging up the phone, he said to Song Jae-hee, my wife has agreed. Song Zaishi smiled and said, okay, then let's add a contact. I'll send you the address tonight. Fong Ling nodded, and added contact information with Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi looked at Fong Ling and asked, why don't you eat? Fong Ling glanced at the love lunch. They're all things I don't like to eat. Song Zaishi froze for a moment. Smiling, he said, tell me what you like to eat and I'll make it for you tomorrow. Fong Ling looked at Song Zaishi and raised his eyebrows. You're making it for me? Song Zaishi smiled and nodded. Well, I'm not a bad cook. Fong Ling asked, in what capacity are you making me lunch? Song Zaishi. Also, go back and tell your mom not to make it for me. The food tastes really average. Fong Ling finished speaking, stood up and left. Didn't even look at Song Zaishi. The smile on Song Zaishi's face slowly tightened a little. Looking at Fong Ling's back, a cold hatred in his eyes. Liang Lakwan, not her mom. Song Jae-hee returned home. This is the Song family's former house. It's a villa. Over the years, although the Song family had been abroad, the house had been watched over, cleaned regularly, and maintained well. Liang Luoyun saw Song Zaishi return and smiled warmly. Zaishi. Song Zaishi gave her a faint look, handed her the insulated lunchbox, and said, Fong Ling asked you not to do it in the future. Liang Luoyun froze for a moment and asked, what's wrong? He said it wasn't good. Song Zaishi said. Liang Luoyun was silent. How could it not be good? It's not like they made it. They went out to a high-end restaurant and packed it. Jiangxi. Liang Luoyun wanted to talk to Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi, however, went upstairs in silence. Liang Luoyun looked at Song Zaishi's back and sighed. She doesn't seem to be doing anything right. Song Zaishi sent Fong Ling the restaurant address halfway through the afternoon. When he was almost off duty, Fong Ling drove to pick up Jiang Tang. When he arrived, Jiang Tang was not yet off duty. He then went upstairs to find Jiang Tang. I bumped into Secretary Sun at the office door. He said, Secretary Sun, it seems like you haven't been delivering messages to me. Secretary Sun smiled and said, Feng Xiao and the president are as close as glue. Feng Xiao knows everything about the president, even more than I do, and I have no news to pass on. Fong Ling, seems so. You really think we're like glue? Fong Ling asked. Secretary Sun smiled and nodded. Well, really, it's not that I think Feng Xiao and the president are like glue. It's that Feng Xiao and the president are already in a good relationship. I've followed the president and seen many luxury couples. They are all business marriages without feelings. In order to maintain their interests, they are in love on the surface, but in private they play their own games. Even, some of them are like enemies, counting on each other's defense. Feng Xiao and the president are the most loving luxury couple I've ever seen. Secretary Sun gave a compliment. Fong Ling's body and mind were happy to hear it. Look at Secretary Sun. Secretary Sun is really looking better and better. Looks come from the heart, and a woman as kind and upright and as articulate as Secretary Sun is naturally good looking. Secretary Sun smiled and looked at Fong Ling. Whether the president loved Feng Xiao or not, she wasn't sure, but she was clear that Feng Xiao loved the president. The young man's love was all in his eyes and in his actions, not hidden in the least. Warm and direct. Feng Ling happily entered the office and said to Jiang Tang, who was still working, "Wife, I think Secretary Sun is looking better and better." Jiang Tang looked up at him and said, "She complimented you?" Feng Ling, "What do you mean? Are you saying that because Secretary Sun complimented me, I think she's good looking? If she doesn't compliment me, I think she's not good looking?" Jiang Tang didn't say anything, just smiled and went back to work. Feng Ling didn't comply. "Honey, let me tell you, I'm not like that. I won't say she's good looking just because others praise me, and I think she's ugly when others scold me. I really think Secretary Sun is getting better looking," Jiang Tang said without looking up. "Secretary Sun has always looked like this. It hasn't changed." Feng Ling smiled and said, "That's probably because I've spent a lot of time with Secretary Sun and discovered the beauty of her soul." "How did she compliment you?" Jiang Tang asked. "She complimented me." Feng Ling suddenly stopped his mouth. Looking at Jiang Tang looked at Feng Ling with a smirk. "Feng Ling, she really didn't praise me. She just said that we're the most loving posh couple she's ever seen." Jiang Tang nodded his head. No longer speaking, she began to pack up her things and prepare to leave work. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. "The wife has nothing to say?" "Wife." Feng Ling called Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang looked at him. Feng Ling said, "Do I think we should give Secretary Sun a bonus, or a raise in salary?" Jiang Tang. This was really young Master Feng's style. As soon as you're happy, you're giving money to people. In the clubhouse, Junior made him happy by giving Junior a red tip. CP fan group. Fans support and embrace, kowtowing to their CP. He sends red packets in the group. Now, Secretary Sun says they're in love and he's in a good mood to give people a raise and a bonus. Wherever young Master Feng's happiness lies, the money is there. Let's go. Jiang Tang packed up his things, and Feng Ling walked out of the office. President. Secretary Sun greeted Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang said, "Secretary Sun, go to the finance department." Secretary Sun looked at Jiang Tang, waiting for Jiang Tang's command. Jiang Tang smiled and said, "Young Master Feng is in a good mood. To give you a bonus, you go to the finance office and ask them to give you a month's salary as a bonus for all this month." Secretary Sun froze for a moment and looked at Feng Ling in surprise. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. "The wife is so nice." "Okay." Secretary Sun smiled and said, "Thank you, President." "Thank you, Feng Xiao." Feng Ling tilted her chin slightly and said in a reserved and arrogant manner, "No need to thank you. This is what you deserve." Chapter 141, I talked to you about feelings. You talked to me about money? Jiang Tang and Feng Ling left. Secretary Sun looked at the two figures. Is it because she pleases young Master Feng by saying that he and the president are the most loving luxury couple? Is that why they gave her a bonus? Secretary Sun smiled. Young Master Feng is really easy to coax. Jiang Tang and Feng Ling came to the restaurant. Song Jae-hee arrived first. Jiang Tang, Feng Ling, you guys are here. Seeing Feng Ling and Jiang Tang come hand in hand, she smiled and stood up, greeting them. She looked at Jiang Tang. It's been a few years since you've seen Jiang Tang, right? I haven't seen it since graduation. Jiang Tang looks better than when she was in school, fading away the youthful tenderness of a young girl and becoming more mature and gentle. She went out today. At home was well dressed for a long time, just to meet to compare Jiang Tang. She was exquisitely made up and dressed up, while Jiang Tang was just wearing professional clothes and light makeup. Yet she still didn't win. Song Zaishi was a little frustrated inside. She has been a very confident person since she was a child, and to put it mildly, she thinks she is the most perfect and excellent woman in the world. Those who are richer than her are not as good looking as her. Those who are better looking than her are not as talented as her. Those who are more talented than her are not as good natured as her. Those who are better natured than her are not as smart as her. That's what she's always thought since she knew better. That is, until she meets Jiang Tang at school, who has come to study abroad. Both her and Jiang Tang's looks were extremely outstanding, and both had oriental faces, and it was only natural that the two great beauties with oriental faces would not be able to avoid being compared together. Compare who was better looking, who was smarter, who was better liked, etc. Between her and Jiang Tang, it was as if she was a little bit worse than Jiang Tang in every way. Of course, she didn't think so herself, but others did. She was a year older than Jiang Tang, Jiang Tang's schoolmate, and before Jiang Tang came to their school, she was the most dazzling Z-girl in the school. There were a lot of boys who pursued her at school, but since Jiang Tang came to school, even though she had Chen Qi as her boyfriend, there were still countless boys at school who went after her. Even many of the boys who were originally pursuing them turned their heads to pursue Jiang Tang. She had always had the desire to compete with Jiang Tang. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang nodded. Sit. Song Zaishi said with a smile. The three men sat down. Song Zaishi looked at Jiang Tang and smiled. Jiang Tang, long time no see. Jiang Tong nodded. Well, it has indeed been a long time. She wasn't particularly familiar with Song Zaishi, but with one school and one major, and all Orientals, it was inevitable that there would be some crossover. After a few years, I've gotten to know them a little bit, regardless of what each person thought in private. She and Song Zaishi were both decent people and had never torn their faces apart in the open. I haven't seen you in a few years. You've gotten prettier and prettier. Song Zaishi said. I didn't realize that there was actually such a fate between us. Jiang Tong nodded. Indeed, life is unpredictable. When the food came up, the two of them chatted about their school days and some of their classmates while they ate. The overall atmosphere was pretty good. After eating, we said goodbye to each other and went our separate ways. In the car, Fengling was a bit surprised and said to Jiang Tang, I thought that Song Zaishi would do something to provoke our relationship. Jiang Tong smiled. Song Zaishi is a very smart person. Something like that, she wouldn't do. Why wouldn't she do it? The first time she met me, she picked a fight and said that you and Chen Qi were close. Fengling said, it's because it was done and didn't get positive feedback from you that she knows what you think about your attitude towards it and won't do it again. Gang Tang said, it's to test you. Fengling, so he was tried out? Honey, do you know what they want to do? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong said, life in this world, busy and busy, nothing but for broken silver three tails. Besides money, what else can there be? Fengling, can't be human? Jiang Tong glanced at her and said with a smile, so, do you think Liang Luoyun left you unattended in the Feng family for more than 20 years? And after you grew up, graduated, and entered the company and started working, she had a guilty conscience and felt that she owed you something and came back to make it up to you? Fengling wailed, wife, you talk so hard. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. With such a long mouth, how come the words come out so ugly? How can a 37-degree mouth say something so cold? Young Master Feng expressed his hurt. So, Liang Luoyun has no lickspittle for him at all, and only thinks of using him and getting money from him now? Jiang Tong glanced at him and moved over, kissing him on the lips before retreating. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. What's she doing? Why are you suddenly kissing him? Now, do you still think my mouth is cold? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Fengling, is not cold. It's warm, soft and cozy. Jiang Tong looked at him with a light smile. Look at his restlessness. Asked, wife, taste and see if my mouth is cold. Take someone into your arms and just kiss them. His kisses were different from her sloppy ones. Hot, lingering. It was a long time before he released her. Slightly red-faced, her eyes lit up as she looked at her. Is it cold? He asked in a husky voice. Jiang Tong shook her head, her voice gentle and gentle, rolling, sizzling hot. Hooking her arms around his neck, she kissed him anew. Young Master Feng's heart was like a beating drum. Even if Fengling said he wouldn't let Liang Luoyun make lunch and bring it to him, Liang Luoyun, however, sent it anyway. Fengling looked at her, said, I thought I said not to send it? Liang Luoyun smiled gently. But, Mom wants to give it to you. All these years, Mom has always felt indebted to you. Want to make up for it. Fengling really wanted to give her a blank stare. More than 20 years of neglect and now cooking a few meals is making up for it? Just how much of a love-starved child did she imagine him to be? Will she be forgiven because of a few meals? Besides, she didn't even cook the meal. You really want to make it up to me? Fengling asked. Liang Luoyun nodded her head and said, I have no shame in what happened between your father and I. But to you, I have always been guilty, said she, red-eyed. She was soft and beautiful, and her reddened eyes were a sight to behold. Fengling, pay up then. Ha? Liang Luoyun froze for a moment and looked at Fengling in surprise. Fengling said, don't you want to make it up to me? Then give money to make it up to me. Lorraine Liang, my grandfather raised me from the age of 1 to 22 now, and all this spending on my food, clothing, housing, and the nanny who took care of me during that time, for more than 20 years, adds up to at least $1 billion or $2 billion. This figure is absolutely not exaggerated. From childhood to the clothes are tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of a piece of luxury goods. Food is even more expensive gold, a variety of top ingredients, and other expenses. You're my mom, so you have to come up with at least half of it. So you'll give a round number. Give $1 billion. Lorraine Liang. She talked to Fengling about her feelings, and Fengling talks to her about money? Equals. Ask for power with love and each person can get 3 free deliveries per day. Chapter 142. Jiang Tang is a black-hearted merchant. Most of all, she has no money. She was not short of her usual allowance, but more money she did not have. She was born $1,000, married and was a full-time wife. and had never earned a penny since she was a child. Dependent on your parents when you're in your mother's house. Dependent on husband after marriage. Liang Luoyun was a bit embarrassed, looked at Feng Ling, and said, Ling, the love that mom has for you is not something that money can measure. Feng Ling asked, so that means no money? Liang Luoyun's expression became even more awkward and embarrassed. So how are you going to make it up to me if you don't pay? Grandpa raised me as a child with a lot of money, effort, and companionship, and love. But the moment you show up, cook me a few meals, not necessarily with your own hands, and say a few words of love for me on your lips, you can make up for it? Feng Ling looked at Liang Luoyun coldly. Liang Luoyun's face went white inch by inch. Looking at Feng Ling, he didn't know what to say. Feng Ling looked at her. In this way, it's too unfair to Grandpa. He has given so many years of money and effort, and you casually say a few words to get even with him and receive the same respect and care from me as he does. I'm 22 years old. I'm not two. I'm way past the age where people give me a candy and say 2 sweet and nice things to me and then foolishly believe in giving their feelings. You might really love me, trying to make it up to me, but loving me and making it up to me isn't just a matter of saying a couple of words. Mom, loving someone requires actual action. Mom telling me she loves me and wants to make it up to me, but giving nothing, it would make me feel like mom is trying to empty her hands. Feng Ling said. Feng Ling is gone. Liang Luoyun sat in his seat for a long time without moving. In the evening, Feng Ling returned home and talked to Jiang Tang about this. Asked Jiang Tang, honey, do you think she'll give me money? Jiang Tang asked, do you want the money if I give it to you? Feng Ling said, of course, I don't even want money. I'm not stupid. Jiang Tang glanced at him, but you asked for $1 billion. What about the fact that you opened your mouth to Jean Xinu for $10 billion? Feng Ling said, Jiang Tong, I only want 1/10 of what you have. Feng Ling said, I'm much kinder than you. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, you're benevolent and kind, and I'm a black-hearted businessman. Feng Ling, after 2 seconds of silence, he asked, so will Liang Luoyun pay or not? She may have wanted to give it, but she didn't. Jiang Tong said, there are very few people who can come up with $1 billion in cash at the drop of a hat. Feng Ling, she's in her 40s, and after all these years, she doesn't even have $1 billion? Jiang Tong laughed and said, if you count like that, then you are 22 years old. Half of her age, she doesn't have $1 billion. So do you have 500 million? Feng Ling, I would have had. Only it's all spent. And then it's an investment loss. Jiang Tong suddenly realized, oh, there was one. So how come it's gone? Feng Ling, all that investing in a deficit. Just don't tell your wife about it. Spent, he said. No matter how it's spent anyway, and investing is kind of spending money, isn't it? Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Well, how about I ask for less, to 500 million? Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong said, neither did she. Feng Ling frowned. Not even 500 million? She hasn't worked since her marriage, probably found someone to check. She doesn't have any assets either. After she married Song Yichao, she is a full-time wife. Pocket money is not lacking, but hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions of deposits is definitely not there. Jiang Tong said, these are the women who live off their husbands and look glamorous, but actually have very little money. Unless, of course, she could take control of the Song family's financial power. But Liang Luoyun, a silly white sweet housewife, didn't have that ability to control the financial power of the Song family. Feng Ling tried to speak, but on second thought, something doesn't seem right. Liang Lakwan, how come it seems to be the same as him? He also relies on the Feng family to support clothing, food, housing, pocket money, and these are not lacking, but several hundred million savings is not. Feng Ling realized with hindsight, he couldn't have inherited Liang Luoyun. Could he? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling and said in a desperate sentence, if there's a mother, there's a son. Feng Ling, I'm not like her. She has no conscience and is stupid. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. You've got to be upright and kind and smart. You must have inherited it from your father. Silly white sweetness, inherited from Liang Luoyun. Feng Ling frowned. I'm not a stupid white man. He never felt stupidly white. He may not be that calculating, but he's not stupidly sweet either, is he? Jiang Tong smiled and said, silly white sweet 3 words. Silly is a pejorative word. White and sweet are both positive words. 3 words, 2 positive words, rounded up. Silly white sweet is a positive word. Are you sure you're not? Feng Ling, his wife's immensely powerful analytical skills. He was no match at all. It's a moment that really makes you want to nod your head and admit that you're stupid and white. But hold back. I'm not. Feng Ling was stubborn. Jiang Tong smiled and said, but I really think you're white and sweet. Feng Ling, sweet or not, Mustn't you taste it to know? Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows and nodded with a smile. Well, you're right. I'll try it then. Young Master Feng has now learned to cheat on kisses too. Fengling then watched as Jiang Tang stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. A kiss ended with Jiang Tang's bright eyes shining brightly. Sweet. Fengling looked at her. His handsome face flushed and his ears were hot. He's just dumb and sweet. The wife certified it herself. Song Zaishi frowned and looked at Liang Luoyun. You said that Fengling asked you for money? Liang Luoyun nodded. Aha. Say what Fengling said. Song Zaishi. Liang Luoyun said. In fact, he is right. I should give him money. Feng old man for him to pay so much. But I have nothing to pay him. Song Jae asked. So do you have any money? Liang Luoyun, no. So, I want to ask your father for money. Song Zaishi. She looked at Liang Luoyun. A bit speechless. Is she okay with this? Asking dad for $1 billion to go to her and her ex-husband's son? How could dad possibly agree to that? Then go ask dad for it. Song Zaishi said. But, Liang Luoyun was a bit embarrassed. She had a feeling Song Ezra wouldn't give. Song Yi dynasty's current economic situation isn't that great either. And, it's still for Fengling. Song Ezra had never liked stealing family members in the first place. In the stream, Liang Luoyun said carefully, can you ask for it for auntie? Song Zaishi. She really didn't want to talk to Liang Luoyun. She's really stupid. Stupid assholes who are nothing but beautiful. But it was such a dumbass that charmed both Feng Chang and dad back then. Is it possible that all men like beautiful stupid women? Chapter 143, the drama of a hero saving a beautiful woman always plays out. Is it that stupidity is better for them to control and play with? Song Zaishi said, I'm not going. Lorraine Liang. Auntie. Song Zaishi looked at her and said, don't forget what we came to see city for. Liang Luoyun was silent for a moment and said, I haven't forgotten. But, this is really what I owe Fengling. Song Zaishi. Really don't want to talk to this dumbass. Say more and you'll be pissed off. No progress at all on the main thing, like arranging for her to get into Feng's. But instead, she had to pay Fengling. If you want money, auntie will talk to dad herself. Song Zaishi went upstairs. Ignore Liang Lakwan. Liang Luoyun. In the creek, if I don't give money, Fengling won't be close to me. Song Zaishi frowned. Liang Lakwan has a point. But $1 billion? $1 billion before you even get anything? It's a deal that neither she nor dad would ever make. Auntie. Song Zaishi said, don't be anxious, now that you've only just returned. It makes sense that Fengling doesn't trust you or accept you. Take your time. If you're genuinely good to Fengling, Fengling will be sensitized. Lorraine Liang. Really good for Fengling? But, she didn't really mean it in the first place. Liang Luoyun sighed. I was going to use Song Zaishi's hand to ask Song Yichao for money. She wants it. Song Yichao won't give it. Song Zaishi went to ask for it. And there was a certain probability that Song Yichao would give it. Hey, Zhang Bei Lu Jianli. Several people playing in the bar. Lu Jianli smiled and asked, what? You don't need to stay home with your fiancé today? Zhang Bei is not yet a fiancé. What? Shiranui asked. Relationship not going well? Zhang Bei didn't say anything. He and Zhu Nanqing. He didn't know what to say. He had a crush on Zhu Nanqing, who was pretty and well-behaved and quiet. It's easy for a guy to have a crush on a girl like that, but more than a good feeling is missing. There's a good feeling about it, but it's not a particular favorite. It's like going on a blind date and you think the other person is great and you can move on, but there's no feeling of it has to be her, I have to be with her. However, in the case of their family and the Zhu family, it would have been enough to have a good feeling even if it was a marriage. They have a good feeling about each other, and the two families have been in a relationship for many years, and they are going to have a business partnership, and then they will be a family, and it will be mutually beneficial. That's enough. No, Zhang Bei said. It went pretty well. She's been busy with the school year lately. Lu Jianli. Several people nodded and continued to drink and have fun. It went on until 12 o'clock late at night, when they broke up and walked out of the bar. Just as he stepped out of the bar, he heard the woman heckling, "Go away." Several people looked for the sound and saw a woman being stopped by two men. The woman was walking a little unsteadily and looked like she should have been drinking. The woman had her back to them and couldn't see her face, but looking at her back, she had an excellent figure and temperament. The two men didn't do anything excessive. They just walked from side to side, stopping in front of the woman in a way that didn't allow her to leave. Such things are common to them. Pretty, single women are easy targets in a place like a bar with a mixed ha. As soon as a pretty woman enters a bar, she's on the radar of many well-intentioned people who are, then, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Beauty, are you drunk? Don't worry, we're not bad people. We're just seeing that you're drunk and taking you to rest. Beauty, come on, we're just being nice. The two men chuckled. The woman didn't say anything and tried to shake off the two men, but she was stopped when she went toward the left, and she was still stopped when she went toward the right. The woman said, "My boyfriend will be here in a minute." The two men laughed and said, "Okay, your boyfriend will be here in a moment. We'll take you to the hotel to find your boyfriend." The woman stopped, looked at the two men, and turned abruptly. Turning around, he saw Jiang Bei and his party. Several people from Jiang Bei also saw the woman. Its beauty is still visible in the dim light. No wonder they let two men tangle. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Bei's men, and she cried out, "Dear." Then trotting toward them, she took Jiang Bei's arm and said with a smile, "Honey, you're here." The two men frowned and looked at the Jiang Bei few. Jiang Bei glanced at the woman and nodded. Aha! Several people in Jiang Bei were tall and had an unassuming demeanor. The two men looked at each other, knowing that with Jiang Bei and the others, they couldn't take the women with them, weighed their options, and in the end, reluctantly left. The woman let go of Jiang Bei's hand in relief and said with a smile, "Thank you." Jiang Bei nodded faintly. The woman shook her head. "What's wrong?" Jiang Bei asked. The woman said, "I've had too much to drink and I'm a little dizzy." Lu Jianli. Several people looked at each other, and none of them said anything. They wouldn't do anything on their own accord without knowing what was going on with this woman. "Can you guys stay with me for a bit? I'll call my life assistant to pick me up," the woman said. A few people from Jiang Bei nodded their heads. The woman called a friend to come pick her up. A few of them just stood on the side of the road, and the woman didn't speak to them very actively. And after waiting about 20 minutes or so, her friend arrived. It was a young woman who came to pick up the woman. The woman smiled and said to the Jiang Bei guys, "Thank you for tonight. No need to be polite." Jiang Bei, several people said. The woman nodded and the assistant led her away in the car. Lu Jianli. Several. "Just like that? Really gone?" Lu Jianli was surprised. Jiang Bei glanced at him. "Or what? Could it be that this isn't in response to the set we made today?" Lu Jianli asked. "Didn't all those women used to be like that?" The regular pickup lines fail to woo them, so they play all kinds of sitcoms. Of these, the hero saving the day scenario is played out the most. It's similar to This Evening, where a woman is being bullied and they show up to heroically save her. They would have to meet 8 times a year if not 10 times in such an episode. Jiang Bei, with looks and temperament like hers, she needs no means. Several people thought about the woman's appearance. Indeed, very nice, bright and beautiful. Just standing there without playing tricks is enough to get a man's attention. In the next few days, neither Liang Luoyun nor Song Zaishi sent Fengling any more love lunches. Fengling wasn't surprised. Anyway, it was clear from the start what kind of person Liang Luoyun was. On the 4th day, Liang Luoyun came again. However, this time, there was no delivery with a love lunch, but a restaurant that Fengling was asked to go to for dinner. When they arrived at the restaurant, Liang Luoyun directly gave Fengling a card. "Ah Ling," Liang Luoyun said seriously, "Mom hasn't been working all these years and hasn't made any big money. Here's $30 million that I've saved up little by little over the years. Mom knows that this amount of money is nothing compared to what your grandfather has given you over the years, but it's all I have. You take it. Equals. Ask for power with love. You can get 3 free gifts per person per day. Wahahaha." Chapter 144, Managing Money for Wife. Fengling looked at Liang Luoyun and said, "This card, I can't accept it." Liang Luoyun was happy in her heart. It seemed that she had made the right move. The reason she was doing this was that she was gambling that Fengling wouldn't take her money. Now, she won the bet. "Why?" Liang Luoyun looked at Fengling with a sad face. "You don't like Mom? Do you hate me? So you don't want to take my money?" "No." Fengling said. $30 million, you gave me the bank card. But the card is not my own ID. What can I do? Do I have to take my bank card to the self-service teller machine every day for tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars? How many days do I have to withdraw that $30 million to finish it? It's also a hassle to swipe it with a POS machine. So you can transfer it directly to my PayPal or to my bank card. Lorraine Liang. She froze for a moment and looked at Fengling. So, Fengling was going to take the money? How could he take the money? Didn't he just hear her say that she hadn't worked for so many years and that the $30 million was something she had saved up little by little? Didn't you hear her say it was all hers? He's going to take all she has now. What about her? What's wrong with you? Fengling looked at Liang Luoyun and asked, "Why do you look at me like this with such a look like this? You couldn't be that you didn't even think of actually giving me money, but just did this on purpose to show me, right?" "No." Liang Luoyun smiled and said, "Ling, why do you think of Mom like that? Mom really wants to give you money and wants to make it up to you." Fengling looked at her and said, "I believe you." Lorraine Liang. She was cornered and had no choice but to stiffly transfer the money to his PayPal account. The heart is dripping blood. Fengling looked at the money he received and smiled happily. He was happy, but some people weren't. Collected the money. Fong Ling's mood is very good. Said to her, "You lie Song Zaishi, come to the company Wanfan Group interview. The interview I have already arranged. Go through the process." Liang Luoyun was delighted in her heart and nodded with a smile. "Okay, Ling, thank you." Fong Ling nodded. After Fong Ling and Liang Luoyun separated, he transferred the money to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong received the money. A little surprised, called and asked him, "Why are you suddenly transferring money to me?" Fong Ling said, "Isn't it natural for a husband to transfer money to his wife?" Jiang Tong, "Other people's husbands earn money to manage for their wives." Fong Ling said, "So shall he." Jiang Tong froze for a moment. She had never thought of minding Fong Ling's money. With a status like hers and Fong Ling's, each of them usually used a lot of money and had a lot of expenses, so it wasn't appropriate to let the other half manage the money. "The company is starting to make money?" Jiang Tong asked. Fong Ling smiled and said, "No, it's from Liang Luoyun." Jiang Tong, "She said she wanted to make it up to me, so she gave me the money, but the way I looked at her, she didn't really want to give it. She was just doing it to show me that she really loved me and wanted to make it up to me, but she didn't really want to give it, but I really wanted it." Fong Ling said with a smile. Thinking about Liang Luoyun's look at that time, he now felt a rush of pleasure in his heart. Liang Luoyun is really a silly white girl. After living for over 40 years, I still don't understand one thing. Don't try to test a person with money. No one has ever stood the test. The one that stands the test is the one that doesn't give enough money. Jiang Tong laughed and complimented over the phone. "Good job." Fong Ling was a bit smug at being complimented. "Save it for you." Fong Ling said, "If I want to use the money later, you can give it to me." The money was put on him and he was afraid he would take it and invest it again. "And then you'll lose your money again." Jiang Tong nodded. "Good." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Tang looked at it and took the money given to Fong Ling to invest in finance. Fong Ling gave her the money to manage. Then she had to find a way to help him earn some money. After all, there is still interest in the bank. We can't let young Master Fong suffer. Young Master Fong would only give it to her for safekeeping if he got a taste of it. And later, when he had more money, Fong Ling told Elder Fong about Liang Luoyun giving the money. "Just $30 million? Elder Fong asked. Fong Ling nodded. She said that this is all the money she has left, saved up little by little over the years. Elder Fong, Liang Luoyun, after all these years, that's all you get? He doesn't believe it. Fong Ling didn't actually believe it. After so many years, Liang Luoyun can't have only this much money. But, looking at Liang Luoyun's appearance of not wanting to give it today but having to give it, $30 million, even if it is not all of her money, it is also a great deal of money for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so reluctant to part with it. "Where's the money?" Master Fong asked. Fong Ling said, "I gave it to my wife." Elder Fong, "Don't all men have to manage and collect for their wives when they make money outside? I see everyone else is like that." Fong Ling said. Elder Fong glanced at him and nodded. You're doing the right thing. It's more reassuring to have the money in Tong's hands than in his. Putting it in the hands of Tong can make money, but putting it in the hands of Fong Ling, when the blood money will not know." Then, Elder Fong instructed Butler Zhao that in the future, Fong Ling's pocket money would not be given to Fong Ling, but would be directly transferred to Jiang Tang's account, so that Jiang Tang would give Fong Ling her pocket money. Fong Ling, "All right. It's the same with whoever gets pocket money anyway. It's okay to collect your allowance from your wife. Anyway, other men are like that." Jiang Tong came home from work and said to him, "I took the money you gave me and invested it." Fong Ling, Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Part of it bought financial products, part of it bought stocks, and part of it invested in industries." Fong Ling nodded and didn't ask again. He trusted his wife's vision. "You've taken Liang Luoyun's money, so you'll have to give Liang Luoyun a pension in the future," Jiang Tong said with a smile. "Fong Ling, you think I haven't thought about it? She's my biological mother, and even if she doesn't give me any money, I still have to provide for her retirement. Why wouldn't I if I had to collect money to retire and not collect money to retire?" He couldn't be more stupid. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Well, you're right. You're so smart." Fong Ling gave Jiang Tang a smug look. "You just found out now? He's always been smart." The next day, Song Zaishi went to Wanfan Group for an interview. Interviewed, and did not immediately reply to her, told her to go home and wait for news. Song Zaishi wasn't in a hurry. The interviews were all about this process. After the interview, it was time to go home and start preparing for the evening's dinner. Both the Song and Liang families used to be in C City, and even though they later went to M country for development, both the Song and Liang families still had family and friends in C City as well. Tonight, one of Liang Luoyun's former best friends hosted a banquet and invited Liang Luoyun and Song Zaishi. This was Song Zaishi's first appearance in C City's upper-class circles. She's very focused. Spend a fortune on high fashion gowns and prepare. With a bang. Chapter 145, silly white sweetie still knows how to play these tactics? Packing up and dressing up. Song Zaishi looked at herself in the mirror. She's beautiful and perfect. Jae-hyo. Liang Luoyun came and smiled. You can go now. Song Zaishi nodded. Liang Luoyun looked at Song Zaishi and genuinely complimented. Zaishi, you're so beautiful. Song Zaishi didn't say anything. The two went out to a dinner party. The hosts of the dinner were well established in C-Town. Many socialites were invited. Jiang Tong and Fengling also came. Jiang Tong didn't dress up much. She was pregnant now and used less cosmetics and all that, and didn't wear tight dresses or high heels, wearing very light makeup, a slightly loose skirt and flats. But even so, it's still very dazzling. Standing with Fengling, the groom looked like a woman. Fengling was the crown prince of the Feng family, good-looking, and there were countless famous women and girls in his circle who liked him. All kinds of means are frequently used. But how do you know? Fengling suddenly and quietly married. The wife is still a woman 5 years older than him. Jiang Tang studied abroad as a teenager. Work. Long time not in C-City. Notorious in C-City. When it was first rumored that the two were married, those who didn't know Jiang Tong were unconvinced. A woman 5 years older than young Master Feng. What right does she have to marry the crown prince? But now, no one is unconvinced. Because, she's so good looking. Standing with Fengling was too good a match. When people look at people, the first thing they look at is always the face, and having a good-looking face will make people look good. Fengling and Jiang Tang stood together, making people's eyes light up again and again. In the circle, you can't find a couple whose face value is more outstanding and suitable than theirs. Serves them right for being a couple. Jiang Tong smiled. Young Master Feng was really a meat and potatoes. Just in this moment's time, she saw several lovely and beautiful celebrity ladies looking at him with sorrowful and favorable gazes. No response came from him. And then he looked at her again with a look of indignant resentment. When she looked over, they either glared at her twice in indignation or grunted and twisted their faces to the side, or they'd smile at her with feigned generosity. Clarice walked over. She had come with night ink today. Jiang Tong asked, "You're with Li Yan?" Chrissy smiled and nodded. Aha. Fengling was surprised. So fast? Chrissy smiled. With beauty like mine and my status, no man can resist. Fengling, Chen Qi. The smile on Chrissy's face stiffened for a moment. Gnashing of teeth. Chen Qi, simply a major failure in her love history. Fengling, I recently learned a saying from reading a novel that I think fits the current scene. Chris said. Fengling, what words? Don't make me slap you when I'm at my happiest. Chrissy said. Ha. Fengling laughed. He, young Master Feng, had never had anyone say such a thing to him since he was born. Ever since he was a kid, even his grandfather hadn't touched a hair on his head. Grandpa, even when he was angry, only cursed him with his mouth and yelled at him with his stick, but the stick never landed on him. Oh, and the only time I got beat up was by that time I got beat up by Jiangbei. Chrissy was in C-Town, on his turf, and actually said she was going to slap him. Come. Fengling brought one side of his handsome face to Chris and said, "You fan. Try fanning one." Chris. Jiang Tong looked at the two of them and was helpless for a while. How come there were more and more elementary school chickens? Zhan Xinyue, the elementary school chicken, came over at some point and egged Chris on. Fan ah, Chris, you fan ah. Chrissy, you fan and run. If Fengling chases you, I'll hold him off. She had wanted to slap Fengling for a long time, just never dared. Chris looked at Zhan Xinu and said, but, he's so good looking that I can't afford to slap him. Fengling turned half of his face to her. That perfect silhouette, like God's most perfect work of art. She really can't afford to fan. Ha, Zhan Xinu snorted. Dead-faced dog. Jiang Tong laughed and said, all right, stop it. As soon as she spoke, the three caved in. You don't irritate Clarice, Jiang Tong said to Fengling. Fengling didn't say anything. Zhan Xinu asked Chris, why are you with Li Yan? Didn't you say you wanted to give all men a home? How come you're only giving Li Yan a home now? Chris was honest, it was Fengling who set it up. Fengling set it up? Zhan Xinu looked at Fengling in doubt. When did young Master Feng start working as a matchmaker? She glanced at Jiang Tang and suddenly understood, saying to Chris, you're being used. Chris, huh? What about Fengling using you to solve his love rival? Zhan Xinu said, resolving love enemies. Chris savored the words in her mind. Then, understand. Looking at Fengling and Jiang Tang. Li Yan likes Jiang Tang. That's why Li Yan and Chun Chi are mortal enemies. Fengling knows that Li Yan likes Jiang Tang, so he encourages to set her and Li Yan together, so that Li Yan will not hit Jiang Tang again when he has her. Isn't Fengling a stupid sweetie? How come you're counting people too? I thought you said he was a dumb white guy. He still knows how to play these schemes and tricks? Chris asked Jean Xinu. Several people looked at Jean Xinu. Jean Xinu was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. Can this foreigner speak a little more subtly and euphemistically? Can you not sell her out without getting in her face? That's really embarrassing for her. Ha! Fongling snorted and looked at Jean Xinu. Jean Xinu. Just like you. You still have the nerve to say that I'm stupid and sweet? How dare you say he's stupid and sweet in this segment of Jean Xinu's life? One would have to be at least in Grandpa's and his wife's segment to be in a position to call him out on his stupidity. Show Crescent. What? If you can't get it, you're going to slander it? If you can't get me, you'll go around denigrating me as a stupid white girl? Fongling asked. I didn't. Jean Xinu's defense seemed particularly pale and powerless. Jean Xinu looked at Jiang Tang for help. Jiang Tong. Headache. She felt that, with her intellectual ability, she should be in the shopping mall to fight in the bloody battle, instead of being here to watch 2 or 3 elementary school chickens fight and be responsible for resolving the conflict for the elementary school chickens. Jiang Tong pulled Fongling and said, Don't talk about her. Let's go. Take you to meet the 2 partners. Let them see that you're not a stupid white sweet. You're a capable and shrewd social elite. Fongling glanced at Chris and Jean Xinu and followed Jiang Tang. Jean Xinu frowned and glared at Chris. Can you stop saying whatever I say to others? Chris, quick mouth. Show Crescent. Okay, don't be angry. Clarice held Jean Xinu's hand and said, The bag you were looking at before. I'll have someone send it over overnight tonight. Jiang Tong has to be busy with work and is pregnant, so he doesn't take her around much anymore. She is in Sea City and not familiar with the place. Just show Crescent Moon to bring her to play. If she offended show Crescent Moon, there will be no way to play in the future. Besides, I think you're right. Fongling is just a silly white girl. Right, Jean Xinu said. He's just stupid and sweet, and he won't let anyone talk about it. Aha. Chrissy nodded. The 2 of them said bad things about Fongling, and the little boat of friendship tipped over and righted itself. Equals. Thank you all for your gifts. Mamma mia. Love you guys. Chapter 146. Song Zaixi's goal is Jiangbei. Song Zaishi and Liang Luoyun arrived. Both were dressed up and both were very pretty. As soon as it came, it attracted a lot of attention. Song Zaishi left the country when she was a few years old, and the crowd in the circle had no impression of her. But Liang Luoyun was in her late 20s when she left the country, and more than 20 years had passed, and the years hadn't left too many traces on her face. She didn't look much different than she did in her 20s. So soon, someone recognized her. Liang Luoyun was a famous beauty in Sea City, and there were countless sons of the rich and powerful who fell under her pomegranate skirt. Quite a few presidential noble women in their 40s and 50s in the circle could be impressed by her. After looking at it for a few moments, I remembered the character Liang Luoyun. She marveled at her decades-long beauty and wondered why she had suddenly returned home. Many people looked at Fongling after looking at Liang Luoyun. Fongling was Liang Luoyun's son, but for so many years, Liang Luoyun had been abroad and had not returned. Also, back then, Liang Luoyun and the Fong family had an ugly mess. I also don't know if Fongling will recognize Liang Luoyun as his mother. Liang Luoyun directly brought Song Zaishi to Fongling and Jiang Tang. Ling. Fongling nodded faintly. Aha. Jiang Tong. Song Zaishi greeted Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong nodded in response. Ling, this is your wife. Miss Jiang, right? So pretty. Liang Luoyun smiled and looked at Jiang Tang. Fongling nodded. Aha. And then there was no talking. Lorraine Liang. And no more? No more then? Shouldn't Fongling let Jiang Tang call her mom? Jiang Tong, I'm Ling's mom. Liang Luoyun said to Jiang Tang with a smile. Auntie Liang. Jiang Tong greeted with a light smile. The look on Liang Luoyun's face was a bit awkward. Looking at Jiang Tong, she called her Auntie Liang? No mom? Liang Luoyun looked at Fongling. Fongling wasn't angry when his wife disrespected her so much and didn't give her face. He was Fongling's mom. And Jiang Tang was slapping Fongling's face by disrespecting him by not giving her face like this. A normal man would be angry, right? Fongling looked at Liang Luoyun and asked, What's wrong? Liang Luoyun was suffocating her internal injuries. Jiang Tong was like this. Fongling still had the nerve to ask her what was wrong? Liang Luoyun reddened her eyes and shook her head stoically. It's fine. Fongling, oh. Liang Luoyun looked at Fongling with red eyes. He just owes. There's nothing else to say? Didn't she hear Jiang Tong's emotionless Auntie Liang words? Song Zaishi watched Liang Luoyun perform from the sidelines. She looks just as charming as she is, and when her eyes are red, she is so aggrieved and pitiful and weak that the men can't help but feel sorry for her. Dad eats her up. Unfortunately, Fongling doesn't seem to eat this. Liang Luoyun's usual unbeatable moves don't seem to work on Fongling. Song Zaishi mockingly hooked the corner of his lips. Jiang Tong looked at her. Song Zaishi was very keen and noticed Jiang Tang's gaze, looked at Jiang Tang and nodded with a light smile. Jiang Tang withdrew his gaze and said to Feng Ling, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet Uncle Wang." Feng Ling nodded. Jiang Tang smiled lightly at Liang Luoyun and said, "Auntie Liang, excuse me," pulling Feng Ling away. Liang Luoyun frowned lightly as she watched Jiang Tang and Feng Ling leave. It didn't seem to be what she thought it would be. She thought that Feng Ling was in the dominant position in Feng Ling and Jiang Tang's marriage. The Feng family is richer than the Jiang family. Feng Ling was again the crown prince of the Feng family who was favored by thousands of people. In the marital status, Jiang Tang should have been eaten to death by Feng Ling. But now, it doesn't seem like it. How come it seemed like Jiang Tang was eating Feng Ling to death? Liang Luoyun looked at Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi found the person she was looking for in the venue and smiled. "Auntie, I saw my friend. I'll go over there for a moment." Liang Luoyun looked at Song Zaishi in surprise. "You have friends here too?" Song Zaishi nodded. "Well, there is." She left Liang Lakwan behind and walked away. Liang Luoyun wanted to see who Song Zaishi's friend was, but someone came up to her and climbed in. A former suitor for her affections. Although he is now married, he still has a good feeling when he sees the still-looking Liang Lakwan. Song Zaishi carried the champagne to Jiang Bei's few people and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. Meeting again." A few people in Jiang Bei looked at Song Zaishi and remembered her at a glance. Such a beautiful woman. Unforgettable. Today she was dressed up and looked better and more attractive than the night at the bar. Aha! Jiang Bei nodded. "Thank you for the other night," Song Zaishi said with a smile. Jiang Bei shook his head and smiled. "You're welcome," Song Zaishi said. "Let's add a contact." She pulled out her cell phone. Jiang Bei nodded and took out his cell phone. He wasn't sure about Song Zaishi's identity yet, but for her to come to the dinner, she should be the daughter of a certain family in the circle. It wasn't good to refuse. Maybe the two companies will work together in the future. Song Zaishi added contact information with him, and then added contact information with Lu Jianli by Langyue and them as well. Song Zaishi looked at Zhu Nanqing, who was standing beside Jiang Bei in a well-behaved and quiet manner, and asked Jiang Bei with a smile, This is my friend," Jiang Bei said. The two families had only verbalized about his affair with Zhu Nanqing, who was not yet his fiancée. Saying that she was his fiancée at this time would be bad for Zhu Nanqing's reputation if the two families didn't make it by then. Zhu Nanqing glanced at Jiang Bei. "Hello sister," Song Zaishi greeted with a smile. Zhu Nanqing nodded her head and said good-naturedly, "Hello sister." Song Zaishi then chatted with Jiang Bei and the others. She knows everything from the south of the world and can talk to them even though she is older than they are. Didn't make a few people feel like there was a generation gap. After chatting for a while, Song Zaishi left. Song Zaishi walked into the distance and looked back at Jiang Bei. From beginning to end, her target was Jiang Bei. Zhu Nanqing looked at Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi smiled at Zhu Nanqing and turned around. Feng Ling walked over and asked Jiang Bei, "What did you guys just talk to Song Zaishi about?" "You know her?" Jiang Bei asked. Feng Ling nodded. "Well, she's my mom's stepdaughter." A few people in Jiang Bei. "Let them run through it." "Ing stepdaughter? Your mom?" Jiang Bei was surprised. Feng Ling nodded. "Yeah, my mom." Liang Luoyun. "Not. When did your mom pop up? How come we didn't know when you had a mom?" A few people were surprised. Feng Ling froze for a moment. "Didn't I tell you guys?" "A few. When did you tell us that?" Feng Ling. He thought about it for a moment. As if no one else knew about it yet except his grandfather and his wife. "Forgot." Feng Ling said. A few people in Jiang Bei. "Are they some kind of very unimportant people? You forgot to tell them about such a big deal?" Chapter 147. Jiang Tang said, "No one can take my man away. It's my mom who gave birth to me in the first place. Divorced my dad. Went to M country and remarried. And now she's back again. That's the one." Feng Ling said, pointing to Liang Luoyun in the crowd. A few people looked away. I didn't realize Feng Ling's mom looked so young and pretty. They all believed it when they said it was Feng Ling's sister. "How do you guys know Song Zaishi?" Feng Ling asked. Jiang Bei said. "One night at the bar, she was in trouble and we stopped by to help her." Feng Ling raised an eyebrow. "Heroic rescue?" Jiang Bei. Zhu Nanqing gave him a look. "You like her?" Feng Ling asked. Jiang Bei. "I just helped her in passing. Where on earth did you analyze that I like her? Isn't that how dramas work?" Feng Ling said. Jiang Bei. "If you like watching TV shows so much, how does that show you and your sister?" he asked. Feng Ling smiled and said, "Magnificent marriage. Couples join forces. Black and white. Across them all. Eradicate evil. Converting justice. Myth-making. Several. Ha, showing off how many four-letter idioms you know?" Lu Jianli asked. Feng Ling ignored him, knowing he's jealous, knowing that he is a thief to his wife. "But what's the point? I'm going to look for my wife." Feng Ling went to find Jiang Tang. Several. although they accepted to bless Fengling and Jiang Tang. But Fengling's appearance really owed them a beating. The dinner is over. Jiang Tong and Fengling returned home. Fengling then told Jiang Tang about Song Zaishi and Jiang Bei. Wife, I'm telling you, the hero-saving beauty was definitely designed by Song Zaishi, Fengling said seriously. Jiang Tong glanced at him and smiled. It's rare that you thought of that. Fengling, how stupid is he in his wife's mind? Can't even think of that. How could it be so coincidental that Song Zaishi was saved by Jiang Bei and the others? The whole of Sea City is tens of millions of people. How low is the probability? There aren't that many coincidences in the world, and most of them are artificially designed. Most of all, a lot of people have used this trick on me before. Fengling said. Young Master Feng has been missed by many people since he was a teenager. Various ploys against him have come and gone. Everyone knew that as long as they took young Master Feng, it was the same as taking down the Wanfan Hotel. All kinds of beauty tricks on the hero to save the beauty of such a plot. Fengling a year do not experience 10 times have to experience 8 times, to the point of having become immune to boredom. Jiang Tong, that's understandable. So, you're very proud of yourself? Jiang Tong asked with a wry smile. Fengling straightened up for a second, his gaze upright and firm as if he wanted to join the party. I'm not proud. I'm not proud at all. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Wife, you don't even know how bored I am. Fengling hurriedly made his attitude clear. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. How could she not know? She grew up with men who approached her by all means, and a lot of times it was really disturbing. I had thought that Song Zaishi was coming for you, Jiang Tong said. Fengling. He looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Rushing at him? I didn't expect that it was directed at Jiang Bei. Jiang Tong frowned slightly. I'll remind Jiang Bei. Fengling. Wife. He looked at Jiang Tang. What? Jiang Tong looked at him. You thought Song Zaishi was coming for me before, so why didn't you warn me? Fengling asked. Now that you know it's directed at Jiang Bei, you're going to warn Jiang Bei not to fall for it? The wife cares so much about Jiang Bei. What about him? You don't need reminding. Jiang Tong said. Fengling. I'll be watching you. Jiang Tong smiled and said. No one can take my man from me yet. Fengling was angry, but instantly the anger subsided. Her man. Wife says he's her man. While this is true, facts are different when they come from a wife's mouth. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and asked with a smile. Happy? Fengling pretended to be reserved. Happy about what? What's there to be happy about? But the hooked corners of his mouth were harder to press than even AK. Oh. Jiang Tong nodded in realization. So you're not happy about saying that. Since you're not happy, you won't say it in the future. Fengling. No more? How does that work? I'm not unhappy. Fengling hurriedly sought to add. I mean, I wasn't unhappy in the first place. I am quite happy. Saying things like that made him a little embarrassed. Jiang Tong nodded. Well, I know. I'll talk more after I'm happy. Young Master Feng was even happier now. Jiang Tong looked at young Master Feng's happy and pleased appearance and was quite happy. Now it seems a little more understandable why the bully would like a simple sweet girl. Being interrupted by Fengling, Jiang Tang forgot to remind Jiang Bei to be careful not to fall for the beauty trick. Song Zaishi came to report to Wan Fan Group and was placed in the same department as Fengling. Well, Elder Foam had deliberately arranged it this way to make it easier for Fengling to spy on Song Zaishi. The employees of the department didn't know Song Zaishi's identity, and the male employees were thrilled and excited to see such a big beauty enter the department. After inquiring about Song Jae-hee, who is unmarried and has no boyfriend, he jumps at the chance. Throughout the morning, many male employees went to Song Zaishi to offer their attentions. When it came to noon, quite a few people asked Song Zaishi to eat. Song Zaishi refused them all with a smile, came to Fengling's workstation and said with a smile, Fengling, let's eat together at noon. The employees in the department were still there and saw Song Zaishi going to ask Fengling out. Both froze. Does Song Jae-hee know Fengling's identity? You dare to ask Fengling out? The staff knows that the prince is married and that a wedding with the crown princess is in the works. Fengling would definitely reject Song Zaishi. Fengling to the company this period of time. The company quite a few think that there are a few of that employee has gone to hook up. So what if Fengling is married? They can change their fate even as mistresses. And if they're lucky, have children again. Nowadays, illegitimate children have inheritance rights, which are recognized by law. But Fengling refused them all. Yeah. Fengling agreed. Employees. Promise? The prince just watered down and agreed? The crown prince can't resist Song Zaishi's beauty plan? The male employees in the department were deflated. There was no way they could compete with the prince. The prince has the face and the money. What are they going to fight for? The female employees in the department who had previously hooked up with Fengling were furious when they saw this scene. They hated Song Zaishi. Foxy, Song Zaishi and Feng Ling went to a restaurant near the company for dinner. Eating, Song Zaishi suddenly asked, Feng Ling, do you know what your brother-in-law likes? Feng Ling, his brother-in-law, reacted before he remembered that his brother-in-law was Zhang Bei. Chapter 148 Taking $18 billion to hit Zhang Bei. Feng Ling looked at Song Zaishi. Are you really coming for Zhang Bei? What are you asking for? Feng Ling asked. Song Zaishi smiled and said, before in the bar, I ran into a bit of trouble. It was Zhang Bei who helped me. I fell in love with Zhang Bei at first sight. I want to pursue Zhang Bei. Feng Ling looked at her, not expecting her to speak so bluntly. He had thought that mature women like them wouldn't be able to tell someone they like them easily. Zhang Bei has a fiancé. Feng Ling said, do you want to be a mistress? Song Zaishi thought of the pretty and well-behaved little girl she had seen beside Zhang Bei last night. Last night you have also seen, just follow the girl beside Zhang Bei. Young and beautiful, their family and Zhang's family is a family friend. The two of them have been betrothed since childhood. Feng Ling said. Song Zaishi nodded. So, you give up. Song Zaishi smiled and said, I won't give up. Feng Ling was puzzled. Song Zaishi smiled and said, I really like Zhang Bei. I'm serious about him. It's not a whim. Feng Ling. So, you're going to be a mistress? Song Zaishi smiled and didn't say anything. Feng Ling looked at Song Zaishi. Honestly, Song Jae-hee is very pretty. The temperament is also good. The combination looks just a little bit worse than his wife. He would even move on his wife. It was hard to guarantee that Zhang Bei wouldn't move on Song Zaishi. Sister is charming. He liked Zhu Nanqing. Well-behaved and pretty. And he supported the CP of Zhu Nanqing in Zhang Bei. Didn't you just ask me what Zhang Bei likes? Feng Ling asked. Song Zaishi smiled and nodded. So I can throw myself at him and pursue him. Money. Feng Ling said. Song Zaishi looked at Feng Ling in confusion. Feng Ling smiled and said, Zhang Bei likes money, loves money very much. Dead money fan. If you want to pursue him, you don't need to spend any effort to play any means. Take $100 or $80 billion to smash him. He is yours. Song Zaishi was silent. $180 billion. If she had $10 or $8 billion, she wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of figuring this out. Seeing Song Zaishi's silence, Feng Ling smiled and asked, What? You don't have one? Song Zaishi. No, then you should just die. Just Zhang Bei's dead money-loving character. He won't like you if you don't even have $8 or $10 billion. Feng Ling said with a smile. Song Zaishi smiled and shook his head. Zhang Bei is not a lover of money. You've only met him a couple times? I've known him for 6 or 7 years. Do you know him or do I know him? Feng Ling said. Song Zaishi smiled and nodded. Got it. Feng Ling was deliberately saying that Zhang Bei loved money, trying to make her die and know what to do. She didn't want to talk to Feng Ling much. Feng Ling looked at Song Zaishi. Is this her giving up? He also said that he liked Zhang Bei very much and fell in love with him at first sight. Thought she really loved Zhang Bei much. It's really just that. $10 or $8 billion are given up. It's not as deep as Zhang Xinyu's love for him. Although Zhang Xinyue didn't like him now. At first, she was willing to spend $10 billion to let him divorce Jiang Tang. $10 billion doesn't buy him being with her. It buys a chance. Although Shou Crescent did not. People are determined to earn it. And Song Jae-hee gave up in an instant. A woman of almost 30 can't even compare to a young girl in her early 20s. After dinner, the two went back to the office. Feng Ling sent a message to Zhang Bei. Feng Ling, you'll have to thank me when you marry Nanxing later. Thank him for guarding his doll's marriage to Zhu Nanqing. Zhang Bei? What are you talking about? Feng Ling, when you guys get married, I'll have to sit at the first table, and you'll have to give me a big red envelope. JB, so, what the hell are you talking about? Feng Ling, today, Song Zaishi found me and asked me what you like. Zhang Bei? Feng Ling, she said. You saved her and she fell in love with you at first sight. Zhang Bei. Feng Ling, what love at first sight? In my opinion, it's simply love at first sight. Ill-intentioned. Wanting to break up you and Nanxing. How can I allow such a thing to happen under my nose? JNB, so? Feng Ling, so? She asked me what you like, and I said you like money. Zhang Bei. Feng Ling, I told her not to bother with anything, to just smash $100 or $80 billion into you, and you're hers. Zhang Bei, I really thank you. So, my external image now is vanity dead love of money, right? Feng Ling, what are you sneering at? I'm helping you, letting her know what to do and guarding your doll marriage contract. JNB, what if she really slammed $100 or $80 billion on me? Feng Ling, then take it and marry her. You can't even give up money for a doll's marriage. Can you? Zhang Bei. Then when Zhang Xinyue hit you with $10 billion, why didn't you take it? Feng Ling, then she also just said, and did not smash down and, that $10 billion is for my wife, but not for me. I cannot get a penny. I have the right to divorce? Jiang Bei, in that case, if Jean Xianyu gives you $10 billion, you will divorce my sister and throw yourself into Jean Xianyu's arms. Fengling, it won't. Jiang Bei, then what makes you tell me to accept Song Zaixi's 18 billion and stay with her? Fengling, because I am Feng Young Master Ah. I don't want to show New Moon's 10 billion. I also have 10 billion. The whole Feng family later are mine. I have hundreds of 10 billion. But you do not have Ah. You do not have 8 or 10 billion Ah. Jiang Bei, you don't mess with me. Fengling, what's wrong with me messing with you? Jiang Bei, mess with me and I'll let my sister be a foodie demon and get all the money from the Feng family to subsidize me. Fengling, my wife is not like that. Jiang Bei, Fengling, how long have you and my sister been married? Do you know her or do I know her? Fengling, Jiang Bei, you say, we two fall into the water. My sister will save you first, or save me first? Fengling, disliking Fengling, he didn't know how to answer. The bad breath in Jiang Bei's heart finally came out. Fengling had never thought about this before. If he and Jiang Bei fell into the water at the same time, who would Jiang Tang save first? Fengling was there by himself rambling all afternoon, got off work, came home, and the first thing he did when he saw Jiang Tang was to ask her, wife, ask you a question. Fengling said, what's the problem? Jiang Tang asked as he changed his clothes. Jiang Bei and I fell into the water at the same time. Who did you save first? Fengling asked. Jiang Tang's action of changing clothes was a beat. Looking at him, why are you suddenly asking this? You stay out of it. Fengling said, just answer. Jiang Tang, how can I answer that? If we say save Fengling first, Fengling is happy, but his virtue, as soon as he is happy, he will go in front of Jiang Bei to show off and demean himself, so that Jiang Bei will also know that she did not choose to save him first, and Jiang Bei will also be jealous and unhappy. It's so hard to be caught between your husband and brother. One is a wife controller and the other is a sister controller. She wouldn't dare offend anyone. Then if your mom and I fall into the water at the same time, who do you save? Jiang Tang asked. You. Fengling replied with a single bite without thinking. Jiang Tang. Chapter 149, Chicken beeping 2 elementary school chickens. Careless. This question did not make it difficult for Fengling, because Fengling had no feelings for Liang Luoyun at all. There is no like adoration respect, only disgust and indifference. Change the question. Jiang Tang said, if Grandpa and I fall into the water, who will you save first? Of course I'm first. Fengling stuck out, looking at Jiang Tang. He didn't know how to answer. He wanted to save his grandfather, but he also wanted to save his wife. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang with dissatisfaction. This is what I asked you first. You answer me first, then I'll answer you. Jiang Tang smiled and said, but shouldn't men give way to women? So, you answer first. Fengling frowned and glared at Jiang Tang, but he couldn't do anything about her. Who the hell invented this question of who are you going to save if your mom and I fall in the water? Jiang Tang looked at the persistent Fengling and said with a smile, okay, I'll answer you. You and Jiang Bei can swim. I won't save anyone. You guys swim ashore by yourselves. Fengling, I fell into the water with Grandpa. Go save Grandpa. I can swim too. I'll swim myself to shore, she said with a smile. Fengling, he still didn't say anything. Don't fight with Jiang Bei over jealousy. You are my husband. Jiang Bei is my brother. You are equally important to me, Jiang Tang said. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang and suddenly became happy. I see. It's actually me that's more important. Fengling said. Jiang Tang looked at him. You've been Jiang Bei's brother for more than 20 years, and you've only been married to me for less than 3 months. But in your heart, I'm just as important as Jiang Bei. My 3 months are as important as Jiang Bei's 20 years. So it's still me that's more important, and you like me more. Fengling said. Anyway, whatever. He, young Master Feng, had his own reading comprehension. Jiang Tang smiled helplessly and nodded her head perfunctorily. Ah, yes, 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 you're right. You're more important. I like you more. Fengling didn't care if Jiang Tang was forced to do it, if it was perfunctory. Anyway, it was her own words, saying that he was more important and liked him more. She said it herself. He heard it with his own ears. Then she's telling the truth. Jiang Tang went to the bathroom to take a shower. Fengling sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and sent a message to Jiang Bei. Fengling, I asked your sister. JB, What did you ask her? Fengling, I asked him who was more important. Me or her? Me or you? And who she liked better? Jiang Bei. Fengling, your sister says I'm more important. She likes me more. JB, I don't believe it. Fengling, I don't believe you to ask her. Say as if I am a liar lying. This kind of thing, I will lie? If I lie and you ask her, won't it be a lie? Jiang Bei frowned, looking at Fengling's words. Could it be that what Fengling said was true? In my sister's heart. Is Fong Ling really more important? She likes Fong Ling more? Sister and Fong Ling have only been married for how long? How many years has he been a sibling to his sister? Doesn't she know in her heart? To put it bluntly, in terms of the divorce rate in society nowadays, it is still unknown how long the marriage between sister and Fong Ling can last. Maybe divorce at the drop of a hat someday? Although my sister and Fong Ling were now husband and wife. Once they were divorced, they were nothing and had nothing to do with each other at all. But he will always be his sister's brother. No matter what happens. Jiang Bei sent a message to Jiang Tong. Jiang Bei, sister. You said, in your heart, Fong Ling is more important than me? Jiang Tong didn't reply to him because Jiang Tong was taking a bath. Jiang Bei didn't wait for Jiang Tang's reply. The sky is falling. The reason my sister didn't get back to him was that she didn't know how. Sister is avoiding his questions. Why are you running away? Because, what Fong Ling said was true. Turns out, it's not just men who marry and forget their mothers. Women also marry their husbands and forget their brothers. Jiang Bei was so angry that he pulled Fong Ling off. Originally, I still wanted to pull Jiang Tang to black. But, not dare. Gritted my teeth and endured. And when Fong Ling saw that Jiang Bei didn't reply to him, he preferred to go and commit a crime by sending a message to Jiang Bei. What's wrong? Angry? Sad? Sad? Come on. Don't be like that. Don't be angry. I'm the man who will be with your sister for the rest of her life. So of course I'm more important. I come first. You come second. The message went out and received a red exclamation point. Fong Ling. That's good. He was blackballed by Jiang Bei. He's not angry. Though. What's he mad about? The angry one is Jiang Bei, who broke the defense. Hey. Jiang Bei's mental capacity is really bad. Just like this to break the defense? Jiang Tong took a shower and came out, looked at his cell phone, and saw the message Jiang Bei had sent himself. Very breathlessly and helplessly, he glanced at Fong Ling who was crossing his legs on the sofa. The legs were crossed in an idle gesture. It could be seen that young Master Fong was in a pleasant mood. But, as he pleases, someone else does not. Like her, like Jiang Bei, the mood of the two Jiang family siblings was not pleasant. What did you tell Jiang Bei? Jiang Tong asked. Fong Ling played dumb, didn't say anything. Jiang Tong directly showed Fong Ling the message Jiang Bei had sent to himself. Fong Ling took a look. Silence. Jiang Bei also really went to ask Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong looked at him. Fong Ling was a little embarrassed. I didn't talk nonsense. I just told the truth. Jiang Tong didn't say anything and just quietly looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling was a bit embarrassed by the look and whispered. It's not like I said anything wrong. Yes. Jiang Tong nodded. You're right. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have let you get carried away. For the first time I wanted to slap myself. Let her talk nonsense. Knowing that Fong Ling would go to fool around and show off and have to say that. Fong Ling frowned. Are you regretting it? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. I regret it. Fong Ling. Jiang Tong sat next to Fong Ling and sent a message to Jiang Bei directly in front of Fong Ling. Jiang Tong, don't listen to his nonsense. In my sister's heart, you are the most important. Sister likes you the most. How can Fong Ling compare to you? Fong Ling saw it and opened his eyes wide in disbelief, glaring at Jiang Tang. Wife, you clearly said just now that I'm the most important and that you like me the most. Jiang Tong looked at him and laughed lightly. What? Haven't seen a woman who talks about people and ghosts? Fong Ling, didn't you hear Zhang Wuji's mom say that? Don't trust pretty women. The prettier they are, the more they cheat? Fong Ling. And when Jiang Bei saw the message sent by Jiang Tang, the collapsed sky was resupported by his sister. So he wanted to take a screenshot and send it to Fong Ling. But then he remembered that he had blacked out Fong Ling. Pull Fong Ling from the blacklist. Then send him a screenshot of Jiang Tong's words. Fong Ling saw Jiang Bei's screenshot and clenched his teeth in anger. Then, backhanded Jiang Bei to pull black. Now, it's his turn to break the defense. Jiang Tong watched him operate from the side. And, of course, saw the red exclamation point he had just received. Two childish grade school chickens. I wish I could chicken beat them. Chapter 150. Are romance novels not enough for you anymore? Fong Ling pulled Jiang Bei black before he thought that there was still something serious that he hadn't told Jiang Tang. Today, Song Zaishi approached me to inquire about Jiang Bei. Jiang Tong looked at him. Inquiring about Jiang Bei what? Asked me what Jiang Bei likes. And she fell in love with him at first sight. Fong Ling said. Jiang Tong was silent. Song Jaehi fell in love with Jiang Bei at first sight? She was not to be believed. What did you say? Jiang Tong looked at him. Asked. Fong Ling smiled and said. I said that Jiang Bei likes money. If she really wants to pursue Jiang Bei, she will directly take $8 or $10 billion to hit Jiang Bei. And Jiang Bei will definitely agree. Jiang Tong looked at Fong Ling. What? Did I say it wrong? Fong Ling asked. Jiang Tong smiled and shook his head. No, you're right. Marriage, in a family like theirs, is supposed to be a marriage of interest. Fengling was surprised. Could it be that Song Zaishi really smashed Jiang Bei with $8 or $10 billion? And Jiang Bei would give up Zhu Nanqing and be with Song Zaishi? How can Jiang Bei not even want love for money? Jiang Tong shook his head. I don't know. She didn't know what Jiang Bei's feelings were for Zhu Nanqing now. If Jiang Bei liked Zhu Nanqing a lot, probably not. But what if Jiang Bei doesn't like Zhu Nanqing? She had left the country in her teens and honestly didn't know much about the current Jiang Bei. After all, Jiang Bei was only 13 or 14 years old when she left the country, and all of them were not yet in love, or a small child. She couldn't see what Jiang Bei's feelings were for Zhu Nanqing right now. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling, who had known Jiang Bei for so many years, and asked him, has Jiang Bei ever had a girlfriend before? Fengling shook his head. No. How can you have the time and energy to get a girlfriend when you hang out with them every day? Then did he ever have a favorite girl? Jiang Tong asked again. Fengling shook his head. No. Jiang Tong was silent. Jiang Bei is 22 years old and has never had a favorite girl? Fengling suddenly froze for a moment and asked Jiang Tang, wife, have you ever felt that Jiang Bei doesn't have a favorite girl even in his 20s? Is there something wrong with him? Jiang Tong, what's the problem? Fengling asked tentatively, does he like men? Jiang Tong was speechless as he looked at Fengling. Fengling felt his suspicions were correct and reasonable. He had all been suspected by his grandfather of being a gender male and a hobby male in the first place. He also has every reasonable suspicion that Jiang Bei is male in gender and male in hobbies. Jiang Bei is just like him, he is 22 years old, has never dated a girlfriend, and has no favorite woman. There were many women who liked him and pursued him, but he refused them all. Wife, he shouldn't like me, right? Fengling asked. That's why he was so against him marrying his wife in the first place. Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows. What? Romance novels can't satisfy you anymore? Have you started reading delayed dual male protagonists? Fengling, who reads delayed beauty? My orientation is normal. Even if Jiang Bei likes me, I don't like Jiang Bei. I'm gender male. Hobby female. Jiang Tong, could it be that Jiang Bei is gender male and loves men? Fengling nodded. It's possible. Wife, tell you, you are not in the country all these years. Do not understand. Now the country a lot of. There is a city. Except the road is straight. All the other is curved. Including people. Jiang Tong. That, she really didn't know much about yet. But she didn't believe her brother was bent. If Jiang Bei knows that you denigrate him like this, be careful of getting beaten up. Jiang Tong said. Fengling, it's not like he's afraid. Last time it was not returned. If you fight back, it's not certain who's going to beat up who. Jiang Bei came to Jiang Tang the next day to complain. Fengling pulled the plug on me. Jiang Tong looked at him. Wasn't it you who first pulled the plug on him? Jiang Bei, so you're even. Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei, what he wants is not to get even. What I wanted was for my sister to clean up Fengling. Fengling has become more and more lawless since he married his sister. Jiang Bei, do you like Nanxing? Jiang Tong asked him. Jiang Bei froze for a moment and asked, what is sister asking for? Just answer. Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei nodded. Like it. He is fond of Zhu Nanqing. Zhu Nanqing, well-behaved, cute and pretty. It's hard for a man not to like her, isn't it? Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Bei and smiled. Got it. Jiang Bei doesn't like Zhu Nanqing. When Zhu Nanqing was mentioned, he looked as usual. No sweetness, no shyness, although the mouth said like. But, love is careful. Friendship is greatly. Jiang Bei said he liked Zhu Nanqing because Nanqing is pretty and well-behaved, and the two families let them cultivate their relationship. He mentally feels like he should like Nanqing, but he doesn't really. Jiang Bei's liking for Zhu Nanqing could only be considered a good feeling. Do you want to marry Nanxing? Jiang Tong asked. Jiang Bei nodded. Isn't this what the two families have been talking about for a long time? Then if a woman prettier than there is Nanxing and richer than Nanxing's family pursues you, will you abandon Nanxing? Jiang Tong asked. Jiang Bei smiled and said, how could that be? What kind of person does sister take me for? Our family and Nanxing have long been settled. How could I possibly abandon Nanxing and choose another woman? Wouldn't it make you a scumbag who is a man of his word and a lover of honor? But our two families only made a verbal agreement. Moreover, both parents also said that they would let you cultivate your feelings. If you can't cultivate it, forget it. Jiang Tong said. There was no attempt to force your engagement. Jiang Bei was silent. Then he asked Jiang Tong, sister wants me to be with Song Zaishi? Jiang Tong froze for a moment. Why do you ask? Is it that Song Zaishi's words about smashing me with $8 or $10 billion made my sister's heart flutter? Jiang Bei asked. Jiang Tong. Jiang Bei said. I think Nanxing is quite good. Jiang Tong. So, between the 18 billion and Zhu Nanqing, the choice was Zhu Nanqing? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. I think Nanxing is also quite good. Don't worry, I won't force you to be with Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi can't get $8 or $10 billion. Jiang Bei, then what if Song Zaishi can take it? I will also respect your opinion. Jiang Tong said. No one will force you. Our family is not short of money. $10 to $8 billion is a lot. But don't worry, you won't be forced to sell your body just for $10 to $8 billion. Jiang Bei, then why did sister agree to seal grandfather in the first place? Jiang Tong smiled and said, because Grandpa Feng gave far more than $10 or $8 billion. Jiang Bei, did Grandpa Feng give $100 billion? He asked. Jiang Tong smiled and shook his head. That's not true. Money aside, I do like Feng Ling quite a bit too. Who couldn't love a young master Feng with a face like that and a clean and upright character? What do you like about him? Jiang Bei asked. Like him to look good. Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei, what a coincidence. I also like Nanxing to look good. So, it's genetic. A family of face dogs. Chapter 151, Beware of the Southern Star Crying. Jiang Tong smiled and said, since you like Nanxing and want to marry Nanxing, then treat Nanxing well and don't be double-minded and do something to hurt Nanxing. Jiang Bei, when did I trifle and hurt Nanxing? Jiang Tong smiled and said, of course I know you didn't. Just, beware of Song Zaishi. She's very tactful. She was in the same academy as Song Zaishi and had seen Song Zaishi's methods. With looks like hers and a bit of finesse, she could do no harm among men. She was afraid that the Jiang Bei people were young and were confused by Song Zaishi. And when the time came, it would be too late to repent. Jiang Bei laughed lightly. Sister, you haven't thought of me as a bit too innocent? Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Bei. I'm the young master of the Jiang family. There were many women who pursued me by all means when I was in my teens. And even more after I became an adult. What kind of means haven't I seen before? Like Song Jaehe's heroic rescue. Whether it was deliberately arranged by Song Zaishi or just a coincidence, he had no fluctuations in his heart, and had no feelings for Song Zaishi. No curiosity born. Most men, in fact, know all about women's tactics, and the reason men are willing to fall for them is because men like them. When a man doesn't like you, no amount of tactics you use will work. Even getting naked on the bed won't help. It wasn't like there hadn't been women stripping down and crawling into his bed over the years. Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Bei. He was still too young. There are women who just have the ability to make a man who starts to hate her slowly fall in love with her. I understand you, and I also know a few things about Song Zaishi. Jiang Tong smiled and said, since I'm reminding you, I naturally have my reasons, my concerns. Jiang Bei was silent and looked at Jiang Tang. Look at Feng Ling. Jiang Tong said, the women chasing Feng Ling won't be less than the people chasing you. And Feng Ling has sort of seen all kinds of women and honed his skills from those women's tactics. But what about now? Still not in love with her? Jiang Bei said, that's because you're beautiful and nice and charming. Sister, is Song Zaishi not pretty? Jiang Tong asked. Jiang Bei, as for whether the person is good or not, I can only say that the Song Zaishi I know is not a mean and shameless person. Charm, beautiful women, all charm. Sister, doesn't he like Song Zaishi? Jiang Bei asked. Jiang Tong smiled and shook her head. I don't dislike her. If I really have to say, I appreciate Song Zaishi. Appreciate? Jiang Bei was surprised. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Appreciate it. Although Song Zaishi has many flaws in this person, he also has many shining points. Jiang Tong smiled and said, but I can appreciate Song Zaishi. You can't. Jiang Bei was puzzled. Why? Because if you admire her, Nanxing will be sad. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Jiang Bei, little girls cry when they're sad. Jiang Tong joked. Jiang Bei imagined the picture of Zhu Nanxing crying in sad tears. She must be beautiful when she cries. Jiang Tong asked, what are you thinking? Jiang Bei came back to his senses and was a bit embarrassed. Nothing. Sis, you're busy. I'll leave first. Jiang Bei is gone. Jiang Tong. Feng Ling saw Liang Luoyun when he got off work. Liang Luoyun carried some gifts in her hand. Seeing Feng Ling, he greeted her with a smile. Ling, anything? Feng Ling asked. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, I know Jiang Tang is pregnant. This is some nutrients I bought for Jiang Tang that are suitable for pregnant women to replenish their bodies. You take it back and have someone make it for Jiang Tang to eat. I know that the Feng family has everything. Nothing is lacking. But, this is a little bit of Mom's heart. Mom is happy that Jiang Tang is pregnant. Thanks. Feng Ling said indifferently, accepting the gift. Liang Luoyun was happy to see Feng Ling accept the gift. Ah Ling. In fact, Mom has another thing she wants to ask you to help. Liang Luoyun said. What is it? Feng Ling asked. Liang Luoyun hesitated and said, Mom knows that your grandfather hates me and thinks that I killed your father. But, Ling, you must be able to understand Mom, right? Feng Ling, what can I understand about you? Understand that she didn't love her dad, then married him, then tortured him in her marriage. And even in the end, he died because of her? Using the Fong family while disliking them? I'm sorry, he just can't understand it. What's wrong with Mom? Mom is just pursuing her own love and happiness. Liang Luoyun said. Ling, you're married now too. You should be able to understand Mom that love is right. Sorry? Fongling suppressed his temper and asked, what exactly do you want to do? Can you go and talk to your grandfather so that he doesn't hate me anymore? Liang Luoyun looked at Fongling, eyes begging. Fongling's brows were icy. I can't do it. Ah Ling. Liang Luoyun red eyes, aggrieved and sad looking at Fongling. You help Mom. Mom wants to apologize to your grandfather and say sorry. And then what? Fongling asked again. Liang Luoyun said, your grandfather is old now. I want to take care of your grandfather so that he can enjoy his old age. It's so lonely for your grandfather to be so old and yet you're the only family member around. Fongling really wanted to smash the gift in his hand hard on Liang Luoyun. What? Is it because you think that Grandpa doesn't have a few years left to live? And you want to wait for him to die to fight me for the family fortune? Fongling asked. Liang Luoyun froze for a moment, looked at Fongling in surprise, and her tears fell at once. Fongling, was she an actress before? So good at acting? Tears just fall? Don't you have to brew? Ling, how can you think of Mom like that? Is that what Mom is in your mind? Liang Luoyun looked at Fongling with sadness and disappointment. The way she looked at people with tears of disappointment was really particularly moving, and the weak-willed ones faltered. But Fongling didn't eat her. Or what? What are you like? He asked. Liang Luoyun pulled Fongling's hand and cried. Ling, you misunderstood Mom. Mom really isn't like this. Mom feels guilty and sorry for your grandfather and wants to make up for it. Fongling looked at her, drew back his hand, looked at her and said, didn't you just say that you were right? You're right to pursue love. And since you're right, why would you feel guilty? Why do you feel sorry for Grandpa? Liang Luoyun was choked for a moment, not knowing what to say. She looked at Fongling and forgot to even cry. Fongling looked at her, his eyes cold. Liang Luoyun was stunned and looked at Fongling. This was the first time Fongling had looked at her with such a cold look. You're my mom. You gave birth to me? I recognize you. However, you are not allowed to mess with Grandpa. You did something like that back then. What face do you have to appear in front of Grandpa? If you don't listen and are going to harass Grandpa, don't blame me for flipping out. Chapter 152. The young master has grown a heart. He looked cold, hard and unfeeling. It scared Liang Luoyun. She had always treated Fongling as a child with a good personality and temperament, looking at it as if it hadn't grown up. But at this moment, the cold hardness in Fongling's body truly shocked her. She looked at Fongling for a while before adjusting her emotions. Ah Ling, is not like this. Is it that your grandfather said something to you? You shouldn't believe your grandfather's side of the story. She looked at Fongling with pity. Grandpa did tell me a lot, more than one side of the story, Fongling said. Liang Luoyun's expression became even more difficult, and tears were swirling in her eyes, looking like they were about to fall. Wait, don't cry, Fongling said. Liang Luoyun was ready for her tears to fall in the next second, but when she heard Fongling's words, she froze for a moment, and then really held back hard. Fongling felt that it was really a pity for Liang Luoyun to not go and become an actor with such looks and acting skills. Let's hear what Grandpa has to say first, Fongling said. Liang Luoyun nodded. Back then, did you like Song Yichao before you were unmarried? Fongling looked at her and asked. Liang Luoyun nodded hesitantly. It's something that can't be argued with. Back then, Song Yichao was married and she was unmarried. But she and Song Yichao both fell in love and made a big fuss in the entire upper-class circle of Sea City. And the reason why you married Dad, was it because Grandpa forced you, or did the Liang family force you? Fongling asked. Liang Luoyun said, it's you. Don't lie. Fongling interrupted her. If you lie, I can get Grandpa to confront you. Liang Luoyun was choked for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, it is true that my parents forced me. The Fong family didn't step in. But the Fong family didn't step in to force me, but they forced my family. Isn't this like the Fong family forcing her? How did the Fong family persecute your family? Fongling asked. Are you talking about intimidation, threatening, or something else? Liang Luoyun stopped talking. If it was really an intimidating threat, why didn't you call the police? Fongling asked. Liang Luoyun looked embarrassed and still didn't say anything. I think it should be because the Fong family gave a high bride price and the Liang family's heart was moved. So it was the Liang family who forced you. In that case, if you want to blame it should be the Liang family, not the Fong family. Fongling said. Liang Luoyun frowned and shook her head. No, if it wasn't for your father having to marry me and giving a high bride price, my parents wouldn't have forced me. Fongling sneered. Then why don't you think about why it wasn't the Liang family that took the initiative to throw out the olive branch? Liang Luoyun didn't say anything. Because you tangled with a married man. The Liang family felt ashamed of you. And knowing that dad likes you, they threw an olive branch at you. Fengling said. Liang Luoyun shook her head. That's not it. Fengling asked. So what did you say? How was it? Liang Luoyun opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but couldn't. What Elder Feng said was true. She fooled everyone else. Can't fool myself. She fought with Feng Cheng back then, saying that the Feng family forced her to marry him. But in fact, she knew it all. It was mom and dad who sold themselves to the Feng family. It was mom and dad who used their affection to force her with the future of the Liang family. She was young and experienced less back then, and didn't have the vision of experience and ruthlessness that she has now. There was no way she could resist her parents, who cried and threatened to disown her and not want her. She couldn't carry it off and was finally forced to marry Feng Cheng, but she didn't want to and couldn't hate her parents, so she could only hate the Feng family, hate Feng Cheng, and take out her emotional upsets and the resentment in her heart on Feng Cheng. So, quarreled with Feng Cheng, and finally, forced Feng Cheng to divorce. Harmed Feng Cheng had an accident. Ling, I'm sorry, Liang Luoyun cried. Since you feel sorry, don't bother grandpa. Fengling said coldly. Liang Luoyun cried and said, Ling, I really know that I am wrong. I really want to take care of your grandfather and want to do my best to make up for it. How can you take care of grandpa? Wait for grandpa to dress and eat? There's no maid in the Feng family? Can't you do better than you? Or do you think grandpa will be happy to see you? Fengling asked. Liang Luoyun cried and couldn't speak. Fengling didn't care about her, carrying gifts away. He returned home with his gifts and met Jiang Tang at the door. Jiang Tang asked, who sent it? Fengling said, Liang Luoyun. Jiang Tang took a look at them. They were probably all some nutritional supplements for pregnant women. Nod. Honey, I'm going to take these things to be tested. Fengling said. Ha? Jiang Tang froze for a moment. Fengling said, what if Liang Luoyun poisoned these nutrients? If it wasn't for the test, he wouldn't have taken it at all. It's not like the Feng family lacks that. Jiang Tang looked and asked, what kind of poison? Fengling said, like mixing musk in it to make you miscarry. Jiang Tang looked at him and said, you're quite involved. Fengling, not only do I read hegemony, but I also read the delayed dual male protagonist. And now, I'm dabbling in palace fights and mansion fights as well. All-round player ah. Jiang Tang said with a smile. Fengling, I'm not doing this just in case. Don't worry. Jiang Tang smiled and said, Liang Luoyun's aim is not me or the child. Her target is you and grandpa. Liang Luoyun wants to use mother-son love to control Fengling and indirectly control the Feng family. Song Jaehe is slowly getting to the bottom of the company, then cooperate with each other and take complete control of the Wan fan group. If Fengling didn't marry her and grandpa had an accident, Fengling, alone, wouldn't be a match for Song Zaishi and Liang Luoyun. Their ultimate goal can be accomplished. Liang Luoyun, if she really wants to lay her hands on a life, must be trying to murder grandpa. As soon as grandpa died, Fengling would be forced to take over Wan fan group even if he didn't grow up. And by then, Song Zaishi, who was in Wan fan group, would become Fengling's right-hand man under Liang Luoyun's recommendation, racking Fengling, ruling Feng clan. However, it's okay to take it to be tested. Jiang Tong smiled and said, you're right, don't be afraid of 10,000 things. Perhaps, Liang Lok Wan will be more ruthless? Even more ruthless is to let Fengling break his son and his grandchildren. In this way, when they take control of the Feng group, they will find a chance to get Fengling killed, and in the future, Wan fan group will change its surname to Song. Having received Jiang Tong's approval, Fengling was happy and happily handed the things over to housekeeper Zhao. This is the nutritional product Liang Luoyun sent me. Lao Zhao, find someone to test it and see if she has put her hands in it. Fengling said. Housekeeper Zhao looked at Fengling and was very pleased. Young master has really grown up. He's starting to have a heart. Fengling blared at butler Zhao. Old Zhao, no one will take you for a dummy if you say less. So much talk all day long. Like you're so articulate. The butlers in other people's homes are less talkative and do more work. Chapter 153. Young master and butler fall in love with each other. Look at you. All day long you keep blathering, either scolding this hygiene for not cleaning up, or scolding that meal for not cooking well. The words are done by you, the things you are not doing at all. It's also because grandpa and I are merciful. Otherwise, just like you would have been expelled a long time ago. Innocent butler Zhao. Young master, I just said one sentence, and you disliked me 10 times. What? Did I say something wrong? Fengling asked. Butler Zhao, young master is right. Young master is right. Fengling grunted, entered the house, and said to Elder Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, Grandpa, you shouldn't be too nice to housekeeper Zhao in the future. Elder Feng, what's wrong? What's wrong, can't you see? Butler Zhao is now starting to bully and lean on his old man. Feng Ling said, Elder Feng, you and I will fire him. You get upset when you see him anyway. Feng Ling, old Zhao. Elder Feng called out to Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao walked in and respectfully asked, Master, what are your orders? You're fired. And starting tomorrow, you won't have to, said Master Feng. Wait. Feng Ling eagerly interrupted Elder Feng and said, Grandpa, I don't mean that. So what do you mean? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling didn't say anything. Elder Feng looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you say that old Zhao was bullying and relying on the old? How can our Feng family tolerate such a person? If we don't dismiss him, in the future, won't he turn over a new leaf? Joe Butler. When did he become a bully and an old man? The little young master he brought up actually said that about him. He was just so sad. Housekeeper Zhao looked at Feng Ling with aggrieved sadness and disappointment. Feng Ling's scalp was numb and weak from being looked at, and he didn't dare to look directly at Housekeeper Zhao at all. I am just saying let Butler Zhao change it. Feng Ling said. Butler Zhao is so old, and after working in the Feng family for so many years, he can only serve as a butler. It's not like he has any other skills. If we fire him, won't he starve on the streets if he can't find a job? If Butler Zhao really starves to death on the streets, what would outsiders say about our Feng family? Saying that our Feng family is unkind and unrighteous, treating people who have worked in the Feng family for their entire lives like this. Butler Zhao, I'm not changing. That's just the way he is. He can't change. Elder Feng smiled and looked at Feng Ling and said, Look, he doesn't change. Feng Ling. He looked at Butler Zhao. Old Zhao was truly the most temperamental character of a butler he had ever seen. He actually dared to say that he would not change in front of his young master Feng. If you don't change it, deduct your salary. Feng Ling said. Butler Zhao, buckle up. He has money. He had worked in the Feng family for so many years, eating and living in the Feng family, without having to spend his own money, and he and his wife had saved all their money. He's still getting paid well as a butler. Many years ago it was $1 million a year. Also, he's been with the master for the past few decades, and he's followed the master in buying stocks and investing in real estate and whatnot. He has more money than the young master. Feng Ling clenched his teeth in anger. He gave steps down, but old Zhao actually did not go down. Buckle up. Feng Ling said. Butler Zhao, deductions are done when they're done. Feng Ling. Wife. Let's go. Let's go back to our room. Feng Ling pulled Jiang Tang and left. Elder Feng. Jiang Tong. Let's coax one out of the other. Elder Feng coaxed Butler Zhao. Jiang Tong was responsible for coaxing Feng Ling. Master Feng asked Butler Zhao. So sad? Butler Zhao had been in the Feng family for almost 30 years, and to him and Feng Ling, Butler Zhao was not just a butler, but also family. Housekeeper Zhao nodded. How can young master say that I'm bullying and relying on the old? He treated the young master as his own grandson, and his feelings for the young master were no less than those of the old master for the young master. At that time, the young master and the old lady passed away, and the old master had to be busy with his work, so the young master was almost brought up by him and his old companion. They were heartbroken that the young master had no parents, and treated him better than they would their own grandchildren. Now the young master actually said that about him. It's so sad. Well, you know, Ah Ling is just a knife mouth and tofu heart. He doesn't mean any harm. Elder Feng said. Butler Zhao nodded. I know. It was because he knew it that he didn't leave. Or else he would have quit today and gone home to be an old man. Elder Feng smiled. Feng Ling returned to his room and asked Jiang Tang, do you think that Butler Zhao is bullying and relying on the old? Jiang Tong smiled and raised his eyebrows. Bullying? She asked. Who favors him? Feng Ling. Of course it's Grandpa. Grandpa just indulges Butler Zhao too much. Jiang Tong smiled and said, but I don't think it's Grandpa. Feng Ling. I don't think Grandpa favors Butler Zhao. You say, if Grandpa doesn't favor Butler Zhao, in this family, who else favors Butler Zhao? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling frowned. Not me anyway. He's not spoiling old Zhao. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. If it's not Grandpa, if it's not you, then there are only 3 people in the family, and that would be me. It's my favorite Joe Butler. Feng Ling. I know. Jiang Tong said. It's because I pampered Butler Zhao too much and spoiled Butler Zhao's lawlessness. In the future, I will correct it. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang sadly. The wife deliberately flirted with him. Why is the wife so bad? Whose side is the wife on? Jiang Tong saw this little look on his face and said with a smile. In the future, be nicer to Pipe Xiao. Pipe Xiao really loves you. The period of time she was married, it was clear to see that Zhao Guan was really good to Feng Ling, and his feelings for Feng Ling had long exceeded the feelings of a hitman for his boss, but rather the feelings of an elder for his juniors. Caring, loving. Am I not good enough for him? Feng Ling said. I'm just too good to him, that's why I spoiled him to be such a bully. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. Oh, so it's you who spoiled Butler Zhao. I thought it was because I spoiled him too much. Only then did I spoil him like this. It turns out that it's not my problem. Feng Ling, the wife is really bad. Isn't this called the 2 or 3 things that the butler and the young master love each other? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling looked at her and suddenly pulled her over and took her into his arms. Jiang Tong looked at him doubtfully. Do what? Feng Ling, kiss you. Jiang Tong. Feng Ling lowered his eyes and hugged her, saying, on TV, Mr. Bully doesn't want to hear his wife's little mouth say things he doesn't love, so he seals his lips with a kiss. Me too. When he lowered his head, he kissed Jiang Tang's lips. Jiang Tong. I'd better advise him to read less novels in the future. He learns everything from novels, and his tricks are getting more and more sophisticated. Ruffles the feathers. Chapter 154, Men Can't Be Spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more they'll become assholes. Early morning. Jiang Tong and Feng Ling washed up and went downstairs for breakfast. As soon as he reached the living room, he saw Butler Zhao. Feng Ling was about to turn his face away when Butler Zhao smiled and said, Young master, young lady, good morning. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Good morning, housekeeper Zhao. Took one look and said, Butler Zhao is so handsome today. Butler Zhao smiled and said, thank you for the young lady's compliment, but I'm not as handsome as young master. Feng Ling sniffed, glanced at Butler Zhao, and hummed arrogantly, can you compare to little master? Jiang Tong. However, among the old men, you are indeed considered good. Feng Ling said. Butler Zhao smiled and said, thank you, young master, for the compliment. Feng Ling tilted her chin slightly and said arrogantly, you're welcome. Jiang Tong lost his smile. Young master Feng, so cute and arrogant. After breakfast, when she was ready to go out to work, Jiang Tang said to Feng Ling, I won't be back for dinner tonight. I have a dinner party in the evening. What dinner party? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong said, a dinner party organized by a certain brand. Many well-known artists in the field were invited. She's not an entertainer, but she's among the invitees. Feng Ling asked, why wasn't I invited? Is young master Feng so worthless? It's in the circle. Jiang Tong said, it's not like you're in the entertainment industry. Feng Ling, oh. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, what? Want to go? Feng Ling glanced at her and said, don't want to. Oh. Jiang Tong nodded. It's allowed to bring family members. I had thought you wanted to go and was going to bring you. Since you don't want to go, forget it. I can accompany you. Feng Ling hurriedly interrupted Jiang Tang. I thought about it. I don't have much to do in the evening after work anyway. Moreover, you're pregnant right now. I don't feel confident to go to those places with so many people. I'll go with you. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. It was embarrassing to watch him. The smack in the face came too soon. 1 second he said he didn't want to go, but the next second he was afraid that Jiang Tang wouldn't take him. Good. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling was instantly happy and said to Jiang Tang, honey, I'll pick you up at 4 in the afternoon. A branded dinner like this requires leaving work early to pack and dress up. Jiang Tong nodded. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Feng Ling got off work, went to pick up Jiang Tang, received Jiang Tang, went home to change the dress, make up and get styling, etc. Get to 5:30 before going out, and then drove for half an hour, before arriving at the dinner venue. It's an indoor dinner. Brands invite a lot of people. In addition to the spokesperson ambassadors and brand executives, partner executives, super VIP customers of the brand, as well as some big spenders. The rest are some showbiz stars, fashion bloggers, and famous models. And then there are some successful people in the community and so on. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang didn't arrive too late or too early. They arrived and were warmly received by the brand. They invited Jiang Tong, but it was a surprise that Feng Ling could come. For a dinner party like theirs, they didn't even think that the crown prince of the Feng family would come. Not long after entering the venue, Jiang Tang and Feng Ling separated, each being pulled by someone to chat and talk. Chris and Night Ink walked over. Chris asked Feng Ling, why are you here? Didn't you say you weren't coming before? This brand is under Anya Daily Chemical, and she had asked Feng Ling if he wanted to come before, and Feng Ling said he wouldn't come. Feng Ling, when did he say that? Long forgotten. Feng Ling glanced at Li Yan and said with a smile, my wife asked me to come. I didn't want to come, but my wife said that if I didn't come, she wouldn't come either, so I reluctantly came. Jiang Tong had gone to talk to the others and wasn't there. Li Yan glanced at Feng Ling. He lied. Jiang Tong is not such a person. She's too independent to do something like that and say something like that. Chris looked behind Feng Ling and asked with a smile, Jiang Tang, is that really true? Feng Ling's body stiffened. Looking back, sure enough, his wife just stood behind him with a light smile. Phone how long has the wife been here? Did she hear that? How much did you hear? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. It's like this. Phone originally didn't want to come, but I asked him to come. Phone glanced at Jiang Tang. On the outside, his wife still gives him a lot of face. The wife is so nice. Chris and Li Yan were both human-like people and knew that Jiang Tang was giving Phone face. You're giving him too much face, Chris said to Jiang Tang. I recently learned a phrase. Jiang Tong asked. What words? Chrissy said. The internet says that men can't be spoiled. The more they are spoiled, the more assholes they become. Jiang Tong. If you spoil Phone like this, be careful of spoiling Phone to the point of lawlessness and increasingly disregarding you, Chris said. Phone glared at Chris. She's had enough. Sowing discord in front of him so his wife won't spoil him? He doesn't exist. Does he? Is it true that when people don't get mad, she thinks he's a cutie? Ha, Chris. Phone looked at Chris and said with a leathery smile. I advise you not to learn everything from the internet. Learning everything will only harm you. Chris. Jiang Tong smiled and said. He is my husband. If I don't spoil him, who will I spoil? Chris. Phone looked at Clarice with a smug and provocative look. Chris said. You're really going to spoil him like that? Looking at Phone smug little look right now, she really couldn't stand to watch. Spoiled or not, Jiang Tong smiled and said. If a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. Chris. Li Yan. Phone was even more pleased. That little look. If he had a tail behind him, his tail would be up in the air. Chris went to Zhang Xianyu to spit on her after she had suffered a defeat at Jiang Tong Phoneling's expense. The two of them, she and Zhang Xianyu, have been hanging out together every day lately, and their bromance is growing by leaps and bounds. Zhang Xinyu said. As far as Phoneling is concerned, it's also fortunate that he is married to Jiang Tang. Otherwise, he married another one. Not as warm and considerate as Jiang Tang. He doesn't do his job for a day, can't make any fart money, and loves to play. He has long been scolded to death. Chris then asked, didn't you like Phoneling before? Zhang Xianyu sighed. AI. People were young and unintelligent in the past. However, if I really married Phoneling, let me tell you, not only would I scold him, I would also beat him. Chris, I don't believe it. I heard them say that you still want to use $10 billion to make Jiang Tang and Phoneling divorce. Zhang Xianyu. She crossed her eyes and asked, who said that? This matter was known only to this group of people in Jiangbei. Chris said. Jiangbei Belanjiu and the others said that. Why? You're so angry. Are they making up rumors? Show Crescent choked. Not sure how to respond. Chris looked at her like this and was surprised. Is this true? You're confused. If you spend $10 billion, what kind of man can't you buy? Do you have to buy Phoneling? Zhang Xianyu said. Then do you think Phoneling is handsome? Chapter 155, The face of the Phone family cannot be lost. Chris, that face of his. It's true that it's good looking, but it's no more good looking than it's worth $10 billion. Chen Shi's looks weren't much worse than Phoneling's, and she had licked Chen Shi so much that she had only spent a few tens of millions on him. Zhang Xianyu actually wanted to spend $10 billion to pick up Phoneling. Spending $10 billion to pick up a guy. She couldn't do anything like that in her life. Show Crescent Moon also knew that she was too in love with her brain. She was, at that time, really fond of Phoneling, let alone $10 billion. Even if it was $100 billion, as long as she had it, she was willing to give it. What's that look on your face? You think I'm a love brain? Zhang Xianyu asked. Chrissy was dismissive, isn't it? Zhang Xianyu let out a light laugh. You don't understand at all. Is $10 billion a lot? Yes, 10 billion is indeed a lot. But have you ever thought about how much I can get if I really pick up Phoneling? Chris, I can get the entire one fan group. How much money does one fan group have and how much is it worth? Do you know? Zhang Xianyu asked. Chris, I probably knew that. Zhang Xianyu said. The reason why I'm willing to spend $10 billion to pick up Phoneling is because Phoneling is worth $10 billion. And picking him up will yield far more rewards than $10 billion. You still really think I'm a love brain? I told you, I'm a career brain. Actually, she's not. She's not a career brain. She's a relationship brain. But, always have to save face. Now, there's no getting Phoneling. In order not to be called a love brain, one has to say that one is a career brain. Chris looked at Zhang Xianyu in surprise. In that case, she was really impressed with Zhang Xianyu. I didn't expect that looking at the silly and sweet Zhang Xianyu actually had such an ambition for revenge. The ones like you, who spend money, energy, and resources to pick up Chen Shi who can barely give you anything in return, are the real love brains, Zhang Xianyu said. Chris, solid hammer. She really is the love brain. The dinner party officially began. The brand prepared an exquisite meal. The table was a long table with many sheets. And the people sat down in order. People sat down in order to talk to each other. Spokesperson ambassadors these then start selling things under the brand. It's not deliberate sales. It's just chatting with some super VIP customers rich and famous to set up a relationship and then lead the conversation to the product. Customers get it too. Many brands host such dinners from time to time. It's all largely pretty much the same. However, the lowest that can get the celebrity endorsers to come and sell in person are hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars in jewelry. Even tens of millions of dollars are available. A spokesperson chatted with Jiang Tong and knew Jiang Tong and Feng Ling's identities and knew that they were financially strong. Wanted them to buy jewelry. Jiang Tong chatted to the other. Feng Ling lowered his head and took his cell phone to send a message to Elder Feng. Feng Ling, Grandpa, 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 my dearest Grandpa. Master Feng, no money. Feng Ling, Grandpa, Jianghu Rescue. Really River and Lake Rescue. Master Feng, there's no money in the jungle. Feng Ling, my wife and I were at a Brand X dinner party and someone was selling us a $10 million necklace. Master Feng, no money. Feng Ling, Grandpa, that spokesperson didn't look for anyone but me? Grandpa, do you know what that means? Master Feng, representing you as the great injustice seed? Feng Ling, on behalf of the entire venue, our family is the most powerful. If I don't buy it, won't I lose face with the Feng family? Feng Ling, it doesn't matter if I lose face, but the face of the Feng family can't be lost. The face of the Feng family is the most important. Elder Feng, now you know that the face of the Feng family is the most important thing? Then who used to cause trouble outside all day long and disgrace the face of the Feng family? Feng Ling, who is it? Butler Zhao? Master Feng, ha. Feng Ling, Grandpa, dearest Grandpa, so many people are driving it. My wife likes it very much. If I don't buy it, I will be told to buckle down and search. Saying that our Feng family is not good to our granddaughter-in-law. Master Feng, see the PayPal account for yourself. Feng Ling switched PayPal. Look, Grandpa transferred $50 million to him. Feng Ling had the money, and was instantly energized, saying to the endorsement, buy. Spokesman, Jiang Tong. Feng Ling said, this necklace, I'll take it. The spokesperson smiled and said, really? Thank you Feng Xiao. She hadn't even been hopeful. As they chatted, Feng Ling looked down and played with his phone, clearly not interested in either her or the necklace. But I didn't expect an unexpected deal. Jiang Tong glanced at Feng Ling and smiled without saying anything. Young Master Feng wanted to buy her something, so of course she happily accepted. It's the love of young Master Feng yet. Feng Ling asked Jiang Tang, honey, what else do you want to buy? Jiang Tong said, there's nothing I want to buy. Feng Ling said, I'll go check it out. Now that he had money and a bottom line, of course he had to buy more for his wife. Who will he spend his money on if not his wife? By the end of the final dinner, Feng Ling had bought Jiang Tang $45 million worth of stuff. Grandpa gave $50 million, bought $45 million for his wife, and left $5 million as pocket money. Feng Ling bought $45 million worth of stuff, the highest spending that night. It was all over the venue. John Xin you said to Chris, look at this. Now can you still say I'm love-brained? Feng Ling spent $45 million on Jiang Tang in one night. This is still just the tip of the iceberg. Chris, so, my $10 billion to buy Feng Ling is not a love brain. I'm investing. Small investment, high return. John Xin you said. In the future, don't look at people and things so superficially. Chris, okay, so she's the one who's shallow. The dinner is over. Jiang Tong and Feng Ling returned home. Elder Feng was watching TV in the living room, and Butler Zhao was waiting on the sidelines. Grandpa. Feng Ling smiled and called the old man. Jiang Tong followed suit and said hello. She knew that Feng Ling didn't have cash on hand, and the jewelry and all this that she bought tonight should have been the money she asked her grandfather for. Before that, he had been chatting on his cell phone, just asking his grandfather for money. Aha. Elder Feng nodded. Grandpa, the money you gave me tonight is spent. Feng Ling said with a smile. Master Feng. Spent? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. You're giving it to me. Aren't you just letting me spend it all? Master Feng. Give it to him and spend it? So is he going to give him hundreds of billions of dollars in the future and he's going to spend it all? Jiang Tong speculated in his heart that Grandpa should have given Feng Ling $50 million. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and nodded his head. If you spend it, you spend it. At least, there's something in it. It's better than investing tens of millions of dollars and throwing them down, and not a single bubble will come out. When you buy something at least there's something in it. And when you buy this kind of jewelry, sometimes it appreciates in value. Feng Ling, what does Grandpa mean? Chapter 156 A pregnancy is a fool's errand. The next day, the news that Feng Ling had spent 8 figures on jewelry for his beloved wife at the Brand X dinner hit the major websites. Expensive jewelry, a couple with matching family and looks, much to the excitement of the internet. As if it is a prince and princess fairy tale love. Beautiful and romantic. Enviable. Fongling was still sure about the words these media reporters used. Love the wife. They do know that he loves his wife very much. And these netizens, too, are just so good at talking. They keep complimenting him on his good looks and his wife's good looks, saying that they are the most compatible luxury couple. This class is so cute and discerning. He likes it. The dinner came with many top stars and social celebrities. Fans of each are making data for their favorite celebrities that they follow. It was hilarious. Under such a premise, the most out of the circle and the hottest is actually Fongling throwing millions of dollars for Jung Tang. Then there were actually some various collaborations that approached Jung Tang and Fongling. There are ad endorsements, variety shows, and even offers for TV shows and movies. Although everyone knows that Jung Tang and Fongling have never acted before, many producers nowadays don't even look at that. It doesn't matter if you're a good actor or not, if you can act or not, as long as you have traffic. They also knew that Jung Tang and Fongling, a president of Zhang's Entertainment and the crown prince of the Fong family, were both so busy that they couldn't spare a few months or even a year to shoot a movie. They're not short of that money either. But what if, in case they're interested? Anyway, all sorts of invitations came in, private messages to their back office, trying to find each other's contact info, etc. It's all in the mindset of trying what if. Jung Tong was not interested in any variety shows, TV dramas, movies, or any of these offers. These take too much time. She's not that free. However, some advertising endorsements, she felt it was possible to get in touch. After all, shooting commercials went smoothly in a few hours. There is still work to be done on these. Jung Tong asked Secretary Sun to screen it first. She will make the final decision when Secretary Sun has screened it. Fongling and Jung Tang both had social accounts, and it wasn't just Jung Tang who received a lot of private messages begging for cooperation. Fongling also received a lot. Fongling's work wasn't that busy right now, and he had a lot of time to read the private messages from these people begging for cooperation. He's interested in everything. Commercials, endorsements, TV shows and movies. Particularly interested in TV shows and movies. He and his wife are doing a TV show? He looked at the scripts the guys had sent over. There's Marriage Before Love, where the hero and heroine are forced to get married for some reason. And then a lot of things happen after the marriage. And they slowly grow fond of each other and eventually fall in love. There's The Ancient Puppet Abuse, where the hero and heroine fall in love, but later find out that they're feuding with each other, and have no choice but to separate, and end up all B. There are many more. Fongling was interested in all of this, wanted to act out every script with Jung Tong. When he returned home in the evening, he asked Jung Tang, "Wife, have you received some advertisement endorsements for these collaborations?" Jung Tong nodded. "Someone sent it to me." "So has the wife received any offers for TV dramas and movies?" Fongling asked. Jung Tong looked at him. All of her thoughts were written on her face as she smiled and said, "Advertising endorsements and those can be considered, not TV shows and movies." Ah. Fongling was disappointed. "Why? I'm busy," Jung Tong said. "Also, none of us are professional actors. We don't know how to act at all. When the time comes that the acting is hot, it's the face of the Zhang and Fong families that will be lost. What kind of group mockery has been made of those rich sons, young masters and ladies in the circle who chase the dream of being an actor? Haven't you seen it?" Fongling didn't say anything. He thinks he and his wife must be good at acting. They're so good looking. They can't be bad actors. Also, the pay is not proportional to the income. Jung Tong said, "Shooting a TV movie for at least a few months, and a few months' paycheck of a few million or tens of millions is too little for us. She runs Zhang's Entertainment for a casual 9 figures a month. The paycheck for filming as an actor is something she really doesn't see." Oh. Fongling was a bit disappointed, but he also knew that Jung Tang's analysis made sense. It's really not a wise choice for them to go for a TV movie in their position, unless it's a really special hobby. "You want to act?" Jung Tong asked. Fongling froze for a moment, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Jung Tang. "If I want to act, will you accompany me?" How come his wife favors him so much? Jung Tong, "You want to act, just go ahead and act. What about you, wife?" Fongling asked undeterred. Jung Tong said, "I don't have time." Fongling collapsed. "If you don't act, I won't act either." Jung Tong looked at him with a smile and asked, "You'll do whatever I do?" "Aha." Fongling nodded. "They're married. Of course they're going to be women. Then, if I become the thunderbolt savvy and capable president, are you going to become the thunderbolt savvy and capable president as well?" Jung Tong asked with a smile. Fongling, he was stumped by the question. It's not that he doesn't want to be the thundering, shrewd and capable president, but it seems like he's just not cut out for it. "Actually, I've always had a dream," Jung Tong said. Fongling asked suspiciously, "What dream?" Jiang Tong smiled and said, I dream of marrying a husband who is as powerful as I am, and hand in hand, husband and wife, reigning over the world, creating legends and building a business empire that belongs to us. Feng Ling's heart stirred as he looked at Jiang Tang and said, Wife, don't worry, I will work hard. Aha! Jiang Tong nodded and said with a smile, in fact, I know that you are very smart and capable. It's just that no one puts pressure on you, and you're so lazy and used to it that you use your mind on eating, drinking and having fun, and don't use it on your work. You are awesome if you put your brilliant mind to work. Feng Ling, why does that sound familiar to my wife? It seems like that's what teachers say when you're in school. That's students with poor grades. You're actually smart and have a high IQ. You just don't put your mind to your studies. Really? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong nodded seriously. Really? Feng Ling didn't lie to me? Jiang Tong smiled and said, when have I ever lied to you? Feng Ling, didn't you lie to me before? To me, I'm more important. To Jiang Bei is more important. Jiang Tong. Feng Ling, seeing people talking about people and seeing ghosts talking about ghosts isn't lying to me? Jiang Tong blinked. Really? Did I say that? Feng Ling nodded. You said that. Jiang Tong, maybe I forgot. Hey, you know, a pregnancy is stupid for 3 years. When people get pregnant, their memory will deteriorate. I remember I didn't say ah. Feng Ling, how can Jiang Bei be more important? Jiang Tong said, to me, obviously you are the most important. You are my mister. The one who is going to join hands with me for the rest of my life. Jiang Bei and I have only lived together for more than 10 years. But in the future, we will live together for decades. And we will help support each other and care for and look after each other. It is definitely you who is more important. Ah. Chapter 157, Mature Men Don't Get Jealous. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. The wife is talking to people and ghosts again. But, said he was quite happy. It doesn't matter if his wife is lying to him to fool him. Anyway, as long as she says she cares about him the most and that he's the most important, he's happy. Wife, don't worry. Feng Ling's expression was firm. We will definitely build a business empire that belongs to us. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled gently. I believe you. Looking at her gentle yet determined eyes, Feng Ling's heart was filled with strength. In his heart, he secretly swore that he would work seriously and hard, and that he and his wife would reign supreme and roam them all. Looking at Feng Ling's appearance, Jiang Tang smiled more gently. I can't handle you, you little brat. Day 2. Song Zaishi then realized. Feng Ling's entire state was different. She was in the same department as Feng Ling and could see Feng Ling anytime. In the past, Feng Ling was lazy, and although he looked like he was working every day, he could tell that he didn't put much thought into his work. But today's Feng Ling was serious. Not the kind that pretends to be serious on the surface, but is really serious, and starts working as soon as he arrives at the office, except for the time he spends going to the restroom for a drink of water. Ask other veteran employees if you don't understand something. When you don't have anything to do, you consult information, etc. The trashy second generation is going to be strong? It's not too late for him to get angry. Only 22 years old, only just out of college, lots and lots of time. Feng Ling. Song Zaishi smiled and said, are you free at noon? Let's eat together? Feng Ling looked at her and refused. No. Song Jae-hee, you're not available? Feng Ling, I'm free, but I have to keep my distance from you too. What if my wife finds out? Song Zaishi smiled, saying, don't worry, Jiang Tang won't misunderstand. I treat you as a younger brother. Feng Ling frowned and glared at her. You don't have a brother yourself? To recognize her as a brother? How big a face? Song Zaishi, you don't have a brother, but I have a sister. Feng Ling said. Song Zaishi was surprised. You have a sister? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. Song Zaishi looked at him doubtfully. She hadn't heard that Feng Ling had a sister. Wasn't Feng Ling an only child? Who? Song Zaishi asked. Feng Ling smiled and said, Sister Jiang Tang. Song Zaishi. Feng Ling said, I only eat with my Jiang Tang sister. Looking at Feng Ling's appearance, Song Zaishi fell silent. What kind of tactics did Jiang Tong use in the end? To hold Feng Ling like this? Envy. Want to learn. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Luoyun sent a message to Feng Ling. Invite Feng Ling and Jiang Tang to have dinner together in the evening. Feng Ling knew that Liang Luoyun had nothing to do with it. Inviting him and his wife to dinner was a sure sign that something was up. He didn't reply immediately, but sent a message asking Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong agreed before Feng Ling replied to Liang Luoyun. After work, Feng Ling went to pick up Jiang Tang before going to the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, in addition to Liang Luoyun and Song Zaishi, there was a young man. There was a slight resemblance between that man's eyebrows and Song Zaishi's. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Tong, noticed by Feng Ling. Gripping Jiang Tong's hand tightly, he glared over. The young man didn't even notice Feng Ling's small movements. His mind was all on Jiang Tang. He hadn't seen Jiang Tong for 2 or 3 years. Jiang Tong seems to be prettier than ever. Jiang Tong wasn't surprised to see Song Qishan. Liang Luoyun and Song Zaishi had both returned to Sea City, so it was to be expected that the rest of the Song family would return. Ah Ling, Tang Tang, this is Qishan, Zaishi's younger brother. Liang Luoyun smiled and said to Feng Ling and Jiang Tang. Song Qishan nodded to Feng Ling and Jiang Tang and greeted them. Feng Ling, Jiang Tang. Feng Ling nodded with a cold attitude. Looked at Song Zaishi. How? Is Song Jaehe proving that she has a brother? It was only at noon today that he disliked Song Jaehe. Don't you have a younger brother? Arranging a meeting between her brother and him at night? Ha! She has a brother. And he still has sister Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, long time no see. Song Qishan smiled and said to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong nodded. Aha! Feng Ling looked at Song Qishan. The wife and he knew each other before? It was also right that his wife and Song Zaishi knew each other before. And it was likely that she knew Song Qishan as well. But, Song Qishan's eyes looking at his wife are really too hot. That look was all too familiar to him. I've seen it in Shi Chang Sun, Shen Qi, and Li Yan. The sizzle. It was like, Song Qishan likes his wife? Feng Ling frowned without a trace. There is a real problem with men's minds and morals these days. One by one, they all like other people's wives. It's really a 9-year obligation that slipped through the cracks. However, Feng Ling didn't put Song Qishan in his eyes. Song Qishan, what are the chances of winning against him? Is it better looking than him? Or richer than him? Or can you love your wife more than him? He can't compete with anything. Song Qishan was very enthusiastic and had been talking to Jiang Tang throughout the meal. Jiang Tong responded with a nonchalant attitude, and it was rare for Feng Ling not to have a seizure. Neither did he scold Song Qishan, nor did he throw his face at anyone. Jiang Tong and Song Qishan Song Zaishi they chatted. He was in charge of giving Jiang Tong food and pouring water. Very considerate. This scene fell in Liang Luoyun's eyes. The heart is not in the right place. Feng Ling was the crown prince of the Feng family. How could he do this kind of serving? As a mother, she was really angry to see her son taking care of serving a woman like this. But she suppressed her temper and didn't snap. Wait until later. After dinner, Jiang Tang and Feng Ling went home. Wife, go wash up and rest. Feng Ling said to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong glanced at Feng Ling in surprise and asked, there's nothing you want to ask? Feng Ling was puzzled. Ask what? Jiang Tong, Song Qishan? Feng Ling laughed. What does he have to ask? Nothing more than your admirer. Jiang Tong smiled and teased. Yo, so smart now. One guess? Feng Ling, what's the point of guessing? Just the way Song Qishan looked at his wife. He was close to writing the words I like you on his face. This time, not jealous? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling hummed. I'm not that casual, nor am I jealous of just anyone. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, is it selective jealousy? Feng Ling, no, I'm mature now. Mature man, not jealous. Jiang Tong laughed and teased him. Mature men don't get jealous, so what do they eat? Eat soy sauce? Feng Ling pulled Jiang Tang, tugged her into his arms, and pecked her on the lips. Eat you. Jiang Tong tilted her head slightly, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. Eat me? Aha. Feng Ling nodded his head and looked at her red tender lips. He didn't hold back and kissed her again. Then what flavor am I? Jiang Tong chuckled. Chapter 158. Why did you kiss me? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang, his heart beating fast. Instead of answering her, he lowered his head and kissed her lips again. He didn't stop kissing until Jiang Tang couldn't catch his breath and slapped his shoulder with his hand. The forehead was pressed against hers, eyes extremely close to hers, whispering, you are my supreme delicacy. Jiang Tong looked at his hot eyes. Boom! The pretty face flushed crimson, the heart thumped violently, and it was as if there was some sort of emotion raging and rolling in the chest, seemingly about to spill out. She looked at Feng Ling. For the first time, he truly realized that he really loved himself. It's not having a crush, it's not liking, it's love. She did have a good feeling about marrying Feng Ling. Feng Ling was so good looking, the only grandson of the Feng family, and his character was good. It was hard for her not to have a good feeling, but only in a good way. She didn't try to make Feng Ling fall in love with her, nor did she ever think of falling in love with Feng Ling. Being nice to Feng Ling is also thinking of making life better. She hadn't wanted to fall in love with anyone since Chen Shi, not because she was hurt by Chen Shi, but because love was just that kind of thing after experiencing it. In her relationship with Chen Shi, she gave her heart, but honestly, the relationship with Chen Shi gave her a sense of happiness in her experience. That's about it. It's not as nice and happy as I thought it would be. At that time, she thought that the original love that was sought after by countless people was actually just like that. It doesn't seem that dramatic. When she was with Chen Shi, She didn't feel like the happiest woman in the world. Didn't feel like she was on the verge of going to heaven with her happiness. Much less did he feel that Chun-Chi was his whole world. After the breakup, there was no heartbreak, no teetotaling, no dying. Certainly, much less feeling like you've lost the world. Because she experienced love and thought it was just like that. She had little interest in love after breaking up with Chun-Chi. Just focus on the business. The joyful happiness that comes from making money in a business, many times, surpasses the happiness and joy that love brings her. Screwing careers and screwing men. Engaging in business smells better. She thought she was done with her life, that she would never move or fall in love again. But at the moment, the feelings rolling through her chest seemed to be too much to suppress. Excitement, thrill, adrenaline rush, even a slight shaking of the body. She wanted to speak, but didn't know where to begin. Wife, what's wrong with you? Feng Ling saw that after he said Jiang Tang was supreme delicious, Jiang Tang kept staring at him without saying anything. In his heart, he was apprehensive. Doesn't the wife like it when he says that? The wife thinks he's treating her like a kind of food? Think he's humiliating and degrading her? Feng Ling tried to explain and opened his mouth. Wife. Just as he opened his mouth, Jiang Tang blocked his lips. She took the initiative and kissed him. Feng Ling froze for a moment, his eyes widening, shocked and amazed. He looked at the clear and hot eyes near him. The wife had never kissed him like this before. Jiang Tong had always been confident and calm, even calm and collected. Kissing him was, and molesting him was. It's always been the subdued calm of the tent, but now she seems to have lost her cool, impulsively agitated and out of control. He didn't continue to think deeply, and hugged Jiang Tang tightly. Jiang Tong felt that there was a line of sight that had been staring at him. She opened her eyes and saw Feng Ling. Good morning, wife. Feng Ling greeted with a smile, his eyes shining brightly. Had a gracious time with my wife last night. It was the wife who initiated it. He hadn't slept much all night in his inexplicable excitement and woke up early in the morning. I didn't get up when I woke up. I didn't move or wake my wife. I just kept staring at her. He's been staring at her for an hour. Good morning, Jiang Tong said with a smile, moving over and giving Feng Ling a kiss on the lips. Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. Feng Ling rolled over and pinned her down, carefully controlling himself so as not to press on her stomach. His handsome face hung above her, his eyes bright and burning. Questioned, why did you kiss me? Jiang Tong smiled and said, kiss if you want to. Lifting her head again, she kissed him on the lips. It all confused Feng Ling with a kiss. What happened to the wife? It's gotten weird since last night. Is it possible that my wife has been taken away from me? Otherwise, how did it get so weird? Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling with a smile and asked, what? Aren't you happy that I kissed you? Feng Ling shook his head. There's no unhappiness. Happy then? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling nodded. Well, happy. Jiang Tong smiled and kissed him again. Feng Ling, the wife really feels like she's changed in a strange way, but he likes it. Feng Ling lowered his head and kissed her lips. Jiang Tong didn't hide or refuse either. The two messed around in bed for a while before getting up and washing up, then went downstairs to have breakfast. Young master, young lady, Butler Zhao greeted with a smile. Jiang Tong nodded in response with a light smile. Butler Zhao is used to it. The young lady is a very giving and polite person, but to his surprise, the young master actually smiled and greeted him as well. Lao Zhao, good morning. Feng Ling smiled brightly. Butler Zhao froze for a moment and subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. Did the sun come out of the west today? Why has the young master changed so strangely? The young master hadn't given him a smile in a long time. Long enough that all this time he had been reflecting on whether or not he had messed with the young master in some way. And that was why the young master was treating him like this. Now it seems as if it is not his problem, but that of the little young master. Hey, the young master's mood is really getting more and more elusive now. He used to be able to catch the mood of the little young master. Happy because of something, unhappy because of something. But since the marriage, the young master's mind has been a bit elusive. Sure enough, married men have a lot more on their minds. Now the young master's mood was no longer held in control by mere eating and drinking. Rather, they are tugged by emotion. Once feelings are involved, it's more complicated and not so easy to figure out. Old Zhao, your clothes today are quite nice and handsome. They suit you well. Feng Ling smiled and complimented. Butler Zhao glanced down at his clothes. Isn't this a work outfit? He wears this outfit every day. It's not that he hasn't washed it, but he has a dozen of the same work outfit. Butler Zhao looked at Feng Ling suspiciously. What had happened? Young master is in such a good mood today? Feng Ling didn't give him an answer. He then looked over at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Walking towards the restaurant, Feng Ling followed. Butler Zhao also followed. Walking to the restaurant, before he even entered, he heard Feng Ling say to Elder Feng, good morning, Grandpa. You're so handsome today. Joe Butler. Elder Fong. Chapter 159, Money again? What's wrong with you this early in the morning? Fong Ling smiled and said to Elder Fong, even more handsome than Butler Zhao. Elder Fong subconsciously straightened his back. He was already more handsome than Butler Zhao. When he was young, he was also one of the most beautiful men in Sea City. How else could you give birth to such a handsome Fong Chang? Butler Cho came in. With the mindset of offending no one, Fong Ling smiled and said, Grandpa is the most handsome old man in our neighborhood, and Butler Zhao is the second most handsome old man. Butler Zhao, Elder Fong. Both of them looked at Fong Ling suspiciously. What kind of medicine did you take wrong today? Elder Fong asked, uneasy in his heart. I can't believe I'm sweet-talking him. You don't want money again, do you? Out of money again? Didn't you just pay for it a couple days ago? Butler Zhao shared this concern. Grandpa. Fong Ling smiled and said, I'm not sick. So what medicine am I taking? I'm not taking any medicine. Elder Fong looked at Fong Ling and didn't say anything, waiting for Fong Ling to ask for money, making a decision in his heart. This time, no matter what tactics Fong Ling used to ask for money, he must reject him without hesitation. Can't be too indulgent with him, can't have it all. Otherwise, Fong Ling would ask for more and more in the future, and his appetite would grow. He couldn't let Fong Ling develop such a habit. Master Fong is waiting for Fong Ling to ask for money. If Fong Ling dared to ask for money, he would definitely reject him ruthlessly in front of Jiang Tang and make him lose face. Otherwise, Fong Ling really thought that he was running a bank. There was an endless amount of money. Elder Fong just waited until after breakfast, and Fong Ling still didn't ask for money. Elder Fong, is it because you don't want to ask for it in front of Jiang Tong? Afraid of losing face? He has grown up and knows how to save face. Fong Ling and Jiang Tang finished breakfast, went back to their rooms to change their clothes, and went to the garage to drive to work. Before departing, Jiang Tang smiled and gave Fong Ling a kiss on the cheek. Work well. Fong Ling, what's wrong with the wife? Really taken over? Jiang Tong drove off. Mr. Fong came to the garage. Fong Ling asked Elder Fong, Grandpa, do you feel that my wife, today, is not right? Elder Fong, it's you who's not right, isn't it? Fong Ling, what's wrong with him? It's only when you're not right yourself that you think others are not right. Elder Fong said. Fong Ling, Master Fong said, don't ask me for money. I won't give it if I want it. When he finished, he took the driver's car and left, leaving Fong Ling confused. When did he ever say he wanted money? It's not possible that in Grandpa's eyes, he can't do anything. He only wants money, right? When Jiang Tong arrived at the company, Secretary Sun came into the office with a bouquet of roses and said with a smile, President, this was delivered by the florist just now. Jiang Tong asked, who sent it? Secretary Sun found the card, glanced at it, and said, Song Chi-shin. Jiang Tong, you take care of it. Secretary Sun, yes. Secretary Sun went to take care of the flowers. She had just gone out when Jiang Tong's phone rang with a string of numbers. Without a note, she picked it up. Jiang Tang, are the flowers pretty? Do you like it? Song Chi-shin asked with a smile. Jiang Tong, it's not pretty. Don't like it. Song Chi-shin, then what flowers do you like? I'll resend them. Jiang Tong said faintly, I don't like any of the ones you sent. Even if Jiang Tong said this, Song Chi-shin didn't get angry and didn't mind. Jiang Tong was like that, refusing people dryly and never giving them hope. He's been through it before. Jiang Tong's reaction was within his expectations. If Jiang Tong was really so easy to chase, he wouldn't be so attached to her. Song Chi-shin smiled and said, Jiang Tang, after so many years, you're still like this. You haven't changed at all. It's really sad. Jiang Tong, I can still make you more sad. After saying that, he hung up the phone and then pulled Song Chi-shin back. Send a message to Song Jae-hee, mind your brother. Song Jae-hee, huh? Jiang Tong, he sent me roses. Song Jae-hee, Jiang Tong, if you can't manage it well, let me do it, and don't you regret it. Song Zaishi frowned. Is that idiot Song Chi-shin crazy? She got up from her workstation and left angrily. Fong Ling looked at her. What's wrong with her? So angry? It was the first time he had seen Song Zaishi angry. So good at pretending to be someone who was unabashedly angry. What happened? Fong Ling was curious in his heart. Song Zaishi returned to the Song family. At this hour, Song Chi-shin was still sleeping. When Liang Luoyun saw Song Zaishi coming back, she was surprised and asked, Zaishi, why are you back? Song Zaishi grimly asked, where's Song Chi-shin? Just finished breakfast and went upstairs. Liang Luoyun asked with concern, what's wrong? What happened? Song Zaishi ignored her, going directly upstairs to find Song Chi-shin. Liang Luoyun followed. When he reached Song Chi-shin's room door, he knocked and said, Song Chi-shin, I'm coming in. Without waiting for Song Chi-shin to respond, He pushed open the door and entered. Song Qishan was lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone and asked, "Sister, why are you back?" "Song Qishan, do you know what you're doing?" Song Zaishi reached him and frowned, glaring at him angrily. Song Qishan was puzzled. "Sis, what's wrong?" Liang Luoyun followed. Song Zaishi frowned and asked, "What are you doing sending flowers to Jiang Tang?" Song Qishan smiled and said, "What else can I do? Of course it's to pursue her." "You pursued Jiang Tang? Don't you know that Jiang Tang is already married?" Song Zaishi glared at him through clenched teeth. Song Qishan smiled indifferently. "So what if you're married? You can get divorced even if you're married. Her husband is Fengling, the crown prince of the Feng family. Can you afford to mess with him?" Song Zaishi questioned angrily. Song Qishan still had that indifferent look. "So what if Fengling? What can he do to me now that we're in a legal society? It's not like I can do anything about it. His pursuit of a married man is morally questionable at best. The law can't do anything about him." Song Qishan. Song Zaishi's face reddened with anger and she glared at him through gritted teeth. "I'm warning you, in the future, you're not allowed to mess with Jiang Tang. Now, get your ass back to M. I'm not going back." Song Qishan said, "If you don't go back, I'll tie you back." Song Zaishi said, taking the phone and preparing to contact someone to tie Song Qishan back to M country. Liang Luoyun walked up and pulled Song Zaishi. "Zaishi, don't be angry. You go away." Song Zaishi coldly glared at Liang Luoyun. Liang Luoyun didn't get angry, still persuading Song Zaishi with kind words. "Zaishi, Qishan is your brother. You two siblings have something to say. Don't be like this." Song Zaishi. Song Qishan stood up. He stood up at a height of a meter or so, standing up and looking condescendingly at Song Zaishi. "Although you're my sister, you don't have the right to interfere with my freedom and my love." "Ha!" Song Zaishi sneered. "Love? Your love is stalking? Pursuing a married woman?" Chapter 160 Song Qishan's Death Threat. Song Qishan didn't feel guilty and embarrassed. "I liked Jiang Tang when Jiang Tang was single," he said. Song Zaishi. "Besides, who are you to talk about me? Didn't you also come for Fengling?" Song Qishan looked at Song Zaishi with disdain. "If we siblings work together to break up Fengling and Jiang Tang, you can get what you want and I can get what I want. What my sister wants is power and wealth, and what he wants is Jiang Tong. It's not that he doesn't want power and wealth, but he and his sister are blood siblings, and as long as his sister gets power and wealth, his sister be his?" Song Zaishi's brows furrowed into a Chuan character in anger. To Liang Luoyun, she said, "Aunt Liang, you go out first. I have something to say to Ah Shen." Liang Luoyun nodded and said to Song Qishan, "Ah Shen, listen to your sister. Your sister is doing this for your own good. Don't argue with your sister." Song Qishan hummed without saying anything. Liang Luoyun went out and thoughtfully closed the door for the two siblings. Song Zaishi looked at the unconvinced Song Qishan, frowned, sighed, and said, "Ah Shen, I'm your sister. I won't harm you. You don't want to mess with Jiang Tang again. Don't worry. Sister will help you and get everything." Song Qishan said, "I want Jiang Tang. Can you help me get it?" Song Zaishi choked and glared at him. "There are no other women in this world besides Jiang Tang, but I just want Jiang Tong." Song Qishan said. Song Zaishi frowned. "Like Jiang Tang so much?" Song Qishan smiled. "I can't say I particularly like it. A few years ago, I pursued Jiang Tang and was rejected. She was the first woman to reject me. I didn't see much of her over the years, so I faded away. But now, seeing Jiang Tang, I realized that she's still so beautiful and charming. Plus she once rejected me. Sis, you know, what you can't get is the best. I want her." Song Zaishi looked at such a stubborn and naive Song Qishan and really wanted to slap him. It was her mistake. Over the years, she has planned for Ah Shen in every way, and protected him too well. And in her 20s, she is still as unaware of the sky as a silly white sweet who is capricious and presumptuous. "This afternoon, just go back to M country for me," Song Zaishi said coldly. "Sham being here would only ruin her plans." "I don't," Song Qishan said angrily. "I told you, I'm not going back. It's up to you," she said coldly. Song Qishan looked at Song Zaishi. He knew that if his sister forced him to go back, he would end up being taken back one way or another. He suddenly just rushed to the balcony and turned back to Song Zaishi and said, "If you force me again, I'll jump from here," said the man, and went to the railing. "Ah Shen." Song Zaishi's face was pale, wanting to go forward but not daring to, looking at Song Qishan in fear. "Don't." Sham was the only family she had left in this world. "I'm not going back to M country," Song Qishan said. Song Zaishi took a deep breath. His face took on a few shades of blood, and nodded through clenched teeth. "Okay, I won't send you back." Song Qishan asked. "Really?" Song Zaishi gritted his teeth. "Really?" Song Qishan said. "I know you have means and people in your hands, There can be many ways to send me back. If I find out that I'm back in M country, I'll die so that you can never see me again. Song Zaishi was trembling with anger. Gritting his teeth, he stared tightly at Song Qishan. Go to hell, go to hell. A man like that. She really wanted him to die. A loser who only threatens women with death. Or it's also a waste of air and a waste of food. But, no. Sham can't die. Sham was her only family. He still has tasks and responsibilities on him. He cannot die until he has fulfilled his duties and obligations. Song Zaishi took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and said, okay, I promise you that I won't send a gift back to M country. Song Qishan hummed in triumph and jumped down from the railing. He knew that his sister couldn't let him die. She loved him the most. Sister. Song Qishan came to Song Zaishi's side, took her hand, and said, I really want Jiang Tang. Can sister help me? Song Zaishi said, I can help you. Really? Song Qishan's eyes lit up and he looked at Song Zaishi excitedly. Song Zaishi nodded his head and said with a light smile, you're my brother. So who will I help if I don't help you? But don't act rashly anymore. Jiang Tang is Feng Ling's wife. This is the Feng family's territory. If you pry Feng Ling's corner, the Feng family has all the means to clean up you and me. On someone else's turf, they get us killed without God's knowledge. It's not that difficult. Song Qi frowned deeply. It's not like we're some nobodies that he can just say get killed. Song Zaishi sneered. Have you seen fewer things like this in M country? Song Qishan was silent and didn't say anything. You're sending flowers to Jiang Tong in such a high-profile manner, afraid that Feng Ling won't know about it. Song Zaishi frowned and said, don't you go messing with Jiang Tang and Feng Ling. Wait for me. Don't you rush. Sister will help you get everything you want. Song Qishan nodded. Good. Song Jaehe is gone, out the door to go. Liang Luoyun came to Song Qishan's room and asked, did you have a fight with your sister? Song Qishan smiled and shook his head. Aunt Liang, no. Liang Luoyun breathed a sigh of relief and said, don't argue with your sister. Your sister is doing this for your own good. You are right, but your sister is also right. Aunt Liang. Song Qishan looked at her and asked, you're saying I'm right? Right. Liang Luoyun nodded. What's wrong with you liking Jiang Tang? You're right to like Jiang Tang. Love is right. It's just that you happen to like a woman who's married. Moreover, Jiang Tang is really a very beautiful and excellent and outstanding woman. Ah Shen, you have a good eye. Song Qishan heard Liang Luoyun's words and smiled. Aunt Liang, you're so nice. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, Ah Shen, if you like someone, be brave and go after them. Auntie supports you. Song Qishan looked at Liang Luoyun and thought of Song Zaishi's words. Shaking his head, he said, Aunt Liang, sister told me not to act rashly. Sister will help me get Jiang Tang. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, look, your sister still loves you and treats you the best. Whatever you want your sister will try to help you. Song Qishan nodded. Liang Luoyun smiled and said a few more words to Song Qishan before going out, closing the door. The smile on her face narrowed as she looked at the door. It seemed to be looking through the door at Song Qishan inside the room. Stupid. Song Zaishi left the Song family and went to Zhang's entertainment to look for Jiang Tang. After the briefing, meet Jiang Tang. She apologized when she saw Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong, I'm sorry, Ah Shen disturbed you. Jiang Tong asked. Solved? Chapter 161 Song Zaishi proposes marriage. Song Zaishi nodded. It's solved. Don't worry. In the future, Ah Shen won't cause you any more trouble. Jiang Tong nodded. Song Zaishi said, today, I'm looking for you, and there are other things. What is it? Jiang Tong asked. Song Zaishi said, I want to marry the Jiang family. Jiang Tong looked at her. Frown. A marriage with the Jiang family. The Jiang family is now left with only Jiang Bei unmarried. Does Song Jaehe really like Ah Bei? Jiang Tong wanted to refuse. Song Zaishi spoke before she could. Jiang Tang, although our contact is not too deep, but after all, we went to school together in the same school for 3 years. My person's ability wrist, you've seen it with your own eyes, and you've also heard about it quite a lot. Song Zaishi said, if I marry Jiang Bei, I will be able to help guide Jiang Bei very well, just like you're helping to guide Feng Ling now. Jiang Tong was silent. I know, Jiang Bei has a Zhu Nanqing by his side, but, they're not engaged or dating. Zhu Nanqing is still a little girl. She can't help Jiang Bei with anything. What Zhu Nanqing has, I have, and the means of ability that Zhu Nanqing does not have now, I also have. Song Zaishi said confidently, she might not be able to impress Jiang Bei, but it can definitely impress Jiang Tang and Zhang's parents. Jiang Tong said, in this matter, I can't make a decision. No, you made the call. Song Zaishi smiled and said, think about it, I'll wait for your answer. Song Jaehe is gone. Jiang Tong was silent. What is Song Jaehe trying to do? She didn't believe it when she said that Song Zaishi liked Jiang Bei, and when she mentioned Jiang Bei, Song Zaixi's eyes didn't have any love in them at all. There's just the math. But Jiang Bei is not connected to her. Song Jae-hee couldn't have counted on Jiang Bei. Right now in C City, there were only two people who had a direct relationship with Song Zaishi, Liang Luoyun and Fengling. Everything Song Zaishi did would have nothing to do with Liang Luoyun Fengling. If, for example, the Jiang family agreed to a marriage between Jiang Bei and Song Zaishi, then, Song Zaishi was at least on the surface with her as a family. She was Fengling's wife, and if she was family with her, she was family with Fengling. So, she, Song Jae-hee, and Fengling are head-to-head. That other end is Liang Lok-wan? Could it be that Song Zaishi wanted to deal with Liang Luoyun from the beginning to the end? There is actually some basis for this. Liang Luoyun is the stepmother of Song Zaishi Song Qishan. With a stepmother there will be a stepfather. Not to mention, Liang Luoyun also has her own two biological children. 4 kids, it's a competition. Liang Lok-wan is definitely helping her own biological children. She couldn't be any more stupid and sweet than to help someone else's child. What's more, there's no way that Liang Luoyun is dumb and sweet. In the beginning, the woman who could stir up the Feng family, how could she be a silly white sweet? Just because she looks soft doesn't mean she's really soft. The soft exterior is just her weapon. Therefore, Song Zaishi wanted to deal with Liang Luoyun's mother and son, and chose Jiang Bei because he wanted to bring her and the Jiang family Fengling Feng family into a united front, help her to deal with Liang Luoyun's mother and son together. Because Song Zaishi himself couldn't deal with Liang Luoyun. Maybe it's because Liang Lok-wan has Song Yichao as her backer. Song Yizhou is the person in charge of the Song clan. As long as Song Yizhou loves Liang Luoyun and believes in Liang Luoyun, it's useless for Song Zaishi to have any more means. That's why it's looking for outside help. But Song Zaishi can't guarantee that Fengling will be on her side. After all, Liang Luoyun is Fengling's real mother. There is blood. Blood ties are sometimes amazing. Some people value blood ties more than anything else. So, Song Zaishi took a circuitous route to take Jiang Bei, so that Jiang Bei would help her. And she, Jiang Tang, would help Jiang Bei, and Fengling would help her, Jiang Tang. It's like a condom. Jiang Tong pondered. All of this was still just her guess. What exactly Song Jae-hee wants to do needs more prying and observation. Secretary Sun thought about it and took a picture of the roses and sent it to Fengling. Fengling. Secretary Sun, you want to send me flowers? Secretary Sun. Fengling, did your wife ask you to test me? Secretary Sun, no. Fengling, come and try as you may. My little master's real gold is not afraid of being refined by fire. There was a moment of silence from Secretary Sun. Young Master Feng has a lot of drama. He has so many scenes all day long. And I don't know if the president can take his scenes. Secretary Sun, these are flowers someone sent the president. Fengling, what? Which wild man sent this? Secretary Sun, I don't know. It's not signed. Secretary Sun, but Feng Shao, take it easy. The president doesn't like the flowers. The president asked me to dispose of the flower. Fengling, Secretary Sun, can you type all at once? Secretary Sun, Fengling, others are talking big breath. You are typing big breath. In your big breath effort, small master knife are drawn out. Secretary Sun. Fengling, can you guess who sent it? Secretary Sun, guess not. Fengling, how could you not guess? Secretary Sun, the president has too many admirers to guess. Fengling. Secretary Sun, why do I suspect you're stirring up trouble? Secretary Sun, I'm not stirring up trouble. I'm creating a sense of crisis for you. Fengling. Secretary Sun, there are a lot of people who like the president, so you must cherish treating the president well. Otherwise, the president will run away with another man. Fengling, those wild men can have me treat my wife well? Can have me like my wife? Those men are superficial, like my wife's appearance family. Only I really like my wife as a person. Fengling transfers money to Secretary Sun. 18,888. Secretary Sun is still somewhat useful and deserves a reward. Fengling, what did you do with the flowers? Secretary Sun, flowers sent by garbage are of course thrown in the trash. Knowing that the president is married, he still wants to send flowers to the president. Pursuing a married woman. Being a mistress with the intention of destroying someone else's family. What's not garbage? Fengling, Secretary Sun, you're awesome. In the afternoon, after work, Jiang Tang packed up and walked out of the company. Just now Fengling sent her a message saying that he would come to pick her up from work in the evening. Walking out of the company, I saw Fengling, and a large bouquet of white roses held in his hands. Fengling walked up holding the flowers and said to Jiang Tang with a smile, "Wife, it's for you. I know you don't like red roses, so I'll give you white roses." Jiang Tang looked at Fengling and took it. But when did she say she didn't like red roses? She glanced at Secretary Sun beside her. Secretary Sun had a look of political candor on his face. It was as if she wasn't the one delivering the message to Fengling. Jiang Tong smiled. Feng Ling not only got her approval, but also Secretary Sun's. Secretary Sun had been her secretary a few years ago, and over the years, many of the men who had pursued her had tried to curry favor with her through Secretary Sun. Unfortunately, Secretary Sun doesn't pretend to those men, never revealing news of her personal affairs to those men. Now, it also changed for Feng Ling. Young Master Feng is still really charming. Honey, do you like it? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, it's beautiful. Love it. Chapter 162 Feng Ling Jiang Tang playing chess. Jiang Tong added with a smile. Prettier than red roses. Feng Ling gave Secretary Sun a somewhat awkward look. Secretary Sun the double agent. Secretary Sun. I feel like I can't talk about it. Inside or out. What red rose? Feng Ling played dumb. Jiang Tong smiled and asked. So you don't know? Feng Ling. Know what? He asked. Jiang Tong smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Just forget it if you don't know. Secretary Sun said to Jiang Tang and Feng Ling. President. Feng Xiao. I'll leave first. She's gone. Not being a part of their couple play. Secretary Sun is gone. Feng Ling said. Honey, let's go too. Jiang Tong nodded. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang both went home. Back home, Butler Zhao saw the roses Jiang Tong was holding in her hands and said with a smile. Young lady, these flowers are so beautiful. Who sent them? Feng Ling glanced at Butler Zhao from the side. Although Lao Zhao is old, but not old eyes. Good eyes, have eyesight. Butler Zhao guess? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Housekeeper Zhao glanced at Feng Ling and said with a smile. Such beautiful flowers. They must be from the young master. Feng Ling haughtily glanced at Butler Zhao and let out Young master's vision is still very good. Butler Zhao said. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Feng Ling said. Old Zhao's vision is also good. Butler Zhao smiled modestly. Where? It's still far worse than the young master. Feng Ling nodded. Lao Zhao is telling the truth. Jiang Tong. Commercial bragging rights again? Butler Zhao really favors Feng Ling. Butler Zhao. Find a pretty vase and send it to my room. Jiang Tong said. Butler Zhao, yes. Jiang Tong and Feng Ling went back to their room, changed into their home clothes, and went downstairs to eat dinner. And after dinner, the two of them returned to their room. Feng Ling sat on the couch reading and studying. Jiang Tong just sat aside to arrange the flowers. In addition to the roses Feng Ling had sent, she had asked Butler Zhao to bring some other flowers. Feng Ling watched as he studied. He hadn't studied flower arranging and didn't understand it, but she thought his wife's flower arrangements were beautiful. Honey, you're sticking it in really nice. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, you know how to arrange flowers? Feng Ling shook his head. I don't understand. But, good looking or not, I understand. Jiang Tong nodded. Feng Ling asked curiously, honey, what else do you know besides flower arranging? Oh, and the wife writes well too. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, dancing and all that, more or less. Jiang Tong said. These, which would be used in some of the social occasions of the famous and noble women, she had learned, more or less. It was her word of modesty. Although she looks calm and gentle on the surface, in fact, inside is a very strong person. A thing, since to do the best. Then let's play chess. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong inserted another rose. Asked, you're not studying anymore? Young Master Feng has been learning a lot lately. Study. Feng Ling said. But it's also important to combine work and rest. Jiang Tong nodded. Feng Ling said. I'll ask Butler Zhao to send up the chessboard, but there has to be a wager for the game. Jiang Tong looked at him. So that's what it is. What bet? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling, lose a game and take off a piece of clothing. Jiang Tong. She was the one who expected too much from him. Thought he'd come up with some kind of decent bet. It's summer, and she's now wearing loose-fitting house dresses, and fitted clothes. Feng Ling also only has 3 pieces. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Good. Feng Ling was a bit excited and had Butler Zhao send the chessboard. Butler Zhao brought up the chessboard with his men and saw the roses on the coffee table. The heart was glad. The young master is getting literary now. Arranging flowers and playing chess with the young lady. I don't know how many times more literary and classy than the old days of just drinking and bouncing around and racing cars. Butler Zhao put down the chessboard and left. Jiang Tong then started playing chess with Feng Ling. Feng Ling was still confident in his chess skills. As a child, I was forced by my grandfather to study with a well-known master. Feng Ling's chess skills were indeed quite good, but it was still a bit worse than Jiang Tong. The first inning ended quickly. Feng Ling lost. Jiang Tong smiled and said, take it off. Feng Ling glanced at her and took off just a little. He was careless and gullible in this round. Feng Ling took his shirt off. Jiang Tong looked at him. Feng Ling is not the first time to undress in front of Jiang Tang. All old husband and old wife. But, Undressing in this situation is still a little embarrassing. Most of all, Jiang Tong stared at his upper body from time to time, staring at him uncomfortably, because sitting was loose. He subconsciously tensed his body, and the shape of his muscles became visible as his body tensed and exerted itself. His muscles were well-toned, the best thin muscles a woman could have. There was strength and beauty, not overly exaggerated. Jiang Tong looked at it and said, "You can win if you keep tensing your body like this? Can you win with two minds?" "I'm not taught." Fengling was stubborn. "I'm relaxed." Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Muscles are not like this in a normal relaxed state. They are loose and shapeless, and only when the body is tensed with force will they show their shape." Fengling, why does the wife even know this? Tucking in and exerting yourself all the time. Aren't you tired? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Fengling reddened at the teasing and said, "Don't you care?" Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Okay, I don't care." Fengling was in two minds. No surprise, he lost again in the second round. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. Fengling took his pants off. Without pants, Fengling was even more uncomfortable. It always felt like Jiang Tong was looking at him. Shame and shyness. This is a round that loses even faster. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smirk. Fengling, there was just one more piece of clothing left on the body. Taking off any more would be a bit of an indignity. If I had known that I would lose 3 games in a row, I should have worn more than 10 or 8. You're going to be a little bit of this? Fengling glared at Jiang Tang. Has he been set up by Jiang Tong? Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Yes, it will be a little if I was very good at it, I would have gone to the competition and fought for my country. Fengling gritted his teeth. Liar. It's true that the prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating. This top big liar. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smirk, glancing meaningfully at the last piece of clothing on his body. Fengling didn't move. Jiang Tong propped her hand on her chin and looked at him with a smile. What? Young Master Feng can't afford to lose? Who said that? Fengling's head went up at the excitement. I'll take it off. With that, he stood up and removed the last piece of clothing from his body. Then, Jiang Tong reddened. Fengling's face turned even redder. I'm going to take a shower. Fengling said. Cold showers are needed to lower the fire. Fengling rushed into the bathroom. Jiang Tong looked at his back and laughed lightly with a red face. What a bloodthirsty young Master Feng. Chapter 163, Song Yizhou ate the Jedi back then. Only after a long time did Fengling come out of the bathroom, took a cold shower and the whole thing went cold. Ignoring Jiang Tong, it always felt like he had been tricked by Jiang Tong, being lied to, not to mention feeling humiliated. It's a small thing to be cheated, but a big thing to lose face. Jiang Tong went to take a shower. Fengling sat on the sofa and messaged Zhang Bei. What talents does your sister know? Zhang Bei, I know all about zither and chess. Fengling, is it awesome? Zhang Bei, isn't that nonsense you're asking? What does my sister do that isn't awesome? Fengling, Zhang Bei, my sister is all round. Her piano teacher advised her to go for professional competitions, and her dancing teacher recommended her to the national team. Fengling, Zhang Bei, it's also because my sister knows she has a responsibility on her. Otherwise, my sister would have become an artist long ago. Fengling, what is her responsibility? Zhang Bei, take up the responsibility of Jiao Na. Fengling, how is that your sister's responsibility? Isn't it your responsibility? Zhang Bei, aren't I a wastrel who can't afford this responsibility? Fengling, you still know you're wasted. Zhang Bei, yes, I know I'm wasted myself. I'm self-aware. What about you? Fengling, I what? Zhang Bei, scraps with no self-awareness. Fengling, is that how you talk to your brother-in-law? Zhang Bei, yeah, come and beat me if you can. Fengling, you wait for me. At this time, Jiang Tang came out after taking a shower. Fengling had long forgotten about the bit of awkwardness of undressing just now, and said to Jiang Tang, Wife, I think you should teach Zhu Nanqing well. Jiang Tong was puzzled. She taught Zhu Nanqing? Zhu Nanqing is too gentle and quiet. I'm afraid she won't be able to hold Zhang Bei and be bullied by him in the future. Fengling said. Jiang Tong looked at him and asked with a smile. What? You yourself are governed by your wife, so you can't see your brother living a good life? Wish a brother was under a wife's thumb. 2. Fengling, I'm the one who isn't being controlled by my wife. Jiang Tong looked at him and raised an eyebrow. So, you don't submit to my control. Fengling, okay. Jiang Tong nodded. Since you don't submit to my discipline and don't want me to take care of you, I won't care about you from now on. Fengling, leave him alone? What does it mean? Is it a sign that he's already disappointed in him and is going to let it go? How does that work? I don't mean that. Fengling said with a little embarrassment. I mean that I am very obedient and conscious, but Zhang Bei is not obedient and conscious, and Zhang Bei must be managed by someone. Zhu Nanqing is a quiet and obedient little girl. How can she control Zhang Bei? I think Men still need to be managed by women. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, think Shu Nanqing is too quiet and well-behaved to control Jiang Bei? Then how about replacing it with Song Zaishi and letting Song Zaishi control Jiang Bei? Ha? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. What does the wife mean by that? Song Zaishi, propose a marriage. Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling was shocked. Wife, you can't be agreeing, right? No, I don't like Song Zaishi. Jiang Tong smiled. People Song Zaishi is trying to marry Jiang Bei. It's not like they want to marry you. Does it matter if you like it or not? Of course it's important. Feng Ling said. If she really marries Jiang Bei, won't she become our younger sibling? Isn't that important? Jiang Tong didn't say anything. Wife, you're not really going to let Jiang Bei and Song Zaishi get married, are you? Feng Ling asked. He could see that his wife was in the Jiang family, and her words carried weight. People who have the ability and strength to speak carry weight at all times. Moreover, Jiang Bei is a cis-control. All day long. I hang on to this, my sister is the best. My sister is right. He felt that if Jiang Tong really asked Jiang Bei and Song Zaishi to get married, Jiang Bei would definitely be willing. Wife, you mustn't be confused. Song Zaishi and Liang Luoyun have bad intentions. Feng Ling anxiously persuaded. Must convince the wife to knock it off. Jiang Tong smiled and said, I know. I didn't think that way. It's just that, at first, we thought that Song Zaishi was coming for you, but it turned out not to be. Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling sighed in relief and said, Song Zaishi doesn't like me. Can he not know if a person likes him or not? Song Zaishi was warm to him though and flattered to please him, but there was no love in the eyes that looked at him. She doesn't like Jiang Bei either, and she's doing this all to take advantage of Jiang Bei. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows and asked, what is she using Jiang Bei for? Feng Ling shook his head. I don't know. Although I don't know, but she doesn't like Jiang Bei. But she is making every effort to create a heroic rescue to get close to Jiang Bei. What is it if not using Jiang Bei? Otherwise, you have nothing to eat and nothing to do? Think again. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. Is the wife testing him? He hadn't thought about it before, but now he was thinking about it, and he couldn't let his wife think he was an idiot. Feng Ling began to ponder. Song Zaishi has nothing to do with Jiang Bei, and the one who has something to do with Song Zaishi is him. And their relationship, they are both children of Lorraine Liang. He was her real son. Song Zaishi was Liang Luoyun's stepson. Feng Ling asked tentatively, could it be that Song Zaishi's purpose is Liang Luoyun? Jiang Tong didn't say anything. No word is a tacit admission. Figure that out and you don't have to think about it later. Stepmothers and stepchildren vying for the family fortune counted on each other to plot against each other such things. He had seen too many in his circle. Not to mention the stepmother and stepchildren who are not related by blood. Even if they are brothers and sisters who have turned against each other and fought to the death. There are quite a few of them. So Song Zaishi wants to use us to deal with Liang Luoyun? And Liang Luoyun is also trying to use us to deal with the Song Zaishi siblings? Jiang Tong nodded. It seems so for now. Feng Ling frowned. Are they sick? They can infight if they want to. What does it have to do with me? Jiang Tong smiled and said, of course it's related. Their infighting is infighting. But they also have the same goal, to get money from the Feng family to fill the Song family's hole. The previous information she wanted was more urgent, and the news that came back from the people in M was more generalized and superficial. Now, getting more detailed information. Song Zaishi and Liang Luoyun are having a lot of infighting right now. Song Jiehe is the daughter of Song Yichao. Liang Laquan is the wife of Ezra Sung. Liang Laquan has the support of the Liang family. Song Jiehe, and there are people who support her, Song Jiehe's old foreign family. Jiang Tong said to Feng Ling, Song Zaishi's grandparents only had Song Zaishi's mother as a daughter. Song Yichao ate the extinct family in the first place. And Song Zaishi's grandparents died in an accident when Song Zaishi was very young. After the death of Song Zaishi's grandparents, Song Yichao divorced Song Zaishi's mother. Song Zaishi's mother was already depressed because of Song Yichao and Liang Luoyun hooking up. Plus her parents' company Song Yichao took away, and was also coerced by Song Yichao with her 2 children, forcing a divorce. And after the divorce, Song Zaishi's mother committed suicide. Chapter 164, Feng Lingmei's Misery and Strength. Song Yichao moved his company to M. There are quite a few of Song Zaishi's grandfather's old men in the company from before. Jiang Tong said. Many of these old guard are in favor of Song Zaishi. Feng Ling. The face was ugly. I didn't expect Song Yichao to be such a person. Eating Jedi? It's disgraceful and infuriating. His father-in-law actually lost to such a person. How on earth did Dad lose? Did he lose because he wasn't mean enough? Didn't you say Song Zaishi is smart? Feng Ling asked Jiang Tang. She can't even clean up Liang Luoyun and Song Yichao? Jiang Tong smiled. How old is Song Zaishi? 28 years old. How many years has she been in the company? 5 or 6 years. How many years has Song Yizhao been in control of the company? Feng Ling sighed. Song Zaishi is so pathetic. Jiang Tong nodded. Thinking carefully, Song Zaishi's siblings were indeed quite pitiful, but even more pathetic were her grandparents. But, wife, although Song Zaishi is pitiful, you can't take Jiang Bei to save her. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong laughed. Then if you don't take Jiang Bei to save, take you to save Song Zaishi? Feng Ling, I'm so pathetic that I need you to save me. How can I go and save someone else? How are you pitiful? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling, am I not pitiful? Born mom and dad divorced. Dad died. Grandma also followed the death. Mom was not around since childhood. So many years and grandpa depend on each other. Now mom is back. But back is not as good as not come back. Come back is to calculate and use me. You say, I am pitiful or not pitiful. It's also fortunate that it's the Feng family that has money. If the Feng family didn't have money, I'd be even worse off. I am the fictional beauty of misery and strength. Jiang Tong looked at him. You are indeed beautiful and miserable. But, strong? Where are you strong? Drinking strong? Drag racing strong? Fighting strong? Or is it better to spend money? Feng Ling, my wife is strong. It's okay. Jiang Tong. Feng Ling, my beauty is miserable. My wife is strong. Jiang Tong. It's impossible to argue with that. Because, indeed, she is strong. Honey, Song Zaishi's pity is Song Zaishi's business. It has nothing to do with Jiang Bei. Feng Ling said. Anyway, I don't agree with the marriage between Jiang Bei and Song Zaishi. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling. How many times has he said that? How worried was he that she would allow Jiang Bei and Song Jiangxi to join forces? What had she done to give him that illusion? Don't worry, I won't, Jiang Tong said. I respect Jiang Bei's wishes regarding his marriage. Feng Ling, his will is to wish Nanqing. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling. He was really quite fond of Zhu Nanqing. You like Zhu Nanqing so much, does Jiang Bei know? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling, wife, listen to my explanation. I don't like Zhu Nanqing, nor is it. My liking for Zhu Nanqing is just a liking for a friend, not a liking between the opposite sex. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. It's not a like between the opposite sex. Is it a like between the same sex? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. Finding a wife who is too strong is just like that. Say no to say over. Hit dare not hit. Scold cannot scold. Then it's just a matter of sealing your lips with a kiss. Feng Ling directly moved over and kissed her. Jiang Tong. Here we go again. If you can't say it, you kiss it. His mouth probably didn't grow to talk. It's the long come pro. Song Kishan is playing at the bar. He was alone, sitting in a booth at a card table with 2 bottles of Louis XIII and a few other things on the table. Soon there were all sorts of women coming up to say hello. Song Kishan was young and handsome, and the table was set with expensive drinks, which attracted women. Song Kishan rejected many women. It's not that he's clean, but he's too discerning to look at those women. And in the end, Song Kishan accepted a very beautiful woman's hit on him. The two sat on the sofa of the card table and drank, and after 2 glasses, Song Kishan's hand was on the woman's thigh, while Song Kishan was trying to go further to kiss the woman. Suddenly, the woman was yanked away and slapped in the face. Stinking, how dare you hook up with a man behind my back? Get you killed. A tall man cursed as he hit the woman. Husband? No, it wasn't me. It was this man. He was the one who pulled me down and wouldn't let me go. The woman cried. The man looked at Song Kishan. Song Kishan frowned and said, it's her own. The man didn't listen to Song Kishan's explanation and directly kicked Song Kishan in the chest. Song Kishan was kicked down on the couch. When did he, a second-generation rich man, suffer from this anger? He didn't care whether he was the man's opponent or not, struggled to stand up, and rushed up with a bottle of wine, smashing a bottle of wine against the man's head. He was so used to being arrogant and bossy that he didn't care what the consequences of his bottle going down would be. It was a moment when his heart wanted to smash men. There were several other men around the man, and when they saw that Song Kishan dared to fight back, they screamed and rushed up to Song Kishan and beat him up. Song Kishan wanted to resist, but unfortunately, he was only one person, and the other party was several strong men. He can't fight. The opposite side of being beaten. Police department. Song Zaishi brought his lawyer bodyguard to bail out Song Kishan. Song Kishan was beaten up badly. His face was bruised with wounds and blood. Seeing Song Kishan like this, Song Zaishi's face changed, walked up, and asked, what's going on? Song Kishan said angrily, I'm going to get them killed. He had never suffered such a loss since he was a child. Song Zaishi's face was ugly as he glared at Song Kishan. Shut up. This is C-Town, not in M country. You're all screaming at the police station to get someone killed. You don't want to get out? Want to go to prison for a couple days? Song Zaishi asked his bodyguard to watch Song Kishan and took his lawyer to the police officers to find out what was going on. After understanding, the formalities were done, and Song Qishan was taken away, and the rest of the remaining things were left to the lawyers. Those men had beaten Song Qishan, and she was not going to forgive them easily. When he got home, Song Jae-hee opened his mouth. Are you that short on women? Fighting people over those messed up women at the bar? Song Qishan was beaten. His body hurt, and he was harboring a lot of anger in his heart. And now he has to be scolded by Song Zaishi. It was the woman herself who came up to me, and I didn't say anything. The other party just hit. Did I not fight back and wait to be hit? Song Qishan angrily yelled at Song Zaishi. Damn it, if we were in M country, I would have shot them long ago. This isn't M country, it's in C city. Put away those thoughts of yours, Song Zaishi said, frowning and looking at him suspiciously. You brought your gun here? In M, it is legal for residents to carry guns. But here, it's illegal and punishable by law if caught. Chapter 165, The Most Merciful Crown Prince. Song Qishan's face was ugly. No, he came to C-Town through regular channels and couldn't bring it here. Song Zaishi sighed in relief. Said, this is C City, not M country. You have to obey the law. Our family doesn't have a bit of power here. No one can protect you if something happens to you. Song Qishan snorted coldly. Could little master be afraid? Song Zaishi frowned, really wanting to kick him back to M country. But it can't. The Liang family is still in M. If she really sends Asham back to M, she doesn't feel at ease. What if Asham is counted by the Liang family? She rubbed her head. Asked, have you offended someone lately? What happened at the bar tonight didn't seem like an accident by any stretch of the imagination. Nowadays, in a society governed by the rule of law, everyone has a strong sense of law and will not move to break the law. She felt as if Sham had been set up by someone. Who can I offend? Song Qishan said. No, he had just arrived in C-Town and didn't have a single friend, let alone an enemy. Song Zaishi's frown tightened. She did think of someone. At this time, Liang Luoyun heard the commotion upstairs, came down, saw Song Qishan, screamed, and came up with a miserably concerned face. Ah Shen, what happened to you? What happened? Song Qishan said faintly. Nothing, had a fight with someone else. He said it so quickly that Song Zaishi couldn't even stop it in time if he wanted to. She glanced at Song Qishan and frowned. Lorraine Liang, a fight? This is a one-sided beating, isn't it? Ah Shen, let's go to the hospital. Go to the hospital, Liang Luoyun said. Also, this matter has to be told to your father. Song Zaishi said to Liang Luoyun. Aunt Liang, this is a minor injury. There's no need to tell Dad. How can you not tell your father when you're hurt so badly? How heartbreaking it must be for your father to see you like this, Liang Luoyun said. Song Zaishi frowned, annoyed, and didn't say anything. Liang Luoyun is bound to tell her dad. Predictably, Sham will be scolded again. I scolded him for being such a big man, not doing his job and causing trouble all day long. Deep, is her fault. It was she who didn't teach Sham well, but she was also only a year older than Sham, and since she was a child, she had brought Sham to make a living under Liang Luoyun's hand. In the past, when she was young, she didn't have the mind phone she has now, and at that time, she really thought Liang Luoyun was good to them, but later, grew up, understood, slowly realized Liang Luoyun's heart. She was kind to them, all on the surface, ostensibly never restraining them from eating, drinking, or even, giving them whatever they wanted. All sorts of luxurious and expensive things to buy when you want them. Learn, if you don't want to learn, don't learn. Support them to play, even, encourage them to play with things. But they were small then. They didn't understand and thought that Liang Lakwan was a good person. By the time he realized it, Sham had already been nourished and wasted by Liang Luoyun. Unthinking, unprofessional, capricious and arrogant, stupid and arrogant, irritable. She awakened as an adult and reformed. But Sham has never been able to change it. Even, up to now, Sham thought that Liang Luoyun was a good person and a good stepmother. And she didn't dare to tell Ashen. She wasn't sure. She was worried that once she told Ashen would turn his head and go and tell Liang Luoyun. Over the years, she had tried very hard to teach Sham and guide him back to the right path. But because of this, Sham was upset with her, thinking that she had restrained him, that she looked down on him, that anything he did was wrong. Instead, it was more in favor of Liang Lakwan, because Liang Luoyun cared about him. Anything he did, Liang Luoyun supported. And even, if anything happened to him, Liang Luoyun would clean up his mess. It was because there was someone to clean up the mess that Sham became even more brazen. Song Zaishi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, really tired. Shen, go, auntie will take you to the hospital, Liang Luoyun said with heartache. Song Qishan glanced at Song Zaishi and walked away with Liang Luoyun. Song Zaishi, She had deliberately not taken Sham to the hospital. Just let him hurt. Let him learn a lesson. Those men. Why don't they just beat him to death? This dumb ass. Song Zaishi took a deep breath and suppressed the violence and irritation in his heart. Go back to your room and send a message to Jiang Tang. Song Jae, Sham was beaten up. Jiang Tong hadn't fallen asleep yet when he saw the message. Raising an eyebrow. Song Qishan was beaten up. What was Song Zaishi doing messaging her? Can't you still expect her to feel sorry for Song Qishan? Jiang Tong, what's going on? Song Zaishi then told the story. There's nothing to hide. He also told his suspicions, saying that Song Qishan might have been set up. He also said that Song Qishan did not have any enemies in Sea City, and he did not know who he had offended and how he had been counted. Having said this, what else did Jiang Tang not understand? Feng Ling beside Jiang Tong, the one who sent me roses yesterday was Song Qishan? Feng Ling froze for a moment in feigned surprise as he looked at Jiang Tang. Ah, that red rose was sent by Song Qishan? What does he mean? Why did he send you flowers? He's sick, isn't he? What does he mean? Jiang Tong looked at him with a smirk and didn't say anything. Feng Ling was made uncomfortable by the look. Honey, what are you looking at me like that for? What kind of beating did you give Song Qishan? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling said, it didn't hit anything, just, looking at Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong smiled deepened out of the corner of his eyes. Just what? Just leave him with a broken arm or leg? Or not being able to get out of bed for 10 days and a half? Or paralyzed? She asked. Feng Ling pursed his lips and didn't say anything. What could he say when his wife had done all the talking by herself? Feng Ling knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he had found someone to beat up Song Qishan, who asked for flowers to be sent to you. Knowing that you're my wife and sending you flowers, this is not putting me in my eyes. Who am I going to beat up if I don't beat him up? Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong didn't say anything. Feng Ling added, I just found someone to beat him up, which is considered light. If it were another crown prince who dared to covet the crown prince's wife, wouldn't he be killed? Not to mention killing him, but also implicating his family, making his family broken. I just randomly punched him, and it was already merciful. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Young Master Feng, indeed, is a soft-hearted person. Honey, how did you know? Feng Ling asked. He just punched it this evening and his talent messaged him that it was done. And the wife knows? Is your wife that powerful? Song Zaishi sued me, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling was surprised. Song Zaishi knows that I beat him up? How did Song Jae know? Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. Otherwise, wouldn't have told her about it. How did she know? Feng Ling asked suspiciously. Did his people reveal themselves? Stupid. You can't even do something like that. Jiang Tong smiled and said, guessing. Feng Ling, she's so good at guessing? Why don't she go on I guess. Chapter 166, Our couple is good at literature and martial arts. Jiang Tong laughed and asked him, then you have such a poor mouth. Why don't you go to talk show? Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang. So, wife, you're helping Song Zaishi? Jiang Tong, you're helping Song Zaishi? Song Zaishi is Song Qishan's sister. Rounding up, you're helping Song Qishan. Between me and Song Qishan, you actually chose to help Song Qishan? Feng Ling accused Jiang Tang with his eyes. Jiang Tong was speechless for a while and looked at Feng Ling. Who taught you to round up so much? Feng Ling, don't you care who taught me that? Anyway, who do you think you're helping? Who else can I help besides you? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling glanced at her and hummed smugly. It's just that it's not good to hit someone, Jiang Tong said. She was a more civilized person and had always had the belief that it was better to move your mouth than your hands. It's too rough to move your hands. Tarnished image. What's wrong with that? Feng Ling said. I hit him for good measure. Jiang Tong gasped and laughed. So does he have to thank you? Thank you for thinking of him? Feng Ling nodded. Yeah, he should be thanking me. Otherwise, do you think just anyone can be beaten by me? I don't fight so many people in Sea-Town. I just fight him. It's an honor, too. Jiang Tong. It was rare that she couldn't talk past Feng Ling. Now young Master Feng's crooked reasoning is a set of things. Then I'll inform Song Qishan Song Zaishi and have them send you a banner? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Feng Ling hummed with a haughty face. He sends it. As long as he dares to send it, little master dares to accept it. By the way, instruct him on how to behave in the future. Teach him not to just send flowers to other people's wives and pursue them in the future, or else he'll have to be beaten next time. Jiang Tong was a bit helpless. Young Master Feng really likes to be jealous now. It's not like I took it, she said. Feng Ling grunted and gave her a sidelong glance. Luckily you didn't collect it. If you did, he'd be done with a beating? Jiang Tong. And you think you can still stand here properly? He said to Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong. Yo, young Master Feng is making a name for himself now. How dare you threaten her now? She smiled and asked him, so if I take it, Where is it if I'm not standing here properly? Where? Feng Ling sneered. Where else? With Song Qishan to get beaten up. Now, where Song Qishan is, you are. Song Qishan should now be in the hospital to see the injury. Jiang Tong. She smiled and nodded. Okay, I got it. Feng Ling, what do you know? Jiang Tong said. Stay away from Song Qishan in the future, lest you get beaten up. Feng Ling hummed arrogantly and looked at Jiang Tang. The wife still knows what she's doing. Know who to follow. Follow him, eat and drink. If you follow Song Qishan, you'll only get beaten up. Why did you favor beating up Song Qishan? Jiang Tong asked curiously. Why don't you beat up Chen Qi? He should be even more angry about what Chen Qi did. It's not like I'm stupid enough to punch anyone I see. Feng Ling said. Chen Qi was Jiang Tong's first love. What if Jiang Tong still had feelings for him? If he punched Chen Qi, and Chen Qi then went to Jiang Tang to act pitiful to gain sympathy, wouldn't it be bad for him? Moreover, Chen Qi is still considered Jiang Tong's A party, and it's not good to beat up the A party. There was also Shi Changshuan. He didn't like it and didn't beat it up. Shi Changshuan was silently liking Jiang Tang in his heart, and he didn't confess, and he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. One more thing, Toki Changshuan still has to help Jiang Tang to make money. If he is injured, it will delay his work and delay him to make money for Jiang Tang. He and Jiang Tong are husband and wife, joint property, and he has a share of the money earned by Chen Qi. He's not that stupid to hit his own moneymaker, regardless of whether it was Chen Qi, Shi Changsun, or Li Yan. There were all reasons why they couldn't be punched, but Song Qishan didn't. Song Qishan didn't have any reason to punch whenever he wanted to. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, you're very smart. Then you're so smart. Tell me, what should we do now that Song Zaishi has come to complain? Feng Ling said. What else can I do? Cool it. If Song Zaishi comes to you to complain again, you let her come to me. Jiang Tong. Okay. She nodded. It's good that you're happy, but keep your tail clean and don't get caught. Although Song Qishan can't do anything to Feng Ling even if he is caught by Song Qishan, but it's still better not to get caught in the act. Otherwise, it would be rumored that young Master Feng was bullying foreign friends. How unpleasant the reputation would be. Song Zaishi should have gotten a green card and is an M countryman. Feng Ling nodded happily. Aha. He knew then that his wife cared about him. Why care about him when there are so many men in the world whose wives don't? Doesn't caring about rounding up equal love? The wife loves him. Wife, don't worry. I'll be more careful when I beat him up next time. No matter how Song Zaishi guesses, he won't be able to guess on me. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong. There's a next time? Gotta. All that talk just now was for nothing. We are civilized people, moving our mouths and not our hands. Jiang Tong said. The matter of moving one's hands was really too easy to leave a handle. Feng Ling, wife, you be the civilized person. I'll be the martial arts person. Jiang Tong. Feng Ling said. In this case, we are two couples, one civil and one military. If we are both civil and military, who would dare to mess with us? Jiang Tong. Forget it. It's good that young Master Feng is happy. Feng Ling said excitedly. Wife, look, from now on, we'll be like this. In the future, if anyone comes to mess with us, you'll reason with them first, and if reasoning doesn't work, I'll do it. Jiang Tong looked at him and nodded. Good. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Although a gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands, if reasoning doesn't work, then he has no choice but to use his hands. The proposal was approved by Jiang Tong. Feng Ling's heart was happy. Young Master Feng is very happy today, punching the haters. It was also recognized and approved by my wife. Happy. I'm sure I'll sleep well tonight. Feng Ling was happy. Song Qishan became unhappy. He was in the hospital, late at night, only to go to the emergency room. The emergency doctors and nurses saw the injuries on his body, so they disinfected him first with alcohol iodine povine. These alcohol iodophore touched the wound with a sting. Song Qishan, a big man, was not good at screaming out, and could only endure it, showing his teeth. Liang Luoyun was heartbroken as she watched from the sidelines. Sham, how is it? Does it hurt? Liang Luoyun miserably reddened her eyes with a face of worry and heartache. Who the hell did this to you? Sham, what have you offended? Song Qishan was also thinking, what has he or she offended? If the incident was an accident, forget it. Just take it out on the men who beat you up. But what if it wasn't an accident? Is it a deliberate calculation? But who's counting on him? Chapter 167, he's not wrong. He deserves to be beaten. Liang Luoyun said sadly, who did you offend in Sea City? You've just arrived in Sea City, not to mention enemies. You don't even have any friends. So who on earth is going to give you a hard time? Sham, why don't you go back to M to get out of the storm? Liang Luoyun said to Song Qishan. Song Qi frowned deeply. It was very unpleasant. Keep him out of the wind? Wouldn't that mean he was afraid of the man who had counted on him and fled? He, Song Chishan, had never been so angry, so suffocated, when he had lived to such a great age. I won't go back to M country, Song Chishan said with a cold face. Fleeing and avoiding the enemy has never been his style of behavior. Really piss him off, he shoots the other guy. The guns didn't come with them, but you can always get them if you have the money. The doctor looked at him, alcohol rubbed on the corner of his mouth. Painfully, Song Chishan let out a breath of cold air. But, what if someone really wants to target you? We don't know our way around Sea City and we don't have any power. Liang Luoyun asked worriedly. It doesn't matter, Song Chishan said indifferently. Aunt Liang, this is my business, not yours. Liang Luoyun sighed. The most important thing right now is to find out who exactly is trying to target and teach you a lesson. Song Chi was deep in thought. You're in Sea City. The only ones you've contacted so far are Fengling and Jiang Tang, Liang Luoyun said in a seemingly unintentional manner. Song Chishan frowned, his eyes flickering for a moment. Jiang Tang and Fengling? Indeed. The only ones he currently had contact with were Fengling and Jiang Tang. He sent red roses to Jiang Tang to woo her. Fengling would definitely be angry if he knew about it. No man in his right mind can stand the thought of another man coveting his wife. He remembered. When I clashed with that group tonight, the other party said, don't touch women you shouldn't touch. At the time, it was assumed that the other man was talking about the woman from last night. Now that he thought about it, he should be warning him not to covet Jiang Tong. Liang Luoyun glanced at Song Chishan. Her words had reached this point. Song Chishan should know, right? Song Chishan was beaten up, whether Fengling did it or not. She all but hoped that Song Chishan misunderstood Fengling. Then Song Chishan and Fengling faced each other. Although Fengling looked not very powerful, but Fengling's back is against the Feng family, with Elder Feng, and in his Sea City, in the Feng family's home base, to pinch Song Chishan to death was as easy as stepping on an ant. As long as Song Chishan is ruined, then Song Zaishi is also half ruined. She's a woman, what can she do? Ah Shen, why don't you say anything? You don't think that you were beaten up and it was Fengling's doing, right? Liang Luoyun asked worriedly. Song Chishan looked at Liang Luoyun and asked, what if Fengling really did it? Liang Luoyun shook her head. No, Fengling wouldn't do such a thing. You don't have any conflict with Fengling, why would he do this to you? Who said I don't have any conflicts with him? I pursued Jiang Tong, and Jiang Tong is his wife. You say, is there any contradiction between us? Song Chishan said, doctors, nurses, just dealing with an emergency patient. You can still eat melon like this? The doctors and nurses all glanced at Song Chishan, disdainful in their hearts. Are people so shameless nowadays? They seem to be pursuing other people's wives with a straight face, deserve to be beaten, especially the young nurses, who are at the age of cynicism and resentment in the emergency room, are even more aggressive in dealing with wounds. Hey, you lighten up, what kind of nurse are you? Song Chishan screamed, glaring angrily at the little nurse. The little nurse smiled and said, I am very light, this alcohol touches the wound originally hurts. You endure. Song Chishan. It took a while longer to treat the wound. Liang Luoyun and Song Chishan returned home. Liang Luoyun said to Song Chishan, Ah Shen, when auntie goes to ask, if this matter is really Fengling's doing, I'll let Fengling apologize to you. Song Chishan looked at Liang Luoyun suspiciously. Can you really make Fengling apologize to me? Aha. Liang Luoyun nodded. Song Chishan's face looked much better and nodded. If Fengling gave him an apology and let him beat him up again, then this matter would be over and he would no longer bother with Fengling. Otherwise, he is not finished with Fengling. If he really pissed him off, he'd get Fengling killed. If he kills Fengling, Jiang Tong will be his. Day 2. Fengling arrived at the company and met Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi smiled and greeted. Fengling, good morning. The look was as usual. Fengling nodded. Well, good morning. Song Zaishi asked, have you eaten breakfast? I'll order takeout for you if you haven't. Fengling said, eat? Song Zaishi smiled and nodded before returning to work. Fengling looked at Song Zaishi. Song Chishan was her own brother, her only brother. It was impossible for Song Zaishi not to love Song Chishan, but after knowing that he had found someone to beat up Song Chishan, Song Zaishi still smiled at him so warmly. She can really take it. In her mind, she probably wanted to kill him to vent her anger. On the surface, you can still smile at him. Whether she was smart or not he didn't know at the moment, but she was capable of great things. People who make it big can endure. When it was almost noon, Liang Luoyun asked Fengling to eat. Fengling agreed. In his heart, he probably knew what Liang Luoyun had come for. Since Song Zaishi guessed that Song Chishan's beating was his doing, then she probably told Liang Luoyun and Song Chishan. Just tell. Knowing is knowing. Is he still afraid of them? Song Zaishi didn't move. Was he waiting for Liang Luoyun to come to him? Song Zaishi and Song Qishan think that Liang Luoyun will stand up for them? He wanted to see what Liang Luoyun really wanted to do. Feng Ling got off work and came to the restaurant. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, "Ah, Ling is here. Sit." Feng Ling sat down. Liang Laquan then ordered the food. The food is coming up. Feng Ling then eats. Since Liang Luoyun didn't say anything, he wouldn't take the initiative to say anything either. Anyway, it's not like he's the one in a hurry. He let someone beat up Song Qishan last night, and he was in a good mood, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. Liang Luoyun looked at Feng Ling and wanted to speak several times. Feng Ling saw it, but pretended not to. It made Liang Luoyun furious. Can't he ask what's wrong with her? Or was Feng Ling really so stupid that he didn't see that she had something to say? In the end, Liang Luoyun had no choice but to take the initiative to speak. "Ah Ling. Last night, Ah Shin was beaten up in the bar," Liang Luoyun said. Feng Ling looked at her. "Who is Ah Shin?" Liang Luoyun. "Song Qishan, Jaxie's brother." Feng Ling then nodded in realization. "Oh, curious," he asked. "Why was he beaten?" "But, it's normal. In a mixed place like a bar, it would have been easy to have a conflict. Being beaten in a bar is usually because of a woman. Song Qishan, it wouldn't have robbed someone else's woman, would it?" Lorraine Liang. Feng Ling commented. "Then he's not wrong. He deserves to be beaten." Chapter 168 Ling, go apologize to Ah Shen. Liang Luoyun choked and looked at Feng Ling, asking tentatively, "Ling, did you do it?" Feng Ling, "What did I do?" Liang Luoyun, "Wasn't it you who had someone beat up Song Qishan?" Feng Ling blinked, puzzled. "Why would I ask someone to beat him up? It's not like he stole my woman." Lorraine Liang. Feng Ling looked at her and raised his eyebrows. "What? You suspect that I did it?" Liang Luoyun didn't say anything. It wasn't a suspicion. It was a definite certainty that it was Feng Ling who did it. "I don't understand why you guys would suspect that I asked someone to beat up Song Qishan. Even if I want to beat him up, then there has to be a reason for it. I'm not a superhero who beats up random people when he sees them." Feng Ling looked at her and said, "Since you guys suspect me, it must be because Song Qishan did something to offend me behind my back that you suspect me of retaliating against Song Qishan. So, I'm curious, what exactly did Song Qishan do to wrong me?" Feng Ling asked her. His expression was serious and cold, and his good-looking peach blossom eyes stared sharply at Liang Luoyun. Liang Luoyun pursed her lips, hesitating and tangled. Seeing this, Feng Ling raised his eyebrows. "Why don't you say anything? Song Qishan, he really did something wrong to me?" Liang Luoyun still didn't say anything. Feng Ling snorted coldly. "Forget it, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. Anyway, Song Qishan was also beaten up, and the person who beat him up, consider it as doing a good deed, and helping me out as well." Liang Luoyun looked at him and said with difficulty, "Ah Ling, you have to understand Mom. Since ancient times, it's hard for a stepmother to be a stepmother. Mom, in the Song family, it's also hard to be a human being." Feng Ling snorted indifferently. "So who forced you to be a stepmother to someone? You don't give your own son as your own mother. You rush to give someone else as your stepmother. Now you know that it's hard to be a stepmother?" Liang Luoyun red eyes. Look sad look at Feng Ling. "I know. You blame me. These years, I also regretted it long ago. At that time, people are too young. Only think of love. Did not think of after the marriage of the firewood, rice, oil and salt life trifles." Although these words were deliberately said by Liang Luoyun to try to gain Feng Ling's sympathy, but also what she really thinks. When she was young, there was really only love in her heart and eyes. Thinking that she loved Song Yizhou and Song Yizhou loved her, she would be happy with Song Yizhou. As for money and wealth and all that, it wasn't even on her mind. She was born rich and never lacked money. No matter if it was Song Yizhou or Feng Chang, both of them were rich and had money. She has no particular thirst for money. She believes that she has love and that's enough. But after marrying Song Yizhou, she realized the importance of money. Song Yizhou was rich, but nowhere near as rich as the Feng family, nor as generous as the Feng family was to her. The years she was in the Feng family, although emotionally unsuccessful, but in terms of material, is never lack of, all kinds of luxury goods casually buy. How expensive to buy? Want to buy what? At that time, she was in a bad relationship, the heart of the bitter, desperate shopping and spending money to fill their inner emptiness and loneliness. It was also during those years in the Feng family that very extravagant spending habits were developed. After going to M country and marrying Song Yizhou, the money Song Yizhou gave her was much less than the Feng family, even sometimes not even a fraction of what the Feng family gave her. Her spending habits, on the other hand, were hard to change, and as a result, there was no shortage of conflicts with Song Yizhou. Until now, Song's group is not doing well, while she has to plan for her own children. Planning for what? What else is there but money? The Song family has 4 children with their assets, so if she doesn't plan well for her own children, what will her 2 children get? It's still good for Fengling. The Feng family is huge, and Fengling is the only grandson. The whole Feng family is Fengling. You don't have to do anything. Just lie down and wait for Master Feng to pass away and then inherit the property. Fengling looked at Liang Luoyun. So, you're regretting it? Liang Luoyun didn't say anything. The expression is despondent and sad. It's regret. At the beginning of the love song Yichao love sensational, dead, but in these years of quarrels, the feelings have long been worn out. She regretted it many years ago and began to miss Fengchang. If she had been with Fengchang, she would have been happy. Fengchang is so much better than Song Yichao. She now looks back on the past and doubts that her brain was in the water at that time. Clearly everyone could see that Fengchang was better than Song Yizhou, more excellent and outstanding. Why does she like Song Yizhou? Perhaps the choice of anyone will be regretted. If she had lived a good life with Fengchang in the first place, she might have regretted it as well. And Song Yizhou would have been the white moonlight that she loved and couldn't live with. People are greedy like that. There will be regrets and regrets about what kind of life you choose. Ah Ling, you go to apologize to Ashun. Okay? Liang Luoyun said. What? Fengling suspected that he had heard wrong and looked at Liang Luoyun incredulously. Is she out of her mind? How dare you ask him? Young Master Feng, to apologize to that trash Song Qishan? Liang Luoyun frowned lightly and looked at him with difficulty. Mom knows that this makes it difficult for you. But, just think of it as for Mom. Okay? Now Song Qishan suspects you. You go to apologize can be. If you do not apologize, Song Qishan in front of his father to add oil and vinegar. His father will be angry with me, Liang Luoyun said. Ha! Fengling sneered. What does it have to do with me? Lorraine Liang. How big is his Song Qishan face? Who is he? Letting little master go apologize to him? I live to such a big. In addition to the grandfather to his wife. I've never apologized to anyone else. What the hell is he? Song Qishan, can he afford it? And you? Fengling mockingly looked at Liang Luoyun. You are also good. When you gave me up for your own love. And now, for your stepson, you want to sacrifice my dignity face? Liang Luoyun reddened her eyes, aggrieved and pitiful. Mommy knows that it's mommy who's sorry and it's mommy's fault. But, there's nothing that can or can't be done. Fengling coldly interrupted her. I'm not going to go apologize to him. Instead it's Song Qishan. You go and tell him. If he can kneel in front of me and kowtow to me, begging for forgiveness and apologizing, little master would be willing to consider whether or not to forgive him and let him go. Liang Luoyun was surprised. Did you really find someone to beat up Ashun? Fengling said. No. Are you kidding? How could he possibly admit that? What if Liang Luoyun is secretly recording? He wouldn't do anything that stupid. Liang Luoyun. What did Ashun do wrong? You want to treat him like this? Doesn't he just like Jiang Tong and send flowers to Jiang Tong? Fengling sneered. So, you know. Liang Luoyun said. But what's wrong with Ashun? What's wrong with love? Fengling. Her. Again with the love is not wrong theory. Liang Lok won the dead love brain. Chapter 169, I came to see you with good intentions, but you want to beat me up. In the face of such a relationship brain, Fengling had a feeling of being powerless to spit. In fact, this can't be blamed on Ashun. It's because Jiang Tang is too excellent. Excellent women will naturally attract many men. I heard from Zaishi that when I was in school in the past, there were many men pursuing Jiang Tang, Liang Luoyun said. Fengling asked, what? Are you sowing discord? Insinuating that my wife is attracting butterflies? Liang Luoyun froze for a moment and looked at Fengling aggrievely. Ah Ling, no, how can you misunderstand me like this? I don't mean that. I think Jiang Tang is really excellent, so she attracted many men to like her. This can't be blamed on Ashun. If you don't blame him, who do you blame? Blame me for not being supposed to marry my wife? Fengling asked. Or is it my wife's fault that she shouldn't be so good and pretty? I don't mean that. Liang Luoyun defended. I don't blame you or Jiang Tang. Fengling asked. Then who is to blame? Not me. Not my wife. Then only Song Qishan? Blame Song Qishan for being too shameless. Bored of a mother but not taught by a mother. Coveting other people's wives? Liang Luoyun's face turned very ugly and embarrassed. Song Qishan has been taught by her. After she married Song Yizhou, she cared to take care of her sibling Song Zaishi Song Qishan in order to show that she was virtuous. Now Fengling is scolding her. Didn't you say for me to go apologize to Song Qishan? Fengling said. Let's go. Ha! Liang Luoyun froze for a moment and looked at Fengling in surprise. Didn't he just say no? Why the sudden change of heart now? What? Don't want me to go? Fengling asked. Liang Luoyun shook her head. No, let's go. Fengling nodded and asked Liang Luoyun to take herself to Song Qishan. In the car, Fengling messaged Jiang Tang. Fengling, honey, Liang Luoyun is here to see me. Jiang Tong, huh? Fengling, she also knew that I was the one who found someone to beat up Song Qishan and told me to go apologize to Song Qishan. Jiang Tong. Fengling, I'm on my way to find Song Qishan with her right now. Jiang Tong, what do you want to do? Fengling, what can I do? I'm just going to check on him and see how badly he's been beaten. Jiang Tong, first things first, just watch. Don't do anything. Fengling, I won't. It's not like I'm a reckless person who only does things. Fengling and Liang Luoyun arrived at the Song family. Liang Luoyun smiled and said to Fengling, Ling, you sit down for a while. I'll go upstairs and ask Shen to come down. Fengling nodded. Liang Luoyun then went upstairs to find Song Qishan. Song Qi is deeply wounded. Rest at home. The people who beat him were professionals and beat him all over the place, making him hurt but not seriously. Doing an injury assessment, they were all just minor injuries. Shen. Fengling is here. Liang Luoyun said with a smile. Song Qishan froze for a moment and frowned. What is he doing here? Didn't you ask him to come and apologize to you? I called him here to apologize to you. Liang Luoyun said with a smile. Song Qishan looked at Liang Luoyun suspiciously. Fengling listens to Liang Luoyun so much? To apologize to him? Let's go. Liang Luoyun said with a smile. Song Qishan followed Liang Luoyun down the stairs. He saw Fengling. Fengling looked at Song Qishan. Seeing the bruised Song Qishan with his own eyes, he was finally satisfied. With so many injuries on his face, there must be more on his body that he can't see. The man he had found was a professional, able to hit someone very, very hard without hurting him too badly. That is to say, he could make him suffer enough flesh and blood. Song Qishan looked at Fengling. Fengling smiled and asked, I heard that you were beaten up, so I came to visit to see you. Song Qishan glanced at Liang Luoyun. Fengling came to visit him? Didn't he say he was here to apologize? Liang Luoyun was also puzzled. Ling, didn't you come to apologize? Fengling frowned. Apologize? Apologize for what? I didn't hit him, so why should I apologize? Whoever hit him is the one who apologizes. You guys want to apologize? Go find the person who hit him. Lorraine Liang. She now finally realized that she had been tricked by Fengling. Fengling had never thought of apologizing to Song Qishan from beginning to end. He had come to see Song Qishan laugh and appreciate Song Qishan's wretchedness. Fengling is good and bad. It's not enough to beat someone up and see the results with your own eyes. Song Qishan frowned and looked at Liang Luoyun unhappily. Didn't she say Fengling came to apologize? Tell me, how did you get beaten? I heard it was at a bar. How is it that you get beat up at a bar? I've been to the bar so many times. How come no one beat me up? Fengling asked with a smile. Song Qishan, you say, with so many people in the bar, how come the others didn't hit the others? But you? Fengling asked curiously. Song Qishan pursed his lips. His face was resistant, glaring at Fengling. Fengling, don't be complacent. When I find the evidence, I won't let you go. Fengling was puzzled. What are you talking about? What evidence? You don't think I hit you, do you? Song Qishan, Fengling, don't put on an act. Everyone knows you did it. Fengling frowned and got angry. Didn't expect you to be such a person. I knew you were beaten and kindly came to visit you. And you actually thought of me like this. Now I finally know why you were beaten. For someone as obnoxious as you are, who do people hit if not you? Fengling. Song Qishan roared angrily. Shut up. Throwing up his fists, he rushed up to punch Fengling. Fengling was a kung fu fighter, so he dodged lightly, a few steps back. You really don't know what you're doing. With that, he directly took out his cell phone and called the police. Hey, I want to call the police. Someone wants to beat me. Song Qishan and Liang Luoyun were confused. They didn't expect Fengling to actually call the police. Fengling wants to call the police for this? Fengling cannot care about Song Qishan and Liang Luoyun. Fengling is still on the phone to the police staff to say specific details address these. Ling. Liang Luoyun walked up and tried to persuade Fengling. Don't you call the police. Shen didn't do it on purpose. Shen is just a little too angry. Fengling hung up the phone and looked at Liang Luoyun mockingly. You can hit people just because you're angry. This is country Z is C City, a country of the rule of law. Hitting someone is breaking the law. You have to pay the price. Song Qishan frowned and didn't move. Even if he was arrogant and bossy, he knew that the consequences of hitting someone after Fengling called the police were very serious, and he endured it. Fengling called Jiang Tang again, complaining about his grievances. Wife, I heard that Song Qishan was beaten up and kindly came to visit him, but he tried to hit me with his hands. Jiang Tong. So how did things get to this point? Did he hit you? Jiang Tong asked. Fengling said, no, I dodged. Wife, how do you think there are people who don't know what's good for them? I have a good heart, but he wants to beat me. With this kind of character, could he be beaten outside? Jiang Tong. You said the same thing in front of him? Feng Ling nodded. Aha. Jiang Tong. No wonder Song Qishan made a move. Chapter 170, Honey. Come and protect me. It's easy to get beaten when you talk like that. Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling hummed arrogantly. I've been talking like this for so many years. How come I haven't been beaten? Jiang Tong was silent. Isn't that because he's young Master Feng and no one else dares to hit him? Otherwise, he would have been killed a long time ago, and the grass on his grave would not even know how high it is now. He didn't hit me either. Feng Ling said. I dodged. I can't just stand and be good and let him hit. Jiang Tong helplessly complimented. Well, you still know how to hide. So smart. Feng Ling. The wife wasn't complimenting him. Wife, you come to the police station to protect me in a while. When the police come, I have to follow them to the police station to take a statement. Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. Feng Ling hung up the phone with satisfaction. Song Qishan and Liang Luoyun looked at Feng Ling. Liang Luoyun said. Ling, this is all a misunderstanding. Will you cancel the police? Feng Ling snorted coldly. What misunderstanding? He's about to hit me. Or is it a misunderstanding? He looked at Liang Luoyun and said. You said before that you felt sorry for me and wanted to make it up to me. But that's how you made it up to me? He wanted to beat me up. You didn't help me even though. Now you're helping Song Qishan and saying it's a misunderstanding? Now it seems that in your mind he, your stepson, is more important than I, your own son. That's right. You just gave birth to me. You didn't raise me. What kind of feelings can you have for me? Whereas Song Qishan, but you brought me up from a young age. Liang Luoyun's face changed, and she said eagerly, Ah Ling, don't misunderstand. I don't mean that. Ah Ling. Hey. Feng Ling sighed. If my father is there, seeing someone trying to hit me, surely he jumped up and gave him a kick to send him flying and asked me if I was scared, and definitely won't let me forgive the person who tried to hurt me. Lorraine Liang. Couldn't say it at all. Young Master Feng's mouth is just too sharp. Sure enough, motherless children are pathetic. Liang Luoyun, Song Qishan, and he's pathetic? It's really standing on its head. He, the young Master Feng, the crown prince of the Feng family, gets all the wind and all the rain, and he's still pathetic? Feng Ling looked at Song Qishan, who had an ugly face, and said, Of course, I'm not saying that you're pathetic, I'm saying that I'm pathetic myself. After all, I don't have a mom. You do have a mom, even though you are a stepmother. A stepmother is still a mom. Look how pitiful I am. I don't even have a stepmother. Liang Luoyun's face was pale, red eyes, tears in her eyes, looking at Feng Ling. Ah Ling, are you blaming mom? Feng Ling looked puzzled. Where am I blaming you for this? This is clearly me comforting Song Qishan, comforting him that he has a mother. Lorraine Liang. Song Qishan's face was ugly, frowning as he glared at Feng Ling without saying a word. He didn't need his comfort. Feng Ling, I won't let you go. Song Qishan gritted his teeth. Feng Ling glanced at him. You're really ungrateful. I knew you were beaten up and thought that as a host, I would come to care and visit you. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also beat me up. And now, when I consoled you, you're saying that you won't let me off the hook. How can my wife like you when you look like this? Sure enough, foreign education is not good. Look at what you have taught you. Look at me. I have been in the country to receive education. The country to educate me how good Do you know why my wife likes me? Why she is willing to marry me? It is because I am a civilized and polite, a good young man who is hygienic, orderly, moral, beautiful in speech, beautiful in mind, beautiful in behavior and beautiful in environment. My wife's favorite 5 talking. 4 beautiful good youths don't like foreign yellow-haired pricks. Feng Ling said. Song Qishan gritted his teeth. Shut up. He was furious and his eyes glazed over. Really wanted to hit him hard. Feng Ling really owes it a good beating. Look. Feng Ling looked disgusted. I kindly reasoned with you about what my wife likes. Not only did you not think about making changes, but you also got angry and told me to shut up. How could my wife like it when you're so rude? Song Qishan was trembling with anger. After enduring and enduring, she finally couldn't help herself and wanted to go punch Feng Ling. But then she heard a commotion and the housekeeper came in and said to Liang Luoyun, Madam, a police officer is at the door. Liang Luoyun sighed helplessly and nodded. Song Qishan glared viciously at Feng Ling. Feng Ling can really be out of luck. Just when he was about to beat him up hard, the police came. The police came in, and Feng Ling hurriedly walked up and said to the police, I reported it to the police. It was him who tried to beat me. The policeman glanced at Feng Ling and thought that Feng Ling looked a bit familiar, but it didn't come to mind for a while. Then Feng Ling and Song Qishan were brought to the police station to be investigated, taking statements. Liang Luoyun also followed. Liang Luoyun called Song Jiangxi, Hurry and come to the XXX police station. Something has happened, Liang Luoyun said. Song Zaishi asked suspiciously. What happened? Liang Luoyun then told Song Jiangxi the original story. Your brother suspects that Fengling hit him and asked me to find Fengling to apologize to him. Fengling came to Song's house and didn't apologize. Instead he said that your brother deserved to be beaten. So your brother got angry and tried to make a move on Fengling. Who called the police? Song Zaishi. She froze. What's all this about? Did you go to Fengling and ask him to apologize to him? Song Zaishi asked. Liang Luoyun nodded. Well, I thought that if it was really Fengling who hit your brother, it would be right to ask Fengling to come and apologize. If I don't ask Fengling to come and apologize, outsiders will say that I'm favoring my own son to abuse my stepson. Song Zaishi gritted his teeth in anger. Liang Luoyun. Liang Laquan is so calculating. Originally, this loss of their siblings were ready to just eat and admit it, and not to provoke Fengling in the future. But Liang Luoyun had to stir up conflicts and provoke their relationship with Fengling. Song Qishan, the stupid bastard, had fallen for it again. Liang Luoyun frowned. In the stream. I am your aunt. How can you call me by my name? You. Song Zaishi didn't bother to listen to her nonsense, directly hung up the phone and rushed towards the police station, to properly settle things between Fengling and Song Qishan. When Jiang Tong arrived at the police station, she happened to hear Fengling complaining about her grievances to the police officer responsible for making a statement. Tell me, is it wrong for him to do this? Fengling asked the officers. The police officer nodded his head. Frowning unhappily, he looked at Song Qishan. Song Qishan was furious. He hadn't even touched a single hair on Fengling's head, and now everyone loved Fengling and thought it was his fault. He really is more than a sinus. Why do I want to beat you? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Look, these injuries on my face and body are all caused by you finding people to beat me. You beat me, and you flaunted yourself to come to the door to see what kind of beatings I got from your people. If I don't beat you, who will I beat? Song Qishan glared at Fengling. Chapter 171, Young Master Feng is so powerful. Song Qishan, rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be said indiscriminately. You said that the injuries on your body I found someone to beat. Do you have evidence? Fengling questioned with a cold face. Song Qishan choked and frowned. Although I don't have proof, I know that it's yours. If you say it's me without evidence, then you're slandering and libeling. Do you know what the crime of slandering and libeling is? Fengling asked. Song Qishan frowned and glared at Fengling. Fengling said to the police officer, I'm going to sue him for slandering and defaming me. Song Qishan, sue again? Sue, sue, sue. Will he only sue? Is he a tattletale? You all know my identity. I'm the heir of the Feng family. My image directly represents the image of One Fan Hotel. If my image is damaged, who will come to stay at our family hotel? We, One Fan Group, are aware of how much tax we pay to the city government every year. He smeared my image, is smearing the One Fan Hotel, directly affecting the income of the One Fan Hotel, affecting the One Fan Hotel tax payment, the salary of your public officials. It is the financial allocation, and the main source of financial funds is the local tax revenue. Fengling said. Jiang Tong stood and looked at Fengling. I didn't expect that young Master Feng knew quite a lot, quite articulate, too. A few words had escalated Song Qishan's slander and defamation of him. Song Qishan frowned and glared angrily at Fengling. What are you babbling about? Your One Fan Group. Do you know how much our One Fan Group paid in taxes last year? Fengling interrupted Song Qishan and asked him. Song Qishan asked, how much? Fengling said, 186 billion. Song Qishan froze for a moment. Unbelievably, he looked at Fengling. How much? 186 billion? Taxes are $18.6 billion. How much did the Feng family make? Song Qishan knew that the Feng family was very rich and wealthy. However, exactly how much money there was, how much money they earned in a year, this kind of thing, only the Feng family themselves knew. Liang Luoyun's eyes flickered. It was also the first time she knew that the Feng family could now make so much money a year. More than 20 years ago, at that time, the Feng family was not as large as it is now. However, back then, she didn't know how much money the Feng family made every year. At the time, her mind was on love affairs. She came back this time, thinking that getting a few billion from the Feng family would be enough. But now, a few billion, to the Feng family, 9 cows and a hare. In this moment, ambition grows. Fengling glanced at Liang Luoyun. Jiang Tong also glanced at Liang Luoyun and walked up. Fengling spotted Jiang Tang. Honey, you're here. Jiang Tong nodded. Song Qishan looked at Jiang Tang and greeted. Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong didn't even look at him. Fengling was satisfied with this. Taking Jiang Tong's hand, he said, Wife, it's fortunate that you came. I don't know how much I would have suffered if you hadn't come. Liang Luoyun. Song Chishan, police. What has he, Mr. Fong, suffered? He first wanted to beat me not. Now he slandered me. And later, still do not know what heartless things he will do to me. Fongling said. Jiang Tong looked at Fongling. He's perfectly capable of taking care of it himself. When she didn't come, he was alone. Didn't he dislike Liang Luoyun and Song Chishan so much that they didn't dare to say anything? He even got them to come to the police station. There was no need for her protection at all. You see her coming and start acting all pathetic and weak? Jiang Tong smiled and said, well, I'm here and won't let them bully you anymore. Liang Luoyun, Song Chishan, who the hell is bullying who? Can't Jiang Tang see it? It's obvious that they're being bullied by Fongling. Fongling nodded. Only then did Jiang Tong look at Song Chishan and said, slandering the Fong family heir? Song Chishan hurriedly explained, I didn't. Look at the injuries on my body. They're all from him finding someone to beat me up. Is there any evidence? Jiang Tong asked. Song Chishan, of course not. If there was evidence, Fongling would have been sued and sent to jail long ago, and he'd still be jumping around here? Without evidence, it's slander and libel. Jiang Tong said. Song Chishan reddened his face, particularly stifled. Being like this in front of the woman he loved made him feel ashamed. Jiang Tong said to Fongling, contact One Fan Group's legal team. Fongling nodded and took his cell phone and was about to contact One Fan Group's lawyer. Wait. Liang Luoyun hurriedly rushed up to stop it, begging and looking at Fongling, saying, Ling, for my sake, let's just forget about this matter, okay? Fongling frowned. Not good. Is your face as important as One Fan Group's face? Lorraine Liang. She looked hurt, but no one paid any attention to her. Fongling. Song Zaishi rushed over, running in and glaring at Liang Luoyun and Song Chishan. He said to Fongling, this matter, I'm really sorry. Fongling grunted. It's a misunderstanding. I'll have Sham apologize to you. Song Zaishi said. Fongling glanced at Song Chishan and nodded. Good. I'm not a calculating person either. As long as he sincerely apologizes to me, then Little Master will be generous enough to forgive him. You're dreaming. Song Chishan glared angrily at Fongling. You die of this. I'm not going to apologize to you. Ah Shen. Song Zaishi frowned sternly and glared at Song Chishan, gritting his teeth. Apologize to Fongling. Song Chishan was angry and stubborn. I'm not wrong. I won't apologize. Apologize. Song Zaishi's expression became a few more points more stern and ugly. Song Chishan was very angry and yelled. I said I won't apologize. Pa! Song Zaishi directly slapped Song Chishan hard in the face. She slapped with all the force she could muster. After the fight, her hands were numb and lightly trembling. Song Chishan's face was skewed by the blow, and blood flowed out as the wound at the corner of his mouth was rebroken. He was dumbfounded. Ever since he was a kid, his sister hadn't touched a hair on his head. He knew, and so did his sister, that he was the only closest thing she had in the world, and that she valued him and had always protected him. But now, his sister had hit him in front of so many people. Jixi, how can you hit Sham? You. Liang Luoyun tried to be a peacemaker. Song Zaishi's cold gaze looked at her with grim hatred. Liang Luoyun was shocked and stunned without conviction. Song Zaishi had never looked at her with such eyes. She knows that Song Zaishi is smarter than Song Chishan, and Song Zaishi may already know what kind of person he is. She also knew what kind of person Song Zaishi was, but both of them are tacitly tearing it up in plain sight. On the surface, she is the stepmother who loves her stepchildren, and Song Jaehi is the stepdaughter who honors and respects her stepmother. Song Zaishi now looked at her with such eyes. Is it that you don't want to pretend anymore? Want to rip her off? Chapter 172, Seal Foolish White Sweetness Turns Black-Hearted Lotus. Liang Luoyun flinched a little inside. She didn't want to tear her face off with Song Zaishi right now. It's not time yet. She didn't say anything. Song Zaishi didn't bother with her now, glaring at Song Chishan and saying through clenched teeth, apologize. I won't apologize. Song Chishan said with the same stubbornness through clenched teeth. I won't apologize even if you beat me to death today. Song Zaishi was trembling with anger. She's doing it all for Sham's sake. Crossing paths with Fongling wouldn't do him any good. If you don't apologize, then in the future, don't call me sister. Song Zaishi also let out harsh words. Song Chishan looked at Song Zaishi incredulously. Does she know what it means when her sister says things like that? Song Chishan gritted his teeth and stubbornly said, I'm not apologizing. Song Zaishi's eyes reddened with anger and looked at Song Chishan. Good. Then he turned to Fongling and Jiang Tang and said, you can do whatever you want to him. Break the law or go to jail. It's all fine. Sham does deserve to be taught a lesson. Otherwise it's really lawless. Song Chishan clenched his teeth and glared viciously at Song Zaishi. She was his own sister, and after their mother's death, they should have been the closest and dearest people in the world. But now, Song Zaishi didn't want him as his own brother because he didn't apologize to Fengling. Is it because Fengling is rich? She gave him up for money? Song Zaishi left after saying that. She was afraid that if she didn't leave she wouldn't be able to help herself. She wouldn't be able to help Shin. She wouldn't be able to help pleading for Shin. Shin is too ignorant. Was raised by Liang Luoyun to waste. Since childhood, she helped him. Liang Luoyun also protect him, resulting in him not to suffer any losses, only to develop such a sole self-righteous character now. Only when he suffers and learns a lesson does he mature and grow up. This is actually a good opportunity. Jiang Tong watched Song Zaishi leave. Song Zaishi is a person who can achieve great things, can afford to let go, and most importantly, ruthless. Song Qishan watched Song Zaishi leave and became even more angry. Liang Luoyun looked at him and said, Shin, don't worry. I'm still here. No matter what, I'll help you. Song Qishan didn't say anything. He did have feelings for Liang Luoyun, and for so many years, in his opinion, Liang Luoyun had been very good to him, but he was also clear that although Liang Luoyun was good to him, it was far less than his sister, because Liang Luoyun still had her own biological children, but his sister only had him as a biological brother. Now that his sister was like this, it made him sad and upset, along with a deep-seated sense of trepidation. Did his sister really not want him anymore? She doesn't care about him anymore? Liang Luoyun said to Fengling, Ling, let's just forget about it this time, okay? Shen didn't do it on purpose. Fengling nodded. You can forget about it. As long as Song Qishan apologizes to me, I'll leave it at that and leave it at that. Sham. Liang Luoyun looked at Song Qishan. You're dreaming. Song Qishan gritted his teeth and glared at Fengling. Want me to apologize? Dream on. Fengling looked at Liang Luoyun and said, as you can see, it's not that I don't give you face, it's that he has to be like this. I can't help it. Lorraine Liang. Fengling contacted one fan group's team of lawyers. And soon, the lawyers came, and after understanding the situation, everything else was left to the lawyers. Fengling and Jiang Tang left. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling and could tell that young Master Feng was in a good mood. So happy? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Fengling nodded his head. Yes, the bad guys have been punished. Aren't you happy, wife? Jiang Tong nodded. Well, I'm happy too. I can't imagine that such an upright and kind young Master Feng has also learned to count on people, Jiang Tong said. Fengling's expression froze. Wife, what are you talking about? What counting people? Who did I count on? Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile. Deliberately go to visit Song Qishan. Use language to stimulate Song Qishan hands. And then again disassociate Song Qishan Song Zaishi siblings between the relationship. But also almost let Liang Luoyun and Song Zaishi torn face. These, is not you calculated? No. Fengling had a straight face. Didn't you say I'm a silly white sweet? How can a silly white sweet be so calculating? Jiang Tong laughed and said, now I think I've looked away. You're not a silly white sweet. You're a black-hearted lotus, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fengling, wife, you're looking at this the wrong way. I'm really stupid and sweet. I don't know how things got to this point. Really? Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. The mood is frustrating. The good mood from earlier was gone. He didn't want to be the black-hearted lotus. He wanted to be the silly white sweetness in his wife's heart. Wife, believe me, I'm really stupid and sweet. Fengling said seriously. Jiang Tong, doesn't he know that stupid and sweet is a curse? Is he trying to be stupid? He's trying to get yelled at? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded and smiled. I believe you. I believe you're a black-hearted lotus. Fengling, he really couldn't even jump into the Yellow River to wash away his blackness now. Elder Feng naturally knew that one fan group's legal team was out in force. The lawyer told Elder Feng the original story. Elder Feng was angry. His only grandson was almost beaten. Can he not be angry? Even though he didn't really end up getting hit, he was still pissed that he almost did. But after the anger was followed by great relief. Fengling has grown up and has a lot of heart. Look at the chain of tricks, one after another. Not bad for his grandson. He instructed the team of lawyers to make sure Song Qi was deeply punished in the heaviest way possible. Damaging the reputation of others like this is actually not considered a particularly serious crime. Even if it has caused very serious consequences, it will only result in a prison sentence of less than 3 years. Something like Song Qishan that didn't spread around on a wide scale and didn't cause troubling damage to Fengling and the Feng group was not considered a crime. Just apologize. It's up to the legal team to decide exactly what punishment Song Qishan will end up receiving. After work in the afternoon, Fengling returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Elder Feng sitting on the sofa, and when he saw that he was back, he smiled with a gentle tone and a kind face. Ah Ling is back. Fengling froze for a moment and subconsciously turned his head to look outside the house. Did the sun come out of the west and set in the east today? What's wrong with Grandpa? Doesn't he look at himself every day? What's wrong with you today? Oddly scary. Is it a skinny smile? Fongling's skin tensed and she nodded her head obediently. Aha! Elder Fong smiled and beckoned. Come and sit. Fongling walked over stiffly. As he walked, he wondered if he had made any mistakes lately. He has been very good recently. Every day obediently go to work, but also work hard. It's Song Chishan's matter known by Grandpa? Chapter 173, Honey, I'm in shock. Help me suppress it. Old Zhao, go to the kitchen and get drinks for Ling. Elder Fong said to Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao, yes. Butler Zhao quickly brought Fongling a drink over and said with a smile, Young master, it's the orange juice you love. Fongling looked at the freshly squeezed orange juice. His scalp was numb, looked at Elder Fong and asked, Grandpa, in this orange juice, it won't be poisonous, right? Master Fong, very speechless, looking at Fongling, the skinny, can't be nice to him. Being too nice to him makes you think he's out to get him. Don't worry, Elder Fong didn't have the heart to say, I won't kill you before Jiang Tang gives birth to a son. You're still useful to keep. At those words, Fongling breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that he still had a role to play in passing on the family name, he reached for the orange juice and took a sip. Elder Fong rolled his eyes, grunted and walked away. Fongling, Grandpa is so weird today. When Jiang Tong came back, Fongling told Jiang Tong about it. Honey, do you think that Grandpa is weird? Jiang Tong smiled and said, Grandpa is concerned about you. Concerned about me? Fongling was surprised. What does he suddenly care about me for good reason? Why haven't I seen Grandpa so concerned about him before? It's probably because Grandpa thinks that you're frightened today, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fongling, frightened? Jiang Tong, almost getting beaten up and making a scene at the police station. What is this, not a shock? Fongling, so Grandpa knows about this too? Is that what the lawyers said? Sure enough, whether it was in the Fong family or the Wan fan group, there was nothing that Grandpa didn't know. But, wife, I did have a scare today. You don't even know how scared I was when I was alone at the police station. Fongling said, I'm alone. Liang Luoyun and Song Chishan are two people. I'm very afraid that my one mouth can't speak to their two mouths, and it's hard to defeat four hands with two fists. Jiang Tong. So, wife, you'll help me crush my fear at night, Fongling said with a smile. Jiang Tong, how can I help you with the shock? Fongling, pressure and shock. Just press on me. Jiang Tong. She was speechless for a moment. Young Master Fong is really bloodthirsty. It's all I think about all day long. The maid called for dinner. Ate dinner. The two returned to the room. Washed. Jiang Tang still gave Fongling pressure. Song Chishan wasn't booked, and Liang Luoyun got a lawyer to bail him out. Back home, Liang Luoyun said to Song Chishan, Shen, go back to your room and rest. Song Chishan was in a terrible mood and returned to his room. Liang Luoyun then called Song Yizhao, told Song Yizhao the original story. From Song Chishan's pursuit of Jiang Tang to him being beaten up at the bar to what happened today, all of it was told to Song Yichao. Song Yizhao was furious. He had always felt that Song Chishan was useless, so this time, he had originally not let Song Chishan return to the country, and had let Liang Luoyun and Song Zanshi return to the country. But when he didn't watch one, Song Chishan went to Sea City by himself. Sure enough, he got into trouble when he got to Sea Town. This punk, Song Yizhao called to scold Song Yizhao. You don't want to cause trouble in Sea City. Now immediately get back here right away. Song Yizhao angrily yelled at Song Chishan. Song Chishan wasn't afraid of Song Yizhao. Not even afraid since I was a kid. Because, as soon as Song Yizhao scolded him and taught him a lesson, Liang Luoyun would stand up for him and plead in his favor, helping him to defend himself. And Song Yizhao loves Liang Luoyun and will give Liang Luoyun face. Which leads to, Song Yizhao has no bit of prestige to speak of here in Song Chishan. I don't. Song Chishan said, I am not going back to M country. Even if I die, I will die in Sea City. Song Chishan was a very facetious person. If we go back to M now, won't we be running away? Then how would Fong Ling and Jiang Tang and the others laugh at him behind his back? Song Yizhao still wanted to scold, but Song Chishan had already hung up the phone. Song Chishan hung up the phone and heard movement. It was Song Zaishi coming back. Song Chishan then went downstairs, and when he saw Song Zaishi come in, he angrily walked over to her and glared at her. Song Zaishi, why are you so despicable and shameless? Song Zaishi frowned. What are you talking about? Don't pretend. I know. It must be you who called Dad and told him off. Song Chishan said angrily. Song Zaishi frowned, looking at Song Chishan and then at Liang Luoyun. Exasperated laughter. Even if she was angry with Shen again, she wouldn't tell Dad about these things. Dad didn't like Shen in the first place. He thought that Shen was a waste of space. In his 20s, accomplishing nothing. Compared to that, Dad preferred the little son that Liang Luoyun had given him. She would only desperately try to help Sham hide what happened today. How could she tell Dad? Tell Dad. If Dad finds out, he'll only be more disappointed in Sham. Song Qishan, in your mind, am I such a person? Song Zaishi asked coldly. She desperately plotted for Song Qishan and fought with Liang Luoyun. But what about Shan? Song Qishan frowned and glared at Song Zaishi. Who else could it be if not you? What's the noise? Liang Luoyun heard the commotion and walked out, saying to Song Qishan, Ah Shen, don't argue with your sister. Whatever your sister does, she does it for your own good. Even if it's done wrong, it's for your own good. And the starting point is all for you. Song Zaishi, glancing at Liang Luoyun, he said, this is between our siblings. It has nothing to do with you. So don't you dare to be the good guy here. Song Zaishi. Song Qishan frowned and glared at her in dissatisfaction. How are you talking to Aunt Liang? Song Zaishi looked at Song Qishan, angry and powerless. Song Zaishi, you're really a white-eyed wolf. Aunt Liang treats us so well, but you're not grateful at all. Song Qishan accused Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi frowned at Song Qishan. I didn't tell Dad about you. It was your good Aunt Liang who told Dad. Song Zaishi said, I don't have to ask to know that it's Liang Lakwan. Ah Shin did something like this and completely offended Fengling. This was a good thing for Liang Luoyun. She definitely couldn't wait to tell her dad. Let Dad be disappointed and disgusted with him. Every time. Whenever Asham made a mistake, Liang Luoyun would add fuel to the fire in front of Dad. When Dad gets angry, he has to teach Asham a lesson. But Liang Luoyun is the good guy, defending Asham over and over again. In the long run, in Sham's eyes, both she and Dad treated him badly, and only Liang Luoyun was the best for him. What Liang Luoyun did, she only noticed it after she became an adult and understood it, and told Ashen. But over the years, Ashen had become very trusting of Liang Luoyun. I believe that Liang Lakwan loves him and protects him. He didn't believe anything she said, didn't believe that Liang Luoyun would harm him. Who is it if not you? Song Qishan frowned. Liang Luoyun said, Ah Shen, I told your father about this. Chapter 174, if apologizing is useful, why do we need the police? Song Qishan looked at Liang Luoyun suspiciously. Liang Luoyun said, this is something that you have to let your father think of a way to help you. What if you really have to go to jail? Only your dad can help save you. Song Qi frowned deeply. I'm also doing this for your own good. You're Song's heir. You can't have the stain of breaking the law and going to jail on you. Liang Luoyun said. Song Qishan's brows spread out and he smiled as he said to Liang Luoyun, Auntie Liang, thank you. Song Zaishi was really about to laugh in anger. Guessing she told Dad. She yelled in anger. Now that he knows it's Liang Lakwan who told Dad, Liang Lakwan casually says a few nice words to fool him and he's happy to say thank you? It's really being sold and counting the money for others. This dumb ass. He's really completely wasted. Before, she was still thinking of trying hard to pull him onto the right path. But now, she completely gave up on Song Qishan. This trash. Even if we let him know Liang Luoyun's true colors. So what? In the future to become the Song's power. His such IQ heart in the business center. Live no more than 3 episodes. Song Zaishi didn't bother with the two of them, Song Qishan and Liang Luoyun, and went upstairs. Go back to your room. Take your cell phone and message someone, get started. The next day, when Fengling arrived at the company, Song Zaishi approached him to apologize. I'm sorry about Ashen. Song Zaishi apologized sincerely. Fengling smiled and asked Song Zaishi, do you know what a saying goes in our country? Song Zaishi, what? What do we need the police for if apologizing works? Fengling said with a smile. Song Zaishi, I don't accept. Fengling said. Song Zaishi nodded. You cannot accept it, whether you accept it or not. As Song Qishan's sister, I should apologize to you for his behavior. Fengling thought Song Zaishi would continue to plead for Song Qishan, but Song Jaehi said it and left. There was no begging him for forgiveness. Fengling, that's it? That's it? You don't want to tell me more? Does Song Zaishi want him to forgive Song Qishan or not? Song Zaishi went looking for Zhang Tang again. Asked Zhang Ton how the marriage union was being considered. Zhang Ton, Zhang Bei, doesn't like you. Song Zaishi frowned. Like, is it that important? In a family like theirs, likes shouldn't matter. Benefits should, right? Aha. Zhang Ton smiled and nodded. It's important to like it. Then do you like Fengling? Song Zaishi asked. Zhang Ton smiled and said, like it. Song Zaishi, don't you like the Feng family's money? Zhang Ton smiled and nodded. I admit, I like the Feng family's money. But the Feng family's money is also a part of Fengling as a person. How come I don't like other people's money, but prefer his family's money? Rounding up, I just like him. Song Zaishi. Fallacy. I also have money. Song Zaishi said, although, the Song family's money isn't necessarily mine at the moment. All of my grandmother's family's assets are currently in my hands. Grandma's family's company was appropriated by Dad back then though, but Grandma and Grandpa left an extraordinary amount of real estate stock funds these to Mom. These things have grown over 20 to nearly 30 years and are now a very impressive amount of money. And Mom had it all notarized before she killed herself, and it was all hers in shams. The agency in charge of managing her mom's assets found itself after she became an adult, when Sham was still a minor, so she took over all the assets. She is now rich even if she breaks off her relationship with Song Yizhao and breaks away from the Song family. And the reason why she didn't flip out with Song Yizhao Liang Luoyun is because she wants to take back the Songs. After all, Song made her fortune from her grandparents. She wanted to take back what her grandparents' mother had lost. That way, it's a real victory. That's the real revenge. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Congratulations then, Song Zaishi." "It's not congratulations she wants, Jiang Tong." "Song Zaishi." Jiang Tong interrupted her. "I know what you want. You want to tie me, Fengling, to this boat of yours." Song Zaishi looked at Jiang Tang. She was not surprised that Jiang Tong had guessed her true purpose. She had always known that Jiang Tong was a very smart woman. Therefore, she didn't go to Jiang Bei, didn't go to Jiang's parents, but looked for Jiang Tang. She thought that Jiang Tang would oblige herself. "Song Zaishi," Jiang Tong said, "if the benefits are big enough, I might agree. But even if I give the entire Song clan to the Jiang family, it's not enough. Using interests as a bargaining chip, you don't have enough chips. Your chips aren't enough for me to force Jiang Bei to sacrifice his feelings for the sake of interests." Song Zaishi was a bit embarrassed. "If what I give isn't enough, is what the Zhu family gives enough?" Song Zaishi asked undeterred. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "But the Zhu family gives not only benefits, but also Zhu Nanqing's feelings. Jiang Bei likes Zhu Nanqing." Song Zaishi frowned. "Think of Zhu Nanqing, the good and quiet little girl. Her looks and family history were no worse than Zhu Nanqing's." "There is one more point," Jiang Tong said. "You want to pull me and Fengling against Liang Luoyun. You seem to be forgetting that Liang Luoyun is Fengling's real mother." Song Zaishi sneered disdainfully. "What kind of biological mother is that? He left Fengling behind when he was born and didn't listen to him for so many years, and only came to Fengling now when he was in need and had a use for him. What kind of mother is that? No matter what, Liang Luoyun is Fengling's real mother. Even if she hasn't raised Fengling, as long as she doesn't harm Fengling, it's impossible for Fengling to take the initiative to harm against her," Jiang Tong said. Song Zaishi looked at Jiang Tang. She knew that Jiang Tong was tempting herself, tempting her to reveal Liang Luoyun's purpose, how she was going to hurt Fengling. She hesitated. She was involved. Once it was said, Liang Luoyun could not be favored, but the same went for her. In some things, she and Liang Laquan went their separate ways, but in some things, they are one and the same. Song Jiehe is gone. He just happened to meet Zhang Xinu when he left. Zhang Xinyue came in and asked, "Who is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Mostly it's just so pretty. It's almost catching up with Jiang Tong. Is it a new artist signed by the company?" "Fengling's mother's stepdaughter," Jiang Tong said. "Stepdaughter of Fengling's mother." Shou Crescent thought for a moment before figuring it out. She didn't even know Fengling had a mother before, and she only realized it after Liang Luoyun came back and her family told her. "What is she doing here?" Zhang Xinu asked curiously. "Even if you want to look for it, you should look for Fengling. What are you looking for Jiang Tong for? Are you 100,000 reasons?" Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Zhang Xinu looked at Jiang Tang. "Isn't she curious to gossip? She has her eyes on Jiang Bei and wants to marry him," Jiang Tong said. "Ah?" Zhang Xinu was dumbfounded. "She's going to marry Jiang Bei?" Jiang Tong nodded. "But doesn't Jiang Bei have a fiancé?" Zhang Xinyue asked doubtfully. Chapter 175, Mr. Feng's pre-wedding phobia. She played well with Jiang Bei and met Zhu Nanqing a few times. Zhu Nanqing was younger than her and had a pretty face. She was good and cute, and called her sister Crescent Moon. She kind of liked Shou Crescent. Jiang Tong nodded. "So, I rejected her," Zhang Xinyue said. "Anyway, I support Jiang Bei and Zhu Nanqing." Jiang Tong glanced at Zhang Xinu, a little surprised. "Wish Nanqing the little girl is a bit of magic. Fengling hadn't seen her twice and liked her. I don't think Shou Crescent has met her a few times and likes her too. If Jiang Bei doesn't marry Zhu Nanqing in the future, then I won't go to his wedding." Zhang Xinyue had a haughty look on her face. Jiang Tong smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you come or not. The important thing is to send a gift. People can not come, but the gift money must come." Zhang Xinu, adulterer. Jiang Tong rarely didn't retort. "Can't argue with that. She was supposed to be a crook. Did you come to see me for something?" Jiang Tong asked. Zhang Xinu nodded her head. So she talked to Jiang Tang about work matters, and after saying that and leaving, she hurriedly sent a message to Zhu Nanxing. Zhan Xinu, Nanxing. Someone is trying to steal your man. Shu Nanxing. Who? Zhan Xinu, stepdaughter of Fengling's mom. What's her name? I don't know yet. Shu Nanxing. I know. Thank you, Sister Crescent Moon. Shu Nanxing looked at his cell phone. Song Jae-hee? Trying to steal the guy she's got her eye on? She slowly quirked her lips and smiled. Can't let anyone take it. Otherwise, how humiliating it would be to spread it back to D-Town. The arrogant, bossy, bratty and capricious little tyrant who called the shots in D-City was actually robbed of his fiancée when he arrived in C-City. Her enemies will celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights with a feast and firecrackers. As the wedding date got closer and closer, Fengling's mood became more and more restless. He and his wife are having a wedding? But he always felt that something was still missing. As if he shouldn't have organized a wedding with Jiang Tang just like that for no apparent reason. Jiang Tong could be a scummy woman who doesn't value him after she gets him? On this day, Fengling found Butler Zhao and said, Old Zhao, let me ask you a question. Butler Zhao. He used to call people Butler Zhao, Grandpa Zhao, but now he calls them Old Zhao. The young master can be so relentless. Young master, what do you want to ask? Butler Zhao said with a smile. Fengling asked, how did you get married to Auntie Wang? Butler Zhao gave him a surprised look and said, met on a blind date to get married. Fengling asked again, then when you got married, did Auntie Wang love you? Butler Zhao straightened up, surely love me think back then. When I was young, I was also elegant, a talent, and good work. She does not love me, love who? Fengling gave Butler Zhao a disgusted look and told him to experience it for himself. Shameless. I overheard Auntie Wan liking rubbing men on Shake Shack the other day. Fengling said. Butler Zhao blackened his face. Fengling added, that rubbing guy has 6-pack abs. Butler Zhao. Young master, you looked for me to talk about this? Tattletale with him. Saying his wife is liking scrubs on Shakeology? Execute his heart? What's with the 6-pack? He had 8-pack abs when he was younger. Fengling tangled and hesitated for a moment and asked, do you think my wife loves me? Housekeeper Zhao looked at Fengling who was torn and hesitant. Got it. The young master is suffering from pre-wedding phobia. Fear of marriage. Fear that the young lady does not love him. Fear of a bad life after marriage. Whether the young lady loves you or not, she's already married to you and is your wife. Butler Zhao said, I really don't know what the young master is fooling around with. Just can't give the little young master too much food. When he's full and has nothing to do, he loves to think. Fengling looked at housekeeper Zhao. That's not what he wanted to hear. Butler Zhao pretended not to receive the signals conveyed by his eyes, pretending not to know what he meant. The young master says his wife gives the rubbing man credit and wants to hear him say nice things about the young lady loving him? Dream on. So, you think Jiang Tang doesn't love me? Fengling asked. Butler Zhao said, young master, you really don't need to dwell on whether the young lady loves you or not. Is it that important to love or not? Young master, as an adult, where is all the love and affection? When you get married, just get hitched and make a living. This is not a TV show, not a novel. It's real life. Where in real life is there so much you love me? I love you. Most people don't get married because of love. It's because it's suitable. You and the young lady are just right. Fengling asked, where do we fit in? The domineering female president and the silly white sweet prince. It's quite suitable. Butler Zhao said. Fengling glared at him. He wasn't happy when anyone other than his wife said he was stupid and sweet. You don't have any sentiment at all. Fengling spat at Butler Zhao. Suitable, suitable, suitable. Only knows suitable. Besides suitable, is there nothing else? For an old man like you with no feelings and no emotions, no wonder Auntie Wang swiped the rubbing man and gave the rubbing man a nod. Butler Zhao. Not only is it unemotional, but it's also old and blurry. So tell me honestly, has your eye prescription gone up again? You didn't go get new glasses, so you can't see well anymore? Fengling asked. Can't see that my wife loves me anymore? Butler Zhao, yes, yes, yes. The young lady loves you. The young lady loves you the most. The young lady loves you to death. Can you? Satisfied? Fengling. It's okay. Satisfied. But he had new troubles. But, you say, will she love me all her life? Will she always love me? Will she be like Auntie Wang in the future? Moving on, looking at other men? Fengling asked. Butler Zhao. He doesn't get mad. Does the little young master treat him like a cutie? Housekeeper Zhao wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Fengling. Hey, look at you, you don't know. If you knew, Auntie Wang wouldn't have given a nod to the rubbing man. Fengling finished speaking and left. The angry Joe Butler takes anti-hypertensive medication. At dinner in the evening, someone told Elder Feng that Butler Zhao was not feeling well, was resting, and had taken the night off. Elder Feng asked with concern, what happened to him? The servant respectfully said, It seems that he was infuriated and his blood pressure rose. However, Butler Zhao said that he took antihypertensive medication and it's nothing serious. Elder Feng nodded. Who pissed him off? The servant gave Feng Ling a cryptic look. Butler Zhao was so angry that he kept scolding the young master for being heartless on the bed. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling, what are you guys looking at me for? It's not me. It's Auntie Wang. Elder Feng, what happened to Auntie Wang? Feng Ling, Auntie Wang is liking the rubbing man on Jitterbug. Elder Feng, Jiang Tong. Auntie Wang, who was unaware of the situation, had her reputation ruined for the rest of her life. She didn't give the rubbing guy a like, she just accidentally did it while swiping through the video. Chapter 176, Honey, will you marry me without money? As for why she swiped the Scrubman video, it's not easy to explain. Elder Feng coughed dryly with a bit of embarrassment. I didn't expect that Auntie Wang's old heart is not old. All half of the body into the ground people actually still give praise to the rubbing man. It was no wonder old Zhao was angry. Also being a man, he could understand. Really understands. You even know about this? Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling in surprise. Feng Ling said with a bit of embarrassment, I overheard it. Auntie Wang was only 6 meters tall. He was almost 9 meters tall. And standing in front of Auntie Wang, he could take in all of Auntie Wang's movements. Jiang Tong, that's unintentionally coincidental. After dinner, Feng Ling went to find Elder Feng. Asked directly, Grandpa, how much did you give my wife? Elder Feng was puzzled. I didn't give her any money. Feng Ling said, I'm talking about the bride price. Elder Feng looked at him. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Nothing, just wondering. Feng Ling said. Elder Feng said, 99 bride price was given and then the shares of Feng Group were added. What's wrong? Feng Ling was surprised. So much? Give him money on the stingy search cannot. Every month on the 5 million pocket money. At most in the New Year's festival's time to rise a little. That's all you give your wife at once? Give back Feng's shares. The wife is Grandpa's real granddaughter, right? You think I want to give so much? Elder Feng gave him a blank look without any good humor. But if I don't give so much, people Tong Tong won't marry. Feng Ling, why didn't she marry? Elder Feng, this is still need to ask? When a woman marries, the money and the person have to figure the same, right? If the person is not good, then give more money. If the person is excellent and outstanding, then you cannot have to give so much money. You're not a good person. If you want to impress Tang Tang, you can't just pay more money? Elder Feng said. Feng Ling was unconvinced. What's wrong with me? I'm tall, handsome and young. How can I not work? How can I not? Yes. Elder Feng nodded. You're fine. You're fine with drinking. You're fine with eating and drinking. You're fine with fighting. You're fine with losing your family. You're fine with being angry. But you're not fine with working. You're not fine with making money. You're not good at what you should be. And you're good at everything you shouldn't be. Reverse the Big Dipper. Master Feng spat. Feng Ling, so Jiang Tang will marry me all because you gave so much money? Feng Ling asked. Elder Feng nodded. What else? You wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think that she's willing to marry you because of the person you are, right? Feng Ling. Elder Feng looked at the silent Feng Ling and fell silent. He actually thought that? Is Feng Ling so self-absorbed? Luckily you're just stupid. Not bad. Elder Feng said. If you were stupid and bad, I guess if you gave the entire Feng family to Tang Tang, Tang Tang wouldn't necessarily be willing to marry you. Feng Ling, pissed off. I was so angry that I wanted to ask Lao Zhao for some antihypertensive pills. He thinks he's pissed off with high blood pressure even at his young age. Feng Ling left angrily. Elder Feng snorted coldly. He really didn't know what there was to ask. He was curious and had to ask. And he was unhappy when he asked. Isn't that asking for unhappiness? What do you care how you got married when you're already married? Now that we're married, let's just get on with our lives. Isn't he having a good time with Tong Tong now? Must be tangled. Young people, they just love to toss. I wonder what kind of tantrum he's going to throw. However, Elder Feng was not worried. No matter how much Feng Ling lost his temper, he would be pacified by Tang. Tong Tong was smart and gentle, and held Feng Ling at bay. Feng Ling couldn't tumble in her hands. Feng Ling returned to the bedroom. Jiang Tang had already washed up. He looked at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang felt that there was something wrong with the way Feng Ling was looking at him. Ask, what's wrong? Another lecture from Grandpa? Honey, why did you marry me in the first place? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tang was about to speak when Feng Ling said, tell the truth. Jiang Tang smiled. I wasn't prepared to tell a lie either. Feng Ling, but the truth is that you might not like to hear it. Jiang Tang smiled and said, are you sure you want me to say it? Feng Ling, he doesn't want to hear it. But again, want to hear it. So you can't say something I love to hear? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tang laughed and said, then this is a dead cycle. the truth you don't love to hear. What you love to hear is a lie. And you just asked me not to allow me to tell lies. Fengling, young Master Feng is really hard to serve. Jiang Tong laughed and joked. Fengling glared at Jiang Tang, having gotten the better of him. After taking so much money from Grandpa, now let's just say he's really hard to serve. Is he hard to serve? Did she serve him? If Grandpa didn't give you so much money and shares in the first place, would you still marry me? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong smiled and shook his head. No. Fengling, the sky is falling. No matter anyone, I won't marry without a bride price. Jiang Tong said. Her marriage must be a marriage of interest. A marriage of interest. What do you call it if you don't give an interest? Fengling. Oh, it's so strange that the heart actually feels a little better somehow. Balances out a bit. Wife is not just for him. Wife is the same for any man. Then now it's my turn to ask you. If Grandpa didn't force you in the first place, would you have married me? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. It's not polite to come and go. Fengling. He looked at Jiang Tang. I think he will. Although he resented his grandfather forcing him to get married in the beginning, what he resented was not Jiang Tong, but his grandfather's behavior of forcing him to get married. Even if it wasn't Jiang Tong, his grandfather forced him to get married to another woman in the first place, but he had a crush on Jiang Tong. He fooled others, not himself. He had a good feeling about Jiang Tong the first time he met him. She's so pretty and classy. This, coupled with the fact that the status of his fiancée seemed to come with a filter that attracted him to her, caused him to be flabbergasted the first time he saw her. The latter words, such as I don't love you and you don't love me, are the rebellious and tongue-in-cheek nature of young men. He wasn't actually rebelling against Jiang Tong when he said those words at that time. Instead, they're rebelling against Grandpa. No. Fengling wanted to say no. The wife all but said she wouldn't marry Grandpa unless he paid her. Then he'd also have to say that he wouldn't have married her if Grandpa hadn't forced him to. It's called courtesy. Jiang Tong interrupted him with a smile. Say it properly. Fengling. Think it over and talk it over. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. It always feels a little scary when my wife smiles. The leathery smile doesn't reach the bottom of his eyes. Fengling pursed his lips, looked at Jiang Tang, and reluctantly said, Will, really? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Why do I see you seem to be unwilling? Fengling. Why do you ask when you can see it? Chapter 177. Butler Zhao needs to take the quick-acting heart-saving pills again. Honestly, it's not like there's anyone else here besides me. It's not like anyone is forcing you. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling. Doesn't she know what she's doing? Isn't she the one who's pushing him? Will. Fengling said. Jiang Tong smiled and asked. Really? Aha. Fengling nodded his head. Even without his grandfather forcing him, he and Jiang Tang did not have a marriage contract. But after meeting Jiang Tang, he would still be in love with Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong's face is too beautiful and attractive. And she is different from those women he has met before. He was destined to be attracted to her. He loved Jiang Tang, not because he loved her because she became his wife. It's not about loving her as a wife. Rather, he really just simply loved her. What about you? Fengling asked Jiang Tang. If Grandpa didn't give so much money, would you really not marry me? Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. It really won't. You. Fengling was furious. I said I would. Why did you still say you wouldn't? Jiang Tong looked at his angry look and laughed even more happily. I'm not a learner. You say I will, I have to follow and say I will? Fengling. He glared at Jiang Tong with dissatisfaction. Grandpa spends so much money on a wife and all he does is piss him off. Did the wife want to piss him off early so that the entire Feng family's assets would be hers and the baby in her belly? Fengling reluctantly asked. Then who will you marry if not me? Jiang Tong smiled and said. Whoever gives more money will marry whoever. Fengling. Then you can only marry me. No one gives more money than my family. It's true. There are a lot of rich people. But it's one thing to be rich and another to be willing to spend lots and lots of money on a wife. Anyway, in Sea City, he hadn't heard of anyone's family giving tens of billions of dollars for a daughter-in-law. It's not just tens of billions. It's literally tens of billions. The bride price given by Grandpa. Just the bride price is $999 billion. And this is still only the small head. The real big head is the shares of Feng's Group given by Grandpa to Jiang Tang. This share can pay dividends every year and can be bought and sold. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. So, didn't I marry you? Fengling. It seems so. But then, it doesn't seem right. What is it that you have overlooked? Don't think so much. Jiang Tong smiled and said. Thinking about all those what ifs, are all false. There are no ifs. I'm married to you now. Fengling. Seems about right. It's no use in dwelling on that. Then wife, will you stay with me all the time? In the future, if the Feng family runs out of money, will you leave me? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Will. Feng Ling froze for a moment and looked at her in surprise. What? Jiang Tong smiled and said, I will. Feng Ling. So you must work hard to earn money and keep the Feng family rich. Otherwise I'm going to leave you. Jiang Tong said with a smile. After all, with you, I started with money, got stuck with money, and stayed loyal to money. You run out of money. You run out of everything. Feng Ling. So make sure you work hard to make money, yo. If you don't, your wife will run away. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling grunted and said, You're not going to run. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, Why wouldn't I run? It's not like I don't have legs. Feng Ling grunted again. Anyway, I know you won't run. You're saying this on purpose to make me work hard to get ahead. To make me work hard to make money. Jiang Tong smiled and said, So smart now? Feng Ling didn't say anything. He was always smart. Wife, if Grandpa hadn't given you so much money, would you really not have married me? In the end, Feng Ling was still undeterred. Could it be that he, a big, handsome man, had no chance at all of winning against the cold tens of billions? He doesn't believe it. Jiang Tong, how many times do you really want to be hurt before you die? Feng Ling, I won't die. I know that in my wife's heart. I'm more important than money. You said that on purpose to piss me off. I didn't want him to be too happy and foolish to say that on purpose. He understands it all. Jiang Tong, you're happy. Feng Ling just laughed. He's pretty happy right now. Early morning, Jiang Tong and Feng Ling went downstairs for breakfast. Saw Butler Zhou. Feng Ling asked, Old Zhao, are you well? Butler Zhao gave Feng Ling an expressionless look and said with a single slate, Thank you for your concern, young master. My health is fine. The young master doesn't reflect on who really pissed him off. Hey. Feng Ling sighed and said, Old Zhao, you've been working in the Feng family for so many years. It's only right to care about you. Old Zhao, don't worry. I'll go talk to Auntie Wang and tell her not to swipe short videos of rubbing men all day long. It affects family harmony. Housekeeper Zhao looked at Feng Ling and said, Young master, my old companion explained to me that she accidentally liked it. Feng Ling looked at Butler Zhao, who was still so naive and innocent at his age. Lao Zhao, a lot of times, you can't believe a woman's side of the story. Okay, let's say Auntie Wang accidentally slipped and clicked the like button. Then have you ever wondered why Auntie Wang swiped the rubbing man? Feng Ling asked. Butler Zhao, that's something he really didn't know. Lao Zhao, this is called big data. What short videos you usually like to watch and stay longer on. The software will recommend you what type of video content. Feng Ling said. For example, those who like to see beautiful women, swipe to see beautiful women dancing. Those who like to watch some rural life videos swipe into it. Feng Ling gave housekeeper Zhao a sympathetic look. Why does video software recommend rubbing men to Auntie Wang? Know what they're talking about. Butler Zhao, thinking about taking a quick-acting heart pill. Jiang Tong glared at Feng Ling, smiled and said to Butler Zhao, Butler Zhao, don't listen to him. No, it's not big data. I've also swiped at scrub men. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang in shock. Wife swiped the scrub guy too? When did this happen? Who's the one who swiped it? Does the wife like it? Did the wives give each other likes? When housekeeper Zhao saw Feng Ling like this, his heart was finally relieved. No need to take a quick-acting heart pill. Young master, I have quick-acting heart-saving pills here. Do you want to take them? Butler Zhao smiled and asked Feng Ling. Feng Ling gritted his teeth, ignored him, and asked Jiang Tang, Wife, have you really swiped a scrub man? Jiang Tong nodded. Aha. Seal the young master's day. Early in the morning, it collapsed. I haven't just brushed up on scrub men. I've also brushed up on scrub women. Scrub moncler. Scrub dames. I've brushed up on all of them. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Feng Ling frowned. Honey, do you swipe any videos all day long? Jiang Tong laughed and said, Wasn't what I said clear enough? All I brush up on all day long is scrub video. Chapter 178. Beware Jiang Tang will lose patience and stop coaxing you. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang incredulously. No, wife, you're lying to me. How could a demure woman like your wife swipe a scrub video? Aha. Jiang Tong nodded and said with a smile, I'm lying to you, whatever you say. Feng Ling. Jiang Tong went to the restaurant. Butler Zhao looked at Feng Ling and said with a smile, Young master, don't be sad. The young lady said she was lying to you. Feng Ling looked at Butler Zhao. Why are you smiling? Do you think you look good when you smile? A face full of folds. It's ugly. Butler Zhao. Young master, you can't start personal attacks just because you're in a bad mood because the young lady swiped a scrub video. You're going to get personal. You're going to attack whoever puts you in a bad mood. Feng Ling glared at housekeeper Zhao. Who said I was making personal attacks? Am I not telling the truth? Aren't you full of folds? Butler Zhao. Feng Ling hummed. People nowadays just can't listen to the truth. The truth is hard to hear, but it is the truth. Butler Zhao. Let's get one thing straight. Who in this family can't stand the truth? Don't you know what you're doing? Fengling followed Jiang Tang to the restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Elder Feng saw Fengling collapsing into a batch face. As if anyone owes him money they haven't paid. Elder Feng glanced at Jiang Tang. Could it be that Jiang Tang didn't coax him last night? Last night, Fengling might have had a bit of a falling out after realizing that Jiang Tang had married him because of his money and not because of him as a person. He thought that with Jiang Tang's means of holding him, he would be able to coax him in a few words. Now it seems, this is not cajoling? Or was there no coaxing at all? What's wrong with you? Elder Feng asked Fengling. Fengling said, it's fine. Sit down. Eat. Don't say anything. Elder Feng. After looking at him, he glanced at Jiang Tang, who didn't say anything either. After breakfast, the three went to work. Jiang Tang goes first. Jiang Tang is now pregnant. Doesn't drive herself anymore? Sometimes Fengling sends her. Sometimes the driver does. Elder Feng asked the driver to send Jiang Tang. He rode in a car with Fengling to work today. He had something to say to Fengling. Car. Fengling was in an even worse mood. Can you be in a good mood when you can't go to work with your wife? Elder Feng looked at Fengling, sighed, and said, Ah Ling, your temper will have to change in the future. Ha? Fengling was puzzled. What's his temperament? He has been married since. He went to work obediently, herded cows and horses during the day, and became a stallion at night, and was taken in hand by Grandpa and Jiang Tang. Even old Zhao doesn't take him seriously and stabs him with words all day long. What temper does he have left? Lao Zhao. Who the hell is stabbing who all day long? To be clear, you're young. Jiang Tang is willing to coax you. But, you have to realize that a person's patience is limited. Elder Feng said, she coaxes you once, twice, 3 times. It can't always be all the time. She gets tired and bored. You just make it. Sooner or later. One day, make Jiang Tang's patience completely gone. Completely don't care about you. I'll see what you do. Fengling. When did I make it? Last night. Was it because Tang Tang was messing with Jiang Tang because of the money to marry you? Elder Feng asked. Fengling, no. Elder Feng was surprised. Really not? He doesn't believe it. It wasn't like Fengling's style. Young Master Feng, who hates the sky for the slightest bit of injustice. Can he stand what happened last night? Fengling didn't say anything. He did want to make a scene and accuse Jiang Tang. But in the end, Jiang Tang not only didn't cajole him, but also made a mess of him. Got him all riled up again in the morning. Marriage seems to have become an aggravation. No really. Fengling said. He would like to make a scene. Jiang Tang held him down in 3 words. Elder Feng glanced at him and was surprised. You didn't even make a fuss about this? This isn't like Fengling's style. Are you so good-tempered now? Fengling, I've always had a good temper. Okay. Elder Feng, heh. I just smiled and kept quiet. Fengling, what are you laughing at? Grandpa thinks he looks good when he smiles? Full of pleats. When Fengling arrived at his workstation and finished his work, he began to secretly put his cell phone on mute and swipe the scrub video. He rarely swipes on these types of videos. He swipes on short videos that are funny and interesting. Most of what big data pushes on him is of this type. Not a fan of scrub videos, so swipes are few and far between. He searched deliberately now to see. I have to admit, a lot of the scrub videos are beautifully shot. A lot of men's bodies look good to him as a man, let alone a woman. And the comments section below the rubbing guy is a wonderful assortment of flirtations. He opened it up a bit, and the most common thing the women said was, my womanhood is all kept by poverty. Fengling, his wife has money. It means, can't keep a woman in line? Young Master Feng's entire body was bad. When it was almost noon, Jiang Tang sent a message to Fengling. Ask him to join us for lunch at noon. Fengling was tempted to refuse, but finally agreed. I'm not happy, but I still want to eat with my wife. Fengling left work early and went to pick up Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang had already booked the restaurant in advance, so it was just a matter of going straight there. When we arrived at the restaurant, we ordered the food, and while waiting for the food to be served, Fengling said, Wife, show me your cell phone. What? Checking in? Jiang Tang asked with a smile. Fengling, no, I'm just looking around. Jiang Tang nodded and handed Fengling his cell phone. As soon as the screen lit up, Fengling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. He basically doesn't look at his wife's cell phone. He respects trusting his wife. So don't look. But this look. Wife's cell phone screensaver wallpaper is actually him. Wife, your screensaver photo. It's me? Fengling was surprised. Jiang Tang smiled and asked, What? Is there a problem? Fengling smiled and shook his head. No problem. It's pretty. It's really unexpected. My wife is an emotionally introverted and low-key person who doesn't flaunt her presence. Other women's circle of friends will post the object, The background picture is the object. Show love. Hate the whole world to know she and the object is very love and happiness. But wives don't do that. But he didn't think his wife would do that. And she did. The wife's screensaver is him. Fengling was a bit excited. Jiang Tong looked at him with a happy excitement visible to the naked eye. So happy and excited? She's a little confused. So happy? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Fengling hurriedly collected the smile on his face and said, "Where?" Jiang Tong nodded with a smile. "Oh, so unhappy ah. I use your photo as a screensaver wallpaper. You are not happy ah." Then I changed. With that, he reached out and tried to get his cell phone back. "What's it for?" "Change the screensaver wallpaper." "Of course." Chapter 179. It's important that Mr. Feng is happy. "Don't." Fengling hurriedly stopped it, looked at Jiang Tang, and said in a depressed voice, "Happy happy happy? It's okay." Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Well, that's fine. You said the important thing 3 times. I can see that you're really happy." Fengling didn't say anything, opened the short video app and swiped it, brushed a dozen or so videos in a row, all of which are more positive, life and inspirational. There are no scrub videos. He was a little puzzled. Didn't the wife say she swiped scrub videos all day? How come he can't swipe it? He went back to Jiang Tong's concerns. After scrolling through, she had a lot of followers, but they were basically artists in her company. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling with a smile and asked, "See anything?" Fengling looked at her. "You lied to me." Jiang Tong just looked at him and smiled crookedly. Fengling was a little embarrassed by her laughter. "Why did you lie to me? Let's make you feel what Butler Zhao feels ah," Jiang Tong said with a smile. Fengling, so the wife is helping Butler Zhao get back at him? Jiang Tong said, "Don't always bully Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao loves you." Fengling, "What about you?" Jiang Tong, "Huh?" Fengling was a bit shy and asked, "Butler Zhao loves me. What about you?" "Butler Zhao loves me too." Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Love house. Butler Zhao loves you. I am your wife. He loves me because he loves you." Fengling, oh, the wife knew exactly what he was asking. Playing word games with him by answering like that on purpose. When will I hear my wife say she loves him? But, the wife, though she does not say it on her lips, certainly loves him in her heart. If she didn't love him, her wife wouldn't use him as her phone screensaver wallpaper. Use his picture as wallpaper. That way when his wife turns on her cell phone every day, he's the first thing she sees. People nowadays don't leave their cell phones alone and can't count the number of times they look at them in a day. It's the same as a wife looking at him a million times a day. The wife really loves him. Fengling finished eating with Jiang Tang and sent Jiang Tang back to the company before he went back to Feng's. Just as he walked to the entrance of the company, he bumped into Elder Feng. Elder Feng also ate with the others and returned to the company. Fengling smiled and greeted, "Grandpa." Elder Feng nodded lightly and looked at the smile on his face. "So happy? Didn't you leave the house in the morning with a face like that? Back from dinner?" Fengling asked with a smile. Elder Feng nodded. "Aha." Fengling grinned. Seeing this, Elder Feng had a guess in his heart and asked, "Did you eat with Tang Tang at noon?" "Aha." Fengling nodded and asked with a smile, "Grandpa, how did you know?" Elder Feng, "He's not blind. He's long enough to have eyes to see." "Tong Tong coaxed you?" Elder Feng asked. It was an inquiry, but the heart was sure. Fengling looked at Elder Feng. "Grandpa, look at what you're saying. What do you mean my wife coaxes me? I'm such a big man. I'm not a child anymore. I don't need to be coaxed." "Ha!" Elder Feng laughed coldly. "How did Tong Tong coax you? Her cell phone screensaver wallpaper is me." Fengling said. Elder Feng. Fengling, oops, dead mouth, talking too fast. Elder Feng grunted. Out of the blue. Just a cell phone screensaver wallpaper and you're happy about it? Yes. Fengling smiled and nodded. "I'm no good. But, Grandpa, you've lived to be so old. No one should have set your picture as a cell phone wallpaper, right?" Elder Feng snorted coldly and entered the company, ignoring Fengling. Then, in the afternoon of that day, one fan group sent out a message to the internal staff group that all the employees of the company should set the president's photo as wallpaper as a way to motivate themselves to work seriously. Fengling. Still, in the evening, Bai Langyue treated him to dinner. Jiang Tong and Fengling both went. By 7 o'clock, the talent had arrived. There were Bai Langyue, Zhang Bei, Xu Nanqing, Lu Jianli, Shi Qisheng, Zhang Xinyue, Jiang Tang Fengling, Chris and Li Yan. Li Yan was the last to come. When Li Yan arrived he said, "Sorry I'm late. A bit of work got delayed." Everyone else laughed and said it was fine. Fengling hummed softly, saying so appeared as if he was busy and powerful, and they were idle and useless. Heartthrob. Fengling sat right next to Bai Langyue and whispered, "What are you inviting him for? He's an old man. There's a generation gap with us. He can't even play together." Bai Lang Yu glanced at Feng Ling, speechless, wondering what Li Yan had offended Feng Ling. Let him dislike him so much. Jiang Tong smiled and whispered, I heard you. Li Yan and her were classmates. That Night Ink is the old man. Isn't she just an old woman? Think of the online segment about sibling relationships, called Baby when they were good together. When you break up, you call the old woman an old junkie. Feng Ling hurriedly said, Wife, he looks old. You look young. You look like my schoolmate. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Bai Lang Yu heard it and snorted. Lick the dog. Once everyone was here, dinner was served. The crowd chatted as they ate. Eating is almost done. Feng Ling just kept messing around with his cell phone. What are you doing? Shiranui, who was sitting next to him, asked. Feng Ling said, Set the wallpaper. Set my wife's picture as the screensaver wallpaper. Others. Feng Ling added. My wife has set my picture as her cell phone wallpaper. So of course I'm going to set my wife's picture as my cell phone wallpaper. Crowd. That's enough. Don't say it. No one asked him. He doesn't have to say as much. Jiang Tong smiled and looked at Feng Ling. Young Master Feng. He really loves it. Li Yan glanced at Jiang Tang and Feng Ling. Chris was surprised. Set it as wallpaper? Aha. Feng Ling nodded and said. You don't know. In our country Z, couples are required to have a couple's screen name, couple's avatar, and then the background image of the circle of friends, the wallpaper of the cell phone, the chat wallpaper, and all of these, all have to be set to the lover's photo. It's a sign of love for each other. Chris looked at Knighton. What? Feng Ling asked, feigning confusion. You and Li Yan didn't do this? Li Yan had a bit of a headache. He's a grown man. It was childish to do such a thing, he thought. Setting the other person's picture as a wallpaper background or something is really childish and even embarrassing for him. His WeChat is basically just some partners besides his friends. He always felt that being seen by his partners on those would make him look unprofessional. It's still awkward. Li Yan looked at Jiang Tang. Why would Jiang Tong do that? Jiang Tong didn't look like someone who would do such a thing. Jiang Tong received a signal from Li Yan. Smiling, he gave him a look. She doesn't want to either. But it would make Feng Ling happy. So she did it. It was important to her that young Master Feng was happy. Chapter 180, The Vicious Woman Who Discredits When She Can't Get It. As if Feng Ling didn't think it was enough, he said to Clarice, if Li Yan doesn't do this, it means he doesn't love you. Chris, Li Yan, young Master Feng really is still only concerned about the world. Chris is a foreigner. In terms of feelings, there is no national twist and reserve. Directly asked Li Yan, do not you love me? Li Yan. He glanced at Feng Ling. Young Master Feng ate and drank to himself as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Li Yan looked at Jiang Tang again. Eyes, you don't care? Jiang Tong received the signal and glared at Feng Ling with a smile. No nonsense. Although it appeared to be chiding, the tone of the expression was intimate, and there was not the slightest hint of reproach. Li Yan, is that how you run things? Others. It still feels like a show of love? Is it that they have love in their eyes? So look at anything and think they are showing love. Feng Ling, it's not like I'm wrong. Jiang Tong was helpless and said to Li Yan with a smile. Managed. Couldn't manage. Li Yan. Ha, you call this management? Good. 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 Good job to Feng Ling, Jiang Tang and their families. Chris looked at Li Yan and asked, what do you care what people do? I'm asking you. Li Yan smiled and said, I love you. Chris nodded. Well, I love you too. Feng Ling. No? Is Chrissy that easy to fool? Knighton just said something and she believed it? Is she so in love with her brain? Now I finally knew why Chen Shi was able to trick Chrissy round and round. You believe him when he says it? Feng Ling asked Chris. Chris blinked in confusion. Shouldn't I believe it? Feng Ling. So you don't believe Jiang Tang when he says he loves you? Chris asked. Feng Ling said. Of course I believe my wife when she says she loves me. Then why can't I believe Night Ink when he says he loves me? Chris asked suspiciously. Feng Ling said. Because Li Yan will lie to you, while my wife won't lie to me. Chris. Jean Xin, you couldn't see Feng Ling bullying Clarice. She's been hanging out with Chris lately, and her personality and temperament are quite compatible, and her relationship has skyrocketed. Chrissy had no friends in Seatown. She was her only friend, and she had to protect Chrissy. Disliking Feng Ling, Jiang Tang is not going to lie to you. Do you know why? Because you will lie to yourself. Deceive yourself. You can put yourself together every time. What's the need for Jiang Tong to cheat? There was no need for Jiang Tong to cheat him. He had coaxed himself into a placenta. What need did he have for Jiang Tong to make a move? If Jiang Tong had really cheated him, he would have been cheated out of his pants long ago. Feng Ling glared at her. People who slander when they can't get it are the most vicious. Jean Xinyu's face reddened with anger and glared at Feng Ling. You just say you can't get it? Who are you calling wicked? Feng Ling, says you. You. Jean Xinu was on the verge of crying with anger. How could one love such a hateful man? Is it blind? John Xin you couldn't do anything about the mixed-up Fengling, so she could only complain to Jiang Tang. Sister Jiang Tang, look at Fengling. In order for Jiang Tong to help her teach Fengling a lesson, she even called Jiang Tong's sister. Jiang Tong. Headache. It feels like there are endless lawsuits broken every day. Don't bully New Moon. Jiang Tong said. Fengling, I didn't bully her. I'm telling the truth. Besides, he's the one who first said that I was fooling myself. It's not like I'm wrong. You were already deceiving yourself. John Xin you said. Fengling glared at her. Where did I deceive myself? Aren't you deceiving yourself and others at all times? Sister Jiang Tong obviously doesn't love you. And you say that Sister Jiang Tong loves you. John Xin you said. Fengling was angry. Said Jiang Tang didn't love him. He's angry. You say my wife doesn't love me? She would marry me if she didn't love me? She doesn't love me enough to set my picture as her cell phone screen wallpaper? She doesn't love me enough to get pregnant and have a baby for me? Fengling asked 3 times in a row, causing John Xin you to freeze for a moment. Then what she loves isn't you at all. It's your money. John Xin you said angrily. Then there are so many rich men in the world. Why doesn't she love other people's money? Preferring to love my money. That boils down to loving me. And my money is part of who I am as a person. She loves me. All that I am. All that I have. And of course my money. Do you dare say that my money is not mine? John Xin you blinked. What kind of fallacy is that? Fengling still felt that it wasn't enough and continued. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want to provoke me and my wife's feelings. To make me think that my wife doesn't love me and only loves my money. And to make me misunderstand that my wife is a woman who loves vanity. Let us quarrel and separate, so that you may have a chance. Alas, to take advantage of the situation. Show Crescent. Really close to crying with anger. So angry. Why can't you talk to Fengling? Alright, after all this talk, your mouth is dry. Drink some water. Jiang Tong carried water to Fengling. Her implication was to shut up and stop talking. Fengling took the water and looked at John Xin you proudly. Look, you still say my wife doesn't love me. Look how much she cares about me. Li Yan. Jiang Tong isn't tired? John Xin you was furious, but she didn't know how to retort. Chrissy comforted her. Okay, don't get mad. Don't argue with him. You can't argue with him. Show Crescent glared at Chris. Said she couldn't outrun Fengling. More angry. 2 of them. 2 of them. 1 of you. How can you talk with one mouth over 2? Chrissy said. Jiang Tong. She didn't ask for it. Fengling was smug. Zhan Xingyue looked at Fengling's complacent appearance and secretly swore in her heart that in the future, when she looked for a husband, she would find one with a cheap mouth. The kind that opens its mouth and spits out blood. When the time comes, bring your husband to argue with Fengling. The others just watched in fascination as Fengling and John Xin you quarreled. It's kind of boring just eating. It's nice to have someone perform comedy. After eating, the crowd left. They have the next one because Jiang Tong is pregnant and Fengling and Jiang Tong go home. Jiang Tong waited for Fengling in front of the restaurant as Fengling drove off. Everyone else accompanied Jiang Tong and waited. Li Yan asked Jiang Tang, not tired? Jiang Tong knew what he was asking. Aren't you tired of being with a young master of Fengling's character? If you like it, you won't get tired. Jiang Tong said with a smile. When you like someone, even if they're being unreasonable, you'll think they're so cute. Li Yan was silent. Fengling came and Jiang Tang got into the car. After saying goodbye to the crowd, he left. In the car, Fengling asked Jiang Tang, what did Li Yan say to you just now? Jiang Tong smiled and said, say you're handsome. Fengling grunted. There is no doubt about my little master's handsomeness, but he knew that his wife was lying to him. How could Li Yan say he was so handsome? But it doesn't matter. Wife loves him. I'll set him into the phone screensaver wallpaper. No matter how Li Yan denigrate his wife is useless. Chapter 181 Jiang Tong's first temper tantrum. Fengling and Jiang Tang returned home, washed up, and then went to bed. In the past, Fengling was unable to sleep at night and unable to get up during the day, and after he married Jiang Tang and went to work, he also developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Before Jiang Tang is not pregnant, the night to do exercise, sleep will be a little later. As for how late, depending on the spirit, depending on the physical strength. When I was pregnant, I basically fell asleep at 10 p.m. 10:30. Fengling's phone rang. Both he and Jiang Tang were woken up. Fengling narrowed his eyes and touched the phone, glancing at it. Junior? What was Junior doing calling him in the middle of the night? Is it possible that Junior has poor performance again? This punk, always poor performance. Fengling picks up. Hey, Feng Xiao, come quickly. Jiang Xiao and the others are fighting with people in the clubhouse. Xiao Si said eagerly. Fengling froze for a moment. Who? Your brother-in-law and the others got into a fight. Junior said. Fengling sat up with a tang and said, I'll be right there. Jiang Tong asked, what's wrong? Fengling said, Xiaoxi said that Zhang Bei and the others fought with someone at the clubhouse. It looks serious. It's not uncommon to have conflicts in clubs, robbing women, getting drunk and mad or whatever. Junior and the girls are used to it. Xiaoxi is in such a hurry. It must not be a simple conflict. If it was a simple conflict, Xiaoxi wouldn't have called him in the middle of the night. Zhang Bei and the others wouldn't let Xiaoxi call him. Must have seen blood. Jiang Tong frowned and also got up to change his clothes. Go with Fengling. Fengling didn't refuse. He knew his character well, and if he went alone, it would probably snowball. Young Master Feng is not convinced to rush up and just do it. It will only make matters worse. With my wife along for the ride, she's sensible and calm enough to work things out. Jiang Tong and Fengling received a call from Zhang Bei when they were on their way and they weren't at the clubhouse anymore. At the So-and-so police station. Fengling and Jiang Tang then went to the police station. When they arrived at the police station staff was taking their statements. There were too many people fighting in the group, and the statements were recorded one by one, and they hadn't been recorded yet. Jiang Tong took a look, adding up to almost 20 people. Everyone has color on their faces. On their side, there were only Bai Langyue, Zhang Bei, Lu Jianli, Shi Qisheng, Christian Xinyue and Zhu Nanqing. There are only 7 of them. There were a dozen or so people on the other side, all clean-cut men, and middle-aged men in their late 30s and 40s. It's a bit of an earthy thug vibe by the looks of the dress. Jiang Tong probably heard a little bit, that is, a group of middle-aged men in the club to play. Inadvertently saw Zhang Xinyue 3 people, drink a little bit of wine, thought that the 3 people are the club model, so they want to point 3 people. There was a conflict. Jiang Tong walked over and looked at the several people. Don't you know to look for the clubhouse manager's security when there is a conflict? Do you have to do it yourself? Getting a face full of bruises. Zhang Bei, Bai Langyu, Lu Jianli, Shi Qisheng all pursed their lips and stubbornly did not speak. They were only in their early 20s. Just the age of blood and valor. This kind of thing happened to them. They can bear it? Can we wait for the clubhouse? Where's Li Yan? Jiang Tong asked. But where the mature and stable Li Yan is, they are unlikely to have a conflict. Hands injured. He's got something going on and isn't with us, Zhang Bei said. Jiang Tong looked at the several people, and his anger and blood surged straight to his head. She was already gentle and calm, usually cultivated, and hadn't been this angry in many years. Even when I was getting screwed and counted in the mall, I wasn't this angry. 20-something years old. Don't you have to use your head to do things? What's there to worry about with that kind of drunken man? A mad dog bit you. Do you guys have to bite back? Jiang Tong asked with a cold face. A dozen mad dogs. Who are you calling a mad dog? A man yelled in defiance. Jiang Tong glared over with a cold stare. Mad dog 1. Don't dare talk. This woman's eyes are so scary. Looking at such a beautiful woman. How come her eyes are so scary? It felt like the eyes were scarier than the fists. What's all the yelling about? The staff glared at Mad Dog No. 1. Did he say something wrong? If you've been drinking, you don't know what time it is, and you're harassing a young girl. Zhang Xinyue and Zhu Nanqing were very small at first glance. In the eyes of the staff, it's just little girls. Jiang Tong glared at Zhang Bei's men. Are you simple-minded, four-limbed reckless men? When things go wrong, do you only know how to strike? Don't you know how to think with your brains? Since you don't know how to think with your brain, what do you need a brain for? Wouldn't it be better to throw away the brain and leave only the limbs? You think you're a good fighter, don't you? You think you're so powerful that you can save a girl? Why don't you go to a TV show if you like saving beauty so much? Only stupid people fight. Lose fights hurt and hurt. Win fights. Look at you guys. You didn't win either. Everyone has injuries on their faces. Even Zhang Xinu and Chris were injured. Zhu Nanqing. Jiang Tong glanced at Zhu Nanqing. She became the only one who wasn't hurt. At least it looked uninjured on the surface. And you too. Jiang Tong glared at Zhang Xinu and Chris. Men fighting. What does it have to do with you guys? Charging forward too? Don't know how to learn from Nanxing and hide to the side. Others. The gods are all a bit marvelous. Zhu Nanqing's expression was also a bit marvelous. I didn't hide. Zhu Nanqing whispered. Jiang Tong. Zhu Nanqing didn't say anything. Zhang Xinyue said. She really didn't hide. She rushed to the front. Jiang Tong. She looked at Zhu Nanqing and then at the others. Other people's expressions. It looks like Zhu Nanqing really rushed to the front. What's a little girl got nothing better to do than rush to the front? Jiang Tang's sister. Zhang Xinyue smiled and said. You don't even know how powerful Nanqing is. If not for Nanqing. Eyes contemptuously glanced at the 4 men in Zhangbei. If it wasn't for Nanxing, they didn't know how badly they would have been beaten. A few people in Zhangbei. A few of them beat a dozen. Already Although they were more or less self-defense kung fu, they couldn't afford to have more people on the other side. No matter how good they are at kung fu, it's hard to beat them with 2 fists, not to mention the fact that it was not well played in the narrow corridors of the clubhouse. Jiang Tong glanced at Zhu Nanqing without saying anything. He looked at the Jiang Bei's several people again. Anger, pain. She treated them like brothers and was angry and hurt to see them hurt. Fengling was silent on the sidelines. Don't dare talk. The wife is horrible. It was the first time he had ever seen his wife lose her temper. The wife is subdued and gentle at all times. Luckily he wasn't there tonight. If he had gone, no need to ask, he would have been at the front of the line. Then he's the one who's being called out on it right now. Chapter 182. They lost the fight because they didn't have you? Keep going through the process and the paperwork. Li Yan is here. Jiang Tong glared at Li Yan. Li Yan was stared at with a weak heart. Don't dare talk. By the time everything was done and we got out of the police station, it was already 1 in the morning. Each go home. Seeing Jiang Tong in a bad mood, Fengling said, Wife, don't be angry. It's not Jiang Bei's fault that they are in trouble. It's the other party who caused trouble first. Jiang Tong frowned at Fengling. Fengling was shocked in his heart. Had he said something wrong? In the past, you didn't fight much, did you? Jiang Tong asked coldly. Fengling didn't dare to speak. It's true that there was no shortage of fights in the past, but that young boy doesn't fight? In the future, if I find out that you fight again, see how I'll clean you up, Jiang Tong said. Fengling. He didn't escape being called out in the end. I should have known better than to be scolded at the police station. Fighting is a very stupid behavior. Losing a fight hurts and hurts. Winning a fight loses money and even puts you in jail. In case you accidentally get killed or beat the other person to death, your life is over. Jiang Tong frowned and said, She really hates fighting. You're an adult. What can't you solve that has to be solved with your fists? Fengling, it's not like I got into a fight tonight. Jiang Tong snorted. That's because you didn't go. If you went, could you be missing? Fengling. Okay. No less. Wife, don't worry. In the future, I will definitely keep my hands to myself, and I will definitely not move my hands if I can move my mouth. Fengling assured Jiang Tang. In his heart, he secretly added, if moving his mouth can't solve the problem, then it's only with his hands. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling. She knew what kind of character Fengling had. It's fine if you like to fight, Jiang Tong said. Anyway, it's you who gets hurt and hurt in a fight, not me. And if you're accidentally killed, I'm not going to keep my body for the sake of it. I'm going to remarry. Fengling, if you kill someone and go to jail, I'm going to divorce you. After all, I can't have a husband who has killed someone and gone to jail and be ridiculed. And my child, I can't have a father who has killed someone and gone to jail and jeopardize his future. If you were crippled, I'd want a divorce just the same. What's the use of having a crippled man? I don't want you even if you win the fight. You like to fight so much, who knows if you'll be a domestic abuser. You can hit someone else today. You can hit me tomorrow. Fengling said seriously and firmly. Wife, don't worry. I swear, I will never fight again. Really? Jiang Tong asked. Fengling nodded his head with particular seriousness and firmness. Well, really, it's more real than real money. Fighting, losing and winning fights, you lose your wife. What else is he fighting for? Go to sleep, Jiang Tong said. After tossing and turning for hours, she was tired. Fengling nodded his head, and the two of them washed up and got into bed. And after turning off the lights, in the darkness, Fengling said to Jiang Tang, Wife, trust me, I'll never fight again. Aha! Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. Early morning, Jiang Tong and Fengling went downstairs for breakfast. When he arrived at the restaurant, Elder Feng Yi looked at Fengling. Last night's fight, didn't you? When I woke up in the morning, I knew that a few people from Jiangbei had fought and entered the police station last night, knowing that there is no ceiling. But still, I wanted to stab him a few times. Without me, Fengling said. Elder Feng smiled and said, It's rare. I can't believe I don't have you this time. Fengling glanced at Jiang Tang and gave Elder Feng a look. Grandpa, please, don't say anything. Is it because they lost the fight because you were missing? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Fengling, he may not really be biological. Your friends and brothers were beaten up. When are you going to fight back and avenge them? Elder Feng asked with a smile. Fengling was helpless. Grandpa, I will never fight again. Elder Feng raised his eyebrows. No more fighting? What's wrong? Weren't you always the first to rush in the past? Jiang Tong lightly glanced at Fengling. Fengling's scalp went numb at the look. Grandpa, I really won't fight anymore. Fengling said. So, Grandpa, please, really stop saying that. If we keep talking, he's going to be without a wife, and Grandpa's going to be without a granddaughter-in-law. But, Jiang Bei and the others were beaten up. If you don't go to help them take revenge, will you be too unrighteous in the Junghu? In the past, weren't you the most righteous? Didn't you all pee as an alliance, to share the same blessings and difficulties, and fight together when there is a fight? Elder Feng asked. Grandpa. Fengling really lost to Elder Feng. Jiang Tong didn't say anything. Elder Feng looked at Fengling and asked, will you really never fight again? Aha. Fengling nodded. Don't dare fight. If you have a conflict with someone outside, you'll get a little bit of anger at most. So be it. A little anger is nothing compared to losing your wife. Elder Feng was satisfied and nodded his head with a smile. Sure enough, a man still has to get married. Look, you've become a good boy after getting married. You've become a good man. You don't fight anymore. Zhang Bei and the others aren't married, and they're still out fighting all day. Forcing Fengling to marry Zhang Tang was really the best choice he had ever made in his life. Zhang Tong arrived at the company and realized that Zhang Bei didn't come to work. When I asked, I realized that when I went back last night, Zhang Bei was beaten. Not by anyone else, but by Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad moved the family law. Smacked Zhang Bei hard. Zhang Bei is recuperating at home today. Jiang Tong. Serves you right. Then it was known that not only Zhang Bei had been beaten, but the three people, by Langyue Lu Jian Lu Shiqi Shang, had not escaped either. All beaten up by their parents too. They're still really good buddies. There are beatings together, being beaten together outside, returned home to be housebroken together. Fengling knew it too. In the brotherhood. Once again. Celebrate. Glad he wasn't there last night. Otherwise, if you get beaten up outside, you are sure to go home and be scolded by your grandfather and wife. And a few of the parents were surprised to learn that there was no Fengling this time. But then again, it didn't seem like a surprise. Fengling had his wife in charge, so of course he didn't dare to go out and fight. In the past, Fengling was the most exasperated, and it was also because Elder Feng's life was hard. Otherwise, he would have been exasperated by Fengling. But now that Fengling is married, he's actually become so well-behaved. Do they want to let Shiratsuki and the others get married too? Although young, but not too young have reached the legal age of marriage. We're small. Find them a slightly older one, like Jiang Tang, a few years older, a mature and stable woman, to serve as both a wife and a life guide to steer them on the right track. If they found a girl their age, a 20-year-old, they would probably play and fool around with them. It's harder to discipline. Several parents were moved, mainly because with Jiang Tang and Fengling as positive teaching materials here, it was hard for them not to be moved. Chapter 183, Not wanting to marry Zhu Nanqing. Lu Jianli and Shi Qixing's parents could regret it. Jiang Tong used to take care of their son, and he played well with him, and their son listened to Jiang Tong and obeyed him. But they didn't even think in terms of male-female relationships at that point. They just thought Jiang Tong was the older sister taking care of her younger brother. But Shi Qixing and Lu Jianli are the same size as Fengling. If Fengling can, so can their son. But it's too late to wake up now. Jiang Tong is already married to Fengling. They wouldn't dare to rob the Feng family's daughter-in-law. Even if they dared to snatch it, they couldn't snatch it. The other young Master Feng is now living happily with Jiang Tang. By Langyu Lu Jianli Shi Qixing regrets knowing that because he fought last night, he let the parents put marriage on the agenda. One by one, they spit in the group. Spit and spit and spit. The fire was then focused on Fengling. By Langyu, it's all your fault. Why did you get married so early? Lu Jianli, that's right. Getting married so early. What? Worried that you won't be able to get a wife in the future? Fengling, marry early and enjoy your happiness early. You can marry late and get a wife, but not the wife I have now. Shi Qixing, marrying sister Jiang Tang is great, isn't it? Fengling, it's marvelous. How can marrying a woman like my wife not be considered marvelous? Willow Fade, lick the dog. Why is Fengling? Now he is not afraid of being scolded at all. Curse it, curse it. What's the point of being angry? After all, scolding in his body does not itch in pain. When Qi Shang Lu Jianli they were beaten by outsiders, and returned home to be beaten by their parents. How painful. It's not like he's in pain. He'll be a big enough man to forgive them. After all, they're pretty pathetic, not marrying the woman they want to marry and getting beat up. After work, Jiang Tong and Fengling went to visit Zhang Bei at Zhang's house together. When they arrived, Zhang Bei was lying on his bed on his cell phone. The bare back is covered with scars, and you can't wear clothes, and if you do, you'll touch the scars and it'll hurt. Fengling was a bit surprised to see the bruises. He had thought that Zhang Bei was just casually beaten up, but he didn't expect that his in-laws would be so ruthless. Jiang Tong looked at it and didn't say anything, although it looked as if he was seriously injured. The person was still alive and well. Zhang Bei was the child of his parents, and it was impossible for his parents to really break Zhang Bei. This time, how did the in-laws hit so hard? Fengling asked with concern and doubt. They hadn't been in trouble before, and they hadn't been beaten by their families, but they had never been beaten this hard. Jiang Bei said, saying that it's fine for me to fight casually on my own and die outside, but I shouldn't bring Zhu Nanqing to fight. If something really happened to Zhu Nanqing, there was no way they could explain to the Zhu family. But the problem was that it wasn't even him who brought Zhu Nanqing to fight. Last night Zhu Nanqing could fight better than anyone. Last night Zhu Nanqing was like a Yakuza big sister in a movie, leading them in a group fight. Feng Ling nodded. Jiang Tong, serves you right. Jiang Bei bristled. He knew that ever since his sister married Feng Ling, he was no longer his sister's favorite brother. Jiang Bei glared at Feng Ling. Feng Ling was innocent. What was Jiang Bei staring at him for? It's not like he said he deserved it. Not daring to glare at Jiang Tang. Just stare at him? What? Is he soft? Honey, Jiang Bei is glaring at me. Feng Ling immediately complained. He, young Master Feng, never suffers. Jiang Bei was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Feng Ling the tattletale. Jiang Tong looked at Jiang Bei. You did something wrong yourself, and you're still relenting on others? Jiang Bei said in a jarring voice. No. Where would he dare to relent now? Feng Ling had his sister to protect him. He wouldn't dare to anger Feng Ling even if he angered anyone. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Bei with a smug smile. Angry. Jiang Bei's back wound hurt even more. Since they were here, they were definitely going to have dinner at Jiang in the evening. After they looked at Jiang Bei, they went to see Lu Jianli and Shi Jishang, who both lived in the same neighborhood as the Jiang family, not too far apart. First go to the open when late born. Toki Sang is also at home recuperating from his injuries. However, it wasn't his back that Toki Sang hurt, it was his leg. The parents of the Shi family said that they wanted to break Shi Qisheng's legs, so that they could see how he could still run out and cause trouble in the future. When he saw Feng Ling, Shi Qisheng spat to Feng Ling. My father is really too unreasonable. What do you mean I caused trouble? It's obvious that those scums are looking for trouble, and we several big men can't see Clarice Jean Xinu and the girls being molested, right? Yes, yes, yes. Feng Ling nodded. You are the most heroic and manly. Shi Qisheng gave him a blank look. Of course, you think everyone is like you. Unmanly little puppy. Feng Ling glared at him. When did little master look like a little puppy? Shi Qisheng smiled and said, when in front of Sister Jiangtang. Feng Ling, Sister Jiangtang tells you to go east as you please. You can't do as you're told. What is it if it's not a little puppy? Shi Qisheng teased. Feng Ling frowned. I was listening to my wife. What dog or not? Haven't you heard of that saying? Timothy asked. Which words? Feng Ling, listen to your wife and you'll get rich. Toki Sang thought for a moment, then shook his head. I've never heard of it. Feng Ling gave him a look. You deserve to be beaten. Tim Chilson. Feng Ling went downstairs after watching Shi Qisheng. Jiang Tang was talking to Shi's mother. Tim's mother said, Tong Tang, do you have any girlfriends and sisters around you who are similar to you or something? Jiang Tong. Ah, Shang is getting older and we can't control him anymore. Take a wife and come back to control him. Timothy's mother said. Jiang Tong. If you have one that you think is suitable, keep an eye out for Auntie. Tai mother said with a smile. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Good. Seeing Feng Ling coming down, he smiled and said to Shi's mother, Auntie, we'll leave first. Timothy's mother smiled and nodded. Feng Ling said goodbye to Timothy's mother. Auntie, goodbye, we're off. Mother Toki looked at Feng Ling and nodded with a smile. Feng Ling is really much better behaved now than before. Recently, I have not heard that the young Master Feng went out to cause trouble, but also went to the company to work to see. According to reports, work is quite hard. Elder Feng's vision was really poisonous. There are so many famous women in C City, but he chose Jiang Tang who is far away from M country and Feng Ling has an age difference. Originally thought that the young master of the seal that only I respect arrogant and domineering nature of trouble, after the wedding will certainly make a mess of the sky and earth. Unexpectedly, the married life with Jiang Tang is getting better. It's really one thing or another. Jiang Tong looked gentle and soft, but was able to hold the capricious Feng Ling to death. What kind of woman would it take to hold Li Shang's character to death at that time? Jiang Tong Feng Ling went to visit Lu Jianli again, saw Lu Jianli, and returned to the Jiang family. Jiang's family is waiting for them to have dinner. Jiang Bei also came down for dinner. Seeing that his family was there, he hesitated and opened his mouth, saying, Mom, Dad, Sister, I don't want to join forces with Zhu Nanqing. Chapter 184, Afraid of Being Beaten? When he said that, everyone frowned slightly at him. Why? From the looks of the crowd, they all kinda liked Zhu Nanqing. Jiang Bei said, I don't get along with her personality. Jiang Mother frowned and looked at Jiang Bei suspiciously. Personality incompatibility? Did Nanqing make you angry? I didn't hear about the two kids having a falling out. Jiang Bei added. I don't like her one. Jiang Mother was surprised. You men still have a favorite model? Don't you men only like the pretty one? What innocence, flirtation, valor. It's all built on pretty. You're not pretty. Innocence is dirt. Flirtatious is lowly. Valiant is a man-child. Fengling. Father Jiang. Feeling insinuated. You don't even like it when Nanxing is so pretty. How pretty are you looking for? Are you looking for the world's first beauty? Jiang mother glared at him. Jiangbei, how come I didn't realize mom was so good at disliking people before? Where's his gentle, virtuous mom? Where did it go? Jiang Tong looked at Jiangbei. Afraid of being beaten up? What am I afraid of? Jiangbei retorted excitedly. His face was red because he was so excited. Jiang Tong let out a light laugh. You've always had a crush on Nanxing before, and after last night, today you're saying it's not right with Nanxing? Personality mismatch? From her point of view, it was the body that didn't fit, I guess. Yesterday, he was injured and Nanxing was not, and at a glance, it was clear who had the stronger force value. Jiang Bei's face turned even redder from the laughter, ashamed and embarrassed. Afraid of being beaten? Fengling looked at Jiang Bei suspiciously. Afraid of getting beat up by someone? Wish Nanxing? Is Xu Nanxing very capable of fighting? Jiang Bei is actually afraid of being beaten by a woman? Ha! Coward! Jiang father and mother. What does it mean? Who is Jiang Bei afraid of being beaten up? Jiang Tong laughed and said, Nanxing is too fierce. Jiang Bei is afraid that Nanxing will beat her up in the future. Jiang Bei, I told you. No. How could he, the Honorable Jiang Shao, admit that he was afraid of being beaten? How humiliating to tell the world. No one paid any attention to him, and Jiang mother frowned. Where did Nanxing get mean? Such a well-behaved little girl. Jiang Bei, there's a pain in the ass. The quiet, well-behaved little girl in his mother's eyes had, last night, nearly wasted a man with one kick. He was in too much pain last night and couldn't sleep lying on his bed, so he was thinking about Xu Nanxing, thinking that if he really married her and quarreled in the future, would she come up and kick him into oblivion? But couples can't avoid fighting. Other couples argue, but when it comes to them, maybe it's a fight. But fighting, as far as the current situation was concerned, he couldn't beat Xu Nanxing. He had just learned a little bit of self-defense kung fu, which was rather shallow, but Xu Nanxing obviously really knew kung fu. It's one of those systematically learned ones. It's nothing like his three-legged kung fu. He didn't understand why Uncle Zhu would let a good-looking young lady learn kung fu. Besides, it's good to be mean. John's mother said, you're such a jerk, so being mean is the only way to control you. John's mother did not know Xu Nanxing knew kung fu and guessed that it might be Nanxing's more fierce and spirited personality. In her opinion, Jiang Bei's fun-loving and troublemaking character should marry a fierce and spirited one to discipline him. Otherwise, he's lawless. Fengling, feeling insinuated again. But it's okay. His wife isn't mean. He hasn't said anything. He just sits here obediently and eats. And it all gets insinuated over and over again. Jiang Bei was bitter with a face. But, she is also too fierce. Why is Nanxing being mean? Jiang mother asked. Jiang Bei looked at Jiang mother and said, you're the ones who said that we should cultivate our own feelings and not force me if I don't like it. And now you're trying to force me? Jiang's father and mother choked for a moment. Look at the north of the river. Forget it. Jiang mother said, if you really don't like it, don't force you. Jiang Bei sighed in relief. Jiang Tong glanced at Jiang Bei. After eating, Jiang Tong went back to his room with Jiang Bei. Fengling followed. Jiang Bei returned to his room and flopped down on his bed to play with his cell phone. Jiang Tong asked, have you really thought about it? Jiang Bei nodded. Aha, I thought about it all last night, and how I thought I would definitely get my ass kicked after marriage. It's one thing to get beat up and all that. It hurts, but what's most embarrassing is the loss of face. The Hall Jiang Shao, at home, was beaten by his wife, and it was really humiliating. Top acid out. Just that afraid of being beaten up? Jiang Tong asked with a smile. Jiang Bei, you're not afraid? Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, I'm not afraid, because no one beat her up. Jiang Bei choked and asked Fengling, then are you afraid of being beaten up by your wife? Not afraid. Fengling said, it's not like my wife will beat me up. The look was rather smug. How can his wife beat him up? Jiang Bei, it's true. My sister doesn't punch people. She is good at convincing people with reason. However, when reason doesn't convince, she does it. As a child, he was also clubbed and educated by his sister. But that situation is extremely rare. Jiang Tong said, Bei, you can't just look at one side of things. You might want to think differently. Jiang Bei looked at her suspiciously. How else can you change your mind? Think about it. Nanxing is good with her hands. She can not only beat you up, but in critical moments, she can also protect you. Jiang Tong said with a smile. Jiang Bei, last night, if you didn't have Nanxing, one of you might be lying in the hospital at this moment. Jiang Tong said. Jiang Bei was silent. It is indeed possible. It was Nanxing who cleaned up half of the dozen or so strong adult men across the street last night, all by himself. If it weren't for the Southern Star, a few of the men would have been beaten even worse. By the time these security guards from the clubhouse arrived, it was estimated that both Clarice and Jean Xinu had already been taken advantage of. Think about it yourself. Jiang Tong smiled and said, in the past, when I lost a fight outside, I couldn't beat people, and I rolled home in ashes, and I just swallowed this breath. In the future, if you lose a fight outside, you can still tell your wife so that she can go and take revenge for you. Jiang Bei blackened his face. Is it a dignified thing to have your wife avenge your own death? There was no way he could picture himself crying home after being beaten and asking his wife to help him go get revenge. That would be just as humiliating as being beaten. What are you laughing at? Jiang Bei asked Jiang Tong. Is it mocking me? No. Jiang Tong laughed and shook his head. I'm laughing because I love to laugh by nature. Jiang Bei. Feng Ling glared at him. What's wrong with my wife laughing? Can't she laugh? How nice my wife looks when she smiles. Jiang Bei glanced at Feng Ling and said to Jiang Tang, Sister, come up with a dog training tutorial sometime. Feng Ling. What dog training tutorial? Jiang Tong smiled and said, no time. Jiang Bei. Jiang Tong smiled and said, we're leaving, so think about it yourself. Think through the pros and cons before you make a decision. If you really can't accept Southern Star, we won't force you, but whether the others will force you or not, I don't know. Jiang Bei, others? Who else can force me? Jiang Tong, such as Zhu Nanqing's fist? Jiang Bei. Chapter 185, To Kill Master Feng. Jiang Tong and Feng Ling went downstairs and met Zhu Nanqing. Sister, brother-in-law. Zhu Nanqing greeted obediently and coquettishly. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling. Zhu Nanqing was really good. Soft and tender. Wearing a white dress with jet black hair. Is that a good boy? Unlike. She thought she was still accurate in reading people. Zhu Nanqing didn't look like she was pretending to be good. Nanqing is back, Jiang Tong said with a smile. Zhu Nanqing nodded and said, I'll go check on Jiang Bei. Jiang Tong nodded. Wish Nanqing had gone upstairs. Feng Ling said, how well-behaved Nanxing is. Jiang Bei still doesn't like it. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. The two go home. Song Yizhou has come to see town. It's because of Song Qishan's business that he's here. He came with a team of lawyers from the company. Song Qishan was his son. There was no way he could not care. When he arrived in Sea City and went to look for Song Qishan, he had just walked to the door when he heard voices coming from inside the room. Frowning. This sound. He twisted his head to talk to Liang Luoyun who was following behind him. Ah Shen has a girlfriend? Whom? Liang Luoyun smiled. A very pretty girl. Song Qishan frowned and went downstairs with a cold face. Asked Liang Luoyun, when did this happen? Just these few days. Liang Luoyun said. I heard from Sham that they met online. Song Yizhou. Met on the internet? How long had Song Qishan been in Sea City? Just met the woman on the internet. And even lived in Song's house. So he could think and know that this woman was not a woman from a good family. Song Yizhou frowned and said, you're just going to let him do whatever he wants. Liang Luoyun smiled and said, where is this nonsense? Ah Shen likes each other very much. And the girl is very pretty. It's really pretty. Song Yizhou said, didn't I ask you to find a suitable famous daughter for Ah Shen to marry? Liang Luoyun said, looking for it, but we are not in Sea City for a long time. It is a little difficult to fancy a few. Still in contact. Song Yizhou nodded and said, don't let the woman know about Ah Shen. For Song Qishan to play with women at home. In his opinion, it was nothing. What man doesn't play with women? Just don't play too much and don't play it in front of your wife at home. Aha. Liang Luoyun smiled and nodded. I know. Song Yizhou also asks how Liang Luoyun and Feng Ling are progressing. What an attitude Feng Ling has towards her as a mom. Liang Luoyun sighed. Feng Ling doesn't resist me, but he's not very close either. Song Yichao gave her a look. As expected, after Liang Luoyun gave birth to Feng Ling, she ignored him for so many years, and now that Feng Ling had grown up, she suddenly appeared. Feng Ling had been kind enough not to speak ill of her. Back then, you shouldn't have been so cruel. Song Yizhou frowned and said. Liang Luoyun froze for a moment, reddened her eyes, and looked at Song Yizhou. Was he blaming her? But back then, it was clearly him who took the initiative to contact her and ask her to go to M country. He said that he had already established himself in M and told her to divorce and go to him, saying that M was not the Feng family's sphere of influence and that the Feng family could no longer stop them. So there she goes. He was also the one who didn't allow her to contact Feng Ling and Feng's family. He worries that she'll go soft on Feng Ling, saying that since she's chosen to go to M to find him and be with him, she'll have to give up everything in the Feng family. But now, Song Yizhou is saying he's too cruel? She knew that Song Yichao was blaming her. Blame her for not maintaining her relationship with Feng Ling. If she could maintain her relationship with Fengling, then she could now utilize Fengling and get benefits from the phone group. I'll fix my relationship with Fengling, Liang Luoyun said. She could only listen to Song Yichao now. Song Yichao finally had a smile on his face, took Liang Luoyun's hand and said gently, "Wife, thank you. I know it's been hard for you, and I know you've done it all for us as a family. And wife, I really thank you. Honey, I love you." Liang Luoyun smiled gently as she looked at Song Yichao with a light smile and gently leaned into his arms. Droopy eyes. Where's the love when you're an old married couple? Back then, she and Song Yichao did fall in love with each other with a bang, but decades had passed, and their love was mixed with too many things. Long gone are the days. Now, to each his own. In the evening, Song Zaishi returned to the Song family from work. Seeing Song Yichao, he greeted, "Dad." Song Yichao nodded and asked Song Zaishi, "How much of Feng's internal situation have you figured out?" Song Zaishi smiled bitterly, "Dad, I've only just entered Feng Clan, and now I'm still just an unassuming and ordinary clerk. So how can it be that easy to figure out Feng Clan's internal situation?" Song Ezra frowned, dissatisfied with Song's progress at the creek, but also knew that Song Zaishi was telling the truth. There really is no rush for this kind of thing. "So your relationship with Fengling, has it progressed?" Song Yichao asked. "Look at Song Jae-hee, she's really pretty and capable. If it's a son, then he'll give her the whole Song family. Unfortunately, she's a daughter." Song Zaishi said, "Fengling loves Jiang Tang very much. So, she didn't have a chance. No progress. She didn't have the confidence that she could steal a man from Jiang Tang. That's why she hadn't been able to carry out her actions, but instead took on Jiang Bei to save the country in a curved way." Song Yichao frowned and said, "So what? There's no man in the world who doesn't cheat." Song Zaishi didn't say anything and sneered in his heart. Just like him, married to his mom, but still cheated on Lorraine Liang, and killed mom. "Jae-hyo, you need to utilize your capital," Song Yichao said. Song Zaishi nodded. "I know," Song Yichao said. "I'll find a way to kill or maim Master Feng. As soon as Elder Feng collapsed, Fengling would take over Feng Clan, and it was too easy for Fengling, an uneducated second generation, to hoodwink him into getting money from his hands." Song Zaishi looked at Song Yichao, nodded, and didn't say anything. Song Qishan came downstairs, and he was followed by a beautiful young woman. The woman glanced at Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi withdrew his eyes. Song Qishan was a bit scared when he saw Song Yichao coming. "Dad." Song Zaishi gave him a cold look and snorted coldly. The team of lawyers brought by Song Yichao dealt with Feng's team of lawyers for several days. In the end, an agreement was reached to have Song Qishan apologize to Fengling, then compensate for the moral damages. Fengling then stopped pursuing the matter. Song Qishan was angry. What did he do wrong? To apologize to Fengling, and pay for moral damages? It's more like Fengling compensated him for the mental damages. He's not convinced, but it's no use being unconvinced. Song Yichao had already opened his mouth and told Song Qishan to go and apologize to Fengling. "Aunt Liang." Song Qishan looked at Liang Luoyun for help. Liang Luoyun thought about it and said with difficulty, "How about I go and talk to Fengling, and forget about the compensation and apology?" "Thank you, Aunt Liang," Song Qishan said with a smile. Song Zaishi glanced at Liang Luoyun. In order to maintain her good stepmom persona of loving her stepson and looking out for him in every way, Liang Luoyun has to offend her powerful biological son, or will sow discord in front of Fengling, saying bad things about Ashun and intensifying the conflict between Ashun and Fengling. Chapter 186, Thank you for not taking me in the first place. Liang Luoyun made an appointment with Fengling. Fengling knew that Liang Luoyun must be looking for him for something. Liang Laquan won't look for him if he's fine. After meeting and greeting, Liang Luoyun handed Fengling a bank card. "Ah Ling, this is the honor damage fee and mental damage fee that Ashun gave you." Liang Luoyun gave the card to Fengling. Fengling nonchalantly accepted it. "It's what he deserves." Liang Luoyun saw him accept it and added with a smile, "There's $1 million in the card." Fengling raised his eyebrows and looked at Liang Luoyun suspiciously. The attorneys negotiated a combined total of only $100,000 or so for damage to reputation and emotional distress. The compensation for such is very low. Why did the Song family give so much? The rest? Liang Luoyun hesitated and said, "Ah Shen. He is good at face and does not want to apologize. The rest of the money, take it as an apology from Ah Shun." "Yeah." Fengling agreed readily. Liang Luoyun looked at Fengling with a bit of surprise. "He just said yes? What's wrong?" Fengling asked. Liang Luoyun shook her head and said with a light smile, "It's fine. I thought you wouldn't agree. After all, a prince like Fengling did not lack money and tended to value face more than anything else. This extra hundreds of thousands of dollars, the prince of the Feng family should not look at it in the eyes." She thought that Fengling would insist that Song Qishan apologize. Feng Ling really doesn't play by the rules. Feng Ling smiled and said, why wouldn't I say yes? Anyway, it wasn't like Song Qishan had hit him or touched a hair on his head. And Song Qishan said that he found someone to pack him, and did not say anything wrong, not counting slander. Originally he found someone to pack Song Qishan. He found someone to beat up Song Qishan, and went to see Song Qishan's joke. And now, Song Qishan has to pay money to him. He really does take advantage of anything good that comes his way. Just don't be a bully. Song Qishan doesn't want to apologize, so he doesn't. Anyway, it's not like his apology is worth anything. So what if he forced Song Qishan to apologize? Could he grow 2 more pounds by listening to his apology? And can't. On the contrary, this extra $1,000,000 or $800,000, he used to buy food, maybe eat it and grow 2 or 2 more meat. Ah Shen, he is indeed a little jealous. Targeting you, Liang Luoyun said. Ah Shen, since he was a child without a mother, it was me who brought him up. He treats me as his real mother, and has a strong possessive desire for me. After realizing you're my real son, it's probably because he's afraid you'll steal me away and that I won't love him anymore. Ling, thank you for forgiving Sham. Feng Ling nodded and said, you're welcome. Also, go back and tell Song Qishan that there's no need to be afraid. I won't snatch you away. He's got nothing better to do than rob a woman who doesn't love him and only wants to use him. It's not like he's unloved. Grandpa loved him, Jiang Tong loves him, and Joe Butler, who loved him. It's not like he's a poor bastard like Song Qishan whose father doesn't love him and whose mother doesn't. Still need to rob love? Liang Luoyun choked, looking at Feng Ling. Won't take her. What do you mean? Meaning he doesn't need or desire mothering at all? Oh Ling, are you still blaming me? Liang Luoyun asked with red eyes. Blaming me for leaving you behind? For not taking you with me? Blaming me for not taking care of you since you were little? Feng Ling shook his head. I don't blame you. Liang Luoyun's tears came out of her eyes and cried. Ah Ling, I'm sorry. When? I did not want to take you away. It's the Feng family that won't let me. You're the only grandson of the Feng family. They won't allow me to take you away. She cried beautifully, tear after tear running down the corners of her eyes. There was no crying of snot and tears, which was especially pitiful. Don't cry. I don't blame you, Feng Ling said seriously. Liang Luoyun cried as if she didn't even hear what Feng Ling was saying, still crying to herself and saying, you are my child, the child I carried to term. How could I not love you? How could I not want to take you with me? But actually, I'm thankful. Feng Ling interrupted her. What? Liang Luoyun looked at Feng Ling suspiciously. Feng Ling nodded seriously. I am truly grateful to you for not taking me away. At that time, depending on how much Dad liked Liang Lakwan, if Liang Lakwan really asked for his custody and wanted to take him away, Dad would definitely approve. Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't agree, but it was useless for them to agree or not. And technically, Mom and Dad were his first guardians. His custody, as long as Mom and Dad agree, grandparents can't do anything if they don't agree, unless they use illegal means to forcefully keep him in the Feng family. Think about it. If you take me to Song Yichao, will Song Yichao treat me sincerely? Feng Ling said. Moreover, the Song family already has Song Zaishi and Song Qishan. The Song family's resources will definitely be more in favor of the Song family. And if I go, I'll just be a drag. Not getting love, not getting resources, and having to be aggravated and bullied. But I'm in the Feng family. I'm the only grandson of the Feng family. Grandpa gave me all his love. All the resources of the Feng family are mine alone. So you don't have to feel guilty or apologize. You didn't take me away. I should be thanking you, Feng Ling said seriously. Regardless of his feelings towards Liang Luoyun, at this moment, his gratitude was incomparably sincere. If Liang Luoyun had really taken him away in the first place, maybe his fate would have changed as a result. He didn't want to be a sufferer. He didn't want to be a poor little man under the fence. And he didn't want to rob the Song family of so little resources with so many messy siblings. It's really nice to be the only young master of the Feng family. Liang Luoyun Nana looked at Feng Ling. She didn't expect Feng Ling to think so thoroughly. She thought that Feng Ling would be a little boy who longed for his mother's love. It was she who took it too much for granted. Thought, everyone needs her love. Song to Dynasty needs. Feng Chang needs. Thought Feng Ling needed it too. But in fact, Feng Ling does not need it. She had, by now, finally recognized the reality that Feng Ling had never longed for a mother's love. Because, he's been loved enough. Only those who lack love long for it. He who does not lack love, does not desire it. So, go tell Song Qishan that he shouldn't be afraid. I won't take away his motherly love. Feng Ling finished speaking and left. Liang Luoyun sat alone by herself for a long time before leaving. Feng Ling went to pick up Jiang Tang after work in the afternoon. Give the card to Jiang Tang. Wife, save this money. He spends less money now. I used to spend my monthly allowance on going out to eat and drink. But since the wedding, it's rare to go out to eat or drink. Going to and from work every day. Eating at home. Clothes and accessories every month, all of which are purchased at home. As long as you don't go out drinking and having fun, there doesn't seem to be much money to spend. Chapter 187. Young Master is really powerful. In the past, he had basically spent nothing of his $5 million of pocket money every month. But in the past 2 or 3 months, he had actually spent only a few $100,000 a month. Still flushing out the performance for Junior. If you don't give Junior a chance to punch up his performance, you probably won't be able to spend $100,000 a month. It used to be that there wasn't enough money to go around. Where did it come from? Jiang Tong asked. Liang Luoyun gave it to me. Feng Ling said. Mental damages and loss of reputation from Song Qishan. Jiang Tong does know how much it costs. Keep this money for yourself. How is she going to save $100,000? $1 million yet. Feng Ling said with a smile. Jiang Tong raised his eyebrows. Why is it so much? Isn't it more than $100,000? Wasn't it negotiated for Song Qishan to apologize to me? Song Qishan loves face and is not willing to apologize to me. So he gave me $1 million and stopped apologizing. Feng Ling said with a smile. Jiang Tong glanced at Feng Ling. You're so generous now? Feng Ling laughed and said. I don't call this generosity, I call it cleverness. What does Song Qishan think he is? Thinks he can be a word of gold? His sorry is worth a few dollars? His sorry compared to 80-something million. Of course I'm going with 80-something million. Even if Song Qishan said he was sorry. So what? It's not like he's sincerely apologizing. He didn't care for his apology either. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling and said with a smile. You're slowly on the verge of becoming a successful businessman. A successful businessman is one who puts profit before everything else. She thought that the young master Feng, who loved face, would not be able to look at this amount of money, and had to force Song Qishan to apologize. Being praised by Jiang Tong, Feng Ling was very happy. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up, and added. Also, Liang Luoyun is still trying to stir up trouble between Song Qishan and me. She said that Song Qishan is treating her as her real mother and is worried that I'm stealing her motherly love. So she's targeting me. Does she think that I don't know that she's doing this because she wants to provoke the relationship between Song Qishan and I, so that I can target Song Qishan, and make way for her youngest son by getting Song Qishan killed and wasted? She thinks I'm possessive of her and craves her mother's love. Am I that stupid in her mind? Feng Ling frowned. He's going to fall for such a shallow attempt to stir up trouble? Jiang Tong laughed and said. You're not stupid. You're the smartest prince of the Feng family. He was the only crown prince in the Feng family, so of course he was the smartest. Feng Ling was smug. The two returned home. Butler Zhao saw Feng Ling thinking happily and asked with a smile. Did young master pick up the money? Aha. Feng Ling nodded. Not picking up money? Butler Zhao. The young master really picked up money? Young master is really powerful. Butler Zhao smiled and complimented. Already completely forgetting that Feng Ling had hurt him a few days ago and pissed him off enough to take blood pressure pills and fast-acting heart pills. Jiang Tong raised an eyebrow. Got the strength? Butler Zhao smiled and said. Luck is also a strength. Jiang Tong. It's really not easy for Zhao Butler to boast Feng Ling like this without being praised as a brainless idiot. Other people who grew up in such a loving and ass-kissing environment would probably have become lawless and thought they were the most powerful people under the sky. Feng Ling nodded. Well, old Zhao is right in saying that luck, too, is a form of strength. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. It's good that you guys are happy. It took a while before Elder Feng arrived home. Butler Zhao greeted him and asked with concern. Why is Master back so late today? Master Feng said. There was a small accident on the road. Had a little car accident. Is everything alright? Butler Zhao asked nervously. Elder Feng shook his head. It's fine. Just a little bump. In the city, everyone drove fast enough that nothing serious happened. Butler Zhao was relieved. Because nothing had happened. Neither the old master nor Butler Zhao had told Feng Ling about it. After dinner, Jiang Tang and Feng Ling went back to their room. Feng Ling was a bit excited and went to take a shower as soon as he got back to his room. After washing it, he came out and urged Jiang Tang to wash it quickly. Jiang Tong looked at him suspiciously. What? Something's wrong? So eager to rush her to the shower. Feng Ling said, Honey, it's been 3 months. Jiang Tong, get on with it. Wife. He pushed Jiang Tong into the bathroom. Jiang Tong went into the bathroom, and Feng Ling was waiting anxiously on the bed. 5 minutes. Honey, are you still okay? Jiang Tong. She'd only just gotten her clothes off, her makeup off, and her hair wasn't even wet yet. 10 minutes. Honey, still not washed up? Jiang Tong. Hair hasn't been washed the first time. 20 minutes. Honey, what's taking you so long to wash? Just finished washing my hair. Jiang Tong. 30 minutes. Honey, Are you inconvenienced? Do you want me to wash it for you? Jiang Tong, no. Wait outside obediently. Feng Ling, oh. Disappointing. 40 minutes later, Jiang Tong finally came out of the bathroom. Feng Ling's eyes shone brightly. Honey, I'll help you blow dry your hair. Jiang Tong didn't refuse. Jiang Tong sat on the chair, and Feng Ling stood behind her to blow dry her hair. He didn't think of anything when he was blow drying his hair. He just thought of drying it earlier, but as he blew, the wind of the blow dryer, accidentally blowing the neckline of Jiang Tong's clothes open, bulging the pajamas on her. The view from inside the dress, which she took advantage of his height, was unobstructed. She'd showered and wasn't wearing anything close. Feng Ling's throat tightened and he stared straight ahead. The blow dryer in your hand keeps blowing on that area. Hot. Jiang Tang cocked her head and twisted her head to look at Feng Ling, finding Feng Ling blushing with red ears. What's wrong with you? Jiang Tong asked. Feng Ling put down the blow dryer and picked Jiang Tang up with one hand. Wife. Hair dried. Let's go to bed. Jiang Tong, hair didn't. The word asterisk 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 didn't come out. The last word she didn't say. It was done by Feng Ling with practical actions. Liang Luoyun returned to the Song family. To Song Qishan, he said, Ah Shen. Feng Ling took the money. He won't force you to apologize to him. Song Qishan hummed, a face full of arrogant disdain. He was not going to apologize to Feng Ling. Even if Feng Ling didn't take the money, he wouldn't. Still really thought how rich Feng Ling was. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in his eyes. Ha, just like that. Liang Luoyun said. This time it's Feng Ling who won't pursue the matter, so don't mess with him again. Song Qishan frowned and glared at Liang Luoyun. The way you say that, am I still afraid of him? Liang Luoyun sighed and said, I don't mean that. It's just that this is the Feng family's territory, and as you can see, we can't fight him here. You hold back for now. This sounded good for Song Qishan, but Liang Luoyun knew that Song Qishan had long been raised by himself to be a lawless and exclusive character. He can't stand it. The more he was told to hold back, the angrier and grumpier he became. Chapter 188 Elder Feng is a money-making machine without feelings. Why should I endure? Song Qishan said through clenched teeth, looking at Liang Luoyun. What? So quick to start favoring your own son? Liang Luoyun froze for a moment. Surprised Song Qishan, Shun. Why do you think so? Although I am Feng Ling's biological mother, I love you more in my heart. We have been together for more than 20 years. Although I love Feng Ling, I definitely love you more. How can blood ties compare to the 20 years we've spent together? Poof. Song Qishan snorted coldly. Who knows? Shen. Liang Luoyun reddened her eyes and looked at Song Qishan aggressively. Song Qishan was in an irritable mood. Didn't bother and went upstairs. It was true that he had feelings of admiration for Liang Luoyun, but more than that, he was jealous of Feng Ling. Feng Ling snatched Jiang Tang. Do you still want to snatch Liang Luoyun? How is it possible that all the good things in the world are taken up by him? During dinner, at the table, Song Yichao asked Song Qishan to move out. Moving out? Song Qishan frowned, looking at Song Yichao in surprise and disbelief. Song Yichao nodded his head. It's all right for you to fall in love and play with women. It's harmless. But, he glanced at the pretty young woman and said, one can't live at home. Living in the Song family is an entrance, which means that the Song family accepts her. This woman, she had asked, although she was pretty, her family was ordinary, and it was impossible for the Song family to accept such a woman as a daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law of the Song family had to be helpful to the Song family and be able to be an aid to the Song family. He'll pick the right match for Song Qishan, a rich girl from the right family. As for the woman in front of me, let's just keep her outside as a random contraption. How many rich and powerful men haven't been womanizing outside? Song Qi frowned deeply. The girlfriend hung her head down and didn't say anything. Although Song Qishan was unhappy, he still had no choice but to listen to Song Yichao. Decided to keep the woman outside. Dad actually has a point. He and this woman in the online game to play games to know. He just see the woman is young and beautiful, body good. Move the heart of the sex. Want to have some fun. Not a few genuine. But that's not what Song Qishan says to women. He said, honey, I love you with all my heart, but my parents don't like it. They think you're from an ordinary family and can't help me. Baby, don't worry. I'll work hard. Try to get mom and dad to accept you, so you'll be condemned to live here for a while. He rents a house for women. The woman smiled gently. Honey, it's okay, no matter where I am. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. Don't worry, husband. I'll try my best too. Try to get your parents to accept me. Song Qishan felt that women were really good, gentle and understanding, caring for him, and most of all pretty, put together and open in bed. He really quite liked women. But of course, the liking was either emotional or physical. He would love it if there was another woman who was young and beautiful and could please him in bed. The woman leaned into Song Qishan's arms. her hand gently stroking her stomach. Morning. Fongling still knew about the minor car accident that happened to Mr. Fong after work last night. It was Butler Cho who said that. Elder Fong looked at Butler Zhao. Ling was right. Old Zhao was really getting more and more licentious, telling him not to say anything and to tell Fongling. Butler Zhao smiled as he looked at Elder Fong and said, "The young master is very nervous when he knows that you've been in a car accident." Fongling nodded at the side. "Well, Grandpa, I'm really worried. Are you alright?" Seeing the genuine concern on Fongling's face, Elder Fong said, "It's fine. It was just a small tailgate by the car behind. This kind of minor rear-end collision is common." Fongling breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Grandpa, you mustn't be okay. You must take care of yourself." Elder Fong didn't say anything, with a smile on his face. Ling has really grown up since she got married and knows how to care. Sure enough, it was right to let him get married. He was just about to praise him with relief when he heard him say, "I don't know anything yet. What would I do if something happened to you? I can't handle such a big one fan group." He was really messed up. "After I went to work at the company, I realized how many big and small things my grandfather had to deal with every day. He really can't do it now." Master Fong, so caring about him isn't really caring about his health? Just worried that if he dies, he won't be able to run the company? So, he was just an emotionless machine to Fongling to help him manage the company and make money? Ha, that's really good. You reminded me, Elder Fong said. Life is unpredictable. I do not know when an accident will happen. I can't let you take your time. I had to train you up early. Starting today, come work for me as an assistant and learn to manage everything in the company. Fongling, Grandpa, I think I can still learn well at the grassroots level. I'm not qualified enough to work beside you. Elder Fong sneered. You are the crown prince of the Fong family. You are not qualified. Who is? It's settled. Fongling, I should have known better than to care about Grandpa. Now it's good to concern yourself into it. Working at the grassroots level, you can still touch the fish and play games and stuff in your spare time. When you get to Grandpa, you can imagine how busy your feet must be. Not to mention being busy on my feet. I had to be scolded by my grandfather. He was at the grassroots level, but he was held up by his colleagues around him. Thus, Fongling followed Elder Feng's side and worked as an assistant to Elder Fong. Whenever there was one, Master Fong took him with him. When Master Fong reads a document, he has to follow it, and when he makes a decision, Master Fong asks for his opinion. He has to answer and express his own views and opinions. If the views and opinions are terrible, you have to be scolded by Master Fong. One day down, Fongling was physically and mentally exhausted, and when he returned home, the whole person was listless and lost all his strength and means. Young Master Fong, had been living like this for the first time since he was born. All day long you do something, all day long you get yelled at. Jiang Tong came home from work and saw Fongling paralyzed lifelessly on the sofa. What's wrong? Jiang Tong asked. Fongling looked at Jiang Tang and said seriously, Wife, you are awesome. Jiang Tong. So what did she do to make Fongling think she was awesome? It's really impressive that you can manage Zhang's entertainment at such a young age and still make a profit. Fongling said seriously. In the past, it just seemed like that's all there was to managing a company, and that anyone could do it. But today, when I was with my grandfather, I realized that it's really hard to manage a company, to do so many things well, to make so many decisions every day. It may seem like a simple decision, but with every decision, the company's interests are at stake. Make every decision with great care and attention. Jiang Tong. That's awesome. Chapter 189, Can't see each other before marriage. This is for her. Not a difficult task. Of course, I'm good too. Fongling was smug again. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, How are you awesome? Isn't it awesome that I married such an awesome wife? Fongling asked. Jiang Tong. Makes it impossible to refute. He's right. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. You're good. Fongling became even more complacent. Oh, right. Tell you a news. Jiang Tong said. Fongling was still immersed in his own complacency and didn't care at all about Jiang Tang's so-called news. Asking, What news? I'm going back to live in Jiang's house. Jiang Tong said. Fongling froze for a moment and instantly jumped up from the sofa, coming to her in 3 or 2 steps, asking with nervousness and surprise, What's wrong? Why do you suddenly want to go back to the Jiang family to live? Aren't you happy in the Fong family? Where are you unhappy? Is someone treating you badly? Isn't it Lao Zhao? Jiang Tong. No, we're going to have a wedding. Fongling, I know. Jiang Tong smiled and said, As the old saying goes, you can't live together or see each other before you get married. Otherwise, you will be unhappy after marriage. Fongling, whose old saying is this? Is there a scientific basis for it? Jiang Tong smiled and shook her head. There's no scientific basis. but I still want to go back and live there. And on the day of the wedding, you'll go back to Zhang's house to pick me up. Feng Ling frowned and asked, so when are you going back? Tomorrow, Zhang Tong said. Feng Ling, it's a week until they have their wedding. Meaning you can't see each other for a week? 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. If we don't see each other for 7 days, isn't it like 21 autumns apart? He had only lived a total of 22 autumns up to that point. Is it okay not to go back to the Zhang family? Feng Ling asked. Zhang Tong smiled and asked, could it be? Do you want us to be unhappy after marriage? Feng Ling, he doesn't want to. He wants to be happy and in love with his wife forever. Because of this, Feng Ling was in a particularly low mood when he went downstairs to eat dinner. Elder Feng thought he was overwhelmed by his work and didn't care. Feng Ling asked Elder Feng, Grandpa, can't couples who are about to get married meet before marriage? Elder Feng, okay. It's not because of work, it's because of Zhang Tong. What? Is this the thought of not seeing Zhang Tong for a few days? So you're not happy? Can't stand to see you for a few days? How come I didn't realize he was such a love brain before? Same as his father. But, he had better luck than his dad. His dad met that scum of a woman, Liang Lakwan. Feng Ling, on the other hand, met Jiang Tang. Aha. Elder Feng nodded. Why? Feng Ling asked, disgruntled. Elder Feng glared at him. If you ask me, who do I ask? I don't know. Anyway, it's this traditional custom that has continued. Feng Ling, you can also meet if you want to. But, whether you will be happy and smooth after marriage is unknown. Elder Feng smiled nastily. Feng Ling, bad old man. After dinner, Jiang Tang and Feng Ling returned to their room. When he returned to his room, Feng Ling pulled Jiang Tang to wash up. Originally, Feng Ling couldn't help himself in the bathroom. But thinking of Jiang Tang's body, what if she accidentally fell? Still holding back to get back into bed before pampering her. After the pampering was over, Feng Ling hugged Jiang Tang and said, Wife, you have to send me messages every day. Jiang Tang drifted off to sleep. Being pregnant is already sleepy. Plus exercise depletes your energy. Leaning into his arms, listening to the sound of his heartbeat and the sound of his words, her eyes half closed, she answered in a daze. Aha. You have to tell me every day what you did. What went out? What happened? Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong, aha. Feng Ling said a lot more, and Jiang Tang said him in a daze. Toward the end, her voice grew softer and softer. Feng Ling lowered his head and looked at Jiang Tang. She had fallen asleep with her eyes closed. Wife, do you love me? Feng Ling asked softly. Jiang Tong let out a very soft not even knowing if it was a sound made or an unconscious murmur, but Feng Ling was still excited. He doesn't care. Anyway, the wife just loves him. He smiled with satisfaction and hugged Jiang Tang even tighter. Early morning. As soon as he got up in the morning, Feng Ling was not in a good mood. Can emotions be high at the thought of being separated from your wife for 7 days? Get up and stare at Jiang Tang. He also stared at Jiang Tang while eating. He was still staring at Jiang Tang when he had to go out to work. Jiang Tong are driving to work. The eyes are still reluctant to stare at her car, almost to run after Jiang Tong's car. Elder Feng gave him a blank look. He's like this. He's got no eyes. Breathe. Gone. Elder Feng said. Feng Ling, I'm not leaving. Elder Feng, why? Feng Ling said. I'm taking the day off to do something big. Ha! Elder Feng snorted and looked at him disdainfully. What great things can you do? Big things in his life. Ha! Is a marriage proposal considered a big deal? Feng Ling asked. Elder Feng was surprised. You're going to propose to Jiang Tang? Aha! Feng Ling nodded. Elder Feng gave him a blank look. Are you sick? You're married. You have a child. And you still want to propose? What kind of marriage did you propose? Feng Ling, you don't understand. When I got married, I was forced by you. I didn't like my wife at that time. There was no ceremony, no confession, no proposal, just a license. Such a marriage is imperfect and incomplete. Elder Feng, I love my wife. I want to give my wife a sense of ceremony. And every process of getting married can't be less than others. Feng Ling said seriously. Elder Feng gave him a look. Whatever. Mr. Feng went to work. There was a smile on his face the whole time. Ling, really grown up. Understand how to love someone. Feng Ling went to get ready. Not a person to prepare, but also Jiang Bei Lu Jianli they called. The men had been at home for the past 2 days recovering from their injuries when they were called to the lake. You called us out for breakfast in the morning? Jiang Bei glared at him without a good look. He didn't want to talk to him, but he kept calling him. Feng Ling gave him a blank look. Eat, 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 just know how to eat. Are you out of food? Jiang Bei, if you don't eat breakfast, why did you call us out early in the morning? Jiang Bei glared at him. Calling you guys out early in the morning. Of course there's business. Feng Ling said. Jiang Bei laughed at him. What business can you have? What kind of man is he? After so many years as a brother, don't you know? Feng Ling. You all look down on him, don't you? Does proposing to your sister count as business? Feng Ling asked him. Jiang Bei was surprised. A marriage proposal? Feng Ling nodded. Jiang Bei, you're all married. My sister is pregnant. And you're still proposing? Isn't this just fooling around? Feng Ling glared at him. Believe it or not. I'll tell your sister right now that you said I was fooling around by proposing. Jiang Bei. Suitcase fine. Jiang Bei gritted his teeth and waited. Let's see what he can do when he gets married and welcomes his family. A gentleman's revenge is not a week too late. Getting married. Mamma mia. Praying for power with love. Love you all. Chapter 190. Feng Ling is the source of all suffering. Jiang Bei's anger was suppressed. Feng Ling then arranged for them to do something. There were balloon fights and card drawing. At first, the crowd found it quite interesting. After all, it was the first time they had ever done anything like this. I worked on it all morning and didn't finish it, so I had lunch and continued. After lunch, John Xinu and Chris wanted to find Lu Jianli by Lang Yu and the others to play. Knowing that they were at the lake to help Feng Ling set up the proposal site, ran in to help set up too. Lu Jianli by Lang Yu they set up in the morning, and then they have to continue to set up in the afternoon. Setting up and setting up is very annoying. A couple of their young masters hadn't done so much yet. Can't we leave this kind of thing to the wedding company? Shiranui said. Feng Ling glared at Bai Lang Yu. Can a wedding company decorate as well as me? Lu Jianli nodded. Yes, people are professionally set up to look better than Ri. Feng Ling, what do you guys know? This kind of thing, it's not about what's professional or not. It's about the heart. I set it up myself. It's a token of my affection for my wife. What do you know? Jiang Bei looked at Feng Ling in surprise at his words. You're in love with my sister? The way he asked this made Feng Ling confused for a moment. Jiang Bei doesn't know? No eyes? Can't tell? That he loved Jiang Tong should be obvious to anyone with eyes, right? The others also looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling nodded his head and said seriously, I love Jiang Tang. Jiang Bei was surprised. Feng Ling loves her sister? He remembered that Feng Ling seemed to dislike his sister in the beginning, and was very resistant to this marriage with her, and was forced to marry her only by Master Feng with death. How long has it been? And fall in love? He thought having a wedding was just going through the motions, but I didn't realize that it was Feng Ling's true feelings. TSK. I don't know who was the one who almost slit his wrists in the first place and didn't he want to marry my sister ah? Jiang Bei smiled and teased. Feng Ling. The rest of the crowd. You weren't willing to marry sister Jiang Tang in the first place? Lu Jianli asked. Feng Ling looked embarrassed and didn't say anything. Talking would be too much of a slap in the face. You do not say earlier. If you say earlier I marry ah. Lu Jianli said. It feels like I'm missing out on hundreds of millions. So can I. Timothy said. Feng Ling gave the two of them a blank stare. Appear them up. There's them everywhere. Ha! Jiang Bei let out a light laugh. Sure enough, the law of true fragrance applies to everyone. Feng Ling. No words, no way to refute it. How could he have never imagined when he first got married that he would fall in love with Jiang Tong in just a few months? No, maybe not for a couple months. Maybe, from the moment you get married you start to fall in love. Luckily, he had sworn in the beginning that he wouldn't fall in love with Jiang Tong, so that Jiang Tong wouldn't love him either. He couldn't give her anything except the position of the Feng family's young lady. Now that I think about it, it really hits me in the face. Feng Ling quietly glanced at Jiang Bei, Lu Jianli, several people. Luckily they don't know what they're saying. If he knew, he would have looked down on him even more and laughed at him. I'm a little confused. Toki Chisung said. My brother marries the woman I want to marry, and I have to come and help him set up the proposal? Is he looking for abuse? If you can't think of it, you can't think of it. Jiang Bei smiled and said. Anyway, here, you're not the only one who can't figure it out. Show Crescent. Feeling fingered. She looked at the ribbon in her hand. She also couldn't figure out that she couldn't marry Feng Ling and had to come and help him set up the proposal site. Why did she come? Everyone else looked at John Xinu. John Xinu, what are you looking at me for? A few of the Lu Jianli people just laughed. John Xinu, what's it to me if you guys don't understand? I do understand. I'm getting engaged. Several people looked at John Xinu in surprise. You're getting engaged? Show Crescent nodded. Feng Ling is married. What can she do if she's not engaged? With who? A few people asked curiously. John Xinu, Lu Jing. Several. Lu Jing? The self-restrained and polite Lu Jing of the Lu family? Several people looked at John Xinu sympathetically. John Xinu was made uncomfortable by their look. What kind of eyes are you guys looking at? You're pathetic. Jing Bei said. The others nodded. It's really pathetic. Then you have to take advantage of the fact that no one is minding you now to have a good time. Otherwise, In the future, you'll be minded by that old curmudgeon Lu Jing every day, so don't even think about coming out to play. Bai Langwei said with a smile. Show Crescent. Gas. No talking. Why did you agree? Jiang Bei asked. Lu Jing shouldn't be the type that John Xin would like. Show Crescent Moon said. Is this up to me? Kids from families like theirs can't make their own marriages. Fengling was the only grandson of the Feng family and couldn't even be the master of his own marriage, let alone her. Can you say anything about your marriage? John Xin asked a few people. Several. The boomerang plunged into itself. A few of them have not been having a good time lately. They are being forced to marry. Several people looked at Fengling. The culprit is Fengling. A few parents just see Fengling and Jiang Tang married and living a good life, so they start to force marriage on them. Work too. It would have been nice for everyone to be a mongrel rich kid. Fengling suddenly has to get fired up and go to work at the company. Then their parents forced them to go to work too. Therefore, all of their suffering today was actually caused by Fengling. Otherwise, they would still be the rich kids who are drunk and waiting for death. How can you suffer from work and being forced to marry? The bitter part is that they have to come and help the originator set up the proposal? What are you guys looking at me for? Fengling said. Hurry up and get it, or you won't be able to finish it later. Several. They really do owe him. Why were you so blind to be friends with him in the first place? A few people got it done until a little after 4 p.m. After getting it done, Fengling said, you guys go. Crowd. Kick them out? They've worked hard all morning and half the afternoon, and now they're exhausted. And he's letting them go? Not buying us dinner? Ryujin asked. Can't even get a bite to eat after a long day's work? Fengling said, I'm going to have dinner alone with my wife tonight. Others. Row. They are just tools without feelings. Turning the other cheek. Fengling is really good. I really hope that Sister Jiang Tang rejects your proposal tonight. Shi Qisheng said through clenched teeth. Fengling gave him a blank look. You're thinking about fart eating. You think you have a chance if my wife rejects me? Besides, how could my wife turn me down? Even if my wife really rejects me, it doesn't change anything. The proposal is just a ceremony. She rejects me. She's still my wife. We have a marriage license. Crowd. I can't stand to see him look so smug. Finally, the crowd cursed and walked away. Chapter 191, Marry Me. I will. After the crowd left, Fengling sent a message to Jiang Tang. Asked Jiang Tong to have dinner at the lakeside restaurant in the evening. Jiang Tong agreed. After 5 o'clock, Fengling drove to Jiang Tang, picked up Jiang Tong and went to a western restaurant by the lake. The western restaurant had a good environment. Fengling wrapped up the whole restaurant, and they were the only 2 people in the whole restaurant. Jiang Tong knew it when he entered the restaurant. This restaurant has a nice, moody environment, and although it's expensive, it's still a favorite place for many young couples to visit. It's mealtime, but the restaurant has not a single customer except for the waiters. Jiang Tong smiled and glanced at Fengling. Fengling smiled and looked at her, a little excited. The wife should know he's wrapping up today, right? The waiter led the 2 men over to the table and sat down. The table was set conventionally with flowers and candles on the table. To have a candlelight dinner, Fengling had ordered the meal in advance before, and as soon as they were seated, the food started to be served. The food was flown in and fresh. The chef was amazing. The flavors were great, and there was a luthier playing a lilting violin on the side. Dine with your beloved in a secluded restaurant and listen to the slow, lilting sound of the piano. It was a wonderful experience. Jiang Tong ate pleasantly. This kind of thing is common on TV, but she was experiencing it for the first time. It's not that there's no money, it's that it wasn't necessary before. When she was with Chen Qi didn't have any money and wouldn't pack a restaurant for her. Apart from Chen Qi, there have been no boyfriends since then, so there would be no dinner with a lover. Jiang Tong was in a happy mood, enjoying the food. As the sun set, the warm yellow afterglow shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows and sprinkled on Fengling's body, as if it had coated him with a layer of light. Jiang Tong looked and smiled lightly. Honey, what are you laughing at? Fengling asked. Jiang Tong smiled and said, very handsome today. Fengling froze for a moment. He knew that his looks were outstanding, but Jiang Tang had basically never complimented him on his looks. This boast made his heart flutter. Wife is pretty today too, Fengling said with a smile. After a pause he added, the wife is beautiful every day. Jiang Tong smiled and continued to eat. The 2 ate from 7 o'clock until 9 o'clock, and a little bit of wine. After eating, Fengling said, wife, let's go to the lake in front and take a walk, okay? He was a bit nervous and was afraid that Jiang Tong would refuse. He's been setting it up for so long. What if his wife refuses? Jiang Tong looked at him, smiling. She nodded. Good. Fengling sighed in relief, took Jiang Tang's hand and said happily, honey, let's go. He held Jiang Tang's hand and came to the lake. The lake is a park, an artificial lake. The The lake is very large. Next to the lake is a river. The water of the artificial lake is drawn from the river next to it. Across the river is the city's landmark. The park is very nice and there are a lot of people coming to walk and have fun after dinner. Fengling held Jiang Tang's hand as he walked towards his destination. As we got closer, it got noisier and noisier, and many of the people who came for a walk were taking pictures with their cell phones. The setup, and the crowd guessed it, was that someone might want to confess or propose here or something? Fengling was a bit nervous and said to Jiang Tang, "Honey, go wait for me in the front first. I'm going to use the restroom." Jiang Tang looked at him with a smile and nodded. "Good," Fengling said, "to keep going forward." Oh. Jiang Tang smiled and nodded. "Well, I know." Fengling then walked towards the restroom. Jiang Tang just smiled and kept walking forward. As for the destination, where there are many people, it is definitely the destination. One of the great traits of the country, love to get together. Jiang Tang slowly walked towards the noisy place, finally arrived and looked at the scene in front of him. Flowers, balloons, ribbons, don't seem to be anything special. Most proposal sites are set up this way. But then again, it's special, because this is her proposal site. It was set up by Fengling himself. At this moment, Fengling was holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers, wearing a suit, standing in the middle of the venue, looking forward to it. He was afraid his wife wouldn't go this way. Looking at it, he saw Jiang Tang. His eyes met Jiang Tang's in the crowd, and his heart settled. There was no surprise on Jiang Tang's face as she walked towards Fengling with a light smile. Fengling's heart was thumping fast, and his hand squeezing the bouquet tightened. The crowd suddenly went quiet and looked at Jiang Tang and Fengling. So it's them who are going to confess and propose. This is a good-looking couple, better than the stars. Is such a good-looking couple going to propose here today? Jiang Tang walked to a similar position and stopped. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. The wife is so smart. How do you know where to stand and stop? Jiang Tang looked at Fengling with a light smile. Fengling held the flowers and walked towards Jiang Tang step by step. He was so nervous and excited that his heart was beating hard with every step. Finally, he came in front of Jiang Tang, looked at Jiang Tang, slightly red-faced, knelt down on one knee in front of her, hand slightly raised the hand bouquet, and raised his head to look at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang looked at him with downcast eyes. "Jiang Tang, once I said that I don't love you, so that you don't love me either. We are just a business marriage. I can't give you anything except the identity of the Feng family's young lady. But today, I want to apologize for what I once said. Dear wife, I'm in love with you. Please love me. Please marry me." Fengling looked at Jiang Tang and said seriously and excitedly. After finishing, he looked at Jiang Tang nervously. Will the wife say no? Would he countenance his once youthful and reckless utterances? Jiang Tang looked at him with a light smile. Young Master Feng seemed to be holding the bouquet with a slightly trembling hand because of his nervousness. Promise him. Promise him. The people watching from the sidelines laughed and cooed. Jiang Tang smiled and reached out to take the bouquet in his hand. Good. The voice was soft and firm. Fengling sighed in relief and hurriedly took out the ring box from her bag and opened it. The 10-carat diamond ring radiates a dazzling and gorgeous light. The crowd of onlookers let out a gasp. 10-carat diamond rings are usually only seen on TV, and those are basically fake and props. And now in front of their eyes was the diamond ring that was literally the size of a pigeon's egg. It's an eye-opener, a glimpse of the world. Jiang Tang smiled lightly and extended her hand. Fengling put it on Jiang Tang with a trembling hand. Standing up, he excitedly took her in his arms, whispering softly in her ear, "Honey, I love you." He didn't kiss her. Don't want to kiss in front of outsiders. So many people. He's shy. He's not a random person. He did not hear Jiang Tang's response. A little disappointed. But now is not the time to be disappointed. There is still a follow-up. He let go of Jiang Tang and stood side by side with her, his arm around her shoulder, pointing at the landmark across the river, saying, "Honey, look." Jiang Tang smiled and nodded. "Well, you look too. Fengling, isn't he watching?" At that moment, the entire building of the landmark across the river suddenly lit up, and several pink characters appeared on the outside of the building. "Jiang Tang, I love you. Marry me." The landmark building is circular. The words kept spinning. The moment was seen by almost the entire city. Someone's proposing. All over the city, countless people took out their cell phones, took pictures, recorded videos, and documented the scene. Just as the crowd was immersed in this romantic and grand proposal, the tall building next to the landmark suddenly lit up as well. The words "I do" circled by a giant pink heart on the building's facade set the city on fire. Chapter 192, I Love You, 10,000 Years. The moment. Those who saw the scene from all corners of the city were shocked. Someone exclaimed in shock. There was a shocked silence. Nowadays, The internet is so advanced that ordinary people have actually seen a lot of these money-spinning grand romantic marriage proposals in short videos on TV. After seeing it more, it's not really that amazing. But, read a lot of one-sided marriage proposal confessions, and never see the other side respond in the same way. It was the first time countless people had witnessed a two-way run in an even match. Respond to your grand romance with my grand romance. Not just your love for the world to see. My response, too, must be seen by the world. Countless emotional people were red-eyed, and after the silence had passed, a huge gasp erupted from the scene. Fengling was surprised and looked at Jiang Tang with disbelief. Wife. Jiang Tong looked at him with a light smile. Ha, I. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. He was very excited. Very excited. As if he had a lot of words to say, but the words were on his lips, and he didn't know how to say them because of his excitement and exhilaration. Not sure what the first sentence should say. That he's happy? Excited? That he loves his wife who responds so generously and warmly to him? Or does he feel like the happiest man in the world at this moment? Or say over and over again that he loves her really, really well? There's really so much I want to say. The great touch of happiness seemed to come down from the air, enveloping his whole being with no escape. He didn't want to run away either. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling this way. The smile at the corner of her lips deepened, stood on her tiptoes, gently kissed him on the lips and said, I know. Knowing the excitement of young Master Feng, knowing the love that young Master Feng wanted to say at this moment but couldn't, know how moved and shaken and excited he is at this moment. All of it. She knows all about it. Because, so is she. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. He knew that she really knew. Know all the things he wants to say. Know his feelings. Fengling hugged Jiang Tang tightly in excitement. At this time, the artificial lake slowly flowed down from upstream with many lanterns. More and more. Orange, yellow, red lanterns streamed downstream, creating a sea of flowers. It shines brightly in the night. Romantic and beautiful. Someone went and fished out a lantern and said in surprise, there's a note inside this lantern. Let's see. What's written on it? May we grow old together. With the first, there was a second, a third, and a fourth, countless individuals to fish for the lanterns in the lake. This one of mine says the moon on the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person beside me is the beloved. This is I love you. And if I were to put a time on that love, I would hope it would be 10,000 years. I love you. I want us to be together forever. I hope we're always happy. Happy, happy. Each lamp contained notes, each filled with wishes and expectations and confessions of love and life. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling. Look, someone exclaimed, discovering a new surprise as countless Kongming lanterns rose from all corners of the city. Under the illumination of candle flames, they slowly rose into the sky. Jiang Tong. She looked at Fengling. I wonder what other surprises he has in store for her. Young Master Feng did not make a splash. Fengling held Jiang Tang's hand tightly. Jiang Tong let go of his hand and slowly walked down the steps to the edge of the lake, squatted down, and carefully fished out a lantern. Take out the note in the lantern and open it. It's familiar handwriting. This is Fengling's handwriting. So these, thousands of lanterns, thousands of blessings and expectations, were all written by Fengling's hand. Word by word, she opened the note. With fireworks, with grandeur, with romance, with providence, I love you. At that instant, suddenly, a thump exploded in the air. Jiang Tong looked back, and on the other side of the river, beautiful fireworks exploded in the air. The fireworks were huge and brilliantly colored. One by one, the fireworks rose into the air and exploded. The light illuminates the whole world. Jiang Tong lowered her eyes and looked at the note in her hand. With fireworks, with grandeur, with romance, with providence, I love you. Everything is just right. Everything is God's will. She raised her head and stood at the bottom of the steps, looking at Fengling. His posture was erect. His eyebrows were starry, brilliant and bright, and he looked at her with focused seriousness. At the moment, she only had him in her eyes, and everyone else was reduced to a blurry backdrop. Looking at it, Jiang Tong's eyes reddened. Opening her lips, she whispered, Fengling, I love you. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang. The environment was too noisy. The sound of the crowd talking, cheering, the sound of fireworks blooming. There are other murmurs. It's too noisy. He didn't hear what Jiang Tong said, but he saw it, saw the movement of her lips. Although he didn't know how to speak lips, the few words Jiang Tong said were too good to understand. She said, Fengling, I love you. Fengling's hands clenched nervously. It was the first time that his wife had seriously said she loved him. He relaxed and slowly extended a hand towards Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong's red eyes, lips smiling, step by step, slowly walked up the steps toward him, toward her whole world, her future. Coming to him, she placed her hand in his. Fengling tightened his grip. A few people setting off lanterns on the upper reaches of the lake. Looking at the lanterns in the river. The marriage proposal on the landmark building across the river. The Kongming lanterns in the sky. And the brilliant fireworks. Fongling made such a big deal out of it? What will I do in the future? How am I going to propose and confess when I get married? Bai Langyue said. He's playing up all the romantic grandeur and not leaving us who come after him a way out. Toki Chi-sun said. If I do the same as him in the future, I will be scolded for imitating and plagiarizing. And if I don't do the same, I'm afraid my wife will be angry and say I don't love her. Lu Jianli said. Jiang Bei gave him a blank look. Will you think too much? You don't even have a girlfriend. Where would you get a wife? Lu Jianli, just because I don't have one now doesn't mean I won't have one in the future. I can't be without a wife for the rest of my life. He looked at Zhu Nanqing again and said. You have a girlfriend instead. And your girlfriend even saw your brother-in-law's grand confession to his sister. So I'll see what you're going to do in the future. Jiang Bei glanced at Zhu Nanqing, a little embarrassed. Zhu Nanqing smiled lightly, warmly and obediently. Jiang Bei, Zhang Xinu and Chris wished Nanqing a face full of envy. Such a grand and romantic confession is what every woman looks forward to. With red eyes, Zhang Xinyu threw a lantern in the water, stood up and said, I won't put it on. You guys put it on. She really had her fill today to find herself up here to help Fongling propose and do all these romantic things for him. Chapter 193, finally, I've done a decent job. What is she doing here? Adding to Fongling and Zhang Tang's happiness? What? Is it hard? Bai Langyu asked with a smile. Zhang Xinu reddened her eyes and didn't say anything. It was decided a long time ago to give up Fongling. But, more than 10 years of affection, real affection. Can you just say drop it? If, indeed, love could be put down as soon as it is said to be put down, there wouldn't be so many sad, miserable people in this world. If it's really hard, when you guys get married in the future, let Lu Jing give you a more grand and romantic confession proposal. Lu Jianli said with a smile. Zhang Xinu pursed her lips and said, he wouldn't. They are business unions without feelings. Moreover, although that Lu Jing person wasn't that old, not even 30 years old, his personality was as one-dimensional as a 70 or 80-year-old curmudgeon, reserved and arrogant and cold. Ask him to do such a thing? She's thinking about fart eating. Who can say for sure about such things? Shi Qishang said. You see how draggy Fongling used to be? Arrogant, bossy, capricious, a look of the old man, the most powerful in the world, the only one who respects me. 4 women, do not even look at more than one glance. But now, it's still a willingness to bow down for one. Zhang Xinu blankly glanced at Shi Qishang. I don't know if you're comforting me or sticking a knife in my heart. Shi Qishang smiled and said, neither. I am encouraging you to take Lu Jing, to make Lu Jing fall in love with you and change for you. Zhang Xinu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She can't. She had the self-awareness to know that she didn't have that ability with the means and charisma. She's pretty and rich, but just plain pretty and plain rich. Neither beauty nor family is top of the line and probably won't change a man. She didn't have Jiang Tong's capital and means. It's only Jiang Tang. If it were any other woman, would she want to make the unrivaled prince of Feng family bow down? Dream on. Those tactics of Jiang Tong, not to mention Fongling, a man cannot top. She is also as a woman almost cannot top. From the very beginning of loathing Jiang Tong and wanting to break up Jiang Tong and Fongling, he turned into liking Jiang Tong and fulfilling his blessings on Jiang Tong and Fongling. If it were any other woman, she would have gone to hell and back with the other party for Fongling, just like the evil female second in the TV series. With all the means, bad things are done. But Jiang Tang's means were too high, and a few times of meeting made her willingly rest those thoughts of competing with her for Fongling. If she had Jiang Tong's means, she would have taken Fongling long ago. Where else would it be Lu Jing's turn to be that old curmudgeon? Alright, don't be angry. Zhu Nanqing smiled and said, Sister Crescent Moon is so beautiful and so good. In the future, there will definitely be someone who loves Sister Crescent Moon. Zhang Xinyue looked at Zhu Nanqing and nodded. Aha! Someone will love her. Fongling drove Jiang Tang home. In front of the house, the two got out of the car. Fongling pulled Jiang Tang behind a bush, hugged Jiang Tang and kissed him. He tried to kiss it earlier when he was at the lake, but there were so many people there that he was a little embarrassed and didn't want to be seen. A simple shallow kiss doesn't matter, but a deep kiss, it was something very intimate and he didn't want to be watched and mobbed. After kissing for a long time, kissing Jiang Tang almost out of breath, only then let go. And then when Jiang Tang rested for half a minute and caught her breath, she hugged and kissed her again. But just a kiss, nothing more. It was outdoors, and although it was secluded, it wasn't absolutely safe. And it wasn't good to be seen by anyone if you weren't careful. Bad influence. It didn't matter that he was a man, but his wife was a woman. And in a society that was less forgiving of women, He had to be a little more careful. Protect the wife. Jiang Tong didn't reject Feng Ling either, letting him hug and kiss him for as long as he wanted, as much as he wanted. Even though her lips were already a little sore, she didn't yell stop. Only after a long time did Feng Ling reluctantly let go of Jiang Tang and said, "Wife, go inside." Jiang Tong nodded. "It felt like my lips were numb." "Honey, message me later," Feng Ling said. Jiang Tong nodded while entering the house. Feng Ling, "Wife, message me tomorrow too." Jiang Tong, "Aha." Feng Ling, "Wife, you have to miss me at night." Jiang Tong looked at him and nodded with a smile. "Good." Feng Ling added, "Wife, dream about me tonight." Jiang Tong smiled and said, "This is not something I can control. I basically don't dream at night." She's a great sleeper and really basically doesn't dream. Maybe once or twice a year. Feng Ling, "I don't care. At night when my wife sleeps she thinks about me like crazy. She thinks about me all the time. She thinks about me all the time. So my wife will dream about me at night." Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll try my best." Feng Ling reluctantly sent Jiang Tang into the house, looking at Jiang Tong's back, frowning. The custom of not being able to meet before marriage. Who in the world passed it down? Who the hell is it? Simply ugly. Jiang Tong went into the house and couldn't even see her anymore. Feng Ling hadn't left yet and the car was still parked outside the Jiang family's villa. Jiang Tong entered the house, returned to his room, turned on the light, and went to the balcony. She knew that Feng Ling would not leave. At a glance, Feng Ling really hadn't left yet. She didn't say anything and just stood on the balcony, looking at Feng Ling. Feng Ling also looked at Jiang Tang, and the two of them looked at each other across the room. In the night, in fact, are a little bit difficult to see, can only see individuals. What expression of the five senses these cannot be seen. Still, the two looked at each other like this for a long time in the night. Until 12 o'clock. Jiang Tang waved his hand at Feng Ling. Feng Ling waved his hand in response. Jiang Tong took out his cell phone and sent a message to Feng Ling, "Go back. Love you." When Feng Ling saw the message, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up. Well, I love you too." Feng Ling is gone. Back home. Elder Feng and Butler Zhao were both still awake. All of them were sitting in the living room watching TV. And even the other servants of the Feng family hadn't gone to sleep and were all watching TV in the living room. The TV is a cell phone cast. Joe Butler was swiping videos on her cell phone. Tonight, Feng Ling's romantic and grand confession to Jiang Tang set off the entire network. Countless people take photos, record videos, send them to their friends, post them online, and send them to short video apps. All that romantic grandeur, seen and retweeted by the nation's internet users. The love between two people who aren't in the entertainment industry is on the top of the list of hot searches on all the major websites. Hashtag Feng Ling proposed hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Tang responds hashtag. Hashtag Feng Ling Jiang Tang hashtag. Hashtag the most romantic and grand proposal hashtag. Lots and lots of hot searches. Netizens are all kinds of envious. CP fans, in particular, were just like New Year's Eve, cheering, reveling, and settling in everywhere. Butler Zhao searches for Feng Ling Jiang Tang to propose marriage. Then the videos that came out were all about Feng Ling and Jiang Tang's marriage proposal, shot from all angles. Feng Ling followed suit. Elder Feng looked at Feng Ling and said, "You have, this time, finally done something decent. .. I almost moved myself to tears writing the last chapter, and I can't believe the response was mediocre. This is not scientific." Chapter 194, You're most successful in marrying your wife. Feng Ling watched and also felt that it was just too romantically shocking. Some of the bloggers are professionals and also give great music to go along with the editing. It's more romantic and nice than many TV episodes. Feng Ling was amused. In one's life, one is always going to be particularly successful at something. He's pretty successful at playing the romance aspect. Aha. Elder Feng nodded his head, agreeing. You married a wife. And you did it quite successfully. Feng Ling, can't argue with that. Indeed. Marrying Tang Tang, I won't worry about the Feng family for the next 100 years. Elder Feng said with a smile. As long as Tong Tong does not suddenly make a mistake and keeps the present calm and rational IQ as well as acting style, the Feng family will be safe for 100 years. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng. The old man laughed and said, marrying the wrong wife destroys 3 generations, marrying the right wife prospers 3 generations. Your father just married the wrong wife. The old man said. I still hate it now when I think of Liang Luoyun. Feng Ling was unconvinced. Then I didn't destroy it. Elder Feng snorted disdainfully. Not ruined? Then who do you think you inherited your stupid white sweetness from? It's also Liang Luoyun who left after giving birth to you. If she had been by your side to teach and educate you, you still don't know what you've become now. Feng Ling was very unconvinced, but couldn't produce evidence of strength to refute it. Had to hold it in. Feng Ling went upstairs, shuffled into bed, and messaged Jiang Tang. Fong Ling, honey, are you asleep? JT, no. Fong Ling, honey, I can't sleep. He was so excited. His heart was still thumping to this day, and he really couldn't sleep. Jiang Tong, go to bed early. You'll still be working tomorrow. Fong Ling, honey, let's video it. Jiang Tong, we've only just separated. Fong Ling, is that so? But I feel like we've been separated for ages. Jiang Tong. Fong Ling, honey, when did you fall in love with me? Jiang Tong. Fong Ling, honey, you're not embarrassed, are you? JT, no. Fong Ling, honey, I know you're shy and you're embarrassed. Jiang Tong, since you know I'm shy I'm embarrassed, don't ask. Fong Ling, wife, in fact, we are husband and wife. Do not need to be embarrassed, love should be greatly set out. JT, good. Then Jiang Tong sent a voice saying, I love you. The voice was gentle, clear and firm. Fong Ling clicked on it and listened, then replied with a voice, honey, I love you too. Jiang Tong, I know. I'm going to bed. Good night. Fong Ling, honey, do you know what good night means? JT, well, I know. Wanan, I love you. Love you. Jiang Tong, Fong Ling, good night. Fong Ling, Jiang Tang, good night. Jiang Tong then didn't reply again. She went to sleep. Fong Ling, however, was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. Clicking on the I love you voice sent by Jiang Tang over and over again to listen to it, and he didn't know how many times he had listened to it. It's like you can never get enough of it. Then bookmarked the short 2 or 3 seconds of voice. Then he swiped the video of him proposing to Jiang Tang on all the major short video sites for a long time before slowly falling asleep. Early in the morning, Jiang Tang got up, a little surprised. She really did dream last night, and there was really Fong Ling in her dream. What young Master Fong said about the method of daydreaming and night dreaming really worked. Last night, before I went to bed, I did keep thinking about Fong Ling. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Fong Ling. Are you up yet? Fong Ling had just gotten up, having slept late last night. Seeing Jiang Tong send him a message made him happy. At this hour, the wife should have just woken up. The wife just woke up and messaged him first thing. The wife really loves him. Fong Ling, rise and shine. Wife, good morning. Jiang Tong, good morning. Fong Ling, has your wife had breakfast? Jiang Tong, just about to go eat. What about you? Fong Ling, I'm going to eat it too. Jiang Tong, I had a dream last night. Fong Ling, dreaming of me? JT, well, dreaming about you. Fong Ling, what dream? Jiang Tong, you don't need to know. Fong Ling, then I know. Jiang Tong. Fong Ling, honey, do you remember the time you went on a business trip on the second day of your wedding? JT, well, remember. Fong Ling, I dreamed about you almost every night during the days you went on a business trip. The content was the same as what you dreamed about me last night. Jiang Tong. She looked at her cell phone and blushed slightly. It seemed that Fong Ling really knew what she had dreamed about last night. Jiang Tong, I'm going to have breakfast and eat for work. Fong Ling, well, me too. Fong Ling looked at the chat records with Jiang Tang. He and Jiang Tang, except for the week she traveled on the second day of their wedding, were together all the time, every day, so they didn't talk much on WeChat. Now though, with my wife we just talk about everyday things with little nutrition. What's in? Have you eaten? Whatever. But he still found it interesting. Fong Ling went downstairs happily. Elder Fong and Butler Zhao were a bit surprised to see such a happy Fong Ling. They had thought that Jiang Tong would be in a bad mood when he went back to his mother's house and couldn't meet Fong Ling for a while. I didn't expect it, but it's kind of fun. So happy without your wife's control? Elder Fong asked. Are you getting annoyed with Jiang Tang so quickly? Think he's free because Jiang Tong went back to his mom's house? Fong Ling glanced at Elder Fong and said with a smile, Grandpa, you don't have a wife in charge, but I have a wife in charge. Ha! Elder Fong snorted. Spoken like it's an honor to be governed by your wife. You'd better not mess with me, or else, pissed off, I'll go find a wife. And if I find a wife, she'll not only be able to control me, but she'll also be able to control you. Elder Fong said. Fong Ling, indeed, Grandpa would be his nominal grandmother if he got a wife, and would indeed be in a position to control him. Fong Ling stopped talking, ate breakfast and went to work, messaging Jiang Tang on the way. Fong Ling, honey, Grandpa scolded me again. Jiang Tong, what did I scold you for? Fong Ling, anyway, just those words. Cursing and 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 cursing. Jiang Tong, Ling, you have to understand Grandpa. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Look, how come Grandpa doesn't scold other people? He only scolds you because he wants to scold you well. Fong Ling, he would like to scold others, but would they let him? Without a relative. If he curses others, they won't beat him up? Jiang Tong. Fong Ling, I'm the only one with a good temper. No matter how he scolds me, I won't resist. I'll obediently let him scold me. Jiang Tong, well, you're the best behaved. I'm at the company, going to work. Feng Ling, good. Off duty. Jiang Tong returned home and just drove the car to the entrance of the Jiang family villa when he saw a person standing. Hours of long searching. Toki Changxian stood outside the iron gate of Jiang's house, looking like he had come to look for her. She rolled down her window and said to Timothy, I'll pull in first. Tokiomi sought a nod. Jiang Tong drove the car into Jiang's house and parked it in the garage, then came out and asked Timothy Search, looking for me for something? Chapter 195, I miss you. Timothy nodded and looked at her and said, walk. Jiang Tong glanced at Shi Changshuan, nodded, and walked with Shi Changshuan in the garden of the neighborhood. Do you remember the first time you saw me? Tokiomi asked. Jiang Tong nodded with a light smile. Aha! It didn't come to mind when I saw Tokiomi hunt before, and then, as time went on, it suddenly came to mind on a particular day. You remember? Tokiomi was surprised. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, is this surprising? Tokiomi sought a nod. Surprised indeed. The initial meeting was special to him, so he remembered it, but it shouldn't be special to Jiang Tong, right? At that time, his dad had a falling out with the family over his mom, and when he was a few years old, his mom and dad took him back to his time home. Mom and dad had come to celebrate the birthday of the eldest member of the Toki family, but in the end, it was a bad time. Mom and dad took him out of the house when they left. Mom and dad cursing at each other and walking so fast that no one could care about him. He fell after him, and it was Jiang Tang who helped him up, very gently comforted him, told him not to cry, called out to his mom and dad and handed him over to them. That was the first time he and Jiang Tang met. He was 4 or 5 years old and had remembered things, thinking that Jiang Tong was really gentle. The second time, the first New Year's Day after his parents died, he was 19 years old, and he came to Seatown alone, to the door of this neighborhood, but he couldn't get in. It's Jiang Tong again. At that time, Jiang Tang had already gone to study abroad, was back for New Year's Eve, and met her at the entrance of the neighborhood. He recognized her the first moment he saw her. Even though he hadn't seen her in over a decade, even though he'd only met her once, he recognized her the first moment he saw her. This time, she was his salvation again. After she knew who he was looking for, and after she knew he meant no harm, she led him into the neighborhood, pointing the way to her home. Knowing that she was the first lady of the Jiang family, he later went to John's entertainment. One day, he thought, he and she would meet at John's group. They did meet too, only that they met too late, and by the time they met, she was married to Feng Ling. Jiang Tang, I like you, Shi Changsun said as he stood still and looked at her. Jiang Tong said, I don't like you. She didn't hesitate to be euphemistic, to make her point directly. Shi Changshuan froze for a moment. He knew that Jiang Tang did not like himself. He thought that Jiang Tang would be very surprised and euphemistic, but none of it. Toki Nagisa smiled bitterly. I know, knowing that she doesn't like him. I didn't expect you to like me, to accept me, I just wanted you to know, Tokaho Sik said. Jiang Tong nodded. Well, now, I know. Duration search. Jiang Tong really made him not know how to continue like this. Will you terminate your contract with John's Entertainment when your contract expires? Jiang Tong asked. That was what she really cared about more than Tokiomi's confession. Tokaji Hunter froze for a moment and shook his head. No, he asked. So you'll voluntarily end your contract with me? Jiang Tong, of course not. She's not stupid. Time-long search is the company's top stream. A year just he alone can give the company to earn a few $100 million. Not to mention that he can also help support the company's other artists. Shooting more or less can pack a few of the company's other actors. Moreover, the time-long search is decent and clean. There is no black material, and there is no fear of a thunderstorm or anything in the future. How could she cancel her contract with such a wealthy man? As long as Tokiomi doesn't initiate the termination of her contract, she won't terminate it. As for the time seeking to like her, he likes him. There are plenty of people who like her. She doesn't take it to heart. There's no way she can say this person is interested in me and I'm not going to engage with this person or work with this person. She could still tell the difference between her feelings and her work. Toki Changxian looked at Jiang Tang. In fact, he had the luxury of wishing for it in his heart. He had the luxury of hoping that Jiang Tang would like himself just a little bit, and if that was really the case, he didn't mind being a mistress for her. He'll hide himself from Feng Ling. But Jiang Tong didn't give him that chance. Mr. Jiang. Shi Changsun looked at her with a light smile and said, I wish you happiness. Jiang Tong smiled brightly and nodded. Well, thank you, and I wish you happiness as well. Toki Nagashi smiled and walked away. Back to Toki's house. Jiang Tong also turned around and went back to the Jiang family. After dinner, I returned home and had just washed up when Fongling's message came. Fongling, honey, what are you doing? Jiang Tong, just got out of the shower. Fongling, why don't you open a video wash with me? Jiang Tong, is it because you've changed since the proposal? Or does he get to let his hair down in online chats? He's obviously a lot more spontaneous in his chatting and talking now. Fongling, honey, I haven't washed it yet. I'll take a shower later and I'll call you a video. Jiang Tong, I don't want it. Fongling, why? Jiang Tong, I'm not in the habit of watching people take a bath live. Fongling, slowly get used to it. Jiang Tong, you really want me to get used to it? Fongling, aha. Jiang Tong, I'm afraid that after I get used to it, I'll go watch someone else take a bath live. Fongling, why look at others? Can't look at me? Jiang Tong, what if I get tired of looking at it? Fongling, you're getting tired of it before you even start reading it? Jiang Tong, I mean just in case. Don't be too quick to be honest with me. Keep it mysterious and fresh, okay? Fongling, oh, got it. Honey, do you know what are you doing means? Jiang Tong, you miss me? Fongling, JT, so, what are you doing? Fongling, I'm talking to you. Jiang Tong. Fongling, wait, wife, did you miss me? JT, well, I miss you. She had been wearing a light smile at the corners of her mouth since she started chatting with Fongling. Was really kind of missing Fongling. After the marriage, we saw each other every day, except for the days when she was traveling. Met every day. I hadn't seen Fongling for the past day and missed him. Fongling didn't reply to him. Young Master Fong was happily rolling around on the bed with his cell phone in his arms. Jiang Tong saw that Fongling didn't reply, so he popped a video to Fongling. Fongling was startled and hurriedly sat down, then straightened his hair and clothes before connecting to the video. It's connected. He looked at Jiang Tang in his cell phone. The wife is really pretty. He felt his face burn a little. The first time I played video with my wife. A little nervous and a little embarrassed. He is in the video. Will not be as handsome as the real look. Jiang Tong looked at Fongling. Smiling, she said, your face seems a little red. Fongling touched it and it was a little hot. It's not red. Maybe it's the cell phone screen. Fongling's mouth was stiff. Yes? Jiang Tong smiled, not saying he didn't believe it, nor did he say he did. Fongling awkwardly changed the topic. Wife, didn't you say you can't meet before marriage? Jiang Tong looked at him. In that case, I'll hang up then? No way. Fongling hurriedly stopped. We don't count this as a meeting. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, it doesn't count as a meeting. You go take a shower. Chapter 196. Good. Lovely. Next time. Fongling, I don't want to hang up. Let's talk some more. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. I'm not hanging. So, aren't you going to take a shower yet? Ha? Fongling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. What does the wife mean by that? Jiang Tong didn't say anything and looked at Fongling with a smile. Fongling reacted and slowly blushed. Wife, this is to watch him take a shower? Didn't she just say she wouldn't look? In fact, he was a little embarrassed that it was the first time he had ever done such a thing. His wife has seen him take a shower, and the two of them have also taken a shower together. But, hitting the video to see the shower is really the first time. Do you want to watch? Fongling asked. Jiang Tong smiled and said, it's fine if you don't want to show me. Fongling, I'll give it. Eyes twinkling, a little shyly, she said, wait for me then. Jiang Tong nodded. Fongling then went and got the cell phone holder and went into the bathroom, messed with it a bit, fixed the position, and then said to Jiang Tang, then, I'll start. Aha. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Fongling then began to undress, a little embarrassed and very red in the face, but took off his clothes and started washing. While washing and looking at Jiang Tang, then, came the feeling. It was a long time before Fongling finished washing and returned to the bed with his cell phone, blushing furiously. Fongling looked at Jiang Tang in the video with a red face and didn't say anything. Jiang Tong smiled and said, good looking. Love it. Next time I'll watch it again. Fongling, you'll see it next time? Look at him for what? Watching him take a shower, or something else? Then I'll watch you next time too. Fongling said with a red face. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. Without agreeing or refusing, he said, alright, the bath is done. Go to bed early. Honey, are you hanging up? Fongling asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Sleeping? Of course I'm hanging up. We're not hanging up. We're just going to put our cell phones by our pillows and talk while we sleep. Fongling said. Jiang Tong nodded. Okay. The two of them just lay down, put their cell phones next to their pillows, and had a chat. Fongling chats about what he's doing at work. Jiang Tong responded. Fongling on the internet sensation their proposal caused and more. The two just chatted away into dreamland. When I got up in the morning, the video hadn't broken. Wife, good morning. Fengling smiled in the video and greeted Jiang Tang. Morning. Jiang Tong responded. Fengling felt that this was quite a good feeling. It was the first time he had ever slept with someone playing a video all night. He gave all his firsts to his wife. First time in love. First kiss. First time with a woman. First confession. First proposal. Well, he's a real clean-cut man. Fengling was smug in the video. Jiang Tong looked at his inexplicable pursed lips smiling smugly. What's he suddenly smug about, and how is it cool? Don't get it. After washing up and going downstairs to eat, Jiang Tang hung up the video and ate to go to work. Fengling was a bit disappointed. Why couldn't he turn on the video for the whole day? Song Yizhou listened to the return of the people under his hand. In addition to the first crash, it created several more accidents later, but none of it worked. The first car accident was not a simple scrape. His people were downright ruthless, trying to run Master Feng straight over. But Master Feng's hands are full of capable people. The driver was extremely skilled. Reacting quickly in the event of danger is why the end result is a simple scrape. Undeterred, Song Yizhou creates a few more accidents. But the drivers, assistants, and bodyguards around Elder Feng were all really powerful people. And every accident didn't work out. Song Ezra was annoyed. Seal the damn order. His son is dead. Why isn't he, the old man, dead? With so many capable people around him, is he so afraid of death? Song Yizhou was furious. The handler said, Boss, why don't you just shoot him? Song Yizhou grimaced in an ugly way. This is country Z, not country M. Song Yizhou said, things like what car accidents and whatnot are very common in Z. In Z, tens of thousands of people die every year because of car accidents. The injured ones are even more numerous. Car accidents are the easiest and least noticeable. But, shooting? In country Z, which is a society based on the rule of law, it's hard to hear of a single incident of a gun being used to injure someone all year round. Not to mention the fact that the one who was injured was a nationally or even globally recognized businessman like Master Feng. So as soon as something happened, the whole world would know that it was murder. Murdering such a figure in Z could conceivably cause a sensation. By then, things will be too big to close and he'll be found out sooner or later. That way, even if he did get Master Feng killed, what could he do? He would also be sentenced to prison. And by then, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the Song family even if they were rich. He wouldn't do anything that stupid. But around Elder Feng, there's a brick wall. We can't even get close. The man under his hand said with difficulty. Song Yizhou thought for a moment and said, when Fengling gets married, on the day of the wedding, the scene will definitely be more chaotic. So we'll look for an opportunity to strike then. The hand nodded. Elder Feng looked at the information. He's had a succession of accidents in the last few days. Not anything very serious. Are some small accidents? Such as a car accident, such as walking suddenly someone accidentally hit hard up. More of these little accidents made him suspicious. He's always been lucky. So how did so many accidents happen in a short period of time? And, most accidents in this world are man-made. He had a doubt in his mind and had it checked out. And really checking things out. Song Yizhou? Ezra wants to kill him? Elder Feng put down the information. He knows what to do. Let the special assistant put more manpower around him. And then, wait for Song Yizhou to do it again next time. Since Song Yizhou had done it a few times, he definitely wouldn't stop halfway and would make other moves. Because only if they got him killed and Fengling inherited one fan group, they would have a chance to get money from Fengling, the silly white sweet young master. He has been at the helm of one fan group, and Song Yizhou Liang Luoyan's tactics will never be able to get money from him. Feng old man did not call the police. On the hand of this information, the police is not much use, did not cause any substantial harm to him, and, these are his guesses, and there is no conclusive evidence. Couldn't do anything to Song Yizhou without catching him trying to plot against him. If you're going to get someone, you have to get them fast and hard. Otherwise, it's a wildfire that grows again in the spring. He's going to strike a blow against Song Yichao Lian Luoyun. Song Jiehe went to find Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing is Song Qishan's woman. This woman, she had sent to Song Qishan. Pregnant? Song Zaishi asked. Chapter 197, Let the Feng family be annihilated. Lin Qingqing nodded her head. My period was delayed for 2 days. I used a pregnancy test and I'm pregnant. She had calculated her ovulation period before she went to find Song Qishan, and stayed with Song Qishan, had sex almost every night. She got lucky and got pregnant. Song Zaishi said, now come with me to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Qingqing nodded. Song Zaishi took Lin Qingqing to the hospital for a checkup. The result was a pregnancy. Although it was still early and the doctor couldn't guarantee it, but from all the data, it should be pregnant. And the doctor told Lin Qingqing to wait for a checkup in a couple of weeks. But Lin Qingqing's test with the pregnancy test stick was 2 bars, plus the hospital examination. It's confirmed that it's a pregnancy. It's just that doctors talk like that and don't put too many absolutes, Song Zaishi said to Lin Qingqing. According to our agreement, you can't be with Song Qishan anymore. I've already found you a good house and arranged for someone to take care of you, so don't think about it so much, and just give birth to the child safely. Lin Qingqing nodded. I know, she doesn't love Song Qishan at all, and all of this is a pact between her and Song Zaishi. She can also see that Song Qishan does not love her. For Song Qishan, a beautiful woman who takes the initiative to send to the door, do not play for nothing. Song Qishan had a few likes for her. What did those few likes like? Like her good behavior and obedience. Like her young and beautiful skin and perfect body. There were many women like her, and Song Qishan liked her like that as well as other beautiful women. You can't rely on a man's liking. The only thing you can hold on to is money. Song Zaishi instructed her. Recently, you'll stay deep and simple, and you won't contact any of your former friends and classmates or Song Qishan. Okay? Lin Qingqing nodded. Song Zaishi took Lin Qingqing to the newly purchased house, settled everything, and left. The Song family would be in turmoil lately, and she had to arrange for Lin Qingqing in advance. Dad had come to see City, ostensibly for the matter of Song Qishan and Fengling, but for a small matter like this, all one had to do was hire a lawyer. Why would Dad bring a whole bunch of people to Seatown? Dad didn't just bring the bar, he brought a lot of other people. Those people she knew. Dad didn't keep a lot of things from her. The guys who came with us were in M to help Dad with some unseemly business. Dad's already on it. She had not been informed, but it had been done. Dad made a move on Mr. Feng. She knew, and she wouldn't stop it, but she wouldn't help either. When her father succeeded in killing Elder Feng, and could get benefits from the Feng family, she was of course happy to see it. And the Song family, she was bound to take control of in her own hands in the future. If Dad is working for the Song family's benefit, he's working for his own. If she flipped out with her dad in the future, then she could still use it as leverage to blackmail and threaten him. If Dad fails and doesn't get Master Feng killed, then there's a high probability that something will happen to Dad himself. And if Dad has an accident at this time, then the Song family is in her pocket. Although Lian Luoyuan has a little bit of heart tactics, but she can't for the work things. She was born to now. 45 years, never worked. Work things know nothing. Even if she let her take charge of the company, she can't figure it out. Lian Lakwan's heart goes out to men. Her 2 children, both of whom are still in school, have no idea about the company. And Sham is a loser. With Dad's accident, she's the only one best suited to run Song. So, Dad plotting to kill Elder Feng, whether it succeeds or fails, is good for him. She doesn't have to do anything. Just wait. Song Yizhao did what Song Qishan knew. Song Yizhao didn't hide it from Song Qishan. One time on the phone with a handful of people I knew, knowing that Song Yizhao was plotting against Master Feng's life. Dad, we're going to kill people anyway. Why don't we kill Fengling together? Song Qishan had deep hatred in his eyes. He didn't have anything very obvious to hate or loathe about Elder Feng. What he hated was Fengling. He hated Fengling for getting Jiang Tang. There was also the matter of being beaten up in the bar before, although no evidence had been found to prove that Fengling had done it until now. But he knew that it was Fengling who did it. He hated Fengling and couldn't wait for him to die. Song Yizhao frowned. Having killed Elder Feng and Fengling, the probability was that the Feng group would fall into the hands of the Jiang family. The old man and Fengling are dead. I'll go and marry Jiang Tang again. And the whole Feng family, won't they change their surname to Song in the future? Song Qishan said with a smile. Song Yizhao frowned. You can marry Jiang Tang? Song Qishan smiled confidently. Why can't I marry? Fengling is dead. Jiang Tang is a widow with a drag queen. Such a woman. I can marry her. Could she not be unwilling? Song Yizhao. It has to be said that Song Yizhao is like Song Qishan. Man thinking. They stand in the perspective of men. Look down on women. Demean women. Think that women are just their dependents. If Song Zaishi had heard such words, he would have taunted Song Qishan that even if Jiang Tang really was in a second marriage with a child, she couldn't even look at Song Qishan. But Song Qishan and Song Yizhao didn't think so. If Fengling really died, Jiang Tang would be a second marriage, with a child. And to be able to marry a man as young and handsome as Song Qishan, who was in his first marriage, would already be a blessing from her ancestors who had burned incense and accumulated virtue for 8 lifetimes. Song Qishan saw Song Yizhao moved, and continued. Dad, think about it. The old man and Fengling really died. Then the Feng family's property. There must be a share of Auntie Liang. Auntie Liang is Fengling's mother. And when he died, her property should be equally divided between Mom and Jiang Tang. Everything in the Feng family's property is Fengling's. Even if I can't marry Jiang Tang, Mom will at least get half of the Feng family's property. Song Yizhao's eyes flickered for a moment. Half of the Seal family's fortune is so heartwarming. Of course, he knew that half of the Feng family's property would definitely not be that easy to get. And when the time came, there would definitely be a lawsuit with the Jiang Tang family, but he's not afraid. If he really pushed him to the brink, he would even get Jiang Tang killed. That way there would be no one to compete with Liang Luoyun for the Feng family's property. This matter, you stay out of it, Song Yizhao said. He had to think hard about how to get Elder Feng and Fengling killed. Song Yizhao thought about it for a night, and finally, he was ruthless and decided to get the three of them, Fengling and Jiang Tang, killed together. Let the Feng family be annihilated, so that the entire Feng family will be Liang Luoyuns in the future. Anyway, getting one dead is getting 2 or 3 dead is the same getting, incidentally, but how to die is to be plotted, to make the crowd think that the death of the Feng family was an accident, not to arouse suspicion. If you arouse suspicion, whoever benefits in the end may be the black hand behind the scenes, then Liang Luoyun and the Song family will be in trouble and cannot escape. How do you create an accident? Chapter 198, When can we go on a honeymoon? In the evening, Fengling called Jiang Tang on the video. Looking at Jiang Tang, who was wearing pajamas, he said, "Honey, let's go take a bath." Jiang Tang said faintly, "Washed? Young Master Feng's sky has fallen again. It's only 7:30, we've only just had dinner, and the wife has washed up again?" He made a point of calling so early today. "Why are you washing so early?" Fengling asked. Jiang Tang smiled and said, "In your defense." Fengling, defense against me for what? Jiang Tang, in case you offer to shower with me. Fengling, there really isn't any trust between people anymore. He treats his wife with an honest heart and an Akaji body, and she is this defensive. I've shown you the bath, but you won't show me. Wife, do you think that's fair? Fengling said with dissatisfaction. Jiang Tang smiled and said, then you can also not show me. Fengling, it's not like that would be good for him. He doesn't like it. No. Fengling gritted his teeth and said, I'll show you. You have to. Jiang Tang, how come I didn't realize young Master Feng had this kind of fetish before? Wait, I'm going to take a shower now. Fengling said. Jiang Tang had no choice but to watch. Fengling then took his cell phone and went to the bathroom to take a shower while Jiang Tang watched. After a few days like this, finally, tomorrow, Jiang Tang and Fengling will get married. When he woke up in the morning, Fengling was excited to call Jiang Tang on the video. Now he's in love with playing video. I've been playing video with Jiang Tang every day for the past few days, during the day and at night. Hit it several times a day. It's as if one less fight is a loss. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang and asked with a smile, my wife is getting married tomorrow. Are you nervous? Jiang Tang said, it's okay. Not too nervous and not too excited. It wasn't that she was unhappy or that she didn't want to marry Fengling, but she was already like this. She was raised to be more subdued and calm, not to have too many mood swings at the drop of a hat. It's innate. Some people are naturally warm and lively and cheerful. Some people are naturally cold and thin-skinned. There are some people whose personalities are formed because of their family of origin or their surroundings, but most people have personalities that they are born with. Fengling didn't care. He knew that Jiang Tang was more mature and stable. I'm a little nervous. Fengling said, after all, it's my first time getting married. Jiang Tang, speaking as if I'm getting married for the second time. Fengling, honey, are we going out for a honeymoon after we get married? Fengling asked. Jiang Tang said, no time, and I'm still pregnant. Fengling, I should have known that I shouldn't have gotten my wife pregnant so early, and now that I'm pregnant early, I can't even go on my honeymoon. He hadn't yet experienced the fictional 3 days and nights in a hotel room without going out. I don't know if I'll be able to experience it in my lifetime. So when are we going on our honeymoon? Fengling asked. Jiang Tang, 2 years from now. Why 2 years later? Fengling exploded. Jiang Tang said, I can't do it now that I'm pregnant, and when I give birth, the child will be too young to leave us, so I'll have to wait until the child is at least a week old before I can go out and play. Fengling, although my wife is right, is so annoying. I should have known I should have gone on a honeymoon when I got my license, but he was arrogant at the time, saying that he didn't love Jiang Tang, and dying to save face. There's no use regretting it now. The two spoke a few more words and hung up. Fengling went downstairs to eat lunch. Elder Feng didn't work today either, and was at home watching Butler Zhao directing the servants to set up the Feng home, decorate the sealed home beautifully and festively. It was a boring thing to do, but Elder Feng was happy. The Feng family hadn't had a happy event in many years. This time it has to be done beautifully. Looking at it, Elder Feng's eyes turned red. He and Fengling had depended on each other for more than 20 years, and this family, at last, was going to add an import. Fengling had nothing to do and helped with the setup. Elder Feng asked Fengling, are you going out for the evening? Fengling shook his head. Not going out. Not going? Elder Feng raised an eyebrow. Aren't you young people catching the trend to play some kind of final singles night, and you're not organizing it? Feng Ling didn't say anything. Grandpa is so hip. Even things like the last stag night are known. You have to think clearly. Oh. Elder Feng smiled and said, if you don't go to play tonight, you'll never have the chance to have a good time again. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng suspiciously. Grandpa, don't you hate it when I go out and fool around? Why does it seem like you're encouraging me to go fooling around now? Elder Feng glared at him. If you don't go, forget it. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng. Grandpa is so weird. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng suspiciously. Elder Feng glared at him. What are you looking at? Do something. Feng Ling, oh. Condescendingly, he continued to decorate his new room. In the afternoon, the group by Langyu Lu Jianli and the others were talking about giving Feng Ling a final singles night in the group. Feng Ling actually kind of wanted to go and hang out with his friends. Have a good time at the end. Then get married tomorrow. And after that, wind down. Work hard. Spend time with my wife. Bring up my kids. And be a good man, husband, and father. But he was worried that Jiang Tang would be angry and asked Jiang Tang, wife, Lu Jianli and the others said they want to give me a final bachelor's night. Can I go? Jiang Tong, go ahead. Feng Ling, wife, you're not angry? Jiang Tong smiled and said, not angry. Feng Ling, honey, I love you. Jiang Tong, I love you too. Feng Ling then went out to play, and at night went out to have dinner with Lu Jianli by Langyue and the others. After dinner, they went to the clubhouse to play. Lu Jianli looked at Feng Ling and sighed, hey, it feels like 2 days ago you were with us as a mixed-up rich second generation. All day long nothing to do, either playing games or racing cars and drinking. How come you got married in the blink of an eye? Feng Ling gave him a blank look. You're blinking your eyes for 4 or 5 months? He just didn't have a wedding. The marriage is long overdue. The wife is 3 months pregnant and he's been married for 4 or 5 months. Lu Jianli, I'll tell you, if you don't treat Sister Jiang Tang well after you get married, I'm going to beat you up. And also, I'm going to snatch Sister Jiang Tang away from you. Feng Ling snorted. You're not going to join forces? What are you snatching my wife away from me for? To be a mistress for you? Jiang Bei coldly glanced at Lu Jianli. Lu Jianli glared at Feng Ling. Shi Qisheng smiled and said, Feng Ling, let me tell you something. What is it? Feng Ling asked. Shi Qisheng said, a few days ago, my cousin confessed to Sister Jiang Tang. Feng Ling, so? Tim Chilson. What else so? Look for yourselves at your current faces. It's really too ugly. Feng Ling looked at the three of them, Lu Jianli, Shi Qisheng and Bai Langyue, with a look of disgust. Chapter 199. Oh, no, Mr. Feng has been kidnapped. Lu Jianli, Shi Qisheng, and Bai Langyue. How are we ugly? You guys know what? Feng Ling looked at the three of them and said, your current faces are the vicious male counterparts on TV who love but can't be loved, who can't see the male lead and the female lead being happy, so you make every effort to be in the middle of it, saying bad things, doing bad things, and stirring up trouble. 3. Feng Ling pointed at Lu Jianli and said, you, deliberately saying that I'm sorry for my wife and you're going to snatch my wife away, doesn't that mean you're a thief to my wife? Want me to misunderstand that my wife has something with you? Lu Jianli, you. Feng Ling pointed at Shi Qisheng again and said, telling me that Shi Changshuan confessed to my wife, trying to make me angry? Go and question my wife? Then we'll have a fight and you can find a chance to take advantage of the situation. Tim Chilson, and you. Feng Ling pointed at Bai Langyue. Bai Langyue straightened her back and looked at Feng Ling. I didn't say anything. Ha! Feng Ling laughed, although your mouth is not saying anything, but you this kind. More terrible. Shiranui, how is my kind scarier? Because, often the loudest yelling is in turn the most stupid, like you who are bored and not open. Who knows what bad ideas are playing in your heart? Feng Ling said, it's the dogs that don't bark that bite. Bai Langyue laughed and said to Lu Jianli and Shi Qisheng, he said you guys are stupid. Lu Jianli, Timothy Qisheng. He also said you were dogs that wouldn't bite. Shiranui added. Lu Jianli, Timothy Qisheng. So he's the dog that doesn't bark? TSK. Feng Ling looked at Bai Langyue. See, I'm not wrong, right? You're the most insidious. You don't say anything on your mouth, but you have a belly full of bad water in your heart. And this is the start of stirring up trouble. Bai Langyue smiled and said, am I stirring up trouble? Am I not being honest? Do you guys think so? Bai Langyue asks Lu Jianli and Toki Shang. The two men nodded. Indeed. Feng Ling shook his head and sighed. So, look at your faces. They're so ugly. Shi Qisheng sneered. Yes, yes, yes. We're ugly. We're all ugly. You're the best looking. Feng Ling nodded. I do look the best. 3. This is really a bit of shame. No shame at all. Would my wife have married me if I wasn't good looking? Feng Ling said. Let me tell you, when my wife decided to marry me without even seeing my face before she decided to marry me, She just looked at the picture and decided to marry me because I was good looking. It's not just women who can live off their faces. Men can do it too. Didn't he get his wife's meal just by his face? Could it be that Sister Jiantang isn't looking at the Feng family's money? Lu Jianli asked. Fengling, why didn't my wife marry so many rich men? Why did she choose to marry me? It's not because I'm good looking. If I wasn't so good looking and looked as ugly as you guys, give my wife more money and she wouldn't marry. Meh. The three sneered. Fengling is dead tonight. They dunked him. A few people then held down the ceiling irrigation. It was not until 11 o'clock that Fengling, who had been filled with water, walked in a disorderly manner before dispersing. Fengling drove here and went back to call a valet. The crowd helped Fengling into the car, and when Fengling got into the car, the valet drove off in the car. Fengling got into the back seat and just leaned back, sleeping with his eyes closed. Fengling opened his eyes. How come it felt like the car had been driving for a long time and hadn't arrived yet? The rocking of the car made him a little uncomfortable. Puzzled, he opened his eyes and glanced outside, where it was pitch black and flew by what seemed like some trees and mountains. He froze for a moment, blinking. Shouldn't it be neon lights and skyscrapers? How come it seems like trees and mountains? Could he have been drunk and misread it? Fengling wanted to rub his eyes, but realized that he couldn't move his hands at all and looked down. He was tied up? What's going on? Fengling's alcohol instantly sobered up most of the time. Look at the man driving in front of you and ask, who are you? What do you want? The man in front of him laughed softly and said, young Master Feng, don't worry, you'll find out in a moment. Fengling pursed his lips. His face was ugly, and his head hurt. Kidnapping was something he'd heard of, but never thought it would happen to him. Who kidnapped him? Is it an attempt on your life or your fortune? It should be seeking wealth. If it really harmed his life, it should have killed him when he fell asleep drunk just now. Fengling's heart calmed down a lot. If he plotted to kill, no matter how much the other party wanted, Grandpa would take money to ransom himself. He can't be disorganized. He can't be afraid. Fengling was silent, looking at the man driving in front of him, thinking about whether there was any possibility of escaping if he slammed into it like this. Unlikely. If he slammed into it, the man in front of him was driving. It was on the highway, and if the car had an accident, he and the man could both die. Fengling could only wait. He looked at the time on the screen of the car in front of him. It was 12 o'clock, and he probably remembered that it was 11 o'clock when they left the clubhouse. So that's an hour. It's been open for an hour. Where are we taking him? About another 10 minutes of driving like the car finally from a junction off the highway, and then go on the small road. The small road began to be very flat, the back slowly on the very bumpy for about half an hour. The car finally stopped. Fengling counted the time and roughly estimated 2 hours before and after. Fengling was yanked out of the car, and Fengling looked away. It was an abandoned village, and in the night, it wasn't too clear to see, but you could probably see the outlines of 3 or 5 houses. It's very worn and shabby. The car entered the village. There was not a sound. No sound of chickens and dogs. No one should live there. The man led Fengling into one of the less dilapidated, lighted rooms. Fengling walked in, went in and saw several men in the house. He glanced at a couple of the men, his tense body slowly relaxing and his hanging heart letting go. Boss, the man is here, the man said to a man who had his back turned. The man turned and looked at Fengling. Fengling looked at the man and frowned. Song to Dynasty. Song Yizhao looked at Fengling, nodded to the man under his hand, and asked Fengling, Fengling, are you afraid? Fengling didn't say anything with a cold face. Honestly, I was quite scared just now, but now, I am not afraid. What do you want to do? Fengling asked. Song Yizhao smiled and said, I want your life, and I also want your money. Fengling frowned. Insatiable men. Song Yizhao didn't say any more nonsense to Fengling. He directly called Elder Feng. Elder Feng was sitting in his study with his cell phone on the table when it suddenly rang. His eyes twitched and he picked it up. Hey, chapter 200, can't you wait? The ceiling sheet. Song Yizhao said, I have the ceiling sheet. He used a voice changer. What? Elder Feng shouted in shock. What do you mean by that? What do you mean my grandson is in your hands? It means what you think it means. Song Ezra said. Elder Feng frowned and asked sternly, what do you want? What do you want? Whatever you want is fine. You are not allowed to hurt Fengling. Don't worry. Song Yizhao smiled and said, as long as Elder Feng cooperates, I won't harm your precious grandson. What do you want? Elder Feng asked. Song Yizhao said, you drive from Feng's house now and leave the city from East Station. I will contact you again. Remember, don't call the police. Guess, was it faster for the cops to come, or for me to put a bullet in your grandson's head? And no one is allowed to bring anyone, but I'll have to bring a driver. The way I am now, I have no way to drive. Elder Feng said, Song Yizhao thought about it and said, yes. He guessed that Master Feng will certainly bring a very powerful person, but a person he is not afraid of. His side is 7 or 8 people, are ruthless and also have a certain amount of kung fu in the body of ruthless people. They still have guns. Master Feng has no chance of winning with anyone. Elder Feng gritted his teeth. I'm not calling the police. Don't you hurt him? I want to hear his voice first. Song Yizhao turned off the voice changer, then handed the phone to Feng Ling's mouth. Feng Ling condescendingly called out, Grandpa. Song Yizhao then hung up the phone. Master Feng went out. After Song Yizhao hung up Elder Feng's phone, he called Jiang Tang again, still with the voice changer on. Jiang Tang. Feng Ling froze for a moment when she heard him call Jiang Tang, and looked at Song Yizhao in surprise and shock. He called Grandpa even. Why even call your wife? I have your husband. Song Yizhao said. Jiang Tang asked, what do you want to do? Or, what do you want? Song Yizhao said, out of the city, to the east, I will contact you on the road. Do not call the police, or, wait for your husband to clean up. You asshole. Feng Ling angrily scolded Song Yizhao. Forget about calling my grandfather here. What are you doing calling my wife here? My grandfather had money and my wife doesn't have much. My wife is pregnant, running around, worrying. What if something happens to her? Who said I want your wife's money? Song Yizhao sneered. Feng Ling, if you don't want your wife's money, then you want your wife's man? Song Yizhao, this old undead, actually coveted his wife's beauty. Later, he'll kill him. Feng Ling gritted his teeth but didn't say anything. He was afraid to say more than he should. He was just good and quiet and waited. After waiting for a short while, someone came. It was Song Qishan. Seeing Feng Ling tied up with 5 flowers, Song Qishan smiled smugly and came to Feng Ling's side, patting Feng Ling's face with his hand forcefully, laughing coldly. Feng Ling, I didn't expect it. You also have today. Feng Ling frowned and glared at him in hatred. What's that look in your eyes? Believe it or not, I'll get you killed? Song Qishan gritted his teeth and was about to try to hit Feng Ling. Ah Shen. Song Yizhao scolded him sternly with a frown. Song Qishan looked at Song Yichao. Song Yizhao said, don't hurt him, wait a while. When it's done, do whatever you want to him, break him into pieces. What if Elder Feng Ling saw that Feng Ling was injured and was unwilling to compromise? Good. Song Qishan looked at Feng Ling with a cold smile. Those eyes, cruel and cold, as if they were looking at a dead person. According to young Master Feng's temper, he would have long jumped up and fought with Song Qishan, but he was now in a rare position to be good and quiet. It's not like he's stupid. Now that he was tied up, how could he resist? If his mouth was cheap to mess with Song Qishan, he would only end up getting a one-sided violent beating. He's not going to take a loss like that. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. It won't go for the skinny on a whim. After all, he's getting married today. He's going to be the best-looking groom. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely no injuries. The wedding is open. And when the time comes, there will be a lot of media to broadcast it live. And he wants the whole country to see him in full bloom, and see how well he and his wife match. If you're hurt, you don't deserve a wife. Elder Feng and Jiang Tang came together. 2 men. Just Master Feng brought one. Song Yizhao looked at the man, tall and sturdy, looking not to be messed with. But, he was not in his eyes. Grandpa, wife. Feng Ling looked at Elder Feng and Jiang Tang with aggravation and concern. Elder Feng gave Feng Ling a blank stare. Without good humor, he said, troublemaker. Feng Ling. More aggravation. Looking at Jiang Tang gently smiled soothingly at Feng Ling. Feng Ling instantly stopped being aggravated. Sure enough, it was still his wife who was the best. The wife never scolds him. Grandpa was scolding him all the time. Elder Feng looked at Song Yizhao and said, I'm here. What do you need to do to let Feng Ling go? Song Yizhao took out a document and handed it to Elder Feng. Sign this document and I'll let him go. Elder Feng took the document and frowned. This document is for him to give Feng Ling all the shares and properties of the Feng family. For Feng Ling? Elder Feng took a look at Song Yizhao, then Feng Ling, and finally, without any good humor, scolded Feng Ling, you just can't wait? Grandpa, what did you say? Feng Ling was blinded by Grandpa Feng's scolding. How many years do I have left to live? Just a few years and you can't wait? Can't wait for the Feng family's property? Elder Feng continued to scold. Feng Ling eagerly defended. Grandpa, I don't have. Grandpa, what the hell are you talking about? You want the Feng family's property, Li told me. Anyway, everything in the Feng family was originally yours. But you, actually joined with outsiders to direct yourself? Elder Feng cursed. How did I get a grandson like you? Feng Ling. Elder Feng, did you get in touch with him through your mom? What kind of good thing do you think your mom is? What do you think Song Yizhao is? If they were any good, your mom wouldn't have divorced you when she had you. If Song Yizhao was good, He wouldn't have seduced your mom. Killed your dad. Fengling. Grandpa. I didn't join forces with Song Yizhou. I don't even know him. What am I joining forces for? Fengling defended himself. Elder Feng frowned. You didn't? You didn't, then why is this document asking me to give you everything in the Feng family? What? Fengling froze for a moment, frowning, looking at Song Yizhou in surprise. Song Yizhou smiled and said, Elder Feng, sign it, don't procrastinate. Elder Feng frowned and threw the document on the ground. I'm not signing it. Chapter 201 Jiang Tang holds Song Qishan hostage. Song Yizhou frowned and looked at Elder Feng. Elder Feng laughed coldly. You and Fengling have joined forces to plot my family fortune? Song Yizhou. Jiang Tang glanced at Fengling. Grandpa. I didn't. Fengling said. Song Yizhou looked at Elder Feng, and with a wink of his eye, someone held a gun to Fengling's head and asked Elder Feng, sign it or not? Elder Feng's brows were tightly furrowed. Grandpa. Believe me, I didn't even join forces with him. I don't even know him. What's the point of joining forces with him? Grandpa. Sign it. If I don't sign it, they're really going to kill me. Fengling said in fear. Elder Feng frowned and looked at Fengling suspiciously. You really didn't join forces with them to plot against the Feng family's property? Grandpa. I really didn't. Think about it. Why would I plot? Everything in the Feng family will be mine sooner or later. Why would I plot? It's not like there's anyone to compete with me, to steal from me. Now that I have Grandpa to help me manage the company, I don't have to do anything. Just eat, drink and be merry. So why would I want to compete for the company? Fighting the company to the death and going to work every day tiredly? How tiring. There's endless money to be spent laying around swinging for the fences, and I have to go through the pain of going to work? Song Yizhou. He didn't expect Fengling to actually think like this. Ha! Waste. Elder Feng frowned. So, you see me as a tool for you to make money? He glared at Fengling. Fengling was too weak to say anything. Elder Feng was furious. Elder Feng. Song Yizhou looked at Elder Feng and said, I'm not in the mood to listen to you grandparents argue about this. Sign it. Elder Feng looked at Song Yizhou and said, this agreement, where the Feng family's property is gifted to Fengling, doesn't benefit you in any way, so why are you doing this? Song Yizhou said, for these, there's no need for Master Feng to care. Sign it. Elder Feng hesitated in silence. Song Yizhou gave a look to someone. Someone just walked up, raised a foot, and kicked Fengling hard in the stomach. Ah, Grandpa. Fengling screamed out in pain. It hurts. Grandpa. I'm in pain. Grandpa. Someone has been beating up Fengling. Fengling's screams came one after another. Elder Feng held back for a long time, and finally, gritting his teeth, said, I'll sign. Song Yizhou handed the documents and pen and paper to Elder Feng. Elder Feng took a few moments to sign it, handed it to Song Yizhou, and said, Song Yizhou, now, can you release Fengling? Song Yizhou took the document and carefully looked at Elder Feng's signature, made sure he was signing his name and smiled. Ha 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 ha. Song Yizhou was happy, very happy, never so happy in so many years. Feng Shan. Song Yizhou looked at Elder Feng with a cold smile. Back then, you used all means to drive me away from Sea City, and when I left Sea City in a state of distress like a bereaved dog, I secretly swore in my heart that sooner or later, I would come back one day, and I would take revenge on you. I will kill you. I will make you lose everything. Now the day has finally come. Elder Feng frowned. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Song Yizhou smiled and said, do you know why you were told to gift the property to Fengling? Elder Feng frowned and didn't say anything. You say, if Fengling dies, who owns this property? Song Yizhou asked with a smile. Elder Feng turned pale and glared at Song Yizhou. You went back on your word. You're going to kill Ling? Song Yizhou nodded his head and said with a smile, that's right. I'm not just going to kill Fengling. I'm also going to kill you, Jiang Tang, and the baby in Jiang Tang's belly. I want everyone who has anything to do with Fengling to die. Only Lian Luoyun is left. In that case, the property belonging to Fengling will have to be taken over by Lian Luoyun, the only relative. Ha ha ha. Song Yizhou laughed happily and wildly. So many years of aggression stifled stoicism. In this moment, finally lyrical out. With today, the past difficulties and pain and stoicism are nothing. It's all worth it. Elder Feng frowned and glared angrily at Song Yizhou. You, Dad. Song Qishan walked up and said to Song Yizhou with a smile, don't kill Jiang Tang yet. I want to play with her. Song Yizhou smiled and nodded. Go ahead. It's just a woman. She can't make any waves. Jiang Tong is indeed quite beautiful. Aha. Song Qishan walked towards Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong frowned slightly and looked at Song Qishan. Song Qishan came to her, smiled and said, Jiang Tang, you see, early let you choose me. You do not choose, in favor of a waste. And now, is not still in my hands? Jiang Tong coldly didn't say anything. Song Qishan glanced at Jiang Tong's stomach and said with a smile, why don't we do it this way? Jiang Tang, you abort Feng Ling's child and follow me. And in the future, after I inherit the Feng clan, you'll still be the magnificent Feng family's young lady. What do you say? How's that? Song Qishan, how dare you? Feng Ling's fishy red eyes glared at Song Qishan, hissing angrily, you're not allowed to touch my wife. Song Qishan, I'll kill you. Song Qishan looked at Feng Ling with contempt and disdain. Feng Ling, you're going to die soon. How are you going to kill me? Feng Ling, don't worry about dying. I will love Jiang Tang properly in the future. Let's go. Jiang Tang, little master will take you for a quickie now. Song Qishan smiled and wanted to go hug Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong looked at him, and suddenly, just grabbed his hand, twisted his hand backhand with force, and went around behind Song Qishan, a cold, sharp knife against his neck. This change occurred in an instant. Elder Feng retreated behind Jiang Tang, and his bodyguard stood beside Jiang Tang. Song Yichao frowned and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Song Yichao, release Feng Ling. Jiang Tong said coldly. Song Yichao didn't say anything. Jiang Tong saw that Song Yichao didn't say anything. His hand added 2 points of force. Song Qishan's face instantly turned pale. He could feel that the sharp knife cut his skin. Dad! Dad! He shouted in horror. Quick! Quick! Let Feng Ling go! Let Feng Ling go! Song Yichao frowned and didn't move or speak. What? Jiang Tong asked. Don't want to save your son? Song Yichao laughed as he watched. You kill it. Song Yichao said. Anyway, I don't have more than this one son. Jiang Tong, Elder Feng, Feng Ling, Song Qishan, Dad. He looked at Song Yichao in disbelief. Is Dad giving up on him? How could Dad? How could he? He's Dad's real son. Dad, save me, Dad. I don't want to die. Dad. Song Qishan begged Song Yichao eagerly and fearfully. Song Yichao loves Song Qishan. After all, he is his own son. But to let him use the entire Feng family's property to exchange Song Qishan's life, he was reluctant. He loved Song Qishan, but he loved power and money more. It's not like he only has this one son. Not to mention Song Qishan's one son, even if all his children died, he wasn't afraid either. He was still less than 50 years old and could still give birth. With money and power, what kind of women can't you find? Plenty of beautiful young women to give him babies if he wanted them. Chapter 202 Wife So Strong? Song Yichao was unmoved, looking at Song Qishan like a dead man. Song Qishan read Song Yichao's eyes. Unbelievably, he looked at him. Dad, is this giving up on him? Dad, please, save me. Dad, I will be good and obedient in the future. I will never make you angry again. I will be filial to you in the future. Dad, Song Qishan begged Song Yichao in fear. Song Yichao ignored him and said to the men under his hand, do it, kill them. The change happened in this instant. Several men rushed up towards Jiang Tang and Elder Feng. Jiang Tang saw that the situation was not right and pushed Song Qishan out. She hadn't thought about killing Song Qishan from the beginning to the end. Killing was against the law. Song Yichao wanted to break the law, but she didn't. Song Yichao's mouth was tinged with a smug smile. Everyone in the Feng family would die here today, but the people who rushed up towards Elder Feng and Jiang Tang were blocked by 2 men. Song Ezra frowned. Those 2 men, they're his people. But now, it was on Master Feng's side. He looked at the 2 men in disbelief. His right-hand men. What are they doing? What do you do? Song Ezra asked. When Elder Feng didn't say anything, the 2 men didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and directly struck out towards Song Yichao's people. 3 people on Master Feng's side, 2 undercover agents, plus the people Master Feng brought with him. 3 people. 5 people on Song Yichao's side. 3 against 5. There was no chance of winning in terms of numbers, but the 3 on Master Feng's side were all elites. And it was a tie for a while. Feng Ling stood up and took advantage of the chaos to run to Jiang Tang's side. Just now, it was one of the undercover agents who hit him. It looked like a heavy hit, but in fact the fist was raised high and landed gently, and he was screaming so hard on purpose. Moreover, just now, everyone's eyes were on the wife holding Song Qishan hostage, and the undercover agent quietly untied the rope on him. He stood in front of Jiang Tang and Elder Feng, holding them back, a state of alert. He wasn't a particularly good fighter, but he had learned a bit of kung fu. Wife, Grandpa, are you guys okay? Feng Ling asked with concern. Elder Feng said it was fine, and Jiang Tang pulled him behind her. Wife, Feng Ling tried to stand in front of Jiang Tang again. Jiang Tang looked over with one look. Be obedient. Feng Ling, wife, it's dangerous now. I have to protect you. Jiang Tong, you can just protect Grandpa. Feng Ling. Song Yichao gritted his teeth and looked at the melee of people. His men did not prevail. He glared grimly at Elder Feng. Those two people were the ones who had followed him for a long time. Many years, and to his surprise, they were actually Master Feng's people. When did Elder Feng plant himself next to him? Or was it a temporary revolt by Master Feng? Song Yichao looked at Song Qishan. Song Qishan didn't suffer any injuries, and he said to him, "Come with me to kill the Feng family. M country is relatively chaotic. From time to time we'll encounter what robbery melees in M country for many years." He also learned a little kung fu, have self-protection ability, and Song Qishan is a tough guy in a fight. Both of them are strong men, and Feng Laozi line will be wooden old man plus Fengling Arash. He and Song Qishan two people against, the odds of winning 80%. As for Jiang Tong, a woman and pregnant, he didn't put much in his eyes. Song Qishan looked at Song Yizhou and was silent without moving. He was now disappointed in Song Ezra and his beliefs collapsed. He thought his dad loved him, no matter what he did, but that wasn't the case. Dad said he had more than just his son. Does dad love his little boy more? Song Qishan hated in his heart. Song Yizhou knew what Song Qishan was thinking just by looking at his expression. It was his attitude just now that had hurt Shen's heart. Song Yichao frowned, thinking that Song Qishan was really stupid. Is this the time for that? It was now imperative to kill all of the Feng family members. And in the current situation, either the Feng family members would die or they would die. If the Feng family escaped, what awaited them was a hunt and a long prison sentence. Ah Shen. Song Yizhou gritted his teeth and said, "Dad knows you're angry, but Dad just said that on purpose. If Dad didn't say that, they would think that Dad cares about you, and then we wouldn't be able to threaten them with Fengling, and our plan would be a lost cause." Song Qishan still didn't say anything. Ah Shen, if we don't kill them and let them escape, we'll be the ones to die. Song Yizhou said, "We'll talk about our business later. Right now, the priority is to kill the Feng family." The words were heard by Song Qishan. Looking at Song Yichao, he nodded. Good. He'll settle the score with Dad when the Fengs are all dead. The two of them, Song Qishan and Song Yizhou, then rushed towards Elder Feng Jiangtang and the others. Undercover Agent 1 watched as he tried to rush up to protect the trio, but he was pestered by Song Yichao's men. Fengling no longer listened to Jiang Tang's words and directly rushed up and fought with Song Qishan. Both are physically strong big men, both a little bit of three-legged kung fu. Fighting together, it is considered to be an even match. The drums and drums. Jiang Tong stood right in front of Elder Feng. Song Yizhou rushed up and rushed to her, and was about to strike when Jiang Tong directly raised a foot and kicked him in the heart. The kick caused Song Yichao to stagger back several steps. He covered his aching chest and looked at Jiang Tong in surprise. A kick from a normal, average woman wouldn't hurt that much. Song Yizhou frowned. His face was ugly. He couldn't imagine that Jiang Tang actually knew kung fu. He was a bit frantic. Why would Jiang Tong, a beautiful and delicate-looking daughter of a famous family, know kung fu? She is not a martial artist. Although Fengling was fighting with Song Qishan, he was still worried about Jiang Tang and Elder Feng. And when he saw Song Yichao rushing up to Elder Feng and Jiang Tang, he was eager to go up and help. But he was pestered by Song Qishan. Then in the midst of the anxiety, he saw his wife kick Song Yizhou away. Fengling, wife, so strong? Jiang Tong didn't take the initiative. She mainly had to protect Elder Feng. Song Yizhou stood well. His heart was wary of Jiang Tang. No longer reckless, casually carried a wooden stick and rushed up again, and fought with Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong's hands were clean and sharp, clearly above Song Yizhou. After 2 minutes of fighting, he kicked Song Yizhou between the legs. The kick, which was very hard, directly wasted Song Yizhou. Song Yizhou wailed in pain, his body crouching and kneeling, his hands covering between his legs, his old face twisting in pain. Big gasps of relief. Seeing that Song Yizhou didn't have much fight left in him, Jiang Tong went to help Fengling and rushed towards Song Qishan. Taking advantage of his entanglement with Fengling, he took the wooden stick he had picked up on the ground and struck down hard at the bend of his back knee. Chapter 203 Jiang Tang who knows a little bit of everything. Ah! Song Qishan screamed miserably and knelt down. And as he did so, Fengling in front of him kicked him in the jaw. Jiang Tong and Fengling both heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. Fengling's body gave a jolt. It hurts. It hurt him to hear it. Fengling came to Jiang Tang's side and asked with concern, "Wife, are you alright?" Jiang Tong shook his head. "It's fine." Fengling was surprised and asked, "Honey, how do you know kung fu?" Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Didn't I say I know a little bit of everything?" Fengling, it seems to say that, but the wife is talking about talent. He thought that his wife knew a little bit of all the talents of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, but he didn't realize that she even knew how to fight. Song Yizhou looked at the situation in front of him. It was clear that they were defeated and had no chance of winning. They lost their lives. Master Feng might call the police, and if they do, they won't end up well, even with the lightest sentence. They'll be in jail for many many years. Or, Master Feng would kill them now. Kill them, destroy their bodies, and no one would know. This was Sea City, Master Feng's territory, where it wasn't difficult for Master Feng to make a few people disappear without God's knowledge. Even if he were to die, he would drag the Feng family along with him. Song Yizhao took advantage of people's inattention and slowly touched his hand towards the gun hidden on his body. This is what he brought from M. He fumbled for his gun and pointed it at Fengling. He hadn't used a gun before because he was worried that it would be too loud and attract attention. But it doesn't matter now. Others didn't notice his move, but Jiang Tang did. And in the nick of time when he was about to pull the trigger, the wooden stick in his hand was thrown towards him, and the stick hit the gun first. Song Yizhao didn't hold the gun. The gun was knocked down on the ground. Song Yizhao tried to pick up the gun. Jiang Tang rushed over with a healthy step, picked up the gun one step ahead of Song Yizhao, and then, without any hesitation, shot at Song Yizhao's wrist. Bang! Ah! Song Yizhao screamed miserably. The bullet passed through the middle of his wrist, and blood flowed horizontally. And Jiang Tang stood, calm and collected. Fengling was dumbfounded and looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Wife. Jiang Tang smiled lightly at him. This, I will also order it. In M, everyone knows guns. She studied and went to school in M, adding up to almost 10 years. Robbery, stalking, gunfighting, she has met. Slowly. Fengling, honey, what else won't you do? It's over. From now on, I really can't talk or beat my wife. Stop. Don't move. Police. The police came. It was Master Feng who called the police. How could he not call the police? Who's going to keep him safe if we don't call the police? The police came and the fight was over. Everyone went to the police station to take statements, etc. Jiang Tang had injured someone with a gun, but it was self-defense. Plus she was pregnant, and Feng's lawyer bailed her out. Only temporarily, of course. Jiang Tang's specific charges and whatnot will have to wait for the case to be investigated clearly, go to trial, and be judged by the law. But Jiang Tang wasn't worried. She was acting in self-defense and didn't cause any deaths, and what Song Yizhao did was too bad in nature. Plus there was the Feng family's team of lawyers. She'll be fine. By the time Feng Elder Fengling and Jiang Tang several people came out of the police station. It was already 4 in the morning. Car. Fengling spat at Elder Feng. Grandpa, next time you have an arrangement, can you tell me in advance? You don't even know how scared I was when I was kidnapped. I was thinking, if I die, what will you do? What will my wife do? It was still the sight of the 2 undercover agents that made me react. It was Grandpa's arrangement. 2 undercover agents he'd seen a few times over the years. In the Feng family. At the sight of the undercover agents, one of them gave him a slight wink, and his heart settled down and he wasn't afraid. What can I do when you're dead? Of course it's to continue living. Master Feng said. It's impossible for me to die along with you. Fengling. Jiang Tang smiled and said, don't worry, I will also live well. Give birth to a child and raise it properly, so that your bloodline can continue. Fengling. So they all get to live well and he's the only one who dies? Ha! Well, that's nice. If that's the case, why did you guys come to my rescue? Fengling said. Elder Feng said. Of course I'm here to save it. What if I can save it? If you can save it, save it. If you can't, forget it. There's no way. Fengling. Don't want to talk. Twisting his face to the side. Jiang Tang smiled and comforted him. Alright, don't be angry. Grandpa loves you very much. Everything Grandpa has calculated. Won't let anything happen to you. Then why didn't you tell me ahead of time? Why not let me be prepared? Fengling asked. Elder Feng said without a trace of anger. Your acting skills are so bad. If you are allowed to prepare, you will surely be seen. So won't it be a lost cause? How else can you invite the king into the jar? Fengling was unconvinced. Where did I act poorly? I'm smart and good at acting. And I've acted so well since I realized that this was all a ploy on your part. Elder Feng grunted and didn't say anything. Jiang Tang smiled and said, well, you acted well. And you're smart and good at acting. And good looking. If you enter the entertainment industry, you'll definitely become a top-stream movie star. Fengling was finally pacified. There were 2 grunts of triumph and no words. Elder Feng glanced at Jiang Tang. So Jiang Tang coaxed him. Fengling suddenly asked nervously, wife, didn't you say you can't meet before marriage? Will we be unhappy after meeting? Then let's. Now, if we meet, won't we be unhappy in the future? Jiang Tang smiled and said, today is our wedding day. We deserve to meet today. Yeah. Oh. Fengling froze for a moment. They met after midnight, and after midnight was their wedding day. We will be happy in the future. Jiang Tang said with a smile. Aha. Fengling nodded, his hand holding Jiang Tang's hand tightly. They'll be happy. Elder Feng and Fengling sent Jiang Tang back to the Jiang family, and it was almost 5 o'clock when they arrived home, and the Jiang family was up. Seeing Jiang Tong come in from outside, she was surprised. Tong Tong, why did you come in from outside? Jiang Tong smiled and said, I couldn't sleep and went out for a walk. Hurry up, eat something, you have to start your makeup, Jiang mother said. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Feng Ling and Elder Feng returned to the Feng family. Butler Zhao sighed in relief when he saw the two return. Master and young master are back. Elder Feng nodded. Breakfast has been prepared. The young master can get ready to put on his makeup after he eats it, Butler Zhao said with a smile. Feng Ling nodded. He asked Elder Feng, Grandpa, how did you know Song Yichao was going to make a move on me? Elder Feng gave him a blank stare. You still don't know that he has my undercover agents around him until now? Feng Ling. Chapter 204, The Wedding is in Progress 1. Forgot for a moment. Curious, he asked. When did you plant undercover agents around Song Yichao? After your father died. Elder Feng said. He wasn't being generous. Technically Song Yichao and Liang Luoyun didn't kill Feng Chang, but Feng Chang did die because of them. His only son died because of them. How could he let them go? For so many years, Song Yichao's poor development in M country had his handiwork in it. There was no way he would let the person who killed his son have a good time. Feng Ling didn't say anything. Zhao Butler smiled and said, Master, young master, let's go. Quickly go to eat. After eating and cleaning up we are going to pick up the young lady. Elder Feng nodded his head and went to eat with Feng Ling. After eating, the best man group came. The best man group was Shi Qi Shang by Lang Yu Lu Jianli and them. The makeup artist came and styled Feng Ling and the groomsmen. Several people looked at Feng Ling, who was wearing a white suit. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Feng Ling, who was wearing a privately tailored white suit, looked like Prince Charming who came out of a fairy tale. Handsome, elegant, reserved. A couple of the best men looked on with disdain. Feng Ling glared at them. What's that look on your faces? Isn't I handsome? He almost fell in love with himself when he looked in the mirror. Why is he so good looking? Handsome. Lu Jianli nodded. But what's the use of being handsome? Can handsome be a meal? Can ah. Feng Ling smiled and said, show and tell. Haven't you heard of it? When Qi Shang said, we men rely on strength. Feng Ling smiled and said, being handsome is also part of strength. Several. It's impossible to argue with that. Feng Ling got it done and rushed towards Zhang's house with the best man's group and his family and friends. Jiang Tong has not yet gotten it right. Bridal makeup is more cumbersome. Makeup, change wedding dress, get hair. There is a makeup artist in charge of getting it for Jiang Tong. There was also a makeup artist in charge of getting the bridesmaids. The bridesmaids were Zhan Xinu, Zhu Nanxing, and Jiang Tang's 4 best friends. There were 6 bridesmaids, 6 best men. Zhan Xinyue and the girls had gotten it done long ago, so they watched Jiang Tang do it from the sidelines. This time when Jiang Tong and Feng Ling got married, the makeup team they hired was the makeup team of female celebrities known for their beauty in the entertainment industry. Jiang Tong was already a top-notch beauty, and once she was created by a professional celebrity team, she was even more glamorous and ravishing. Even the makeup team was amazed. You know, they are in the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry is the most lack of beauty. In the entertainment industry, what do they dozens of hundreds of years once what bright and pure beauty have not seen? But he was still stunned by Jiang Tang at this moment. Her features were exquisite and atmospheric. The reserve of a rich family's daughter, and the calmness and composure of a powerful president made her perfect and impeccable. Zhan Xinyue looked at Jiang Tang, who was beautiful like this, and skimmed her lips. It's really cheap for Feng Ling. How does Feng Ling deserve Jiang Tang? But, in the high society of Sea City, if even that face of Feng Ling is not worthy of Jiang Tang, then who else can be worthy of Jiang Tang? And only Feng Ling. Only someone with outstanding looks like Feng Ling and the Feng family's wealth that rivaled the country's could be worthy of Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong's appearance and temperament. If she married a slightly ordinary not so rich and powerful rich second generation, the other party could not protect her. She's too inviting. The more Zhan Xinu looked, the more she was convinced. No wonder Grandpa Feng couldn't see himself. No matter whether it was looks or talent, she was far worse than Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong looked at Zhan Xinu with a smile and asked, is it pretty? Aha. Zhan Xinu nodded. It's beautiful. Jiang Tong smiled and said, you're pretty too. Zhan Xinu reddened her face, a little afraid to look directly at Jiang Tang. She felt that Jiang Tang was really too good at it. Fortunately Jiang Tong's gender was female and her hobbies were male. If Jiang Tong gender female and hobbies female, if she teased her, she would definitely bend. She's so good at teasing. Ruffled so arrogant and domineering a day look Feng Ling. In front of her are well-behaved and obedient. At 8 o'clock, they were ready. The arranged pickup was at 9 o'clock sharp. Be at the church at 10:30, at the hotel at 11:30, and at 12 o'clock sharp. Now, they were ready and waiting for Fengling to pick them up. Jiang Tong sat on the bed, replying to the wishes of some friends and family on WeChat. Zhang Xinyue sat on the bed for a while and walked around for a while. What's wrong with you? Jiang Tong asked. Shou Crescent Moon said. I'm a little nervous. Jiang Tong laughed. It's not like you're getting married. Why are you nervous? Zhang Xinu said. I know, but I'm still nervous. Jiang Tong. Sure it's nervousness and not hard feelings? Shou Crescent didn't want to talk to Jiang Tong anymore? It was really a pot calling the kettle black. Zhang Xinyue walked to Zhu Nanqing's side and sat down in exasperation, saying to Zhu Nanqing, you're pathetic from now on. Zhu Nanqing looked at her suspiciously. The great aunt is too powerful. Do you think you'll be pitiful in the future? Zhang Xinu said. Wish Nanqing. In the future, whatever happens in your family, your great aunt will come to intervene and stir up the chickens and dogs. Zhang Xinu said fervently. Zhu Nanqing smiled and said, Sister Jiang Tang is not that kind of person. Zhang Xinyue gave Zhu Nanqing a sympathetic look and said, you don't listen to the old man's words. You suffer before your eyes. Wish Nanqing. Old man? Is the new moon of the show talking about her? But Zhang Xinu was only 2 years older than her, so she was old? In the future, you won't have any say at all in this family. Everything is up to your great aunt. Zhang Xinu said. I'm not threatening you. I'm telling the truth. I'm doing it all for your own good. Jiang Tong laughed and looked at Zhang Xinu, saying bad things about her. Should she keep her voice down? So loud. She heard it. Zhu Nanqing smiled and said, wouldn't that be nice? Zhang Xinyue looked at Zhu Nanqing doubtfully. Pretty good? Right. Zhu Nanqing smiled and said, listening to my sister and everything. I don't have to care about anything. I don't have to worry about anything. I just need to follow orders. Isn't that good? Zhang Xinu frowned. Is that all the ambition you have? Not thinking about being in charge? Zhu Nanqing smiled and nodded. Well, that's all the ambition I have. Shou Crescent. It's hopeless. Jiang Bei was a sister controller, and Zhu Nanqing had such a temperamental personality. Then, in the future, the Jiang family would definitely be ruled by Jiang Tong. It's not just the Jiang family, but also the Feng family. Fengling is also a lousy slime that can't hold up a wall. The Feng family will also be Jiang Tang's decision maker in the future. Zhang Xinu glanced at Jiang Tang who was sitting on the wedding bed. Tire her out later. You have to control the Jiang family and the Feng family. Time passes slowly. Fengling drove towards Jiang's house with the best man's group and his family and friends. Fengling sat in the car, tightening his face and not saying a word. Ryujin left a glance and asked, why don't you say something? Fengling still didn't say anything. Toki-san looked at him and asked, you're not nervous, are you? Fengling glanced at him. Toki-san laughed. He's really on edge. Out of breath. Chapter 205, the wedding is in progress too. Isn't it just getting married? What's there to be nervous about? Shi Qishang said with a smile. Fengling gave him a faint look. Ha, now laugh at him. Let's see him laugh at him when he gets married. He'll probably be more nervous than he is when he gets there. At 9 o'clock, the wedding car arrived in front of the Jiang family. The people got off, and someone went to set off firecrackers. When they heard the firecrackers, Jiang's family knew that Fengling had come. Family and friends welcomed them out, and Jiang father and mother and the elders of the Jiang family waited in the living room of the Jiang family. Fengling entered the house surrounded by Jiang's best man group and family and friends. Looking at Jiang's father and mother, Jiang called out with a smile, grandparents, mom and dad. The Jiang family elders looked at Fengling with satisfaction. Although the person is a bit out of touch, the face is truly unmistakable. The elders love good-looking clean boys. Fengling's face, down to 8 years old, up to 80 years old, there is no man or woman who does not love. After a few simple pleasantries, Jiang mother smiled and said, go pick up Tong Tong. Tong Tong is waiting for you. Fengling nodded with bright eyes, then wanted to go upstairs to pick up Jiang Tang, but as soon as he reached the stairs, he saw Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei clasped his hands on his chest and stood at the stairway, looking at Fengling with a smile on his face. Fengling stood on the first step and looked up at Jiang Bei, his heart thumping. Oops, here comes the hardest hurdle. Want to marry my sister? Jiang Bei asked with a smile. Aha. Fengling nodded. Jiang Bei smiled and said, my sister is not that good to marry. If you want to marry my sister, you have to pass me first. Fengling looked at Jiang Bei. What do you want? Jiang Bei smiled and said, I won't make things difficult for you. You only need to answer my 3 questions. Fengling was not relieved. He and Jiang Bei had a deep-seated grudge because of their rivalry for favor. Jiang Bei would not be so kind as to let him off so easily. You ask. Fengling said. First, do you think, in Sea City, who is more handsome, the young master of the Jiang family or the young master of the Feng family? Who is more charming? Zhang Bei asked with a smile. Feng Ling. Of course he, young Master Feng, is the most handsome, on the various wild lists in Seatown. His face was riding high. Zhang Bei is so mean. What? Zhang Bei asked with a smile. Is this question so difficult to answer? Do you need to think about it for so long? Or do you not want to answer? You don't want to marry my sister at all? You. Feng Ling said. You are handsome. Young Master Jiang is more handsome than young Master Feng. Young Master Jiang is the most handsome. Let's give way to Zhang Bei for today. Wait for tomorrow and see how he'll clean up and teach him a lesson as a brother-in-law later. Aha. Zhang Bei nodded. The first question. I'm satisfied. Second question. If one day, both of us fall into the water, you say, who should my sister save? Zhang Bei asked with a smile. The first question was answered. The second Feng Ling stopped struggling and hesitating and said, save you. Not just your sister save you. I'm here to save you too. I'll save you together with your sister. Zhang Bei glanced at Feng Ling in surprise. Nodding. Good. One last question. Zhang Bei looked at Feng Ling and asked, Feng Ling, will you love my sister for the rest of your life? Feng Ling tilted his head slightly to look at Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei looked at him with downcast eyes. The two men's eyes met in the air. I will. Feng Ling's voice was firm, his eyes sincere. He will. Zhang Bei stood on the stairs, looking fixedly at Feng Ling, and after a long time, said, all right, come up, go pick up my sister. Feng Ling grinned, a bright smile blooming on his handsome face, quickly ran up the stairs, arrived at the door of Zhang Tang's room, knocked on the door, and tenderly said, wife, open the door. I've come to pick you up. A couple of bridesmaids chuckled from the doorway. If you want to pick up your bride, you'll have to go through us first. Give the red envelope. Don't open the door without it. The bridesmaids heckled. Feng Ling let Bai Langyue Lu gently behind him and the others stuff red packets into the door. It doesn't matter how many. Anyway, the bulletin keeps stuffing them in like they don't need the money. The bridesmaids couldn't win with the red envelopes behind the door. Everyone received dozens of red envelopes. The red bag is thin. The bridesmaids laughed and said, Feng Xiao, it's not okay to give such a thin red envelope. It's so thin it seems to be only a piece of paper. Is it 100? The Fengs are so stingy? Some of the bridesmaids took the red envelopes and opened them. It's a check? In a red envelope was a check for $20,000. Because $20,000 cash is too much and too thick to fit in a red envelope, so you put in a check? I've heard and seen so many bridegrooms give red envelopes. It's the first time I know you can stuff a check inside. A check for $20,000 in a red envelope. And several of the bridesmaids each held at least a dozen or two red envelopes in their hands. That's a couple $100,000? A few bridesmaids laughed and said to Zhang Tong, Tong, it's not that we don't help you. It's that Feng Xiao is giving too much. Open the door. The bridesmaids giggled and laughed as they opened the door for Feng Ling. After opening the door, Feng Ling looked at the several bridesmaids with a smile and handed them each a red envelope. The red packet is large, but still thin. It should still be a check. Thank you, Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao is so generous. Feng Xiao is generous and marries 100 grannies. Feng Ling looked over. No way. Feng Ling looked at the bridesmaid who said this and said seriously, let alone marrying 100. Marrying 2 is against the law. Bigamy. All my life, I've only had one wife. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Zhang Tang and walked towards him to the bedside, eyes wide open. The wife is so beautiful. How come his wife is so pretty and so pretty and so pretty? Feng Ling reddened. Groom, look for shoes. Someone reminded Feng Ling. The bridesmaids have hidden their shoes. Feng Ling was still standing frozen looking at Zhang Tang. Zhan Xinyue rolled her eyes, tugged on Feng Ling's sleeve, and said, looking for shoes. Oh, looking for shoes. Looking for shoes. Feng Ling then came back to his senses, spinning around like a headless fly. Where are the shoes? Where are the shoes? Crowd. Zhan Xinyue rolled her eyes, calling out to Feng Ling. Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at her suspiciously. Zhan Xinyue looked at the hem of Zhang Tang's wedding dress, making eyes at Feng Ling. She felt really hard done by. The man she had loved for over 10 years got married and the bride wasn't her. She's coming as a bridesmaid, and help the groom find his shoes. She's taken on too much for her young age. Feng Ling understood, smiled and came to Zhang Tang's side, carefully lifting a corner of the hem of the huge wedding dress. Just saw the bride's shoes. It's a customized pair of crystal shoes. The upper is covered in a myriad of tiny crystals. In the center is a huge crystal like a flower. It was shiny and dazzling. Finding the shoes, Feng Ling took them and slowly knelt on one knee by the bed. Zhang Tong's foot stuck out of the wedding dress. Delicate, snow white. Feng Ling gently held her ankle with one hand, and with one hand he took the crystal shoes and slowly and carefully put them on her. Watching Jiang Tong's snow-white feet put on the beautiful crystal shoes, his eyes sizzled and his throat rolled. He wanted to kiss her feet. Chapter 206, The Wedding is in Progress 3. Jiang Tong knew what Feng Ling wanted to do as soon as he took a look at his face, and moved to retrieve his foot. But Feng Ling held it slightly harder. Jiang Tong looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling also looked at her with begging eyes. Wife, please, let me have a kiss. Jiang Tong's eyes were firm with 2 points of sternness. No. Feng Ling was then disappointed. Then slowly and reluctantly, he put down Jiang Tong's feet. The rest of the crowd. It's like the two of them said something they didn't know. Feng Ling put his shoes on. After putting them on, he picked Jiang Tang up under the coaxing of the bridesmaids and groomsmen and went downstairs. Get in the wedding car and go to the church. When he got into the car, Feng Ling kept staring at Jiang Tang. Even Jiang Tong, who was so calm and collected, was a little embarrassed by his look. She asked, "What are you looking at?" Feng Ling smiled and said, "Look at you, look good." Jiang Tong, looking at Feng Ling, who was smiling brightly and sincerely, she also did not hold back and gently hooked up the corners of her mouth and stared at Feng Ling. Keep staring. Now. The wind and water have turned. Change. Feng Ling embarrassed. He slightly reddened his face. Asked Jiang Tang, "Wife, what are you looking at?" Jiang Tong smiled and said, "I see that you look good, wife." Feng Ling was a bit overwhelmed and moved his head over to kiss her. The back of Jiang Tong's hand covered his lips, palms to him. Feng Ling's lips ended up kissing the palm of her hand. Jiang Tong said, "You can't kiss it. You'll kiss the lipstick off. There are so many guests to face in a while." "I won't." Feng Ling said, "I'll just give a gentle kiss." Jiang Tong looked at him and shook her head. "I don't believe it. Feng Ling, between people, is there even this much trust left?" "Aha." Jiang Tong nodded. "No more. In other things, she still had trust in him. This thing, not at all. It's been a week since he's kissed and cuddled, and he's looking at her today with glowing eyes. Evil light. He didn't have to speak, just look in his eyes and know what he was thinking." "Feng Ling, don't move," Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling, oh. Despite wanting to hug and kiss, he obediently backed away and sat up straight. The driver in front of him was desperately trying to hold in his laughter. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang's wedding was not hidden, low-key or anything, and the two had a high level of heat and CP fans on the internet before. This time the wedding, the Feng family and the Jiang family simply greatly open, allowing the invited major media to broadcast the entire wedding. From the moment Feng Linglai departed from the Feng family, all the major media outlets began to broadcast live. In addition to the major media outlets that were invited, there were also many netizens and passers-by who were also on the air. When Feng Ling carried Jiang Tang out of Jiang's house, Feng Ling and Jiang Tang's face and wedding dress made it to the top of the hot searches on all the major websites. All the way to Jiang Tang, Feng Ling hugged Jiang Tang to get off the car. Countless flower petals and colorful ribbons fell down from the drone, fluttering and falling on people's heads and bodies on the ground. Very beautiful. Feng Ling carried Jiang Tang to the entrance of the church and put it down. In the melodious music, Jiang Tang held Feng Ling's hand and slowly entered the church in the sky of flower petals, stepping on the path paved with flower petals. Family and friends had been sitting and waiting in the church when they heard the commotion, turned around, and saw the two men slowly walking in. The people laughed and marveled at the couple. Feng Ling and Jiang Tang slowly walked step by step towards the priest who was at the finish line. Finally, the two came to the priest, who looked at Feng Ling and Jiang Tang, smiled lightly, took out the book, and read a lengthy benediction. Whether it was Jiang Tang or Feng Ling and the guests, they all listened attentively. Finished reading the benediction. It's time for the main event. Feng Ling was a bit nervous. The priest asked Feng Ling with a light smile, "Mr. Feng Ling, you, I do." Feng Ling said, "Priest, Jiang Tong, guests of honor." Feng Ling looked at the priest and said, "I do." "Father, he's willing to do it before he even asks?" Feng Ling froze for a moment before he realized that he was too nervous and excited, and the priest hadn't finished his words. Feng Ling turned red, a little chagrined. He obviously wanted to give his wife a perfect wedding, but now, this perfection seems to be destroyed by himself. While Feng Ling was trying to think of a way to remedy the situation, Jiang Tang opened her mouth and said with a light smile, "I'm willing, father." Crowd. Feng Ling looked at Jiang Tang in surprise. Jiang Tang looked at him and smiled. "I'm willing, in life and in death. For richer or for poorer. I'm all for it, marrying you as my wife, take care of you, protect you, help you, and love you." Feng Ling was surprised and shocked as he looked at Jiang Tang, and his eyes instantly reddened. Jiang Tong looked at him gently with a light smile. The priest smiled and said, "Will the bride and groom please exchange the rings?" Zhan Xinu and Bai Lang Yu walked up with the rings. Feng Ling took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to mess up the flow behind him. Feng Ling took the ring from Bai Lang Yu's hand and carefully put it on Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong also took the ring from Zhang Xinyu's hand and put it on Fengling. Zhang Xinyu looked at Fengling. Fengling and Jiang Tang got married. The man she had loved for so many years got married. She saw it with her own eyes and gave him the ring herself. In the future, it's really important to let go completely. Zhang Xinyu looked at Fengling, reddened her eyes, and quietly said in her heart, Fengling, I wish you happiness. The rings were exchanged and the best man and maid of honor went down. The priest smiled and said, Now, groom, you may kiss your beautiful bride. Fengling looked at the beautiful Jiang Tang, slowly approached, and finally, gently kissed her lips. Tears slipped from his eyes the moment the kiss was placed. He's not sad, he's happy and excited. He knew for the first time that, as it turned out, people could cry when they were extremely happy and excited. Tears of joy. Jiang Tang looked at Fengling's tears and gently cupped his face with both hands, lending a kiss to gently wipe away the tears on his face. As they parted, she said softly in a voice only two could hear, Tears, the best dowry a man can have. Fengling looked at her in surprise, handsome face scarlet. Coming out of the church, Jiang Tang threw the bouquet, which was finally caught by Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, he didn't want to take it. How is it that it was a partial catch? The man caught the bouquet was going to give it to his girlfriend. But the crowd was up in arms. Jiang Bei looked at Zhu Nanqing, who was standing playfully in a beautiful bridesmaid's dress. Looking at him, Jiang Bei came to her with the bouquet and said, For you. He can't be a big man holding a bouquet, can he? But it's not like he has any girlfriends, fiancés or rumored girlfriends or anything. Only Zhu Nanqing is somewhat related to him. He could only give it to Zhu Nanqing. Zhu Nanqing took the bouquet and smiled sweetly. Thank you. Chapter 207, The End of the Wedding. Jiang Bei was a little embarrassed. His face was a little red. The crowd rose up and went to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, Fengling and Jiang Tang held another ceremony to honor Elder Feng and Father Jiang and Mother Joan with tea and so on. Then I went back to my hotel room to change into my toasting clothes. And I changed into my toasting clothes and came down, all the way to the end of the wedding reception. After the end, Jiang Tong Fengling returned to his room, and as soon as he entered the room, Fengling hugged Jiang Tong and pressed Jiang Tong against the door and kissed him. He's been wanting to kiss her all day today. A simple touch of lips in church just wouldn't satisfy him. Fengling only wanted to kiss at first, a kiss and a hug, but the kissing made me want more. There was a knock on the door as he eagerly stripped her of her clothes. Fengling's body stiffened and frowned. Who was knocking on the door at this hour? Do you have any sense at all? Fengling, open the door. It's me. Liang Luoyun was at the door and said, I'm looking for you for something. Fengling didn't want to pay any attention to her. Going to kiss Gang Tang again. But Liang Luoyun kept knocking on the door. Ah Ling, I really want to find you something. Ah Ling, open the door. Fengling let go of Jiang Tang and frowned. It's annoying. Jiang Tong looked at him, smiled, and said softly, There's no rush. We have plenty of time. Fengling looked at her sadly. How can you not be in a hurry? Only God knows what he's been through these past few days. At the door, Liang Luoyun was still knocking and kept asking Fengling to open the door. Fengling tidied up Jiang Tang's clothes and opened the door. Looking at Liang Luoyun with a cold face, he asked, What's your business? Liang Luoyun said, Ling, can we talk inside? Fengling glared at her and let her in. As soon as Liang Luoyun entered the room, she reddened her eyes and choked. Ah Ling, I am sorry for what your Uncle Song did. Fengling looked at her and didn't say anything. Your Uncle Song knows that he is wrong. Ah Ling, you forgive your Uncle Song, okay? Liang Luoyun begged Fengling with red eyes. Fengling looked at Liang Luoyun and asked, Could it be that, in your opinion, I am that stupid? He's going to kill my grandfather, kill my wife and child, kill me, and now you're asking me to forgive him? What? Forgive him, wait for his acquittal, and then come back to kill me? Liang Luoyun cried and shook her head. No, Ling, as long as you forgive your Uncle Song, I'll let your Uncle Song go back to him. In the future, he will never come to see city again, okay? No good. Fengling coldly refused in a single bite. Ah Ling, I beg you, please. Liang Luoyun cried and begged Fengling. Your Uncle Song really knows he's wrong. Ah Ling, Mom begs you. For the sake of Mom. Stop. Fengling interrupted Liang Luoyun and said, You have no face with me. Liang Luoyun looked at Fengling with tearful eyes and said, Ah Ling, I am your mother. Fengling nodded. I know, but so what? Liang Luoyun, don't you love me? Fengling looked at her in surprise. What are you talking about? How could I possibly love you? How could I possibly love a woman who abandoned me and killed my father? Liang Luoyun cried and said, But Mom did that. All have bitter reasons. Mom does not love your father. It is not that I want your father to chase me. It is his own to come to chase me. It is her own car accident. do not blame me. At first I also wanted to take you away. But, your grandpa and dad wouldn't let me. Mom actually couldn't bear to let you go. Mom really does have a hard time. Well, Fong Ling nodded. I know, you have bitter feelings, but, I don't have bitter feelings. I just simply don't love you, and I have no feelings for you. Liang Luoyun cried and looked at Fong Ling. The only reason I still want to talk to you is because you did give me life. Fong Ling said, that can't be changed, but only secondarily. Ah Ling. Liang Luoyun cried, still trying to win Fong Ling's sympathy. He was interrupted by Fong Ling. He looked at Liang Luoyun and asked, you really don't know about Song Yishao trying to kill me? Liang Luoyun froze for a moment, her eyes flickering as she tried to speak. Fong Ling interrupted again. If you keep pestering and pleading for them, I can satisfy you and reunite your family. Reunited in prison. Liang Luoyun was stunned and looked at Fong Ling in disbelief. She couldn't believe Fong Ling would do this to her. How could Fong Ling do this to her? She was Fong Ling's mom. She was the one who gave Fong Ling life. Whatever she did to Fong Ling, she deserved it. Fong Ling should all suffer. Even if she wanted Fong Ling's life, Fong Ling should give it to her. Because, it was she who gave him life. Fong Ling should take what he wants. I'm your mom. You can't do this to me. Liang Luoyun cried. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to come into this world at all. I'm the one who gave you life. Fong Ling disdained, trying to morally kidnap him again. Go learn some law. Fong Ling said, even if you're my mom, you can't hurt me. It's against the law. What? Think I'm going to be morally kidnapped by so-called kinship? That I'll give you whatever you want? Are you dreaming? Liang Luoyun watched Fong Ling cry. Why did Fong Ling do this to her? Shouldn't Fong Ling let her have her way? That's how she was with her own parents. Mom and dad had given her life. She had to repay them. And whatever they took from her, she should give it to them and listen to them. In the beginning, when she married Fong Chang, she listened to her parents. Mom and dad used the Liang family, using the gift of birth to hold her hostage. She could only listen to her parents. But why didn't Fong Ling listen to her? You go. I'm going to rest. Fong Ling said. Liang Luoyun cried and shook his head. Ling, I want to go. Ling, I beg you, let your Uncle Song go, okay? What? Do you really want to be reunited with Song Yizhou in prison? Fong Ling asked. Liang Luoyun choked. She looked at Fong Ling's cold and emotionless eyes, and felt sad and realized that Fong Ling really didn't have any feelings for her at all. She didn't dare to gamble. Fong Ling was really going to send her to be reunited with Song Yichao in prison. Liang Luoyun cried and left in a state of disorientation. As soon as she stepped out, Fong Ling couldn't wait to close the door in her face. Lorraine Liang. Liang Luoyun stood in the doorway, eyes downcast, covering the indignation and unwillingness in her eyes. Fong Ling is ruthless like that. What's she gonna do? How can we save Song Yizhou? Song Yizhou was the one she relied on for the rest of her life. And if Song Yizhou really went to jail, her two children hadn't grown up yet. Song Zaishi was not close to her. Who can she count on for the rest of her life? Fong Ling tugged at his tie. Coming to Jiang Tong's side, he hugged Jiang Tong and said, Wife, I'm a little hard to bear. Jiang Tong smiled and asked, where is it hard? It's hard on the heart. Fong Ling said, the heart is clogged. Really? Jiang Tong asked. Aha. Fong Ling nodded his head, pulling Jiang Tang's hand to copy his chest and touching it. If you don't believe me, you touch it. Equals. It's not over yet. Yo, there's still a little bit of drama. There's still the birth of a child, the plot of the little baby, and there's still the story of Jiang Beizhu Nanqing and Zhan Xinyue in the back. Chapter 208. My wife is so pretty. Jiang Tong smiled and touched it, saying, I don't feel any blockage. Fong Ling grabbed her hand and continued, saying, you touch it again properly. My heart is really blocked. Wife, you touch it properly and slowly. Good. Jiang Tong then smiled and touched it properly and slowly for the whole afternoon, all the way to dinner. At the end of the dinner, Jiang Tang Fong elder Fong Ling returned to the Fong family. Butler Zhao greeted the Fong family's servants and security staff at the door with them. Seeing the trio return, they bent and bowed and shouted, welcome master, young lady home. Welcome home master, young master and young lady. Welcome home master, young master and young lady. Shout out important things 3 times. Elder Fong, Fong Ling, Jiang Tang. Butler Zhao is really getting pompous. It really isn't mature and stable at all for a man of his age. Wife, Butler Zhao wasn't this pompous in the past. Fong Ling said to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tong smiled. That's probably because I'm a pompous person. And Butler Zhao learned it from me, right? Fong Ling, the wife is clearly the most low-key and stable person. Back in the room, the two of them washed up and went to bed. Both hadn't slept in 2 days and nights. Wife, Fong Ling hugged Jiang Tang, very happy and satisfied. I finally married you. Jiang Tong smiled. Didn't you marry long ago? That's different. Feng Ling said. His wife used to marry him because of the amount of money his grandfather gave him. But now, she married him because she truly loved him. Now, he and his wife are really married. Sleep, Jiang Tong said. She's really tired. Feng Ling was so excited that he was a bit unable to sleep. But seeing the tiredness under Jiang Tang's eyes, he hugged her and said gently, "Okay, wife, go to sleep." Jiang Tong closed her eyes and quickly fell into sleep. Feng Ling hugged Jiang Tang and looked at her. My wife is so pretty. She looks good anyway. Awake and asleep. He wanted to touch her so badly. I wanted to use my hand to feel depicting her face little by little, but I was afraid of waking her up, so I stopped. I just kept staring at her. My wife's eyebrows look good. They are well rooted. They don't need to be drawn. They are shaped. Nice eyelashes. Curly and long, like two fans. Nice nose. Straight and small and delicate. Good looking lips. Standard petal lips and the color is as pink as a flower petal. Staring and staring, with a demented smile on his face. He hugged her and carefully and gently planted a kiss on her petal lips, whispering, "Honey, I love you." Jiang Tong was asleep and didn't respond to him, but the lips stayed curved with contented happiness. Early morning, Jiang Tong got up, opened her eyes, and saw a very handsome face. Seeing that Jiang Tang had woken up, Feng Ling moved over and gave Jiang Tang a kiss on the lips, smiling and said, "Good morning, wife." "Good morning." Jiang Tong smiled gently. "It's a wonderful thing to wake up and see the man you love." "Honey, did you sleep well?" Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong nodded. Feng Ling said, "I didn't sleep all night." Jiang Tong looked at him in surprise. "Why?" Feng Ling smiled and said, "Too excited to sleep." Jiang Tong, "So happy?" she asked. "Aha." Feng Ling nodded, his eyes shining as he looked at her and said seriously, "It was really fun." Jiang Tong looked at him, reached out her hand, hooked it around his neck, and kissed him against his lips. Feng Ling froze and wrapped his arms around her. By the time it was over, both of their hearts were beating fast. Jiang Tong said, "I'm happy too." At those words, Feng Ling smiled even more broadly. The two of them spent a little more time cuddling in bed before they got up, washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast. The next day, Feng Ling and Jiang Tang returned to the Jiang family with gifts. 3 dynasties back to the door. He had dinner at the Jiang family before returning to the Feng family. In just 2 days, the police had already investigated the things that Song Yizhou had committed very clearly. There are recordings of undercover agents and a police bust for kidnapping and murder. The evidence is overwhelming. The police have filed a case against the Song Yizhou and Song Qishan gangs. Song Yizhou Song Qishan is in the detention center, waiting for the trial to begin. Liang Luoyun is out there trying to think of ways to save Song Yizhou. It didn't matter to her what happened to Song Qishan, but Song Yichao she had to save. She's looking for Song Jiehe. "Zaishi, you must find a way to save your father," Liang Luoyun said to Song Zaishi with red eyes. "Aha." Song Zaishi nodded and said, "Aunt Liang, don't worry. I've been thinking of ways." "Are you really thinking about it?" Liang Luoyun asked, staring closely at Song Zaishi. Song Jiehe is lying. She hadn't even thought about saving Song Yichao. Song Yichao accident in the past few days. She ran around. Every day cannot eat and sleep. The pressure of the hair fell out in large quantities. The person had lost several pounds and the whole thing was emaciated. But then look at Song Zaishi. Every day to do what should be done. Eat well, sleep well, the whole person glowing. "Are you thinking that if your father dies, you'll be in charge of Song?" Liang Luoyun asked. Song Zaishi frowned. "Aunt Liang, what makes you think that? Could it be that in your mind, I'm the kind of person who wouldn't even save his own father for money?" Liang Luoyun hurriedly explained. "Jakesi, I don't mean that. I just..." "Aunt Liang," Song Zaishi said, "I know you're worried and scared, and I'm also worried and scared, but we both need to be rational. Dad did something that no matter how hard we try, we can't change. He kidnapped and murdered. The evidence is overwhelming, and he was arrested by the police in the first place. And there's no way we're going to get Dad acquitted no matter what we do." Liang Luoyun's eyes became even redder. This is something she understands, but she was still scared. What will she do if Song Yizhou really goes to jail? At this age, she actually doesn't have much affection for Song Yizhou anymore. And what she is worried and afraid of is her future. She was only in her 40s now, and there were still 40 or 50 years ahead of her. What would she do for the next 40 or 50 years without Song Yizhou? She had a clear perception of herself. She was the doddering flower. She could only live off of others. There was no way she could survive on her own. In the stream, you say, "We give money to the Feng family. Give lots and lots of money to the Feng family. Will the Feng family not pursue the matter?" Liang Luoyun asked. Song Zaishi looked at her and asked, "Aunt Liang, how much money can we give the Feng family?" Billions of dollars? Does the Fong family look good? Do you think the lives of Elder Fong and Fongling Jiantang are only worth a few $billion? Would they forgive someone who tried to murder them just for a few $billion? Forgive Papa? And won't Papa's release give him another chance to murder them? A few $billion is not enough to make the Fong family forgive Dad. Not even tens of billions. Maybe. A few $100 billion is okay. But a few $100 billion? Can the Song family take it out? Not to mention a few $100 billion. A few billion Song family can't even take it out right now. Chapter 209. Liang Luoyun was silent. If we sell the entire song, we can sell billions. But what happens after we sell billions? What are we going to live on? What about the clothes and bags you wear and the shark fins and bird's nests you eat every month? Song Jae-hee asked. Liang Luoyun frowned and said, I can refrain from buying clothes and bags, and not eat shark's fin and bird's nest. You are fine with not eating. But what about the younger siblings? What about the millions of dollars in annual tuition and living expenses for the younger siblings? Song Zaishi asked. Aunt Liang, I know that you love Dad, and I love Dad too, but the Song family doesn't just have Dad. There are other people. We can't disregard the rest of the Song family for Dad alone, right? Liang Luoyun was silent. Auntie Liang, even if we do sell songs, we won't be able to save Dad. We might as well run Song properly and then wait for Dad and Ashin to come out. I asked about Dad. Although the intention to murder, but after all, did not cause substantial harm to Fongling, will not be forced, at most just jail. If we sell Song, what will we do as a family later on when Dad gets out? Song Jae-hee asked. Liang Luoyun had actually been convinced by Song Zaishi. She had trouble surviving without Song Ezra, but it is simply impossible to survive without money. Aunt Liang, go tell Dad that we love him very much and we'll wait for him outside. Song Zaishi said. Liang Luoyun nodded. Good. Liang Luoyun went to the detention center and applied to see Song Yizhou. Seeing Song Yizhou, Liang Luoyun was heartbroken and red-eyed. In just a few days, Song Yizhou was thin and emaciated. The whole person looked as if he had aged 10 years. Eyes that used to be clear and shrewd have become cloudy. Husband. Song Yizhou looked at Liang Luoyun and didn't say anything. If he had seen Liang Luoyun like this in the past, he would have been heartbroken and comforted. But now, he was annoyed. He had thought about it over the past few days in the detention center, and he felt that it was Liang Luoyun who had caused his tragedy today. If, in the beginning, he didn't meet Liang Luoyun, didn't hook up with Liang Luoyun, then he wouldn't have been forced by the Fong family to leave Sea City and go to a foreign country where he was unfamiliar. It would not be targeted by the Fong family, and it would not have hatred in its heart for the Fong family and retaliate against the Fong family. All this is because he met Liang Luoyun. Otherwise, he would have made a career in Sea Town long ago. The change of fate in his life is all because of Liang Luoyun. Sure enough, a red face. Good-looking women are a curse. It was Liang Lakwon who ruined him. Song Yizhou looked at Liang Luoyun with indignation and disgust in his eyes. Liang Luoyun froze for a moment, surprised, looking at Song Yizhou in disbelief. Why is hubby looking at her with such eyes? Disgusted? Hate? Shouldn't her husband be loving and caring for her? Husband. Liang Luoyun's look became even more aggravated. What's wrong with you? She asked. Song Yizhou didn't say anything. Liang Luoyun said to herself again, hubby, I wanted to save you. I wanted to sell songs and save you. But, Jakesy didn't agree. Of course she had to dump the pot on Song Jae-hee. Otherwise, she'd be an ungrateful, scummy girl who flew apart in a big way. Song Yizhou looked at Liang Luoyun. He saw through this little bit of her mind at a glance. He had always known that Liang Luoyun was not really stupid and sweet. She also had a heart. But he didn't care. It was normal for a woman to have a little heart. Even, using little minds on him is a sign of caring about him. But now, it was tiresome. Coldly, he said, Jae-hyo made the right decision. Master Fong hated him, and had begun laying out a plan to place undercover agents around him more than 20 years ago. Regarding what he had committed, Song Yizhou had also consulted a lawyer, and it was impossible for him to escape the law. The evidence is overwhelming. There are recordings of undercover agents, and they've been caught by the police, so there's no way to turn the tide against the wind. One can only try to fight the case as well as possible and get him a few years less. Liang Luoyun choked. He was going to smear Song Jae-hee, but Song Yizhou said Song Jae-hee did the right thing. But, husband, I still want to save you. What if I can? Liang Luoyun cried. Then go beg Fong Ling. As long as Fong Ling and Elder Fong don't pursue the matter, then I can be acquitted. Song Yizhou said. Liang Luoyun cried. I begged Fong Ling, but Fong Ling was unwilling to forgive. Is it that you didn't show sincerity? Or, you force yourself to death? You say to Fong Ling, if he does not forgive me, you will die in front of him. Song Yizhou said. You're Fong Ling's mom. There's no way he could really watch you die, right? Liang Luoyun froze, looking at Song Yichao in surprise and disbelief. I didn't expect Song Yichao to say something like that. Husband. Liang Luoyun na looked at Song Yichao, half a long time did not know what to say. What? Don't dare? Song Yichao asked. Liang Luoyun cried and shook her head, saying, no, husband, I dare to do anything for you. Then go and press Feng Ling to death. Song Yichao said. Liang Luoyun cried and nodded. Good, husband, I will go. Song Yichao didn't say anything. Liang Luoyun cried for a while and hesitantly asked, husband, what about the company's affairs? You are now like this. The company things cannot be a group of dragons. Song Yichao asked, what do you think? Liang Luoyun cried, I don't know anything about the company at all. Why don't you let my brother help? My brother has been managing Liang's and has experience in managing a company. He will definitely work hard to run Song's well and wait for you to come out. Husband. Song Yichao looked at Liang Luoyun. Let someone else run the company? When he completes his sentence, who can say whether the company's name will be Song or Liang? No need. Song Yichao said coldly, Jae-hyo can be on his own. Song Jae-hee was trained by him. He trusted Song Jae-hee. But, Liang Luoyun said hesitantly, after all, Zaishi is a girl, and she will soon be married. Married? She also has the surname Song and is also my daughter. Song Yichao said. Song Zaishi has been holding back for so many years, never tearing his face off with Song Yichao and Liang Luoyun. Song Yichao still trusts Song Zaishi. He didn't think Song Zaishi would harm himself. Song Zaishi will definitely run Song's business well, and give the Liang family Liang's character. He can't trust it, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he will empty Song's business to fill Liang's. Liang Luoyun pursed her lips in silence. What? Aren't you happy? Song Yichao asked. Aren't you happy that I gave Song's management to Jae-hee? Do you want me to give Song's management to your mother's family that badly? Liang Luoyun came back to her senses and shook her head. Hubby, I didn't mean that. I'm just worried that Jae-hyo is too young to do well. Chapter 210 Liang Luoyun's death threat. Liang Lakwon left from the detention center. She hadn't expected that Song Yichao would actually prefer to give the company to Song Zaishi to manage. Not even to her maternal family. Is Song Echo just defending herself against her mother's family? She was in a bad mood. She thought of Song Yichao asking her to force herself to death. And of course she couldn't force herself to death. How could she possibly be willing to die for Song Yichao? But Song Yichao would get angry if she didn't do that. Song Yichao is definitely going to jail. But the shares of Song Group are still in his hands. She couldn't let Song Yichao disappoint her. Otherwise, what if Song Yichao doesn't share the family fortune with himself and his children in the future? It has to be done at least. Liang Luoyun went to Feng's house. He came to the Feng family's entrance and looked at the Feng family mansion. Feng family mansion is a single mansion, not a neighborhood. It is the year when the Feng family bought their own land to repair the house. Hundreds of acres of land. Only the Feng family this house. Large 5-story villa. Designed by a famous artist. It's beautiful. The house is decades old but well maintained and looks as good as new. And the style is not dated at all. It still looks great. Liang Luoyun looked at the heart is very difficult. Before, she lived here. What thought at that time? Living here for a few years, she did not feel that the house looked good and luxurious. It just felt like the house was like a cage. Locking myself in and not being able to breathe every day. Now look back. Really wanted to punch myself in the face for being there in the first place. Feng Chang is so good. The Feng family is so rich. If she doesn't get divorced, she will be the young lady of the Feng family. Money and status. Nothing is lacking. Even, without doing anything, lying flat, you can enjoy the glory and wealth that ordinary people can't reach. Instead of going to M. After more than 20 years of drawing on the Song family, it seems that, up to now, they still have nothing. Truly, the tears that are shed now are from the water that was in my brain at the time. How is it that money and status didn't matter at the time? How is it that you feel like there's a win to be had? Liang Luoyun sighed and was stopped by the security guard, who questioned her, asking who she was and who she was here to see. Then he notified Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao frowned. Liang Lakwon came to see young master? It's not good. But Butler Zhao still went to inform Feng Ling. Today Feng Ling and Jiang Tang are at home. Marriage leave. Feng Ling heard that Liang Luoyun had come to see him, rolled his eyes, thinking with her toes. She knew that Liang Luoyun must have come to find herself because of Song Yichao's matter. But he decided to meet anyway, to talk to Liang Lakwon. No matter what, there was no way he could forgive Song Yichao. Even if he forgives Song Yichao, then Song Yichao cannot be acquitted. This is a public criminal case, not child's play. Song Yichao committed a crime. Not his words can count. It's the law of Z that says so. Feng Ling Jia top C Liang Luoyun. Liang Luoyun was then led into the villa by the security personnel. Feng Ling looked at her and asked, "What are you doing here?" Liang Luoyun looked at Fengling with red eyes and choked. Ling, I beg you. Forgive your Uncle Song. Fengling frowned, annoyed. I told you, I won't forgive him. You really don't forgive? Liang Luoyun asked. Aha. Fengling nodded. Liang Luoyun suddenly took out a sharp dagger from the luxury bag she was carrying casually, pressed it against her neck, and looked at Fengling with a determined face. If you don't forgive your Uncle Song, I will die in front of you. Fengling, Joe Butler, what is she doing? To the death? Fengling was speechless. She thinks she has a place in his heart? Important? If she had held a knife to his neck, he would have forgiven Song Yichao for the sake of his little life, but she held the knife against her own neck. Then you die. Fengling said indifferently. Liang Luoyun froze for a moment. She knew that Fengling didn't have much feelings for her and didn't care about her. But that's too cold and heartless, isn't it? Not only did he not advise her, he wanted her to die? How could he do this to her? She's his mom. Even if he's a stranger, he can't be so cold and unfeeling, can he? Liang Luoyun cried and looked at Fengling, truly sad. Your own son did this to you. Good. Liang Luoyun cried. Then I'll die in front of you. Take the knife and make a gentle cut. She didn't dare push, afraid to cut the aorta hard enough. That might actually kill you. She didn't want to die at all. She was just putting on a show. The reason why I really cut it is just for show. Fengling, it's not. She really cuts off? He thought she was just scaring him, but she didn't dare. I didn't realize that Liang Lakwan was really so brave. Quick, send it to the hospital. Fengling hurriedly said to the security personnel. The soldiers were in a state of chaos and sent Liang Lakwan to the hospital. Although Liang Luoyun didn't cut into an artery, her neck was more delicate, and with the cut, she still bled a lot. It's still scary to look at. The commotion caught the attention of Jiang Tang upstairs, who came downstairs and followed him to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Fengling contacted Song Zaishi. When a person is injured you have to contact her family. Sung Jae-hee is a family member of Liang Lakwan. He wasn't. Fengling and the others sent Liang Luoyun to the nearest hospital, and the doctor took a look at her, and after not injuring any arteries or bleeding profusely, he treated her wounds and bandaged them. Just after he was bandaged up, Song Jae-hee came. Fengling told Song Zaishi. Song Zaishi looked at Liang Luoyun in surprise. Could it be that all along she had misunderstood? Liang Lakwan is true love for her dad? Dads like this? He's in jail, and she's willing to give up her life for a dad like this? No arteries were injured. Fengling said. Song Zaishi, you're here. We're leaving. Fengling said. Song Zaishi looked at Jiang Tang and said, after my father's case is pronounced, I'll take Liang Luoyun and go back to M country. Jiang Tang glanced at her and nodded. Liang Luoyun's identity is a bit awkward. Although Fengling doesn't love her, she is after all Fengling's real mother. She is in Sea City, and she doesn't know what she will do with this identity. Although the Feng family and Fengling were not afraid, it was distracting to always be like this. Or should Liang Luoyun get the hell back to M? Out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Tong believes Song Zaishi. With Song Zaishi's means, Liang Luoyun, who doesn't have Song Yichao's backing, can't turn over any waves in Song Zaishi's hands. Song Zaishi was selling out to them. Fengling and Jiang Tang went home. Wife, do you think that Liang Luoyun is sick? Fengling asked with a frown. Jiang Tong didn't say anything. I can't figure out what's so good about a man like Song Yichao. Fengling said. Make Liang Lakwan willing to go this far. In his opinion, Song Yichao is a despicable and shameless man who has little ability to get started by eating Jedi. Why would his father lose to a man like that? He really couldn't figure it out. Chapter 211, Catching a Warbler. Jiang Tong seemed to be understanding the difficulty of the intention in Fengling's heart. Smiling, she said, not every woman has the right vision like me when it comes to looking at men. Fengling, looking at Jiang Tong, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Don't fish, Fengling said. Fish into a warbler again. Jiang Tong looked at him and nodded with a smile. Okay, no fishing, added another. No more fishing. Fengling, how does that work? I mean don't fish now. You can. Still fish later. Jiang Tong smiled and glanced at him. Fengling was a little embarrassed. Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Okay, I won't fish today. This is the end. I'll fish again tomorrow. Now. Fengling was satisfied. Song Jae-hee went to visit Song Yichao, told the story of Liang Luoyun's death threat to Fengling. Song Yichao froze for a moment. He did want Liang Luoyun to plead against Fengling, but to force him to die was just a casual remark. But I didn't expect Liang Luoyun to really do that. Liang Lakwan. Song Yichao had a complicated look on his face. No arteries were injured. Though, Song Zaishi said, it's just a little skin wound. Song Yichao looked at Song Zaishi. Does she mean that Liang Luoyun is just putting on a show? Not really wanting to die for it? Song Yizhao sighed and said, "You don't need to say this in front of me. You are a smart person. After that, the Song family will rely on you." Song Zaishi said, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of everything at Song's and wait for Dad to come out." Song Yichao nodded his head. He actually wasn't completely at ease with Song Zaishi, but he had no choice now. Liang Luoyun is a few points of heart, but Liang Luoyun's heart belongs to the battle of the lady of the back home, the workplace company thing she does not understand. If Liang Luoyun was allowed to manage the company, she couldn't do it, so she had to turn to the Liang family, so that Song's would become Liang's. In Creek, anymore, at least the last name is Song. In the future, when Jaehyun gets married, the Song family will be her maiden family, and women are all dependent on their maiden families, and Jaehyun will not harm Song. Song Yizhao and Song Qishan's case was pronounced after some time. Song Yizhao was the mastermind and was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and Song Qishan got 5 years. Song Yizhao sighed in relief. It was in his own expectations. 10 years, he was less than 50 now, and 10 years out, he would be just under 60. For some, 60 is old, but he is an old steed. 60 years old, not old, still young. Song Zaishi was relieved to hear the sentence pronounced. 10 years. If, after 10 years, Dad can really come out. She has completely controlled Song. Dad couldn't do much even if he came out. And, dads don't always get out of jail alive. Feng Laozi is not going to let Dad come out of prison alive. This was Sea City, Master Feng's territory. And if Master Feng really wanted a person's life, it would be easy, not to mention a fishbowl prison. As for Song Qishan, whether it was Elder Feng or Song Zaishi, neither of them put him in their eyes. For Song Zaishi, even if Song Qishan comes out, she can still control him, give him good food and drink to serve him, and just don't cause trouble. Song Qishan should not hope for it. When Song Yizhao and Song Qishan were sentenced, Song Zaishi resigned from the Feng group and was going back to M country. Song Yizhao had given her the power to manage the company. She's taking Liang Luoyun back to M. Before returning to M, she once again approached Jiang Tang. She said, "I will take Liang Luoyun back to M. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to. In the future, she will never come to Sea City again." Jiang Tang smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Song Zaishi reluctantly asked, "Really, not consider me?" Jiang Tang looked at her. Song Zaishi said, "My character and looks and abilities are outstanding in every way. Now that I also own Song, am I not worthy of Jiang Bei? It's not about love. She really wants to marry Jiang Bei and climb up to the Feng family and Jiang Tang." Jiang Tang smiled and said, "Jiang Bei doesn't like you." Song Zaishi frowned. "Feelings can be cultivated. I'm confident that I can make Jiang Bei fall in love with me as long as I'm given time." Jiang Tang, but now, Jiang Bei already has a choice. Song Zaishi looked at Jiang Tang. Sigh. She knew that it wasn't that Jiang Bei hadn't chosen herself. Rather, Jiang Tang didn't choose himself. "But why didn't you pick me?" Song Zaishi asked. Jiang Tang thought for a moment and said, "You know about Song Yizhao and Song Qishan plotting against the Feng family." Song Zaishi didn't say anything. She did know. "Although, everything is in our expected plan. But, if you can tell me or the Feng family in advance, maybe I will change my mind about you," Jiang Tang said. Song Zaishi frowned and fell silent. How could she tell Jiang Tang and Fengling? In fact, how you think? You know yourself. And I also know that regardless of whether Song Yizhao and Song Qishan succeed or fail, it will be beneficial to you. If it succeeds, Liang Luoyun can get the Feng family's property. And as far as Liang Luoyun's brain is concerned, the odds are that her money will be equal to the Song and Liang family's money. If you fail, Song Yizhao and Song Qishan will be finished. Song Yizhao has no choice but to give Song to you, Jiang Tang said. Song Zaishi asked, "Did I do wrong? If it was you in my situation, you would have made the same choice as me. Isn't that what happens to people at the mall?" Jiang Tang nodded. "Indeed, you did not do wrong. You step-by-step counting. Even his own brother counted. But, people can count, but not all of them can count. In addition to counting, there are feelings. As Jiang Bei's sister, I hope Jiang Bei can marry a woman he loves and who loves him. Loving and happy, not a marriage with no feelings, all calculations." Song Zaishi frowned and didn't say anything. She didn't agree with the idea. Since it's a business marriage, what's the sentiment? Isn't a business marriage all about profit? Where there is profit, there is reckoning. There is nothing wrong with your idea, and there is nothing wrong with my idea. We just have different paths, Jiang Tang said. Okay, Song Zaishi sighed. I know. It seemed that there was really no way to join forces with the Jiang family. A few days later, Song Zaishi took Liang Luoyun back to M country. Time passed and Jiang Tang was 4 months pregnant. The child is essentially fully developed and ready to have the sex of the fetus checked. Elder Feng asked Fengling to check the sex of the fetus. Fengling frowned. What? Do you favor boys over girls? Elder Feng glared at him. I only value talent, not waste. Fengling. The loser is him. Just a little curious. Master Feng said. A little. Can't wait to find out the sex of the child. He may be patriarchal, but he'd be happy with a great-granddaughter. Male or female. They are all children of the Feng family. It's not like the Feng family is broke and can't afford to raise a child. It's a girl and he'll love his great-granddaughter and raise her properly. The baby is due tomorrow. Chapter 212. It's young Master Xiao Xiao. Feng Laozi thought about it. If it really is a daughter, it seems to be very good. He had only one son, and Fengling was a grandson. No daughters, no granddaughters. If only there was a soft and cuddly granddaughter. It's really quite good. Don't worry, Elder Feng said. Sons and daughters are all the same, and I love my great-granddaughter as usual. Go and check. If it's all the same, then why go for a checkup? Fengling spat. Obviously patriarchal and still won't admit it. Elder Feng said. Isn't it good to check in advance to know the male and female? He was a little eager, a little impatient to find out the gender. Fengling bristled. Obviously it's patriarchy and you still don't admit it. Are you afraid of being scolded by people for what you've done? Master Feng glared at him. Who am I afraid of? Who dares to scold me? Fengling. Let's go. Jiang Tong smiled and said. It's okay if we go check it out. It didn't matter to her if it was her child or not. It was her child anyway. But knowing the gender ahead of time wasn't a bad thing. Know ahead of time to prepare ahead of time. Of the 3 people in the family, 2 were in favor of going for a checkup, and Fengling was actually not against it. He and Jiang Tang then went to the hospital for a checkup. The private hospital the Feng family has a stake in. The doctor was examining Jiang Tong, and while doing so, he smiled and said to Fengling, who was watching from the sidelines, this is the fetus's hand, this is the fetus's arm, and this is the fetus's. The doctor was weighing what to say. What's this for a fetus? Fengling asked curiously. To him, it was just a lump of meat that he couldn't read at all. It's young Master Tiny. The female doctor smiled. Fengling. Oh, then he knows what that is for a fetus. Jiang Tong heard it too. It's a boy. Pretty good. She could understand Grandpa. After all, Grandpa is 70 years old. And older people, they really don't know when they're going to go. Grandpa wanted to see the Feng family succeeded by someone else. And Grandpa's successor had to be a boy. She wasn't going to argue with her grandfather. Everyone had everyone's opinion. Everyone's obsession. After doing the checkup, Fengling and Jiang Tang went home. Mr. Feng is waiting at home. Seeing the 2 return, Elder Feng asked, checked? Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. Well, congratulations Grandpa. You got what you wanted. Elder Feng was instantly happy. Looking at Jiang Tang, spending a lot of money to marry Jiang Tang for Fengling was really the best decision he had made in the last 20 years. Jiang Tong is beautiful, capable, and as soon as she and Fengling get married, she makes Fengling change his years of bad habits, go to work for the company, and seriously learn to manage the company. Now, there's also a male in one fell swoop. Tang Tang, you are a great benefactor to the Feng family. Elder Feng smiled and sighed heartily. Jiang Tong smiled. Actually getting married and having children. Not to say she should have done it, but it was all she was willing to do. She was a little embarrassed when Grandpa said that. Fengling asked, what about me? The wife is the benefactor of the Feng family. What about him? He should be, too. After all, his wife couldn't conceive a child on her own without him. Elder Feng stared at him without any good humor. You, Tong Tong came to the Feng family to repay the favor. You are the one who came to the Feng family to take revenge. Fengling, how did I take revenge? Elder Feng, isn't the loser avenging or repaying a favor? Fengling, don't dare talk. He did lose a lot of money by losing his family. No face to retort. At 4 months, Jiang Tang's stomach was still relatively flat, and slowly reaching 5 months, her stomach finally had a little curve. The meals Jiang Tong ate now were customized by a senior nutritionist, ensuring that she and her child were nourished, but controlled to keep her from gaining weight. Women, they care about their bodies. Jiang Tong is not exempt. At 5 months the baby is already moving in the belly. Fengling unintentionally saw it once, and felt curious. Every night, when he wanted to sleep, he let Jiang Tang lift up his clothes, and he stared at his stomach to see when the child moved in her stomach. Jiang Tong, all right, just as long as he's happy. In 6 months, Jiang Tang's belly was round. Fengling's favorite thing to do now was to grease Jiang Tang's stomach every night. Putting on moisturizing oil will, to some extent, prevent the growth of stretch marks. While most of this sort of thing is genetically determined, touching it still does something. Fengling would anoint Jiang Tang's stomach every night before going to bed, and sometimes, The baby in his stomach would move around when he anointed it, giving Fongling a response. Fongling just played with the child through his belly. Jiang Tong, really a child. At 7 months, the belly got a little bigger and Jiang Tong's weight went up by 5 pounds. Jiang Tong was very satisfied. Nice control. Jiang Tong's projections, before the birth, up 10 pounds, so that, almost after the birth of the child, you can return to the pre-pregnancy weight. Jiang Tong is well maintained. There were no spots on my face, no lines on my belly, and by the end of my pregnancy, there was no water retention. My belly was too big to turn over or anything. She was in great shape throughout her pregnancy. It's not much different than before you were pregnant. Of course, all of this is because she spends a lot of money and time keeping it up. After she was 7 months pregnant, she didn't go to work at the company, temporarily handing it over to the people below her, and just taking care of some important things at home sometimes. Fongling still goes to work every day. He went to work on time every morning and went home to accompany Jiang Tang as soon as he got off work. The friends also know that Jiang Tang is now in the late stages of pregnancy, and they are also very conscious of not asking Fongling to go out to play. A blink of an eye, Jiang Tong is about to go into labor. Fongling didn't go to work at the company anymore either. Master Fong didn't go either. All at home, all day and all night with Jiang Tang. The atmosphere of the Fong family is tense to the naked eye. Jiang Tong herself was fine. Her mind was relatively calm, but Elder Fong and Fongling were nervous, and their entire body was tensed all the time. Jiang Tong, originally she was more relaxed, but with Grandpa and Fongling like this, it made it seem like she was a little nervous too. I wanted to persuade Grandpa and Fongling, but I didn't know where to start. In the evening, Jiang Tong was lying on the bed, and Fongling anointed Jiang Tong with body oil. He loves to touch Jiang Tong's belly now. Her belly was small, now 9 months old, and half the size of a basketball, round, white, and extraordinarily pretty. He loved it. Fongling touched it lovingly. Jiang Tong, however, suddenly frowned. Then, Fongling seemed to hear the sound of water. He looked down. Wife, why are you incontinent? Fongling asked suspiciously. It seems like you get incontinence in the later stages of pregnancy. Jiang Tong, honey, I'll carry you to the cleaners. I don't dislike you. Really? Fongling said seriously. Wife, you don't have to blame yourself and be ashamed. It's normal for a pregnant woman to be incontinent when she's older in months and the baby squeezes her bladder. He couldn't stop loving his wife. How could he dislike it? Honey, believe me, I really don't mind. Chapter 213. He has been mingling with all the major pregnant women's forum apps since Jiang Tong got pregnant. I often see some pregnant women say that their husbands dislike them because they are inconveniently fat in the second trimester. Because of incontinence. I was spit on and disliked by my husband for being bulky and inconvenient to do many things. He was then terrified that his wife would also think he resented her. He didn't mind at all. When his wife was like this, he only had heartache because she was like this because of him. Jiang Tong looked at Fongling helplessly. She hadn't said a word, and he'd been talking to himself for hundreds of words. She said, you should not, right now, be carrying me to the shower. You should be carrying me to the hospital. Fongling froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Tang suspiciously. Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well anywhere? Why are you going to the hospital? Jiang Tong said calmly, my water broke. Fongling was puzzled. Amniotic fluid broke? What is amniotic fluid? What? Wife, your amniotic fluid broke? He finally reacted to this. Wife, your water broke. This, wife, are you going to give birth? Honey, what should we do? What to do? Fongling was in a hurry. Very much want to go to hug Jiang Tang, but a little afraid. Jiang Tong looked at Fongling and said, Fongling, calm down. Fongling nodded. Yes, calm. Keep chanting calm. But it's not really calm at all. Jiang Tong just quietly looked at Fongling. Fongling finally slowly calmed down, took a deep breath, and said, wife, lie still for a while. I'll go call someone right away. Aha. Jiang Tong nodded. Fongling then went downstairs to ask Master Fong to call Butler Zhao and the servants. A few minutes later, a group of people went up the stairs in great numbers. Some maids pushed a cart, entered the bedroom. The maids helped Jiang Tong to sit on the cart, pushed the cart downstairs, and the family escorted Jiang Tong to the hospital to give birth to the baby. Fongling informed Zhang's family on the way. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Zhang's family was almost there. Jiang Tong went for a checkup first, and it was true that her water had broken, but the seizure that hadn't started yet. Jiang Tong was admitted to the VIP ward and waited for her to have a seizure. Wife, how are you? Beside the hospital bed, Fongling held Jiang Tang's hand and asked with nervousness and worry, his face a little unsightly. Jiang Tong, I'm fine. Wife, are you in pain right now? Fengling asked, and he choked a little before the words were finished. Jiang Tong, does she look like she's in pain now? Fengling held Jiang Tang's hand tightly and said seriously, wife, don't be afraid, I'll always be with you. Jiang Tong nodded. After that, Fengling stopped talking. Even if you are nervous and scared inside, you don't say anything. By saying it, he only made his wife more scared and nervous as well, and she had to comfort him in turn. He had been holding Jiang Tang's hand and silently supporting and guarding her. The elders are fairly calm, having been through it all, and all the indicators of Jiang Tang's pregnancy were good. The doctors and hospitals were the best and most professional, and the process of delivery was set. Nothing to worry about. Xu Nanqing and Zhang Bei also came. The two of them have never experienced it either. A little nervous, a little curious, but still calm. At least, much better than Fengling. Jiang Tong's water broke at 8 o'clock. She arrived at the hospital at 9:30, and at 11 o'clock, her stomach started to hurt. As soon as her stomach started hurting, she was wheeled into the delivery room, given a painless shot, and then waited for a water birth when she started. Fengling wanted to follow him in. It was stopped by Jiang Tang and Elder Feng. As far as Fengling's character was concerned, going in wouldn't help any and would only add to the chaos. Probably, before Jiang Tong did anything, he couldn't stand it and fainted first. The Jiang family and the Feng family were waiting outside. Why hasn't the wife given birth yet? Fengling chanted as he walked. Crowd, it's only been 20 minutes since this went in. It's giving birth. He thinks it's taking a? Some people are so constipated that they can't poop for more than 20 minutes. Mom, how long do you think it will take to have a baby? Fengling asked Jiang Mother. Here, there is only one woman, Jiang Mother, who has given birth. Jiang Mother laughed and said, divided into people. Some, a few minutes to give birth. Some a few days and nights to give birth. Fengling's face instantly went white. Days and nights? Jiang Mother, you can rest assured that Tong Tong will not be a few days and nights. If she is not born after a few hours, she will be delivered by cesarean section. Fengling nodded, but was still nervous in his heart. Zhang Bei pulled him aside and comforted him. Don't be nervous, my sister is in good health. All the indicators of pregnancy are good, plus the best and most professional doctors and nurses. She will give birth soon. Fengling gave him a blank look. It's not your wife giving birth. Of course you're not nervous. Jiang Bei, wish Nanqing, when your wife gives birth in the future, I'll see if you're nervous or not. You'll probably be even more useless than me by then. Fengling said. Jiang Bei glanced at Zhu Nanqing, inexplicably a little embarrassed. Zhu Nanqing reddened. The three men were awkwardly silent. To be exact, there was an awkward silence between two people, Jiang Bei and Zhu Nanqing. Fengling wasn't embarrassed. His heart was now focused on Jiang Tang in the maternity ward. Why won't Grandpa let me in? Fengling spat with a frown of chagrin. Jiang Bei said, you didn't even go in to add to the mess, and going in will only add to it even more. Fengling, bother. Jiang Bei, tell me, is your sister my wife in there in pain? Fengling asked in pain. A heart clenched. Jiang Bei didn't want to talk to Fengling anymore. Xu Nanqing smiled and said, brother-in-law, my sister had a painless injection. It doesn't hurt. Fengling, is that so? Then tell me, if I don't go in there with her, is she scared and helpless? Fengling asked again. Xu Nanqing smiled and said, it won't be, although brother-in-law can't go in to accompany sister. But sister knows that brother-in-law loves sister very much. With brother-in-law's love, sister won't be afraid. Fengling looked at Zhu Nanqing. It's still Nanqing who is good and talkative. He likes it. Xu Nanqing can definitely become his younger sibling. Jiang Bei glanced at Zhu Nanqing. She can really lie. Sister is not afraid because sister is originally a brave woman. It's not because of Fengling's love. Xu Nanqing smiled gently and quietly. Jiang Tong was born. It went well. Her regular dietary routine all year round, as well as her exercise, kept her in good shape and her diet under control after she got pregnant, and the baby wasn't too big. Plus a painless shot and a great experience water birth with the most professional doctors and nurses to help guide you. Went in and had the baby in almost an hour. Smooth labor. The baby is exactly 6 pounds. After the birth, the doctor picked up the baby. Wow. The baby's loud and clear cry came out of the delivery room. Equals. Back Feng Xiao with baby daily. Ha ha. I'm kind of looking forward to it myself. Chapter 214, why is he so good looking? Those outside the delivery room froze for a moment when they heard the cries. Then, Elder Feng's eyes reddened with excitement. Zhang's father and mother were happy. Fengling's entire body froze with a straight face, listening to the baby's cries for a long time. What? Happy and stupid? Jiang Bei asked Fengling with a smile. Fengling turned his head in slow motion to look at Jiang Bei, and then, tears rolled out at once. Jiang Bei, this. He looked at Fengling in surprise. Would it be too much? He's crying? He had never seen Fongling cry in all the years he had known her, even when she was beaten to a pulp by Elder Fong. Now, just hearing his son cry and crying? Is this the father-son connection? Fongling was a little embarrassed and wiped his tears. He didn't know what was wrong. When he heard the child crying, inexplicably his nose turned sour and then he cried. Inside he didn't want to cry. He was happy that his wife had successfully given birth to a child, but he couldn't seem to control himself at the moment. Elder Fong looked at Fongling and laughed lightly, not mocking him. He and Fongling empathized. Only, he wasn't as crybaby as Fongling, but he wasn't much better. Tears were swirling in his eyes, but they didn't flow out. He's so old it's embarrassing for him to cry in front of a bunch of juniors. Endure. The doctor and nurse were cleaning Jiang Tang up, and the other nurse held the baby to Jiang Tang and said with a smile, "The little young master is very cute." Jiang Tang twisted his head to look. The child's eyes were closed, but it was very white, with lush hair, and it did look good. She smiled gently, tears streaming out of her eyes. She hadn't cried when she was giving birth earlier, but now she was crying as she looked at the baby. It's her baby. Her baby. The nurse smiled and asked Jiang Tang, "Want a kiss?" Jiang Tang gently nodded her head. The nurse then held the child very close. Jiang Tang slightly propped up her head and gently kissed the child on the forehead. The baby moved, but was nice and quiet and didn't cry. Looking at the tiny white mass, Jiang Tang's heart was a soft mess. An hour later, the doctors and nurses pushed Jiang Tang and the child out. Jiang's family and Feng's family, who were waiting at the entrance to the maternity ward, walked up. Some watched the children. Some watched Jiang Tang. Elder Fong and Father Jiang watched the children, while Fongling and Mother Jiang watched Jiang Tang. "Is everything okay?" Jiang Mother asked with concern. Jiang Tang nodded gently. Jiang Mother was relatively calm before, but now, seeing Jiang Tang, she couldn't hold back her red eyes. She thought of when she gave birth to Jiang Tang more than 20 years ago, such a tiny ball, and now, she had also given birth to a child and become a mother. Wife. Fongling looked at Jiang Tang tenderly and held Jiang Tang's hand tightly. Jiang Tang looked at him and asked with a light smile, "Crying?" Fongling held her hand without saying anything. Jiang Tang smiled. The crowd pushed Jiang Tang and the child into the hospital room. Elder Fong and Jiang Bei they gathered around the child to watch. Jiang Tang said to Fongling, "Go check on the child." "Aha." Fongling nodded and said to Jiang Tang, "Wife, even if our child is ugly, I won't mind." He had heard that little children were born as red, wrinkled messes and were ugly. Many people can't accept that the child they give birth to is so ugly. He swore in his heart that no matter how ugly the child was, it was his baby and he was going to love it. Elder Fong sniffed and glared at Fongling. "Bastard! Calling his precious great-grandson ugly? Wish I could punch him in the face." Jiang Tong. He really thinks a lot throughout the day. Fongling then went to see the child. This look. He froze for a moment, looked at the child in surprise, then looked at Jiang Tang, and asked, "Honey, how come he's not ugly at all?" Jiang Tong. "Don't they say that a newborn baby is red and wrinkled and ugly? How did he get so good looking?" Fongling sent out a sole question. Why is his son so good looking, white and tender, with such thick hair? Jiang Tong. There are also those who are born looking good. Fongling. He looked at the child. Elder Fong said from the sidelines, "You were born ugly." Fongling frowned. "Impossible." Master Fong said, "Really? You were born a red, wrinkled mess. So ugly." Fongling's frown tightened. He was not to believe that he was born ugly, but Grandpa said it so seriously. "Really?" Fongling asked. "Aha." Elder Fong nodded. Fongling. "Oops. Looks like he was really ugly when he was first born. What does being born ugly have to do with me now?" Fongling said. "He just looks good now." Elder Fong gave him a look and snorted. Ignoring him, he continued to look at his precious great-grandson. Gee, his precious great-grandson is a good-looking guy. If you're born this good-looking, what's going to happen when you grow up? Wouldn't it be the world's most handsome? Fongling child watched and took a hit at Fong Lousy, so he returned to the hospital bedside and pulled Jiang Tang's hand to see Jiang Tang. Tenderly and fondly, he said, "Wife, it's really hard on you." Jiang Tang smiled shallowly and didn't say anything. Fongling added, "Wife, doesn't it hurt? In the future, we won't give birth. It doesn't hurt." Jiang Tang said. Fongling. Jiang Tang said, "It doesn't hurt." Fongling was even more touched in his heart and held Jiang Tang's hand tighter. "Wife, I know, you don't want me to worry about the heartache, and purposely said this to comfort me. How could it not hurt?" Jiang Tang said, "It really doesn't hurt." He froze for a moment and asked, "It really doesn't hurt?" Jiang Tang nodded. "Well, it really doesn't hurt." Fongling was puzzled. How can it not hurt? Don't all births hurt? What he had seen on TV and heard in real life. Births hurt. Because we have money, Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling was even more puzzled. Does being rich mean it doesn't hurt? But why is it that in Mr. Bully's novels, those female protagonists are still in pain from giving birth? While giving birth, they cursed the bossy hero and said they would never give birth again. Jiang Tong asked. And then what? Feng Ling said. Then the domineering male lead knelt by the female lead's hospital bed, apologizing and saying heartbreakingly over and over again that he would never give birth again. Jiang Tong, read less hegemony novels. Why does it hurt even when the bastard's heroine gives birth? Doesn't Mr. Ba have any money? Feng Ling asked. Jiang Tong thought for a moment and said, is there a possibility that it's necessary for the plot? Feng Ling, the author writes that the heroine is in pain and in danger from giving birth. And then the hero is all kinds of nervous about caring and regretting and crying in pain and mobilizing the reader's emotions? It's the same reason as adding all kinds of difficulties and torments to the love of the hero and the heroine. So that the hero and the heroine go through many trials and tribulations and end up together. So that this kind of love is more engraved and more touching. Jiang Tong said. Feng Ling, Chapter 215, Feng Ling loses favor. Still, but the truth is, we have the money. We can have painless. Choose water birth. Hire the most professional and experienced doctors and nurses. And even, when we were pregnant we hired a professional dietitian to make sure that the adults and the child are nourished but not too big. So that I won't be too intoxicated when I give birth to the baby. Jiang Tong said. Having money solves 99% of the world's pain and suffering. Feng Ling. Jiang Tong looked at him with a smile and asked, what? Do you also want to express your heartache and love for me by watching me in pain and crying out that you won't give birth? Never again. Just like what is written in novels. Feng Ling reddened in embarrassment. Just now, he seems to have said something like this. The others smiled at Feng Ling as they sniffed. Feng Ling was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. Shame on you. It was now 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Everyone else had gone back. Only Feng Ling stayed in the hospital. And there were 2 sister-in-laws. One sister-in-law was responsible for bringing up the child. And one sister-in-law took care of serving Jiang Tang. Feng Ling sat by the crib and looked at the baby. He looked at it for a while and turned back to Jiang Tang and said, honey, he's so small. Jiang Tong, looking back again, he saw the child's tiny fists moving around, and turned back to Jiang Tang with bright eyes, saying, honey, he's so cute. Jiang Tong. Feng Ling kept staring. His son was really cute. He couldn't get enough of him. He carefully reached out his hand and gently touched his face, exclaiming, honey, he's so soft. Jiang Tong. I gave birth to a child, not a toy. Feng Ling smiled and said, haven't you heard? The netizens say that children mean nothing if they don't bring them to play. Jiang Tong. It's good that he's happy. Feng Ling watched the child. Jiang Tang lay on the bed and fell asleep in a daze. The effect of the anesthesia passed, slightly uncomfortable, but within the range of tolerance. Feng Ling had seen enough and turned back, wanting to talk to Jiang Tang, but realized that Jiang Tang was asleep. Feng Ling came over and gently placed a light kiss on her forehead. Honey, thank you. Jiang Tang was asleep. Feng Ling wasn't. He sat by the hospital bed all night, looking at Jiang Tang for a while, and the child for a while. He's a man with a son now, and from now on, it's a wife and kids. Life can be so beautiful. In the morning, Elder Feng came to the hospital early in the morning. As soon as he entered the door of the hospital room, he shouted, good grandson, great-grandpa's good grandson. While saying that, he went to see the child, looked at the child smiling, looked left, right, up and down, and couldn't get enough of him. Ask your sister-in-law about it as you look at it. Last night his great-grandson cried or not, laughed or not, how much he ate, how many times he pooped, everything. Feng Ling. He felt completely out of favor. 10 minutes had passed since Grandpa had entered the hospital room, and he only had the child in his eyes, not even casting a glance at him. It wasn't long ago that he was obviously Grandpa's world. How did Grandpa change so fast? Tong Tang, you've worked hard, Elder Feng said with a smile. Jiang Tong smiled lightly and didn't say anything. Elder Feng smiled and said, the lawyer will be here in a moment. I will gift you another 2% of the shares. And my little good grandson, I will also give him 5% of the shares. It was impossible for Jiang Tang to refuse the shares that were sent to her door, and said with a smile, thank you, Grandpa. Elder Feng smiled and said, this is what you deserve. What about me? Feng Ling asked. Wife and son got shares, and he's the only one left out? You what? Elder Feng asked. Feng Ling said, my wife and son have shares, and I don't? Elder Feng glared at him. Your wife is a credit to our Fengjai family. The children are the future of our Fengjai love. Of course I'm giving them shares. What about you? What are you? Are you a credit to the Feng family? Or are you the future of the Feng family? What face do you have to ask for shares? Fengling, don't forget, without me, my wife can't have a child by herself. That seems to make sense. Weren't your shares given to you a long time ago? Elder Feng said, I am 18 years old after the adult you gave me. Said it is my bar mitzvah. Why did you give it so early? Fengling pointed to the small child in the crib and asked. Elder Feng glared at him. So, what? Are you jealous now? You're such a big man. Are you ashamed to be jealous of your own son? Fengling, he's really out of favor. Even if you treat me as a childbearing tool. Fengling glared at Elder Feng and said, you should also be nicer to the childbearing tool. What? You only want one? Don't want 2 or 3 more children? Only want great-grandchildren, not great-granddaughters? Elder Feng wanted. At his age, he is not short of money, and what he wants most is to have many children and a prosperous Feng family. Although Fengling was of little use, Fengling really had to rely on him if he wanted his family to prosper. That's all he's good for. You can't just let the horse run and not let it graze. Fengling said, a stallion has to eat grass, too. Elder Feng nodded his head. You have a point. Okay, I'll give you another 1% of the shares. Fengling, son 5%, wife 2%, he's 1%. Is he the bottom of the barrel in this family now? Seeing that Fengling didn't say anything, Elder Feng raised his eyebrows. What? Don't want it? Can't afford 1%? Look down even if. 2. Fengling hurriedly stopped Elder Feng. Don't be 100%. Elder Feng grunted with a smile, saying, cheer up and work hard in the future, and try to let me hold my great-granddaughter as soon as possible. Fengling, really treat him like a stud. Has the child's name been taken? Elder Feng asked. Although he liked it, but this kind of thing, he wouldn't grab it from Fengling and Jiang Tang. They were the parents of the child, and it was their exclusive right to name the child. No. Fengling said, I've taken a few, but I don't know which one is appropriate. Elder Feng asked, tell me about it. Fengling, Feng Jiang, Elder Feng, Jiang Tong. The two men were silent. Jiang Tong was embarrassed and wanted to pull up the quilt to cover his head. Seeing that both of them were silent, Fengling asked, why doesn't it sound good? Elder Feng glanced at him and said, tell me the rest. Fengling, Feng Mujiang, Elder Feng, Jiang Tong. Master Feng asked, and? Fengling, Feng Yujiang, Elder Feng, Jiang Tong. Both were numb. What? Not good? Fengling asked. Elder Feng gave him a blank look. What do you think? Fengling said, I think it's quite nice. My last name and my wife's last name together expresses the deep affection between my wife and me. Elder Feng was too lazy to talk to this love brain. Talking to him really takes the piss. Call for little baby names. Chapter 216. No beating is ever in vain for Fengling. Taking these names, afraid that people won't know you're a love brain? Elder Feng glared at him. Yes, I'm the love brain. I just want everyone to know that I love my wife. Fengling had a proud face. Elder Feng ignored him and turned his head to ask Jiang Tang. Tang, you come. He wouldn't trust Fengling anymore anyway. Jiang Tong smiled and said, Feng Ji, hope. Elder Feng nodded and asked Fengling, what do you think? Fengling, I still think the one I took sounds good. Elder Feng glared at Fengling. Names can only be taken as a single character. This is the name of the Feng family members who had their fortunes told by our ancestors can only take a single character. Jiang Tong smiled and didn't say anything. It was something she didn't know, but it wasn't hard to guess. Seal the order. Seal the commitment. Seal the ling. The names of the 3 generations of the Feng family she knew were all one word. So when thinking of names for her children she thought of single words. Fengling. Then why not Feng Jiang? Elder Feng, seal the deal? Fengling. Elder Feng asked him. Feng Ji, are there any objections? If there are no objections, it's finalized. Fengling. No. He had no problem with his wife taking it. If Grandpa had taken it, he would have had a problem with it. Feng Ji's name was set. Elder Feng lowered his head and looked at Feng Ji with a smile, teasing him, little Ji. Jiang Tong. Fengling. Grandpa. Jiang Tong said without changing his face, you give the child a nickname. Little Ji sounds like it's a little less good. Elder Feng thought about it and said, let's call it Yuan Bao. A nickname should be easy to understand and catchy. Aha. Jiang Tong. Fengling. So, there are 3 adults in the house. Wife picks the baby's first name. Grandpa gave the child his nickname. He can't take anything? Once again, Fengling realized that he was on the fringe of this family. At the very bottom, Feng Laozi's shift also do not go to work the whole day in the hospital to accompany the little Yuan Bao. The little Yuan Bao is too small. He did not dare to hold, and did not dare to touch, just stood by the crib and talked to the little Yuan Bao. It was all his own words, And the little Genpu couldn't understand them, occasionally opening his eyes to look at him when he woke up. Whenever this happened, Elder Phone would speak with particular vigor. He watched with a smile as his sister-in-law took care of the baby's milk, peeing and other things, and a compliment every now and then. Little Yuanbao is so good, he can even drink milk. Wow! Little Genpu is peeing so high. Jiang Tong. Fengling. Would Grandpa be exaggerating? Fengling was inexplicably a little lost as he watched. Grandpa really loves little Genpu. Did Grandpa used to love him so much? He knew that he shouldn't be jealous with his own children. Still, I can't help but lose my heart when I see my grandfather like this. Grandpa was like that. What about the wife? In the evening, when little Yuanbao fell asleep, Elder Feng finally gave up and left to go back to the Feng family. Jiang Tong asked Fengling, "What's wrong with you?" He noticed that Fengling's mood was a bit off in the afternoon. Fengling looked at Jiang Tang and hesitantly asked, "Wife, Grandpa really loves little Yuanbao." Jiang Tong laughed. "So it's because of this. Love the house." Jiang Tong smiled and said, "Grandpa loves little Yuanbao because little Yuanbao is your child. If little Yuanbao wasn't your child and was someone else's child, Grandpa wouldn't even look at it." Fengling, "Is that right? But I feel as if Grandpa doesn't love me that much." Grandpa loved him, but staring at him all day, being complimented for eating a breast and peeing, like that never happened with him. Too young to remember. But he remembers being scolded for peeing. Same with peeing. Little Yuanbao was complimented for peeing. He gets yelled at for peeing. What a different life. Fengling told Jiang Tang about the time he was scolded for peeing. Jiang Tong. There was always a feeling that the truth might not be so simple. She sent a message to ask Master Phone, asking if Grandpa had scolded Fengling for peeing. Elder Phone didn't send a message. Direct voice output. He still has the nerve to talk to you about this? He only remembers that he was scolded for peeing. Why doesn't he remember where he peed? He peed into my tea. The color of tea is similar to the color of urine. That brat. Elder Phone lost his breath in anger. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling with a smirk. Fengling was a bit embarrassed. All he remembers is that his grandfather hit him then and made him cry. Only because of the peeing, nothing else. Elder Phone got angry and sent a few more voices to Jiang Tang. All that was said was about Fengling being beaten and scolded as a child. All of these, Fengling had an impression. Anyway, as far as he could remember, he had been innocent of every beating and scolding. But what he heard from Elder Feng's mouth was another version. For example, when he was beaten once for playing with fire, he remembered that he just played with fire, but not that he almost burned down a relative's house at the time. Anyway, he wasn't innocent of every beating and scolding that was justified. Jiang Tong looked at Fengling with a smirk. It could be seen that Fengling did have the personality to cause trouble as a child. Fengling blinked and said to Jiang Tang, "Wife, let's not send messages to Grandpa. It's so late. Grandpa needs to rest." Jiang Tong smiled and nodded. "Good." Fengling quietly sighed in relief. Now, he didn't doubt his grandfather's love for him. After all the assholery he's done, Grandpa still manages to raise him white and tall. Grandpa really loves him. Jiang Tong did not breastfeed, although breast milk is nutritious, but buy a good milk powder. The nutrition is not bad. Breastfeeding is all kinds of trouble. You have to get up in the middle of the night to feed the baby. It may be too much breast milk and rise pain, and may cause mastitis. And later the baby month after month to eat the milk strength is also injured. She won't suffer without it. She loves her children, but she also loves herself. Jiang Tong stayed in the hospital for 3 days, then went home, did not go to the Moon Center. The environmental conditions of the Moon Center, not as good as the Feng family. Back home, there were still 2 monthly sisters-in-law and the Feng family's maids waiting to take care of the child and Jiang Tang. During the day, the baby is in her room so she can watch and tease the baby, and at night, after she goes to bed, her sister-in-law takes the baby to the next room to rest. By Lang Yu Lu Jian Li Zhan Xian Yu Shi Qi Shang they came to the Feng family to see the child with gifts. One was a bit shocked and curious to see the little genie, although he knew that Fengling had a child, but seeing it with his own eyes, he was still a little unsure of what to say. It was clear that Fengling was just like them, only 22 years old, and it felt like he was still a child, but then he has a child now. He's really good looking. Zhan Xian marveled. Fengling was smug. That's right, you don't look at who gave birth. Zhan Xian said. Wasn't Jiang Tang born? He gave Fengling a despicable look. You're acting as if you gave birth to this.